His name was Lee Ran. If life were a game, then in his previous life he had already cleared the dungeon called muddling through. His daily routine could be summed up by the orders on his food delivery app: wake up, order takeout, then dive into the game world of Football Manager until his eyelids grew heavy, fall asleep on the keyboard, and be awakened again by hunger. In that virtual world, he was God. He watched his self-built club win championships, endlessly earning a fortune through his strategy of buying low-potential players cheaply and selling superstars at high prices. He still vividly remembered his most glorious save file, spending 3 sleepless weeks guiding a tiny Welsh club called Wrexham from the 5th tier of English football all the way to the Champions League final stage. The sense of achievement from personally building that dynasty, he wouldn't trade it for 10 buckets of fried chicken or even the throne of the world's richest man. But whenever this virtual glory exploded at midnight, it was always followed by a massive, all-consuming emptiness. He often slumped in his chair staring at the astronomical assets and the virtual trophy room, filled with honors on the screen, muttering to himself, if all of this were real, how wonderful that would be. As for why he had been reborn, he couldn't figure it out himself. His last memory was of having fought continuously for 48 hours, his eyelids finally giving out and him drowsily collapsing onto the computer desk. When he opened his eyes again, blinding sunlight and the distinctive rumble of a bus engine yanked him brutally back to reality. A reality both familiar and unfamiliar. Outside the window were old streets and somewhat tacky billboards. Inside the bus, people's clothing carried a strong sense of the era. One young man even had earphones with the long discontinued sponge covers plugged in, listening to a portable CD player. He was sitting on a swaying Route 26 bus. He recognized it. As a student at his hometown sports institute, he took this bus to school every day. Am I dreaming? This thought flashed through Lee Ran's mind. He pinched his thigh hard, and the clear sting of pain instantly made his scalp tingle. Not a dream. He had truly been reborn. Sports Institute station ahead. The familiar announcement sounded, and he mechanically followed the crowd off the bus. Just as he stood on the platform, his mind completely blank, someone slapped him hard on the back. Lee Ran, what are you spacing out for? Are you placing a bet today? The Korea-Japan World Cup opener. I'm telling you, I'm going to bet on France to win with a 2-goal handicap. The odds are amazing. The one who slapped him was his classmate LV Pin. Presumably his parents hoped their boy would have a silver tongue, which is why they put so many mouth radicals in his name. He certainly lived up to their expectations. His mouth ran nonstop all day, making him the most eloquent chatterbox among his classmates. But at this moment his words struck like a bolt of lightning, splitting open Lee Ran's chaotic thoughts. Korea-Japan World Cup, 2002. Lee Ran's brain seemed to activate instantly. Countless sealed fragments of memory belonging to the next 20 years were all awakened at this moment, wildly interweaving and colliding, ultimately composing an invaluable golden map. 2002. Zidane's wonder volley, Ronaldo's triumphant return. Brazil's 3R. The dark horse runs of Turkey and South Korea. And Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, those two unmatched stars who would dominate football for over a decade, were still just unknown green youths at this moment. He actually possessed a god's eye view script. Hey, I'm asking you. Seeing no response, LV Pin leaned in again, his face full of anticipation. France versus Senegal. How many goals do you think France will win by? How many goals would they win by? Lee Ran looked at him and suddenly smiled. In that instant a thought, one that in his previous life would have seemed 100 times more absurd than leading the Chinese national team to a World Cup championship in the game, rose for the very first time, so clearly, so intensely from the deepest part of his heart. Since all of this was real, why not take everything he had done in the game and make it real with his own hands? To become a real football manager. This thought, like a ball of fire, instantly ignited his entire soul. An incredibly bold plan, one that would run through his entire reborn life, rapidly took shape in this moment. He ignored LV Pin and turned to sprint at full speed toward the school library. Early in the morning, this guy's head got kicked by a donkey. LV Pin cursed behind him. He burst into the library and headed straight for the electronic reading room. Lee Ran needed information, massive amounts of information, to plan his future. To become a football manager, what was the best way? Study abroad. Where? Of course, the UK, home of the Premier League, the most successful football league in the future. Sitting in front of the computer, feeling the maddeningly slow dial-up internet speed of 2002, Lee Ran took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. His fingers typed on the keyboard, UK Sports Management Major University. Soon rows of school names appeared on the screen. His goals were crystal clear. First, the school had to be in a city with a strong football atmosphere. Second, the tuition and living expenses couldn't be too outrageous. He first eliminated several London universities. The cost of living there was too high, unsuitable as a starting point. Finally, among the many options, the word Liverpool instantly caught his eye. University of Liverpool Sports Management Major. Perfect. Not only did this place have two top giants, the city had profound heritage, and as a traditional industrial city, all aspects of the cost were lower than London. This was the starting point of his plan. He immediately opened the University of Liverpool's official website. Relying on his CET, 4-level English, he finally found the tuition information: £15,000 per year, which at the current rate amounted to nearly 200,000 RMB. 200,000. This number was like a bucket of cold water, snapping him back to his senses. In 2002, families who could afford to send their children abroad with that kind of money were extremely rare. Liran, damn it, I'm asking you how many goals you think France will win by. Where the hell did you run off to? LV Pin's friendly greetings came from behind. He had actually chased all the way here. But this shout was like a key, instantly unlocking all of Liran's thoughts. Why would he worry about money? He clearly remembered the World Cup opener, France's shocking 0-1 loss to Senegal. His future tuition, the first step to realizing his dream, depended on it. Liran suddenly stood up, grabbed LV Pin by the shoulders, and looking into his bewildered eyes, sincerely praised, "Old LV. You son of a bitch really are a little genius." After saying that, he ignored LV Pin's grumbling of "this dog thing really got his head kicked by a donkey," on the spot grabbed his backpack and sprinted out again. To get rich, he had to go get money first. Returning home, Liran, relying on his memory, rummaged through the dusty old leather suitcase under his bed and pulled out his Huaxia bank passbook. Back home, Liran searched through his memory, dug out an old dusty leather suitcase from under his bed, and found his Huaxia bank passbook. Opening it, the number on it caught his eye: 1762. 3 yuan. For him, whose monthly living expenses were only 800 yuan, this sum was nothing short of a fortune. He could not help but recall his absurd yet real college life. Most of his expenses had been spent in internet cafes and KTV halls, with the remainder going to a few ex-girlfriends. After all, for someone as handsome and charming as himself, it would have been abnormal not to have had a few girlfriends in college. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. In his previous life, he might have felt smug about this fortune that could keep him comfortable for months. But now, in the face of his grand blueprint worth 200 to reach England, this sum of money was almost pitifully insignificant. But he knew that great buildings rose from the ground. This seemingly insignificant sum of just over 1700 yuan would be the cornerstone of his future colossal football empire and could not be lost. He immediately went out, withdrew all the money, sealed it carefully in an envelope, and felt the weight, not thick, but carrying all his hopes. Jogging all the way, he entered the most popular sports lottery shop in the city again. It was afternoon, and the shop was filled with swirling smoke and bustling voices. A middle-aged bald man with a cigarette dangling from his lips was surrounded by a group of bettors seeking wisdom, gesturing wildly as he dispensed advice. "Listen to me, just buy France with your eyes closed. Even though Zidane might miss the game due to injury, there's still Henry and Trezeguet. The heritage of world champions is right there. Beating some unheard-of Senegal team should be a piece of cake, right? Then what about Argentina? The match against Nigeria, is it a safe bet, expert?" Another voice rose from the crowd. "Safe? Absolutely safe. Batistuta. This year's Argentina is going for the championship. Beating Nigeria will be a piece of cake." Bursts of "I see, that makes sense" rose from the crowd, and many had already started pulling out money, ready to follow the expert's lead. The crowd erupted with choruses of "Oh, I see, makes perfect sense," and many began reaching for their wallets to follow the expert's advice. Liran almost wanted to laugh on the side. He could not even be bothered to listen to the expert's further insights, because he knew that just this first match alone would be enough to leave this great god and his followers with nothing. He even felt a hint of pity for these poor souls who entrusted their hard-earned money to someone else's mouth. Ignoring the noise, he first quickly organized the various betting formats for the 2002 World Cup lottery in his mind. To strike a fatal blow, he had to choose the right tool. The 13-14 match win-draw-lose lottery had extremely low odds of winning, but its prize pool of up to 5 million still drew people in droves. Additionally, there were the total goals lottery and 6-match half full-time win-draw-lose, with fewer matches, equally excellent stages for creating miracles. Liran first took a red betting slip and found a corner to sit down. At this moment, he resembled a Wall Street fund manager beginning to carefully allocate his assets. First came the 13-match win-draw-lose game, with the deepest prize pool. His brain was like a high-speed server rapidly searching the massive database of the 2002 World Cup. Although Liran was a reborn person, his memory was not a perfect computer. To clearly recall the win-draw-lose results of all 13 matches was indeed unrealistic. What he needed to do was find in this vast ocean of memory those lighthouses that shone because of their uniqueness. The most classic, most shocking, and most unforgettable matches. Soon the results of 4 matches surfaced in his mind with crystalline clarity. Got it. He picked up his pen and began placing his marks on this fate-deciding slip of paper. First match, France versus Senegal. Without hesitation, he drew a heavy circle around the 0, representing a home loss. This was the cornerstone of his entire plan, and also his boldest single-pick banker. This match was a must-discuss case for every football program in later years. He could not possibly have remembered it wrong. Second match, Germany versus Saudi Arabia. He circled the 3. The 8-0 massacre was the most lopsided scoreline of that tournament, equally unforgettable. This was the steadiest banker. Third match, Huaxia versus Costa Rica. He circled the 0. He remembered that afternoon classes at school had been canceled, with everyone gathered to watch the match and cheer for the national team. That nationwide expectation and the eventual 0-2 disappointment was an eternal ache in his heart and was therefore remembered with unusual clarity. Fourth match, Italy versus Croatia. Once again, he chose 0. The mighty Azzurri were overturned by a tenacious Croatia, a classic underdog victory, equally a highlight moment in his memory. For single-pick bankers, he was 100% confident about were now locked in. The remaining 9 matches the memories a bit fuzzy. I only recall the general direction. Lee Ran thought. But it's fine, the combo bet was tailor-made for this kind of situation. He swiftly used the double-pick method on the remaining 9 matches, covering all possibilities of strong teams, like Portugal and Argentina failing to win. Each stroke of his pen was like weaving a tight, inescapable net. Once finished, he handed this slip, containing all his memories, to the shop owner. "Boss, please print this bet for me." The owner took the slip, glanced at it, and his brows immediately knit into a knot. "Young man, you've got money to burn. I won't even mention the Huaxiao team match. It's human nature. But you picking France to lose, Italy to lose too, and covering Argentina and Portugal for non-wins. You've basically offended every strong team. The risk is too great. That'll cost you a pretty penny." Lee Ran knew clearly that in anyone's view this ticket was nothing but a scrap of waste paper. He forced a casual smile. "No worries, boss, I'm just buying for fun. I have a feeling there might be an upset. Buying some luck. Please hurry and print the ticket." Seeing his firm attitude, the owner shook his head helplessly and began operating the machine with a clatter. "That'll be 1024 yuan. Lee Ran took out 10 100 yuan bills from the envelope and handed them over, then dug out 24 yuan in change from his pocket. Taking the thick printed ticket still warm from the printer, he returned to his seat and began carefully checking it. The betting information on the ticket matched his divine prophecy down to the last detail. He carefully tucked away this ticket worth 1,000,000 with 738.3 yuan still left in his pocket. The corners of Lee Ran's mouth curved upward slightly. "Perfect. The remaining money is more than enough for my second and third plans." He stood up and picked up the green 4-match total goals game and blue 6-match half full-time slips. His gaze first fell on the 4-match total goals game. If the win-draw-lose lottery tested one's grasp of the big picture, then the total goals lottery tested precise insight into the flow of each match. Relying on his vivid memories of several high-scoring matches, he swiftly made his marks. He placed 138 bets on the goal fest of Germany, 8-0 Saudi Arabia, 7 Senegal, 3-3 Uruguay, 6 Spain, 3-2 South Africa, 5 and Brazil, 5-2 Costa Rica, 7, spending 276 yuan. Finally, he picked up the 6-match half full-time win-draw-lose slip. This was the format that best embodied the hand of God. He too had nailed down several matches that left deep impressions, placing 200 bets on seemingly contradictory yet real results like draw-win and win-win, spending the final 400 yuan. When 3 tickets totaling nearly 170 yuan lay quietly in his pocket, Lee Ran let out a long breath. He knew he had done everything he could. The ticket to a new world had been bought. All that remained was to wait for the east wind of the draw. Lee Ran neatly tucked the 3 lottery tickets totaling 170 yuan in value into his pocket, enveloped by an unprecedented sense of reassurance. He knew he had done everything within his power. With his fate hanging in the balance, he walked out of the betting shop with a satisfied heart. Lee Ran boarded the Route 26 bus and returned to campus. It was mealtime, and the intense mental exertion had left his stomach rumbling. He needed to eat well to refuel. He headed straight for the school cafeteria. While waiting in line for food, he ran into his roommate Chen Hui. Like Lu Pin, Chen Hui was one of the few close friends Lee Ran had at school. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Their shared passion for football had forged an unbreakable bond between them. Chen Hui was of modest height and specialized in long-distance running. Lee Ran remembered that when Chen Hui first arrived on campus as a freshman, he was an exceptionally disciplined youth who woke early each morning for runs. But since becoming fascinated with the internet, especially after being introduced to sports betting through friends back home, he had never risen early again. What set him apart was that he never played games online. Instead, he spent his time watching all sorts of films and television series, as well as studying sports betting odds. It all began when he followed the crowd and won over 1,000 yuan on his first NBA bet. From then on, he could not resist. He eventually progressed to analyzing betting lines himself, opening odds for his classmates in the dormitory, and acting as a small bookmaker. This explained why Lu Pin had been so eager to find Lee Ran that morning. He wanted to gauge Lee Ran's thoughts so he could place a bet with Chen Hui. "Lee Ran, I haven't seen you all morning. You skipped class again. Where have you been?" Chen Hui approached with his tray. "We're just waiting for you. Lu Pin and the others have already placed their bets on today's opening match with me. You don't usually play, so I never mention it. But this is the World Cup opener." Lee Ran feigned reluctance. "I'll pass. I'd rather just watch the match. With that money, I'd rather buy a small gift for my crush." "What if you win? You could prepare a big surprise for your goddess." Chen Hui persisted in his urging. Lee Ran chuckled inwardly and asked, "France versus Senegal, right? What are the odds?" "If France gives up 2 goals, they pay 1-2 to win 6, 0 for a draw, and 13-0 for a loss." Chen Hui quickly recited the odds. "But if you bet directly on Senegal to win without the handicap, I'll offer you 10-1. "All right, I'll take that 10-1. Lee Ran nodded. "I'll find you after we finish eating." Chen Hui gave him an okay gesture, secretly delighted, thinking, "You won't leave here with your money today." The cafeteria lady, as always, had her characteristic trembling hand. As a succulent piece of braised pork slipped back from her ladle into the pot, she contentedly served the dish to Lee Ran. He found a seat and began eating heartily. At that moment, Lu Pin arrived with his own tray. "Did a donkey kick your head this morning?" You bolted before I could even say a few words to you. You're the one in our dorm who watches and studies football the most, yet you run off when we need your expertise at a crucial moment, Lupin complained good-naturedly. I had something urgent this morning. Sorry, brother, Li Ran said with a smile. I heard from A Hui that you already placed a bet. Yeah, Lupin said with a proud eyebrow raise. He asked me early this morning. I was going to wait for you to come back and get your opinion, but then I figured France is so strong anyway, and you would probably say France too. So I just placed the bet directly without waiting. How much did you bet? Not much, just 500 yuan. The odds were quite low. If I win, I'll make 60 yuan, just enough to cover internet fees. What if you lose? Won't you be eating steamed buns all month? Li Ran teased. Lupin's expression stiffened, and he immediately tapped his bowl with chopsticks, retorting sharply. Oh please. You just want me to lose, don't you? France, the defending champions with Zidane and Henry on the roster. How could they possibly lose? This 500 yuan is a sure thing. Li Ran laughed and stopped talking, focusing on his meal. He knew that Lupin's sure thing was about to turn into personal pain. Hurry up and eat, then come back to the dorm with me to place the bet, Li Ran said. Returning to their familiar room 301, a mixture of sweat, instant noodles, and the unmistakable scent of summer hung in the air. The dorm was an 8-person room with 4 bunk beds and 2 large tables in the middle. This was all the furniture. Chun Hui was lounging on his bed reading a novel while the other 3 roommates gathered around the table playing cards. As soon as Li Ran and Lupin entered, Chun Hui immediately sat up from his bed. Well, Li Ran, have you decided? How much are you planning to bet? He pulled a cigarette from the tin can by his bed, lit it, and struck the pose of a seasoned bookmaker. Li Ran did not answer immediately. He pulled over a stool, sat down, crossed his legs, looked at Chun Hui, and slowly said, Hui, let me ask you first. What is the maximum amount you can handle for this bet? Chun Hui was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. What's this, Li Ran? Did you strike it rich today? Want to place a big bet? Don't worry. Even if it is 1,000 or 2,000, your brother Hui can handle it. Li Ran smiled and held up one finger. 100 yuan. The smoke Chun Hui had just inhaled nearly came back out as he sputtered. I thought it was something bigger. Only 100. Li Ran looked at him and said in a tone that was half joking, half serious, mimicking a classic movie line, Since you asked so sincerely, I will graciously tell you. I, Li Ran, am betting 100 on Senegal. The word Senegal fell into the dorm like a small stone thrown into otherwise lively water. The 3 card players froze mid-motion. Xiaoji, one of them, looked at Li Ran with a furrowed brow. Li Ran, think about this again. 100 yuan is not a small amount. There is no need to throw it away like this. Fearing Li Ran might be swayed and change his mind, Chun Hui immediately called out to Xiaoji, don't interfere. This is brother Li's first bet with me. This is the newbie luck, understand? What if there is a real upset? His grin stretched almost to his ears, and his mental calculations were ticking away like an abacus. Li Ran waved his hand at Xiaoji with an air of nonchalance. Don't worry, Xiaoji. My parents just gave me this month's living expenses today. I am just using 100 to have some fun. It is no big deal. And if and only if I win, I will cover all the internet bills for our dorm this week. Alright, since you have made up your mind, then place the bet. Seeing that he could not persuade Li Ran, Xiaoji said no more. If your living expenses are not enough this month, come find me anytime. Li Ran smiled and slapped a 100 yuan bill onto the table in front of Chun Hui. The deal is sealed. No takebacks, bookmaker. Absolutely. Chun Hui swiftly pocketed the money as though worried Li Ran might snatch it back. Lupin stood aside watching the scene unfold, completely at a loss for words. He was now 100% certain that his roommate's head had indeed been kicked by a donkey that morning. Xiaoji was the dorm's card king. Whenever a game involved cards, he rarely ever lost. You could even call him the dorm's god of wealth. He was also generous by nature. Whenever he won, he would share supplies like cigarettes and instant noodles with the roommates, and sometimes he would even cover their internet cafe fees. He was loyal and genuine, the best-liked person in our dorm. Let's go to the bar behind the school's back gate tonight to watch the match. Another roommate, Wang Yu, made the suggestion out of nowhere, glancing around the room. Li Ran usually goes home at night, and it's been a while since we all hung out together. Today's the opening match. A big deal like this calls for watching football, having a few drinks, and enjoying the scene. What do you say? The moment Wang Yu finished, Lupin was the first to jump up. Great idea. Drinking and watching football. Now that's college life. We have to go. But I haven't finished my thesis proposal yet. Zhou Yang, the most honest and the strongest of them, hesitated and adjusted the glasses that looked slightly out of place on his well-built face. Oh, just write the report tomorrow. Wang Yu threw an arm around his neck. Today is a festival for fans of Huaxia. It has to be celebrated. Amid the others' cheers, Zhou Yang began to look eager as well. The dorm was suddenly filled with laughter. As night fell, the commercial street behind the school's back gate, playfully nicknamed Temptation Street by students, was brightly lit and bustling with voices. On both sides of the street, colorful neon signs of internet cafes flickered, a pirated DVD shops, speakers blasted, Zhou Jieluan's nunchucks, and countless barbecue stalls and small cookshops filled the air with the scent of cumin and cooking oil, a rough, untamed energy unique to the dawn of the millennium. Li Ran and his roommates strolled into a small bar called Back Street, arms slung over one another's shoulders. The bar was thriving. The owner had cleverly benefited from the fame of the Backstreet Boys, who were then taking the world by storm. If Wang Yu hadn't called ahead to reserve a table, they might not have made it inside at all tonight. The bar was already bustling, and the air smelled of a layered mixture of tobacco sweat and cheap beer. Several old clunky CRT televisions hung in the corners, showing pre-match analysis on screen. Commentator Huang Jinxiang's impassioned voice sounded slightly distorted through the speakers. Posters of Ronaldo, Beckham, Zidane, and Kahn adorned the walls. Looking around, nearly everyone wore a knockoff blue France jersey. You asked how I could tell they were knockoffs. In those days, very few shops sold genuine jerseys, and even fewer people were willing to pay a premium for one. Wang Yu led everyone to their seats. The moment he sat down, he raised his glass and asked loudly, "Have you all placed your bets tonight?" Then he cast a meaningful glance at Chen Hui. "I put 50 on France just to join in the fun. I don't usually watch football," said Xiaoji, casually, appearing uninterested in a game that relied entirely on luck. "I put 300 on France." The ever-honest Zhou Yang's voice was quiet but firm. "That's half a month's living expenses." Chen Hui and Lu Pin both said it's a sure win, so I thought I'd make a little money and get a new pair of basketball shoes. He looked around at the others with that particular stubbornness of an honest man, clearly persuaded by his roommate's enthusiasm and solemn assurances. "Guys, I put down 500 today," Lu Pin announced proudly, as if that 60 yuan fortune were already in his pocket. "For the first match, I'll just test my luck and earn some internet cafe money first." It looks like Li Ran is the only one in the whole place who bet on Senegal to win. Lu Pin's loud voice successfully steered the conversation to Li Ran. That remark hit like a pebble dropped into a pot of oil, and the next table promptly burst into laughter. A burly man with a buzz cut and veins standing out on his arms glanced sidelong at Li Ran and said, "Brother, you might as well spend that money on a bottle for us. At least we'd hear a pop. Betting on Senegal. You might as well bet that our national team will make it out of the group stage." Chen Hui immediately stood up like a big brother protecting his own. Thumping his chest, he said to the burly man, "My brother studies football every day and has unique insights into the game. Who knows? Maybe tonight will be a real upset." His bold words drew a chorus of cheers, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. That 100 yuan was the easiest money he had ever made. Amid the clamor and teasing, Li Ran seemed out of place. He didn't argue. Calmly pouring himself a beer, he smiled at the burly man. "That's not necessarily true. Football is round." Only Xiaoji stayed out of the discussion, quietly watching Li Ran. A strange feeling stirred inside him. Li Ran was far too calm. It wasn't the calm of someone putting on an act, but the serene detachment of one who already knew the outcome all too well. As someone who had spent years around card tables, he was all too familiar with the look in a gambler's eyes after placing a wager. Tension, anticipation, feigned composure. Yet on Li Ran's face, he could not find the faintest hint of those micro-expressions. The match began. In the first half, the game was indeed one-sided. France, with the attacking trio of Henry Trezeguet and Wiltord, laid siege to Senegal's goal. In the 22nd minute, Trezeguet received a pass just outside the box and unleashed a thunderous shot. The ball cracked against the crossbar with a sharp clang. "Oh!" A collective groan of disappointment filled the bar. Lu Pin, flush with excitement, clapped Li Ran hard on the shoulder and laughed. "Li Ran, see, it was so close. France just doesn't have luck, otherwise it would already be a goal." Li Ran merely smiled and said nothing. Just as everyone thought a French goal was only a matter of time, the match reached the 30th minute, and the tide turned abruptly. Senegal struck on a swift counterattack. Diouf muscled his way down the left wing and delivered a cross, and France's goalkeeper Barthez fumbled the save. A tall figure named Diop reached the ball amid the scramble in front of goal. Almost flat on the ground, he stretched out in an awkward, inexplicable posture and sent the ball toward the net. The ball bobbled along as if nudged by fate, rolled past Barthez's desperate fingertips, and found the net. 1-0. The entire bar's clamor was cut off as if by an invisible hand. Everyone froze. On the television, the joyous celebration dance of the Senegalese players formed an absurd contrast with the stunned silence in the bar. Then the silence broke and a din even louder than before erupted. Only this time the noise was filled with shock and disbelief. "Wow, it actually went in. Interesting. Now the Gallic Roosters are stirred up. Just wait. In the second half they'll score at least 5 against them." A burly man with a crew cut at the next table stood up and called out to Li Ran across the room, "Brother, you've got some luck. But it ends here. Just wait and see how the French team will dominate them." Chen Hui's smile stiffened for only a moment before he quickly recovered. He took a sip of wine with feigned ease and said to Li Ran, "Not bad, Li Ran. You've got something. But don't rush. The best is yet to come. If the French team scores, they won't stop." At halftime, the score remained 1-0. Chen Hui became noticeably more talkative. Like a clumsy commentator, he loudly analyzed how France would adjust in the second half, how much Zidane's absence would affect the team, and how Senegal's stamina would surely fade. The more he talked, the more he revealed his anxiety. Li Ran simply said in a low voice at that moment, "The French team is getting impatient. Their midfield and forwards are becoming disconnected. The more they want to score, the less they can." Every minute of the second half became a long stretch of tension for everyone in the bar except Li Ran. The French team launched wave after wave of attacks, but every attempt was fruitless. Henry's shot hit the woodwork again, and the sighs of disappointment in the bar began to carry a hint of restlessness. Time ticked away. 60 minutes passed, and France was still besieging. 70 minutes passed, and France's passes began to miss more often. 80 minutes passed. No one in the bar was speaking anymore, only heavy breathing, and the increasingly anxious shouts of the TV commentator remained. Beads of sweat appeared on Chun Hui's forehead. The smile on his face had long vanished, and the hand holding his glass was even trembling slightly. He no longer looked at Li Ran. He stared intently at the screen, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. At the moment the referee blew the final whistle, the whole world seemed to fall silent. The bar erupted in cries of disappointment and murmuring. Chun Hui slumped in his chair, staring blankly and murmuring, "How could it be? How could this happen?" Lupin and Zhou Yang also sat motionless in their chairs. They had only wanted to earn a little money for internet access, but now they had lost their living expenses and would have to tighten their belts for the rest of the month. Li Ran also remained silent, simply watching the screen, where Senegal were celebrating wildly, a hint of relief showing at the corner of his mouth. In truth, ever since his rebirth, Li Ran had carried a nagging unease. What if his rebirth, like a butterfly flapping its wings, had triggered an unpredictable storm that altered this result that should have been fixed? If this match had not turned out as an upset, would it mean that all his memories of the future might be bubbles that could burst at a touch? Even after the entire match ended, nothing had changed. Senegal's counterattack goal, the two woodwork strikes from Trezeguet and Henry, neither the course nor the outcome had changed. A gleam of confidence flickered in Li Ran's eyes. He said to himself, "It seems I need to speed up my plans to go abroad." He slowly let out a breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Turning to Chun Hui, whose face was pale, he said with a smile, "Chun Hui, pretty good beginner's buff, huh? If you hadn't urged me so hard, I might have missed this chance for a windfall. According to the odds you quoted, 100 yuan should return 1,300. You were really lucky today. You even got the upset. I'm convinced. I'll settle the money with you right now." With that, he prepared to take money from his pocket. Li Ran did not reply. Instead, he took a few notes from the money Chun Hui had pulled out and tossed them to Lupin and Zhou Yang, saying, "Take back your original money." Then he pushed the remaining money back to Chun Hui and said calmly, "Pay for our table's drinks. Keep the rest." Lupin and Zhou Yang held the returned money and looked at each other in disbelief. Lupin leaned close to Zhou Yang's ear and whispered in a voice only the two could hear, "Is he crazy? Is this the same Li Ran from our dorm who would haggle for half a day over a 50-cent coupon? Is he possessed? Say no more, brother. Starting today, Zhou Yang and I will acknowledge you as our adoptive father. Please accept a bow from your two adopted sons." Lupin was about to pull Zhou Yang to his knees. Li Ran was amused by their exaggerated act and pulled them up with a laugh. "Enough. Stop performing here. Aren't you embarrassed? We're graduating soon. Isn't it better to leave some good memories among us? Yeah, we're about to graduate. We don't have much time to get together as brothers. How about another round? I'll cover the drinks." "Wang," you said, "then let's drink some more. Tonight we won't go home until we're drunk." Everyone said in unison. With that, Wang Yu asked the waiter for another case of beer. The dorm mates began chatting and laughing again, making a lively scene. They drank for some time, and finally they helped one another back to the dormitory. Back in the dormitory, his roommates, exhausted by alcohol and intense emotions, had fallen into deep sleep, their snores rising one after another. Li Ran lay on his bed, but he felt wide awake. Outside the window, moonlight filtered through the iron railing, casting mottled silver patterns on the concrete floor. He carefully took out from his pocket the 3 lottery tickets he had bought that morning, tickets that now seemed priceless, and quietly examined them in the dim light. They were still just thin slips of paper, but in a dozen days they would transform into a fortune of over 1,000,000 yuan. At this moment, Li Ran's heart truly began to pound uncontrollably. It was not out of greed for money, but an irrepressible excitement that his dream was about to become reality. "After I get the prize money," he murmured to himself. His thoughts, like a supercomputer running at high speed, began to plan his every step for the future. The upcoming reward was to him more than just money. It was freedom, the freedom to fully pursue his ambitions. It was qualification. It was what allowed him to step onto English soil with dignity and confidence. Li Ran's thoughts had already flown across the oceans. Shuiyuan Road. The sweltering midsummer air was fractured by streams of cold air blasting from the air conditioners outside countless study abroad agencies. Li Ran stood at the intersection, his gaze sweeping over the garish billboards. "Let the world's elite universities see your brilliance, and 20 years dedicated to overseas study. We understand you better." Hollow words, every last one. Before his rebirth, he had already learned a simple truth: what is genuinely valuable never needs to be advertised. His gaze finally settled on the largest agency of all, Chihong Study Abroad. It occupied the most prominent position at the street corner, its all-glass facade gleaming cold and expensive in the sunlight. This was the one. Li Ran pushed open the heavy glass door, and a wave of chilled air mixed with subtle fragrance and the scent of paper and ink rushed toward him. This was not the aura of professionalism, it was the smell of money. "Hello, are you interested in study abroad consulting?" The receptionist's smile was so standardized it could have been measured with a ruler. "Find me a consultant who can make decisions," Li Ran said flatly, yet with an air of command that brooked no argument. The receptionist's smile stiffened for an instant. Clearly, she had not expected such an opening. But she was highly professional and nodded at once. "Of course, this way, please." Li Ran was led into a semi-open glass cubicle rather than one of the small round tables in the main hall meant for ordinary students. Before long, a woman walked in. She was about 27 or 28, wearing an impeccably tailored black skirt suit with her long hair bound in a sharp, neat ponytail. Her makeup was refined and subtle, but her eyes were as keen as a scalpel, sharp, cool, and appraising. Her name was Zhao Qian, and her business card read Chief Study Abroad Planning Consultant. Hello, Zhao Qian said as she sat down opposite him, placed her laptop on the desk, and tapped lightly on the mouse. Which country are you interested in? What's your budget? Do you have any preferences regarding schools or programs? The rapid series of questions moved like an assembly line designed to classify and label each client in the shortest possible time. Li Ran knew that in front of someone like her, any hesitation or uncertainty would be precisely detected and converted into the other side's bargaining advantage. He could not let her set the pace. None of that matters, he cut in. I have only one question. Can your agency handle an exclusive single school application? Zhao Qian's fingers paused. She looked up for the first time, truly studying the young man in the plain t-shirt before her. An exclusive single school application. She repeated, a curious arc forming at the corner of her mouth. An interesting way to put it. Tell me more. University of Liverpool Sports Management. Li Ran enunciated each word clearly and firmly. I don't need an alternative, and I don't need a safety school. This is my only target. All you need to do is make sure I receive its admission letter with absolute certainty. He leaned back in his chair, looked directly into Zhao Qian's eyes, and added, now you may name your price. The appraisal in Zhao Qian's gaze instantly shifted into deep interest. In this industry, she had seen too many overgrown children dragged in by anxious parents, and too many lost lambs with no vision for the future. But the young man before her did not resemble a client. He seemed more like a buyer who had come to issue orders. You are quite unusual. Zhao Qian leaned slightly forward, her professional smile replaced by the spark of a worthy opponent. But you may not realize that applying to a single school carries extremely high risk. It is almost like gambling. Our standard package. I am not here to buy a package, Li Ran interrupted again. I am here to buy a result. If you can't do it, or don't dare to accept it, I will leave right now. Shuiyuan Road is not short of agencies like yours. That deliberately provoking remark sparked a competitive fire in Zhao Qian. She smiled like a hunter who had finally found her prey. Fine. Since this is custom service, you naturally get a custom price. For an exclusive single school application, our service fee is 20,000 yuan. And this is only the application service fee. If it fails, there is no refund. She was using price and risk to test Li Ran's limits. Li Ran's heart remained utterly calm. 20,000. Anything that could be solved with money was no problem at all. Fine, he nodded crisply. Let's sign the contract. Zhao Qian's smile truly froze for the first time. She had expected the price to scare him off, or at least push him into bargaining, so she could reclaim control. But he had not even blinked. This kid. Either he was insane or a true golden child from a family with money to burn. Zhao Qian took a deep breath. She knew that conventional methods would not work on him. She had to bring out her trump card. The contract can be signed anytime. Her tone became unprecedentedly serious, like the delivery of a final ultimatum. But before that, I must ask the most crucial and decisive question. She leaned forward and asked word by word, what is your IELTS score right now? IELTS. The word burst into Li Ran's mind like a thunderclap. All his confidence, all his certainty, all the sense of control built upon the advantages of rebirth collapsed in that instant. Right. Studying abroad required an English test. His previous English ability was barely enough to scrape through CET4. Later gaming had built up a fair amount of football vocabulary, but that was only in reading. Listening, speaking, writing, academic English. What was that supposed to be? Seeing Li Ran's expression freeze instantly, Zhao Qian understood. She had won. It seems you don't have a score yet. The curve of Zhao Qian's lips returned to that familiar smile of control, but this time it carried a faint, barely noticeable trace of disdain. Let me explain. For most popular master's programs in the UK, the IELTS requirement is an overall score no lower than 6.5 with no individual band below 6.0. And the University of Liverpool's sports management program happens to be one of them. Each of her words fell on Li Ran with the heavy weight of a hammer. Based on your current level, most likely only CET. For the most optimistic estimate I can give you is this: if you sat for IELTS without preparation, your overall score would not exceed 5.0. It is June now. Even if you started intensive, full-time preparation today, the probability of reaching 6.5 before the autumn intake this year is infinitely close to 0. Beads of sweat appeared on Li Ran's forehead. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he had felt genuine alarm. All the future information advantage he had taken such pride in now seemed absurd and feeble before the unshakable obstacle of IELTS. Seeing Li Ran so thoroughly deflated, Zhao Qian knew the moment had come to close in. She did not aggressively push any exorbitant courses that would have been beneath her. Instead, with an elegant motion, she slid one of her business cards across the table toward Li Ran. Li calmed down for a moment. Her voice resumed the gentle warmth of a professional consultant. Let's call it a day for now. She looked at Li Ran, offered her most dazzling smile, and then spoke words that carried a seductive, almost hypnotic allure. Go home and think it over. Whenever you need help with IELTS, or want to know about certain alternative avenues, feel free to call me anytime. Since the Academy Road had study abroad agencies, there were naturally various English training classes as well. Since he was already there, he might as well stop by to inquire about the classes. Li Ran then entered another training institution. About 30 minutes later, he emerged with a stack of course brochures in hand. All these courses cost thousands, or even tens of thousands plus the agency fees. It seemed that everything would have to wait until the World Cup bonus arrived. Li Ran thought to himself. He glanced at the calendar. There were less than half a month until the group stage ended, meaning he would have to wait at least 2 weeks. He could not simply sit idle. He quickly adjusted his thinking. For now, he would focus entirely on his graduation thesis. As teacher Zhao had mentioned, language scores were not the only consideration. Academic performance during university was equally important. Li Ran's grades were not outstanding, but they held steady in the middle to upper range of his class. Before his rebirth, his thesis had focused on football. It had been unremarkable, yet the foundation remained solid. Now, with over 20 years of accumulated knowledge from the future integrated into his mind, his understanding of football had long surpassed that of every so-called expert in this era. He needed to write a thesis that would truly impress his supervisor. That would be the heaviest weight added to his academic transcript. Lost in thought, Li Ran boarded the bus home. As the cityscape blurred past the window, his mind was already weaving together a thesis on the critical role of the modern goalkeeper. Before he realized it, the bus had reached his stop. Li Ran's home lay in the southern part of the city, an older residential compound near a shimmering lake. He took out his key and opened the door. A familiar warmth, mingled with the scent of cooking and the smell of aged furniture, washed over him instantly, dissolving his grand ambitions and leaving only the quiet comfort of returning home. "You're back," his mother's voice called from the kitchen. She appeared in the doorway wearing an apron, her expression carrying a gentle scold. "Why aren't you at school today? Is your thesis finished? Go wash your hands. We're eating soon." In the living room, his father Li Jiangguo sat reading the newspaper through his reading glasses. Hearing the commotion, he looked up, adjusted his spectacles, and asked calmly, "You went out to watch the match with friends last night, didn't you?" "Yes, I never expected such an upset in the opening match," Li Ran replied with a smile. A soft warmth settled within his heart. 3 dishes and a soup adorned the dinner table, all his mother's familiar home cooking. She kept piling braised pork into his bowl, murmuring, "Eat more. Mom, you eat too." Li Ran smiled and placed a piece of pork in her bowl. "You seem in good spirits today," his mother added, as if recalling something. "You didn't go to the internet cafe to play games, did you?" The question sent a slight tremor through Li Ran's heart. He knew that in his past life, during the uncertain period before graduation, he had spent nearly every day immersed in Football Manager, causing his parents considerable worry. His deep passion for football and his turn toward the virtual game world as an emotional anchor all traced back to his quiet, reserved father. Li Jiangguo was a devoted football fan since the Jia era. Li Ran's childhood memories were filled with images of his father setting alarms in the dead of night to watch Serie A matches in secret. Even in his hazy dreams, the passionate commentary from the television always echoed. The yellowed copies of Football Club and Sports Weekly on his bookshelf had all been purchased one by one by his father. The first World Cup he ever watched was in the summer of 1994, when his father and he sat before the television, witnessing the solitary figure of Baggio after he missed the penalty kick. From that moment on, the seed of football took root in his heart. His father had once hoped he would become a football player, but Li Ran's physical abilities were unremarkable. That love for the game eventually found its outlet in watching matches, analyzing play, and later in his deep immersion in Football Manager. Though his father harbored some regret, he never reprimanded him harshly. Instead, he would quietly approach when Li Ran played too late, pat his shoulder, and gently remind him to rest early. Remembering these moments, Li Ran set down his chopsticks and looked earnestly at his parents. "No, I went out to handle some matters and thought about my thesis." Li Jiangguo cleared his throat, his typical paternal tone carrying an awkward sort of care as he asked, "After graduation, what are your plans? Have you thought things through regarding work? After graduation, what are your plans? The matter of employment can no longer be put off." This was the moment he had been anticipating. Li Ran took a deep breath, noticing the white hairs at his parents' temples, and spoke in a calm, measured tone they had never heard before. "I don't intend to look for a job." The atmosphere at the dinner table stilled. "I'm planning to study abroad to pursue a master's degree in sports management in the UK. Li Ran's mother's chopsticks fell from her hand. Her eyes immediately reddened as she stammered, "Study abroad? Go to the UK? That would cost a fortune. Sharon, are you speaking nonsense?" Li Jiangguo removed his reading glasses and pressed his fingers against his temples. When he looked up again, his expression carried exhaustion. "Having aspirations is a good thing. However, you know our family's situation better than anyone." He left the sentence unfinished, but Li Ran understood perfectly. In his previous life, it was precisely this awareness that had led him to set aside his dreams. "I know," Li Ran nodded, meeting his father's gaze directly. "That's why I don't plan to use our family's money." His eyes held a quiet steadiness devoid of any youthful impulsiveness, filled only with the calm confidence of someone who had carefully considered every possibility. "Dad, Mom, please don't worry about the money." Each word came deliberately, as though stating an established fact. "Tuition and living expenses. Initially, I'll need about 200,000 yuan. That amount I will handle myself." "You handle it? How?" His mother's voice grew sharp with disbelief and concern. "Are you going to work?" "You." "Mom," Li Ran interrupted firmly. He turned to his father. the only one in the family who truly understood football and could comprehend his ambitions. "Dad, do you trust me?" Li Jiangguo studied his son, those unfamiliar eyes radiating quiet authority, and his Adam's apple moved as he remained silent. Li Ran smiled. He knew the moment had come. 1 month. He held up a single finger. "Give me 1 month. In 1 month, I will place the full amount, 200,000 yuan, every last yuan, right here on this table for my school applications. If I fail," he paused, each word settling heavily upon his parents' hearts, "I will immediately seek employment, and from that day forward, I will never mention games or studying abroad again." These words hung in the air like a solemn vow, leaving both Li Jiangguo and his wife completely still. They gazed into their son's eyes. The familiar confusion and impulsiveness were gone, replaced by a steadiness and certainty they had never seen before. It did not sound like someone recounting a distant dream, but rather stating something that was already set to unfold. It was precisely this unreadable calmness that quieted their doubts and allowed them to believe perhaps their son truly had found a way. After spending a warm weekend at home, Li Ran returned to school carrying his parents' profound love and support. His heart felt an unprecedented calm and resolve. He no longer paid attention to the tumultuous results of the World Cup. To him, those prize money was already secured. At present, he had 2 urgent matters to attend to: a graduation thesis impressive enough to amaze his advisor, and the IELTS examination he must conquer. He decided to begin with the thesis. Returning to the dormitory, he took out paper and pen from his bag, ignoring the noisy background of his roommates playing cards and watching movies, and began constructing his thesis framework. He did not choose any of those stale topics, but directly settled on a title that in 2002 seemed unique and somewhat niche. The significant importance of the goalkeeper position in modern football, the evolution from passive defender to active attacking initiator. Just then, bang. The dormitory door was kicked open by a tremendous force from outside, and LV Pin charged in like a bull, snatching the notebook from Li Ran's hand. "Li Ran, what time is it, and you're still writing your lousy thesis?" He glanced at the title, sneered, and threw it back onto the table. "What nonsense. A goalkeeper attacking. Just guarding the goal would be good enough." LV Pin's face was flushed red, not from anger, but from a heightened excitement, a national celebration kind of fervor. "Hurry. A historic moment. China's World Cup debut is about to begin." Wang Yu and Shun Hui also tossed aside their mice and gathered around. "Right? If we don't go to the common lounge now, there won't even be standing room." Li Ran finally looked up and checked his watch. June 4th, 2002, 2:25 p.m. He smiled. Indeed, how could he miss this match? This was not merely a football game, but a grand national-scale ritual of shattered illusions. The entire dormitory building was already overwhelmed by the opening music of CCTV Sports Channel. The common lounge was packed, the air thick with sweat, cigarette smoke, and eager anticipation. Li Ran and his roommates managed to squeeze into the crowd, staring at the 25-inch sharp color television. On the screen, Chinese players in white jerseys stood tall, singing the national anthem. Fan Zi Sun Jihai Yang Chun Li Tai, faces that would later only exist in yellowed sports newspapers, were now vividly standing upon the world stage. "See that? Our physical condition is no inferior to Costa Rica's." LV Pin clenched his fist fiercely. "This is absolutely the strongest national team in history. See that? Our physical condition is no inferior to Costa Rica's." LV Pin clenched his fist fiercely. "This is absolutely the strongest national team in history." Xiaoji beside him pat Li Ran's shoulder hard and asked excitedly, "Brother Ran, tell me, can we win today?" The surrounding area fell silent, instantly, dozens of eyes turning to Li Ran. Since the World Cup began, Li Ran's reputation as a prophet had already spread through their small circle. Li Ran looked at the fiercely competitive players on the screen, then at the faces around him, filled with pure hope. "Win?" A smile touched Li Ran's lips, imperceptible to others. He decided to respond with a jest first. "It's hard to say whether we will win or not." His voice was soft yet clear enough to reach every ear. "I bet China won't score a single goal today." As the words fell, the atmosphere around grew awkward. LV Pin's smile froze on his face, then he spoke in a joking, teasing tone. "Li Ran, you've gone too far with being a prophet. Spoiling the mood for your own national team before the match. That's not cool. Wait until we score, and you'll have to drink 3 cups. Li Ran offered no further explanation, simply watching the screen in quiet composure. The match began. China actually played well, launching high attacks and fighting back and forth. Only minutes into the game, near the penalty area, Zhao Juanja received a pass back from a teammate and struck the ball powerfully. The ball traced a stunning arc through the air, narrowly bypassing the goalkeeper's desperate fingertips. Everyone in the lounge held their breath. The next moment, all were poised to leap from their seats, ready to celebrate this historic first goal in advance. In that instant, scalding enthusiasm surged into Li Ran's heart, something even he had not anticipated. He discovered that his heart, long smoothed by the trials of 2 lifetimes, was now beating uncontrollably fierce. His body instinctively leaned forward, fists clenched just like every ordinary fan around him, longing for a miracle to unfold. Clang! A crisp, thunderous sound shattered everyone's illusions and jolted Li Ran awake. The ball slammed violently against the right goalpost and bounced out of bounds. Damn it! The immense regret and muttered curses erupted instantly. Li Ran slowly leaned back into his chair. The unrealistic flame that had ignited moments ago swiftly extinguished, leaving only cold ashes belonging to memories from his past life. The subsequent events unfolded like precise program code executing flawlessly within his mind. The Costa Ricans seized upon the gaps and comfortably scored 2 more goals, 0-2. When the final whistle blew, deathly silence filled the lounge. After a long while, LV Pin slammed his fist against the wall, his face etched with bewilderment and reluctance. Damn it. Terrible luck. If Xiao Juanja had scored that goal, the result would have been entirely different. Never mind the next match against Brazil, we'll simply treat it as learning. In the final match against Turkey, there's definitely a chance to grab a point. Right? Turkey is at our level, let's go all out. Chun Hui also ignited with the last flicker of hope. Watching them still weaving webs of hopeful delusion, the long-suppressed emotion within Li Rant's heart, a mixture of sorrow and anger, finally found its outlet. Stop dreaming. Li Rant's voice was like an ice pick piercing through the fragile hope. He looked around at the startled faces and spoke word by word, we will not defeat Turkey either. The entire lounge fell completely silent. LV Pin was the first to react, his face flushing crimson from overwhelming disappointment and anger at what he perceived as betrayal by a friend. Li Ran, are you crazy? Losing the match and cursing your own national team like this? Are you even Chinese? I am merely stating a fact. Li Rant's gaze was chillingly cold. Rather than clinging to unrealistic fantasies here, it would be better to consider what we can actually do. Ignoring his roommate's anger, he turned directly and pushed through the crowd toward the exit. That mad notion within his heart was no longer a mere ripple. It had become a volcano on the verge of eruption. I will personally cultivate a goalkeeper. His voice was not loud, yet everyone behind him heard it clearly. A goalkeeper who can play the ball with his feet, one who can orchestrate attacks. A gatekeeper capable of reshaping China's tactical landscape. 20 years from now, I will make the entire world remember his name. He did not look back, walking resolutely out of the lounge. Behind him the scene froze like an oil painting. LV Pin's eyes were bloodshot, his face a mask of fury and bewilderment, his trembling finger still pointed toward the empty doorway. Chun Hui and Wang Yu stood with their heads bowed, their faces bearing the utter devastation of having their last hope shattered. Meanwhile, Xiaoji slowly leaned back in his chair without anger, without confusion. He simply gazed quietly toward the direction where Li Ran had disappeared and muttered, that was brilliantly delivered. I give it full marks. In mid-June, as the lingering excitement of the World Cup group stage gradually faded, the graduation season in the Ivory Tower arrived at its ultimate test, the thesis defense. During those days, the whole of China was immersed in a complex mix of emotions. On one hand, there was pride and regret over the national team's first ever World Cup appearance, on the other shock at the tournament's endless stream of stunning upsets. For Li Ran, this was the busiest, yet most fulfilling period since his rebirth. While putting the final polish on his forward-thinking thesis on the modern goalkeeper, he also watched like a calm bystander as the World Cup's script unfolded exactly in accordance with his memory, without the slightest deviation. Who could have imagined it? The defending champions France failed to win a single match in the group stage, scored no goals at all, and simply went home. And Argentina, Batistuta, Veron Crespo. With such a luxurious lineup, they also went home. In the dormitory, Chun Hui and Lu Pin pored over the sports section of the newspaper every day, heaving sighs of regret. That day, it was Li Ran's turn to undergo his graduation thesis defense. Dressed in a crisp white shirt, he stepped onto the podium facing 3 senior professors from the Institute of Physical Education. His thesis, titled The Significance of the Modern Football Goalkeeper from Passive Defender to Initiator of Active Attack, had already astounded his supervisor. Dear professors, my core argument is that since FIFA's 1990 amendment to the offside rule in favor of attackers, the tactical value of counter-offside has been amplified to an unprecedented degree. This objectively dictates that the space between the defensive line and the goalkeeper must be more effectively controlled. At the same time, epitomized by Coach Sachai's zonal pressing practice at AC Milan, modern football places increasingly high demands on formation compactness and collective coordination. When these two major trends converge, a logical inevitability emerges: the defensive line must advance as a whole, compressing the space in midfield. This in turn sets forth a new and revolutionary requirement for the goalkeeper. He can no longer cling to his goal line. He must possess the capability and awareness to expand his defensive territory, moving forward to the edge of the penalty area to fulfill the role of a traditional sweeper. I call this new type of goalkeeper the sweeper keeper. His ability to release the ball with his feet will become the first launching point for the team's transition from defense to offense, directly determining the quality and tempo of counterattacks. At that, an elderly professor in the audience frowned and interrupted. Li Ran, your proposition is far too audacious. A goalkeeper's primary responsibility is to defend, overemphasizing his attacking attributes. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Legends like Kahn of Germany and Schmeichel of Denmark became greats because of their incomparable shot-stopping abilities. Li Ran smiled and nodded, responding calmly. Professor, you are right. Formidable shot-stopping is the foundation. But what I intend to say is that it is merely the threshold for an excellent goalkeeper. As for top-level goalkeepers, the future will inevitably belong to those who can use their feet to create tactical transformations for their teams. Let us imagine when your goalkeeper can participate in backfield distribution like a defender. Your team will always have an extra man in the rear compared to the opponent. Without question, Lee Rand's thesis was rated excellent and received the highest score in the college for that year. With unquestionable professional competence, he had drawn a perfect full stop to his undergraduate career. Next, Lee Rand needed to claim his life startup capital. Early the next morning in the VIP reception room of the Provincial Sports Lottery Administration Center, the cold air from the air conditioner made one's skin tighten. The office director courteously poured Lee Rand a glass of water, his face wearing a formulaic amiability. "Mr. Lee, you are truly young and promising. Could you let us verify your lottery ticket?" The financial clerk beside him fiddled with the computer, wearing a professional indifference toward yet another young man who had gotten rich by sheer dumb luck. "Let's cash in the small one first." Lee Rand took out a 4-goal game lottery ticket from his backpack and pushed it forward. The clerk took it, scanning and checking it with practiced ease. The next moment her fingers paused over the keyboard. "First prize." She looked up, a trace of genuine curiosity showing through her professional smile. "Congratulations, Mr. Lee. The first prize payout for this draw is quite substantial, 1,000 yuan. The director also smiled in agreement. "A fine start. Winning this game is not easy. Mr. Lee, your skill is remarkable." In his view, this was already the pinnacle of the young man's luck. Lee Rand did not respond, but took out a second lottery ticket from his backpack and placed it on the table. It was the 6-match halftime full-time ticket. "Please, this one as well." The clerk took it again. The moment she read the betting information and entered it into the system, her hand stiffened. The winning notice popping up on the computer screen drained the color from her face. Without a word, she raised her head abruptly and stared intently at her director. Sensing something amiss, the director hurried over, leaned down to look at the screen, and his breath froze instantly. "The single bet prize is 8,000 yuan. The clerk's voice was dry and hoarse, as if it were not issuing from her own throat. The director's smile froze solid. He let out a dry cough to conceal his loss of composure, only to find his facial muscles completely beyond his command. "And Mr. Lee, this." A 20-year-old young man casually took out 2 tickets and won 9,000 yuan. This could no longer be explained by luck or skill. Yet Lee Rand's performance was only just beginning. Meeting their dazed and even slightly fearful gaze, he drew out from the very bottom of his backpack the thick multiple bet ticket for the win-draw-win game, which had cost him 1,024 yuan. Slap. The ticket was placed on the table, a soft sound, yet like a heavy sledgehammer, smashing onto their hearts. "Sorry, but this one is the main course for today." The clerk's hands trembled. Almost reverently, she took the ticket with quivering fingers. As she typed the final confirmation number on the keyboard, bang! The office director sprung up from the sofa, his chair scraping backward with a piercing screech. He pointed at the 3 thin slips on the table, then at the calm-faced Lee Rand, feeling his worldview being pounded to fragments by the young man before him. On the screen, those words seemed to radiate searing heat. "First prize. Only 2 winning tickets nationwide. Prize per ticket. 25,000 yuan." The clerk's body went limp as if all her bones had been removed as she collapsed into the back of the chair, muttering unconscious words. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The entire VIP room was trapped in deathly silence. Lee Rand finally raised his head, breaking the frozen air. Looking at the 2 completely unhinged staff members, he calmly did the math for them. 1,000 plus 8,000 plus 25,000. That comes to 34,000. Calculated at the 20 incidental income tax rate, I should receive 27,200. Did I get it right? After Lee Rand finally completed all formalities, when that life-changing sum arrived in his bank account, he left through a private passage under the nearly worshipful gazes of the director and the clerk. He knew that from this day forward his name would become an inexplicable mystery in this sports lottery center. The World Cup frenzy was still raging and graduation was only days away. After that life-altering windfall had transformed from a string of digits in his bank account into a quiet confidence, Lee Rand dialed the number of the woman he had met only once. "Teacher Zhao, this is Lee Rand," he said in a steady, direct tone. "I'd like to meet you in person to finalize the plan. When would you be available?" On the other end of the line, Zhao Qian was evidently impressed by the name and replied at once, "Of course, I remember you, Lee. Are you free at 2 this afternoon? Let's meet and talk in detail." "Fine, see you at 2. At 2 in the afternoon, Lee Rand pushed open the glass door of Qihong Overseas Study precisely on time. There was no reception desk and no unnecessary pleasantries. Zhao Qian sat in the same semi-open glass booth as last time, dressed in a gray business suit with her hair tied up high like a sword poised to strike. On the desk before her lay only a glass of water and an open file. She didn't even stand up, she simply raised her chin, gesturing for Lee Rand to sit. "Lee, before you say anything, let me state my conclusion first." Zhao Qian lightly tapped the file with her fingertip, her tone so calm it was almost cold. "It's the end of June now. All universities in the UK closed their application windows for the September-autumn intake months ago. Following the normal process, you've already lost a year." Her words were like a bucket of ice water, enough to extinguish any ordinary graduate's illusions. But Lee Rand's heart remained utterly undisturbed. He hadn't come here to follow the normal process. He looked at Zhao Qian calmly and said, "Teacher Zhao, I understand the conventional procedures. But my requirement has been only one from start to finish. I must set foot on British soil this year. Zhao Qian's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. That goes against the rules. It's nearly impossible. Nothing is impossible, Li Ran interrupted, leaning forward slightly with a commanding presence. Especially when the money is in place. He looked straight at Zhao Qian and laid his cards on the table. Teacher Zhao, let's speak frankly. Last time you told me you could share some alternative routes. Let's forget your standard packages. Let's talk about a results-driven customized service. I'm willing to pay 50,000 yuan as the fee for this special arrangement. This money buys your expertise, your connections, and your ability to solve this impossible problem. My goal remains unchanged. The path is yours to design. 50,000. Zhao Qian almost thought she had misheard, her hand frozen in midair while holding the glass. The figure was far beyond any expedited or special case fee standard in the industry. She lifted her head, sharply reassessing the young man before her. The calm certainty in his eyes combined with the number he had quoted struck her with an impact that made her heart race. He did not resemble a student seeking help. He was clearly a client holding a hefty check, caring only about results and not about the process. This kind of case, challenging the impossible, along with the generous reward behind it, instantly ignited her fighting spirit as a top-tier consultant. She fell silent for nearly a minute, rapidly calculating every possibility in her mind. Finally, she looked up, her eyes gleaming with professional brilliance. As for regular master's applications, they are indeed impossible. But, she leaned forward slightly, her tone turning focused and forceful. There is one more way, a single narrow gate. However, it requires you to be outstanding enough yourself. Li, how were your grades during your time at university? Above average, Li Ran answered. However, I just obtained my diploma and degree certificate with a thesis that scored the highest in the college this year. That's simply excellent. Zhao Qian seemed to have found the final puzzle piece. The University of Liverpool has its own language center. We can use the fact that your IELTS score doesn't meet the requirement yet to apply for the pre-master's language course, starting from September to December this year. Under this title, the school has independent enrollment quotas and a flexible timeline. She looked at Li Ran, speaking faster. I'll prepare a very persuasive personal statement for you emphasizing your passion and unique insights into sports management and attach your excellent thesis as proof of academic ability to secure you a package offer combining the language course and next September's master's program. This way you can legitimately obtain a visa and report to the University of Liverpool this year. You'll have nearly a full year to study and live within the main campus, adapting to everything in advance. As long as you pass the internal language exam at the end of the course, you can seamlessly transition into the master's program next September. This is the only legitimate plan under the current circumstances that lets you set foot on British soil this year. After hearing this, a knowing smile finally spread across Li Ran's face. He knew he had bet correctly. Money, after all, was the fastest key to unlocking all possibilities. Professional, he praised sincerely. Very good. Zhao Qian slid a contract and a POS machine toward him. Swipe the card and sign, and we'll be in the same boat. Without hesitation, Li Ran entered his password and signed. The whole process was smooth as flowing water. When the transaction receipt printed out, Zhao Qian's smile blossomed fully. Pleasure doing business, Li. Now it's your turn. She suddenly shifted gears, her expression turning serious once more. Although this language course application doesn't have a high overall requirement, you still need a basic IELTS score, at least 5. Our application process plus the time waiting for the school to issue the admission notice usually takes about 2 months. She pointed to the calendar on the wall where a date had been circled in red. That means you must provide me with an IELTS report scoring no less than 5 by the end of August at the latest. Otherwise, you'll miss the final enrollment date for the September language course, and all our efforts so far will have been in vain. Her gaze sharpened, both examining and warning. Li Ran, let me be blunt. The 50,000 you paid today buys the narrow gate I found for you and the professional services of my team. It does not buy a miracle. I've paved the path for you, but the mountain of IELTS 5 foot is one you'll have to climb barehanded in less than 2 months. I've seen too many students as smart as you who tripped over English, the most basic yet hardest hurdle. She looked at Li Ran, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of her lips. Don't disappoint me, and don't let your own money go to waste. After stepping out of the study abroad agency, Li Ran felt a surge of strength filling his entire body. The collaboration he had secured with Zhao Qian acted like a potent dose of adrenaline injected into his dormant soul, finally giving his grand blueprint a solid piece of ground upon which to take root. He glanced at his watch. Less than 2 months remained until the end of August deadline Zhao Qian had set. Time was the one luxury he could not afford to waste at this moment. On Shuyin Road, billboards of various training institutions dazzled the eye. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ran walked straight into the most impressive-looking IELTS training center with the loudest advertisements. He was received by a meticulously made-up course consultant. After Li Ran directly stated his request of reaching an IELTS score above 5 within 1 month, she flashed a professional, slightly skeptical smile. Young man, your goal is quite challenging. I recommend our summer intensive group course, which can improve your listening, speaking, reading, and writing skills within a month. The tuition is 4,800 yuan. Alternatively, you can consider our guaranteed score class. If your test results do not meet the target, we will refund the tuition in full. This one is slightly pricier at 6,000 yuan. Li Ran shook his head, his voice calm, yet resolute. Group classes are too slow, the pace doesn't fit me. I need the most efficient plan. He looked at the consultant and said in an unquestionable tone, I need your center's best teacher for VIP one-on-one instruction. Starting tomorrow until the day I take the exam, I need at least 4 hours a day, mornings for listening and speaking, afternoons for reading and writing. As for the course fee, he paused. I can pay double the highest hourly rate on your price list. The course consultant was completely stunned. She quickly sized up Li Ran, whose eyes held not the slightest trace of jest. She did a quick mental calculation. VIP one-on-one courses were already expensive, and double the price meant a monthly tuition as staggering as to make any ordinary working-class family balk. Sir. Her address had unconsciously shifted from young man to sir, and her tone had turned much more earnest. Are you sure? I'm sure. Money is not the issue. What I need is efficiency and results. Li Ran cut her off, leaning forward slightly, as an invisible pressure enveloped her. I need you to prove right now that your trump card teacher is worthy of the price and time I'm paying. Overwhelmed by the pressure, she immediately dropped her professional smile and stood up. All right, Mr. Li, I'll contact the 2 directors of our teaching department right away. In the days that followed, Li Ran's life became extremely regular. By day, he absorbed knowledge like a sponge in the training center. To improve his efficiency, he stopped going home at night altogether, instead immersing himself in practice tests and listening materials at the school library. When tired, he would simply return to the dormitory to sleep. On June 18th, the World Cup round of 16 featured a globally watched marquee match, the Azzurri of Italy versus the host nation South Korea. In the evening, the dorm mates gathered once more before the television. At his roommate's invitation, Li Ran also made a rare pause in his studies to watch the match with them. After all, graduation was imminent, and such moments would only grow fewer. This match shouldn't have any suspense, right? Lupin was the first to speak, looking at the starting lineups on TV. As long as Italy plays normally, beating South Korea by 2 goals is the minimum requirement. Hard to say. After watching this World Cup, I feel nothing is impossible, replied Zhou Yang, the honest one. Li Ran, however, looked at Chun Hui with interest and teased, Brother Hui, aren't you acting as the bookmaker today? Since the opening match, Chun Hui had become much more zen. Rattled by the frequent upsets, he had long since stopped making any moves. He waved his hand with a wry smile. Li Ran, stop teasing me. This World Cup is really crazy. I'd better just watch the game quietly. Then he couldn't help but start his analytical breakdown. But to be fair, teams in the group stage hadn't yet found their form. Especially the big clubs, having just finished their league campaigns before coming to the tournament, were certainly fatigued. But now in the knockout stage, with the loser going home, the strong teams are bound to show their true strength. Take today's match, for instance. Don't be fooled by the South Korean side's home field advantage. When they meet the Italian artillery, they'll have no chance. I think Italy will win by at least 3 goals. His analysis immediately drew frequent nods from Lupin and Zhou Yang, and everyone voiced their support for Italy, just as they had done in the opening match between France and Senegal. Seeing this one, you also, asked Li Ran with a mischievous grin. Old Li, you haven't said who you support today. Don't tell me it's the South Koreans again. All eyes once again focused on Li Ran. He picked up a can of beer, but didn't drink. He simply turned it around in his hand absent-mindedly. He looked around at his expectant roommates and said slowly, what you've said about strength, form, and home advantage is all correct. But in a football match, especially at this level of knockout stage, there are too many factors that can influence the outcome. He paused, watching the players from both sides walk onto the pitch on the screen, then spoke slowly. Tonight, what determines the direction of the match may not be how many goals Italy scores, nor how many kilometers South Korea runs. Rather than keeping your eyes on the ball, you might want to watch the man in black who runs the most on the pitch, but never touches the ball. The one in black. The referee. Chun Hui asked, puzzled. Li Ran nodded and added with a profound gaze, sometimes the one who blows the whistle has far more influence over a match's direction than those who kick the ball. Just wait and see. Italy will have a very hard time today. With that, he fell silent, leaning back in his chair like a prophet awaiting the show to begin. The match began. In the first half, Vieri scored, giving Italy the lead. The dormitory immediately burst into brief cheers. Hey, I told you. With this kind of strength on display, there's no way the referee can blow the ball into South Korea's goal, is there? Chun Hui said with a smile, his tense nerves relaxing. But as the game progressed, they gradually sensed something was wrong. Every ruling by the referee Mourinho seemed to subtly favor the home team. In the second half, South Korea miraculously equalized. The match went into extra time, when Totti fell in the penalty area and Mourinho unhesitatingly produced a second yellow card, sending him off for diving. Chun Hui suddenly recalled Li Ran's words. A chill surged through him. What was even more outrageous still lay ahead. Playing a man down, Italy managed a golden goal through Tomasai, only for the referee to disallow it for a baffling offside call. I can't watch this anymore. Lupin was so frustrated that he wanted to turn off the TV. Just as the Italian players were on the verge of mental collapse, in the 117th minute of extra time, On Young-hwan completed a golden goal header to seal the victory. Italy was eliminated in the most humiliating and unbelievable manner. Rigged. This is absolutely rigged. Furious roars came from the neighboring dormitory, and the whole building was filled with denunciations of the referee. Only Li Ran's dormitory was unusually quiet. After a long while, Chun Hui walked shakily to Li Ran's side, his voice trembling. "Brotherly, you told us to watch the referee. Did you already know that this match wasn't clean?" Li Ran slowly opened his eyes. He had been resting with his eyes closed all along. Meeting the gaze of his roommates, a mixture of awe and fear, he calmly asked in return, "Now do you understand what the host's buff means?" Li Ran's latest, miraculous prediction had elevated his status in the dormitory to that of a living deity. Chun Hui and Lu Pin now looked at him as though he were some supernatural being disguised in human form, and they no longer dared to discuss any football predictions with him. It felt like showing off their trivial skills before a true god. For Li Ran, however, all of this was merely a minor interlude in his long-term plan. Over the following days, he devoted all his energy to preparing for the IELTS. Time flew by, and soon commencement day arrived. Li Ran and his roommates put on their slightly oversized academic gowns and took photos all around the familiar campus as keepsakes. While the university president delivered the usual cliched blessings at the ceremony, Li Ran felt an extraordinary surge of emotion in his heart. For him, the chance to once again attend a graduation ceremony of his youth, brimming with infinite possibilities and unknown horizons, was in itself the finest gift fate could offer. As everyone tossed their caps high into the sky, the flying caps resembled a flock of dark birds, signaling the end of one chapter of life. That night after the ceremony was the farewell dinner for Li Ran and his roommates. At the barbecue stall behind the school, where they had eaten for 4 years, the aroma of beer and grilled skewers mingled with the melancholy of parting. I'm planning to go back to my hometown," said Wang Yu, usually the noisiest of the group, now sounding somewhat dejected. "My dad found me a job in a public institution in the county. It's not very exciting, but it's stable. I plan to stay in the provincial capital for 2 more years. Lu Pin took a big gulp of beer to see if I can find a decent company. If not, I'll go back too." The honest and unassuming Zhou Yang pushed up his glasses and said, "I'm going to take the postgraduate entrance exam right here at our own university." Chun Hui looked at Li Ran with a complex expression. "Brotherly, what about you? You must have a big plan, right?" Everyone's gaze focused on Li Ran. Li Ran smiled, picked up his glass, and stood up. "I'm going to the UK to study and then stay there to work." He calmly stated the fact. "The UK, The crowd burst into exclamations. "Awesome, Brother Ran. I knew you weren't ordinary." As everyone was about to ask more questions, Xiao Ji, who had been silent all along, slowly raised his glass and gestured for everyone to quiet down. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. Li Ran, his voice was soft yet clear enough for everyone present to hear. "Do you still remember what you were like a month ago before your thesis defense?" Li Ran was taken aback and said nothing. Xiao Ji continued on his own. "Back then you spent most of your time in internet cafes staring at the computer screen, barely taking your eyes off it except to eat and sleep." He paused, sweeping his gaze across everyone at the table. "But in just that short month, I felt as if you had become a completely different person." His gaze returned to Li Ran, filled with curiosity and confusion. "The thesis you wrote was praised even by the professors. And then like crazy you were the first to get up every day and the last to sleep, desperately learning English. Others might not have noticed, but I saw it all." Xiao Ji raised his glass and gently tapped it on the table, producing a soft sound that seemed to strike everyone's heart. "People like us are like standing by a river, not knowing what the other side looks like, so we feel lost and hesitate about how to cross. But you, the feeling you give me is that you already know what scenery awaits on the other shore. You're not preparing, you're on your way, charging toward a clear goal. I can't see through you, but I admire you. This glass is my toast to you. No matter what you do in the future, I believe you will definitely succeed." Li Ran looked at these lively and sincere faces before him, and a warm current surged in his heart. "Come on, brothers," he raised his glass high. "To our respective futures, to our 4 years of youth, bottoms up." Bottoms up. The glasses clinked with a crisp sound, shattering the 4 years of time. The next day, after waving goodbye to his roommates one by one, Li Ran once again threw himself into his grueling IELTS sprint. After a few more days of classes, Teacher Wang, who was in charge of his VIP course, looked at Li Ran's score report after a mock test, her face full of amazement and confusion. "Li Ran, your rate of progress is astonishing." Teacher Wang adjusted her glasses. "Especially your vocabulary, it's quite extraordinary. Your grammar and oral fluency do still need a lot of practice to improve. But," she pointed to the reading and listening sections of the score report, "your recognition of many academic terms, and even some obscure nouns, far exceeds the level of an average college student. Many core IELTS words seem like you were born knowing them. You almost never get them wrong. Can you tell me why?" Li Ran smiled. He knew this was one of the most precious legacies left from his previous life. He scratched his head and in a half-truthful tone gave the explanation he had long prepared. "Teacher Wang, to be honest, I don't have many hobbies, but I'm obsessed with a computer game called Football Manager. In order to understand the detailed player statistics, team tactical reports, scout emails, and various options for communicating with the board, I played the original English version. That game has an enormous amount of text," he continued. "It's filled with specialized vocabulary in areas such as economy, management, contract tactics, psychology, medicine, and more. To really understand it, I had to use a dictionary and memorize words one by one. Maybe It was a coincidence, but many of those words overlapped with the IELTS vocabulary list. Teacher Wang suddenly realized the truth, and an excited light shone on her face. She finally understood. This student before her was not a blank slate, but a piece of uncut jade with a remarkable talent tree. His English ability was extremely unbalanced. His practical application skills were weak, but his foundational vocabulary had been built on an exceptionally solid base due to this peculiar experience. Teacher Wang's eyes sparkled like someone discovering a gem. She adjusted her glasses and said with barely contained excitement, "I see. I understand now. Li Ran, you're not starting from zero. You have hidden treasures waiting to be unearthed. You've already tackled on your own the part that takes the most time to memorize." She looked at Li Ran, her eyes filled with unprecedented confidence. "Li Ran, I promise you with your current vocabulary foundation plus our targeted application skills training from now on by the end of July, let alone the end of August, I can be 100% sure that you'll get the score you want." One day Li Ran arrived at the VIP classroom as usual. Today there was one more person in the room, a tall white man with deep-set eyes and wavy flaxen hair. "Li Ran, this is Robert," Teacher Wang introduced. "He is a foreign teacher specially invited by our center for you. For the coming period, he will serve as your oral English conversation partner and simulate real-life dialogue scenarios." "Hello, Li Ran." Robert smiled and extended his hand. His Chinese carried an unusual accent. "Hello, Robert." Li Ran replied in English, a little nervous, clearly not very confident about his English. After the exchange of greetings, Robert warmly invited Li Ran to take a seat. To ease Li Ran's nerves, Robert decided to begin with his interests. In English, Robert asked Li Ran, "Let's first talk about your hobbies. Can you tell me what you usually enjoy doing?" With Teacher Wang's help in translating, Li Ran replied, "I usually enjoy going online to play games and football." When the word football left Li Ran's lips, Robert's eyes brightened at once, as if he had found a kindred spirit. The professional smile of a language teacher became the genuine warmth of one football fan meeting another. "Oh, football. Brilliant," he said, rubbing his hands together eagerly. "Which team do you support? The mighty Manchester United, or the elegant Arsenal?" Li Ran shook his head. "I prefer Liverpool's resolute spirit." "A red." Robert chuckled. "Well, at least you're not a fan of that other team next door." "I'm from Manchester, but I'm not a Manchester United supporter. I support Manchester City." True Mancunians all support City. In 2002, Manchester City were still a small club drifting between the Premier League and the second tier, far from the oil-funded powerhouse they would later become. Supporting City was all the more proof of one's local status. The shared passion dissolved the language barrier at once. Their conversation naturally turned to the recently concluded World Cup. Robert was still troubled by England's quarter-final defeat to Brazil. "Our tactics were far too rigid. We have Beckham, the finest crosser in the world," Robert went on, "yet we only kept him on the wing, whipping in one cross after another. What a waste." Li Ran took a deep breath, working hard to form the sentence in his mind. He first pointed to one side of the table and said wing, then shook his head firmly, then pointed to the deeper midfield area and stammered out the key English words, "No. His position. Back here. Deep lying. Playmaker." Teacher Wang understood immediately and quickly added a translation for Robert. "Li Ran means he shouldn't be a traditional winger, but a deep-lying playmaker. Imagine what would happen if Beckham's position were moved deeper into the center of midfield. He could completely escape the tight marking of the opposing fullbacks." Li Ran gestured on the table and gained the broadest view of the pitch. He wouldn't need to sprint or dribble past anyone. He would only need to lift his foot and use his scalpel like long passes to find any striker directly. He would become the team's attacking playmaker, like a quarterback in American football, initiating every offensive move. "Quarterback." Robert murmured the word, his expression shifting completely. He was a devoted fan, but he had never heard anyone use quarterback to describe Beckham. The metaphor was precise, bold, and full of imaginative vision. It was not something an ordinary fan would think of. It was more like the tactical thinking of a top-level coach. Robert immediately wanted to discover more from this wellspring of insight. "All right, Li Ran, I admit you really know your stuff. Then why not help me look at my team, Manchester City? We've just returned to the Premier League, and everyone sees us as relegation candidates. What do you think we should do?" It was a typical fan's question. What Robert expected was no more than buy a good striker or solidify the defense. Li Ran thought for a moment, aware that it was time to reveal his true understanding. Staying up is only a short-term goal. That vision is too narrow. Li Ran shook his head and said slowly, "A correct system matters more than one or two good players." Looking at Robert's puzzled face, he continued, "What feeling does today's Premier League give its fans? Its speed, its physicality, its crude long ball directness. Most teams play a rigid 4-4-2, organizing attack and defense by the book. But think about it. Why do fans all over the world love watching Real Madrid, Barcelona, AC Milan, and even Arsenal?" Li Ran's voice carried a clarity that saw to the heart of the matter. "Because their football is beautiful. It flows and brims with creativity rather than being a hollow vessel of mere strength. The future belongs to technique and control. If the Premier League wants to become the top league, it must abandon that outdated approach." He gestured with his hands again. "The midfield can no longer be two parallel lines. It must have layers forming a solid triangle, one holding deep to defend and sweep up, while two more flexible players push forward. Only then can you truly control the match." What he was describing was precisely the 4-3-3 system that more than a decade later would be championed by the likes of Guardiola and Klopp and would reshape the Premier League. The relaxed look on Robert's face was gone, replaced by a quiet mixture of surprise and focus. Every word from Lee Ran challenged the conventional thinking he had held for decades as an English football fan. It gently deflated his pride as someone from the home of football. Goodness, Lee Ran. Robert looked at him with admiration that was almost hard to believe. Your insight is so profound. Are you really just a fan? These views are 100 times more insightful than those so-called football experts in our national newspapers. Lee Ran only smiled modestly. They're just a few immature thoughts of mine. Robert said sincerely, no, your thoughts are very mature and remarkably interesting. Lee Ran, I think you might want to change the way you practice English. He picked up a piece of paper and a pen and wrote down a web address. Rote memorization is far too dull. Since your understanding of football is so deep, why not go where fans truly exchange ideas? That is the most vivid language environment. He handed the note to Lee Ran. This is a BBS forum that British fans visit most often. It's called The Scout. You can go there and take a look. It has all kinds of discussions about tactics, players, transfers, and more. It will greatly improve your reading ability. He looked at Lee Ran, blinked, and added with a smile, and if you try writing the ideas you just shared with me as a post in English, I guarantee you'll receive many friendly greetings from British fans. Engaging with them in English is the fastest way to sharpen your writing. Lee Ran accepted the note, carefully, a quiet stir of excitement rising in his heart. Robert had not only found an excellent path for Lee Ran to learn English, but had also opened a precious door for him to reach, understand, and even influence English football discourse ahead of time. In the final days before graduation, Lee Ran's life was split into two distinct halves. By day, the VIP classroom was a tedious battlefield for IELTS preparation. At night, the library's electronic reading room led to another world. A brand new hunting ground where a few keystrokes could stir up storms thousands of miles away. Robert's words were like a pebble cast into the still lake of his mind, the ripples still unsettled. It was more than merely advice to learn English. It was a declaration of war, a challenge issued by modern football thinking against outdated arrogance. And Lee Ran would be the sole prophet. He sat before the computer, the cold glow of the screen illuminating his composed face. In the browser's address bar, he typed letter by letter the URL that would change everything. UK. He pressed enter. A crude web page in red and white with the design frozen in the previous century appeared. At the top, pixel art lettering displayed the forum's name, The Scout. This was his starting point. He clicked register, and the cursor blinked quietly in the ID field. What identity should he assume to descend upon this world? Countless ideas flashed through his mind, but ultimately all faded into silence. He needed no flamboyant alias. The purest form was the most devastating. He typed two letters L.N. Registration successful. As Robert had said, this was an online pub for English football fans. At that moment, the forum's homepage was dominated by the World Cup elimination. Endless repetitive complaints thick with frustration, indignation, and cheap fantasies about the future. Lee Ran's gaze swept across the headlines like a wolf surveying its territory, quickly filtering out meaningless emotional noise. He was searching for the perfect entry point, a battlefield where he could make his name in a single stroke. Soon he zeroed in on the three hottest threads. The first battlefield was a debate about money. Manchester United was preparing to splash $30 million for Leeds United's centre-back Rio Ferdinand. At that time, the figure was absolutely astronomical. 9 out of 10 responses in the thread mocked United for being insane. A perfect example of fools with deep pockets. Lee Ran read these short-sighted remarks with utter calm. He couldn't even be bothered to open a new thread. He simply typed his first words into the reply box. L.N. replied, "You are arguing over the price, but Sir Ferguson is thinking about who will win the titles for the next 5 years." The core of this deal was never money. It was tactics. How many times was United's defense torn apart last season by the pace of Henry and Pires? What Ferguson is buying is not just a defender, but the antidote to Henry. This is a strategic investment, not an impulsive purchase. Now does $30 million still seem too much for a weapon that can neutralize Arsenal's ace? No wasted words. Every word struck the core. He hit send, then refreshed the page. The dozens of posts arguing over the price seemed to be frozen by a pause button. A few seconds later, the tide began to turn. The antidote to Henry. Damn, that actually makes sense. From a tactical standpoint, it does seem to hold up. Who is this L.N.? A newbie. Sharp angle of analysis. Lee Ran knew the first move had been right. Next came the second battlefield. A hot thread discussed Liverpool's prospects for the new season. The Reds fans were celebrating the signing of Senegal's World Cup surprises, Diouf and Diao, believing the team now had the strength to topple Manchester United and Arsenal. Blind optimism is the breeding ground for failure, Lee Ran thought. This time he chose to open a new thread with a title that was restrained, even somewhat humble. Title: Some Sober Thoughts on Liverpool's Summer Signings. Posted by L.N. Allow me to pour cold water on the celebration. A player's national team form and the Premier League are two different worlds. Diouf's brilliance at the World Cup was built on vast spaces for counterattacks and his unquestioned status as the team's tactical centerpiece. But in the Premier League, he will face a packed penalty area with 10 men behind the ball week after week. He will have no space and no time. His technical weaknesses will be magnified endlessly. Liverpool's true weakness is not the wings, but the midfield. They lack a creator who can deliver killer passes like Beckham or Pires. A true commander. No matter how much money you spend on the wrong path, you will never reach the right destination. This post was no longer analysis, it was a verdict. The effect was immediate. Within less than a minute, a flood of greetings poured into the thread. Another bloody Londoner jealous of us. Do you even understand football? Have you ever watched youth play? The IDLN was becoming known across the entire forum at remarkable speed. Now everything was in place. He opened the third thread, his true target of the night, about the conflict between Barcelona's new manager Van Gaal and the club's biggest star Rivaldo. Fans were fiercely debating the age-old topic of which matters more, superstars or tactics. Lee Ran looked at the arguments and shook his head. Ridiculous. You have no idea how cold and calculated the business maneuvering behind this is. He took a deep breath and typed out the wildest, most arrogant title of the night. Stop arguing, and I will tell you Rivaldo's fate. In the post, he abandoned all pretense of analysis or discussion. He used a tone of stating established facts as if he were a deity. First, there is no such word as king in Van Gaal's tactical dictionary. Anyone who challenges his authority must leave no matter who he is. Second, and most critically, you have all overlooked Barcelona's financial statements. They simply cannot afford Rivaldo's top salary. The so-called tactical conflict is merely their excuse to shed this salary burden with dignity. So stop guessing how much Real Madrid will offer. Because here's the truth. Barcelona, in order to preserve the manager's authority and get rid of this salary, will make one of the maddest decisions in football history. They will not sell Rivaldo. They will choose to terminate the contract of the FIFA World Player of the Year outright. He will leave on a free transfer. His next destination is AC Milan. The post was published. It was as if a depth charge had been dropped into the forum. After a brief dead silence, came a volcanic eruption. This time it was not anger, but pure undisguised mockery and contempt. I swear this is the dumbest, most absurd post I've ever seen on the Scout. Nothing else comes close. Terminate the World Player of the Year's contract. Do you think the Barcelona president is that fool next door to your house? This guy is just a clown seeking attention. Where are the moderators? Ban him. Lee Ran leaned back in his chair, watching the snowstorm of insults and mockery rolling across the screen, the corners of his mouth curling upward involuntarily. He did not close the webpage. Instead, he savored the storm he had created. Keyboards. He thought. I hope your keyboards are of good quality. Because before long you'll be using them to type L.N. is a god. In the latter half of July, just as Lee Ran was fully immersed in his final IELTS sprint, nearly cut off from the world, the deep water bomb he had planted on the Scout forum finally exploded. A breaking news story spread across the world through Reuters and major sports media outlets. FC Barcelona officially announced through mutual agreement the contract with their Brazilian star and former FIFA World Player of the Year Rivaldo has been terminated early. Effective immediately, Rivaldo became a free agent. This news left the entire football world speechless, while the Scout forum was struck by a direct cyberquake. Someone immediately dug up Lee Ran's God-tier prophecy post that had long been drowned in ridicule. My God, that guy called L.N. was right. He said a week ago that Barcelona would terminate the contract with Rivaldo. FCK, I apologize for my previous ignorance. What's going on? He not only predicted the outcome correctly, he even got the most unlikely method, contract termination, right. Who is he? Is he Rivaldo's relative? Or a close friend of Van Gaal? This is definitely insider information. 100% insider news. Immediately following that, days later, AC Milan officially announced they had signed free agent Rivaldo. All of Lee Ran's prophecies from his posts came true within just 10 days. In an instant, the entire forum was frantically discussing this mysterious Eastern IDLN. His posts were pinned, highlighted, and worshipped. Those who had previously mocked him were quick to leave apologetic comments beneath his posts, while many more frantically viewing him as an insider with access to club executives and the emperor of insider information. And at this moment, this online prophet, whom countless people were frantically searching for, was completely immersed in his final IELTS sprint at the school library, oblivious to the world around him. The night before the exam, Lee Ran stayed up late studying at the library until closing time. The desks and floor were piled high with A4 papers covered in notes and various IELTS textbooks. The air was thick with the blended scent of coffee and ink. For this past month, this had been his trench. Unlike other test takers who anxiously crammed through past papers or predicted questions before the exam, he was like a surgeon performing a final equipment check before a delicate operation. He ran through his compiled oral question bank and the writing templates he had memorized in his mind, ensuring everything was foolproof. At midnight, he closed his books, returned to his dorm, and without a trace of nervousness or anxiety laid down and fell into a deep sleep. He knew all his preparations had reached their peak. Exam day, morning written test. As the listening section began and the standard clear British pronunciation came through his headphones, Lee Ran actually found it somewhat slow. After enduring the baptism of BBC News and Robert's rapid-fire speaking style, this exam pace was simply beginner mode for him. The reading section was an unexpected home field for him. 3 lengthy academic articles span sociology and economics with strong professionalism. But thanks to his past life's extensive reading of various analysis reports to thoroughly study Football Manager, he had accumulated business and academic vocabulary far beyond his peers. Those professional terms and complex sentences that gave other candidates headaches were merely logical modules he could quickly decompose in his eyes. For the crucial writing exam, after receiving the essay, promptly ran thought for only half a minute before immediately retrieving his prepared template no. 3-inch from his mind. Like a skilled craftsman, using the most straightforward yet reliable grammar and sentence structures, he filled his viewpoints into this pre-built framework piece by piece. In the afternoon, the speaking exam. This was the section he felt least confident about yet had prepared most thoroughly. When the examiner handed him a Part 2 topic card, he glanced at the question, "Describe a news event you heard recently that you found interesting." Lee Rand was delighted in his heart. This was practically a question tailored just for him. He paused briefly, then began his half-truth narration. "Recently, I heard some news about Brazilian football star Rivaldo." Using the spoken English he had practiced repeatedly over the past month, which wasn't yet perfect, he recounted the ins and outs of Rivaldo's transfer as a story, narrating it with ease. He started with the tactical conflicts between the Barcelona coach and the player, analyzed the club's considerations under financial pressure, and finally described the contract termination, an outcome no one had anticipated, and AC Milan's ultimate involvement. Throughout the entire process, he naturally incorporated advanced vocabulary such as tactical system, financial burden, and contract termination. The white examiner, whose professional listening gradually gave way to increasing interest and surprise in his eyes. When Lee Rand concluded his 2-minute presentation, he knew he had successfully navigated through. Stepping out of the exam hall, the July sunlight was somewhat dazzling. Lee Rand let out a long breath, feeling as though he had just completed a long and arduous battle, his body completely relaxed. Back in the dormitory, he didn't rest, but immediately opened his old laptop. He wanted to return to his altar to enjoy those belated praises and collect his spoils of war. The forum page refreshed. Countless mentions and private message notifications were flashing, but in an instant he spotted that pinned red highlighted private message. The sender's ID wasn't a fanatic fan. It was a real, calm, even imposing name. Paul Joyce. He remembered that name. Before his rebirth, he was the Times' most top-tier football journalist, renowned for precise information and never chasing rumors. A true authority in the industry. Lee Rand opened the message. The content was brief, yet it felt like a cold dagger instantly pressed against his throat. "Mr. L.N. I don't care who you are nor how you managed to do it. My newspaper is willing to pay for your next prophecy. Name your price." After half a month of somewhat agonizing waiting, Lee Rand finally received his IELTS score report. Total score 6.0. This result was even better than he had anticipated. He held the thin score report in his hand, yet felt none of the ecstasy he had expected. When everything is under control, the arrival of a result is merely the completion of a process. He immediately called Zhao Qian and arranged a meeting time. On Shuyuan Road, when Lee Rand stepped into Qihong's study abroad, once again his mindset was entirely different. He was no longer a confused student seeking help, but a client holding all the leverage and arriving to execute his plan. The young receptionist warmly led him to the reception area. Before long, a subtle trace of perfume drifted nearer. Lee Rand looked up, saw Zhao Qian, and paused slightly. Today's Zhao Qian was still dressed in impeccably tailored business attire, yet Lee Rand keenly sensed the difference. Her usual immaculate white shirt had been replaced by a silk version with a softer drape, and one more button was undone than last time, revealing a delicate collarbone necklace and a hint of fine skin. The fragrance she wore also seemed richer and more assertive than he remembered. No longer the off-putting professional scent, but carrying a faint hint of intimacy. She looked at Lee Rand, her eyes revealing undisguised surprise and admiration. "Congratulations, Lee. In all my years in this business, you're one of the rare students with such strong execution. From a vague idea to a qualified score report in just 1 month. You always manage to work wonders." Ahem. Lee Rand felt a bit awkward, but quickly composed himself. "It's mainly because you, Miss Zhao, helped me find the way." He keenly noticed that her praise had begun to drift from the realm of business toward a curiosity about his personal affairs. Sure enough, Zhao Qian shifted the topic away from applications, leaned forward slightly, lowered her voice, and asked in a magnetic tone, "All right, business is settled. Let's talk about something personal. Lee Rand, I've actually been very curious. Are you really going to England in such a hurry and at all costs just to study for a master's degree in sports management?" Her gaze seemed to see through people's hearts. A person who could pay a service fee of 50,000 yuan with such boldness and conquer IELTS in 1 month with such perseverance. His goal can't be as simple as just a degree, can it? It was a probe, and also an advance. Lee Rand did not avoid her gaze. Instead, he met it head on. He smiled, and the earlier student-like awkwardness vanished, replaced by a mature composure tinged with a trace of amusement. He turned the tables and tossed the question back. "Whether my goal is grand or not probably isn't that important. What I'm more curious about," he said slowly, "is why a top-tier professional consultant like you, Miss Zhao, would invest so much personal interest in a seemingly ordinary expedited case like mine." This remark, like a precise through ball, instantly pierced every verbal trap Zhao Qian had laid. She was completely stunned. She had anticipated that Li Ran would be nervous or evasive, but she never imagined he would so calmly shift the focus of the question from himself onto her. The balance of attack and defense shifted in an instant. For the first time, Zhao Qian felt intellectual pressure in front of a man younger than herself. She picked up her glass, took a sip of water to mask her momentary lapse, and then broke into a smile, far more sincere than her earlier deliberate allure, tinged with self-deprecation and helplessness. All right, I admit it. You've successfully aroused even greater curiosity in me. You truly are the most extraordinary client I've ever met. She looked at Li Ran, no longer probing, but with a genuine, equal appreciation in her eyes. You're very mysterious, Li Ran. Perhaps. Zhao Qian smiled at his impeccably guarded demeanor. She took the initiative to steer the conversation back, but her posture was entirely different. All right, since you're so mysterious, then I'll be even more determined to help pave the road to England more steadily for you. A good start, after all, will be helpful for your subsequent mysterious plan. Li Ran walked out of Qihong's study abroad in high spirits. He knew he had thoroughly conquered this shrewd and capable top-tier consultant. Back in his dormitory, he opened his old laptop and logged onto the Scout forum. He needed to deal with the loose end he had left behind. He clicked on the private message from Paul Joyce, the reporter from the Times. My newspaper is willing to pay for your next prediction. Name your price. Li Ran looked at these oppressive words and smiled. He knew the other party was using money to test his depth and force him to reveal his true nature. If he named an astronomical price, they would think he was a fraud. If he named a low price, they would look down on him. This was not just a business offer. It was a psychological game. Li Ran's fingers flew across the keyboard. Instead of replying with a price, he replied with a passage. Mr. Joyce, hello. Thank you for your newspaper's appreciation. I have no interest in money. I am only interested in genuine football. Therefore, I need no payment. But as a gift to show my sincerity, I can free of charge provide you with another piece of inside information about the biggest mystery of this summer. Of course, whether to adopt it or report it depends entirely on the judgment of an industry authority like yourself. He paused, then typed the words that 1 month later would make the entire European football world once again marvel at him. Regarding the transfer of the alien Ronaldo, please ignore all the public acrimonious remarks between Inter Milan president Massimo Moratti and Real Madrid president Florentino Perez. Those are just the most tedious theatrical performances in commercial negotiations. I can tell you clearly this deal will eventually happen. But not this week and not next week. It will happen on the very last day of the transfer window, even the last hour. Because a true galactic superstar always deserves the most magnificent entrance at the final climactic moment. After sending that message in the style of a Riddler, he logged off at once. He knew how staggeringly much information those words contained for a journalist like Joyce. At that time, media worldwide were speculating whether Ronaldo's transfer negotiations had already collapsed. Yet Li Ran not only asserted that the deal would definitely happen, but also precisely predicted that it would be completed in a last-gasp manner. What he wanted was not a one-time tip fee. What he wanted was the standing to make even the Times itself willingly serve as his mouthpiece in the future. Thanks to the efficient coordination of Zhao Qian's professional team, in just 3 weeks Li Ran received the long-awaited package offer from the University of Liverpool. The next step was applying for the visa. With Zhao Qian's full guidance and the expediting power of Li Ran's generous resources, the premium VIP visa service completed everything in merely a week. Li Ran then obtained his passport to the United Kingdom. By then the calendar had just turned to early September. To express his gratitude for Zhao Qian's invaluable assistance over the past month, and to seek advice on arriving in England, Li Ran specially invited her to dinner before his departure. They agreed to meet at the most luxurious Western restaurant in the city. When Li Ran arrived early and saw Zhao Qian approaching gracefully, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Tonight she wore a finely tailored red dress paired with delicate high heels of the same shade. Her hair was elegantly coiled, revealing a swan-like neck. Unlike her usual crisp and capable style, this evening she exuded the poised charm of a mature woman, dignified yet intriguing. Congratulations, Li Ran. You've wrapped everything up so quickly. You're the most efficient client I've ever met. Zhao Qian sat down across from him, her eyes shining with sincere warmth. It's all thanks to you, Miss Zhao, Li Ran said, relaxing as he poured her a glass of red wine. This glass is my heartfelt appreciation. Without you, my plan would have been delayed by a year. Helping a client as interesting as you brings me great fulfillment too. Zhao Qian gently clinked glasses with him, leaving a faint mark on the rim with her coral lips. Li Ran looked at her and asked, by the way, Miss Zhao, earlier you mentioned giving me some surviving in England advice. At that, Zhao Qian elegantly set down her glass and smiled. True survival advice isn't written on a few sheets of paper. When you first arrive in a foreign country, the hardest part is integrating into the local circle and building your own network. She looked at him, paused for a moment as if making a decision, then said, how about this? I'll give you a living survival guide. My younger sister Zhao Ye is studying at the University of the Arts London for her undergraduate degree around your age. That girl may be young, but she's clever. After 2 years there, she's become a true London insider. She knows exactly where to find the best food and the most authentic fan pubs. This was the first time Li Ran had heard that Zhao Qian had a younger sister. Zhao Qian took out her compact Nokia phone and searched for a number. When you get there, if you run into any trouble or want to take a trip to London, feel free to contact her. She can be a little scatterbrained sometimes, but she's very warm-hearted. Just tell her I sent you. She wouldn't dare not help. She wrote a name and a number on a sticky note and slid it toward Li Ran. This? Li Ran was taken aback. I'd hate to put you both to so much trouble. No trouble at all, Zhao Qian said, looking at him with a hint of curiosity and genuine admiration. In our line of work we meet all kinds of people. I can tell you're not like those rich kids who just want to gild themselves abroad. You truly want to build something. My sister is in London. Having a thoughtful, capable friend like you would be good for her too. So consider this a small investment in your potential. Who knows? Maybe we'll have opportunities to cooperate in business someday. Li Ran carefully tucked away the note, nodded solemnly to Zhao Qian, and said with genuine sincerity, "Thank you, Miss Zhao. I won't forget this kindness." On the night before his departure, Li Ran returned home. At the dinner table, there was little conversation. His mother kept placing dishes into his bowl, while his father quietly drank one cup after another. After the meal, Li Ran led his parents to the living room sofa and took out 2 bank cards he had prepared in advance. He placed the first card into his mother's hand. "Mom, this card has 600 yuan in it. The password is your birthday. Please stop being so frugal. Redecorate the old house by something you like, or take a trip with Dad to unwind. Don't worry about me. Your son is capable now." He had calculated it carefully. The total bonus after tax was about 272 million yuan. Agency fees, training costs, exam fees, and living expenses came to just over 1,000. He planned to take 2 million as his startup fund abroad, and the rest would allow his parents to live more comfortably. His mother's tears fell at once. His father Li Jiangwo turned his head away and rubbed his eyes hard. Then Li Ran took out the second card. "Dad, Mom, this card holds the remaining 2 million. It's my fund for studying in England and for future growth. Don't worry, this money is completely clean. It came from a sports lottery I won. Once I make something of myself over there, I'll bring you both over." Li Jiangwo drained the last sip of his drink in one gulp, stood up, and patted Li Ran's shoulder firmly. His hand trembled slightly, and his eyes were red. After a long silence, he said in a hoarse voice, "Good boy. Over there you'll be in a strange land. Be careful in everything, take good care of yourself, and don't let us worry." The next day, in the international departure hall of the airport, Li Ran stood alone beneath the massive flight information board, pulling a sleek, yet understated new suitcase. He glanced at the ticket in his hand. The destination clearly read London. He would fly into Heathrow Airport first, then transfer by train to Liverpool. This first stop might just be the perfect chance to meet that unseen, living survival guide. The substantial sum of 2 million yuan had already been converted into nearly 200,000 pounds in batches through the reliable channel that Zhao Qian had helped arrange. Of that amount, 50,000 pounds was set aside for tuition and living deposits wired in advance into his UK bank account to satisfy the visa requirements. The remainder, the bulk of the funds, was transferred through a private banking channel into an offshore investment account newly opened in his name, ensuring capital safety and flexible access. He carried only a small amount of cash and a credit card with an ample limit for emergencies. This fund was truly his starting capital in England. In his pocket was Zhao Ya's contact information. In his mind was a complete playbook of the world's football for the next 2 decades. He turned around, took one last look at the land where he had lived for decades, and where he had begun anew, then walked decisively toward the security checkpoint. After a grueling flight of over a dozen hours, the aircraft touched down steadily at London's Heathrow Airport. As the cabin door opened, a breath of air mingled with faint perfume, and the cool, damp freshness swept over him. Li Ran knew that at this moment a new chapter in his life had truly begun. He followed the stream of passengers into the arrivals hall. Confronted with a crowd of diverse complexions and the unfamiliar script on the signboards, a peculiar blend of emotions surged within him. The nervousness of first arriving in a foreign land, and an irrepressible excitement for the future about to unfold. After retrieving his luggage, Li Ran found an iconic red public telephone booth in the terminal, and using the number Zhao Qian had given him, dialed the call that would decide the fate of his first stop in Britain. A crisp, pleasant female voice soon came through the receiver. "Hello. Hello, is this Zhao Ya?" "Yes, who is this?" "I'm Li Ran, a friend of your sister Zhao Qian. She should have mentioned me." "Oh, so you're that magical brother Li Ran." The pitch on the other end of the line shot up an octave, brimming with delight. "My sister has praised you to the skies. She said you're the most mysterious client she's ever met. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Where are you now?" "I've just cleared customs and picked up my luggage." "Then take the underground from the airport, the dark blue Piccadilly line, and ride it all the way to King's Cross Station." Zhao Ya spoke rapidly, her words like a string of crisp pearls. "I'll be waiting for you at the station exit, holding a sign. You'll see me as soon as you come out." After hanging up the phone, Li Ran stepped for the first time into the legendary London Underground. An hour later, as he wheeled his suitcase out of the ancient, yet bustling King's Cross Station, he immediately spotted Zhao Ya's figure amid the surging crowd. She was holding a slightly lopsided sign made of cardboard on which the 2 large Chinese characters Li Ran were written in marker beside a comical smiley face with its tongue sticking out. The Zhao Ya before him was completely different from her sister Zhao Qian, who had a capable and commanding mature aura. She was a quintessential young beauty brimming with youthful vitality. She wore a light yellow floral sundress, its hem falling just to her knees, gently swaying in the cool London morning breeze. Over the dress, she had casually thrown on a washed-out denim jacket whose sleeves were a bit longer than her arms, making her look all the more petite. A pair of classic combat boots adorned her feet, creating a curious, yet harmonious sweet, but edgy contrast with the gentle dress. Her long black hair was casually tied into a high ponytail, tracing a playful arc in the air as she swayed. Her face bore almost no makeup, yet her skin was fair and translucent. Her large bright eyes were lively and clear, carrying just a touch of rebelliousness and curiosity about the world. "Hello, Xiaoya." Li Ran stepped forward, unable to resist a smile at the ridiculous sign. "Don't be so formal," Xiaoya said, stepping forward and naturally reaching for his suitcase. "My sister told me everything. That I should properly host you, her most valued client. Come on, you look exhausted. No need to rush off to Liverpool. Stay a few more days in London. I'll show you around the wonders of Great Britain and help you get familiar with the environment." Before Li Ran could decline, she had already eagerly mapped out the itinerary. Faced with her irrefutable enthusiasm, Li Ran eventually nodded. Indeed, he needed a transition period to acclimatize himself to this entirely new country. After dropping off his luggage at Xiaoya's apartment, a space brimming with artistic flair and a lived-in charm, she glanced at his phone, which could only be used back home, and immediately said, "Come on, we must take care of the most important thing first, or you'll be a missing person here." The two of them boarded London's iconic red double-decker bus and headed for the bustling Oxford Street. With Xiaoya's help, Li Ran quickly picked out a Nokia 3310, the most popular and durable phone at the time, and got a SIM card. When Li Ran used his new phone to make his first call home to report his safe arrival, hearing his parents' excited and relieved voices on the other end, a myriad of emotions surged within him. With that done, the two sat at a cafe on Oxford Street, savoring Britain's rare sunshine. Xiaoya, like a tireless lark, chattered away, introducing him to everything about London. Li Ran, for his part, was more of a quiet listener. "Brother Li Ran, you must be tired after such a long flight. Today let's focus on resting," Xiaoya said, stirring her coffee. "This afternoon I'll take you to a wonderful place." The wonderful place she mentioned was Savile Row, the world's most celebrated destination for bespoke suits. "My sister said," Xiaoya reasoned with great conviction, "a man like you is destined for big things. A power suit that can command a room is essential. She said she'll personally sponsor one for you as a celebration of your new life." Li Ran initially wanted to decline, but thinking about the upcoming meetings with the club chairman and even more important figures, he felt it was indeed necessary. When he changed into a pricey dark gray Italian suit, hand-measured and tailored by a master craftsman, and stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling mirror, a figure even he found unfamiliar appeared in the glass. His 187-centimeter frame, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, was perfectly accentuated by the suit. The man in the mirror had shed all traces of student-like innocence, replaced by a powerful aura of composure and keen sharpness befitting someone in a position of authority. He noticed that Xiaoya, who had been chattering away, had fallen silent. She merely stood there gazing at him, her large eyes shimmering with admiration and a pair of charming blushes rising on her fair cheeks. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, Xiaoya did not take him for Chinese food, but with an air of mystery led him into an Indian restaurant with distinctive decor. "To experience the real London, you must try our national dish, curry," she said with a triumphant smile. After a hearty meal, noticing Li Ran reaching for his wallet to check nearby hotels, Xiaoya waved a hand dismissively. "Why would you stay at a hotel? It's expensive and I wouldn't feel at ease with you staying alone." She wiped her mouth and grew a bit serious. "My sister gave me strict orders. You're our honored guest, and since you're a stranger here, safety comes first. If anything went wrong while you stayed in a hotel, she'd fly all the way back to scold me. My spare bedroom is always empty, so just settle in. It also gives me a chance to fulfill my duties as host. This is a political task. No refusal allowed." Li Ran was taken aback, hesitating. "This, isn't it a bit inappropriate?" "What's inappropriate about it? How dare I disobey my sister?" Xiaoya said, leaving no room for argument. "It's settled. Come on. Tomorrow I'll show you all of London." In the end, Li Ran yielded with a show of reluctance and followed Xiaoya back to her apartment. "There, that's your room," Xiaoya said, pointing to the guest room. "The bedding has all been freshly changed, so make yourself at home. I'm going to take a shower now. You should get some rest too." Li Ran walked into the room, placed his suitcase by the corner, and then sank into the soft bed. He stared at the ceiling, feeling that everything that had happened today was like an unreal dream. From an ordinary person reborn to setting foot on London's soil, to having everything arranged for him so thoroughly, he felt as if he had been cocooned by an invisible web. Behind this web stood Zhao Qian, that shrewd, capable woman whom he could not see through. "What exactly does she want from me?" For the first time, this thought surfaced in his mind with such crystal clarity. Early that morning, Li Ran was still deep in sleep, fighting his jet lag, when a series of sharp knocks at the door woke him. "Brother Li Ran, wake up. The sun is already high in the sky." Xiaoya's vibrant voice rang out from behind the door. Li Ran dragged himself out of his soft bed, freshened up, and was greeted by an authentic English breakfast prepared personally by Xiaoya. Crispy fried bacon, golden scrambled eggs, baked beans in tomato sauce, and 2 slices of lightly toasted bread. "Taste my cooking," Xiaoya said proudly, handing him a cup of English breakfast tea. In Britain, the only things that can pull you out of bed besides dreams are a perfect English breakfast. Thank you. Li Ran took a bite and found it truly delightful. This hearty, homely breakfast made him feel a little closer to this unfamiliar city. After enjoying breakfast, the two of them set off on today's London day trip. Their first stop was along the banks of the River Thames. When the majestic Big Ben and the towering London Eye appeared before his eyes in the flesh, even Li Ran, as someone with memories of a past life, felt an indescribable sense of awe. This was completely different from experiencing it through a screen. Let's go by boat. Zhao Ye, without waiting for an answer, pulled him along, and they boarded a sightseeing cruise. London in September boasted exceptionally fine weather. The cruise drifted slowly along the Thames, a gentle breeze brushing against their faces, and the scenery along both banks unfurled like a flowing historical scroll. Zhao Ye, like a professional tour guide, excitedly pointed out every landmark along the way, from Shakespeare's Globe Theatre to St. Paul's Cathedral. As the boat drifted closer to Tower Bridge, a sudden river breeze swept through, tousling a strand of Zhao Ye's hair and letting a few rebellious strands cling playfully to her cheeks. She was about to reach up to smooth them back, but a hand moved faster than hers. Li Ran almost instinctively stretched out and gently brushed those stray hairs behind her ear with his fingertips. His fingertips accidentally grazed her warm earlobe. Zhao Ye's chatter came to an instant halt. She paused, a delicate blush rising on her fair cheeks. She lowered her head somewhat shyly, pretending to watch the ripples on the river. Li Ran also sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere and awkwardly withdrew his hand. The air grew quiet, filled only with the sound of wind and water, yet the atmosphere between the two of them warmed quietly in that moment. The destination of the river cruise was at the foot of the London Eye. Zhao Ye's spirits had long since recovered. She pulled Li Ran along, and full of excitement, they boarded the enormous Ferris wheel. As the cabin rose steadily, the entire panorama of London unfolded below them. Look over there. That's Buckingham Palace. Zhao Ye pointed toward a cluster of buildings surrounded by green spaces in the distance. And over there is Hyde Park. Isn't it magnificent? Li Ran nodded and praised sincerely. Yes, it's more aged and more characterful than I imagined. He gazed down at the dense tapestry of buildings in every architectural style beneath him, truly feeling the pulse of this ancient city. Though the day's explorations had been tiring, both of them were deeply content. Their relationship, once marked by the restraint of first meeting, had naturally blossomed into the ease and familiarity of old friends. That evening back at the apartment, they collapsed onto the sofa, enjoying takeaway pizza while watching television. How was your day? Zhao Ye asked through a mouthful of pizza. Wonderful. Thank you, my excellent tour guide, Li Ran replied with a smile. And what about tomorrow? Have you decided where to go? Zhao Ye asked. The weekend is just 2 days away. We should plan ahead. Li Ran picked up the newspaper he had bought at the newsstand that afternoon and flipped to the sports section. His gaze was immediately drawn to a fixture preview. Zhao Ye, look at this. Arsenal are hosting Manchester City this weekend at home. Sun Jihai plays for Manchester City. Good heavens, watching our Chinese player face the defending champions at Highbury would be far more exciting than any tourist attraction. Zhao Ye's eyes instantly lit up. She leaned in for a glance, and her voice immediately rose an octave, brimming with barely contained excitement. Oh my goodness. I really want to see it live. Her reaction was even more enthusiastic than Li Ran had anticipated. Li Ran then realized how deeply moving and proud it must feel for fellow Chinese students abroad to see one of their own on such a prestigious stage. Indeed, Li Ran said, smiling at her excitement. I have always wanted to experience the atmosphere of a Premier League match in person. It is more than wonderful. It is a pilgrimage for every football fan. Zhao Ye exclaimed, waving her fist excitedly. Arsenal were last season's double winners, the defending champions. During their championship parade, the entire north of London was packed with fervent supporters. Their home ground, Highbury, was one of the most electrifying stadiums in all of Britain. To watch a match there felt like. She struggled to find the right words, her cheeks flushing with frustration. Watching her earnest expression, Li Ran's mood brightened considerably. He knew his suggestion had struck exactly the right chord. Shall we go watch this match this weekend? He asked tentatively. Of course we shall. Zhao Ye answered without hesitation, but then her enthusiasm deflated like a punctured balloon. But we might not be able to get tickets. For a match of this caliber, especially at Arsenal's home ground, tickets are snapped up months in advance by season and club members. The official channels certainly won't have any left. Hearing this, Li Ran felt a pang of disappointment. That's such a pity. He had assumed that buying tickets in Britain would be as straightforward as back home, where showing up a few days early at the box office would suffice. Seeing Li Ran's unmistakable disappointment, Zhao Ye's competitive spirit was instead ignited. Her reputation as London's insider knowledge source kicked in. She tapped her chest and gave a mysterious smile. Don't lose heart. Zhao Ye patted her chest. The official channels may be sold out, but there are always ways around it. I've heard from seniors at school that you can check fan forums first. Sometimes season ticket holders resell their tickets at face value. Li Ran's eyes lit up. Is that reliable? Of course. That's the first option. If that doesn't work, Zhao Ye held up her second finger. We'll take the longer route. On match day, we go wait outside the stadium. There are always lone fans who end up selling their tickets. That sounds quite risky. Li Ran furrowed his brow. What if we wait all day and nothing comes of it? Then we activate the final contingency. Zhao Ye lowered her voice and leaned in mysteriously. Around the stadium, there are always ticket resellers. They're pricier, but as long as the money is right, tickets will be available. With me as your local guide, don't you feel much more confident now? Reliable, very reliable indeed, Li Ran acknowledged sincerely. Excellent. Then it's settled. Zhao Ye clapped her hands excitedly. Tomorrow our first task is to scour the internet for tickets. If we can't find any online the day after, we'll head to Highbury and try our luck there. Zhao Ye, true to her nickname as the London know-it-all, deftly opened numerous local UK fan forums and secondary ticket websites, but the results were far from encouraging. Official channels had long shown sold out, and on those ticket sites the few remaining tickets had been inflated to hundreds or even thousands of pounds with authenticity impossible to verify. See, watching the defending champions isn't that easy. Zhao Ye pursed her lips in mild frustration. Li Ran smiled and said, if the conventional route won't work, let me try my own way. He sat down in front of Zhao Ye's MacBook, deftly entered the URL for the Scout forum, and logged in. Zhao Ye looked curiously at the plain-looking BBS interface, while Li Ran clicked straight into the forum's ticket exchange zone. Without any unnecessary words, he used his IDL N to post a humble and sincere ticket request title. Wanted 2 tickets for this weekend's Arsenal vs. Manchester City match. Poster L N. Hello everyone, I'm L N. I've just arrived in London, and I've always dreamed of experiencing the magic of Highbury Stadium in person. If any friend happens to have urgent matters and cannot attend the match, I hope you could transfer 2 tickets to me. This will be my first match in the UK, and it means more than words can express. I would be immensely grateful. After the post was published, Zhao Ye also swung into action using her own account to post similar ticket requests in various fan groups. The two had a clear division of labor, working like a well-coordinated team. However, the entire morning passed with all replies sinking like stones into the sea, or arriving as private messages from scalpers with outrageously inflated prices. Just as Zhao Ye was starting to feel discouraged and about to propose Plan B, staking out the stadium entrance, a private message notification suddenly popped up in the lower right corner of Li Ran's computer screen. The sender was a user named AFC Tom. Li Ran opened the message and saw, "Hey, is that L N, the master? I'm Tom. I've read all your analysis posts in the tactics section before. I just saw that you need tickets for the weekend match against Manchester City. What a coincidence. My friend has come down with an urgent matter and can't go, so I happen to have 2 spare tickets. Honestly, your prediction about Rivaldo's future was spot on. If you don't mind sitting with this little fan of yours, I'll transfer the tickets at face value." Li Ran read the private message and smiled. Without reading it aloud, he turned the laptop screen toward Zhao Ye, motioning for her to see for herself. After reading it, Zhao Ye was overjoyed at first, then snatched the mouse and scrolled through the page herself, reading the message from beginning to end in meticulous detail, as if verifying the authenticity of every single letter. When she finished, she said nothing. Slowly she lifted her head and looked Li Ran up and down with an expression usually reserved for aliens. After a moment, she sprang up from the sofa, paced a couple of steps across the room, then stopped in front of Li Ran with her hands on her hips, and in a tone mixed with shock and amusement launched an interrogation. "Brother Li Ran, confess honestly. Did you know all along this would happen?" She gestured at the computer screen, then at herself, and complained with an exaggerated expression, "I've spent the whole morning browsing websites, and I'm at my wit's end, but what about you? You post a thread, and it's like an imperial decree. Fans actually take the initiative to offer tribute with tickets. That's simply too ridiculous." She shook her head, unable to hold back a helpless, amused smile, then reached out and poked Li Ran's arm, as if to confirm he was real. "Now I understand why my sister called you interesting," she shook her head and remarked. She was far too modest. "You're not just interesting. You can practically perform magic." She sat back down beside Li Ran, leaning forward slightly with her chin resting on her hands like an inquisitive child, and asked in a fresh, probing tone, "Seriously, brother Li Ran, your love and understanding of football, it's no longer just an ordinary hobby, is it? I have a feeling. You didn't go through all this trouble to come to England just for studying, did you?" After seeing Li Ran's confirming smile, Zhao Ye finally pressed on to ask the question she most wanted to know. "So what is your true dream?" Facing Zhao Ye's clear, inquisitive eyes, and after spending these past few days together, he could feel the girl's warmth and sincerity. He felt that being strangers in a foreign land, there were some things he no longer needed to hide from her. He was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly, his voice quiet, yet utterly resolute. "My dream is to become a true football manager." Zhao Ye looked at him stunned. "So that's it," she thought. No wonder he always seemed so composed and carefree. No wonder his perspective on things always differed from others. It wasn't feigned depth, but a calm that came from having the universe's vastness in his heart, rendering the ripples at his feet utterly insignificant. She looked at Li Ran before her, and her heartbeat quickened half a beat for no apparent reason. She suddenly realized that the most captivating thing about this man was neither his handsome face nor his composed personality, but the light in his eyes when he talked about his dreams, a brilliance that seemed capable of illuminating the entire world. "Football manager," she murmured, repeating the phrase. Suppressing a subtle flutter in her heart, her eyes shimmering with unprecedented light, she looked at Li Ran and nodded firmly. "I don't know why, but hearing you say that, I just believe you can certainly achieve it." Her encouragement, sincere and passionate, sent a surge of warmth through Li Ran's heart. Looking at the clever, kind-hearted girl before him, a smile unconsciously curled at the corners of his mouth. Just as Li Ran was about to say something, Zhao Ye suddenly stepped forward, opened her arms, and gave him a gentle hug. The embrace was light, carrying the faint fragrance of a young woman, and a tremor barely perceptible. Li Ran froze for a moment, clearly feeling through the thin fabric the wild, rapid beating of her heart. He then raised his hand and gently returned the embrace. The hug in its silence conveyed the trust and understanding between them. Soon Zhao Ye sheepishly released him, a faint blush spreading across her fair cheeks. She quickly stepped back a pace as if to cover up her slightly impulsive action and swiftly changed the subject, though her eyes shone even more brightly than before. Ahem. Brother Li Ran, you'd better confirm the meeting time and place with your little fan right away. This is crucial to whether we can get into Highbury smoothly. Li Ran, seeing her slightly flustered appearance, a tender smile flickered in his eyes. He nodded and began replying to Tom's private message. With the tickets settled, Zhao Ye seemed even more excited than Li Ran. She looked at him, her eyes filled with renewed anticipation. All right, my future manager Li. She gave a playful salute again, using a joking tone to mask the genuine flutter she had just felt. To celebrate the first victory of our Highbury siege plan, and your great dream dinner is on me tonight. I'll take you to experience the true cuisine of the British Empire. Zhao Ye appeared even more excited than Li Ran after securing the tickets. She looked at him with a glimmer of fresh anticipation in her eyes. All right, then, my future manager Li. She gave another playful salute. To celebrate the first victory of our Highbury siege plan, and to honor your noble dream dinner, is on me tonight. Let me show you what real British Empire cuisine is. The national dish she referred to was neither beef Wellington nor Yorkshire pudding, but a humble fish and chip shop tucked away on a corner in Camden. The shop was tiny, with only a few simple tables, while the air brimmed with the hearty aroma of hot oil and malt vinegar, full of the bustling charm of everyday life. When 2 portions of fish and chips wrapped in paper were set before him, Li Ran looked at her with feigned astonishment. This is what you call British Empire cuisine. He picked up a chip and sniffed it. I thought it would at least be roast beef or jellied eels. What do you know? Zhao Ye retorted like a cat whose tail had been brushed. This is the very soul of the British people. It's food etched into their DNA. You have to bless it with salt and vinegar first to unlock its essence. As she spoke, she picked up the condiment bottles on the table, skillfully sprinkled salt, and drizzled the pungent malt vinegar over it. Come on, try it. I promise it will change the way you think about British cuisine. She pushed one portion toward Li Ran, her face brimming with expectation. Li Ran took a bite with a smile, and the flavor was unexpectedly good. Watching Zhao Ye's proud, praise me, expression, he deliberately kept a straight face and said, Not bad, I suppose. It has more of a potato flavor than I expected. What do you mean, not bad? Zhao Ye puffed out her cheeks in displeasure. This is one of the best fried fish in all of London. How can you be so picky? By the time they finished sharing the steaming fish and chips on a bench beside Camden Canal, it was already evening. The dying sunlight bathed the sky in a gentle shade of orange red. So the national dish didn't disappoint you, did it? Zhao Ye stretched with contentment. It was absolutely delicious. Thank you, my gold medal tour guide. Li Ran smiled sincerely. Zhao Ye stood up, brushed the crumbs from her hands, and said with a mischievous glint in her eyes, but the national dish alone won't do. We need to experience the true essence of Britain for the experience to be complete. Come on, I'll take you to a great spot. The great spot she mentioned was a historic British pub in Soho. Unlike Camden's rebellious hustle and bustle, here was infused with a different kind of flavor. With a dark wooden bar counter, dim amber lighting, and an air filled with the scent of malt liquor and the gentle buzz of conversation, they settled into a corner booth and ordered 2 pints of beer. Under the mellowing effect of alcohol and ambience, their conversation grew deeper and more personal. Seriously, brother Li Ran. Zhao Ye stirred the ice in her glass and looked at him with concern. In a couple of days you'll be heading to Liverpool alone. Do you have any plans over there? Like accommodation, have you arranged it? Li Ran shook his head. I haven't had time to think that far ahead. When I arrive, I'll first find some hotel near the school for a few days, then take my time searching for a place. Hearing that, Zhao Ye's brows knitted at once. No way. You don't know a single person there. How can you look for a place? Renting in the UK is such a hassle with pitfalls everywhere. Besides, staying in a hotel the whole time is expensive and so cold and impersonal. The thought of this man facing all those trivialities alone in an unfamiliar city stirred an inexplicable ache of reluctance and worry in her heart. She bit her lip as if making a major decision, then gave the table a decisive pat. No, you've just arrived in the UK and know no one. I can't feel at ease letting you go to Liverpool by yourself. Li Ran was taken aback. Huh, perfect. Zhao Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if seeking a perfect excuse for her impulsiveness. Next week I'm starting a short 2-week design course, but after that there's still over half a month of free time before I officially start school at the end of September. Since I'd be idle anyway, why not go to Liverpool with you for a trip? And by the way, she looked at Li Ran and said with righteous confidence, with me, a seasoned veteran who's been in the UK for 2 years helping you sort out housing and enrollment, isn't that much better than you fumbling around in the dark and hitting dead ends on your own. Li Ran felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at her earnest expression that seemed to say, I'm worrying my heart out for you. His original plan had been to settle down quietly in Liverpool, blend in quickly, and then begin his own arrangements. Zhao Ye's involvement was undoubtedly a major variable. But, on second thought, with her around, the tedious chores of finding housing and handling paperwork would indeed save him considerable effort. More importantly, the thought of having this vibrant, radiant girl by his side in the days ahead instantly made that unfamiliar city feel less cold. Since his rebirth, everything had been within his calculations. Perhaps it was time to leave a beautiful surprise in his life. He knew he couldn't refuse, and didn't want to either. He smiled and raised his glass. All right, then I'll go ahead and hire you as my first life consultant. That's more like it. Zhao Ye clinked her glass against his with pride. That night back at the apartment, the phone in the living room suddenly rang. It was a transatlantic long-distance call from her older sister Zhao Qian. Zhao Ye put the call on speaker. Zhao Qian's familiar voice came through. Zhao Ye, is Li Ran next to you. How was your day? Sis. We're doing great. I'm showing brother Li Ran the most authentic London life. Zhao Ye said, while winking at Li Ran. Li Ran, is that so? Are you adjusting well? My sister hasn't been too much of a handful, has she? Zhao Qian asked again. No, not at all, Li Ran quickly replied. Zhao Ye has been a tremendous help. I'm very grateful. Zhao Qian added a few more reminders over the phone. When she asked about their upcoming plans, Li Ran was about to speak, when he felt Zhao Ye gently nudge him with the tip of her foot under the table. Catching on instantly, he changed his words. I'll be heading to Liverpool in a couple of days, and plan to settle in first. Zhao Ye chimed in from the side. That's right, sis. Once brother Li Ran is settled, I'll visit him during my break. After saying that, she made a playful face at Li Ran like a child seeking a co-conspirator after telling a little lie. The two played along in perfect sync, cleverly sidestepping their plan to travel together. After hanging up, an intriguing silence settled over the room. Sharing a small secret seemed to tint the air between them with a hint of ambiguous tension. Li Ran could catch the faint fragrance of shampoo drifting from Zhao Ye, and ripples stirred unbidden in his heart. In the next room, Zhao Ye hugged her pillow and buried her face in it, her cheeks flushed and heart fluttering as she reveled in secret joy over her bold move of whisking away Li Ran today. Outside the window, London's night was gentle. Match day dawned with a quintessential London weekend, clear blue skies and gentle sunshine. Li Ran rose early, his heart brimming with anticipation for his first taste of the Premier League. Zhao Ye, even more excited than he was, hummed a tune while preparing a simple breakfast in the kitchen like a little bird ready for an outing. Per his agreement with Tom, Li Ran needed to make a phone call to confirm the final meeting details before setting off. Thinking of how his spoken English had been utterly transformed under Robert's grueling training, he dialed Tom's number with confidence. On the other end, a voice answered, extremely enthusiastic but speaking at breakneck speed. Hello, mate. Is that L.N.? Can't believe it's you, proper buzzin' I am. Li Ran was instantly dumbfounded. His ears caught the greeting and his IDL.N. amid the chain of indistinct syllables that sounded as if they had been chewed up and spat out. This was a different species entirely from the standard BBC pronunciation he heard daily in Robert's crisp teacher accent. Sorry. Can you speak slowly? Li Ran responded awkwardly in his most polished, clearest English. On the other end, Tom only grew more animated, his speech faster and laden with slang Li Ran had never heard. Holding the phone, Li Ran's mind went blank, feeling as though his English efforts had been in vain. Beside him, Zhao Ye watched his expression shift from confidence to sheer bewilderment, and then to utter despair, and she was already shaking with laughter. She stifled a laugh, snatched the phone from his hand, and then Li Ran witnessed what it meant to switch with seamless fluidity. Zhao Ye began conversing rapidly with Tom in an equally fluent, earthy London accent. The pace, the rhythm. Li Ran was utterly amazed. A few minutes later, she hung up and gave Li Ran an okay sign. Done. He said he'll be waiting for us at a fan's pub called the Gunners near Highbury Underground Station, and we should meet there by noon. Li Ran let out a long sigh, feeling as if he had just lost a battle. Somewhat dejectedly, he said, I feel like I may have been learning fake English all this time. Zhao Ye finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. She walked over and playfully patted Li Ran's shoulder. Welcome to the real England, my future manager Li. She imitated an English gentleman's tone and, trying not to laugh, explained, what you just heard was a classic East London Cockney accent. They love to swallow the T in the middle of words, drop the H at the beginning, and their speech is packed with one slang phrase after another. She cleared her throat, and in the manner of a seasoned veteran continued to enlighten him. This is just an appetizer. The London accent is basically the standard accent across the whole of Britain. When you go to Liverpool and hear their Scouse accent, hard, rapid, and rising and falling like a song, you'll truly understand what a language barrier means. She mimicked a Liverpool accent in a comically exaggerated tone. When that happens, you won't even be able to tell whether they're criticizing you or praising you. Then what should I do? Li Ran was genuinely feeling a bit overwhelmed. Seeing his rare rookie fluster, Zhao Ye laughed even harder, winked slyly, and delivered her final verdict. It's simple. When you can understand a middle-aged Liverpool bloke who's down 3 pints of beer rambling on endlessly about how brilliant they were back in the day, your English will truly have graduated. Li Ran shook his head helplessly, yet silently resolved to himself. He knew that conquering English football was not merely about beating the 11 men on the pitch. Starting with the language, he would conquer every accent and every culture here. Before they knew it, it was already noon. When Lee Ran and Zhao emerged from the bustling Highbury Underground station, an atmosphere utterly different from central London enveloped them at once. The very air here seemed to have turned red and white. On the streets, Arsenal's iconic red and white shirts were everywhere. Fans clustered in small groups, some chanting the club songs, and others tucking into burgers at roadside stalls. The air was filled with the mingled aroma of grilled onions, hot dogs, and cheap beer. Mounted police on tall horses slowly moved through the crowd, keeping order. The entire district was like a volcano about to erupt, charged with restless, fervent, expectant energy. Zhao was clearly caught up in the excitement as well. Taking Lee Ran's hand, she darted eagerly through the crowd, and at last they found the appointed fans' pub, named the Gunners. The pub entrance was packed to the brim. Sonorous songs poured out from within, mingling with the clink of glasses and cheers that threatened to lift the roof clean off. Outside the pub, Lee Ran dialed Tom's number. It was answered after a single ring, and moments later a young figure in a vintage JVC-sponsored jersey emerged from the packed doorway, phone in hand. Mate, over here. He waved excitedly at Lee Ran and Zhao. Lee Ran spotted him as well. The Tom before them was a typical, fervently passionate young English football fan. He was around 20 years old with slightly tousled brown hair and a few adolescent blemishes on his face. Yet his blue eyes shone with a sincere, thrilled light, as if he had just met his idol. In one hand he held his phone, in the other a half-finished pint. Around his wrist was tied a red and white Arsenal scarf. Oh my God, it's really ULN. Tom hurried over, so excited that he was nearly incoherent. His Cockney accent was even more garbled amid the noise, and Lee Ran could only catch the gist by guesswork. Fortunately, Zhao was there, smiling as she served as his simultaneous interpreter. Hello Tom, nice to meet you. Lee Ran extended his hand with a smile. Me too. Tom shook Lee Ran's hand vigorously and then waved them inside warmly. Quick, follow me in. I managed to grab us a spot. Like a nimble fish, he led Lee Ran and Zhao through the tightly packed throng. Inside the pub, the light was dim and the space compact, but the atmosphere was nothing short of electric. Dark wooden walls were adorned with photographs and signed jerseys of Arsenal legends from every era, from Charlie George to Ian Wright, and on to the present day, Thierry Henry and Dennis Bergkamp. Every corner was steeped in the history and glory of this century-old powerhouse. Tom finally managed to lead them to a small round table in a corner. Sorry, it's crazy in here, he shouted to be heard above the singing. Every Gunners pub is like this on match days. He squeezed his way to the bar and bought beers for Lee Ran and Zhao. And so amid the deafening songs and clamor, the three of them began their peculiar meetup of online friends. In the warm, animated atmosphere, Tom and Lee Ran struck up a conversation. Taking a sip of his frothy beer, Lee Ran felt a trace of foam brush his lips and asked with curiosity, Tom, there's something I've always wanted to ask. As a born and bred East Londoner, shouldn't your natural team be Millwall or West Ham United? Tom's face instantly fell, as if the question had touched a raw nerve. He scratched his head awkwardly. Oh mate, don't even mention it. My old-fashioned father was a dyed-in-the-wool Hammer, and from an early age he forced me to wear their claret and blue shirt and watch the rough, unpolished football they played. Honestly, I simply couldn't summon the slightest interest in that rugged style of hoofing the ball from the back up into the sky. He took a long gulp of beer, a bright gleam coming into his blue eyes. The turning point came when I was about 16 or 17. Around 1997-98, the season Wenger's side won the double. A friend of my dad's gave him 2 tickets to Highbury. He wouldn't have set foot in enemy territory for anything, so he tossed them to me with a look of disgust. It was my first time there, and I saw Bergkamp. God, mate. He played like he was dancing a waltz on ice. That effortless control, and those turns, every movement, so graceful it took your breath away. My head buzzed with wonder. It was the first time I understood that football could be played so beautifully, like a work of art. That team also had Overmars, who was as quick as the wind, and Petit, that tireless golden-haired French midfield anchor. I was completely bewitched by that quicksilver, intelligent style of play. Then in 1999 Henry arrived. You know, that wind-like pace. From that day on I was fully converted and became a die-hard Gunner. He looked at Lee Ran, his eyes full of a knowing, you must understand me look. So when I saw the tactical analysis post you wrote on the forum, I felt that you must be someone who appreciates artistic football. A true kindred spirit. Lee Ran smiled and clinked glasses with him. Wenger's football philosophy is truly ahead of its time. So how do you think our Arsenal will do this season? Tom's tone had shifted from the adoration of an online idol to an honest exchange between supporters. We won the double again last season. Can we defend the title this year? There is every reason to believe you can retain it. Lee Ran gave his affirmation first, then changed direction, leaning forward slightly and lowering his voice. But the one hidden danger is that you depend far too much on Vieira. He's the metronome at both ends of the pitch. You need to start thinking about who will take his place when his form dips or he moves on in a year or two. Tom's eyes widened larger and larger as he listened, his mouth gaping, until he finally slapped his thigh. My God, you're absolutely right. You've hit the nail straight on the head. Many of us fans on the forum worry about the Vieira succession question every day. So besides Arsenal, who do you think can challenge for the title this season? Manchester United. Lee Ran uttered the name without a moment's hesitation. They've just signed Ferdinand, which is unquestionably a masterstroke. As I said on the forum, it's the card Sir Alex Ferguson had to play to counter pacey strikers like Henry. He looked at Tom, then smoothly changed the subject, and asked with a casual air, Tom, the Premier League is so hugely popular now, so life must be rather good for the First Division and Second Division clubs below it, right? A trace of worry appeared on Tom's face. Good. Alas, things aren't good for them at all. You may not know this, but a few years ago one of our television companies went bankrupt, owing 72 clubs a substantial sum of money. Now, apart from the Premier League, many of those First Division and Second Division clubs can barely stay alive. Wage arrears, bankruptcies. Every day the newspapers are full of those damned bad news stories. He sighed, lowered his voice even more, and leaned in with a grave face. I've heard some rumors that a few clubs can now be bought for as little as one. Of course, it's just a publicity stunt. If anyone actually paid one for a club, they would have to take on the enormous debts behind it. Hundreds of thousands, or even millions of pounds. Financial crisis. Club bankruptcy. One sales. These keywords, like a set of keys, instantly opened up all the vast ambitions for the future in Lee Rand's mind. Outwardly, he seemed to be quietly listening, even frowning along at the right moments, and wearing an expression that said, I see. Inwardly, however, a violent storm was already churning. At this moment, his brain was no longer the brain of a fan, but a cold, high-speed financial analysis machine. An opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The domino effect caused by the television company's collapse is even more serious than I imagined. This is nothing short of English football's subprime crisis. A Great Depression paved with gold. Owing hundreds of thousands of pounds. Unpaid wages. Those aren't problems at all. As long as a club's foundations and its supporters remain, these so-called liabilities are all quality assets in my eyes that can appreciate 100-fold or 1,000-fold in the future. Sheffield Wednesday, Nottingham Forest, QPR. No, I can find even more perfect targets in prime locations than them. Lee Rand lifted his beer glass and took a big gulp, using the bitter chill of the alcohol to suppress the overwhelming excitement and ambition that had been threatening to break free from his body. He needed to stay calm. Before his quarry, the first one to lose control is always the loser. When he set the glass down, his face had already resumed that light, untroubled calm. He looked at Tom, still worried about the lower league clubs, and smiled as if nothing had happened. Come on, let's not stay on such heavy topics. It's not often we get to Highbury. How about taking us to the Gunners Club shop? For fans, the official Arsenal supporters shop was like a shrine. Inside, it was filled with every kind of team merchandise. Lee Rand chose a classic red and white scarf for himself. Then, without hesitation, he picked up a latest home shirt printed with Henry's name and the number 14 and handed it to Zhao. A gift for you. Go put it on and let me see. What? For me? That's too expensive. Zhao quickly waved her hands, her cheeks turning slightly red. Take it. I want to see you wearing the shirt. Lee Rand's tone carried a gentle yet definitive warmth that left no room for refusal. Zhao, surprised and delighted, felt a sweet joy in her heart. Blushing, she took the shirt and hurried into the fitting room, holding it close. A few minutes later, when the fitting room door opened and Zhao stepped out, Lee Rand felt his breath catch for an instant. The men's shirt, a little large on her, gave her a refreshingly youthful charm. The long hem of the jersey made the outfit stylish and relaxed, flattering her graceful figure. The vivid Arsenal red made her fair skin glow radiantly under the light, as if she were luminous. She spun around once in a slightly bashful way, looking at Lee Rand with expectation and a trace of shyness, and asked softly, How do I look? Perfect. Absolutely perfect, Tom said admiringly. Lee Rand snapped back to his senses, smiled, and nodded. He stepped forward and naturally straightened her collar. It suits you very well. Then he picked up another shirt with Captain Vieira's name and the number 4 on it, and handed it to Tom. This is for you as a thank you for your match tickets. Tom was completely stunned. He knew the shirt cost about 55, almost a week of his living expenses. His face flushed with emotion. No, Lee Rand, this is too generous. I can't accept it. Take it, Lee Rand said in a tone that left no room for refusal. From now on, we're friends. Seeing the sincerity in Lee Rand's eyes, Tom finally stopped refusing. He solemnly took the shirt and held it tightly in his arms. Drawing a deep breath, he looked at Lee Rand and spoke with great earnestness and respect. Lee Rand, you are not only my idol, but also my friend. From today on, you are my big brother. From now on, if anything happens in England, you only need to say the word, and I, Tom, will never hesitate. As Lee Rand, Zhao and Tom followed the surging tide of red-clad spectators through the narrow ticket gates and up the steps toward the stands, a completely different wave of sound instantly enveloped them. Before them, the view suddenly opened up. The legendary Highbury Stadium appeared like an exquisite and intimate red sanctuary. The stand sat incredibly close to the pitch, as though within arm's reach. The pitch, maintained like emerald velvet, glowed with an intoxicating green beneath the afternoon sun. All 4 stands were packed to capacity, with tens of thousands of Gunners fans in red and white jerseys forming a sea of crimson. Their songs, chants, and conversations blended into a distinctive, exhilarating hum. Good heavens! Even Lee Rand, reborn as he was, could not help but utter a breathless whisper as he experienced firsthand this pure football-born fervor. How does it feel? 1,000 times more thrilling than watching on television, right? Tom's face radiated pride as he called out loudly to both of them. Hurry, our seats are over there. The North Stand. That's where the most devoted fans gather at Highbury. After navigating through the packed stands, the 3 finally located their seats. Upon taking their seats, the players on the field were already warming up before the match. This was Zhao Ya's first time watching a game live, and she observed everything on the pitch with keen curiosity. Tom meanwhile pointed out each star player to her with the enthusiasm of a seasoned commentator. Li Rant's gaze, however, swept across every player on the field like a precision scanner. He was watching for the craft, not just the spectacle. Look, he said to the two beside him. Arsène is playing with remarkable composure, especially Henry. Watch his dribbling and shooting, light, fluid, full of confidence. He will definitely score today. Li Rant's gaze then lingered on the familiar and proud figure known as the Chinese Sun. Sun Jihan. He watched the Chinese player in Manchester City's sky blue jersey methodically executing every pass and shuttle run on the legendary turf of Highbury. His movements were precise, diligent, and meticulous, never falling short when compared to the world-class stars around him. In that moment, a surge of pure, unadulterated pride as a Chinese football fan welled up within Li Rant's heart. Yet within mere seconds, that pride gave way to an indescribable ache rooted in knowledge of the future. He understood that this sight, one Chinese player standing as a starter on the pitch of a top Premier League match, appearing so natural, so rightful, would become increasingly distant and precious in the years to come. He knew this light was irreplaceable. Brotherly Ran, look at Sun Jihai. He's amazing. Zhao Yao exclaimed, her voice brimming with pride. Li Ran pulled himself from his tangled thoughts, suppressing the bittersweet nostalgia welling within him. A gentle smile surfaced as he spoke softly to Zhao Yao and Tom. Yes, he is truly impressive. Establishing himself in the Premier League is no easy feat. He makes all of us Chinese people proud. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. The deafening roar erupting from Highbury Stadium was enough to shake the very skies. Zhao Yao, overwhelmed by this tsunami of sound, instinctively grasped Li Rant's arm. Li Ran, clearly enjoying the moment, began explaining the game to Zhao Yao in simple terms, describing the offside trap, the importance of half space, and how crucial Vieira's role as a defensive midfielder sweeping the center was. However, the flow of the match unfolded in a way that surprised even the home supporters. In the 12th minute of the first half, Manchester City seized a counterattack opportunity, and Nicolas Anelka, the former Arsenal forward whose form had recently improved, calmly slotted the ball past his old club's goalkeeper. Highbury fell into a momentary silence before erupting into scattered but piercing cheers from the away end. Damn it, Anelka, that traitor. Tom leapt from his seat in indignation. Zhao Yao watched Li Ran with a mix of tension and excitement. Wow, the away team scored first. Is Arsenal in trouble now? Li Ran remained remarkably composed. He gently patted Zhao Ya's hand to reassure her. Don't worry, the match has only just begun. True to form, the trailing Arsenal woke from their daze and launched a tidal assault on Manchester City's goal. In the 27th minute, French winger Wenger received a pass inside the penalty area and fired a powerful shot to equalize. 1-1. Highbury erupted instantly. Tens of thousands of fans' cheers merged into one deafening roar that soared into the sky. Zhao Yao was swept up in this overwhelming wave of sound. She stood excitedly, clapping forcefully as she watched the fans around her lose themselves in the moment, her face flushed with emotion. What she felt was pure excitement for the brilliant goal and the electric atmosphere. The real climax came just before halftime. Arsenal's king, Thierry Henry, received the ball on the left wing. Like a bolt of black lightning, he tore through Manchester City's defense with his signature long-striding dribble, burst into the penalty area, and with a calmly composed finish, a trademark move, he slotted the ball into the far corner of the net. 2-1. They took the lead. Goal. Oh. This was a world-class goal, bursting with speed, skill, and beauty, enough to drive any fan into a frenzy. The entire stadium exploded at that moment. Everyone, including Tom, leapt from their seats in wild celebration, arms raised in triumph, embracing strangers wearing the same colors. Zhao Yao was completely ignited by this uncontrollable passion. She screamed with excitement, turned to share this breathtaking moment with Li Ran. When she caught sight of Li Ran's handsome profile, her mind went completely blank in that instant. Against the roar of the crowd driven by adrenaline, she lunged forward, gripping Li Ran's collar with both hands, rising on her tiptoes to press her warm lips, tinged with the faint sweetness of beer, to his. Li Ran's eyes widened in surprise. The kiss was naive, impulsive, even clumsy, yet it pulsed with the raw, fervent energy of youth. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, the cheers of thousands on the field dissolving into a silent backdrop for just the two of them. Seconds later, Zhao Yao pulled back as if startled, her cheeks burning crimson like a ripe apple, her heart pounding wildly as she dared not meet his gaze. Li Ran instinctively touched his lips, still feeling the faint trace of softness and sweetness. He looked at the girl beside him, so shy she was nearly burying her face in her arms, and felt his heart stir with quiet warmth. The halftime whistle sounded at just the right moment, giving both of them a chance to pause and compose themselves. During the 15-minute break, Zhao Yao kept avoiding direct eye contact with Li Ran, instead pretending to be deeply engaged in an animated discussion with Tom about how incredible Henry's goal had been. Tom, however, was so immersed in the joy of his team's comeback that he completely failed to notice the subtle and intriguing chemistry between the two beside him. Li Ran gently slid his nearly untouched Coke across to Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao felt the cup touch her arm. She took it cautiously and sipped it slowly. The cool liquid soothed her flushed cheeks, yet inside her heart grew warmer and sweeter. In the second half their interaction took on a wonderful new dynamic. They were no longer the commentator and the listener, as they had been in the first half. More often than not it was a silent, unspoken understanding. When a brilliant dribble unfolded on the pitch they exchanged a smile. When Sun Jihai executed a critical sliding tackle, they clapped in unison and then shared a glance full of pride. Lee Ran's commentary had turned into whispers meant only for her ears. His warm breath now and then brushed against her ear, tickling it, and stirring a gentle restlessness in her heart. In the closing stages Manchester City captain Benarbia was shown a red card, and with only 10 men left City could no longer turn the tide. In the end Arsenal won this high-profile match 2-1. As the three walked out of Highbury Stadium with the victorious crowd, the glow of the setting sun stretched their shadows long across the ground. The great cheers and songs still echoed behind them. They reached the entrance to the underground station. The moment had come to part ways. Brotherly ran Zhao, Tom said, his face filled with reluctance, the post-match excitement now fading into the sadness of parting. Today was the most enjoyable football match I've ever watched. Really? What are your plans next, big brother? Will you stay in London? If you're free we should come watch a match together again. Tom asked expectantly. I'm heading to Liverpool in a few days, and we'll be staying there for quite a while, Lee Ran replied. At the mention of Liverpool Tom's eyes lit up instantly. Excitedly he said, brother, listen to me. There's a small town next to Liverpool called Birkenhead, only about a 20-minute drive from Liverpool. I have a good friend who grew up with me. He plays for the club there called Tranmere Rovers. Tranmere. Lee Ran quickly searched his memory for the name. Tom sighed, and went on, yeah, my buddy is a decent defender, but a couple of days ago, he called me complaining that the club was on the verge of collapse. You know, with that whole broadcasting revenue mess, the club's finances are nearly shattered. On top of that, they were just relegated last season. Now they can barely pay wages, and everyone is uneasy. He looked at Lee Ran and said, unable to contain his excitement, I was actually thinking of finding a chance to visit him. Since you're going there, once I finish what I'm busy with, I'll head over and introduce my friend to you. Tom's words were warm and sincere, purely out of a desire to share resources between good friends. But to Lee Ran's ears they came as an astonishing and gratifying surprise. A surge of joy rose in his heart, barely containable. He forced himself to stay calm, yet his mind was spinning at an incredible speed. A professional player, a living source of information, who could directly access the inner workings of a club. This was more valuable than digging up 100 bits of gossip on his own. It was exactly what he had been hoping for. Great, I really appreciate that, Tom. Lee Ran's tone was casual and friendly, yet a gleam of determination flickered in his eyes. Hearing Lee Ran accept gladly, Tom looked even happier than him. He thumped his chest and said, that's great. Leave it to me. My buddy's name is Dave, and he's a really nice guy. I'll call him tonight. Tom and Lee Ran exchanged contact information and bid a reluctant farewell. Watching Tom disappear into the crowd of the underground station, looking back again and again, Lee Ran and Zhao set off on the way back to their apartment. On the return train the clamor gradually faded away. The carriage swayed gently, and an inexplicable hint of tenderness lingered in the air. Zhao was no longer chattering as before. She simply sat side by side with Lee Ran, fiddling with her fingers, a hint of blush still on her cheeks. That impulsive kiss continued to flutter in the silent space between them, like a little deer jumping occasionally. Today, Lee Ran was the first to break the silence. Thank you very much. For what? Zhao asked softly, her head lowered. Thank you for letting me experience all this, Lee Ran said sincerely. I've watched football for so many years, but today I feel like I truly saw football for the first time. This feeling. It's wonderful. Zhao looked up, saw the sincerity in his eyes, and the remaining embarrassment in her heart dissolved like smoke. She smiled and said from the bottom of her heart, me too. That was the most wonderful match I've ever watched. As she said this, Zhao seemed to notice something. She suddenly leaned closer to Lee Ran and studied his face carefully. Don't move, she said softly. Lee Ran was caught off guard. Zhao extended her slender fingers and gently and carefully picked up a tiny shred of red paper that had somehow stuck to his cheek, one of the pieces of confetti thrown by Arsenal fans during the celebration. Her fingertips, warm and soft, brushed lightly across his skin, sending a faint tingly sensation like a gentle current through him. All done. Zhao withdrew her hand, looking as pleased as a little fox who had played a clever trick. She waved the tiny piece of confetti at him triumphantly, but her cheeks were even redder. Lee Ran couldn't help but laugh at her delightful and charming expression. Back at the apartment, they began planning their next steps while enjoying a late-night snack. All right, brother, Lee Ran. Zhao took 2 cans of Coke from the fridge, handed one to Lee Ran, then cleared her throat and said in a deliberately serious, life consultant tone, the joyous London adventure is about to come to a successful end. Now it's time to officially launch the scholarly journey in Liverpool. Lee Ran smiled and took the Coke. I'll follow whatever arrangements our all-capable consultant Zhao makes. Of course. Zhao took out paper and a pen, spread them on the dining table with great seriousness, and announced solemnly, I declare the Lee Ran Liverpool home settling plan officially begins now. She lowered her head and began writing and drawing attentively, her long lashes casting a pretty silhouette under the light. First, tomorrow we'll take a day to rest and repack our luggage. I'll go online and gather all the rental listings near the University of Liverpool, put them into a table and filter out the best value for money options. Then the day after tomorrow, early morning, we'll take the train to Liverpool. She looked up and nodded firmly, her eyes sparkling with energy. Once we get there, we'll check into a hotel, you'll go register at the school, and then we'll visit houses one by one according to the plan I've made. We'll get your base set up within 3 days. Seeing her so earnest and full of vitality, Lee Rand's heart was filled with warmth. This feeling was unfamiliar, but extremely good. So, Zhao looked up at him as if seeking credit. I'm a pretty competent personal strategist, aren't I? This feeling was unfamiliar, but extremely good. So, Zhao looked up at him as if seeking credit. I'm a pretty competent personal strategist, aren't I? Lee Rand looked into her sparkling eyes and did not answer immediately. Instead, he shook his head with mock solemnity. Zhao was taken aback and puffed her cheeks in slight dissatisfaction. Where am I not competent? Lee Rand smiled, reached across the table, and gently brushed away a tiny breadcrumb that had stuck to her hair. The title strategist, he said, looking into her eyes and articulating every word seriously, isn't quite accurate. Then, what is it? Zhao's mind went blank for a moment. A gentle curve formed at the corner of Lee Rand's mouth, one that could make any girl's heart skip a beat. Slowly he gave his answer, a strategist helps me conquer the world. He leaned forward, slightly drawing closer, and continued in an even softer, gentler voice, looking into her eyes. But you are different. You are the one who helps me build a home. The world is my career. But home. He paused, his gaze turning incredibly tender. Is my life. These words, like the warmest stream of water, instantly washed away all the tangled thoughts in Zhao's heart. She was completely stunned, feeling her cheeks heat up at an uncontrollable speed. She nodded vigorously, a radiant smile blooming on her face again. On their final full day in London, with no sightseeing left on the itinerary, the atmosphere in the apartment became even more warm and harmonious than before. With Zhao's spirited announcement, the Lee Rand settles in Liverpool plan was officially launched. The two divided their duties clearly. Lee Rand took charge of the physical labor, repacking his already sparse luggage and tidying Zhao's living room, which she had left in a bit of disarray, into perfect order. Zhao, for her part, naturally assumed the roles of commander-in-chief and chief intelligence officer. She sat cross-legged on the sofa in the living room all morning, her laptop in her arms, deftly switching between British rental websites and international student forums, carefully screening, comparing, and jotting down housing information around the University of Liverpool one by one. Whenever she found a suitable option, she would excitedly wave Lee Rand over, and he would naturally lean and heads together, studying the photos and maps on the screen. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow over them. At that moment, they didn't resemble chance-met friends, but rather a young couple planning their first little home together. By the afternoon, a detailed rental strategy had been freshly produced in Zhao's hands, complete with 3 options labeled A, B, and C, and an optimal route for viewing the properties. Not long after, Lee Rand booked 2 train tickets online for the next morning from Euston Station to Liverpool. With all preparations settled, watching the nightfall gradually descend outside the window, Zhao suddenly suggested, "Brother Lee Rand, to bid farewell to London and celebrate our upcoming new journey, let me take you to one more place." Their destination was the London Eye on the banks of the River Thames. At night, London shed its daytime solemnity and donned a brilliant garment woven from myriad lights. As their capsule slowly ascended to the highest point in the night sky, the entire dazzling nightscape of London spread out beneath their feet like a river of stars. The capsule was small, quiet, and private. Lee Rand barely looked at the view. Instead, his gaze lingered more on the profile of the girl beside him. Her eyes reflected all the radiance of London, more captivating than the night itself. As if sensing his gaze, Zhao turned her head, and their eyes met in midair. A blush rose to her cheeks, and she seemed about to say something shyly. But Lee Rand reached out first, gently and naturally taking her hand that rested at her side. Zhao gave a slight start and instinctively tried to pull back, but his hand held hers firmly and warmly. Her fingers curled slightly, yet in the end she stopped resisting and intertwined with his. Neither spoke. High above the River Thames, witnessed by London's dazzling night panorama, they held hands in tranquil silence, feeling each other's heartbeat through their palms. A silent communion beyond words. Early the next morning, as the first rays of dawn streamed into the apartment, Lee Rand and Zhao stood at the door with their respective suitcases. "All set, Brother Lee Rand?" Zhao asked with a smile. "All set, Consultant Zhao," Lee Rand replied with a grin. The two left the apartment that held so many fond memories, took the underground, and headed to their point of departure, Euston Station. In the early morning, Euston Station was a vast space filled with British-style hustle and a sense of order. Beneath its towering arched roof, crowds streamed endlessly. "Don't just stand there, let's go collect the tickets." Zhao, familiar with the place, pulled him over to a row of self-service ticket machines. Soon 2 orange cardboard train tickets popped out of the slot with a click. "Done." She handed one to Lee Rand as if presenting a treasure. From London to Liverpool Lime Street Station, the journey takes 2.5 hours nonstop. The train arrived on time. Following the crowd, they found their carriage and seats. After stowing their luggage, the train slowly started, and the familiar gray-white buildings of London began sliding backward outside the window. As the train picked up speed, the scenery outside shifted from dense urban landscape to the open, rolling English countryside. On the train, the shyness of the previous night had vanished. Zhao unfolded the printed stack of rental notes, and they began a serious discussion. Brotherly Ran, look. I've marked all 3 of our best options on the map. Pointing at a hand-drawn map, Zhao analyzed with great eloquence. Option A. This apartment is closest to the school, but also the most expensive. Option B. This one, an old house with a garden, is cheaper, but the landlord is a very picky old lady. She then pointed to option C. This one is the most balanced. A 2-bedroom, 1 living room in a student apartment complex, moderate price, complete facilities, and reasonably safe. I personally recommend this one. Li Ran listened attentively, occasionally raising his own questions. He could notice many details Zhao tended to overlook, such as the lease term, the calculation of utility bills, and the security of the surrounding neighborhood. The two chatted back and forth, turning the dry rental research into a lively conversation. After discussing for a while, perhaps because they had risen too early, Zhao head began to bob like a dozing chick. Li Ran lowered his voice, his heart softening at her adorable expression of struggling to keep her eyes open. He adjusted his sitting position and moved a little closer to her. At last, Zhao's head could no longer hold up, and she gently leaned on his shoulder. Her breathing was even and long, and her warm breath penetrated through the thin fabric of his clothes, reaching his skin. Li Ran's body stiffened slightly for an instant, then relaxed. He even quietly made himself a bit more stable, so she could sleep more comfortably. Lowering his gaze, he could see her long eyelashes like 2 tiny brushes casting faint shadows beneath her eyes. The 2-hour journey passed in the blink of an eye in such a tranquil and warm atmosphere. As the train slowly pulled into Liverpool Lime Street Station, Li Ran gently awoke Zhao. He stepped out of the station and looked up at the sky of this city. It was not as bustling as London, yet it was filled with a resilient and profound aura left behind from the industrial era. In the air, it seemed the melody of "You'll Never Walk Alone" wafted, mingled with a faint salty tang blowing in from the sea. He turned around and saw Zhao standing beside him, pulling her suitcase and smiling, sunlight falling on her youthful, radiant face. Li Ran smiled back. London was merely a splendid overture. Liverpool was the first movement of his symphony. When Li Ran and Zhao emerged from Liverpool Lime Street Station, pulling their suitcases behind them, a distinct atmosphere, so different from London's, washed over them. Devoid of London's polished sophistication and hurried pace, the air in Liverpool carried a faint, briny tang from the distant sea. The sky appeared higher and bluer, with sunlight illuminating the magnificent old buildings constructed from iconic red brick that lined the streets, casting a warm and resilient glow. Everything here seemed to radiate an unrefined grandeur and raw power left behind by the Industrial Revolution. How does it feel? Zhao inhaled deeply as well. It's quite different from London, isn't it? Indeed, Li Ran acknowledged with a nod, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on the city. If London resembles a refined nobleman in fine attire, this place feels more like a captain, broad-shouldered and resolute, returning from a long voyage. What a wonderful comparison. Zhao laughed. Come along, Captain, our own new journey is about to begin. They flagged down a classic British black cab. The driver, a warm-hearted middle-aged man, immediately opened up once he learned they were heading to the University of Liverpool. His rapid-fire Scouse accent with its distinctive melodic cadence rendered Li Ran's ears completely confused. Zhao suppressed her laughter, her shoulders shaking slightly, then responded in fluent English with a playful Liverpool lilt before turning to whisper a translation to Li Ran. He asked if we'd just arrived from London and mentioned that Liverpool is the finest city one will surely fall in love with. With Zhao's seamless interpretation, the atmosphere in the car grew warm and lively. Through their easy conversation, the taxi had quietly slipped into the University of Liverpool's grounds. The campus exuded a classical, scholarly gravitas, its sprawling green lawns framed by Victorian-era red brick buildings. Following the address in their admission letter, they located the International Student Registration Desk, where a kind-faced blonde woman greeted them. After verifying Li Ran's identity and enrollment details, she efficiently processed his registration. "Welcome, Li Ran," she said, handing him a folder of materials and a new student ID card. "Keep this safe. Here's a campus map and the language center's guidelines." She finished by giving him a printed course schedule. "This outlines your schedule for the next 3 months," she explained, pointing to the times. "Your first session begins tomorrow at 9 in room 301 on the 3rd floor. Do try not to be late." After an hour and a half spent signing paperwork, Li Ran officially enrolled as a language student at the University of Liverpool. They stepped out into the pleasant afternoon sun. "Congratulations, brother Li Ran," Zhao said, warmly patting his arm. "Starting tomorrow, you begin your journey as an international student. Challenging yet rewarding." They checked into a hotel near campus, then immediately began their apartment hunt following Zhao's carefully planned route. Their first viewing was an expensive apartment closest to campus. The agent was a young man in an ill-fitting suit, his hair gleaming with product, his smile fixed like a mask. The interior matched the photos, but Li Ran immediately frowned. What the wide-angle lens had presented as spacious and bright proved to be surprisingly cramped upon entering. Zhao, experienced as ever, crossed her arms and launched into a series of sharp questions in fluent English. Council tax, deposit protection schemes, and other professional details. The agent, hoping to close the deal quickly, grew visibly flustered and could only admit the apartment offered poor value. They continued viewing properties from Plan B and several other alternatives. Reality proved far less generous than the online listing suggested. Some units carried a heavy musty dampness the moment the door opened. Others sat above noisy pubs, the floorboards trembling with the bass. Plan B's garden flat belonged to an elderly landlady whose discerning gaze and sharp questions left them unsettled. She worried about whether Chinese cooking would damage her newly papered walls. Emerging from that viewing, both felt as though they'd barely escaped. A full afternoon of running about had left them exhausted and empty-handed. Goodness, finding a decent place to rent in Liverpool is truly difficult. Zhao sighed, sitting on a roadside bench and massaging her tired legs, her expression drenched in disappointment. Li Ran handed her a bottle of water and smiled gently. Take heart, we still have option C. The best is often saved for last. Option C was a 2-bedroom apartment in a student complex that Zhao had highly recommended. When they stepped inside, both were immediately struck by how different it felt. The air was fresh and clean, entirely free of any lingering odors. The apartment was spotless, furnished in a simple modern style. The living room was spacious and bright, and through the large windows a corner of the university clock tower could be seen. The kitchen and bathroom were fully equipped. Most importantly, there were 2 nearly identical independent bedrooms. This is wonderful. Zhao spun around the room with delight. Safe, clean, close to campus. It's paradise compared to everywhere else we've seen. Li Ran was equally pleased. Free from dampness and street noise, it offered a tranquil environment perfect for study and reflection. This is the one, he decided without hesitation. The agent, a pleasant middle-aged woman, quoted the rent with a smile. 2 bedrooms let in full. £200 per week excluding utilities. Hearing the price, Zhao instinctively tugged at Li Ran's sleeve and whispered, Brother Li Ran, wouldn't a 1-bedroom be more sensible for just you? There's a similar option in the next building at a much lower price. Li Ran understood her concern, but had already made up his mind. He smiled at the agent. We'll take it. Can we sign the contract now? While the agent prepared the paperwork, Zhao, you couldn't hold back her curiosity. Are you really renting such a large place on your own? What will you do with the extra room? Li Ran looked at her and smiled, speaking with easy confidence. For you to stay in. What? Zhao cheeks flushed instantly, her heartbeat skipping a beat. What are you saying? Amused by her reaction, Li Ran explained calmly. You agreed to stay a few days and help me settle in as a newcomer. You can't keep staying at a hotel. It's expensive and inconvenient. He paused, his expression warm and sincere. Besides, when I'm in Liverpool and you're in London, you'll need a place to stay on weekends or during breaks. I can't expect you, my dear advisor, to find your own accommodation every time you visit. Think of it as your own base in Liverpool. Who says I'll be coming to see you often? She protested, her face still flushed, though a sweet smile tugged at the corners of her lips. An hour later, the 2 of them signed a 1-year lease agreement at the real estate agency. When Li Ran received the 2 brand-new keychains from the landlord, still bearing a faint metallic chill, he couldn't help but sigh that at last, in this foreign land, he had his first home of his own. Standing in the empty yet sun-warmed living room, Zhao held her hands behind her back, strolling like a little hostess inspecting her domain. She reached the doorway of the guest room Li Ran had reserved, then turned back with a mischievous smile. All right, Brother Li Ran. Since you've even prepared a proper residence for your consultant, I'll be dropping by occasionally to check on your progress. Let's go. Zhao seemed more thrilled than he was. She tugged Li Ran's arm and headed straight for the nearest bus stop down from the apartment. Brother Li Ran, before your classes start tomorrow, we still have one more important mission. Our first supply run for this new base of ours. Their destination was a large Asda supermarket on the outskirts of the city. In the early evening, the store was bustling with shoppers. This was Li Ran's first time exploring such a large supermarket in the UK, and everything felt delightfully unfamiliar. Zhao meanwhile moved through the aisles with practiced ease, pushing a massive shopping cart like an experienced hostess. We need pots, pans, bowls, and utensils. You can't survive on takeout alone, she said. Do you prefer coffee or tea? We'll need 2 cups, one for you and one for me. Oh wait, one is a spare for guests. She stuck out her tongue, quickly covering her slip, though a faint blush touched her cheeks. And bedding. Your bedroom has cool tones, so I think a deep blue checkered set would look lovely. What do you think? She would genuinely seek his opinion, but whenever Li Ran replied with something like, whatever you like, or you decide, she'd puff her cheeks in mild protest. Hey, this is your home too. Don't you want to be a bit more involved? Watching her endearing little fussing, Li Ran felt a deep tenderness bloom within him. He decided to wholeheartedly join in this warm, everyday play acting. They'd linger over dinnerware colors for ages. He favored simple white, while she insisted floral prints felt more homely. They'd huddle together over a multifunction POTS instruction manual, laughing over unfamiliar words. Even in the snack aisle, they behave like children, sneaking favorite chips and chocolates into each other's carts when the other wasn't looking. That hour or so of shopping drew them closer than any sightseeing trip ever had. In that foreign land, the shared busyness of building a little home together nurtured something quiet and precious, a sense of warmth that took root between them. When they finally returned to the empty apartment, shopping carts overflowing and a taxi waiting at the curb, night had fully settled over the city. Phew. Done. Zhao Yu stood with her hands on her hips, gazing at the mountain of purchases spread across the living room floor like a victorious general surveying her spoils. The two of them sat on the floor sharing sandwiches bought from the supermarket, their first dinner in the new home. Look, Zhao Yu began pointing at the scattered goods and planning with visible enthusiasm. Tomorrow is your first day of classes. I'll be the supervisor here. In the morning I'll contact the workers to set up the internet and TV. Then in the afternoon I'll wash and sanitize everything we bought and put it all in its place. We'll hang the new bedsheets too. By the time you come back tonight, at least it'll feel like a proper place to live. Li Ran watched her speak so vividly about shaping what was supposed to be his future alone, hearing her naturally weave herself into his plans with the word we. A warmth too tender for words filled his heart. All right, he said with a nod. He didn't need many words of thanks. The gentleness in his eyes spoke for him. After their simple meal and a quick organizing of the purchased items, they locked the front door of their new home and returned to the hotel. Humming softly, Zhao Yu spread the day's receipts one by one across the table, diligently tallying the expenses like a careful little housekeeper. Li Ran sat quietly by the bed, flipping through the textbook for tomorrow's language class. Outside the window the night over Liverpool lay still and deep. Right then, Zhao Yu finished her accounting at last, stretched her arms overhead, and came to sit beside Li Ran. Tomorrow's your first day as a student abroad. Are you nervous, Li Ran? Li Ran closed his book and smiled. To be honest, I'm a little excited. The next morning Liverpool's sky was wrapped in a soft pale gray, with the distant calls of seagulls drifting through the cool air. Unlike the leisurely mornings in London, they didn't linger over breakfast. Instead, they had a quick bite at the cafe downstairs in the hotel, each lost in a quiet private ritual of preparation. At the hotel entrance the moment of parting had arrived. Zhao Yu handed Li Ran a brand new backpack filled with the textbooks and stationery he'd packed the night before. She adjusted his collar as carefully as a wife seeing her husband off to work, then said in a mock serious tone, "You go be a good student at school, and I'll go be the commander at our new home. I'll make something nice for dinner when you're back." Li Ran met her eyes, the smile there, the genuine care, and felt his heart soften. "All right," he nodded. Then almost without thinking, words escaped his lips that surprised even himself. "Then I'll come home for dinner tonight." The moment the word home left his mouth, a faint blush rose to Zhao Yu's cheeks. Her smile brightened still further. "Yes, come home for dinner." Li Ran slung his backpack over his shoulders and turned to merge with the stream of people heading to university. He could feel the bright gaze behind him watching him until he disappeared around the corner. Walking toward the language center, Li Ran's heart was filled with reflections. When had it been last that he walked into a university as a freshman? It seemed like over 20 years ago, a distant hazy memory belonging to another Li Ran. Back then he had been lost and uncertain about the future, squandering his youth in virtual game worlds. And now, standing on foreign soil, his steps were steadier than ever before. His purpose was unmistakably clear, his preparations complete. He approached an old red brick building and looked up at the sign reading Language Center, then took a deep breath before pushing open the door. Inside the imposing Victorian structure, the classroom had been thoroughly modernized, spacious and bright, with enormous windows facing a wide lawn. Over a dozen desks were arranged in a U-shape facing a whiteboard and projector ahead, creating an environment designed to encourage dialogue and interaction among students. When Li Ran entered, 7 or 8 students were already seated. He found an empty seat by the window and quietly observed his future classmates. Soon the bell rang. A British man in his 40s entered carrying a textbook under his arm. His receding hairline suggested thinning above, complemented by gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. His well-tailored suit conveyed an air of precision and meticulousness. "Good morning, everyone," he greeted with a crisp British accent. His gaze swept the room before settling on Li Ran as the newcomer. He smiled warmly. "You must be Li Ran, yes. Welcome to our class." Li Ran rose respectfully. "Yes, Professor, hello. I am your course tutor, Harrison. You may call me Harrison. All right, since we now have a new classmate, let us take a few moments to reacquaint ourselves with one another. To help everyone get to know each other better, why don't we start with brief self-introductions?" Harrison suggested. The introductions that followed gave Li Ran his first impression of this diverse, mini-United Nations class. First came 2 Japanese girls named Yui and Miki, who offered polite bows as they stood and spoke in soft, courteous voices that reflected their cultural upbringing. Next were 3 students from the Middle East. Ali and Muhammad, both projecting quiet confidence, and Fatima, a warm woman wearing an elegant headscarf. Fashionably dressed Korean student Seo Yun and her sharp-eyed counterpart Min Jun were next. Then came on a straightforward Vietnamese young man, and Sam Kai, a Thai student whose smile never faded. Finally, the 2 Chinese students spoke. Lu Wei, tall and sturdy, announced himself with a broad voice, while Lin Shi, quiet and refined, introduced herself softly. They greeted Li Ran warmly when they noticed him. As he had suspected, this small classroom brought together faces from across Asia and the Middle East, with no European students among them. The morning session focused on listening and speaking skills. Professor Harrison played an audio recording about British university club culture before assigning students to work in pairs for discussion. Li Ran was paired with on the Vietnamese student. When On asked questions in halting English with a heavy accent, Li Ran was surprised to find himself understanding effortlessly and quickly formulating responses. I think Li Ran began his pacing deliberate and each word articulated with certainty. University clubs aren't merely about shared interests. They're also a form of social preparation that helps international students like us integrate into the local culture more quickly. Only now did he realize that the past weeks of intense practice with Robert and the colloquial slang-heavy conversations with Tom had served as a kind of resilience training, making the academic English required in this classroom feel surprisingly manageable. Arsène noticed Li Ran's performance, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. After the group discussions concluded, he specifically called on Li Ran. Li Ran, your vocabulary is impressive and your arguments are well-reasoned. It's clear you've prepared thoroughly. Li Ran rose calmly, offering a slight, somewhat embarrassed smile. Thank you, Professor. My grammar and spoken English are actually quite ordinary. The vocabulary you noticed likely comes from my rather unconventional personal interests. He paused, hesitating slightly before continuing. I spend a lot of time reading English scouting reports, tactical analyses, and transfer business news online. I suppose after reading so much certain words just stuck. His understated explanation rippled through the room like a stone dropped into still water. The other international students found the Chinese boy's hobby unusual, but Lu Wei and Lin, she also from China, were utterly astonished by what they heard. Scouting reports. Transfer market analysis. What kind of hobby was that? Regular fans just argued on forums or ranted about bad calls, right? This guy actually treated football like an academic pursuit. During the break, Lu Wei, the outgoing, burly fellow, naturally joined Li Ran with his coffee. Impressive, mate. Lu Wei clapped Li Ran on the shoulder enthusiastically. Harrison's known for being strict. He rarely praises anyone so directly. That hobby of yours is seriously hardcore. Reading scouting reports daily. What exactly are you studying? You'd be wasting your talent if you didn't become a football commentator. Lin, she approached with a glass of water, equally intrigued by the conversation. Li Ran smiled at his enthusiastic compatriots before revealing his answer, sports management. Sports management. Lu Wei and Lin, she both blinked in surprise, then exchanged knowing looks. Though unconventional, the major perfectly aligned with Li Ran's modest presentation. Yes, it's something of a dream, Li Ran replied without elaboration, then asked about theirs. Me. Lu Wei laughed heartily. Business administration. After graduation, I'll return home to take over my dad's small factory. Lin, she smiled gently. I'm applying for a master's in education. I want to become a teacher. As they talked, Li Ran's gaze drifted across the lounge. This small room hummed with the fascinating blend of different cultures resembling a miniature United Nations. Nearby, Ali and Muhammad from the Middle East gathered with Fatima, who wore an elegant headscarf. They spoke animatedly in Arabic using expressive hand gestures. In the corner, Yui and Mickey from Japan shared delicate homemade treats, their sweet smiles lighting up the moment. Over by the window, Xiaoyan held a colorful fashion magazine, while conversing quietly with the sharp-eyed Minjun, whose ears were filled with earphones from his MP3 player, a luxury at the time, as he nodded subtly to the rhythm. On the simple Vietnamese student sat with Som Chai from Thailand, their earnest attempts at practicing sentence structures from class audible in their halting but dedicated English. At lunchtime, just as Li Ran was about to head to the school cafeteria, his phone chimed with a text message. It was from Xiaoya. Brother Li Ran. The internet and TV have been set up smoothly. The new bed sheets and pillowcases are all washed and drying on the balcony in the sunshine. I guarantee you'll smell the warmth of home when you come back tonight. Looking at this vivid text message, Li Ran felt his day's fatigue somehow dissipate. He couldn't help but smile. He walked into the convenience store on campus and bought the simplest tuna sandwich and a bottle of water. Then he sat on the campus lawn enjoying his simple lunch while taking in the scenery around him. His afternoon class was writing. Li Ran found himself particularly at ease. When the 4 o'clock bell rang, he packed his backpack and was the first to leave the language center. At the entrance, he ran into Lu Wei and Lin Shi again. Li Ran, want to grab a drink together? Lu Wei invited enthusiastically. Li Ran smiled and shook his head, waving his phone. No thanks, I'm moving today. Next time my treat. Oh, all right then. Lu Wei winked playfully. We'll hold you to that. The three waved goodbye. Walking back to the apartment, Li Ran felt unusually lighthearted. As he reached his apartment building, he unexpectedly ran into 2 familiar faces. His 2 Japanese classmates from school, Yui and Mickey. Li Ran. More outgoing Mickey recognized him first and greeted him in surprise. You live here too? Li Ran was also somewhat surprised. Yes. Gentle Yui replied in somewhat unskilled English, looking very cute. We live on the 2nd floor. How about you? I live on the 4th floor. That's such a coincidence. Fantastic. We can go to school together from now on. Mickey said happily. The 3 exchanged polite words, agreed to help each other with their studies, and then went their separate ways. Li Ran reflected that he had already started to have neighbors and friends in this unfamiliar city. With anticipation, he walked to the 4th floor, took out his keys, and opened the apartment door. The moment the door opened, a warm feeling enveloped him. No longer empty and desolate, instead, there was soft lighting in the living room and enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen, a mixture of garlic and meat. In the living room, all the big bags and boxes from yesterday had disappeared. A newly purchased small dining table with a beige tablecloth stood in the center, and there was even a small vase. The entire space instantly filled with the warmth of home because of these details. Brother Li Ran, you're back. Xiaoya popped her head out from the kitchen wearing an adorable apron with a bit of flour on her face, like a playful little cat. Seeing Li Ran, she immediately showed a brilliant, proud smile. How was it? Isn't your commander amazing? Li Ran looked at this heartwarming scene at the girl who had been busy all day for him, and his heart warmed. All his words eventually gathered into one sincere sentence. Thank you for your hard work. Not hard at all. Xiaoya proudly tilted her head back. Go wash your hands quickly, dinner is ready. Li Ran walked into the kitchen to see if he could help. Xiaoya was preparing the last dish, so he naturally picked up some washed vegetables from the side and started chopping them. The two squeezed in the small kitchen, one cooking and one helping, listening to the sizzling sounds from the pot and the humming of the range hood, chatting casually. How was your class today? Is the teacher strict? Are the classmates easy to get along with? Everything's fine. The teacher is professional and the classmates are friendly. It's just, Li Ran remembered his self-introduction in the morning. Seems like I'm the only one studying sports management in the class. What's wrong with that? It means you're unique. The two hummed off-key songs while chatting, and a sumptuous dinner was soon ready. Wait. Seeing Xiaoya preparing to serve rice, Li Ran suddenly said, our first dinner in our first home should have some sense of ritual. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Before Xiaoya could react, he had already run out the door. 10 minutes later, Li Ran returned with a bottle of red wine and a small cake. Candlelight, though it was just the ceiling light in the dining room, red wine, and a sumptuous dinner. The two raised their glasses, the crisp, clinking echoing in the small apartment. To celebrate our successful settling in. And to celebrate your smooth start to school. Cheers. They enjoyed the meal immensely. After the meal, Xiaoya looked at the room that was basically tidied up and stretched contentedly. Alright, my task is basically complete. She looked at Li Ran and said, starting tomorrow, I also need to attend my design course. She explained that her short-term course was at nearby Liverpool Hope University, not far from Li Ran's language center. The class schedule was also almost the same, from 9 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon, lasting for 2 weeks. And today she had already gone to school to register during the breaks of setting up the room. Li Ran finally understood just how busy she had been today. He asked with care, what exactly do you study in that design course of yours? This question from Li Ran clearly struck a chord with Xiaoya. She immediately perked up, her eyes sparkling as she began to explain. My course is called Urban Texture and Design Inspiration. It's a short-term practical course at the school. The professor asked us to choose a representative British city other than London to study its architectural style and cultural history, then find inspiration from it to complete a design project. Liverpool is the perfect sample. It has dock buildings left from the Industrial Revolution, the musical culture brought by the Beatles, and world-famous football culture. These are all my best materials. She became more and more excited as she spoke, as if she had already seen herself getting the highest score in the course. Li Ran listened quietly. He could feel that the girl in front of him was emitting a unique radiance when talking about something she truly loved. He realized that his understanding of her had deepened another layer. Just then Li Ran's phone rang. It was Tom calling. Li Ran answered the phone, and a very enthusiastic voice with a Cockney accent came from the other end. Big brother, it's me, Tom. Hello, Tom, what brings you to call so late? Of course it's great news. Tom's voice was so excited it was almost cracking. Bro, I called my buddy Dave. Dave said he's very welcoming to us coming over. Also next weekend Tranmere has a home match. He said he could get us tickets to the players' family area, and after the match he could even take us to visit the players' tunnel and stuff. Bro, what do you think? Do you have time next weekend? I'll drive over to find you. This invitation to Li Ran was simply an unmissable gift. That's great, Tom. Li Ran suppressed his excitement and tried to keep his tone as calm as possible. Then it's settled, next weekend we'll be there. After hanging up the phone, Li Ran saw Xiaoya looking at him with an expression of you have secrets again. He smiled and told her everything that had happened on the phone. Wow, really? Xiaoya also got excited. Not only can we watch the match, but we can also enter the players' tunnel. That's so cool. It seems my lifestyle consultant role can also double as a football reporter. Seeing her eager and cute appearance, Li Ran's mood became exceptionally good. The night deepened. Get some rest early, Li Ran stood up. You also start school tomorrow, don't oversleep. Yeah, you too. The two wished each other good night and returned to their respective rooms. Li Ran lay on the unfamiliar bed, yet felt an overwhelming sense of peace. Rather than drifting off immediately, he kept his eyes open in the darkness, meticulously reviewing in his mind the intelligence he had just gathered and his plans for the future. His mind began to race. Tom's call had transformed a vague possibility into the very first item on my investigation list. This time, meeting Dave, my primary objective is to test the waters and assess the situation. I need to extract some crucial information from him as an insider. Just how dire is the club's financial situation? What is the morale among the players? And more importantly, who truly holds the reins in the team? Once the investigation reveals this club truly has value for a strategic investment, then my first angel investment can officially begin. He understood that since his rebirth, everything before had merely been preparation. The upcoming trip to Tranmere next weekend would be his first move as a genuine football manager. The next morning, Li Ran and Xiaoya shared their first simple breakfast together in their new home before heading out. Below the apartment building, Li Ran happened to encounter the two Japanese classmates again. Good morning, classmate Li Ran. Yui, gentle by nature, and Mickey, lively and cheerful, were carrying their school bags and preparing to head to school. Upon seeing Li Ran, they politely bowed. Good morning, Yui Mickey. Li Ran responded with a smile, then naturally introduced Xiaoyu beside him. This is Xiaoyu, my friend. These are my classmates Yui and Mickey. Hello. Xiaoyu greeted them gracefully in English. Hello. Are you also a student at the University of Liverpool? You are so pretty. Mickey, clearly more extroverted, looked at Xiaoyu with admiration in her eyes. No, I am actually at Hope University next door for a short-term program. After the brief exchange, Yui and Mickey joined them, and the four walked together toward the university. Along the way, the two Japanese girls curiously asked Li Ran about grammar questions from yesterday's class, speaking with their distinctive soft accents. Li Ran patiently answered their questions. Walking alongside, Xiaoyu watched him chat happily with the two lovely Japanese girls, and for some reason a small sour sense of jealousy suddenly arose in her heart. She deliberately moved to Li Ran's other side, gently nudging him with her elbow, and whispered in Chinese with a playful tone, "Oh brother Li Ran, I did not expect this. It is only the second day of school, and you are already on such good terms with two Japanese female classmates, and arranged to go to school together. That is incredibly fast progress." At this moment, Li Ran was clearly still processing things excitedly, saying, "This is such a coincidence. Yui and Mickey not only share my classes, but they also live in the same apartment building. Novels would not dare write something like this." Xiaoyu let out a faint cold laugh and shot Li Ran a sideways glance. "Alright, I need to turn left at the next intersection. You can continue chatting with your Japanese friends." Li Ran, being somewhat straightforward, had no idea there was hidden meaning in her words, and replied, "Alright, see you this afternoon." Xiaoyu rolled her eyes again and quickly walked away. The three of them arrived at the classroom and began the day's classes. During the break, Lu Wei and Lin Shi once again pulled him into an enthusiastic conversation. It was truly a blessing to meet fellow countrymen in a foreign land. At lunchtime, Li Ran met up with Lu Wei and Lin Shi at a Chinese restaurant near campus. A simple rice bowl dish became extraordinarily delicious thanks to the familiar flavors and the sound of home. During the meal, his phone buzzed with a message from Xiaoyu. "My design class is so boring. Brother Li Ran, how did your language class go today?" Li Ran could not hide the smile on his face as he read this message filled with teasing and affection. He replied, "I am struggling through it. My life consultant is urgently needed to rescue me with a lavish dinner tonight." The afternoon brought equally intense studies. But with this small connection to think about, even the dry lessons seemed to become more engaging. After school, Li Ran politely declined Yui and Mickey's invitation to walk home together. Instead of returning directly to the apartment, he headed straight to Hope University in Liverpool, where Xiaoyu was. When Xiaoyu emerged from the teaching building, her school bag on her back and a hint of tiredness on her face, she immediately spotted the figure leaning against a street lamp, smiling at her. "Brother Li Ran, what are you doing here?" Xiaoyu's face instantly lit up with surprise. "To pick up my life consultant after school." Li Ran naturally took her school bag from her hands. "Besides, we have not properly explored this city yet. Tonight it is on me." They did not return home to cook. Instead, they strolled through the busiest commercial street in the city center and enjoyed a romantic dinner at an Italian restaurant with excellent reviews. After dinner, as the lights began to glow, Li Ran took Xiaoyu to Albert Dock, Liverpool's most famous landmark. The harbor under the night sky was tranquil and magnificent. The ancient red brick warehouse complex exuded a charming historical aura under the warm yellow lights. On the calm water surface, the city's brilliant lights and the bright moon on the horizon were mirrored. A cool breeze carrying the faint scent of the sea gently brushed past. The two walked side by side along the stone path of the dock. Neither spoke. They simply enjoyed this rare moment of tranquility and beauty in silence. "This place is truly beautiful." Finally, Xiaoyu broke the silence. "Indeed." Li Ran nodded. He turned his head to look at Xiaoyu, who looked exceptionally touching under the night light, and said softly, "More beautiful than I imagined." Xiaoyu caught the double meaning in his words. Her cheeks grew warm, and her heart skipped a beat. She felt the evening wind was somewhat cool, and instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. In the next moment, a jacket still carrying Li Ran's warmth was gently draped over her shoulders. Li Ran naturally extended his arm and drew her into his embrace, letting her lean against him to shield her from the slightly cool evening breeze. Xiaoyu stiffened for a moment, but then relaxed, gently resting her head on his solid shoulder. From the distance, a fairy's horn sounded melodiously. Time seemed to slow down for them at this moment. They did not speak anymore, simply cuddling quietly and savoring this unexpected tranquility that belonged only to the two of them. On the way back to the apartment, the atmosphere between the two grew subtle, yet mutually understanding. Opening the apartment door, warm light spilled down, elongating their silhouettes at the entrance. During the day, this was still an empty new home, just taking shape. But now, when the two of them returned with the night air clinging to them, and feelings too complex to articulate, this place seemed to finally possess the warmth and soul of a true home. "I'm going to take a shower." Xiaoyu's cheeks still bore a trace of warmth from the evening breeze. She dared not meet Li Ran's eyes, and like a startled little rabbit hurried back to her room. Li Ran walked to the sofa by the window and sat down, admiring Liverpool's night view outside. His path of rebirth seemed to have been painted with the warmest colors by this girl named Xiaoyu, like a small but brilliantly bright sun. When Xiaoyu finished her shower and came out of her room wearing adorable cartoon pajamas, she saw that Li Ran had already poured her a glass of warm water and placed it on the dining table. "Get some rest early," Li Ran smiled at her. "You have classes tomorrow." Zhaoya replied softly, picking up the water glass. You too. In the days that followed, Li Ran's life settled into a wonderfully harmonious daily rhythm. Every morning as he was about to head out for class, he would invariably run into Yui and Mickey, both with their school bags slung over their shoulders at the elevator lobby of the building. Good morning, Li Ran. The gentle Yui would always greet him with a slight bow, her voice soft and sweet like a delicate Japanese confection. Good morning. The vivacious Mickey would wave with boundless energy, her large doe-like eyes sparkling brightly under the morning sunlight. And so along the path from the apartment to the university's language center, the three would chat all the way. Beneath his composed exterior, Li Ran's heart was far from calm. He had to admit that walking to school each morning with two such adorable Japanese girls was indeed a delightful experience. Yui, who came from Tokyo, was the epitome of a traditional Yamato Nadeshiko, graceful, gentle, and refined. She had long, sleek black hair that swayed gently against her plain cotton skirt with every step. When she spoke, she always wore a gentle smile, and her soft voice, though quiet, resonated like a mountain spring, bringing a sense of profound tranquility. Mickey, on the other hand, hailed from Osaka and was a completely different sort. She was like a glass of sparkling orange soda, radiating effervescent vitality. With her chic short hair dyed a light flaxen hue, she paired a bright yellow t-shirt with denim overalls, and she always bounced along as she walked. When she spoke English, it was with a distinctive, adorable Kansai accent. Whenever she got animated, she would wave her little fists, her expressions so lively, she seemed to have stepped right out of a manga. One serene as water, one vivacious as fire. Li Ran chuckled inwardly. A classic dilemma indeed. The very thought of it struck him as rather amusing. Li Ran, the quiet Yui asked in hesitant English about the subjunctive mood from yesterday's class. We still don't quite understand it. I was wondering if you could explain it to us. Of course, no problem. Li Ran slowed his pace and began to break down that complicated grammar point in the simplest, clearest language possible. Watching the two girls huddle beside him, tilting their heads upward and listening with looks of utter admiration, Li Ran felt a swell of quiet accomplishment in his heart. In the classroom, his current command of English and formidable logical thinking made him inevitably the most dazzling presence in this little United Nations class. During every break, the lively Mickey would always be the first to dash over to Li Ran's desk, chattering away in her adorable Kansai accented English as she asked him questions. The demure Yui, meanwhile, would stand quietly nearby, her clear wide eyes fixed on the discussion, attentively listening and occasionally adding a word or two. Gradually, even Lin, she was drawn in. She had originally only watched from a distance, but after a few sessions, she finally gathered her courage, notebook in hand, and joined this little academic discussion group. Lin, she was a classic Jiangnan girl, long black hair, fair skin, delicate features, and a gentle refinement that carried a scholarly air. She spoke in a soft, hushed voice like a gentle spring breeze, comforting and pleasing to hear. Thus, in that language center classroom, a remarkable sight frequently unfolded: a handsome Chinese young man surrounded by three lovely girls from different countries, each with her own distinct charm. The bubbly Mickey, the gentle Yui, and the elegant Lin Shi, all earnestly discussing grammar and vocabulary. This scene filled another Chinese student sitting nearby, Lu Wei, with a complicated mix of envy and admiration. More than once he inwardly cried out, "Man, we're both going abroad for the first time? Why does this guy live like the protagonist of a romance novel? It's so unfair." That afternoon after class, Li Ran waved goodbye to the reluctant Japanese girls at the school gate and then made good on his earlier promise. Lu Wei, Lin Shi, he took the initiative to invite them. "Let's go. I know a decent cafe nearby. My treat." "Great. I've been waiting for you to say that," Lu Wei said heartily, slinging an arm around Li Ran's shoulder. The three of them headed to a cafe near the campus. "Honestly, Li Ran," Lu Wei said after taking a big gulp of coffee, "I really admire you. You're not only ridiculously good at studying, but you're also absurdly popular with the ladies. Come on, tell me what's your secret." Li Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I don't have any secret, it's just normal communication." Lin Shi smiled too. "That's right, Lu Wei. Li Ran explains things patiently and clearly, and we all find it very helpful. Psy people really are beyond comparison." Lu Wei let out a long sigh. Li Ran smiled and steered the conversation elsewhere. They talked about their respective majors, their plans for the future, and the various amusing anecdotes and hardships of living in a foreign land. Listening to the familiar accents of home and discussing topics so full of youthful, boundless possibilities, Li Ran felt completely at ease, a genuine smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. So to sum it up, Lu Wei concluded with a mischievous grin, "At this table, we have a future factory owner, a future schoolteacher, and a future football management talent." "Some talent," Li Ran shook his head with a smile. "We're all still in language classes now, the real courses are still a long way off. It's only a matter of time." Lu Wei slapped the table emphatically. "I don't care what you say. When you make it big in the future, you have to buy the screws from my little factory at a premium." Lin Shi was tickled into giggles, and even Li Ran couldn't help but laugh. Before they knew it, the weekend had arrived. At a little past 2 on Saturday afternoon, Li Ran's phone rang right on time. On the other end was Tom with his distinctive machine gun-like Cockney accent. This time, however, Li Ran was surprised to find that he no longer felt completely baffled as he had before. Though many of the slang terms and slurred syllables remained unintelligible, he could now accurately pick out key words like "arrived address" and "can't wait." It seemed that once one had the right method, even the toughest accent was nothing more than a beast waiting to be tamed. "Bro, I've already arrived in Liverpool. Tell me your address right now. I can't wait to see you. Lee Ran quickly gave him the address of his apartment and also reminded Tom to drive carefully. Half an hour later, a slightly worn Ford sedan pulled up in front of the apartment building. As soon as Tom walked in, he was stunned by the tidy, cozy, and thoroughly lived-in atmosphere of the place. "My God, bro," he exclaimed dramatically. "How can you possibly be a newcomer who's only been here a week? This place is more of a home than my dump in London where I've lived for over 20 years. Zhao emerged from the kitchen carrying 3 glasses of iced cola and gave a proud little toss of her chin. "Of course, take a look at who's the life consultant of this home." The three chatted for a good while longer in the living room, swapping amusing stories from their respective weeks. When the clock neared 5 in the afternoon, Tom stood up and made a sweeping gesture. "Come on, let's go. I'm taking you across the river to Birkenhead right now. There's a fantastic barbecue place near the stadium. We'll have dinner there to fuel up for tonight's match." Tom drove the two of them through the center of Liverpool, passed through the famous Mersey Tunnel, and arrived at Birkenhead on the other side of the river. The dinner spot was a rustic American barbecue joint done up in full Wild West style. As the three were devouring tender, juicy grilled ribs, a tall and sturdy figure appeared at the restaurant entrance. "Tom, you old dog." The man strode over with a broad grin and gave Tom a hearty bear hug. "Dave, you old rascal," Tom replied, excitedly thumping the other man's back with gusto. Lee Ran looked up and studied the newcomer. This was Dave, standing at least 1.9 meters tall with broad shoulders and a powerful wall-like build. He radiated the distinctive strength of a professional athlete. His face was angular and bore a trace of weather-worn weariness with a faint scar at the corner of his eyebrow. Yet his blue eyes, like Tom's, were full of sincerity and warmth. After releasing Tom, Dave's gaze fell upon Lee Ran and Zhao. A warm smile graced his face as he turned to Tom and said, "Why not introduce your new friends?" "Oh, of course." Tom enthusiastically draped an arm around Lee Ran's shoulders. "Dave, this is my Chinese friend I mentioned, Lee Ran. And beside him is the lovely Miss Zhao." Dave extended his large hand toward Lee Ran, his eyes radiating genuine warmth and curiosity. "Hello, Lee Ran. Tom has spoken so highly of you on the phone. He said your understanding of football surpasses even the pundits at Sky Sports. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, Dave. Tom flatters me too much. Oh, I'm simply a football enthusiast," Lee Ran replied with a smile, gripping Dave's hand firmly. "Don't be so modest." Dave glanced at his watch, speaking with a hint of regret. "I'd love to chat with you properly right now, but I need to return to the team for preparations. Head straight to the players' family entrance and mention my name. It's over by the cowsheet stand, the away section." He paused, then glanced back at Lee Ran before departing, his voice filled with eager anticipation. "Lee Ran, Tom told me your understanding of the game is truly profound. To be honest, beyond chatting with teammates, I rarely meet someone who truly appreciates football. After the match, let's find a place to share a drink and have a proper conversation." Seeing Dave's sincere gaze, Lee Ran nodded steadily. "Of course, it would be my pleasure." "Excellent." Dave's face brightened with a smile once more. "See you after the match." With that, he turned and quickly disappeared into the crowd. After their meal, the three of them arrived at Prenton Park, home of Tranmere Rovers. Unlike the Grand Cathedral of Highbury, the club shop here was merely a modest room converted from one corner of the stadium, smaller than Zhao's London apartment living room. The merchandise available was far less extensive than Arsenal's, limited to basic jerseys, scarves, and club badges, with vintage team photographs from the 1980s and 1990s hanging on the walls. They smoothly collected their tickets at the players' family entrance and entered the stadium. The stands were modest in size, the facilities somewhat worn with paint peeling from certain seats. Yet at this moment, every seat was filled. Fans waved white flags and sang the club songs with voices full of heartfelt devotion. The pure, authentic passion here rivaled the fervor of Highbury, perhaps even more touching in its simplicity. The players' family section they occupied exuded a warmth of everyday life. Seated nearby were the players' wives, parents, and children. Lee Ran could hear a blonde woman in the row ahead calling out loudly to her husband on the pitch, "Hey, play with more spirit. Don't be timid." Lee Ran noticed that fans around him, whether elderly or young, seemed intimately familiar with one another. They exchanged warm greetings and chatted about daily life. Their conversations ranged from the players' performances to more mundane matters like whose backyard lawn needed trimming or which middle school a neighbor's child had been accepted to. Lee Ran instantly understood. Most of the fans here came from communities surrounding the stadium. Many had followed this club since childhood, and some players on the pitch might be neighbors, former classmates, or even youngsters they had watched grow up. They watched their team play as one would watch their own children. They would cheer wholeheartedly for brilliant performances and speak frankly when mistakes were made, yet that deep sense of belonging and loyal support given without expectation of reward was something no big club fan could fully replicate. This, Lee Ran realized, was the true warmth of home. At Prenton Park, the atmosphere had reached a spirited peak. Though the players had finished warming up and returned to the locker room, the singing from the stands continued to rise in waves. "Today's opponent is Crewe," Tom called out over the spirited chorus. "They're an old rival of Tranmere, a technically sound side that will require our full attention." Lee Ran nodded, his eyes settling on the home coach's area. An elderly British gentleman with silver hair stood there, his face flushed with concentration, gesturing emphatically with his fist as he addressed the players about to return through the tunnel. "That's our manager, Mr. Davies, Tom said, his tone carrying a mixture of fondness and melancholy. A stubborn but good-hearted man. Tom did not continue, but Lee Ran already understood what remained unsaid. With a sharp blast from the referee's whistle, the match began. Tranmere came out with the fighting spirit only a home crowd could inspire. Their approach was straightforward and direct, embodying the classic essence of English football, a rigid 4-4-2 formation, and the time-honored tradition of long balls and aerial duels. Upon winning the ball, defenders launched long passes without hesitation toward the two towering strikers leading the line. The midfielder's role appeared to be primarily contesting second balls. The entire tactical approach could be summed up in 3 words: play it long, target the tall forwards, rely on physical strength. Zhao Yu watched somewhat stunned. This was a world away from the fluid, intricate passing combinations she had witnessed at Highbury with Arsenal. Lee Ran, however, was not surprised. He thought to himself, this is the foundational character of English football. Even decades later, when the Premier League had become the most technically refined competition in the world, clubs promoted from the Championship, like Burnley and Sunderland, still adhered to these principles. This, he reflected, was precisely why they struggled to establish themselves permanently in the top flight. In the opening minutes, Tranmere's driving energy created moments of disruption. But soon Crewe adapted to the rhythm. Their midfielders, clearly more technically accomplished, ceased engaging in physical battles, and instead moved the ball smoothly through concise passing combinations, effortlessly circumventing Tranmere's absent midfield presence. The ball repeatedly found itself directly in front of Tranmere's defensive line. This gave Lee Ran a continuous close-up opportunity to observe Dave's performances. As the team's holding defender, Dave was the anchor of the entire backline. His tall frame acted as a wall, repeatedly heading away opponents' crosses from the penalty area. His positional awareness and anticipation were exceptional, with several precisely timed slides thwarting one-on-one opportunities just before they could develop. This player is a pure defensive talent, Lee Ran assessed quietly. But his limitations are equally clear: he lacks pace. Fortunately, the opposition has no swift forwards, so Dave should manage well enough today. By the 33rd minute, the scenario Lee Ran had feared came to pass. A Crewe midfielder, unmarked, advanced comfortably with the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Tranmere's midfielders trailed behind, still recovering. Dave had no choice but to step out from his defensive position to close down the attacker attempting to delay the build-up. The moment he left his core position, the opponent delivered a perfectly weighted through ball. The ball slipped through the space Dave had vacated. The Crewe forward eased past the last line of defense and calmly finished past the goalkeeper. 0-1. Tranmere had taken the lead at home. The entire Prenton Park Stadium fell into a deadly silence, which was then broken by a tremendous, disappointed groan. Lee Ran's gaze did not rest on the dejected players on the pitch. Instead, it immediately locked onto Mr. Davis, the home team's manager, in the dugout. He saw the English old man, after conceding the goal, angrily kick away a water bottle at his feet, then rush to the touchline and keep shouting at the players, "Close them down. Close them down. Battle them head to head." There was no tactical adjustment, no formation change, only the feeblest, most emotional roaring. "It's over. Not again." Tom beside him covered his face with his hands and let out a pained groan. "Every time we fall behind, Coach Davis just yells, 'Close them down.' Our midfield is already thin, and doing that just leaves bigger gaps." Although Zhao Yu didn't understand tactics, well, she could see the problem. She asked Lee Ran in confusion, Is his direction wrong?" "Not wrong," Lee Ran replied calmly. His voice, in sharp contrast to the noisy surroundings, sounded exceptionally clear and composed. "It's ineffective." He pointed at the pitch and began his live coaching. "You see, the root of our concession is the loss of control in midfield. The opponent's technical midfielders completely bypassed our two central midfielders, leaving the backline directly exposed. At this moment, if you ask the players to frantically and recklessly press forward in pursuit, they will only lose their defensive positions and expose even larger gaps behind them to the opponent." "Then, what should be done?" Tom asked eagerly, having completely regarded Lee Ran as his savior at that moment. A glint of a true tactician sparkled in Lee Ran's eyes. "The simplest adjustment is to switch immediately from 4-4-2 to 4-4-1-1. Drop a striker into midfield, position him as an attacking midfielder, and use him to disrupt and harass the opponent's playmaker. In this way, our midfield defense can at least shift from two flat lines to a slightly structured, small triangle. Stabilize the formation first, then look for counterattacks." These words were clear and hit the nail on the head. Tom was dumbfounded. Despite having watched football for so many years, he had never thought of such a level. Meanwhile, the situation on the pitch immediately validated Lee Ran's judgment. Tranmere's players faithfully carried out the manager's orders and began pressing forward even more wildly. However, this undisciplined chasing in front of the more technically skilled Crewe side was like a band of brutes chasing a nimble swordsman. Just 2 minutes later, Crewe once again easily tore through Tranmere's midfield with a simple 1-2 combination, creating a highly threatening shot. Clang! The ball struck hard against the post, sending a chill down the home fans' spines. It was Dave who again threw his body into a desperate block, preventing the score from being extended. Tom watched the embarrassing scene on the pitch, then turned to look at Lee Ran, whose face bore an expression of "just as I expected." His admiration had turned into complete, wholehearted veneration. "My God, man," he muttered to himself. "You said Word for word. They really are running around like headless chickens. Lee Ran shook his head. He knew that tactically the match was already over. What remained was merely garbage time. In the 78th minute, Crew scored another goal from a corner routine, their center back heading it in inside the box. 0-2. The goal like a needle completely pricked the last balloon at Prenton Park Stadium. Some fans began to leave early, their faces marked with numbness and disappointment. But more fans, those most loyal silver-haired elders and children just old enough to understand, remained in the stands waving their scarves and singing their own club anthem in hoarse voices. Their singing, solemn and tenacious, echoed above the stadium. When the final whistle blew and the score stayed at 0-2, Lee Ran did not look at the dejected players on the pitch, nor at the fans who had left early. His gaze lingered long on the die-hard fans who, despite the loss, were still applauding and singing for their players. He saw Dave dragging his weary body to the stands to thank the fans, his eyes filled with apology and unwillingness. He thought to himself, the players here still have fighting spirit, the fans here still have undying loyalty. They lack nothing except a right mind to lead them out of the darkness. This team is not terminally ill, it is merely a sleeping giant. And I might just be the only one who can awaken it. The three of them filed out with the crowd. Following the earlier arrangement with Dave, they drove back to Liverpool city centre and arrived at a traditional English pub recommended by Dave away from the tourist clamor. The pub had soft lighting, few customers, and a quiet atmosphere perfect for conversation. They found a corner booth and sat down. Tom was still grumbling about the match result. That midfield was practically taking a stroll. They always leave Dave to cover every gap alone. Coach Davis's tactics are way too rigid. About an hour later, when Tom's third pint was nearly finished, Dave finally pushed the door open and walked in. He had already showered and changed into casual clothes, but the tiredness and post-defeat dejection between his brows could not be concealed. Sorry I'm late. He plopped down on the sofa and let out a long sigh. I stayed a bit long in the dressing room after the match. It's fine, Dave. Lee Ran raised his glass proactively. Forget the match for now. Honestly, you played like a true warrior today. Those crucial blocks were simply world-class. This was both a sincere compliment and a skillful opening line. For a player who had just lost a match and was physically and mentally exhausted, such specific recognition could win his favor far more than empty consolation. Sure enough, a bitter gratitude appeared on Dave's face. He raised his glass and drained it in one go. Thanks, Lee Ran. Unfortunately, no matter how hard I try, I can't plug all the holes by myself. Lee Ran understood, but he knew that Dave's true level was probably limited to this. He was a typical English center back with both strengths and weaknesses extremely pronounced, brave, strong, excellent at positioning, and formidable in one-on-one defense. However, he was too slow, had poor technical skills on the ball, and almost no ability to distribute. Playing in the Premier League was certainly out of the question for him in this lifetime, but in leagues like League One and League Two, where physicality is emphasized, he could still establish himself in a mid to lower table team. After a few beers and some light football anecdotes, Lee Ran knew the time had come to get down to business. In a seemingly casual, chatty tone, he steered the conversation toward the core issue. Dave, Tom told me earlier that apart from the Premier League, many clubs are in bad financial shape. Is it the same in your team? At that, Dave's relaxed expression turned heavy again. He glanced at his trusted friend Tom, then at Lee Ran, whose eyes were sincere, and finally chose to open up. Bad. Dave laughed self-deprecatingly. It's not just bad, it's a complete disaster. He lowered his voice and began to reveal the inside story seldom shared with outsiders. We haven't received our full salaries for 2 months now. The club can only give us a small living allowance each month. Everyone is barely getting by on their savings. The entire squad is anxious. Several of our key players' agents have already been helping them contact other clubs. What about the management? Do the chairman and owners not care? Lee Ran asked smoothly. Care? What could they possibly do? Dave's tone was filled with helplessness. Our chairman, Mr. Evans, is a good man, a local merchant, and a loyal fan of the team. But honestly, he has run out of money. That outrageous broadcasting rights fee nearly broke him. The club's total debts added up messily amount to perhaps £700,000 or £800,000. What's most pressing right now is that the players' union has already issued us an ultimatum. Dave's expression grew grave. The total unpaid wages for all our players adds up to roughly £100,000. If the club cannot raise this amount within 2 weeks, the union will petition the court for compulsory liquidation. At that point, it won't be a matter of relegation. The team will simply cease to exist. £100,000, a death warrant. Lee Ran swiftly grasped this most crucial piece of information. He continued, so what the club needs most right now is a sum of cash to address this urgent crisis. Exactly. Dave nodded emphatically. The chairman is now frantic, searching everywhere for investment. Rumors swirl throughout the team that he no longer cares about controlling stakes. As long as someone can produce this £100,000 in cash to settle the wages and keep the club alive, he is willing to surrender more than half the shares. Dave looked at Lee Ran and smiled bitterly. He simply does not want this century-old club to vanish completely under his watch. £100,000 in cash, in exchange for controlling stake and management rights of an English second division club. Lee Ran's heart began pounding uncontrollably. His £1,500,000 sitting in his account suddenly seemed so ample, so precise, as if tailor-made for exactly this moment. He knew he had obtained all the core information he needed. What lay before him was no longer a burdened mess of debt, but a perfectly positioned shell resource, severely undervalued due to a short-term cash flow crisis. Lee Ran raised his glass. Dave, he spoke, his voice low yet commanding, striking every person present like a boulder thrown into still water. Perhaps I can resolve your predicament. What? Dave froze, convinced he had misheard. Tom and Zhao also stared at him in astonishment. They had never imagined Lee Ran would say such a thing. A confident curve touched Lee Ran's lips. That 100,000 pounds in wages you mentioned, the one that determines the club's survival, I will cover it. The words plunged the entire booth into silence. Dave's mouth hung open, Tom's eyes widened like bells, and Zhao covered her mouth with her small hand, terrified she might gasp aloud. You mean it? Dave's voice trembled. Naturally. Lee Ran nodded, then laid out his terms. But this money is not a donation. It is an investment. My conditions are twofold. First, I require 51% controlling stake in the club. Second, I demand a board seat with final authority over all football-related matters, including player transfers, coaching appointments and dismissals, and youth academy development. Gazing at the three utterly stunned individuals, he knew he must now give them, and Dave especially, a vision bright enough to convince the club chairman. He leaned slightly forward, his eyes growing unfathomably deep as though he could already see years ahead. Dave, I know you will think me mad upon hearing this. A Chinese student who arrived in England mere days ago. What right do I have to make such grand claims? Let me tell you what I can bring. Simply put, three things. He held up a finger. First, smarter recruitment. He looked at Dave. Your current recruitment approach remains confined to England, expensive and inefficient. I will bring an entirely new global scouting model. We can secure players twice as good at half the cost. He raised a second finger. Second, superior tactics. He shook his head. You witnessed today's match. Their playing style is far too one-dimensional. I will bring an entirely new tactical framework. Finally, he extended his third finger, his gaze sharpening. Third, and something you have never considered, a completely new market. He glanced at Tom. You see only this small town of Birkenhead, but I envision all of Asia. Once this club carries Chinese backing, it opens a massive market of hundreds of millions of potential fans, a prospect beyond your wildest imagination. In that scenario, money will come to us, not the other way around. Dave's breathing quickened. Looking at Lee Ran, his eyes had shifted from initial shock to fanatical hope, the desperate optimism of a man grasping at a lifeline. He abruptly rose to his feet, so overcome with emotion that he knocked over a glass from the table. At this moment, Zhao was rendered speechless by Lee Ran's vision. All she knew was that Lee Ran, like herself, was merely one of countless students who had traveled thousands of miles to study in this unfamiliar land. She had never imagined that on their very first weekend in Liverpool, inside this humble barbecue restaurant, the man, who had only recently been shopping and watching matches alongside her, would propose something so extraordinary. What boundless depth lay hidden beneath his composed exterior? This man instantly made her feel profoundly estranged yet utterly captivated. Watching him speak with such assurance, as though presenting a surefire business success story, she felt her heartbeat accelerating beyond control. The powerful confidence radiating from him, a complete certainty over the future, was something she had never witnessed in anyone his age, or indeed any man. That already handsome face, now enhanced by such ambition, exuded an almost dangerously alluring charm. Zhao sensed her fondness for brother Lee Ran surging out of control. Only in this moment did she truly understand what her older sister had meant by interesting. Tom's reaction was far more direct. Still clutching his cold beer glass, his mouth half open and eyes vacant, he appeared as though frozen in place. His mind went completely blank. All that remained was the ringing echo of Lee Ran's weighty words. As a football fanatic, he understood better than anyone the significance and feasibility of what Lee Ran had said. Precisely because he understood, he was even more shaken. Staring at Lee Ran, his Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed repeatedly, yet no words came. He was utterly at a loss for how to respond. Good God! Lee Ran! Dave stammered incoherently. Everything you just said. Heavens! You are absolutely the person I have ever encountered who understands football operations best. I will go find the chairman first thing tomorrow morning. No, I am going now. He must hear these words from you. You may very well be the miracle we have been waiting for. Lee Ran smiled gently and pressed the trembling Dave back into his seat. Take it easy, Dave. His voice carried a calming power. Impulse accomplishes nothing great. This matter must proceed step by step. Listen to me. First, do not rush to seek out the chairman. If you show up in a flustered state, you will only make him think you are chasing after impossible dreams. Wait until tomorrow when you have calmed down and arrange a formal meeting at his office. Second, when you speak with him, do not mention finding a savior. You should say that through a friend you came to know a young investor from China who has a keen interest in investing in British football. Emphasize that this investor has a deep understanding of the team's difficulties and possesses a comprehensive vision for the club's revitalization. Make him curious about me as a person rather than merely expecting money. Third, the sole purpose of your conversation today is to secure for me a formal meeting with him. Tell him that I will personally arrive in Birkenhead next Monday with a concrete investment plan ready, hoping to discuss it face to face with him. These clear, logically sound instructions completely steadied Dave, deepening his admiration for Lee Ran to its highest point. He nodded firmly like a soldier receiving orders. I understand, Lee Ran. I guarantee I will complete this task flawlessly. Empowered by Lee Ran's grand vision, the four continued their animated discussion for some time, with Dave persistently asking Lee Ran about the specifics of future team development. They finally rose to leave as the bar was about to close, still reluctant to end the evening. Walking along Liverpool's cool late-night streets, Tom appeared somewhat wistful. Brother Zhao, we will see you here, Tom said. I am staying at Dave's tonight. We came all the way from London, perfect opportunity to chat through the night. I will not see you off. No problem, you two should catch up properly, Lee Ran said with a smile. Dave stepped forward as well, speaking solemnly to Lee Ran. Lee Ran, rest assured tomorrow morning I will go find the chairman to discuss this matter. Good. At the bar entrance, Tom gave Lee Ran another hearty embrace. Brother, if there is anything I can do, call me anytime. After bidding farewell to enthusiastic Tom and expectant Dave, Lee Ran and Zhao Ye flagged a black taxi by the roadside. As the taxi smoothly navigated Liverpool's late-night streets, city lights streamed past the window like flowing ribbons of light. In the narrow, intimate space, only the two remained. The day's noise and earlier excitement had faded, leaving a subtle, warm silence between them. Zhao Ye turned her head, secretly observing Lee Ran beside her. Neon light from outside flickered across his resolute profile, making those deep eyes seem even more enigmatic. He gazed quietly out the window, but Zhao Ye could sense that beneath his calm exterior, magnificent visions of the future were surging, things beyond others' imagination. Thinking back to how he spoke confidently to Dave and Tom at the bar, that powerful certainty that he had everything under control made her heart skip a beat for no reason. She finally broke the silence, her voice carrying an unnoticed tremor. Brother Lee Ran. Just thinking about what you said earlier makes me so excited. Lee Ran turned his head, looking at her with some surprise. Zhao Ye's cheeks grew warm, yet her eyes sparkled with pure sincerity and admiration. Acquiring a team, then managing and operating it. Oh my, this is far more thrilling than any movie or novel I have ever followed. I really cannot wait to see the day you make it happen. After saying this, she lowered her head somewhat shyly. She knew her excitement might seem naive, but she could not help it. The man before her was handsome enough to capture any girl's heart. Now, seeing his grand ambitions and clear plans that far exceeded his peers, this charm was irresistible to a girl who was also far from home, longing to witness miracles. She had never desired someone's success so deeply. She would even give everything she had to help him achieve it. Lee Ran was deeply moved by her earnest expression. He could feel that beneath this excitement lay unreserved trust and the purest support. He looked at her, his eyes growing infinitely gentle. Thank you, Zhao Ye. Hearing you say this gives me even more confidence. Those simple words filled Zhao Ye's heart instantly with profound satisfaction and joy. She lifted her head, meeting his warm gaze, and nodded firmly. Back at the apartment, Lee Ran took a shower, and when he came out he found Zhao Ye had already prepared him a cup of hot milk. Drink this and go to sleep early, brother Lee Ran. I have already arranged an important activity for tomorrow, Zhao Ye said, handing him the cup. She sat cross-legged on the sofa browsing through a travel magazine. As Lee Ran drank his milk, he watched Zhao Ye's peaceful, beautiful profile in the lamplight, and something stirred in his heart. What important activity have you arranged, consultant Zhao? He asked. Zhao Ye looked up from her magazine and gave him a playful smile. Of course, our great manager Lee cannot always think about football. He needs to relax a bit too. She turned the magazine to a page featuring the Chester Zoo, its colorful images proving quite captivating. I checked. This zoo in Cheshire is one of the largest and finest in all of Britain, just over half an hour by train from here. Looking at Lee Ran with eager anticipation, she said in an irresistible tone, so tomorrow let us go on a date there. Consider it celebrating the first step of your grand endeavor. How about that? The word date came so naturally from her lips that Lee Ran's heart rippled once more. He met her bright, pleading eyes and smiled, nodding. All right then, a date. By the next morning, the apartment was filled with a lazy, warm atmosphere. Neither rose early. They slept until bright sunlight through the window fully awakened them. Together in the kitchen, they clumsily attempted to make English pancakes, creating a mess with flour dusting their faces. In the end, they simply laughed at each other and settled for toast and milk for breakfast. After breakfast, they began their journey to Cheshire. The Chester Zoo lived up to its reputation as one of Britain's finest zoos. There were no cramped iron cages like those back home. Instead, expansive ecological zones recreated natural habitats. Zhao Ye fully embraced her playful nature, darting excitedly between enclosures with Lee Ran in tow like a child visiting an amusement park for the first time. Before the monkey hill, she imitated the monkeys, scratching their ears and cheeks, making Lee Ran laugh heartily. In the butterfly greenhouse, she watched a colorful butterfly land on her fingertip, exclaiming in delight and insisting Lee Ran capture the moment with his Nokia phone. She also demanded photos with every adorably clumsy-looking animal, such as a yawning hippo and a dazed alpaca. Lee Ran patiently served as her personal photographer and bag carrier. He simply enjoyed the pure happiness of spending a perfect weekend with a beautiful girl. When they reached the lion exhibit, a majestic male lion lounged lazily on a rock, basking in the sun. Occasionally it raised its head and let out a low penetrating roar, drawing waves of awe from the visitors. Look, Zhao pointed at the male lion, a peculiar glint shining in her eyes. He looks languid right now, but you know once he begins to hunt, he becomes the true king of this savannah. She turned her head to look at Li Ran, a trace of sly amusement in her eyes. Brother Li Ran, don't you think you resemble him a little? Resemble him? Li Ran was taken aback. Yes, Zhao nodded seriously. Usually you seem quiet and indifferent to everything. But when you talk about what you genuinely want to do, the confidence and aura you radiate are just like his, overflowing with a kingly presence. Li Ran was amused by her peculiar analogy and was about to say something when the Nokia phone in his pocket rang. On the other end was Dave's slightly husky voice, now brimming with irrepressible excitement. Li Ran, it's me, Dave. How did it go, Dave? Have you spoken with the chairman? Li Ran's heart instantly rose. I talked to him. I called him last night, and early this morning I went to his office and relayed every word you said that day without missing a single one. Dave spoke at breakneck speed, evidently beside himself with excitement. At first the chairman thought I was joking, but after I told him your analysis of the team's current situation, your views on future signings tactics, and even the Chinese market, he was completely stunned. He asked me several times, has that young Chinese man really only been in England for a short time? Li Ran. Dave's voice was filled with admiration and hope. The chairman asked me to tell you that he was deeply moved by your plan and vision. He wants to see you right away. He sincerely invites you to his office at Prenton Park tomorrow at 10 in the morning for a face-to-face discussion. All right, Dave, he forced himself to stay calm. Please tell the chairman I will be there on time. After hanging up, Li Ran glanced at Zhao, who was still looking at him with curiosity, and then at the distant male lion, which had risen from its nap and was shaking out its mane. He smiled. At 9 in the morning, Tom's half-worn Ford sedan pulled up punctually outside Li Ran's apartment building. Zhao had gone to her design class, but before leaving, she had specially adjusted the tie of Li Ran's new suit, encouraging him in the gentle and playful way unique to a young woman. Go on, Manager Li. She stood on tiptoe to smooth a crease on his shoulder. Go win over that English old man. I'll wait for your good news. Li Ran smiled and nodded. He then dialed Lu Wei's number and asked him to help request leave from teacher Harrison. On the other end, Lu Wei was so shocked to learn that Li Ran was going for a business negotiation with the chairman of a professional club that he was speechless for a long time, finally leaving only a single awesome. Everything was ready. Li Ran got into the car with Tom and Dave, heading straight to their destination, Prenton Park. It was the first time he stepped inside the stadium as a potential investor. After passing through a somewhat narrow administrative corridor and taking an old-fashioned elevator, they finally arrived at the chairman's office on the top tier of the stands. The office was not large, even somewhat dated, but was kept spotlessly clean. The walls were covered with black and white photographs and honor pennants from various periods of the club, and a large glass cabinet displayed several championship trophies that had long lost their luster. Beyond the large floor-to-ceiling window lay the lush green empty pitch. The entire room carried a plain yet proud sense of history belonging to a small club. An elderly man with graying hair wearing a well-tailored but slightly worn wool suit appeared to be in his early 60s. He stood by the window, his back to them, gazing at the pitch. Mr. Chairman, Dave spoke respectfully, I've brought him to you. The old man slowly turned around. He was Peter Evans, the chairman of Tranmere Rovers. His face bore the shrewdness of a local businessman along with the deep exhaustion of someone who had labored too hard for the club. He scrutinized Li Ran with sharp, direct eyes. Dave, you two may leave first. Chairman Evans's voice was hoarse yet firm. Dave and Tom promptly retreated from the office, gently closing the door behind them. Only Li Ran and Evans remained in the office. A negotiation that would determine the club's future now formally began. Please take a seat, young man. Evans gestured to the sofa opposite him and initiated the conversation. Dave has told me all about your ideas. I am quite surprised and very curious. Why would such a young student from China be interested in a small club like ours struggling in the mire? Instead of answering immediately, Li Ran looked at him calmly and countered, Mr. Chairman, before I answer your question, could you first tell me how much Tranmere is worth in your eyes? The question caught Evans off guard. He had not expected the young man to be so direct from the outset. He gave a wry smile and shook his head. Worth how much? There's talk outside that because of the ridiculous matter of exorbitant broadcasting fees, many small and mid-sized clubs can be sold for as little as £1. But to me that is a disgrace. His gaze instantly became immensely resolute and obstinate. This club was handed down to me by my father. It is the lifeblood of generations in this community. I would rather watch it die gloriously than sell it off cheaply like garbage. Li Ran nodded, knowing he had found the right person. The old man before him was a true football man who deeply loved his club. I deeply agree with your view, Li Ran said in a respectful tone. So today I am not here to pick up a bargain. I am here to be a partner. He spoke to Evans steadily. Mr. Chairman, I neither have the ability nor the intention to buy the entire club at once and assume all its debts. What I can bring is a sum of cash that can resolve your pressing crisis, as well as a blueprint for the future that can give the team a new lease on life. My proposal is simple, he raised a finger. I personally am willing to immediately inject £100,000 into the club to pay all overdue player and staff wages. Chairman Evans's pupils contracted sharply. £100,000 in cash. This was exactly the lifesaver that could pull the club back from the edge of the cliff. In return, Lee Rand's tone became unyielding. I need two things. First, a 51 controlling stake in the club. Second, I must have absolute say over all football matters, including player transfers, appointments, and dismissals of the coaching staff, the scouting system, and youth academy development. You? Chairman Evans was stunned by the proposal. You want a controlling stake, and the management of all football affairs? Yes. Lee Rand nodded. Only then can my blueprint be executed 100%. The two fell into a quiet deliberation, the atmosphere charged with careful consideration. After a long while, Chairman Evans slowly spoke, his voice hoarse. Young man, your appetite is too great. A 51 stake is impossible. I cannot simply hand over what was passed down from my forefathers. Lee Rand knew the real bargaining had begun. He replied calmly, Chairman, the amount of shares is negotiable. But when it comes to the management of football affairs, I will not yield an inch. Because you know very well that the reason the club has reached this point is that we have made too many mistakes in the professional football domain. These words struck precisely at Chairman Evans's sore spot. He was a successful businessman, but he had to admit that when it came to managing a football club, he was truly an outsider. Lee Rand did not give him much time to think. Pressing his advantage, he began in a tone so calm it bordered on ruthless to review for him how this club had descended into the abyss step by step. Chairman, if I may speak frankly, the club's biggest mistake was that 2 years ago it used wages close to Premier League level to build a squad that possessed only mid to lower table League One strength. We were overly optimistic in believing the hollow promise of the television company's exorbitant broadcasting fees and shattered the club's originally healthy salary structure. That is the root cause of all our financial problems. Secondly, there is our transfer strategy. Lee Rand's gaze grew sharp. Last season, in order to ease the financial pressure, we sold the team's most promising left winger, who was only 19 years old, for a mere $200. Yet at the same time, we kept 3 veterans over 30 years old, each earning more than $500 a week, who could no longer secure starting positions, and no other club was willing to take on. We sold away the future and kept a heavy burden. That was a colossal error in asset management. Finally, and most obviously, there is Coach Davis's tactics. Lee Rand shook his head. His long ball and direct style may have been effective when the team's morale was high. But after the team had just been relegated, morale was low, and key players had left. That style only amounted to meaningless physical exhaustion. The reason we were relegated from League One last season was not that the players didn't work hard, but that from the very first match of the season, we were already tactically defeated. Every word Lee Rand spoke was like a precise scalpel, layer by layer, dissecting the festering, corrupted interior beneath the glorious history of Tranmere. Chairman Evans was more or less aware of these problems himself, but he had never heard anyone summarize them as clearly and incisively as this young man in front of him. He looked at Lee Rand, this Chinese international student. When discussing these problems that troubled him most, there was not a trace of mockery in his eyes, only the professionalism and calm of a doctor diagnosing a patient. The last remnants of doubt and stubbornness in his heart completely dissolved at that moment. He realized that perhaps entrusting professional matters to professionals was the only way to save this club. In the end, after a grueling hour of tug-of-war and negotiation, the two reached a final agreement that was the most beneficial for both sides. Lee Rand made concessions and demonstrated his sincerity. The final plan was Lee Rand personally injected $700 in cash to resolve the club's most urgent wage problems. In return, he would receive 40 of the club's shares, becoming the second largest shareholder and a member of the club's board of directors. But the most crucial point was that Chairman Evans agreed to the additional term Lee Rand valued most. The club would formally establish a position that had never existed before, director of football, and Lee Rand himself would hold it. The position would stand above the head coach and possess final decision-making authority over all football-related matters of the club. Its powers were written into the contract in black and white: transfers and contract renewals of all first-team players, appointment and dismissal of the head coach and his coaching staff, a reconstruction and management of the club's scouting system, establishment and development planning of the youth academy. This agreement was nothing short of perfect. Evans remained the club's majority shareholder and chairman, preserving his dignity and control over the club's commercial, financial, and other non-competitive affairs, while also obtaining life-saving cash. As for Lee Rand, with merely $700, far less than expected, he had without a fight secured what he wanted most, and what lay at the core: absolute control over the competitive future of this team. Pleasure doing business, Mr. Lee. Chairman Evans stood up and extended his hand to Lee Rand proactively. His form of address had shifted from young man to an equal Mr. Lee. Pleasure doing business, Chairman. Lee Rand also stood up and shook his hand firmly. Chairman Evans looked at him with a brand new appraising gaze and asked the first difficult question after Lee Rand took office, so directly. As our club's new director of football, what do you intend to do as your first task with our stubborn Coach Davis? Lee Rand calmly met his gaze, and instead of answering, immediately asked in return, Chairman, how much time remains on Coach Davis's contract? 1 year. A trace of bitterness appeared on Chairman Evans's face. His annual salary is $800,000. If we dismiss him now, according to the contract, we would have to pay him the full penalty. To be honest, the club is already hard-pressed to pay the players' wages next month, let alone come up with this sum. It was a deadlock. It was also Chairman Evans's first test for Lee Ran. Lee Ran nodded. He knew this was exactly the moment to demonstrate his worth. I understand. He showed no sign of difficulty. Instead, he took a document from his briefcase which he had prepared overnight and gently slid it in front of Chairman Evans. On the document was Coach Davis's detailed resume. Coach Davis served as a player for Tranmere for 10 years from 1975 to 1985 and was the team's meritorious captain. Lee Ran continued slowly. After retiring, he stayed with the club as a youth coach, working there for 15 years and nurturing countless young players for the club. 3 years ago, at the team's most critical moment, he took over as the first-team head coach. Chairman Evans looked at him in surprise. How do you know all this so clearly? To be a good director, one must first respect the history of the club. Lee Ran answered calmly, then shifted his tone. So, Chairman, my first decision is, we cannot dismiss Coach Davis. Not dismiss him? Chairman Evans was even more confused. Then what do we do? Keep leading the team and lose our way to another relegation? No. Lee Ran shook his head. We must promote him. He looked at Chairman Evans and revealed the solution he had long devised, one full of worldly wisdom. Coach Davis's tactics and on-field management abilities have indeed fallen behind the times. He is no longer suitable to serve as the first-team head coach. However, his loyalty to this club, his passion for young players, and his prestige among the local fans are all precious assets to us. Therefore, I suggest that the board, acting on its authority, grant Coach Davis a brand new, more honorary position, Club Youth Development Director and Honorary Ambassador. We will retain most of his salary and let him take charge of what he does best, discovering local talented youngsters, and as the club's representative, participating in community activities and maintaining relationships with the fans. We are not firing a failure, we are honoring a meritorious veteran. We preserve his dignity and retain his loyalty to the club. Most importantly, a shrewd smile curved at the corner of Lee Ran's mouth. We have, without a fight, vacated the position of first-team head coach. And we won't have to pay a single penny in compensation. These words left Chairman Evans utterly stunned. He looked at the young man before him, feeling that his mind could scarcely keep up. Could such an impeccable, politically astute maneuver, which solved the problem while winning people's hearts, really have been conceived by a 22-year-old student? My God! Chairman Evans couldn't help murmuring, then burst into laughter. Director Lee, I take back all my previous doubts. You didn't come here to be a director of football. You're a born politician. That move was brilliant. Then what about the new coach? Chairman Evans instinctively pressed on. The first team cannot go a day without a leader. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? I must remind you, Director Lee, we can't afford any big-name coaches right now. Of course I know. Lee Ran smiled, for he had been waiting for this very question. He produced another document from his briefcase. This document was far thinner than Davis's resume, bearing only a name unfamiliar to the vast majority of English football fans. To transform the team, we must first change its very soul, the football philosophy. We need technique, we need control, we need a smarter way of playing. So the person I need is not a traditional manager, but a head coach who can perfectly execute my tactical vision. He pushed the document across the desk to Chairman Evans. His name is Brendan Rodgers. Yet at this moment in 2002, to Mr. Evans, the chairman of Tranmere, that name represented but a single thing: unfamiliarity. Brendan. Who? Chairman Evans frowned, desperately searching his memory for the name, yet finding nothing. I don't think I've ever heard of this person. Which club does he manage? He doesn't manage anyone at the moment, Lee Ran said calmly. Strictly speaking, he hasn't even formally coached a first team. He is currently the academy director of Reading Football Club. What a... Chairman Evans felt his blood pressure surge. He slammed the table. Director Lee, are you kidding me? We've just moved aside an experienced, decorated coach, and now you want me to appoint an unknown youth team wrangler as first-team head coach. The board will never approve. The fans will eat us alive. I never joke. Facing Chairman Evans's fury, Lee Ran's gaze remained unwaveringly confident. Chairman, please hear me out. First, he's cheap. He's currently just an academy director, so we only need to offer a salary that would be laughably low across the entire professional league to persuade him to start his managerial career. This fits our current financial situation perfectly. Second, he's hungry. He has a burning desire to prove himself as a coach and is full of ambition. He won't be like those old hands who've spent years in the lower leagues second-guessing my tactical ideas. He'll be like a sponge, absorbing learning and executing. Third, and most importantly, he represents the future. Lee Ran's eyes gleamed. Rodgers had a modest playing career, but he is a pure academic coach. He went to Spain at a young age to study, deeply influenced by Barcelona's possession-based football philosophy. His footballing ideals are built on technique and possession, which aligns perfectly with my vision for building the team. Having him take charge sends the most powerful signal to the entire club and every player. From today onward, Tranmere's football will live a different way. He looked at Chairman Evans, now rendered speechless by his words, and delivered his final summation. We don't have the money to compete with others in muscle right now. Then we must lead them by an era in brains. We cannot afford a renowned architect, but we can bring in a highly talented and obedient site foreman. I provide the blueprints and he handles the construction. A long silence fell over the office. It was some time before Chairman Evans slowly let out a long, deep breath. As he looked at the young man before him, his eyes held not only astonishment, but complete heartfelt admiration. Well, directorly. He gave a wry smile and shook his head. I have to admit your ideas are crazier than everything I've thought in the last 10 years combined. But, damn it, I actually think you make a lot of sense. He rose, walked over to Lee Ran, and patted him on the shoulder. This club from now on in football matters is in your hands. Chairman Evans, without a moment's hesitation, pressed the intercom button on his desk. Daisy, please come to my office. Soon the crisp sound of high heels approached, and the office door was gently pushed open. A British woman of about 30 entered. She had delicate features, her blonde hair neatly pinned up, and a well-tailored black suit dress that accentuated her professional elegance. She was the chairman's executive assistant, Daisy. Chairman, you wanted to see me? Daisy's tone was professional and crisp, but when her gaze fell upon the unusually young Chinese man seated on the sofa, a faint flicker of surprise appeared in her eyes. Yes, Daisy, Chairman Evans said with a trace of post-decision weariness and a hint of excitement at opening a new era. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Lee Ran. From today, he will be our club's new director of football and also a new board member. He issued his first order. Now please immediately draft a formal appointment email and send it to the heads of all departments, including first team, academy, scouting, commercial, and finance. What? Daisy's beautiful face showed unguarded shock. She thought she had misheard. Director of football, a board member. This Asian man who looked even younger than her own brother. Chairman Evans ignored her astonishment and issued a second order. Additionally, contact the CFO and the legal director immediately. Have them prepare the procedures for capital injection and share transfer for directorly. Yes, Chairman. Despite the turmoil within her, Daisy responded with utmost professionalism. Her gaze at Lee Ran had transformed from initial surprise to intense probing curiosity. Just as Daisy turned to leave and carry out the orders, Lee Ran spoke up. Miss Daisy, please wait a moment. Daisy turned around. Lee Ran stood up, walked over to her, and handed her a pre-prepared note with a name written on it. His tone was calm, yet carried an indisputable authority of a superior addressing a subordinate. This is my first choice candidate for the new first-team head coach. Daisy took the note and read Brendan Rodgers, Academy Director of Reading FC. Daisy was utterly stunned. Her shock did not stem from the name itself. She had never heard of this Rodgers, but from the wildly unreasonable leap of logic behind the choice. In her past experience assisting the chairman with club affairs, replacing a head coach was an extremely cautious, lengthy process involving repeated vetting of resumes and multiple rounds of interviews. The candidates, without exception, were all distinguished, experienced insiders. And yet this new director, not even an hour into his tenure, wanted to directly approach an academy director from another club. This wasn't even a first-team coach. Such an operation completely defied her understanding of how a professional football club normally functioned. Lee Ran paid no attention to her surprise, and with a highly professional tone issued a clear, direct, and indisputable instruction. Miss Daisy, please call Reading Football Club immediately on behalf of our club and contact their chairman or CEO directly. He looked at Daisy and said slowly, word by word, you tell them that Tranmere Rovers wish to obtain official permission to hold a formal meeting with your club's academy director, Mr. Brendan Rodgers, regarding our currently vacant position of first-team head coach. Yes, directorly. I'll take care of it right away. As she turned to leave the office, Lee Ran added, also arrange a meeting with head coach Mr. Davis. Have him come to the chairman's office in an hour. The chairman and I have something to discuss with him. After Daisy gently closed the office door, only Lee Ran and Chairman Evans remained in the room. The two decisive directives issued by Lee Ran seemed to linger in the air, filling Evans with deep emotion. He knew that he might have truly made a decision capable of altering the club's destiny. Directorly, he rose to his feet. Since the appointment has been confirmed, let us complete the remaining formalities today as well. He personally led Lee Ran to another office at the end of the corridor, the office shared by the club's finance director and legal counsel. Two middle-aged men who had received the phone call earlier and were waiting there immediately stood up. This is our finance director, Mr. Martin, and this is the club's legal counsel, Mr. Roberts. Chairman Evans introduced them. Starting today, Mr. Lee Ran will be the holder of 40 of our club shares and the new director of football. Martin, the finance director, was a quintessential British accountant, rigorous to the point of being meticulous and somewhat rigid. He adjusted his glasses, scrutinized Lee Ran with a sharp gaze, and spoke in a businesslike, highly professional tone. Mr. Lee, welcome aboard. Per the agreement, you are required to inject 700 into the account designated by the club. Before the transfer, according to the club board's financial regulations, we need to conduct a compliance verification of your funds. May I ask whether you have prepared your bank credit certification documents? His tone was polite, yet filled with distance and a faint, barely perceptible challenge. This was not merely a procedural step, it was also a test. Chairman Evans's heart tightened, slightly worried that Lee Ran might take offense at such pointed questioning. However, Lee Ran merely nodded calmly, took out his phone from his pocket, deftly keyed in a number, and made a call. The call was quickly answered. Lee Ran spoke into the phone. Hello, this is Lee Ran, and the last 4 digits of my account are 8,316. Please put me through to my account manager, Mr. Hall. Upon hearing the words, account manager Martin and Roberts exchanged a glance. A moment later, an extraordinarily deferential voice came from the other end. Good afternoon, Mr. Lee. This is Hall. How may I be of service to you? Lee Rand glanced at Martin across the room, then calmly issued an instruction over the phone. Mr. Hall, I need you right now to transfer a sum of 70000 from my investment account to this account. He picked up the note bearing the Tranmere Club's bank details and read it aloud clearly. Make that transfer. He paused briefly, then continued. Additionally, my partner requires an immediate proof of funds verification. Please send a formal transfer voucher via encrypted email to this address. He gestured toward the computer on Mr. Martin's desk. Very well, Mr. Lee. Would you also like me to include an account balance statement? That won't be necessary, Lee Rand said casually. The transfer voucher will suffice. He ended the call. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. Within 5 minutes, Martin's computer emitted a crisp email notification sound. His hands trembling slightly, he opened the email and saw the impeccably formatted transfer voucher with a gilded emblem from Barclays Private Banking. He swallowed hard, looked up at Chairman Evans, and his voice changed. Chairman, the funds have arrived. When all the share documents had been signed, the looks in Finance Director Martin's and Legal Counsel Roberts' eyes had shifted from initial scrutiny to outright reverence for overwhelming capability. They respectfully organized duplicate copies of all documents and handed them to Lee Rand. Director Lee, welcome aboard. Director Lee, should any financial or legal matters arise later, please do not hesitate to instruct us. When Daisy's email announcing the club's change of authority arrived in the inboxes of every department head, the entire Tranmere club fell into a strange silence tinged with shock and disbelief. Phones lit up and went silent across offices, passing along the same unbelievable message. The club's new director of football was actually a Chinese man still attending school. At that moment, the one who had set off all the commotion was following Chairman Evans back into the chairman's office. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the office door. Coach Davis pushed the door open and entered. He had evidently just come from the training ground, still wearing a sports jacket emblazoned with the club crest, his face bearing the stubborn pride of an old-school English football man. Mr. Chairman, Director Lee. He glanced at Evans first, then his gaze rested on Lee Rand. Coach Davis, please have a seat. Chairman Evans gestured to the sofa opposite him. Davis did not sit, he remained standing, and said in a low voice, Mr. Chairman, if there is something to say, please say it directly. These old bones of mine can still take it. He had clearly prepared himself to be dismissed on the spot. Chairman Evans opened his mouth, seemingly at a loss for how to begin. Just then Lee Rand personally poured a cup of hot tea for Davis and offered it to him. Coach Davis, please sit down. This respectful gesture instantly softened Davis's tense expression by a degree. Coach Davis, Lee Rand said as he sat down in the single armchair beside him, his tone exceedingly sincere. Before we discuss any decisions on behalf of the club's board, I wish to formally express our deepest respect for everything you have done for Tranmere over the past 30 years. He looked at Davis and said slowly, I have studied your career. From your days as a distinguished captain to quietly nurturing talents for 15 years in the youth academy after retirement, and then to 3 years ago when you stepped forward to take charge of the first team during the club's darkest hour. You have devoted your entire professional career to this club. These were not empty pleasantries, they were a precise recognition of the achievements of a loyal veteran. The stubborn look in Davis's eyes softened completely. He shifted a little awkwardly and murmured, it was all my duty. Indeed, you have done so much for the club. Lee Rand nodded, then changed tack, his tone remaining sincere, but carrying an unmistakable decisiveness. Yet precisely because of that, we can no longer allow you to remain in a position that no longer suits you, bearing criticisms and pressures that should not have been yours to bear. Davis raised his head abruptly. Holding his gaze, Lee Rand continued calmly. After deliberation, the board has unanimously concluded that the first team's current predicament requires a thorough top-to-bottom tactical revolution. Therefore, the position of first-team head coach must change. Seeing a flicker of dejection in Davis's eyes, he immediately presented his plan. Thus, we have decided to promote you. We hope you will accept a new and more prestigious position with strategic significance, head of youth development and honorary ambassador of the club. We will retain most of your salary and grant you absolute management authority over all of the club's youth tiers. We need you to use your vast experience to discover and cultivate more spirited young players for Tranmere's future. A long silence filled the office. Davis lowered his head out. When he had arrived, his heart had been full of anger and resentment over being dismissed. But he had never imagined that what awaited him would not be a cold dismissal letter, but a new role so full of respect and so tailored to him. After a long moment, he slowly raised his head, his aged eyes slightly reddened. Looking at the young man before him, he spoke in a hoarse but relieved tone, Director Lee. Thank you. I accept this position. After Coach Davis accepted his new appointment with a mixture of complex, yet relieved feelings, and left the office, Chairman Evans let out a long sigh of relief. He looked at Lee Rand, and only pure admiration remained in his eyes. Director Lee, he said with sincere admiration, you have resolved in a single morning the two greatest problems that have plagued me for the past year, funding and personnel. I feel at ease in trusting this club to you. He added earnestly, come let me show you your office. Chairman Evans personally led Lee Ran along the executive corridor to another door. On the door hung a blank title plate. "This used to be our former CEO's office," Evans said as he pushed the door open. "From today on, it's yours." Lee Ran stepped inside. The office was slightly smaller than the chairman's and more plainly furnished, but what pleased him most was its huge floor-to-ceiling window. Beyond the window, what lay before him was not the empty match pitch, but several lush green training pitches. Here, he thought, was where a club's true future was decided. Seeing that Lee Ran was pleased, Evans pressed the intercom button on his desk. "Daisy, please come to the football director's office." When Daisy walked back into the office, she saw that Lee Ran had already seated himself naturally behind the director's desk, a position that symbolized authority. "Daisy," Chairman Evans announced with a smile, "from now on, in addition to your duties as my assistant, you will also serve as the administrative assistant to Mr. Lee Ran, the director of football. You must fully support Director Lee and carry out all his instructions." "Yes, Mr. Chairman. It will be my pleasure to serve you and Director Lee." Daisy responded promptly and professionally, then turned to Lee Ran with a slight bow. Chairman Evans nodded. "Very well. I'll leave matters in your hands from here. I'm just an old man who should go back and rest for a while." With that, he left the entire room to Lee Ran and Daisy. A gesture that through action demonstrated to Daisy and the whole club his absolute trust in Lee Ran and his delegation of authority. Lee Ran looked at the shrewd, capable assistant before him, and in a clear, unmistakable tone, issued his first and second directives as director of football. "First, this office's style is too outdated, and I don't like it. I need you to redecorate it, simple modern with white and gray as the main tones. Also, I need that wall converted into a full whiteboard wall for tactical analysis. Second," he looked at Daisy, "as you know, I'm still a student, so I'll handle most of my work from Liverpool. I'll only come over when there's an important meeting or something that requires my presence in person. For routine matters, you can compile them and report to me by phone or email. If there's an emergency, call me at any time." Daisy carefully noted everything in her notebook, impressed once again by the young man's clarity of mind. Lastly, and most importantly, Lee Ran's expression grew deeply serious. "Contact Brendan Rodgers. This task is the highest priority among all our work. I need to speak with him personally on the phone as soon as possible." "Understood, Director Lee." Daisy closed her notebook and answered crisply, "I'll take care of it immediately." When Lee Ran walked out of the director's office, Dave and Tom were already waiting anxiously by the entrance to the players' tunnel. Lee Ran walked over to Dave and patted him on the shoulder, speaking softly with the tone of both a friend and a boss. "Dave, I'll need you to keep an eye on things in the dressing room for now. Keep the players' morale steady. Tell them that all the overdue wages will be paid in full before next Monday." "Really?" Dave asked eagerly. "Of course." Lee Ran nodded and added, "Besides, the club will soon welcome a brand new first-team head coach with the most advanced tactical ideas. He will highly value a defender as experienced and level-headed as you. So train hard and be ready." Those words were undoubtedly a great reassurance to Dave. He nodded firmly, his eyes full of gratitude and anticipation. Lee Ran got into Tom's somewhat worn Ford sedan and returned to Liverpool. Dave stayed with the team. He had too much good news to share with his teammates today. The car drove through the Mersey tunnel with the lights outside flashing past the window. "Brother, this is really something." Tom gripped the steering wheel and marveled sincerely. "In just one morning, you've actually become the football director of a professional club. I feel like I'm dreaming." Lee Ran looked at his utterly amazed expression, smiled, and turned the conversation toward him, wanting to check on his younger friend. "Tom, enough about me. What about you?" Lee Ran's tone turned serious. "You've been in London all this time. What job are you doing now?" "Me?" Tom was taken aback, then let out a somewhat deflated, self-deprecating laugh. "What kind of job could I possibly have? Brother, you know I dropped out of school long ago. Now I work as a dockhand on the Thames waterfront, hauling those miserable containers every day and coming home dog-tired." He stared ahead, a flicker of confusion and weariness passing through his eyes. He even unconsciously rolled his shoulders, which had grown somewhat broad from years of hard labor. "Every day after work I reek of sweat and engine oil. The only thing I look forward to is that after getting paid each week, I can save a little money, take a shower, put on clean clothes, and run to Highbury to watch a match. Only at that moment do I feel like a real person again." His words were filled with resignation toward reality and the purest love for football. Lee Ran looked at him and shook his head. "What a waste." "What is a waste?" Tom didn't understand. "A waste of your passion, your knowledge, and that pure love you have for football." Lee Ran looked straight at him and said, slowly emphasizing every word, "Tom, let me ask you, are you willing to turn watching football into your job?" Tom abruptly braked and pulled the car over to the side of the road. He turned and looked at Lee Ran in disbelief. "Brother, what do you mean? Don't joke with me." "I never joke." Lee Ran's eyes gleamed astonishingly in the dim car. "My club has nothing right now. Everything needs to be built from scratch. I need people I can trust, people who truly understand and love football, to help me. I need a scout, Tom. And you are the first and most suitable candidate I have in mind." "Me? A scout?" Tom felt his mind go blank. But besides watching football, I don't know how to do anything. I haven't even written a single scouting report. The fact that you can watch football is enough." Lee Ran's tone allowed no argument. Looking at Tom, he began to enumerate the evidence he had observed. "Tom, don't underestimate yourself. We've watched 2 matches together, and many of your insights left a deep impression on me. At Highbury that day, everyone's attention was fixed on Henry, but you told me that Arsenal's left-back Ashley Cole was almost as threatening as Pires with his off-ball forward runs. The fact that you noticed such details proves that you have the eyes of someone with the potential to be a scout. At Saturday's match, when Tranmere fell behind, you were the first to firmly point out the key tactical problem of our midfield being bypassed. That proves you have an innate sharp sense for the flow of the game. Seeing that Tom had been visibly moved by his words, he delivered his final conclusion: professional skills, such as how to write a standard scouting report, I can teach you all of that. But the most important things cannot be taught: a passion for football and a pair of eyes that can see what others cannot. As for those 2 things, you have both. So I'm not pitying you, nor am I jokingly, Rand said with utter seriousness. I'm investing in your talent. I don't need you in Liverpool. Your battlefield is London, the city you know best. London. Exactly. Lee Rand nodded, a strategist's gleam flashing in his eyes. London is the richest gold mine of youth development in all of Europe. Arsenal, Chelsea, Tottenham, West Ham United. All the Giants' academies are concentrated there. Their clubs are so vast that they sometimes overlook true talent or discard gifted youngsters simply because of positional overlap. I need you to become my pair of eyes embedded in the heart of London. Starting from U15, watch every age group match and uncover the unpolished gems that the big clubs have missed. You will no longer be an ordinary scout, Tom. You will be my secret weapon, the first cornerstone of my future dynasty. These words, like a warm current, struck the softest and proudest place in Tom's heart. So the obsession with football that others never understood was in the eyes of the big brother he admired most. Actually, such a precious talent. Big brother. His eyes reddened instantly, his voice trembling with emotion. I'll do it. Just say the word. I'll do anything. I'll quit the doc job tomorrow. Lee Rand smiled and gave his shoulder a firm pat. Good. But don't rush to quit just yet. Wait until I've settled things at the club and the head coach is in place. I'll formally notify you to come, then I'll personally train you. And then you'll make a grand return to London. Tom nodded firmly and restarted the car, feeling unprecedented strength in his hands on the steering wheel. After dropping Lee Rand at the school gate, Tom was about to drive straight back to London, his face brimming with excitement and anticipation for the future, as if he had transformed from a confused laborer into a scout about to charge into battle. Lee Rand smiled as he watched the car vanish around the corner. He knew he had ignited the first spark. Taking out his phone, he deftly found Zhao Ya's number and composed a text message. He didn't write anything lengthy, he simply announced his achievement in the most concise and powerful way it settled. Lee Rand, director of football at Tranmere. The moment the message was sent, the phone rang back. On the other end was Zhao Ya's voice, filled with barely contained joy and admiration. Wow, really? Brother Lee Rand, you did it. You're amazing. Her lively voice made Lee Rand hold the phone a little farther from his ear, torn between laughter and helplessness. From now on, you can't call me Brother Lee Rand anymore, he said in a deliberately stern tone. Huh, then. What should I call you? Zhao Ya was taken aback. Then over the phone, Lee Rand cleared his throat and said in a matter-of-fact yet slightly playful tone, call me Director Lee. There was a second of silence, then Zhao Ya burst into silvery, irrepressible laughter. All right, Director Lee. At your service, Director Lee. May I ask whether Your Excellency requires your humble lifestyle consultant to host a grand celebration dinner tonight? Of course, Lee Rand replied with a smile. But you'll have to wait until after my class. After ending the call with Zhao Ya, Lee Rand glanced at the time, and without a moment's delay slung on his backpack and returned to the classroom just in time for the first afternoon class. During the break, Lu Wei sidled over with a mysterious air. Brother Rand, how did your morning expedition to expand the territory go? He nudged Lee Rand with his elbow and asked with a teasing wink, did the meeting with the club chairman go smoothly? Come on, share with us. Seeing how curious he was, Lee Rand smiled and pulled him to a quiet corner. He knew Lu Wei was a trustworthy brother who could keep a secret. It went well. It's settled, Lee Rand said calmly. I'm now the director of football at Tranmere. What the heck? Shocked, Lu Wei cursed under his breath. Are you serious? While we're grinding away learning our ABCs here, you go off and become a director without saying a word. It's enough to drive a man insane. Lee Rand looked at him and said in a very serious tone, Lu Wei, here at school you're the only person I've told so far. I don't want to draw too much attention, you understand. So keep it secret for me. Don't even tell Lin Shi just yet. Lu Wei froze for a moment, then thumped his chest with excitement, his face glowing with the thrill of being entrusted with an important mission. Brother Rand, don't worry. My mouth is tighter than a bank vault. So this is our little secret. How exciting. From now on at school, I'm your underground courier. Lee Rand laughed at his theatrical promise and gave his shoulder a firm thump. Meanwhile, on the other side, the three girls, Mei Ji and Lin Shi, finally gathered the courage and walked over together. They weren't as direct as Lu Wei, but the concern in their eyes was obvious. Lin Shi, of course, still knew nothing about the dramatic changes happening in Lee Rand's life. Like her two Japanese classmates, she was simply worried about Lee Rand's disappearance for the whole morning. Lee Rand, the liveliest, Mei Ji asked softly on behalf of the group, were you sick this morning? We didn't see you all morning, and we were a bit worried. They didn't even ask the English questions they usually love to bring up. They were simply concerned about him as a person. Looking at their clear, sincere eyes, Lee Rand felt a warmth in his heart. He smiled and shook his head, offering the official explanation he had already prepared. Thank you, I'm fine. I just went home to handle a bit of business. It's all settled now. The word business instantly kindled countless little stars in the three girls' eyes. Looking at the man who could dominate his studies, yet also manage business in the real world, they felt his image suddenly become even more impressive and enigmatic. Thus, before he even realized it, Li Ran had fashioned a brand new persona for himself on campus. In the eyes of the only one in the know, Lu Wei, he was the unfathomable mastermind, whose secret he must protect at all costs. In the eyes of Lin Shi and the two Japanese girls, he was the mysterious, composed, and capable classmate they found so intriguing. With half an hour left before afternoon dismissal, Li Ran's phone rang. Everyone's gaze turned in unison to the source of the sound, Li Ran. Li Ran smiled apologetically at Mr. Harrison and was about to decline the call, but when he saw Daisy's number on the screen, his expression changed instantly. The student-like shyness and apology faded quickly from his eyes, replaced by a calm, sharp glint like that of a hunter spotting its prey. Without a moment's hesitation, he stood up and said to Mr. Harrison, "Sorry, Harrison, this is a very important call." With that, he walked straight out of the classroom under the astonished gazes of his classmates into the empty corridor. "Hello, this is Li Ran. Good afternoon, Director Li. This is Daisy." On the other end came Daisy's clear, efficient voice, touched with a hint of excitement. "Any results?" "Yes, Director Li." Daisy spoke rapidly, clearly reporting on a just-concluded campaign. "Following your instructions after you left this morning, I called Reading Football Club in the club's official capacity and conveyed your request for a meeting with Mr. Rogers." She paused, then continued, "As you anticipated, their executives were quite astonished. They never imagined that a club would seek to hire their youth academy director as the first-team head coach." But Daisy's tone carried a barely concealed admiration. "Reading Club, after internal discussions, formally gave us their answer just now. They stated that out of respect for Mr. Rogers' years of dedicated service to the club, and to avoid hindering his personal career development, they agreed to our request and permitted you to have private contact with Mr. Rogers." Li Ran's lips curled into a knowing smile of complete control. "Very good. I've already obtained Mr. Rogers' personal contact information." Daisy continued, reporting efficiently. "A phone conversation can be arranged for you at any time." "You see." "No." Li Ran interrupted her directly. "Great matters cannot be settled over the phone." He looked out the corridor window at the vast sky over Liverpool and in the unmistakable tone of a decision-maker issued the final order. Daisy immediately booked 2 first-class train tickets from Liverpool to Reading for tomorrow morning. "One for you, one for me." "Tomorrow." On the other end of the line, Daisy was clearly stunned by this blitzkrieg decision. "Yes, tomorrow." Li Ran's tone was calm yet firm. "I will go see him in person and speak face to face. Also contact Mr. Rogers immediately and tell him I would like to invite him to lunch in Reading tomorrow noon. The time and place are up to him." "All right, Director Li. I'll take care of it right away." Daisy's voice was already brimming with adrenaline-fueled excitement. After hanging up, Li Ran took a deep breath, steadied himself, and pushed open the classroom door again. When he sat back down in his seat, he once again became the quiet, attentive student Li Ran, as if the Director Li, who had just been masterminding over the phone, was merely an illusion. Yet the powerful aura of a decision-maker that still lingered around him made Lu Wei and Lin Shi, seated nearby, feel an unprecedented pressure and curiosity. Lu Wei quietly slipped over a note on which was written in scrawled handwriting, "Whoa, what's going on? Just now I watched you from outside the window talking on the phone in the corridor. The way you carried yourself felt even more imposing than my dad negotiating a multi-million contract." Li Ran glanced at the note, smiled faintly, and without replying slowly folded it and put it into his pocket. When the 4 p.m. dismissal bell rang, Li Ran packed his backpack and walked out of the language center. He first found Lu Wei, who was packing his school bag. "Lu Wei, tomorrow morning I might need to trouble you again to ask for leave for me." "Ask for leave again?" Lu Wei's gossip-loving spirit instantly ignited. "Off to negotiate another multi-million contract, Boss Li." "Something like that." Li Ran smiled. "Anyway, thanks in advance. When I get back, I'll treat you to a nice meal." "You bet." Lu Wei thumped his chest confidently with an "I get it" expression. "Just the two of us at the best Chinese restaurant in town. Don't worry about school. I've got your back." After saying goodbye to Lu Wei, Li Ran walked to the school gate, and as usual saw Yui and Mickey waiting there. Without special circumstances, walking home together after school had become an unspoken understanding among the three. Lin Shi, whose route differed from theirs, waved goodbye and went the other way. Li Ran walked back to the apartment with the 2 Sakura girls. Perhaps it was because Li Ran's casual remark about handling business in the classroom that afternoon had left a deep impression on the girls. Today's atmosphere felt much bolder than usual. Li Ran, the lively Mickey, couldn't contain herself first. She moved close to him, tilted her face up, and looked at him with sparkling doe-like eyes. "We were just discussing. What exactly is this business you mentioned? Is it something impressive?" Yeah, Yui chimed in beside him. It feels like Li Ran is a character from a TV drama." Li Ran found their questions both amusing and exasperating. "It's nothing, just a few small family matters. It's hardly a business." "I don't believe that," Mickey retorted immediately. She even playfully poked Li Ran's arm with her finger and teased him in a coquettish Kansai accented English. "So cool." Lee Ranson, are you one of those young CEOs in TV dramas who secretly experience everyday life? Besieged by two beauties of different styles, even Lee Ran felt somewhat overwhelmed and even a little embarrassed. He could only quicken his pace as if fleeing. I'm heading back now. See you tomorrow. Watching his slightly flustered retreating figure, the two girls burst into a string of silvery laughter behind him. Lee Ran practically ran home without looking back. As he opened the door, a warm aroma, mixed with the scent of home-cooked food and cinnamon, enveloped him instantly. Zhao Yu, wearing a cute floral apron, was busy in the open kitchen. She took out from the oven a freshly baked apple pie that gave off an enticing aroma. You're back. She heard the door and turned with a smile. I deliberately got out of school early today, just to make you an authentic English dinner to celebrate my Lee Ran officially becoming director. Lee, looking at the girl bathed in light, smiling sweetly as she cooked for him, all the fatigue and the faint embarrassment he had felt moments earlier melted away in an instant. The two sat at the dining table enjoying the delicious dinner and chatting. Lee Ran told Zhao Yu the details of the morning's acquisition and his plan to meet Rogers in Reading the next day. After listening, Zhao Yu was even more excited than Lee Ran. She waved her little fist vigorously, her eyes shining with admiration. Wow, you scheduled it so quickly. Lee Ran, you're amazing. Everything seems to be following a script you've written. Looking at her adorable, proud expression, Lee Ran's heart softened. But since you're going alone tomorrow, you must be careful on the way. After the excitement, Zhao Yu immediately switched to her life advisor role and began to remind him considerately. Have you bought the train tickets? Do you want me to check the route? And since you're meeting such an important person, should I iron your suit? Seeing her bustling about, Lee Ran smiled, shook his head, and gently stopped her. Don't worry, everything is ready. Zhao Yu was taken aback. All ready. When did you prepare? Lee Ran's face showed a composed, masterful smile. Professional matters should of course be left to professionals. He explained, my assistant Daisy already sent tomorrow's full itinerary to my email this afternoon. From the departure time and train schedule to the restaurant reservation for meeting Mr. Rogers, she arranged everything. He paused, then added, so tomorrow morning Daisy will drive over and pick me up directly downstairs at the apartment. Assistant Daisy. Zhao Yu was completely stunned, murmuring the word repeatedly. Only then did it dawn on her that Lee Ran was no longer the UK newbie who needed her help getting a SIM card or touring London. He was now a true football director with his own professional team. A peculiar feeling quietly stirred within her. There was pride and joy for him, but also a faint, indefinable sense of loss, as if she was no longer the only one who could help him. Lee Ran keenly caught the fleeting, intricate emotion in her eyes. He could not help but smile at Zhao Yu's endearing look, a touch aggrieved, a touch forlorn. He raised a finger and with a gentle yet incontestable firmness tapped the dining table in front of her. Hey, consultant Zhao. Off. Zhao Yu raised her head instinctively. Lee Ran leaned back in his chair, and with a tone that was both lightly teasing and matter-of-fact, he looked at her and said, what are you thinking about? Did you think you'd be out of a job just because I now have an assistant? The joke struck straight at the little thought hidden in Zhao Yu's heart, painting her face a deep crimson. And no, there's no such thing, she retorted a little stubbornly. I can't wait for you to stand on your own and stop pestering your consultant every single day. That won't do. Lee Ran shook his head, his smile reining in a little, and his tone turned serious. Honestly, Daisy is a staff member of the club. That's strictly business. In most matters, I can only talk shop with her. He looked into Zhao Yu's eyes and went on in a tender tone that only she could truly understand. But you are different. She stared at him speechless. The little grievance and the little disappointment inside her were smoothed away by those 5 words. So he had understood it all. At dawn, with the sky barely light, a brand new black Volvo sedan arrived punctually downstairs from the apartment building. Daisy was already there. The moment Daisy's figure came into view, Lee Ran's gaze couldn't help but linger a few seconds longer. Today she seemed somewhat different from the meticulous administrative assistant in the office. The tailored dark gray sheath dress perfectly traced the powerfully proportioned figure characteristic of a European woman. Yet with its crisp cut and her formal matter-of-fact expression, it exuded no hint of provocation whatsoever. She stood like a just unsheathed, gleaming Swiss Army knife poised for any task. Exquisite, efficient, and razor-sharp in every aspect. Good morning, Director Lee. With a smile, she opened the door of the new Volvo sedan for him. Zhao Yu saw Lee ran to the front door. Like a devoted little wife, she carefully smoothed the collar of his suit, then rose on her tiptoes and whispered by his ear, good luck, Director Lee. I'll be waiting for your good news. Lee Ran nodded and got into the car. As the vehicle slowly left the apartment behind, he could still see in the rearview mirror that small figure standing at the doorway waving without cease. On the way to the railway station, Daisy handed him a file. Director Lee, the background information on Mr. Brendan Rogers. No need. Lee Ran did not take it, his gaze resting on the receding street scene outside the window. Tell me what you uncovered through your private channels last night. What's not in the file? Daisy paused for a brief moment, then displayed the caliber of a top-notch assistant, speaking in a steady, measured pace. Mr. Rogers is well regarded at Reading's Youth Academy, but he himself holds an exceedingly strong ambition to manage the first team. The current manager Pardue is firmly in place, so at Reading he has no opportunity. Very good. A faint arc appeared at the corner of Lee Ran's mouth. A man with ability and ambition yet pinned down tightly. This is precisely the construction foreman we need. At Liverpool Lime Street Station, Lee ran and Daisy boarded the first-class carriage for Reading. In geographic terms, the city of Reading could well be called a transportation hub of southern England. Located west of London, it is only half an hour away by train from the city centre, and likewise serves as a vital junction linking the southwestern and central parts of England. Reading Football Club in 2002 was in a period of ascent in its history. Having secured the runner-up spot in the English Second Division in the 2001-02 season just concluded, they had earned promotion. Now in the new season, they were set to appear on the pitches of the English First Division as an ambitious newly promoted side. After a smooth journey of nearly 4 hours, the train arrived punctually at Reading Station. Lee Ran and Daisy did not linger at the station. They took a taxi straight away to the meeting place Rogers had confirmed by phone, a Michelin-recommended restaurant. The restaurant was serene and tasteful. As the waiter led them to the reserved window-side table in the corner, Lee Ran spotted the man already waiting there at first glance. He really did look no more than 30-odd, well-kept in figure with neatly combed short blonde hair, wearing a well-fitted polo shirt. On his face was the refined and genial smile characteristic of an academy-style coach. The instant Lee Ran saw that face, his heart could not help racing. Lee Ran instinctively clenched his fist, fingernails pressing deep into the flesh of his palm, barely managing to keep his composure. Whoa, it really is him, the living, breathing him. A barrage of exclamations flooded through Lee Ran's mind. The future Liverpool manager, the godfather of Celtic's invincible treble, the hero of Leicester City's FA Cup triumph. Brendan Rodgers. Now he simply sits across from me as ordinary as any youth coach with an unknown future quietly waiting for my interview. If I rushed over right now to ask for his autograph, would I be tossed out as a madman? That outlandish idea lasted no more than half a second in his mind. Lee Ran's footsteps toward the table did not falter, but on his left hand hanging at his side, the fingernails pressed deep into the palm. He needed that faint tingle of pain to suppress the fervor churning within him, a fervor from another time. Today he was not here to chase a star, he was here to interview. In this world after rebirth, whether the man could become a champion coach in the future was for Lee Ran to decide. When Lee Ran reached the table, the expression on his face had already recovered its absolute serenity and poise. "Hello, Mr. Rodgers." Rodgers rose to his feet wearing a practiced smile on his face, and his gaze swept quickly across Lee Ran and Daisy with a measure of evaluation. "Hello, Mr. Lee." The two shook hands. All three took their seats. Rodgers was about to pick up the menu and compose himself as the host. "Mr. Lee, Miss Daisy, welcome to Reading. This restaurant's." Lee Ran, however, raised his hand in a hold-on gesture, cutting him short. Daisy said to the waiter with practiced ease, "Please wait a moment." The waiter took the cue and stepped back with a bow. Instantly a barrier seemed to separate the corner table from the rest of the world. A most subtle degree of stiffness stole into Rodgers' smile. He observed the remarkably young Chinese director before him. Those deep, profound eyes held no trace of small-talk warmth. This unconventional beginning caught him slightly unprepared. Lee Ran inclined his body forward a little, placing both hands crossed on the table, his gaze fixed directly upon the other. He touched neither the weather, nor the journey, nor even football. In a tone so composed it bordered on cold, he asked his first question. "Mr. Rodgers, every morning when you wake up and realize that all your tactical brilliance can only be spent on boys of 16 or 17. Lee Ran paused. Every word was like a pebble striking the frozen surface of a lake. "Does it stir a sense of discontent within you?" Lee Ran's quiet question, like a needle, precisely pierced the professional smile on Rodgers' face. A hairline crack appeared in that smile. Rodgers lifted his water glass, trying to offer some conventional pleasantries. "Director, I think any coach. Your playing career ended prematurely because of a genetic defect." Lee Ran interrupted him. "You have wagered everything on coaching, paying your own way to Spain to study the philosophy of possession. You believe in technique and intellect." Rodgers' lips moved, but not a single syllable escaped. "But when you returned to England, they taught children to use physical collisions rather than their brains to control the ball. They openly ridiculed your tactics as an effeminate thing." Lee Ran leaned forward slightly, his gaze like a scalpel peeling away layer by layer the dignified facade the other man had maintained for years. "So, Mr. Rodgers, don't speak to me of any coach. I am asking only you. Every day you wake up, your talents wasted on you 16 kids surrounded by fools who believe that long ball direct play is the sacred truth of football." Lee Ran paused, delivering his final strike. "Do you ever feel like a joke?" "Enough." Rodgers suddenly let out a low growl, his water glass striking the table with a dull thud, water splashing out. His chest heaved violently, his eyes reddened, and he stared fixedly at Lee Ran, the genteel mask shattering completely. He felt like a man stripped bare in the middle of a public square, every humiliation and hidden secret laid plain before this impossibly young Chinese man. After a long moment, he slumped back against his chair, exhaling a long, heavy breath. That breath bore the bitterness and humiliation he had suppressed for years. "Yes." He squeezed the word out from between his teeth. "I am a joke." Lee Ran nodded, his expression devoid of any change. "Very good." He leaned back, no longer carrying that aggressive drive. In its place was the calm recognition that belongs to kindred spirits. Because we are the same kind of people. Those words made Rogers raise his head sharply. I too crave a stage to prove my football philosophy. Lee Rand looked at him. And you are the first and most vital cornerstone of my plan. I, Lee Rand, Director of Football at Tranmere Rovers Football Club. I hereby formally invite you to become the club's new head coach. I will provide you with a 3-year rock-solid contract along with absolute authority over all competitive matters concerning the first team. Rogers had expected humiliation, but instead received an invitation that seemed to descend from heaven. He gazed at Lee Rand with excitement, yet his rationality compelled him to ask one crucial question. Your invitation? I am extremely grateful. However, what exactly is your objective for the team? Lee Rand's eyes turned razor-sharp, and he delivered the ambitious answer directly. This season, lead Tranmere back to League One as champions. Rogers was stunned once more. Director, he said, his expression turning grave, I admire your ambition. But you should be aware that Tranmere was relegated just last season. The team's morale is low and the finances are a total shambles. Under such circumstances, isn't talking about winning the title and promotion somewhat unrealistic? No, quite the opposite. This is the most practical and indeed the only correct path. Lee Rand shook his head, leaning forward once again. That formidable presence returned. Mr. Rogers, you and I both know exactly what the collapse of the astronomical broadcasting revenue means for lower league clubs like ours. His voice was not loud, yet every syllable resonated. That is not an ordinary commercial crisis. It is a great flood, engulfing the entirety of English football. The old embankments have been destroyed. Now all lower league clubs are struggling in this flood. We have only two choices: either fight desperately to swim ashore, or wait to be completely drowned. There is no middle ground. Lee Rand looked at Rogers and continued. In this environment, if a team sinks into the lower leagues for more than one season, it will spiral into a vicious cycle of losing players, dwindling income, and accumulating debt. As a side, just relegated, we still retain a better squad structure and infrastructure than our League Two adversaries. This is our one and only our last window of opportunity. We must seize this window, complete a blitzkrieg within one season, and fight our way back immediately. This season is not a reconstruction, it is a rescue mission. As for how to achieve it, Lee Rand paused. That is ideological reconditioning and squad overhaul. The summer transfer window has already closed, but that is inconsequential. You have half a season to observe players. Then I will grant you absolute power to clear out every old-timer in the squad who does not conform to our tactical philosophy during the winter window. Meanwhile, I will leverage my scouting network to bring you a batch of inexpensive, young, technically brilliant, rough diamonds hungry for victory. We will spend this one season in the experimental field of League Two, honing the tactical system we desire and unifying the minds of everyone involved. This speech, filled with crisis and sedition, was a pre-battle mobilization that made the idealist heart in Rogers' chest race uncontrollably. Yet as a rational schoolman, he preserved a final sliver of composure amid the ecstatic joy. Director, this all sounds too beautiful, he said, looking at Lee Rand, posing his final and most crucial question. But with all due respect, you are so young, and you come from a country that is not a mainstream football nation. How can I trust that you have sufficient professional knowledge and judgment to support me, or even guide me in accomplishing all this? It was the ultimate test. Lee Rand smiled. Without saying another word, he took from the briefcase Daisy carried with him his already prepared graduation thesis, which had earned the highest distinction at his academy, on the significance of the goalkeeper's position in modern football, and gently pushed it in front of Rogers. Rogers picked up the thesis, puzzled. When he saw the unheard-of term sweeper-keeper in the title, and the tactical diagrams clearly depicting how to use the goalkeeper to dismantle high pressing, his breathing grew heavy, and his hands even trembled. The scattered half-formed tactical ideas in his mind had been perfectly articulated, systematically, lucidly, and even ahead of their time, in this thesis. This was simply the football Bible he had dreamed of. Every doubt in his mind melted away at that moment. Rogers slowly closed the thesis and placed it back on the table with reverence. He rose, straightening his collar, which was slightly crumpled from excitement. Then he extended his right hand toward Lee Rand. On his face was an expression mixing fervor, reverence, and utter conviction. Director, may I ask, when can I begin work? Lee Rand did not shake his hand. Instead, he drew another document from the briefcase and slid it across. The first team squad list. Rogers' gaze settled at the top of the list. Captain Ian Goodison, the team's meritorious veteran and the staunchest advocate of long-ball direct football within the dressing room. His name had been crossed out with a forceful diagonal line in red ink. Beside it lay a blank mutual termination agreement. Lee Rand picked up a pen and handed it to him. Your job begins with signing your name and firing him. Brandon Rogers looked at the termination agreement before him with the captain's name crossed out, his brow furrowed thoughtfully. He understood Lee Rand's intention. This was both a gesture of trust and a statement of authority. Yet he was after all a professional manager, not a man driven solely by impulse. Director, sir. He paused for a moment before speaking his mind. I understand your determination. However, Ian Goodison is an esteemed figure at the club with considerable influence. Taking action against him on our very first day would be, pardon my frankness, rather risky. Lee Ran observed him, not offended by the questioning, but rather nodding with quiet appreciation. Brandon, you are quite right. I may have been somewhat hasty. Lee Ran naturally set the termination agreement aside. We can approach this matter in a different way. He then slid his own head coach appointment contract across the desk toward Rogers. Please sign this contract first. Once you have officially taken up your position at Tranmere, we can discuss how best to proceed together. He looked at Rogers, a confident smile touching his lips. But I believe that once you truly understand this team, you will arrive at the same conclusion I have today. Very well. Rogers nodded solemnly, took the pen, and signed his name on the head coach contract that bore his own name. The morning after reaching an agreement with Lee Ran, Brandon Rogers submitted his resignation to Reading FC. For a professional club, the departure of a youth development director was hardly a complex matter. Following a cordial discussion with the club, he completed all necessary procedures that same afternoon. Without any delay, Rogers boarded the last train from Reading to Liverpool that evening. Early the next morning, dressed in a fresh tracksuit, he appeared promptly at the door of Lee Ran's office at Prenton Park Stadium. Director, sir, I am here to report for duty. Lee Ran greeted him with a smile and welcomed him inside. In the office, Daisy had already prepared steaming coffee and a thick folder in his honor. Welcome aboard, Brandon. Lee Ran handed him the file. This contains complete video recordings from our past 5 matches along with detailed performance reports on every player in the first team. I know you are still settling in, but time is pressing and I need you to become familiar with them as quickly as possible. Director, sir, there is no need. He reached into his bag and withdrew a notebook, its pages covered with dense, carefully written analysis. To be honest, from the moment I signed the contract, I had already begun my work. I did not sleep throughout the entire night yesterday and watched every match recording of Tranmere that you could possibly find. He looked at Lee Ran with sincere seriousness. I must admit you are correct. The tactical mindset of this team is far more rigid than I had imagined. And Captain Ian Goodison stands as the most steadfast defender of this old system. As long as he remains, my new tactics cannot be implemented. Lee Ran nodded. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had anticipated. But Rogers frowned slightly. His contract situation. Before he could finish, Daisy from the side handed over a document she had prepared. First, there is the matter of money. She pointed to the terms in the file. Mr. Goodison's contract has 1 year remaining. If we terminate it unilaterally now, the club would be required to pay him nearly £80,000 in full salary as compensation. She paused and turned to the next page, adding a second challenge. Second, there is the matter of regulations. It is now mid-September, and the summer transfer window closed long ago. This means that even if we pay this compensation, we cannot sell him immediately. These £80,000 would represent a pure financial outlay. Upon hearing this, Rogers's brow knitted even more tightly. A quiet tension filled the office. Yet Lee Ran, observing the expressions on both their faces, merely smiled gently. Daisy, you are entirely correct. However, you are both approaching this from the club's perspective alone. He turned to Rogers and asked, Brandon, the summer transfer window is closed, is that right? Rogers paused for a moment and answered instinctively. End of November. Exactly so. A glint of quiet calculation appeared in Lee Ran's eyes. While we may not be able to sell Goodison, we can certainly loan him out. But who would loan an aging veteran with a substantial salary and declining form? Rogers still appeared puzzled. That precisely is the second problem we need to solve. Lee Ran leaned back in his chair and began his strategic overview. We need to identify teams struggling near the relegation zone whose defenses are as fragile as paper and who urgently need an experienced veteran to steady the ship. Speaking these words, he picked up his phone and dialed Tom's number directly. Tom, it's me. I need you to look up something for me right now, immediately. Find me a list of all teams in League Two and League One who have conceded the most goals this season and did not sign any strong central defenders during the summer window. Send it to me within half an hour. The call was hung up. Rogers and Daisy exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes they saw the same unmistakable emotion, quiet astonishment. They watched Lee Ran, his clear thinking, his efficient directives, and his remarkable capacity for action. Less than 20 minutes later, Tom's message arrived listing 3 or 4 team names. Lee Ran's gaze settled finally on the name Bristol Rovers. His mind raced, fragments of memory from his past life interlocked with the list before him in an instant. He remembered that the manager of this team was indeed a former teammate of Goodison's. Excellent. The target has been identified. Lee Ran put down his phone, tapped the screen lightly on Bristol Rovers' name, and raised his eyes to Daisy, issuing a fresh directive. Daisy, I need you to do 2 things now. First, find the phone number of Ray Giddin, the manager of Bristol Rovers. Second, find the phone number of Ian Goodison's agent. Daisy sprang into action without delay. Within minutes, 2 phone numbers were placed before Lee Ran. Lee Ran first called the agent, having a brief conversation to inform him of the club's unexpected interest in loaning out Goodison and asking him to prepare the player accordingly. He then asked Daisy to connect him to Ray Giddin. Good afternoon, Mr. Giddin. My name is Lee Ran and I serve as the football director of Tranmere Rovers. Indeed, Lee Ran continued. I am aware that your budget is quite limited. Therefore, my proposal is this: we loan Ian to you for the remainder of the season, and we are willing to cover 30% of his salary. You would need to invest very little to gain an experienced captain-caliber figure who can immediately stabilize your defensive line. A brief silence came from the other end of the line, and finally Giddin, unable to refuse, replied. Absolutely. We would be most grateful. Thank you very much, Director Sir. After hanging up, Lee Ran looked at the quietly astonished Rogers and Daisy. A seemingly intractable situation had been gracefully unraveled within the span of an hour. He rose from his seat, walked over to Rogers, and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Brandon, all external obstacles have now been cleared. Now it is time to address the matter within our own walls. He turned slightly. Daisy, please invite Mr. Ian Goodison to the office. When Daisy ushered Ian Goodison into the director of football's office, the air in the room seemed to grow heavy. As he stepped inside, the veteran captain, a loyal servant of the club for nearly a decade, wore an air of grim vigilance, as if he were helpless prey at the mercy of fate. His gaze swept over Lee Ran, then rested briefly on the new manager Rogers seated in the main chair, and finally settled on the one familiar face, Daisy. But Daisy simply closed the door professionally and stood silently to one side. Director-manager Goodison's voice was as hard and unyielding as the man himself. Ian, please sit down. Rogers spoke first, his tone calm and conciliatory. But Lee Ran knew that any pleasantries at this moment would only deepen the other man's resistance. What he needed was to cut through the knot swiftly. He signaled Rogers to hold off, then looked straight at Goodison. Ian, I'll be brief. Lee Ran cut straight to the point. Coach Rogers and I are going to bring an entirely new tactical system to the team. It demands players with excellent ball skills and quick transitions between attack and defense. To be honest, this doesn't suit you. The words were blunt, but filled with professional respect. Goodison's face darkened. He knew that the judgment he had been dreading had finally arrived. So you want to terminate my contract? No. Lee Ran shook his head. We're not ending your contract. We're offering you a better alternative. He slid a document he had prepared in advance across the desk to Goodison. This is the loan contract just faxed over from Bristol Rovers. They're in League Two. Goodison was stunned. Lee Ran continued. Their manager is your former teammate Ray Graydon. I've already spoken to him on the phone. He greatly admires your leadership and defensive experience, and he believes you can be the key figure to rescue their fragile backline. They are willing to cover 70 of your wages during the loan period. As for the remaining 30, Lee Ran looked at him, the club will pay you in a lump sum as a loyalty bonus for your years of service. We'll terminate the contract early in a dignified manner by mutual consent. You'll go to Bristol as a free agent, sign a new contract, and become a hero there. Goodison was utterly overwhelmed. He had expected a humiliating demotion, being frozen out in the reserves. He never imagined that this new director would have already paved an escape route for him. He would receive his full salary, preserve the dignity of a decorated captain, and continue his career at another club that needed him. It was a perfect proposal he had no reason to refuse. After a long pause, he rose and nodded solemnly at Lee Ran. Thank you, Director. I accept. When Goodison left the office with the agreement, his expression complicated. Rogers looked at Lee Ran with incredulous admiration. He knew that Lee Ran had not only resolved the club's biggest thorn without firing a single shot, but had also sent the strongest possible message to the entire club. That message was fully confirmed at the afternoon club-wide meeting. In the meeting room, all the first-team players and staff of Tranmere saw their new owner and new manager for the first time. Lee Ran didn't waste many words. He briefly introduced Rogers and stressed one point: from today onward in all football matters, every decision by Coach Brendan Rogers is equivalent to my own decision. Then Rogers stepped forward and began his first address since taking office. He passionately outlined his blueprint for beautiful football, demanding that everyone forget the old long ball game from today on. Just as everyone was still absorbed in his vision, he shifted tone, and in an icy, unequivocal voice announced one final piece of news. Additionally, I have an announcement. From today, Ian Goodison will no longer be a member of this club. Here no one is indispensable. Anyone who can't keep up with my pace or doesn't fit my tactical requirements will be the next to go. These words fell like a bucket of ice water over everyone present. The entire meeting room fell silent. All the players stared at the two remarkably young leaders on the stage, their eyes filled with awe and a trace of fear. They knew that the sky over Tranmere had completely changed. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. José's short design course at Liverpool Hope University had come to an end. On that day, Lee Ran did not go to the club. Instead, he packed José's small suitcase with her. In the afternoon, she would take the train back to London, preparing for her own real start of term. For the first time, a hint of farewell sadness hung in the apartment. All right, I think my mission has been accomplished. José folded the last piece of clothing, put it in the suitcase, then turned around and said to Lee Ran in a deliberately light tone, when I'm not here, you must eat well and no ordering takeout every day. And remember to do your own laundry. Lee Ran said nothing but stepped forward and gently pulled her into his arms. José's body stiffened slightly at first, then relaxed, and she gently buried her face in his broad chest. Send me a message when you get to London, Lee Ran whispered in her ear. Come and visit me when you're free. That room in the apartment will always be kept for you. José could no longer hold back. She let out a chuckle, but her eyes moistened. She looked up at Lee Ran, her eyes filled with reluctance and anticipation. You have to keep getting better and better, Director Lee. She stood on her tiptoes, quickly pecked him on the cheek, and said, I'll be in London waiting to see your Tranmere shock the whole of England. Liverpool Lime Street Station. When the platform announcement began to urge passengers to board, the moment of parting had finally arrived. I'm off now, José said, pulling her suitcase and looking back with every step. Stay safe, Liran smiled and waved. He watched José's figure disappear through the train door, and only when the train slowly began to move into the distance did he finally look away. Standing on the empty platform, he felt a certain emptiness in his heart. He knew that the life consultant, who had taken care of everything and shared his joys, had temporarily left. From now on he would become a solitary warrior again. But he had no time for sentimentality. He took out his phone and dialed Daisy. He needed to establish a new efficient working rhythm for his life of fighting on two fronts. Daisy, it's me. On the other end came Daisy's professional and respectful voice. Good afternoon, Director. I'm informing you of my upcoming schedule. Liran's tone instantly shifted from a young man who had just farewelled a friend back into the decisive football director. From now on, Monday to Friday from 9 to 4 is my class time. All non-urgent club matters should be handled by you and Rogers, first compiled into a daily report and emailed to me in the evening. I'll handle core matters after class each day and over the entire weekend. However, he shifted, if there are any urgent meetings or important matters that require my personal attendance during that time, you can drive to pick me up directly. I understand, Director. Daisy immediately grasped his intention. I will arrange all your itineraries properly. Good. Also, there's one most important thing. Right now, notify our club's chief scout Alan and every first team scout under him. Tell them that tomorrow at 5 p.m. in my office I'm holding the first transfer strategy and scouting meeting since I took office. Tell them to have all the scouting reports from the past 3 months ready. A deep, unfathomable smile curled at the corner of Liran's mouth. It's time to show them what a real transfer target list should look like. The following afternoon at 4:50, Tranmere Club, the football director's office. 10 minutes remained before the official start of Liran's first transfer strategy meeting. Inside the office, a calm yet charged atmosphere hung in the air. Liran and the new manager Rogers sat quietly on one side of the long conference table reviewing the scouting department dossiers Daisy had just organized. A gentle knock came at the office door. Director-manager Daisy appeared at the doorway and spoke softly. Chief Scout Alan and the team have arrived. Let them in, Liran said, closing the file. The door opened, and led by Chief Scout Alan, 5 senior scouts averaging over 50 years of age filed into the room one by one. Each of them was a veteran who had spent decades navigating England's lower leagues. Their faces bore a mixture of curiosity, scrutiny, and a deeply rooted sense of pride belonging to old-school English football. They offered polite greetings to the director and took their seats, awaiting the beginning of a meeting that would shape their futures. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Liran began without preamble. The sole purpose of calling you here today is clear. From this day forward, we will completely transform the way this club approaches scouting and recruitment. He glanced at Chief Scout Alan. Alan, please share with us the shortlist your department has prepared for the winter transfer window. Yes, Director, Alan replied, promptly handing over a document. It was the result of a summer's hard work from himself and his senior scouts, listing a range of ready-made players from England's 3rd and 4th divisions. Rogers took a look and his brow immediately furrowed. The list was outdated and uninspired, steeped in compromise and a sense of resignation. Liran did not even reach for the dossier. He simply looked at Alan and said calmly, Alan, thank you and your team for your efforts. But from today onward, this list, along with the narrow-minded philosophy behind it, this step-by-step climb from League Two to League One, is hereby declared void. Alan's complexion paled. The other senior scouts exchanged looks of astonishment and mild discontent. Liran paid no mind to their reactions and simply nodded toward Daisy. Daisy understood immediately. She retrieved several freshly bound documents from her briefcase and distributed them neatly to each person at the table, much like dealing cards. Gentlemen, Liran leaned back in his chair, his tone leaving no room for doubt. From today forward, we will adopt an entirely new data-driven and globally oriented recruitment philosophy. This file contains the core targets I have identified for the next 2 transfer windows. Rogers and Alan turned their attention to the document before them. Tranmere Rovers Football Club, 200203 season, transfer target list V1. 0. Director Liran. Goalkeeper 1. Manuel Neuer, 16 years old, Schalke 04, Bundesliga Youth Transfer. Defender 2. Bakary Sagna, 19 years old, Auxerre League 1 Youth Transfer 3. Vincent Kompany, 16 years old, Anderlecht Belgian Pro League Transfer 4. Patrice Evra, 21 years old, Nice League 2 Transfer Midfielder 5. Mikel Arteta, 20 years old, Rangers Scottish Premier Transfer 6. Darren Fletcher, 18 years old, a Manchester United Premier League Youth Loan 7. Bastian Schweinsteiger, 18 years old, Bayern Munich Bundesliga Reserve Loan Forward 8. Dirk Kuyt, 22 years old, Utrecht Eredivisie Transfer 9. Robin van Persie, 19 years old, Feyenoord Eredivisie Transfer Priority Target 10. Cristiano Ronaldo, 17 years old, Sporting CP Primera Liga Transfer. As Alan and his senior scouts read through the list, they felt as though their entire worldview had been erased and replaced. Their decades of respected professional expertise lay shattered before this audacious vision. They exchanged glances, their expressions those of people witnessing something extraordinary. Every name on this list was completely unfamiliar to them. Germany, France, Netherlands, Belgium, Spain. This was not a recruitment plan for a League Two club. It was as though they were assembling an international coalition. Meanwhile, Roger's breathing grew noticeably quickened. He gripped the dossier tightly, his knuckles whitening, his eyes alight with fervent conviction. He did not know any of these names either, but he understood them. He could read the annotations Lee Ran had personally written behind each entry. Possesses the physical profile of a modern attacking fullback. A technically gifted midfielder shaped by La Masia Academy, an ideal cornerstone for our new midfield system. Shows the potential to develop into a complete central midfielder. I'll loan him in and grant him the freedom to express himself. Rogers felt his heart pounding fiercely within his chest. What he saw was not merely a collection of unfamiliar names. He saw precisely calibrated pieces, each one perfectly suited to his tactical vision. He did not need to know Kompany personally. The annotation alone told him everything. This was a defender capable of initiating play from the back, exactly what the system required. A genius. No, a visionary. An absolute madman. This was not merely a recruitment list, it was a manifesto for building a team. Lee Ran knew precisely what he wanted, and he had provided the most perfect answer one could imagine. Answers no one in the room had dared to dream of. Director. Alan spoke haltingly, his throat dry. These are all young foreign players. We are a League Two club. How could any of them possibly consider joining us? And where would we find the funds to sign so many? Lee Ran slowly rose from his seat and walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the training ground, where players continued their traditional British drills. Without turning around, he spoke in a calm yet commanding voice. Alan, you need not worry about funding. Nor need you worry about whether they are willing to come. Your only task, and the task of your entire department, is to place comprehensive scouting reports on every name on this list onto my desk within 1 month. He turned, and his sharp gaze swept across every member of the team in the conference room. Remember these words. Today you may not recognize a single name on this list, but within 10 years, every one of them will stand among the greatest footballers in Europe. The morning after the transfer meeting concluded, Lee Ran sat in the sporting director's office looking out over the empty training ground and dialed Tom's number. Tom. Huh, boss. A thick nasal voice came through the phone, clearly still in bed. You have 10 minutes. Pack your things. Lee Ran's voice was utterly unruffled. Then go quit your job at the docks. There was silence for 3 seconds, followed by the crash of a toppled chair and Tom's stammering voice. Boss. I understand. Right away. My assistant will send you an encrypted email containing a list of players. Before you get to Birkenhead, I want every man's basic profile burned into your memory. Lee Ran's command carried no emotion. I don't need a fan. I need an expert. This is a test. Yes, I promise to accomplish the mission. Tom's voice was quivering with excitement. 2 days later at Prenton Park. I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Lee Ran looked at the large whiteboard in front of him where 10 names were written in red marker. 2 days later, when Tom rushed into the office with a worn backpack, dark circles under his eyes, but a remarkably bright gaze, Lee Ran didn't even ask him to sit down. Welcome aboard, Tom Williams, first team scout for Tranmere. Lee Ran tossed him a pen and a new notebook. Training starts now. He pointed at the whiteboard. The core of our work, don't look at the present, only the future. Traditional scouts look at data and physiques. That's the work of fools. We look at what numbers cannot quantify. Football intelligence, competitiveness, potential. Lee Ran tapped the name Cristiano Ronaldo. Everyone says he's a flashy lightweight. Your task is to watch him after he's been brought down for the 10th time, to see whether his eyes show fear or determination. Does he throw up his hands and complain, or does he get up and leave the defender behind with his next move? That is competitiveness. He then turned to Arteta. In a league as physically brutal as the Scottish Premiership, how did he survive with that slender frame? Watch his every off-the-ball run, watch his anticipation half a second before the opponent makes his move. That is football intelligence. An hour later, Tom held a notebook full of notes, feeling as though his mind had been reforged. Lee Ran handed him a scouting report template, dozens of pages long, covered with evaluation criteria, from technique to mentality, meticulously detailed to an astonishing degree. This is my brain. Now I've given you a copy. Lee Ran patted his shoulder. Your first task isn't to race back to London. Instead, stay here and complete the preliminary assessment of this list together with the club's veterans. Tom nodded heavily, feeling that the notebook in his hands was heavier than a gold brick. Just then, Lee Ran pressed the intercom button. Daisy, please ask Mr. Allen and his team to come to my office. A few minutes later, Chief Scout Allen and his seasoned colleagues walked in with complicated expressions. They had recovered from their shock, but their eyes still held doubt toward that outlandish list. Allen, Lee Ran said, pointing to Tom beside him. Let me introduce you all. This is Tom. From today, he will join your department as a first-team scout. Allen studied the young, inexperienced face before him, about the same age as Lee Ran, and frowned involuntarily. How could such a green kid be made first-team scout? Lee Ran ignored his expression and placed the winter transfer target list in the center of the conference table. This list is our top priority task for the next 6 months. I know you have many questions. That's fine. He looked at Allen, then at Tom, and issued the directive. Starting tomorrow, Tom, you will act as Mr. Allen's special assistant, working with the entire scouting department to complete the data collection and initial evaluation of every player on this list. Allen, he turned to the chief scout. Tom has some unique channels and perspectives on young players in continental Europe. I hope you'll give his opinion serious consideration. At the same time, I need you to draw on decades of professional experience to teach him how to produce a professional scouting report that meets the club's standards." These words were meticulously crafted, both a command and a reassurance. He looked at the two scouts before him, so different in style, representing the club's future and past, and said calmly, "I don't care what methods you use, whether you cooperate or have differences. 1 month from now, I want to see on this table a definitive report on these 10 players. One that combines data and experience in the most exhaustive, perfect form. Is everything clear?" Alan and Tom exchanged a glance, both seeing complex emotions in the other's eyes. In the end, they nodded at the same time. "Understood, Director." Saturday, 3:30 p.m. Prenton Park. Brendan Rodgers was about to take charge of his first official League Two match as Tranmere manager. The stadium was packed. All the fans poured into the stands with extremely complicated feelings. They wanted to see with their own eyes what kind of game the football director, who had sent the legendary captain packing, cleared out half the team, the exaggerated version of the locker room rumor, and brought in an unknown coach, was going to play. When the home team's starting lineup flashed on the big screen, the entire stadium was drowned in gasps and a buzz of discussion. Formation 4-3-3. The 4-4-2 long ball style that had been etched into their bones for 20 years was gone. Replacing it was a continental technical formation they had only seen on television. The opening whistle felt like the prelude to turmoil. Rodgers' tactical intention, short passing build-up from the back, contrasted sharply with the players' muscle memory of long balls and high crosses, creating a jarring disconnect on the pitch. 5 minutes in, under pressure from the opposing striker, the goalkeeper obeyed the instruction not to launch a long kick. Instead, he attempted a short pass to the fullback, but he was plainly lacking confidence. His weak touch turned the pass into an assist, sending the ball straight to the feet of the opposing forward. Had it not been for his lightning-fast second reaction charging off his line to smother the one-on-one chance, Prenton Park would have fallen into dead silence. In the stands, muffled grumbles began to spread. The players on the pitch became completely disoriented. The defender held the ball, looked up, and saw his midfield teammates habitually standing still, waiting for high balls, making no runs to offer support. The winger created space on the flank only to watch the ball being passed sideways and backward between the defense and midfield, pointless and at any moment vulnerable to interception. Every pass was like walking a tightrope. What on earth are they doing? Pass it. Keep passing. Pass it into our own goal. Get back to your Northern Ireland. We do not play such spineless football. The match had barely reached the 20th minute, yet at Pluton Park Stadium the stands were already consumed by boos and curses surging toward the pitch like a tidal wave from every direction. An elderly Tranmere supporter wearing a white cap complained to his equally gloomy son beside him, "Do you see this? This is the so-called new era you promised. Rubbish. These players cannot even walk properly. Bring Davis back, at least we know how to score goals by then." The fans could not comprehend nor accept what was unfolding before their eyes. The Tranmere team they once knew, filled with grit and courage, was gone. In its place stood a squad hesitating in their own half, passing sideways, endlessly on the verge of delivering fatal mistakes, at any moment looking more like an amateur side. In the presidential box, Chairman Evans' face was as pale as his white shirt, sweat soaking his collar. He shifted restlessly in his seat, as though sitting on burning coals. He gazed desperately at Lee Rand beside him. Lee Rand's expression remained unchanged, still exuding that calm control over everything. But beneath the table a glass of water rippled in concentric circles, betraying the uncontrollable tremor in his legs. He was terrified as well. "Director," Evans finally broke down, his voice trembling with a hint of pleading, "is this the beautiful football you promised? Should we not stabilize things first, let them return to playing a 4-4-2 formation?" Lee Rand slowly turned his head to look at the elderly man on the verge of collapse. The tension in his eyes was instantly replaced by a cold, unequivocal resolve. He shook his head. "Mr. Chairman, amputation looks cruel." His voice was low, yet it pierced Evans' panicked heart with the precision of a scalpel. "But if you do not cut away the rotting limb, the entire body will die with it." As if to confirm his words, another passing error occurred on the field. The ball was intercepted and the opponent immediately launched a swift counterattack. Just then Sean Williams, an 18-year-old youth academy midfielder, whom Lee Rand and Rodgers had both strongly advocated promoting, sprinted frantically from the flank when everyone else was retreating. With a fierce yet precise sliding tackle, he cleanly won the ball back. The ball rolled toward defender Dave Feet. Hit it long forward. From the stands, countless fans instinctively roared. It was their 20 years of muscle memory. Dave Body also responded, habitually raising his leg to deliver a long clearance. But in the moment before he made contact, what flashed through his mind was not only Rodgers' numerous, nearly roaring instructions during training over the past week. He also saw his 18-year-old teammate, like a young lion, throwing himself without hesitation to cover for this veteran. "Damn it," Dave cursed inwardly. "I am putting my faith in you fools just this once." His teeth clenched hard, and he forcibly altered his raised right leg into a delicate inside of the foot push pass, a technique unfamiliar even to himself. The ball rolled steadily to Sean, who had risen from the ground and actively run into open space. This was the first successful ground pass transitioning from defense to attack under pressure for Tranmere in this match. The boos in the stands awkwardly paused for a single second. This small success, like a stone cast into a lake, sent ripples of confidence spreading outward. By the 35th minute, the ball arrived at Dave's feet again after passing through midfield. This time, he did not hesitate at all, delivering a short pass to the retreating Sean Williams. But the real change occurred off the ball. The opposing midfielder, seeing Dave pass short, once more sneered and immediately pressed toward Sean. In his view, this was yet another meaningless sideways pass. But just as he was about to close in on Sean, he discovered in horror that Tranmere left winger had suddenly abandoned the flank and cut inward toward the center, drawing his own fullback away. Meanwhile, Tranmere left back surged forward like a drawn blade along the vacuum zone created by that movement. "Watch the left," he shouted in terror, but it was already too late. Sean understood perfectly and delivered a precise through ball. The left back did not control the ball, instead sweeping it directly into the center. The winger, who had previously cut inside, now ghosted back to the center, forming a striking partnership with the forward. The ball, as if infused with soul, rolled rapidly across the turf. 7 or 8 uninterrupted one-touch passes flowed, like liquid mercury, instantly tearing open the opponent midfield defense. Although the forward slight overshot the shot due to overwhelming excitement missing the post, the entire Pluton Park Stadium fell into an eerie silence at that moment, then erupted into thunderous applause and gasps 100 times more enthusiastic than any previous booing. The complaining elderly fan from before now stood with his mouth agape, unable to believe what he saw, muttering, "Good God, what were we just watching? Was that Arsenal?" Fans might not understand complex tactics, but they grasped one thing clearly: this team was different from before. It was a sense of confidence and intelligent play they had never seen from this squad before. Ultimately, Tranmere hard-fought a 0-0 draw at home. There was no victory, not even a single goal. But when the final whistle blew and Rodgers and the players walked to the sideline to acknowledge the fans, they were met not with boos, but with sustained applause filled with hope and anticipation. Lee Rand stood by the box window watching all of this, a slight smile playing on his lips. He knew the result did not matter. What mattered was that the seed of revolution had successfully taken root in this stubborn soil. Now all he needed to do was wait for winter to arrive, and then bring in a batch of richer soil and finer components to transform this land. The final whistle blew, and the applause at Puttenham Park Stadium rang out endlessly. The Tranmere players, dragging their weary bodies, lapped the pitch under the guidance of their new captain Dave, acknowledging the fans who had remained steadfastly by their side. On their faces there was no wild euphoria of victory, but rather something far more precious than winning, a glimmer of hope. When the players returned to the locker room, they were no longer met with the tempestuous roar of former manager Davis, nor was there dead silence. New manager Rodgers stood before the tactical board, a faint smile of satisfaction on his face. "Gentlemen," he said after waiting for everyone to settle, "I know you must be exhausted and confused right now. 0-0 is not a result that brings us joy." But his voice suddenly rose, brimming with passion and force. "I want you to remember the 35th minute of today's match. Remember how we tore through the opponent's defense with continuous, unbroken passing. That is the football we seek. That is our future." He looked at the players before him, whose spirits had already been stirred. Light had ignited in the eyes of some young players, while veterans bowed their heads and thought expressions complex. Rodgers continued, "Today's match, the result does not matter. What matters is that we have proven one thing. We can play a completely different kind of football, smarter football that strikes fear into our opponents. From this day forward, forget the scoreline, forget the past. Give your bodies and minds to me. I promise you by the end of the season what stands here will be a Tranmere reborn, one that makes the entire EFL League Two tremble." Rodgers' speech, full of idealistic appeal, successfully reignited the players' morale, lifting it from the fatigue of a drawn match. And when Rodgers finished, Lee Rand calmly walked in from the doorway. If Rodgers was the fire that ignited passion, then Lee Rand was the anchor that grounded that passion in reality. He said nothing about tactics, simply looked around the room, his gaze finally settling on the defensive core. Dave, he began, "Today you fought like a true lion. Especially in the first half, when the entire stadium was chanting for you to boot it clear, you chose to trust your teammates and completed a crucial ground pass. That single pass was worth more than all your clearances combined." Lee Rand's tone was unequivocal. "From today onward, you are the sole leader and cornerstone of this defense. I need you to use your experience and courage to lead everyone around you to adapt to our new system." These words were a public authorization and the highest affirmation for Dave. Dave rose excitedly and nodded firmly. "Yes, director." Lee Rand smiled back at him, yet within his mind, he was making a calm assessment. Dave is the perfect transitional core. His loyalty, bravery, and stature in the locker room are exactly what the team needs most during this painful period of adaptation. But he is too slow and his technique is too crude. His ceiling is right here. By next year, when Company or other newcomers arrive, Dave's role will be limited to that of a spiritual leader on the bench. That night, the director's office was brightly lit. Lee Rand, Rodgers, and Chairman Evans sat back at the negotiation table following an inspiring debut match. This time what they needed to discuss was a more practical matter than tactics: money. "Brandon, give me your final assessment of the players on the pitch today," Lee Rand said. Rodgers took out a notebook. A few young players impressed me, such as Sean Williams. But most of the veteran players have completely failed to adapt to our tempo, especially up front. Our two strikers are virtually useless aside from aerial duels. During the winter transfer window, we must bring in at least one striker and a midfielder who can control the tempo. I agree, Lee Rand nodded. Chairman Evans looked at both of them, his face showing concern. Director Lee Brandon, I am proud of the team's performance today. However, our transfer budget is nearly zero. Upon hearing this, the excitement instantly faded from Rogers' face, his brows tightening. Lee Rand appeared prepared for this. He looked at Rogers. Brandon, your task is this. I need you to conduct a comprehensive value assessment of all first-team players within the next week. Give me a list of all players who are outside your future tactical plans, but still hold some market value that can be sold. Our first step is to clear out the inventory, to convert those high-salary, low-performing assets into cash for our transfer budget. Rogers immediately understood Lee Rand's intent and nodded solemnly. Understood. Lee Rand then turned to Chairman Evans. Mr. Chairman, I also need your assistance. I need you to leverage your connections in the local business community to secure new sponsorships for us. At this point, the long-suppressed anxiety and struggle of a business owner on the verge of collapse finally erupted from Chairman Evans. Enough, Director Lee. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice filled with exhaustion and helplessness. I understand everything you're saying, but you have no idea what we are facing. He stood up emotionally and paced back and forth in the office. Clearing out players? The only player in our squad who can fetch any money is our top scorer, Ryan. If we sell him, the fans will tear this office apart. Who will score goals? Sponsorships. He offered a bitter smile and pointed out the window. Director Lee, you think I haven't tried? Over the past 6 months, I have knocked on every merchant's door in Birkenhead. I have begged and pleaded, but the response is always the same. They see a sinking ship. No one will throw money into the River Mersey just to hear it splash. He stopped pacing and looked at Lee Rand, his eyes bloodshot. Your plan sounds beautiful, but it is built on an impossible foundation. We have no money. We cannot go anywhere. The atmosphere in the office grew suffocating. Rogers and Daisy both watched Lee Rand, nervously unsure how he would respond to the chairman's near-desperate outburst. Lee Rand did not rise. Not even the expression on his face changed. He waited quietly until Evans had finished venting, then slowly spoke, his voice low yet precise, as a sharp, ice-cooled scalpel cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Mr. Chairman, everything you said is correct, but you have made a fundamental mistake. Evans was taken aback. What error? You were merely begging before. But I am conducting business. Lee Rand rose from his seat and approached him, his gaze radiating an unyielding conviction. You claim the supporters would revolt if we sold our top scorer. That's because you failed to present them with something better, a vision of what lies ahead. We aren't liquidating a star player. We are discarding an antiquated system built on long balls and hoping for the best. When the crowd sees us claiming victories with elegant, streamlined football, who will still pine for a target man who merely occupies the box? You say investors won't commit. That's because the vessel you've been selling them is already taking on water. Now I'm asking you to offer them something entirely different. A fresh, hope-filled approach to beautiful football that will make the whole of Birkenhead proud. The product has changed, Chairman. Lee Rand regarded him, measuring each word carefully. Therefore, our marketing strategy must adapt accordingly. The words hit Evans like a bolt of lightning. He gazed at the young man before him, feeling his decades of commercial experience crumbling beneath an entirely new mindset, one he had never encountered. His lips parted as if to concede, yet years of caution surfaced. But the stakes are simply too high. What if? No what ifs. Lee Rand cut him off, then turned calmly toward Daisy. Daisy, please read to the chairman the second clause of attachment 3 from the equity transfer agreement I signed with him. Daisy extracted the document from her folder and read it aloud in her crisp, polished British accent. The newly appointed football director shall assume full authority over all first-team sporting affairs, including player transfers and coaching staff appointments. With each clause she recited, Evans's complexion drained further. When she finished, Lee Rand slowly lifted his gaze, his stare cutting through to Evans, who stood frozen. Selling players and establishing new sponsorship initiatives to fund recruitment. These both fall under sporting affairs. He locked eyes with Evans, his voice almost mercilessly measured. So, Chairman, what I've outlined is neither a proposal nor a suggestion. I am informing you of our course of action. These words landed like an invisible strike, shattering Evans's final resistance. He sank back into his chair as though all vitality had been sucked from him. I understand, Director Lee. A suffocating silence descended upon the office. Roger and Daisy watched, holding their breath. Lee Rand paid no mind to Evans, who had now resigned himself to his fate. At the session's close, Roger finally voiced what weighed most heavily on him. Director, once we've secured the necessary funds, what specific direction will our recruitment take? As I mentioned, I need a striker and a midfielder. Lee Rand turned directly to Daisy. Jot this down. His voice remained steady, yet each word struck like a bombshell. Alert Chief Scout Allen and all first-team scouts under his command. Send them to the Netherlands or Germany by any means necessary. Within 3 days, I want comprehensive first-phase reports on these 3 players. He raised his first finger. Number 1, Robin van Persie, the young striker at Feyenoord. He raised his second finger. Number 2 Darren Fletcher, the Scottish midfielder from Manchester United's youth setup. He raised his third finger. Number 3 Bastian Schweinsteiger, the German midfielder at Bayern Munich 2. As Lee Rand spoke the final name, Evans, just moments ago subdued by his iron will, could contain himself no longer. Rather than erupting in rage, a bitter mocking smirk crossed his face. Ha ha, as though he'd heard the most absurd joke imaginable. Van Persie, Schweinsteiger. A bunch of foreign boys who've never set foot in English football. Director Lee, you intend to throw away every penny we've scraped together to keep this club afloat on them. He rose, shaking his head with a laugh that carried the weight of utter defeat. I thought you were a genius. Instead, you're nothing but a reckless gambler. This club will be destroyed by your hand. Destroyed. Without another glance, he turned and strode toward the door, wrenching it open before slamming it behind him in a thunderous crash. Silence reclaimed the office. Daisy kept her eyes lowered. Roger's expression grew grim. He watched Lee Rand, his mind warring within. He knew those 3 names appeared on the recruitment list from the earlier scouting meeting. He'd read Lee Rand's evaluations, yet he'd never witnessed them play. He couldn't gauge their true quality or whether they'd adapt to the physical demands of English football. Staking the entire club's future on 3 unknown youngsters defied every principle he understood about the game. But then he recalled Lee Rand's insights about his own ambition, that profound understanding of his dissatisfaction. An almost irrational sense of trust emerged, overriding his professional reservations. He offered no objection, merely observing Lee Rand in silence. He recognized that such conviction required a certainty beyond his own comprehension. Once everyone departed, Lee Rand remained alone. He rose slowly and moved to the expansive window, gazing down at the vacant training grounds below. He registered Evans's anger and Roger's concerns, but neither affected him. He smiled. Wait, he told himself, and the world alike, with quiet certainty. All you see now are unfamiliar names. But what I see is the foundations of a dynasty rising before my eyes. You may doubt my judgment, but soon you'll treat every signing I make as prophecy. Because I bring more than victory. I bring something called the future. 3 days later, the door of the football director's office was knocked on punctually. Daisy opened the door and Chief Scout Alan walked in with his special assistant Tom. Both faces were etched with the weariness of international travel, yet their eyes could not have been more different. Alan's gaze was complex, full of scrutiny and inquiry, while Tom's eyes held an irrepressible excitement. Director. Alan placed 3 files on Lee Rand's desk, his voice far deeper than it had been 3 days ago. Lee Rand gestured for them to sit, his eyes sweeping over Tom. This young man already carried the sharp edge of a true professional. Before Alan could speak, Tom could no longer contain himself, leaning forward slightly. Boss. No, director. We checked. Manchester United's Fletcher and Bayern Munich's Schweinsteiger. We contacted their youth team coaches through our connections. The conclusion is exactly what you said. They are the finest talents in their respective ranks. Fletcher in particular has been praised by Coach Ferguson on multiple occasions, and United regards him as one of their future crown princes. His words came in a rush, as if he were eager to present a treasure, and just as you predicted, there is no place for them in the first team. Keen Scholes, and also Bollock Effenberg. These 2 towering mountains mean the 2 youngsters won't see a way out for at least a year or 2. Lee Rand's fingertips tapped lightly on the desk. He said nothing. This was merely an appetizer. Alan took a deep breath and interrupted the excited Tom. He pushed the thickest report to the front, and his entire aura shifted. It was no longer a subordinate reporting to a superior, but rather a reverence in the face of an unknown force. Director, regarding that, Robin Van Persie at Feyenoord. Alan's Adam's apple moved as he seemed to search for the words to describe the shock he had endured over these 3 days. Our man flew to Rotterdam. The conclusion is that he is a once-in-a-generation genius. At the same time, he is an outright scoundrel. Alan's choice of words became direct and blunt, arrogant with utter contempt for everyone and zero discipline. Last month, he publicly broke with head coach Van Marwijk over his training attitude and was cast straight into the reserve team. He paused, raised his head, locked his gaze on Lee Rand, and uttered the final conclusion word by word. Now the entire Feyenoord club from top to bottom wants to sell him at once, this very moment. Director, I must admit your intelligence sources are so precise that they frighten me. When the office door closed again, shutting out the probing stares of Alan and Tom, only then did Lee Rand have Daisy invite Brendan Rodgers in. Without any redundant pleasantries, he pushed the 3 reports, still warm, in front of Rodgers. Brendan devised the recruitment strategy. Lee Rand's tone was not that of consultation, but of direct command. Fletcher and Schweinsteiger are our lone targets. Talents from top clubs crave playing opportunities, so we give them that chance. He looked at Rodgers. I'll have Daisy prepare a proposal. The core selling point isn't money, Fitzhugh. We must sell Manchester United and Bayern Munich on a coach who is second to none at developing young players. Tell them that handing their prodigies to you, letting them play 1 or 2 seasons in our team, where they are guaranteed starters, is the best investment they can make in the future. Rodgers swiftly scanned the reports, his eyes glittering. This approach cut to the heart of the matter. As for Van Persie, a cold smile tugged at the corner of Lee Rand's mouth. He is our prey. Alan's report confirmed that Feyenoord is more anxious than we are. So we absolutely must not make the first move. For him, the strategy is one word only: wait. His current situation is a godsend for us. A genius stuffed with gunpowder ready to explode at any moment. Before we light the fuse, we must thoroughly understand every single thread on him. Lee Ran turned to Daisy. Notify Tom that this is his most important task for the coming months. From today until the winter transfer window opens, I need a weekly observation briefing on Robin van Persie. Weekly? Daisy confirmed. Yes, weekly. Lee Ran nodded. His performances in the reserves, his interactions with teammates, his statements to the media, even his private life off the pitch. I need a continuous report that allows me to fully dissect his psychological state. His voice turned low and dangerous. We don't need to do anything. We simply wait in silence. Wait for the perfect moment, when his psychological defenses are most fragile and Feyenoord's patience is most exhausted. Then we strike the decisive blow, pulling him out of the Rotterdam mire at the lowest possible cost. After formulating this recruitment strategy that resembled a hunting plan, the team faced the second league match of Rogers' tenure, an away game against Oldham. It was a drizzly Saturday morning. Tranmere's team bus traveled along the road to the Greater Manchester area. In the 5 league matches of the new season, 1 win, 2 draws, 2 losses, 16th in the standings. This was the awkward reality of Tranmere Rovers. Rogers' first match in charge, a 0-0 draw, together with a possession-based style that seemed utterly out of place in League Two, had already ignited enormous controversy among fans and media alike. Radical fans saw it as a revolution, while conservatives derided the style as impractical and lacking grit, directing their anger also toward the Chinese director who had driven away the club's legendary captain. The cabin was quiet, most players wore headphones, and the atmosphere was heavy. Rogers walked over from the front and sat down beside Lee Ran, his face more solemn than ever. Director Lee, we have a problem. He did not mince words and went straight to the point. Oldham's home ground, Boundary Park, is the highest altitude professional football stadium in the whole of England. The weather is always harsh and the pitch is a permanent mud pit. He pulled a crumpled tactical analysis sheet from his pocket with several opposing players' names circled in red pen. They are a typical English physical team. Long balls, hard tackles, ferocious pressing. Last week at our home on a perfect pitch, our players had just begun to understand our possession system. Today we have to bring a tactic that demands intricate coordination onto a mud pit against opponents who will stop at nothing to disrupt our rhythm. Rogers' voice was low and filled with worry. The players' newly formed confidence in the new tactics could very well be shattered piece by piece within 90 minutes by those tackles. This match could be a disaster for us. He raised his head, stared fixedly at Lee Ran, and asked the most crucial question. Director Lee, I know our tactics represent the future. But today on this damned mud heap, how are we supposed to survive? Inside the coach, the atmosphere was heavy. Outside the window, the rain seemed to fall even harder. Lee Ran did not immediately reply to Rogers. He merely turned his head slowly, his gaze drifting past Rogers' anxious face to the players in the back, those wearing earphones feigning calm, yet unable to hide the tension and uncertainty in their eyes. After a long pause, he withdrew his gaze, looked at Rogers, and smiled. The smile was calm and composed, as if the storm outside and the quagmire ahead had nothing to do with him. Brandon, he said, his voice low, yet like a soothing tonic that instantly calmed Rogers' inner agitation. You asked me how we survive. My answer is that today we are not fighting to survive. Rogers was stunned. We are fighting to kill the game. Lee Ran's gaze grew sharp as a blade. Have you forgotten who we are? We are not here to adapt to League Two. We are here to dominate it. He pointed to the bleak, gray sky outside. Quagmire, butchers, harsh weather. These are the same for every team. But we have a weapon they do not possess. The most powerful one, our mentality. Remember, Brandon, the more chaotic the situation, the more we must stay true to our own rhythm. The muddier the pitch, the more we must use the simplest short passes to carve through it. If they want to make the match a wrestling match, we will make it an open masterclass. He patted Rogers on the shoulder and delivered his final verdict. Tell the players today, forget the score, forget physical battles. All they need to remember is one thing. Let the ball fly across the turf. Oldham, Boundary Park, the visitors' dressing room. In the visitors' dressing room, the air was as heavy as a soaked sponge. Outside, a cold autumn rain fell without end. Inside, the players were silently changing into their kits. Listen to that rain, a veteran substitute muttered as he wrapped a bandage. In this mud, going toe-to-toe with those Oldham butchers. It's suicide. His remarks echoed the sentiments of the squad's old hands. The newly appointed captain Dave could feel the unease spreading through the dressing room. He was about to speak when the dressing room door swung open. Head coach Brendan Rodgers stepped in. He was not holding a tactics board or launching into a lengthy speech. He calmly surveyed the room, taking in the tension, doubt, and restlessness on every face. Gentlemen, he began slowly, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that the pitch is a sea of mud. You're thinking that our opponents are a pack of butchers who only know crude charging. You're thinking that our tactic of constant short passing simply won't work today. He looked at the players and smiled, yet the smile held a cold, unyielding sharpness. Everything you think is correct. But today what I ask of you is precisely this: on such a mud-soaked field, complete a pass of the highest difficulty. He walked to the center of the room, his voice rising an octave, full of passion and force. They want to drag us into the muck and fight us with raw, primitive combat. They want to use tackles to destroy our technique, and jeers to shatter our confidence. But what we must do is respond in the way we do best. In this mud we will dance our own waltz. Now lift your heads. Walk out. Show them who the cowards really are. Boundary Park. Rain mixed with mud hammered down from the sky. Just as Rodgers had predicted from the opening whistle, Oldham backed by home advantage, and the appalling weather launched the most ferocious pure English-style assault on Tranmere's goal. The team's artist Jason Kumas had just received the ball in midfield. Before he could even look up, the opposing holding midfielder like a runaway truck took him down with a vicious studs-up sliding tackle that might have merited a red card. The referee only gave a token yellow card. Kumas clutched his ankle in pain, rolling in the mud. He felt a searing pain, as if his ankle had been caught in a vice. A profound disgust and fear of such brutish football seized his heart with raw truth. In the 19th minute, the home side used a throw-in to hurl the ball directly into the box with the classic hand grenade tactic. In the chaotic scramble, Oldham's center forward got to the second ball and stabbed it home, breaching Tranmere's net. 0-1. The roar of the home fans rattled the roof of the dugouts. In the visitors' director's area, Lee Ran watched calmly. He was neither nervous nor angry. He was observing. He was observing how the head coach he had personally chosen would react when his team was pushed to the edge. Rodgers stood on the touchline, rain creeping down the collar of his coat, icy and biting. He didn't look at the scoreboard. His gaze dissected his players like a scalpel. Tranmere's players' faces smeared with mud had expressions of frustration and daze. Their worst fears had been realized. In this wretched weather, their intricate passing game was like an engine flooded with water, utterly incapable of running. Captain Dave, after conceding, rallied his teammates together, shouting loudly to raise their spirits. But in his own heart, doubt swirled. Forward Ryan Taylor, hands on hips, cursed silently at the sky and the mud. Meanwhile, the team's artist Jason Kumas, after that vicious foul, began to avoid physical contact with opponents at all costs. At this moment, many players on the pitch wavered. Is the coach's tactic really workable on this kind of pitch? Fear. Rodgers could smell fear, something even more frightening than conceding a goal. His tactics were not wrong. The problem was the men executing them. Their minds had been churned to mush by the terrible weather and that one conceded goal. The halftime whistle sounded. The players trudged off with their heads down. In the visitors' dressing room, the air was dense enough to ring out, blending the stench of sweat, mud, and sour decay. The players slumped in their seats too, spent even to curse. Rodgers pushed the door open. Without a word, he walked straight to the tactical board, letting the silence spread and ferment through the room like a virus. He wanted these pampered men to fully taste the feeling of drowning. Finally, he picked up a marker. The tip clicked against the whiteboard with crisp ticks like a stopwatch counting down. All eyes were drawn to him. He drew a simple triangle on the board, the most basic and stable of shapes. In the first half, we were consumed by fear. Rodgers spoke, his voice not loud, but heavy like stones dropping into a stagnant pond. You were afraid of mistakes, afraid of contact, afraid of the mud beneath your feet. You forgot who you are and why we deserve to stand here. His gaze swept the room and finally, like a scalpel, settled precisely on striker Ryan Taylor. Ryan. Taylor snapped his head up, his eyes darting away. Do you think you're a lighthouse in the penalty area? Rodgers' voice was devoid of emotion, which was more unnerving than a roar. Standing there waiting for the ship to dock by itself. Football doesn't grow legs. Run. Like a starving hound after prey hunt. Tear apart their defense. Every off-ball run you make opens up the battlefield for Kumas and Sean. If you can't do it, get off the pitch. Taylor's face flushed deep red, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a single word. Humiliation cut deeper than any tactical lecture. Then Rodgers turned to the team's artist, Jason Kumas. Jason the artist. He chuckled, and the laugh was full of undisguised mockery, scraping Kumas's eardrums like sandpaper. I don't see art. I see a coward trembling before a butcher. They want to kick you. Fine. Let them kick. Let them not even touch your shadow. His voice suddenly rose. Use your skill, use your rhythm. Make them chase after your tail like a bunch of brainless fools until they collapse with cramps. You are our core. Now show us what a frontline core looks like. As his words fell, only heavy breathing remained in the locker room. Fear was being replaced by something more primal, more scorching. It was anger. An unwillingness. In the second half, forget the score. Rodgers dropped the pen and made his final remark, every word like a command. Keep the ball at your feet right here in this mud. Use short passes, use triangles, use our own rhythm, and wear them down. In the second half, both teams returned to the pitch. Tranmere's players no longer looked up to find a man, no longer attempted those flashy long passes. They began to make off-ball runs with reckless abandon, and in Oldham's half they kept the ball under their control with quick triangular combinations. In the 65th minute, the signal came. Captain Dave, with a low pass that cut through the midfield defense like a blade, found Jason Kumas precisely. The opposing defensive midfielder who had badly tackled him in the first half charged at him again like an angry bull. Come on. A flash of provoked fire appeared in Kumas's eyes. In the first half, he would have passed back immediately. But now what flashed through his mind was the phrase from the locker room, a coward hiding from the butcher. Just as the two defenders were about to converge, Kumas dragged the ball back with his right foot in a lethal motion and poked it forward with his left. The ball slipped through the impossibly narrow gap that remained. That defensive midfielder slid several meters awkwardly on the muddy ground like an out-of-control truck. Kumas had beaten 2 men. He burst into the box. A composed square pass. A figure arrived like a cheetah. It was Ryan Taylor, the man he had mocked as a lighthouse, finally appearing in the exact place a striker should be. A decisive, resolute, sliding finish. The ball skimmed across the turf and mud, fiercely finding the back of the net. 1-1. Taylor picked himself up from the mud. Instead of celebrating, he clenched his fists and stared across the entire pitch straight at Rodgers. In his eyes were defiance and vindication, but even more a rekindled striker's fire. In the away team's director's box, Lee Rand saw this, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. He knew that Rodgers' value had truly begun to manifest. The 88th minute. Oldham won a corner and threw everything forward. Captain Dave leaped high and headed the ball with force. The ball fell to midfielder Sean Williams. Without stopping it, he struck a massive field-tearing curve with the outside of his boot. A textbook lightning counterattack. Striker Simon Hayworth was through on goal, but he saw a better chance and unselfishly squared it. It was Jason Kumas, the Welsh artist, who had tormented and humiliated the opposition's defenders for the entire second half with his exquisite skill. Facing an open goal, he slotted it home. 2-1. A winner. The final whistle sounded. Tranmere's players ran like crazed men toward the away fan stand. They pulled off their mud-soaked shirts, waved them frantically in the air, beat their chests, and roared together with the hundreds of devoted traveling fans. The overwhelming release of surviving an ordeal and overturning the match in the mud plunged them all into ecstasy. In the shadow of the players' tunnel, Lee Rand leaned against the wall, waiting quietly. Rodgers did not celebrate with the players. He walked through the celebrating crowd straight to Lee Rand. "A wonderful comeback, Brandon," Lee Rand said with a smile. "It was a gamble." Rodgers shook his head, a trace of lingering fear on his face. "If they hadn't been provoked, but had collapsed completely, I would have been the team's sinner. But you won the gamble." Lee Rand looked at him. "Because you know better than anyone that what these players needed was not comfort, but stimulation. You've proven that you understand not only tactics, but also the hearts of men." This precise affirmation from his patron stirred a great sense of fulfillment in Rodgers. Looking at the ever-calm director, he said sincerely, "You gave me the courage to gamble." Rodgers took a water bottle from his pocket, unscrewed it, and drank. The cold liquid brought him fully back to calm. Winning an ugly battle is nothing to celebrate. In a professional tone, as if reporting to his superior, he said, "I've already asked Phil, the assistant coach, to get Oldham's running data after the 70th minute. I want to know the exact moment their energy collapsed." Lee Rand nodded approvingly. He knew that the site foreman he had brought in had already begun to share his own strategist way of thinking, but he always saw one step further than others. "Data is important, Brandon." Lee Rand's tone remained unchanged. "But more important than data is our players." He looked at Rodgers. "This victory has earned us a little breathing room, but it also exposed the fatal weakness of our insufficient midfield control. It's not enough to rely on one young man, Sean, alone. So I've had Daisy formally submit to Manchester United a request to loan their youth team midfielder Darren Fletcher. Our next opponent will not be so generous as to leave us only one half to recover. From the first minute of the match, we need a warrior who can battle any opponent in the midfield. And that Scotsman is the best choice." Lee Rand's remark, "I've already had Daisy formally submit the loan application to Manchester United," left Rodgers still carrying the adrenaline of a hard-fought match in a state of breathless astonishment. He stared blankly at the young man before him, feeling his thoughts could no longer keep pace. "Director, are you saying you have already submitted the application?" "When oi." Rodgers' voice was dry. A knowing, foxy smile spread across Lee Rand's face. "In the second half, when we scored the equalizer." Rodgers' eyes narrowed sharply. He looked at this man, and a chill ran through him from head to foot. During that first half, which had nearly fallen apart, he had been desperately searching for a way to level the score. The moment the team saw a glimmer of hope, this director was not celebrating. He was calmly, even coolly, already laying out the next match's reinforcements. "Don't be so surprised, Brendan." Seeing through his thoughts, Lee Rand smiled. "I'm only doing what I should. You are the manager responsible for solving problems on the pitch, and the director responsible for providing you with tools to solve them." Over the next 2 days, the entire Tranmere club was caught up in the excitement of that epic comeback. The players trained with unprecedented enthusiasm, and for the first time, Rodgers' new tactics received everyone's wholehearted trust and execution. But a weight still hung in Rodgers' heart. He knew how audacious Lee Rand's plan to loan Fletcher was. That was Manchester United with the celebrated Alex Ferguson in charge, a League Two club seeking to borrow their most prized youth prodigy. It was as absurd as a street wanderer asking a king to lend him his crown. He could almost foresee the contempt and mockery with which United would reject the application. He even worried that such a bold move might provoke Ferguson and cause Tranmere to be permanently frozen out of the Red Devils' future transfer market. Lee Rand, however, was exceptionally calm. He went to classes as usual and came to the club afterward, analyzing training footage with Rodgers, as though the loan application that could decide the club's future was nothing more than an ordinary, insignificant email. On the third afternoon, just as Rodgers had almost given up hope, the door of the director's office burst open with a bang. Daisy rushed in one high heel, missing her face a mixture of shock and elation, all professional composure gone. "Director." Her voice rose to a shrill pitch. "Manchester United. It's Manchester United." Rogers sprang up from the sofa. Lee Ran slowly put down the documents, raised his head, his expression utterly unruffled. What did they say? Gasping for breath, Daisy tried to calm her racing heart and looked at Lee Ran. The personal assistant of Manchester United's youth director Mr. Les Kershaw returned the call. He said. She paused as if to confirm she had not misheard. He said Mr. Kershaw considers it the boldest and most interesting loan proposal he has ever seen. He himself will wait for you tomorrow at the Carrington training ground for a face-to-face meeting. The office fell into a stifling silence. Rogers stared with his mouth open, ears ringing. A refusal had been expected. Being ignored was the most likely outcome. An invitation to Carrington with that legendary mentor waiting, in person. It was beyond belief. Lee Ran rose, walked to the window, and looked down at the players training below. Daisy, he ordered without looking back, pick me up at my apartment at 8 tomorrow morning. We're going to Manchester. He turned to Rogers and smiled. Brendan, get ready. We're going to Carrington to bring back our new midfielder. Manchester United's Carrington Training Complex. Les Kershaw, Ferguson's most trusted right-hand man and the legendary architect of the class of '92, sat across from Lee Ran. He dispensed with pleasantries, his gaze settling on Lee Ran with surgical precision. Mr. Lee, hello. Les came straight to the point. I've read your loan proposal. Very interesting. He slid the flawlessly prepared proposal written by Daisy across the table. I can see your sincerity. I've also heard about your manager, Mr. Rogers. He did well during his years at Reading. However, his index finger tapped lightly on the table. I receive dozens of such loan proposals every day. Tell me why I should hand one of Manchester United's most important assets to a team struggling in League Two. Give me a reason I cannot refuse. One that is not written in this document. The test had begun. Lee Ran was not intimidated by the other man's presence. He met Kershaw's gaze calmly and asked in return, Mr. Kershaw, what do you think is Darren Fletcher's greatest weakness at the moment? The question caught Les off guard. He had not expected such directness tinged with a trace of audacity. After mulling it over, he gave a professional answer. In youth matches, he looks too much at ease. The physical intensity is not high enough, so he occasionally takes an extra second or two of needless thought when playing the ball. He needs a higher pressure environment. Exactly, Lee Ran said immediately. That is why you cannot send him to any League One club, or even a lower to mid-table Premier League team. Oh, Kershaw raised an eyebrow, clearly interested in the conclusion. Because those clubs would protect him as a prodigy. Lee Ran's pace quickened, his argument clear and sharp. He would be placed in the most comfortable position, and the senior players would do all the unglamorous work for him. He would get regular playing time, produce impressive statistics, and be praised by everyone. A year later, he would return here with better technique and richer experience. But his weakness would still be a weakness. What Tranmere can give him is exactly what those clubs cannot. Lee Ran leaned forward slightly, his eyes carrying an audacious confidence. We would use him as a workhorse. We would give him the dirtiest, hardest work in midfield. He would have to face 2 or 3 opposing players pressing him all on his own. There would be no cover behind him and no top-class striker ahead to create space. Every second he is on the ball, opponents will come charging at him. Every misplaced pass could cost us the match or even relegation. He would not be here to level up. He would be here to fight through real adversity. He would either learn to move the ball in the quickest, simplest way or be overwhelmed by relentless pressure and the harsh judgment of the crowd. Mr. Kershaw, Lee Ran said, leaning back into his chair, a greenhouse cannot bring forth a true warrior. What Manchester United needs is not just another technically gifted midfielder. You need a leader who will grit his teeth and carry the team on his shoulders through difficult times. A true Red Devil. I promise you that. After one season, provided he stays whole, when I return him to you, you will have a second Roy Keane with a steel heart tempered in the fires of adversity. There was nothing ornate in these words, only a stark and unvarnished truth. Les Kershaw stared fixedly at Lee Ran, the evaluation in his eyes turning slowly into undisguised astonishment. He had met plenty of glib agents and directors who promised playing time and a central role in tactics, but no one had ever dared to use words like struggle, adversity, and failure to promote their own club. This young man was bold to the point of madness. Yet his audacity struck precisely at the heart of United's youth development concerns. After a long silence, Les rose and extended his hand to Lee Ran. Director Lee, you are the boldest man I have ever met. Mr. Ferguson will appreciate your philosophy. He shook Lee Ran's hand, and his aged grip was full of strength. Fletcher can be loaned to you for 1 season. Manchester United will pay his wages in full. But his eyes turned sharp as a blade. Remember what you said today. What you are borrowing is Manchester United's future. If by the end of the season he has not become the warrior you described, or if any lasting harm comes to him. He paused, every word falling against Lee Ran's ears like a shard of ice. Trust me, you and your Tranmere club will forever be the least welcome people at Old Trafford. 1 week later, beside the training pitch at Pluton Park Stadium, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. When the Scottish young man carrying a Manchester United backpack appeared, all Tranmere players who were sweating profusely unconsciously slowed their movements. What greeted him was not curiosity and envy, but a mixture of scrutiny, wariness, and an instinctive rejection from lower-tier players toward the air of a powerhouse club. Captain Dave walked over and shook his hand in a businesslike manner. Welcome. A single word devoid of extra warmth. Rogers' introduction was equally brief, like an order Darren Fletcher on loan for 1 season. And so the training continued. In the first training session, Fletcher exacerbated this division with his talent. His ball control, positioning, and vision were products of an entirely different dimension, but problems came with it. In a group match, Tranmere launched a quick counterattack and the ball came to Fletcher's feet. Everyone had already sprinted forward waiting for him to deliver the decisive pass. But he habitually paused and chose the safest horizontal pass. The opportunity vanished in an instant. Damn it. Sean Fagan, the team's veteran and midfield enforcer, cursed openly. Are you embroidering, kid? Fletcher's face turned red, unsure of what to do. In Carrington, this was called proper ball management. Minutes later, a similar scene played out again. Fagan stopped wasting words and charged like a bull, delivering a fierce slide tackle that took Fletcher and the ball down together. This is Tranmere. Fagan pointed at his nose and growled. This isn't your kindergarten. Either pass the ball forward or get the hell out. Conflict was about to erupt. In the following days, such scenes became the norm on the training ground. Fletcher was like a white swan that had strayed into a pack of wolves. The more elegant his technique, the more out of place he felt amid the brutal collisions around him. He was brought down time and again, and each time he got up in confusion amid his teammates' cold stares. After training ended, the atmosphere in Rogers' office was heavy. Director Lee, this is too risky. Rogers rubbed his temples, looking worried. You saw Fagan's moves. Fletcher is a genius, but he's just a kid. We can't destroy him like this. Manchester United will hold us accountable. Brandon, when we signed him, Mr. Cowshard told me that if I couldn't return a warrior to him, Tranmere would forever become an enemy of Old Trafford. Do you think a child who needs protection from the captain and coach during training can become a warrior? Lee Rand stood up, walked to the window, and watched Fletcher gathering his things alone on the field. What he lacks the most right now is protection. What he needs is someone like Fagan to show him what the other side of football looks like. It's cruelty, it's the law of the jungle. Brandon, Lee Rand turned around, his gaze sharp. Your task is not to protect him. It's to push him to the edge of a cliff and let him choose for himself, whether to jump and break himself to pieces or grow wings and fly. Rogers fell silent. After a long while he nodded. I understand. For the weekend match, I'll use him well. Weekend, Pluton Park Stadium. Tranmere hosted Bristol City at home. Fletcher's name appeared on the substitute list. Before the match, Rogers called him aside, pointed at the field, and spoke in a tone that was almost humiliating. Kids, sit here and watch clearly. See what football really is when you don't have top-tier teammates supporting you and top-tier turf to comfortably receive the ball. The match began and Tranmere didn't play easily. In the first half, a flash of inspiration from Kumas helped the team take a 1-0 lead. But in the second half, Tranmere, whose physical fitness had declined, was quickly equalized by the opponent using a rough challenge. 1-1. The players on the field were panting, mistakes began to increase, and the situation was precarious. In the 70th minute, Rogers finally made a move. Darren Fletcher taking command in a critical moment. The moment he stepped onto the turf, Fletcher felt not glory, but a wave of intensity approaching him. He had just received a pass from a teammate when the opponent's burly defensive midfielder directly delivered a firm challenge, making solid contact with his calf. With a thud, Fletcher fell to the ground. The referee didn't even blow his whistle. He lay on the muddy ground, completely dazed. He looked up and saw the opposing defensive midfielder gesture in his direction. Is this the reality of professional football? He struggled to get up and his teammate just gave him a cold look, signaling him to quickly join the match. A few minutes later, when he got the ball, he remembered Rogers' words and attempted to send a through ball that would penetrate the defense. However, he underestimated the physical intensity here. As soon as the ball left his foot, the opposing midfielder anticipated and intercepted it, launching a direct counterattack that nearly resulted in a one-on-one situation. From the stands, sporadic sounds of dissatisfaction began to ring out. In the chairman's box, Chairman Evans' palms were already covered in sweat. On the field, Fletcher felt an unprecedented sense of isolation and pressure. His mind was in chaos. He subconsciously started playing the safe balls he was most familiar with in Carrington. Horizontal passes, backward passes, avoiding any risky attempts. In the 85th minute of the match, a critical moment arrived. The ball once again came to Fletcher's feet. Facing pressure from the opposing forward, he had two choices. One was to risk advancing forward, the other was to safely pass the ball back to the goalkeeper. He immediately chose the latter. But he had completely failed to anticipate that on this turf that had been worked hard all match, there was an inconspicuous small puddle. His backward pass was slightly weak, and when it passed through that puddle, its speed suddenly decreased, becoming a soft pass. The opposing forward took advantage of the situation, easily controlling the ball, and formed a one-on-one opportunity. The entire Pluton Park Stadium fell instantly silent. Everyone held their breath. Just at this critical moment, a figure, like an enthusiastic player from the oblique rear, used a determined slide tackle to reach for the ball. It was Dave. He was like a solid wall, timely blocking this certain scoring opportunity. The ball rolled out of the baseline. Dave lay on the ground, breathing heavily. He didn't help Fletcher up, who was kneeling on the ground with a pale face, but instead addressed him with his first words. The match continued with very little time remaining. It was precisely this corner kick caused by Fletcher's mistake that brought Tranmere the final opportunity. The opponent pressed heavily forward, the corner kick was taken, and Dave headed it away firmly again. The ball fell to the team's veteran midfielder Sean Fagan, who had given Fletcher a wake-up call during training. Fagan didn't pass, he dribbled the ball like a determined runner charging towards the opponent's half. After attracting 2 defenders, he didn't continue dribbling, but passed the ball to the advancing forward Ryan Taylor, who took a direct shot. The ball traveled swiftly, although it didn't hit the target directly, it unexpectedly bounced off the opposing defender's leg, taking an unpredictable deflection, beating the goalkeeper, and slowly rolling into the net. 2-1. With a goal filled with luck and an unexpected deflection, Tranmere completed another last-minute winner. The final whistle blew, and Pluton Park Stadium erupted completely. The players enthusiastically celebrated this hard-won victory. And Fletcher, his legs grew weak, and he directly fell to his knees on the grass. The team won, but he had become the player who almost cost them everything. The goal-scorer Ryan Taylor, after celebrating, specifically walked up to him. He looked down at Fletcher kneeling on the ground, and in a tone full of seriousness spoke, "Listen, you young player. This is English football, this is real men's competition. If you're not ready yet, then you need to work harder and prove yourself." After speaking, he walked towards the fans who were cheering. Fletcher could no longer hold himself up. He lowered his head deeply into the cool ground mixed with rainwater. His beautiful football world belonging to a talented player had completely changed. In the chairman's box, Evans was so excited he couldn't speak, grabbing Lee Rant's arm and shaking it enthusiastically. Won. We won. Did you see it? Lee Rant's face showed no particular expression. Just then his phone vibrated. The caller ID showed Les Cowshard. Lee Rant glanced at the Scottish youth kneeling on the ground below his shoulders, trembling slightly, and pressed the answer button. From the other end of the phone came Cowshard's voice expressing concern. "Director Lee, I think I need an explanation about my player in your challenging environment, facing difficulties in his first match." Facing the legendary Godfather's thunderous anger, Lee Rant's tone remained as calm as a deep pool. "Mr. Cowshard, good evening." He first offered a polite greeting, then suddenly shifted his tone. "First, let me correct you on one point. Darren was not nearly broken. As far as I know, he only suffered a minor injury to his calf. The team doctor has confirmed that a couple of days' rest will have him back to normal. As for mental breakdown," Lee Rant smiled, "I would prefer to call it the birth pains that any warrior must endure before emerging." Cowshard fell silent on the other end of the line, clearly angered by Lee Rant's reasoning. But Lee Rant gave him no chance to erupt. "Mr. Cowshard, I understand your frustration. But please recall at Carrington, what I promised you is a leader forged with iron, will not a greenhouse flower with impressive statistics. Tell me," Lee Rant's tone sharpened for the first time, "when a true Red Devil faces dirty challenges from opponents, criticism from teammates, and boos from the crowd, does he kneel in tears, or rise up and fight back with fiercer tackles and more decisive passes? Isn't that exactly why you sent him to me, to learn how to do the latter?" Those words cut through Cowshard's anger like a sharp blade. Though furious, he could not deny the truth in Lee Rant's harsh words. After a long pause, Cowshard finally gritted out, "I give you 1 month. After a month, I will come watch him play myself. If I see a loser still weeping on the field, I will take him straight back to Manchester." Agreed. He hung up the phone and walked to the window. A month. He could not wait that long. Neither could Fletcher. This flower of genius that had grown too lush in the greenhouse needed to weather storms, or its roots would rot. The following days remained hell for Fletcher. On the training pitch, veterans like Fagan and Ryan showed no mercy in their pressing and tackling. During the recent group match, Fletcher had just received a pass when a dark figure surged toward him from the side, kicking up wind and mud. It was Colin Fagan. He was not even going for the ball. His wide foot studs showing swept right past Fletcher's supporting leg. Fletcher panicked and instinctively jumped to evade, losing control of the ball beneath his feet. Fagan seized the opportunity, grabbed the ball, turned, and launched a long pass to counterattack. Meanwhile, Coach Rogers on the sidelines did not call a foul at all. Instead, he roared at Fletcher, "Darren, what are you doing? Protect the ball with your body. That is your ball. You soft." Fletcher, the favored prodigy who had been pampered by every coach at Carrington, finally experienced the raw, unforgiving nature of professional football amid his teammates' mockery and his coach's wrath. That evening in the Tranmere tactical analysis room, the air was frozen still. Only the massive touch screen in the center emitted a cold glow without a sound. On the screen, a training video played in slow motion. Player number 16 in the red training vest during a midfield duel instinctively pulled his foot back and turned sideways when faced with the blue team aggressive challenge. The ball was easily stolen away. In the next moment, the blue team launched a swift counterattack. 3 quick passes later, the ball rolled into the red team empty net. Lee Rant pressed the pause button. The screen froze on that awkward, humiliating moment when player 16 dodged. That young, bewildered face belonged to Darren Fletcher. Lee Rant did not turn around or even glance at Fletcher sitting on the sofa behind him. He simply stared at the screen as if admiring a rare masterpiece, his knuckles rhythmically tapping against the cold tabletop. Tap, tap, tap. Each tap struck Fletcher already tense nerves like a heavy hammer. He could feel cold sweat beading on his forehead, sliding down his cheeks, and dripping onto his training shirt, already soaked with perspiration. He thought of his days at Carrington when coaches would showcase his passing highlights and teammates would applaud his every brilliant move. But here, everything about him had been crushed to pieces. 15 minutes of internal scrimmage. Lee Rant finally spoke, his voice flat and emotionless, yet piercing deeper than the cold rain outside the window. "You touched the ball 12 times, lost possession 7 times. 4 of those you voluntarily avoided physical contact. He was not accusing, just presenting a string of cold, hard numbers. Yet each number stung Fletcher's face like a slap. Fletcher's body jolted. Finally breaking free from that suffocating silence, his voice raspy as sandpaper. Their challenges were too heavy, director, sir. That is not playing football. Colin Fagan was coming straight at my body. That is a malicious foul. A foul. Lee Rand finally turned around. His leather shoes struck the floor with clear, heavy steps as he approached Fletcher. Darren, let me explain the first rule of survival here. Lee Rand leaned forward, resting his hands on the armrests, casting his shadow completely over Fletcher. He locked eyes with those avoiding gaze and spoke word by word. Here, as long as the referee whistle has not blown, everything is called reasonable challenge. Do you think this is a ballet class at Carrington? Wearing clean boots, elegantly passing on manicured lawns, then waiting for teammates to applaud. Lee Rand did not raise his voice, but the oppressive presence intensified dramatically. You feel abandoned by the whole world, do you not? Feel that your skills and talent mean nothing here, do you not? Fletcher, breathing, quickened. He tried to look away from Lee Rand's penetrating gaze, but found himself unable to move. Every word Lee Rand spoke hit directly at his deepest fears. You are not wrong, Darren. Lee Rand slowly straightened up, his tones slightly softer, yet like the calm before a storm. What is wrong is that you are trying to play a gladiator bloody game using nobleman rules. He walked to the center of the room, imitating Fletcher's cowering posture on the field. You run to open space, then what? Do you modestly raise your hand like a lady? As if your voice might scare the birds in the sky. Lee Rand's imitation was comical, yet piercing. He mimicked Fletcher's manner, extending one finger and trembling it timidly. And then you just watch Fagan, that butcher with malicious fouls as you call him, roar, and make 3 players pass him the ball. Lee Rand suddenly turned his head, his eyes instantly fierce, and let out a low growl at the air ball. Give it to me. That aura made Fletcher's heart skip a beat. Respect is not earned through yielding and politeness, Darren. Lee Rand stepped closer again. It is earned on the training ground with a tackle fiercer than Fagan, bringing him down, then reaching out to help him up like a victor. Passing is not earned through positioning and eye contact. It is earned by shouting, demanding it, using that leadership presence so no one dares refuse to pass to you. Then you repay their trust with a pass that tears apart the opponent's entire defense, shutting them all up. Lee Rand's words precisely dissected the cowardice Fletcher most refused to acknowledge within himself. I brought you on loan from Manchester United not for you to be here as a well-mannered model student. Mr. Colshaw gave me 1 month to forge you into this team midfield anchor. The mocking smile vanished from Lee Rand's face, replaced by a cold determination unfamiliar to Fletcher. I gave him my word. I said you would become the king of this team. He walked to the door, his hand on the doorknob. But now I have changed my mind. Lee Rand turned back for one last look at Fletcher. A month is too long. I do not have that patience, and you do not have that time. I brought you here to dominate these players, not to be their punching bag. Tomorrow training continues as usual. Lee Rand's voice, like a cold wind from Siberia, carried no emotion whatsoever. I will suggest to Coach Rogers that tomorrow's scrimmage puts you and Colin Fagan on the same team. You are the playmaker. If you lack the courage to even demand the ball from him, he opened the door, the light outside blinding Fletcher. Then tomorrow afternoon you can return to Carrington. We do not keep useless players here. The door slammed shut with a bang. The entire tactical analysis room fell into dead silence once more. Only the screen remained, that frozen, humiliated number 16, silently mocking the equally defeated Fletcher on the sofa. After Lee Rand finished his private conversation with Fletcher, Rogers came to Lee Rand's office. There was a trace of gravity on his face. He placed a list on Lee Rand's desk with crisp, decisive movements, as if submitting an engineering report. Director, based on the recent match results and training evaluations, this is the preliminary list of players I have prepared for the winter transfer window. Tranmere Rovers Club preliminary list of players available in the winter transfer window. Ryan Taylor, forward. Assessment, high value asset, but tactically incompatible with the current system. His individualistic style of play is undermining the foundation of the team's tactics. Recommendations, sell him at a premium in the winter market to recoup funds for system upgrades. Sean Fagan, midfielder. Assessment, high intensity, high error rate, and a high number of yellow cards. His technical shortcomings cannot be fully covered, making him a liability in midfield possession play. Recommendation, transfer out. Mark Davis, midfielder. Assessment, his physical condition has declined and can no longer meet the demands of league competition. Recommendation, transfer out. Chris Roberts, winger. Assessment, his tactical role is too narrow and does not fit the new system. Recommendation, transfer out. This list included almost all of the highest paid and longest serving members of the team's old guard. Lee Rand picked up the list, and the first name he saw was a familiar one, Ryan Taylor, the team's leading scorer last season. He looked at Rogers. Rogers smiled wryly and explained, he's a natural scorer, but he's too much of an individual, and he simply cannot integrate into our tactical system. Keeping him would be a drain on us and on himself. Lee Rand nodded, put the list away, and said, very good. At the next day's training session, Rogers fully adopted Lee Rand's advice. In the morning small-sided game, he put Fletcher in the same group as Sean Fagan, the most rugged and tenacious midfielder on the squad. Team A, he said, pointing at Fletcher, playmaker Fletcher. Then he pointed to Sean Fagan, the rugged midfielder standing nearby. You're with Darren. Feed the ball to him and let him organize. Fagan raised an eyebrow and gave a contemptuous sniff. The match began. Fletcher's challenge resumed in an entirely new form. He kept making runs using every elite movement technique he had learned at the Manchester United Youth Academy to pull open Team B's defense again and again, appearing in the perfect pocket of space. He raised his hand to call for the ball. Once, twice, 10 times. Team A's passes seemed to have a mind of their own, perfectly avoiding him. Possession was held firmly by Fagan and the other veterans. Fagan would rather end an attack with a wild 40-meter shot into the stands than pass to Fletcher, who was right there in a better position. Fagan muttered under his breath and swung his right foot. The ball flew high into the stands once again. Laughter broke out from Team B's bench. What's going on? Team A is falling apart. The so-called infighting also allowed Team B to keep winning the ball and launching counterattacks. Team A's attack ground to a complete standstill. Fletcher, the nominal playmaker, became an invisible presence on the pitch. On the sideline, Rodgers remained an impassive observer, as if he had noticed nothing. Finally, after watching Fagan waste another excellent attacking chance with a wayward long-range shot, the last thread of Fletcher's composure gave way. He was on the ground as Fagan ran past, muttering taunts. "Hey, genius from Manchester. Why aren't you running? Tired?" Rodgers' voice rang out from the sideline. "Fletcher, wake up. Get to your feet." Fletcher could hear Fagan's mockery, Rodgers' shouting, and the complaints of his teammates. In his mind, Lee Rand's cold, detached words from the tactical analysis room the previous day flashed back. "I brought you here to take charge of these players, not to be walked all over by them." A jolt of raw emotion, frustration, wounded pride, and determination shot up his spine. He leaped to his feet, his eyes burning with intensity. With the speed of a sprinter closing on his target, he sprinted straight toward his own defender, Captain Dave. Dave had just received a pass from the goalkeeper and was about to pass to Fagan in a safer position. A shadow cut between Dave and Fagan like a flash of lightning. It was Fletcher. "Ball." His voice was hoarse, but it rang out like thunder. "Pass it." He shielded Dave off with his body. To me. He was not asking for the ball. He was claiming it. With a forceful, commanding presence, he took possession directly from his captain's feet. The training ground fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned. "Well, did he just take the ball off the captain?" a young player murmured. Fagan's expression darkened. This docile lamb had actually dared to stand up to him in front of everyone. Fletcher kept the ball instead of passing to Fagan and drove forward with it toward the opposition half. The first defender stepped up to press him. Move. A Marseille turn and he was past him. A second defender moved to block him. "Out of my way." He played the ball past the defender and sprinted after it. He was through. With sheer determination, he drove through the entire opposition half on his own. After drawing all of the defense's attention, he did not go for glory himself. Instead, with the outside of his right foot, he delivered an astonishing low through ball that threaded its way past 4 defenders. The ball followed a perfectly weighted line through the entire defense and landed right at striker Taylor's feet. Faced with such a perfect setup, Taylor did not need to adjust and calmly slotted the ball into the net. The training ground was utterly quiet. Everyone looked at the Scottish teenager standing with his hands on his hips and breathing heavily, as if looking at an extraordinary phenomenon. After training, Fagan walked over to Fletcher on his own initiative. Without saying a word, he held out a fist and tapped Fletcher lightly on the chest. Fletcher looked at him, then held out a fist and returned the gesture. Not a word was exchanged, but they both understood. Rodgers, watching from the sideline, let out a long, relieved breath. He knew that after enduring the most trying internal friction, his squad had finally begun to unite into a true whole. He looked up at the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the director's office. Behind the glass, Lee Rand was standing quietly, as if he had been watching for a long time. Across the entire training ground, their eyes met, and both saw a slight satisfied smile in the other's gaze. Lee Rand returned to his desk, holding the preliminary list of players available for sale this winter, submitted by Rodgers, and fell into deep thought. What he needed to consider was how to maximize returns by handling the players on that list. Based on their current market values, Lee Rand made a rough estimate. If he could successfully sell them all during the winter transfer window, the club would bring in approximately £300,000 to £400,000 in transfer fees. These funds were still far from enough. "I need at least £500,000 in transfer capital." Lee Rand's fingers tapped rhythmically against the desk, his gaze growing increasingly cold. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, he convened the club's highest-level commercial strategy meeting. Attendees included himself, Daisy, and Chairman Evans, along with 2 key figures, Financial Director Mr. Martin and the club's perpetually gloomy head of commercial operations, Mr. Thompson. The atmosphere in the conference room felt heavier than the winter docks of Birkenhead. Financial Director Martin adjusted his reading glasses and pointed at the glaring deficit on the projection screen, his voice parched. "Chairman Director Lee, the situation is worse than we anticipated. The bank formally rejected our short-term loan application last week. At our current burn rate, we will not be able to pay staff wages within 3 months. Business Manager Thompson's expression resembled turf that had died through 2 full seasons. He spread his hands with an air of powerlessness. Local sponsors are all watching from the sidelines. Nobody wants to invest in a sinking ship. That is reality. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lee Thompson adjusted his glasses, his face etched with helplessness. The situation is not optimistic. The fallout from those exorbitant broadcasting fees continues to haunt us, and fewer local businesses are willing to advertise. Just last week, I visited our largest traditional sponsors, the Villa Real Metropolitan and the Birkenhead Brewery. They made it clear that unless the team's performance improves decisively, they will not be increasing. Financial Director Martin also added, "Yes, Director. Based on my calculations, given our current revenue streams, ticket sales, plus limited sponsorship, we are barely maintaining daily club operations, let alone pursuing new signings." Chairman Evans was fully aware of these complications. Since his last confrontation with Lee Rand, despite feeling anger and disappointment, he had been reluctantly cooperating to support the club he had loved all his life. He had issued strict orders to both Martin and Thompson to secure funding, which explained Thompson's unmistakably troubled expression today. "Enough." A calm voice cut through the room, quiet, yet commanding immediate silence. Lee Rand rose from his seat and walked to the whiteboard, uncapping his marker. "Gentlemen, while you have been debating how to beg, we should be discussing how to redefine what we are selling. Let us earn our money with dignity." Without turning around, he wrote 2 heavy characters on the whiteboard with his marker. "Content." Thompson instinctively pushed back. "Our content is naturally football matches, ticket sales, jerseys, advertising boards on the stadium. Those are antiques." Lee Rand spun around, his gaze sharp as a blade. 90 minutes of play is merely raw material for our product. Starting today, we are selling content derived from everything this club can produce. It is the story that belongs exclusively to Tranmere Wanderers." He surveyed the stunned faces in the room and continued. "Daisy, I need you to find the most professional web development company immediately. We are rebuilding the club's official website. And we are launching a paid membership portal right away, charging £10 per month. What will members see? Exclusive in-depth written match reports, tactical analysis columns, player interviews, high-resolution training photographs, and more. Even exclusive video footage from the locker room. We are not selling news." Lee Rand's pen tapped heavily on the word content. "We are selling a sense of belonging. It is the privilege that allows a fan in the pub to tell his mates, 'I know more than you do.' Director Lee, this is far too risky." Thompson finally found his opening to push back. "Our rivals Rill tried a paid fan magazine last year. They hired the best journalists and printed it on the thickest glossy paper. And the result? It folded within 6 months. They lost everything. Our supporters are traditional. They only trust free newspaper news. Nobody will pay for something like this." "Excellent." Lee Rand was not angry at all. In fact, a faint sneer crossed his lips. "Mr. Thompson, you have finally hit on the crux of the matter. Rill failed because they were still selling content with a newspaper mindset. And we," drew a second word on the whiteboard with his pen, "are selling experience. Experience. Launch the chairman's premium package immediately, priced at 20 times the cost of a regular ticket." Lee Rand turned his gaze toward Chairman Evans. "Purchasers will share lunch with you in the VIP restaurant before the match, sit in your private box during the game, and enjoy 15 minutes chatting with our legend Davis during halftime. After the match, the player of the match will personally come over for a photo and autograph, and one lucky attendee will receive the match-worn jersey. Tell me, would our wealthiest diehard fans not compete fiercely for this experience?" Evans and Martin's breathing quickened instantly. Images were already forming in their minds. This was essentially robbery, except the fans would be lining up with their wallets open, eager to be taken. Lee Rand did not stop. He wrote a third word on the board. "Future. Our youth academy is currently a department that only drains resources. I intend to transform it into one that generates revenue. Mr. Thompson, I need you to immediately launch the Tranmere Future Stars football camp under the club's name. During school holidays on our professional training grounds, our dedicated youth coaching staff, with perhaps even an occasional appearance from Mr. Davis, will teach the children of Birkenhead how to play football. £100 per child for registration. Tell me, would parents desperate to see their children succeed not line up to enroll? Content monetization. Experience-based revenue. Youth academy profits." 3 business concepts that would have sounded like fantasy in 2002 were hurled into this stuffy conference room by Lee Rand with nearly brutal force. The entire room fell dead silent. Only the heavy breathing of Financial Director Martin and the frantic clicking of his calculator could be heard. Chairman Evans stared at the 3 words on the whiteboard, feeling his decades of understanding about football business being completely shattered and rebuilt before his eyes. He looked at the young man before him, his voice wavered slightly. "Lee, can these really?" "Yes." Lee Rand interrupted him, tossing the marker back onto the desk with a sharp click. "The chairman package, even if we sell only 2 seats per home game, that is significant revenue across a season. Premium membership, we have 20,000 dedicated fans. Even a 10% conversion rate yields £10,000 per month. And the Future Stars training camp taking in 200 children per holiday, that is considerable income as well. More. Far more." Martin's calculator sparked with every keystroke. He looked up flushed and breathless. "Director, your estimates are far too conservative. If all 3 initiatives succeed one season, our pure profit will certainly exceed £600,000, perhaps even £700,000. "Yes, it can." Lee Rand cut him off again, but the smile vanished from his face. He sat back down, interlacing his fingers, and looked at everyone. "This blueprint is flawless, is it not? But now we face one final and most critical challenge." Lee Rand's gaze swept across each person, pulling them from paradise back to harsh reality, one word at a time. "Launching the website, rebuild, market promotion, preparing the training camp, all of this requires capital. And we have nothing." As Lee Rand's voice faded, the only sound left in the meeting room was the faint hum of the central air conditioning. "Mr. Martin, Lee Rand continued slowly. Approximately how much would it cost to carry out the projects we just mentioned? Rebuilding the website, launching paid memberships, and setting up the youth training camp. Martin's professional instinct kicked in immediately as he began calculating. 5,000 is the absolute minimum. Very well. Lee Rand's gaze swept past Thompson, the commercial director, who was frozen in shock, and finally settled on the head of the conference table like a precisely placed pushpin. Chairman Mr. Evans. He calmly posed to Evans the most direct and difficult question. Chairman, you just asked me whether these plans can be realized. Now I return that question to you exactly as it was. Evans was taken aback. What do you mean? You as this club's chairman and owner. After hearing the future I have described, one that would bring you hundreds of thousands of pounds in profit each year, are you still willing to wager one last time for your own club? Just as Evans was still locked in inner conflict, Lee Rand acted again. He broke the silence and completely dispelled Evans's last hesitation. He calmly picked up the phone and dialed his bank manager Hall. Mr. Lee, hello, Hall, at your service. Manager Hall, Lee Rand's voice carried clearly to every corner of the meeting room. Please immediately transfer 0 from my personal investment account to the bank account of Tranmere Rovers Football Club. Now executed immediately. Yes, Mr. Lee. The transfer will be completed within 3 minutes. The call ended. This phone call sent a jolt through the entire meeting room. Martin and Thompson both stared at Lee Rand with stunned disbelief. He was actually going to spend his own money. Lee Rand, ignoring their shock, turned and looked steadily at Chairman Evans, the club's owner. As this club's football director and second largest shareholder, I have already cast my vote of confidence in my plan. Now, Chairman, his voice carried a powerful, undeniable weight. As this club's chairman and largest shareholder, how much are you willing to stake for its future? Evans felt his breathing become labored. He looked at the young man before him, whose eyes held not the slightest urgency, only a serene, all-seeing calm. Suddenly, he understood Lee Rand was testing his determination as chairman in this manner. After a long moment, Chairman Evans's face, etched with struggle and exhaustion, broke into a self-deprecating, relieved smile. He brought his hand down hard on the table, the loud sound startling everyone. Blast it, he said firmly. You're right. A newcomer dares to stake 3,000 on my club. How can I, an old man who has spent half his life here, still have the nerve to hesitate? He turned to Martin, the financial director at his side, and declared with unyielding resolve, Martin, call my private banker immediately. Sell that troublesome Barclays stock in my investment portfolio. Whether it makes a profit or a loss, I don't care. Before the bank opens tomorrow morning, I want 2,000 in cash transferred into the club's account. 30,000 plus 20,000. The 5,000 startup fund was complete. At that moment, all the gloom in the office was swept away by the chairman's rousing declaration. Martin and Thompson watched the scene, their eyes filled with nothing but deep awe at Lee Rand's masterfully disarming approach. Lee Rand smiled. He knew he had not only obtained the startup capital he wanted. More importantly, through one bold wager, he had thoroughly earned the club chairman's final and most precious asset, absolute trust. While Evans was still catching his breath, Lee Rand had already turned to Thompson, the commercial director, and Daisy, Mr. Thompson, the promotional plans for the chairman's exclusive package and the future star training camp are your responsibility. I want to see the preliminary proposals within a week. Yes, Director. Mr. Martin, you will have full oversight of this 5,000 fund. Provide fuel for our commercial revolution. Understood. Martin adjusted his glasses and nodded solemnly. The meeting ended, and everyone departed with clear assignments, their footsteps far more spirited than when they had entered. When he dragged his weary body back to the somewhat empty apartment, it was nearly midnight. Since Zhao had returned to London, only silence remained here. He skillfully boiled water and prepared a bowl of instant noodles. The steaming aroma seemed entirely out of place beside the language homework spread open on his desk. A few hours earlier, he had been in a meeting room, using 3,000 to leverage the future of a century-old club. Now he was laboring over tomorrow's language homework. This sharp contrast felt intriguing to him. Just as he was about to start his homework, his computer let out a crisp email notification. He opened his mailbox. The sender was Tom. The subject line instantly switched him from student mode back to that of a composed strategist. Subject: first weekly observation brief on target Robin van Persie. A smile tugged at the corner of Lee Rand's lips. He set down his textbook and opened the encrypted attachment. Tom's report was far more detailed and professional than Lee Rand had expected. Target Robin van Persie. Time September 22nd, September 28th. Summary: this week the target was officially relegated to Feyenoord's reserve team. On-field performance data: played one reserve league match, started and played the full 90 minutes. Contributed 2 goals and 1 assist. He received the highest rating of the match. Performance analysis: his technique, speed, and finishing showed absolute dominance. However, his attitude was extremely poor. He never participated in defense, refused to celebrate with teammates after scoring, and openly threw up his hands in complaint when teammates made mistakes. His performance was less like playing football and more like a display of defiance. Interpersonal relationships: with the reserve team coach, the relationship was cold. The reserve coach clearly neither dared nor had the ability to manage this unmanageable star, leaving him to his own devices during training. With reserve teammates, the relationship was non-existent. According to observations during the week's training and matches, he had almost no communication with any teammate apart from necessary passes. He was completely isolated. Off-field life, the informant observed that the target had no bad habits recently. Most of the time he sat alone in a cafe near the club. Status assessment: he is not enjoying himself. He is enduring a trying ordeal. Lee Ran closed the email. He leaned back in his chair and lightly tapped his fingers on the desk. A genius's arrogance, estrangement from his coach, isolation from his teammates, and the fragile vulnerability of enduring alone while refusing to fade into obscurity. Most clubs, upon seeing this report, would be put off by Van Persie's bad boy traits. But in Lee Ran's eyes, all of these were the most valuable bargaining chips at the negotiating table. He picked up his phone and sent Tom a concise instruction. Good work. Keep observing. I need to know when his arrogance turns into despair. At Tranmere Club, all the plans had been arranged in perfect order. For once, Lee Ran decided to give himself a day off. He resolved that tonight he would temporarily set aside his role as the orchestrating football director and return to the life of an ordinary overseas student. After school that afternoon, for the first time, he accepted the collective dinner invitation from his classmates. The organizer was Song Chai, the most enthusiastic and sociable Thai boy in the class. The participants, besides Lee Ran and his staunch ally Lu Wei, included the three pretty girls who already regarded Lee Ran as their academic idol, Lin Shi-Yui and Mickey, as well as two Korean classmates he had rarely interacted with, Su Yin and Min Jun. The dinner venue was a Korean barbecue restaurant highly praised among students. The moment they stepped inside, a subtle battle over Lee Ran had quietly begun. Lee Ran, sit next to me. I'll grill the meat for you. Lin Shi spoke first, launching her opening move. No way, no way. The lively Mickey immediately clung to Lee Ran's arm like a protective kitten, almost hanging off him. Lee Ranson promised to keep explaining problems to me today. Meanwhile, Yui had already silently claimed the most favorable seat beside Lee Ran and said in her soft, tender voice that admitted no refusal, Lee Ransan, I've already warmed your seat. Lee Ran watched the scene, but in his mind, he couldn't help analyzing it like football positioning. Yui used speed and anticipation to seize the position. Mickey tried to use physical contact to muscle, and while Lin, she hovered outside the penalty area looking for a second opportunity. He couldn't help laughing at himself. His occupational habit had truly become ingrained. In the end, the more assertive Yui was the first to press Lee Ran into the seat next to her, leaving Lin Shi and Mickey to sit across the table with somewhat resentful looks. Watching the Three Kingdoms scene, Lu Wei suppressed a laugh, winked at Lee Ran, and silently mouthed, Fox spirit. You must have definitely worshipped the fox spirit. The dinner atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. On the grill, pork belly sizzled, fat dripping and releasing an enticing aroma. The girls made Lee Ran the absolute center of attention. Lee Ranson, I still find the passive voice so difficult. Please explain it again. Yui asked in her soft Japanese accented English, instinctively leaning a little closer, carrying a faint trace of perfume. Yes. Mickey was even bolder. She directly picked up a piece of golden steaming grilled meat, reached across the grill, and put it to Lee Ran's lips, coquettishly saying, Lee Ranson, you've explained so many problems for us. You must be tired. Come on, open wide. This bold feeding even made Lin Shi across the table blush. Lee Ran, surrounded by the girls, looked a bit amused and helpless. He glanced at the glistening piece of meat, then turned to Lu Wei. Old Lu, he said with a smile. You help me save a seat every morning. You're more tired than me. This first reward goes to you. His words deflected the situation effortlessly. Lu Wei, always a joker, laughed heartily, and without any hesitation leaned over, swallowed the meat in one bite, and mumbled in agreement. Right. I've worked the hardest. I want a reward too. Mickey, one more piece. Mickey was amused by his funny appearance and giggled, all previous awkwardness swept away. Just then the waiter brought a full table of raw meat, vegetables, and various side dishes. And the real cultural clash officially erupted from that moment. Lu Wei, impatient as ever, was the first to grab the tongs and pour a large plate of marbled pork belly all at once onto the grill, instantly producing billowing smoke and even louder sizzling sounds. That's what I call satisfying. Lu Wei laughed. But at that moment, Min Jun, the Korean boy who had been silently drinking soju, finally found what he thought was his chance to take back the home turf. He abruptly set down his glass, frowned, and said loudly in a condescending, lecturing tone, Hey, stop. Eating like that is too rough. Barbecue is art. Art, understand. This good meat is being ruined by such a rough method. The moment these words were spoken, the lively atmosphere froze instantly. Lu Wei's face flushed. Min Jun, completely disregarding the mood, took the tongs from Lu Wei's hand, glanced at the grill with disdain, and prepared to demonstrate his authentic technique. But Lee Ran moved faster. Smiling, he reached out with 2 fingers and gently pressed on Min Jun's wrist. Min Jun felt his wrist tighten and found he could not move forward in the slightest. Don't rush. Lee Ran's tone remained gentle, yet carried an unarguable strength. He picked up another pair of tongs and said to everyone, Actually, I think this is an interesting opportunity. All eyes focused on him. Well then, Lee Ran said with a smile, using the tongs to separate the meat on the grill into 2 clear sides, drawing a distinct boundary line. On the left is Lu Wei's bold style, which pursues efficiency and atmosphere. On the right, let Min Jun show us the artistic approach of the refined style. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room, then finally resting on Min Jun, will all be the judges. The rule is simple. Whoever's grilled meat gets eaten more by the end wins. So, are you brave enough to play? His words gave Lu Wei a graceful way out, set Minjun up for a fall, and turned an awkward conflict into a public challenge that could not be refused. Minjun had wanted to elevate himself by belittling others, but now thanks to Li Ran, he found himself pushed onto a stage of performance from which there was no retreat. Looking at the expectant eyes around him, especially his fellow countrywoman Su Yan's sparkling gaze, he could only grit his teeth and accept the challenge. Fine, let me show you all what true barbecue art really is. He picked up the tongs and scissors, and like a professional chef carefully laid out his pieces of meat one by one, controlling the heat. The entire dinner instantly transformed into a novel game full of cultural collision and culinary showdown. On Lu Wei's side, the grilling was simple and bold, the meat roasted with smoky fragrance. Everyone laughed and wrapped the meat and kimchi in lettuce leaves, devouring mouthfuls, creating a supremely lively atmosphere. Minjun, on the other hand, focused on flipping each piece, cutting them into even pieces with scissors, pursuing perfect color and doneness. But he was too slow, too artistic. As a result, by the time he finally finished grilling his first batch of artworks, the second platter on Lu Wei's side had almost been snatched up. The girls didn't even bother to glance his way, they were all attacking the bold style on the left. In the end, Lu Wei's simple, bold barbecue won an overwhelming victory. Minjun's meticulously grilled and beautifully plated meat was almost completely ignored, lying lonely on the grill like a joke. Minjun's face turned pale and red by turns, and he could only quietly stuff the remaining meat into his mouth to mask his extreme embarrassment. After dinner, everyone walked tipsy into the cool night breeze of Liverpool. Today was so much fun, Sanchai announced loudly. Next week should we try our Thai tom yum soup? Great, great, everyone chimed in. Li Ran walked at the back of the group, watching his classmates from various Asian countries who had quickly bonded over a meal of barbecue, and a smile unconsciously curled at the corners of his mouth. He suddenly understood. A team is like a grill. Within it, there are bold-style members like Lu Wei, passionate, but slightly rough, and there are refined-style members like Minjun who pursue personal skill and so-called art, but become detached from reality. Their styles are vastly different, and they may even clash intensely. But he, as the director, should not be judging who is right or wrong, nor should he force them into uniformity. What he needed to do was, just like before, define the battlefield and set the rules for them, letting them compete, collide, and blend on the same grill in the way each excels. In the end, for the entire team, they would create the most delicious feast called victory. Perhaps this is the true art of management. Time swept rapidly toward the end of October. Autumn deepened, and the suffocating shadow of impending bankruptcy that had hung over Tranmere Club for nearly half a year was quietly giving way to a fresh atmosphere, brimming with new vitality. Since that stunning turnaround in the muddy trenches of Oldham, something seemed to have been kindled deep within the heart of the squad. Over the following month, Tranmere played 4 league matches, recording an impressive record of 3 wins and 1 draw. Their standing rocketed from the middle lower tier at the season's outset all the way to 6th place on the table, firmly inside the promotion playoff zone. What stunned fans and opponents alike was the suffocating dominance the team displayed on the pitch, an aura that seemed utterly out of step with the entire EFL League Two. In last weekend's home match, Tranmere scored a team goal worthy of entering club history. The ball moved from the feet of Captain Dave, cascading through 15 consecutive one-touch passes in midfield. 5 opposing players threw themselves at the ball desperately, yet could not lay a finger on it. The ball was then fed precisely to Fletcher on the edge of the penalty area. Without stopping it, Fletcher played a scalpel-like through pass to winger Kumas, who delicately flicked it with his heel inside the box, setting up striker Taylor to tap into an empty net. Goal. Incredible. My goodness, this is art. This is art at Plenton Park. The commentators' roar echoed skyward. The entire sequence flowed like water, radiating a sense of beauty that brought the thousands of supporters at Plenton Park to their feet, applauding and cheering for a full 5 minutes. The jeers of old had long faded into history. Now they would applaud every successful defensive circulation and murmur genuine admiration at every beautiful triangle pass. They were being re-educated by this brand new team, learning to appreciate a more refined and captivating form of beautiful football. At the very heart of all these changes stood a Scottish youth from Manchester United, Darren Fletcher. The prodigy, who had nearly broken down during his debut, had a month later been utterly reborn. No longer afraid of physical contests, he had come to enjoy using intelligent positioning and determined pressing to win every midfield battle. He had become the indispensable metronome and hub of Rodgers' tactical system. In the dressing room, the old divide between factions quietly dissolved. When Fletcher delivered a precise, lethal through pass to Taylor, the top scorer from last season rushed over after scoring and enthusiastically ruffled Fletcher's red hair, laughing loudly and saying, "Brilliant work, lad." When a teammate was challenged aggressively by an opponent, Fletcher was always the first to step forward in support. Unity, confidence, and a hunger for victory. All those long-forgotten qualities were taking root once again in that dressing room. Beyond the pitch, a commercial revolution ignited by Li Ran was in full swing. At 5 in the afternoon, inside the football director's office, Li Ran had called the club's second commercial strategy meeting of the season. When Chairman Evans, commercial manager Thompson, and finance director Martin walked into the office, each face wore an unmistakable, almost euphoric excitement. Before Lee Rand could even speak, Thompson, who had looked so worried at their last meeting, eagerly slapped a report onto Lee Rand's desk. His words tumbled out like a machine gun, his voice trembling with excitement. The chairman's premium package. The first product we launched. It sold out completely. Completely sold out. He pointed to the figures on the report. Per your instructions, we offered 15 premium seats at £500 each for every home match. From the launch at the end of last month through to the final home game of the season, every single slot was gone within 3 days. We already have a waiting list of 200 people. Finance director Martin adjusted his glasses and looked at Lee Rand with something akin to awe. Sir, this single initiative after all costs will generate over £120,000 in pure profit this season. Thompson jumped in. And the Future Stars Football Academy. We prepared 1,000 enrollment spots across the main school holidays. Guess what? They were all snatched up on the very first day of registration. That academy alone will bring in over £100,000 in additional revenue this season. Listening to the series of triumphs, Chairman Evans sat on the sofa, his lips trembling with emotion. He looked at Lee Rand as though he were dreaming. But this was merely the appetizer. The real centerpiece was the upcoming paid membership portal. Finance director Martin stood and walked to the whiteboard. Picking up a marker, he wore the expression of a scientist about to announce a groundbreaking discovery. Director, ladies and gentlemen. His voice rang out, deliberately pausing to build suspense. Based on your guiding principle, that we are not selling news but identity, we have conducted a fresh market valuation of the paid membership portal. The club boasts nearly 8,000 loyal season ticket holders. By our marketing department's most conservative estimate, the conversion rate among these core supporters in the first year will comfortably reach 50%. That is 4,000 paying members. He looked around the room and wrote boldly on the whiteboard, 4x £120 per year, £4,000. Chairman Evans rose abruptly from the sofa, his eyes locked on the figure. £480,000. Martin's voice shook. And that is just the first year. Nearly cost-free, purely recurring profit year after year. He set down the marker, which bounced twice on the floor. Martin turned to the composed Lee Rand and bowed deeply 90 degrees. Director, I apologize for my foolishness and short-sightedness at the last meeting. I simply lacked imagination. A flawless meeting. Every project was advancing precisely along Lee Rand's script. After everyone had left, Lee Rand sat alone in the office, carefully re-examining the updated financial forecast Martin had just prepared. Ryan Taylor had been in scintillating form recently, and his market value must have risen considerably. Accounting for other players on the clearance list and the salary savings, he calculated the available transfer budget. An estimated £625,000 in transfer funds when the winter window opens. £625,000. For an EFL League Two club that had teetered on the brink of bankruptcy only months earlier, this was a staggering sum. This was not merely money. It was ammunition, it was a weapon. The capital with which he would transform Tranmere from a leaking vessel into a fearsome warship this winter. Lee Rand pressed the internal intercom on his desk. Daisy, please let Alan know the final scouting reports on the winter recruitment list I gave him are due now. Inside Lee Rand's office, the door was flung open as Chief Scout Alan rushed in. Behind him, Tom followed, clutching a stack of documents, his face pale, as if he had just run a marathon. With a thud, Alan dropped the alarmingly thick stack of scouting reports onto the desk, before Lee Rand and Rogers rattling the coffee cups on the table. Director. Alan panted heavily, not even bothering to acknowledge Rogers. Leaning on the desk, his eyes weary, he said, the list you provided. We have reached our conclusions. His voice was hoarse, as if he had not shut his eyes for dozens of hours. Lee Rand merely raised his eyelids slightly, signaling him to continue. That reaction instantly choked back the complaints and exhaustion Alan had been ready to pour out. He forced himself to suppress his emotions and flipped open the first page of the report. Let's come straight to the conclusion. Alan spoke at a breakneck pace, as if unleashing a torrent of bad news. Half of the targets on the list are already completely out of reach. The fifth target, Mikel Arteta. According to our verification, he officially transferred from Barcelona to Scottish Premiership giants Rangers this summer and quickly became an absolute first-team regular. Rangers would never sell their core midfielder after just half a year. The fourth target, Patrice Evra. Similar to Arteta, he also moved in the summer from Nice to AS Monaco in League One, and becoming the first-choice left-back with outstanding performances. The air in the office grew heavy. Beside him, Rogers furrowed his brow, the anticipation on his face rapidly fading. Alan took a deep breath, his voice dropping lower. The third target, Vincent Kompany. He is indeed a once-in-a-century talent in Belgium. Our scout was shown the door by Anderlecht after just one training session. They regard him as unsellable. According to inside information, they won't even glance at offers below £3 million. The seventh target, Bastian Schweinsteiger. Our luck has been atrocious. Just last week, he made his Bundesliga debut for Bayern Munich's first team. A locally developed German talent just promoted to the senior squad. You know what that means. Rogers instinctively looked at Lee Rand, ready to offer some words of comfort. Yet Lee Rand remained utterly expressionless. He even picked up his coffee and took a delicate sip, as if Alan were reporting a few inconsequential pieces of neighborhood news. Good. Nothing stirred within Lee Rand's heart. And the 10th target, Cristiano Ronaldo. Alan's voice trembled slightly as he spoke the name. Director, you are right. He is a once-in-a-generation talent. But the problem is now the whole of Europe knows. My man saw Arsenal's chief scout in the stands of Lisbon almost every week, as if he were watching his own son. Sporting Lisbon's asking price is no less than £5 million. £5 million. The number made Rodgers sway slightly. This was several times the entire assets of their club. A succession of impossibilities turned the atmosphere in the office somber and heavy. Good. Lee Rand set down the coffee cup with a crisp sound. He calmly uttered those two words, yet they weighed heavily on Alan's and Tom's hearts. They jerked their heads up and saw that incredibly young face break into a faint, approving smile. Your work has been very thorough. Lee Rand looked at them. It proves that every single name on my list is worth the price. He paused, his eyes sharpening. Then what about the rest? Hearing this, Alan and Tom's eyes instantly blazed with fervor once more. The rest. Alan's voice suddenly rose by an octave. Excitedly, he flipped to the latter half of the report, the pages rustling as his hands trembled. The rest, director, are the targets we believe can create miracles. He pointed to a photograph in the report, a young black man. The second target, Bakary Sagna, a 19-year-old still in Auxerre's youth team. The player himself is eager to make his way to England. Auxerre's asking price for him will not exceed £100,000. He turned another page. The first target, Manuel Neuer, 16 years old, goalkeeper of Schalke 04's youth team. Director, I swear I still cannot fathom how you came to know his name. He is tailor-made for your tactical system. I have never seen a goalkeeper with such astonishing physique and footwork at the age of 16. On the Schalke side, we only need to pay about £130,000 as youth training compensation. Finally, Alan pushed the thickest report, the one on Van Persie, to the center of the office with an almost reverent gesture. The 9th target, Robin Van Persie. Alan looked at Lee Rand, his eyes filled with nothing but pure wholehearted admiration. Director, you are right. He is a complete bad boy and an absolute genius. Feyenoord have had enough of him. Their head coach and technical director publicly fell out because of him. They now just want to cast him out as soon as possible. The asking price has already plummeted from £3 million in the summer to around £1 million. And it is still dropping. After Alan and Tom completed their report and hurriedly left the office, only Lee Rand and Rodgers remained in the room. Lee Rand slowly rose to his feet and walked over to the huge whiteboard. He picked up the eraser and without hesitation wiped away the names of Company, Evra, Arteta, Cristiano Ronaldo, and the others one by one. Rodgers watched with deep regret. But Lee Rand turned around, looked at him, and smiled. Brendan, don't be so disheartened. Eat a meal one bite at a time, and build a dynasty one brick at a time. Lee Rand tossed the eraser aside with a soft clatter. He turned around, and with a marker drew emphatic circles around the remaining names: Neuer, Sagna, Van Persie, and also Darren Fletcher already in the squad. These players, he said slowly looking at Rodgers, are the first and hardest cornerstone we are laying for Tranmere's revival this winter. The 1-month deadline agreed between Lee Rand and Mr. Kershaw had arrived quietly. On this day at their home ground, the team were set to host the visiting side. At 10 in the morning, a sleek black luxury car traced a graceful arc through the crisp air and came to a precise stop at the entrance to the players' tunnel. Lee Rand stood there, hands tucked into the pockets of his trench coat, his expression as calm as still water. Beside him, Chairman Evans kept tugging at his tie, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. The car door opened and a stern-faced man with graying hair stepped out. He was Mr. Kershaw, the legendary coach who had created the celebrated Golden Generation. Mr. Kershaw, welcome to our home ground. Chairman Evans nearly trotted over, extending his hand warmly. Kershaw gave his fingertips only a polite but distant shake, then let his hawk-like eyes, which seemed capable of reading a man's very soul, drift past the chairman and settle on Lee Rand like a tangible force. Director Lee, he said, his voice as expressionless as a frozen lake in deep winter. The month is up. I am here to see for myself whether you have forged a real warrior for me or utterly ruined a talent who should have had a boundless future. His words carried the heavy presence of a football powerhouse. Lee Rand's face betrayed nothing. Welcome, Mr. Kershaw. I trust your trip will not have been wasted. In the director's box, in addition to the three of them, there were 15 local magnates who had purchased the chairman's premium hospitality package. They were whispering in hushed, excited voices. Heavens, isn't that Mr. Kershaw, the legendary coach from that great club? These £500 were well worth it. I absolutely must get a photo with him. Kershaw ignored everything around him. He did not touch the black tea Daisy had carefully prepared. Instead, like the sternest examiner studying a paper, he directed his searchlight gaze down to the pitch, where the players were completing their warm-up. His gaze fixed precisely on the young Scotsman wearing the No. 16 shirt. The examination had begun. With one long blast of the referee's whistle, the match officially commenced. From the very first second, the home side exhibited commanding dominance. The ball, as though pulled by invisible threads, remained firmly at the feet of the home players. The backline, midfield, and forward line kept an extremely tight, well-measured distance from one another. The players no longer dashed about aimlessly. Instead, they performed a great number of layered, intelligent off-the-ball runs, continuously creating fluid passing triangles for the teammate in possession. Kershaw watched all this and let out an almost inaudible snort. Inwardly he sneered. Was a lower division English side truly daring to imitate the possession-based style that only continental powerhouses would attempt? Utterly absurd. A house of cards, all style no substance. The visitors' players pressed frantically in midfield like riled bulls, yet they could not even touch the ball, lunging vainly time after time and exhausting themselves. And the metronome that kept this precise machine flowing smoothly was none other than Fletcher. In the 15th minute, Fletcher received a pass in midfield. Two brawny opponents closed in from either side like walls converging upon him. In the past, his only choice would have been a panicked pass back. But this time he did not. He pushed his left shoulder into the challenge, absorbing the impact with his body, while his right sole pulled the ball back gently. Then pivoting on his right foot, he spun away in one sharp turn. The ball clung to his foot, as though glued, slipping through the narrow gap between the two towering opponents in a manner that seemed almost impossible. Beautiful. Evans could no longer hold back and cried out with excitement. Kershaw's taut eyebrows lifted for the first time. In his normally unreadable eyes, a flicker of genuine surprise finally surfaced. This lad's strength in contact, and that confidence on the ball. He really does have something. A few minutes later, Kumas, the team's winger and resident artist, was sent tumbling by a heavy challenge while in the middle of a dazzling dribble as an opponent launched a cynical tackle at the man rather than at the ball. Kumas curled on the turf in pain. A roar of protest rose from the stands. And the first to sprint to the spot was not the captain but Fletcher. He moved with striking urgency, covered the ground in a burst of speed, and came straight to the defender, who stood half a head taller, planting himself firmly in front of him with an unyielding posture. "What do you think you're doing? That is a blatant foul." In a thick Scottish accent, he made his protest to the startled offender, then turned to the referee and pointed at his teammate on the ground, demanding fair treatment for his comrade. The fist Kershaw had been holding tight on his knee quietly relaxed, unnoticed by everyone. The fighting spirit he had been looking for seemed at last to have truly caught fire in this young man. In the 44th minute of the first half, the moment of climax arrived. The visitors seized a chance to launch a counterattack, and the ball found its way to their star striker. At the edge of the penalty area, the striker was about to turn and shoot. A figure appeared from the diagonal behind him. Fletcher. With a hard but impeccably timed sliding tackle, he took the ball away with clean, decisive precision. Without hesitation, he sprang up from the turf using his core strength. Before he had even fully steadied himself, pushed the ball onward and raced forward with it. The visitors' defense was thrown into disarray. The instant he drew the attention of three defenders, Fletcher's right foot flicked the ball, with its outside edge, into the most vulnerable seam of the defensive line. The ball traced a beautiful arc cut through the entire defense and reached forward Taylor's run with GPS-guided precision. The offside trap was broken. One-on-one with the goalkeeper, Taylor kept his composure and slotted a calm finish into the far corner. Goal! The entire Preston Park Stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. The fans broke into the song of Fletcher as a tidal wave of roars swept through the stands. Fans surged from their seats, arms raised high in jubilation, and began singing a newly composed anthem for Fletcher, son of Scotland, our Darren, leading us toward the light. Taylor, the goalscorer, immediately sprinted toward Fletcher, embracing him tightly and clapping his back with fervor. The halftime whistle blew. The score stood at 1-0. The players filed off the pitch. In the VIP box, Kershaw slowly turned around and looked at Leran. For the first time all afternoon, the frozen composure on his face gave way to a complex expression, a blend of shock, admiration, and bewilderment. He lifted the cup of tea that had long gone cold and drained it in one gulp, as though using the chill to quell the turmoil within. "He is completely different now." Kershaw's voice came out dry and raspy. He fixed his gaze steadily on Leran and asked, each word deliberate and measured, "What exactly have you and Rogers done to him?" Leran smiled. He looked at Kershaw and spoke in a calm, unhurried tone. "I did nothing, Mr. Kershaw. I simply took him from the warm, comfortable nursery at Carrington and dropped him into a real arena, one where lions and hyenas roam." The second half kicked off. In the VIP box, Leran did not watch the pitch. His gaze remained fixed on Kershaw beside him. From the start of the second half, Kershaw sat upright once more, his back as straight as steel. Those sharp eyes locked onto the field, searching every detail to determine whether Fletcher's first half performance had been a fleeting spark or a genuine transformation. The Swindon players appeared as if their resolve had been drained by the goal in the last minute of the first half. Each face bore confusion and a barely perceptible trace of unease. In contrast, Tranmere surged forward with growing confidence. Their movements flowed with increasing fluidity, and they had completely seized control of the match's rhythm. Swindon could only defend deep within their own half, passively weathering wave after wave of homeside pressure, each renewed attack testing their composure. In the 68th minute, a Tranmere wing attack was headed clear by an opposing defender. The ball rolled towards Swindon's midfield, and the away player began to relax, hoping to ease the strain on his weary legs. At that moment, Rogers, standing on the touchline, cupped his hands and thundered across the stadium, "Push forward. Do not let them catch their breath." Like a command from the sideline, the forward nearest the ball, Ryan Taylor, responded first. Eyes blazing, he charged toward the opposing midfielder with relentless intensity. The midfielder could almost hear Taylor's heavy breathing and the sound of studs gripping the turf. Overwhelmed by the sudden pressure, his mind went blank, and he could only rely on instinct to clear the ball back to the fullback. But his passing lane had already been read. It was Sean Williams. He darted in like a shadow and intercepted the ball. Without hesitation, a light touch sent the ball rolling into the center. Fletcher was already waiting there. Colshaw's pupils contracted. Fletcher received the ball without even looking up, delivering a simple yet devastating low drive into the vast space left open by the hurriedly retreating defense. It was Jason Combs. He made a sprinting run from the opposite side and arrived perfectly to meet the ball. One-on-one. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, Combs calmly placed a shot into the net. 2-0. From losing possession to regaining it and scoring, the entire sequence took less than 10 seconds. If the first goal was a display of Fletcher's individual brilliance, then this second goal was the unmistakable mark Rogers' tactical philosophy had left upon the team. In the box, Colshaw instinctively glanced at his wristwatch. 10 seconds. That number, along with Rogers' commanding roar, filled his thoughts. He saw players in Tranmere kits dismantling the opposition's composure with disciplined urgency. And Lee Rand knew this was precisely the prototype of the high-pressing tactic that would sweep across the world 20 years later. With this goal, the outcome of the match was settled. Just 5 minutes later, Swindon's composure finally unraveled. Midfielder Sean Fagan made a clean, well-timed tackle to win the ball, drawing applause from the stands, and immediately passed to Combs on the wing. The moment Fagan struck, Fletcher had already surged forward like a powerful force, driving past the midfield and into the opponent's penalty area. Combs on the wing looked up and delivered a perfectly weighted cross. The ball arced gracefully through the air, clearing the desperate reach of the center-back, and found the Scottish teenager arriving at the perfect moment. Inside the box, Fletcher leaped high. His body extended fully in the air, core engaged like a drawn bow. He met the ball with a powerful header. The ball rocketed past the goalkeeper and into the net. 3-0. After scoring, Fletcher pointed both hands skyward, acknowledging the roaring home crowd as the stadium erupted. The chant for Fletcher resounded once more across Prenton Park. Son of Scotland, our Darren, leading us toward the light. A few minutes later, Rogers substituted him off. Having contributed 2 assists and a goal, Fletcher received a standing ovation from the home fans. The final whistle blew. 3-0, a commanding victory. After the match, players celebrated and fans reveled in the result. Colshaw did not leave immediately. He requested another private conversation with Lee Rand. Mr. Lee, Colshaw's tone had shed all its earlier arrogance, replaced by genuine respect. I must admit, today has broadened my perspective. Your Tranmere is truly remarkable. He looked at Lee Rand and said sincerely, your approach has proven even more effective than I imagined. You have not only awakened Darren, but also taught this stubborn old man a lesson about player development. Lee Rand smiled and poured him a cup of steaming black tea. Colshaw held the warm cup in his hands, gathering his thoughts. Finally, he leaned slightly forward, his eyes carrying anticipation as he shared a bolder idea that had occurred to him after witnessing Fletcher's outstanding performance. To be honest, he lowered his voice, your developmental system has impressed me greatly. Colshaw continued, we also have an Irish youngster named José. He is highly talented and technically complete, capable of playing every position along the defense line, an uncommonly versatile player. However, since the signing of Rio Ferdinand, he has struggled for regular first-team football, which is not ideal for his development. Colshaw looked at Lee Rand carefully. Director Lee, I believe your system could genuinely help him develop into a proper professional like Darren. He took a deep breath and finished speaking. It was exactly what Lee Rand had been waiting for. He set down his teacup. The gentle clink against the saucer rang clearly in the quiet box. He raised his eyes to meet the Manchester United executive's gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. Mr. Colshaw, we would certainly be pleased to work with a club of Manchester United's stature. Lee Rand leaned back into the sofa, his expression thoughtful. But as you know, we are a modest League Two club, and we would find it difficult to cover the substantial salary of a Manchester United first-team player. Of course, I would not ask you to do this without compensation, Colshaw nodded. O'Shea's wages during the loan period would be covered entirely by us. Faced with such a generous offer, a near-Premier League caliber versatile defender available on loan with his salary already covered, a reasonable person would have readily accepted. But Lee Rand chose to aim higher. Mr. Colshaw, I sincerely appreciate your trust, but my club is currently at a critical juncture in our tactical evolution. Every training session and every match is an investment in the future. Development has its costs. The forge burns not just effort, but real resources. He paused, allowing Colshaw to absorb his words. Then Lee Rand leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees, his gaze steady and direct. I have a further proposal to put to you. I hope we can include a first option purchase clause in this loan agreement for John O'Shea. As the words fell, Colshaw's hawk-like eyes narrowed instantly, like a bird of prey locking onto its target. The temperature in the office seemed to drop several degrees. He did not speak, yet the intangible pressure of a footballing giant spread like quicksilver, enough to make Daisy beside him struggle for breath. As if oblivious to the pressure, Lee Rand quickly added, of course I know you would never sell him. So this first option purchase clause is not directed at the player himself, but at his future value. The specific terms are as follows. During the loan period, Tranmere will hold a symbolic first option right to purchase O'Shea for $2 million. We all know we could never afford it. However, within 3 years after the loan ends, if Manchester United sells O'Shea to any other club, Tranmere will automatically receive 10 of the transfer fee as a development share regardless of the final price. Absurd. Colshaw finally spoke, his voice like shards of ice. Since when does Manchester United pay a share to a League Two club in its player transactions? Mr. Lee, your appetite is far too great. The size of an appetite depends on the value of the food, Lee Ran countered without yielding. My tempering factory burns real gold and silver, and what it forges are battle-hardened elites. Darren Fletcher is the first answer I have delivered. Now if you wish to place a second order, you must pay the appropriate processing fee, must you not? Colshaw's face darkened completely. His gaze boring into Lee Ran, he said slowly, word by word, Mr. Lee, in my 40 years in football, I have seen countless greedy agents and countless foolish club chairmen. But you are the first who dares to brazenly extort Manchester United. He leaned forward, his presence oppressive, and asked, what makes you think you can? Because Lee Ran met Colshaw's gaze without flinching. You have no other choice right now. Mr. Colshaw, you and I both understand the situation clearly. With the current configuration of Manchester United's defense and the unshakable goal of winning the title, O'Shea, no matter how talented, cannot secure consistent playing time in the next year or two. Keep him in the reserves or let him rot on the bench. That would be stifling a prodigy. You have already sent him out on loan twice. And what was the result? Continue loaning him to mid or lower table clubs in League One or the Premier League. They would treat him as a mercenary, discard him once he is used up, and he might even be corrupted by the grizzled veterans there. Do you dare to take that risk? But here, Lee Ran's tone brimmed with unshakable confidence. It is different. Here we possess the most advanced tactical philosophy in all of League Two and a success story you have witnessed with your own eyes, Darren Fletcher. Every word from Lee Ran landed like a heavy hammer, striking precisely where Colshaw's anxieties lay deepest. Colshaw's breathing grew heavier. He knew that every word this young man spoke was the truth. Yet he still could not accept that 10 clause. It would be a stain on Manchester United's reputation and future dealings. Seeing the struggle and fury on Colshaw's face, the smile at the corners of Lee Ran's mouth grew more pronounced. He knew the moment was ripe. Leaning back in his chair, he assumed an expression of benevolent understanding, as if thinking for the other side. Of course, I do appreciate your difficulty. After all, 10 of a future transfer fee. That clause is indeed somewhat long-term. For a great club like Manchester United, it might well cause some unnecessary complications. Then he shifted the conversation and revealed his true trump card. So here is another proposal that is far more favorable to you. Lee Ran looked at Colshaw and presented the second, far more enticing option. If Manchester United does not wish to see us take a cut of that money in the future, that is also acceptable. Then right now you may pay us a one-time tempering fee of 1500 to buy out this future share clause. One lump sum, clean and decisive. What we are discussing here is not some training fee at all. Lee Ran, watching Colshaw's pupils suddenly contract, delivered his ultimate gambit. Mr. Colshaw, what we are discussing is an insurance policy. Yes, insurance. Lee Ran's tone grew heavier. Fletcher's transformation proves that my tempering factory is the most efficient production line. This 1500 is the most expensive yet most cost-effective insurance policy you can purchase for O'Shea, one that guarantees his development into a complete player. If he undergoes the same metamorphosis here as Fletcher did and evolves into a true warrior, then for a mere 1500 you will have secured for Manchester United's future a core player worth millions, perhaps tens of millions. That is a transaction in which you come out spectacularly ahead. And if my methods fail, if O'Shea does not make the expected progress here. Lee Ran smiled. Then consider that 1500 as the cost of trial and error paid on your behalf. What you lose is only a player who, in your own words, cannot secure consistent playing time. What I lose is the credibility of my entire golden reputation. He leaned back and delivered his closing summation. Mr. Colshaw, this is a deal where you cannot lose. Now tell me, would Sir Alex Ferguson refuse to purchase a 1500 insurance policy that offers the highest probability of success, one that will temper O'Shea's experience, willpower, and leadership into a mature defensive cornerstone capable of competing with your elite center-backs for a starting position? These words formed an airtight logical net that sealed off every avenue of retreat for Les Colshaw. He stared hard at Lee Ran as if trying to detect even the faintest crack in that young face. But all he saw was an unfathomable, disquieting calm. After a long while, Colshaw leaned back in his chair. He picked up the telephone and dialed a number. It's me, Alex. This Chinese lad from Tranmere is quite interesting. Yes, the club where Darren is. Hear me out. No, now he wants more. A roar seemed to erupt from the other end of the line, but Colshaw calmly repeated Lee Ran's insurance theory. 5 minutes later he hung up and looked at Lee Ran with an immensely complicated expression. Mr. Lee, your request has been granted. Sir Alex Ferguson has approved your insurance proposal. The 1500 will be transferred to your club's account next week. He rose to his feet and gave Lee Ran one last lingering look. You know, you should be on Wall Street and not stuck in a small place like Birkenhead. The English winter was cold and interminable. For Tranmere's supporters, however, this winter was filled with a long-lost, blazing hope. They were marching triumphantly through the league and advancing with ease in the cup. Everything seemed boundless and bright. Then at the away fixture at JJB Stadium, they encountered the true juggernaut of League Two that season, Wigan Athletic. Before the match had even begun, Lee Ran and Rogers felt their hearts sink when they saw the other side's almost luxurious starting 11. Dave Whalen, the chairman of Wigan Athletic and a billionaire who had made his fortune selling sporting goods, had assembled a League One grade mercenary squad in the summer at almost any cost in order to fulfill his bold promise of reaching the Premier League within 3 years. Their striker had been the Golden Boot winner in League One the previous season, their midfielder was a former Scotland international, and their backline was built around 3 wily Premier League veterans with abundant experience. From the first minute, the entire match became a ruthless display of one team playing on an entirely higher level. The referee's whistle seemed to be a solemn verdict. Within 5 minutes of kickoff, Tranmere's proud possession-based system was shattered against a wall of physicality, technique, and experience built by Wigan. The ball could not survive in midfield for more than 3 seconds. Even Fletcher, the most tenacious of spirits, was taught a ruthless lesson by reality. He tried to steal the ball from the former Scotland international, but all the opponent did was lean into him with his body, a simple move that would have knocked many League Two players off balance. Fletcher staggered back half a step as though he had run into a wall. The ball was taken away with ease. Fletcher, his face flushed, stared down at his own body in disbelief. It was the first time on a senior stage that he had felt the desperation of what people called the gulf in talent. On the flank, Kumas was completely neutralized. Facing a former Premier League fullback who was superior in both pace and experience, he could not manage a single successful take-on during the entire half. Attack stalled and defense collapsed. In the end, the numbers on the scoreboard froze at a cold 0-3. It was a devastating defeat that awakened every Tranmere player and supporter from their dreams. In the tunnel leading back to the dressing room, no one spoke. Above them came the deafening celebration of Wigan's fans. Below their feet came the hollow clatter of studs on concrete. The two sounds merged into one like two heavy currents pressing down on every step. Lee Ran and Rogers walked side by side. Silence was the only emotion. They all understood that with the current depth of the squad, they might be able to act as the league's spoilers, but they were still far too short to challenge a powerhouse of Wigan's caliber. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office at Wigan Athletic, Dave Whalen was enjoying a cigar, allowing the blue smoke to curl around his shrewd face. He looked at the scouting report on Tranmere on his desk, and a faint knowing smile touched the corner of his mouth. Interesting, he said to the manager sitting across from him. That young man Rogers really has something. And that young Chinese fellow, he dares to play continental possession football in League Two. Quite bold. The manager shrugged dismissively. But we still dealt with them easily, boss. They are no match for us. Not now does not mean not in the future. Whalen shook his head, a shrewd glimmer in his businessman's eyes. I see dangerous signs. Their tactics are advanced, they're just missing a few good pieces. On my turf, I will never allow that kind of thing to take root. We cannot give them any breathing space. He stubbed out his cigar and reached his final decision. Go and send Tranmere an offer. £300,000 for their striker. What's his name? Ryan Taylor. The manager was taken aback. Boss, we don't really need him. I know. Whalen smiled a smile like a shark that had already set its sights on its prey. We don't need him. But they do. What I want is not a striker. What I want is to make that young Chinese man understand one thing: this is England. And here, this is my turf. The next day, a fax from Wigan Athletic was delivered to Lee Rant's desk by Daisy. An official player offer. They had set their sights on the team's top scorer, Ryan Taylor. The bid, £300,000, a figure that could only be described as astronomical for a League Two striker. Lee Rant understood clearly that this was Dave Whalen's declaration. He intended not only to overpower you on the field, but also to use the weapon he mastered best. Money. To take away your most effective weapon, leaving you no chance to turn things around. It was an outright insult. The office door opened and Rogers walked in with a grave face. His voice was a little hoarse from exhaustion. Director Ryan Taylor. Just came to see me. Rogers paused briefly as if searching for the right words. He hopes the club will accept Wigan's offer. He says he wants to go to a club with greater ambition. Those words struck Rogers' heart even harder than yesterday's crushing 0-3 defeat. At the start of the season, Ryan Taylor had been on his clear-out list. Yet through half a season, it had been Taylor's goals one after another that had kept Tranmere firmly in the promotion places. Rogers had even redesigned the team's attacking tactics around him. Now their most critical weapon had turned against them at the most crucial moment. Hearing the news, Lee Rand showed no anger, no surprise, not even the faintest ripple of emotion. He simply stood gazing out of the window, and a faint, ambiguous smile curled at the corner of his mouth, as if he were already delighted by this unexpected windfall. He had known for a long time exactly who should replace Ryan Taylor. And he was 100% sure that the moment that Dutch prodigy stood on the pitch at Prenton Park in a Tranmere shirt, every supporter would instantly forget who Ryan Taylor was. He turned around looking at the deeply concerned Rogers, and even a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Brendan, don't worry. He picked up a document from his desk and handed it to Rogers. This is Tom's 12th weekly observation report on Robin van Persie, and the last one before the winter transfer window opens. Rogers accepted it with some confusion and opened it to the first page. Target Robin van Persie. Time December 8th, December 14th. Summary: in this week's Reserve League match, the target was sent off after a deliberate retaliatory foul caused by his displeasure with a refereeing decision. After the match, the club officially announced that he had been handed the maximum punishment of indefinite suspension from matches and training. According to multiple sources, his relationship with head coach Van Marwijk had completely broken down beyond repair. Club movements following the incident: Feyenoord's technical director had officially placed the target on the transfer list. According to a source, they were actively contacting Arsenal, PSV Eindhoven, and a number of other clubs eager to complete a deal as soon as the winter window opened. Market response: extremely cold. Within the Eredivisie, both PSV and Ajax had explicitly refused, unwilling to tolerate his character flaws. Other European giants assessed his problem child profile as high risk and chose to wait, reluctant to gamble on a disruptive element in the dressing room. Target's psychological assessment: after receiving the punishment, the target cleared out his locker and had not appeared at the club for 3 consecutive days. His agent had been trying frantically to market him, only to be rejected everywhere. Comprehensive assessment: the target's mental state was on the verge of collapse after being abandoned jointly by the club, his teammates, and the whole market. Brandon, I'm telling you plainly, this is a true talent. Ryan Taylor is not in the same league as him. Lee Rand's tone was calm, but carried an unshakable authority. A fine steed is naturally spirited. Your job is to become the rider who can handle him. And my job is to bring this horse to you before the last day of the transfer window. Listening to Lee Rand, Rodgers recalled all the miracles this young man had created one after another during the half-season, and most of his worries and frustration faded away in an instant. After seeing Rodgers out, Lee Rand stood alone in the office, gazing at the somber sky outside. For him, there were 2 difficult challenges waiting in this winter. One was the approaching winter transfer window. The other was the final examination for the first term of his language course, a matter tied to his personal future. If he passed, he would officially become a student in the sports management program at the University of Liverpool the following September. Liverpool University Language Centre final examination venue for the first session. Inside the examination hall, the atmosphere was tense and solemn, with only the rustling sound of pens gliding across paper and some students slightly heavy breathing from nervousness. International students from various countries were all diligently writing, their brows furrowed in worry for this decisive battle that determined whether they could continue their studies. Lu Wei, a steadfast ally, stared fixedly at the last multiple-choice question in the reading comprehension section, feeling as though his mind had completely shut down. He would look at option A, finding it appealing, then glance at option C, which seemed equally reasonable. Good heavens, he mourned inwardly, which should I choose, A or C? When 3 options are long and 1 is short, pick the short one. When 3 are short and 1 is long, choose the long one. But why do all 4 options look identical to him? Forget it, let fate decide. I pray to Lee Rand. He closed his eyes, randomly tapped his pencil once, and then with a sense of tragic resolve filled in the answer he himself did not know was correct. Meanwhile, Yui, seated beside Lee Rand, was equally anxious, her pretty eyebrows almost knotted into a twist. Yeah, how to write this pie chart. Looking at the short essay question, the little voice inside her heart was frantically stamping its feet. Lee Rand explained this to me so gently and patiently just the day before yesterday. How could I have forgotten so quickly? I am such a fool. Woo. Lee Rand must have already reached the big essay by now. She secretly stole a glance at Lee Rand beside her from the corner of her eye. Then she was completely crushed. Lee Rand was leaning back in his chair, one leg casually crossed over the other, his pen spinning idly and swiftly in his fingers. His answer sheet in front of him was already filled to the brim. He was even yawning. For the past 3 months, his classmates had been studying English, while he had been truly using English. During the day, he discussed Shakespeare's sonnets with Professor Harrison in class. In the afternoon, he returned to the club to debate tactical details of possession football with Rodgers, discuss premium membership content with Thompson, and even call Allen to deliberate on whether a certain player deserved long-term observation. In the evening, he would send emails to Tom assigning him secret tasks. This hell-level, all-day, high-intensity, immersive language environment had transformed his English proficiency beyond recognition. For him, the language examination before his eyes was no longer a test. It was more like a top-tier player accustomed to hardcore mode, suddenly being pulled back to the beginner village to complete a simple ABC task. Dry and tedious. With the conclusion of the examination, the school officially entered the 3-week Christmas-New Year holiday. Students who had been under pressure for so long could finally relax completely. I'm finally free. Lu Wei was the first to burst out of the examination hall, shouting excitedly. I've already bought my flight ticket. I'm flying back home tomorrow. I want to eat my mom's braised pork. Lee Ran, Lin Shi, what about you? Are you going back too? Shall we go together? Lin Shi shook her head with a smile. My parents are coming to see me. We're going to Edinburgh for New Year's. Lee Ran merely replied simply, the club has matters to attend to. I can't leave. In that case, Lu Wei said, somewhat disappointed, but quickly regaining his excitement. Then I'll bring you good food when I return. On the other side, Yui and Meiji had compiled a detailed European in-country tour itinerary planning to take advantage of the holiday to fully experience the charm of Europe. Song Kai was already eager to return, ready to fly back to warm Bangkok. Only Min Jun and Su Yan planned to visit London to experience the New Year's atmosphere of the metropolis. When Li Ran took out his key and opened the apartment door, a familiar aroma of cooked food mingled with an unfamiliar fragrance instantly drifted into his nostrils. He was startled. On the dining table in the living room, 3 dishes and a soup were laid out with steam rising gracefully. Sweet and sour pork mapo tofu, all flavors carved into his bones. In the kitchen, a figure was humming a tune carrying out the final dish. She was wearing the floral apron Li Ran had bought cheaply. "Brother Li Ran, you're back." The figure turned around and flashed him a mischievous, triumphant smile. It was Xiaoya. "Why are you here?" Li Ran's mind was a bit slow to catch up. "I'm on vacation." Xiaoya set the dishes down and bounded toward him like a little deer, opening her arms for a solid hug. "Of course, I came immediately to conduct a surprise inspection of my Liverpool branch, and also to console my director Li." The warm softness in his embrace and that familiar shampoo scent allowed Li Ran's nerves tense for months to relax without any defense at this moment. This was one of those moments after arriving in Britain that could be called home, and those moments always had one person, Xiaoya. The two happily enjoyed this dinner filled with surprise. Xiaoya chattered away, telling him amusing stories from London, while Li Ran listened quietly, occasionally laughing at her exaggerated descriptions and placing a piece of pork into her bowl. He did not need to speak, he only needed to listen. This long-lost, authentic breath of everyday life was the best remedy for stress relief. Late at night, as the two lounged on the sofa watching television, enjoying rare leisure, Li Ran's phone emitted a series of urgent, ill-timed vibrations. Caller ID Daisy. Li Ran's heart tightened. He knew that unless an emergency had occurred, Daisy would never disturb him at this hour. His heart sank as he pressed the accept button. On the other end of the line, Daisy's voice had lost its usual composure for the first time, tinged with suppressed trembling and a hint of tears. "Director, something has happened. Speak." Li Ran's voice cooled, instantly devoid of any warmth. "It's Jason Paul." Li Ran sat up straight on the sofa abruptly. Jason Paul, the team's absolute starting center back, Dave's partner, and the anchor of the defensive line. Just now, on his way home by car, he was involved in a traffic accident. Daisy's voice was trembling. "He was just sent to the hospital." "How severe is the injury?" "Very serious." Daisy sniffled, attempting to steady her voice. "Club staff have already arrived at the hospital." The doctor's preliminary diagnosis is a right tibial closed fracture." The warm air in the living room seemed to be drained away in an instant. "The most optimistic estimate is 6 to 8 months of recovery." In other words, Li Ran finished her sentence, "The season is over." "Yes." Daisy on the other end could no longer continue, leaving only soft sobs. Li Ran ended the call. He looked at the jumping light and shadows on the television screen with an expressionless face, saying nothing. Xiaoya watched him with concern, but dared not speak. She could feel that the relaxed, gentle Li Ran from just now had vanished. In his place was a stranger she had never seen before, cold and silent as an abyss. Tranmere's tactical analysis room was brightly lit. Head coach Brandon Rogers stared fixedly at the tactical board on the wall. He had been sitting there motionless for 3 hours, repeatedly working through how the team's attack should be reorganized after losing Ryan Taylor. It was like having an essential front tooth forcibly pulled out. No matter how one adjusted, something felt missing. Just then his phone rang. It was Li Ran. On the other end, Li Ran stated a fact in 15 seconds, his tone entirely devoid of emotion, as if reading an obituary. After listening, Rogers felt his entire world spinning. The phone slipped from his powerless hand and fell onto the carpet without making a sound. He slumped into his chair, his gaze blankly fixed on the tactical board. He had been anxious about losing the sharpest spear in his formation. Now someone told him that his most solid shield had also just shattered. Rogers looked at the tactical board, at the piece representing Jason Paul and the piece beside it representing Ryan Taylor. Two of the most critical positions had developed 2 enormous black voids within just a few days. He felt that everything he and Li Ran had painstakingly built over the past few months was crumbling inch by inch, starting from the foundation. Daisy, get Rogers and his coaching staff Alan and his scouting team legal advisor Ropers and Captain Dave. Now, right now, get to my office for a meeting. Li Ran issued the most resolute order of his tenure and hung up the phone. Li Ran did not linger in the apartment. He simply told Xiaoya, "The club has an emergency, you rest first," before grabbing his coat and vanishing into the night. Midnight, 12:30. The air in the football director's office at Tranmere Club seemed frozen solid. Around the massive conference table sat a circle of the club's core members, dragged out of their beds by Li Ran's single phone call. Head coach Rogers, chief scout Alan, legal advisor Ropers, and first team captain Dave. No one spoke, only heavy smoke and mounting unease spread quietly through the room. The door opened. Li Ran walked in, still wearing his coat dusted with the night, and headed straight for the head of the table. Every pair of eyes locked onto him like magnets drawn to iron. He did not sit. Both hands gripping the tabletop, he leaned forward, his gaze sweeping slowly over each person like a blade. "Gentlemen, just 90 minutes ago." Li Ran's voice was quiet, yet it pierced every eardrum like an icicle. "Our starting center back Jason Paul has been involved in a serious car accident." He paused, granting them half a second to absorb the information, then dropped the second bomb. "Surgery is underway. The most optimistic estimate is 6 to 8 months out. In other words, his season is over." Silence. After 3 seconds of absolute stillness, suppressed emotions exploded. "Fuck. Assistant coach Phil's cigarette fell from his fingers to the floor unnoticed. Chief Scout Alan clutched his head in anguish and let out a groan. Thud. Captain Dave's fist the size of a large pot slammed into the thick mahogany conference table, sending coffee cups jumping violently. Paul. The pitch-hardened warrior's voice carried an uncontainable tremor for the first time. Lee Rand watched it all coldly. He let the chaotic emotions ferment for a full 10 seconds until Dave's shoulders began to shake. Then with a gentle yet decisive tap from his knuckle, he struck the table. Tick. A crisp singular sound sliced through every murmur and commotion instantly. The entire conference room fell silent once more. Mourning won't solve anything. Lee Rand's voice carried no warmth. Tears won't earn promotion to the first division. Paul has fallen and my team needs a new defensive cornerstone. His gaze turned to Chief Scout Alan Heavy with unquestionable authority. Alan, what does your backup list look like? Alan jolted back to reality as if electrocuted, frantically searching through his briefcase for his file. Director. This is too sudden. Fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his voice trembling. I can only find two players from old archives who might still be usable. He pushed 2 player dossiers to the center of the table. Mark Joy from Crewe and Simon Grayson from Blackpool. But they are both absolute starters for their respective clubs and on long-term contracts. At this point in the transfer window, neither club would even answer the phone without a £20,000 offer. £20,000. The number settled over everyone like a boulder. All present understood Tranmere's financial situation all too well. Inside Lee Rand's mind, a calculation completed in an instant. O'Shea's £15,000 insurance settlement plus Ryan Taylor's incoming £30,000 transfer fee, plus all liquid funds in the club's accounts, totaling only £80,000. Every single penny had its purpose. Neuer, Sagna, Van Persie. Those 3 were the core pieces of his grand plan. Now was he to tear apart the entire rebuild blueprint because of an unplanned injury? A thought crossed Lee Rand's mind. Spending £200,000 on a player who could barely manage the second division would be far more foolish than throwing money into the Mersey. He would not accept that. Director, head coach Rogers finally spoke, his voice hoarse and weary. I know the 2 Alan recommended. They can head the ball and tackle, but that is where it ends. Their footwork simply cannot sustain our passing game. Signing them would be like planting a ticking time bomb in our defense. Indeed. Lee Rand nodded. That was exactly the response he wanted. Watching the ashen faces around him, the faintest curve touched his lips. Plans never keep pace with events. But for the truly formidable, change often means opportunity. He rose slowly and walked toward the massive tactical whiteboard on the wall, met by everyone's bewildered stares. Gentlemen, his voice carried a hint of amusement and something resembling pity. Your thinking has been wrong from the very beginning. You were wondering how to fill the hole Paul left behind. And I. He picked up a red marker, turned, and fixed his burning gaze on everyone. I'm thinking about how to upgrade our entire defense. He looked at Alan. The 2 you recommended may be respectable in the second division, but my club has no need for players of that caliber. Then he turned to Rogers. Brandon, you are right. They lack the technical quality to match our system. So why waste time and money on players destined to be discarded? Amidst the shock, bewilderment, and incomprehension of every face in the room, Lee Rand spun sharply around. Swipe. The marker left a name on the whiteboard utterly unfamiliar to everyone present. A name worthy of etching itself into the annals of world football history. Nemanja Vidic, Red Star Belgrade. Who is that? Alan's face was a mask of confusion. He could barely pronounce the Serbian name. Rogers stared fixedly at the name, then looked up at Lee Rand. He is. Lee Rand's gaze swept past them all and locked onto Rogers, his eyes blazing with restrained excitement and fervor. The most perfect, crucial, and vital piece of our future championship defense. A Slavic giant standing 1.90 m, a monster who can head away any shot. He possesses world-class aerial ability and interception skills, and on top of that, he has a rare, precise long pass capable of splitting open any defense. A leader who can form an ironclad defensive partnership with Dave. Rogers' breathing visibly quickened as Lee Rand described him. Perfect. This was the long-awaited dream defense central defender his tactical board had been missing. But, Director, Chief Scout Alan finally regained his composure from the shock and nearly shouted the most critical question. Serbia. He's a non-EU player. Work permit. What about the work permit? By the rules, we could never sign him. The FA regulations are absolute. Who said it was impossible? Lee Rand smiled. It was the calm, knowing smile of someone holding all the cards. He surveyed the room, observing these professionals bound by convention, and began a lesson that would utterly reshape their understanding of the game. A standard application certainly impossible. But hidden within the FA regulations lies an exception clause overlooked by countless people, the special talent clause. His voice carried an almost intoxicating pull. From this moment forward, our task is to prove to the appeal committee that the player we intend to sign is not an ordinary Serbian prospect, but a generational defensive talent whose ability is already at Premier League level. Starting tomorrow, he said to Alan and Tom, your mission is to compile every match recording of Vidic and produce an evaluation report of unprecedented depth and professionalism. We will use his performances to demonstrate to the appeal committee that his capabilities have already reached Premier League standard. He no longer looked at them, instead assuming the demeanor of a general issuing battle orders. Alan, Tom, your scouting department will work through the night. Find every match recording of Vidic, edit it, analyze it. Use our most professional format to produce a report that will silence every skeptic. Brandon, he turned to Rogers. I want you to personally write a letter of recommendation for him. Tell the appeal committee that this player holds irreplaceable strategic value for your philosophy of beautiful football. Mr. Roperts, he looked toward the legal advisor. I need you to gather every successful case involving the special talent clause and identify every legal angle we can leverage. He then turned to his assistant. Daisy. Yes, sir. Lee Rand's lips curled slightly as he delivered the final command. Book the earliest flight to Belgrade. Also immediately find out who Vidic's agent is. I want to receive a call from him within 3 hours. Lee Rand had issued a firm deadline of 3 hours, and just 45 minutes had passed. The phone in his office rang right on schedule. Daisy answered at once and put it on speakerphone without a single unnecessary word. On the other end came a man's voice, heavily accented, each word measured and guarded. This is Dejan Stankovic. I've been told that an English lower division club wishes to discuss my client Nemanja Vidic. His tone carried an unmistakable note of skepticism, as if asking whether they were joking. Lee Rand ignored his attitude and dispensed with pleasantries, cutting straight to the point. Mr. Stankovic, my first question. What is your client's current valuation in the mainstream European market? The question caught the man off guard, clearly not expecting such a direct opening. He tried to seize the initiative, listing his assets. Nemanja is the captain of Red Star's Serbian international. His value is 0. Lee Rand's words cut through the line like icy needles, immediately silencing the man's monologue. A profound silence fell on the other end. Lee Rand's heart remained utterly undisturbed. To deal with such an agent, one had to strike precisely at his most vulnerable spot. Because no club in Europe's top 5 leagues would during the winter transfer window apply for the infamous work permit for a Serbian defender who is not from the European Union and has no top-flight league experience. Am I right? The silence persisted. Lee Rand could even picture the man named Stankovic on the other end, his expression shifting from arrogance to clear displeasure. Exactly. And I, Lee Rand, the director of football of Tranmere Rovers, am currently the only person in all of Europe who not only appreciates your client, but also has the ability and the willingness to resolve the greatest obstacle for him, the work permit. I have a flight to Belgrade tomorrow morning. I will send an official bid to Red Star before I arrive. I suggest you immediately discuss salary terms with Vidic. Of course, if you choose to make outrageous demands at this stage, you will be extinguishing by your own hand your client's only opportunity to set foot in English football. Having said that, Lee Rand made a gesture to Daisy. The call was abruptly ended. In the office, Daisy and Rogers, who had witnessed Lee Rand's sequence of pressure baiting and final deadline, were left breathless with astonishment. Late at night, at Lee Rand's apartment. When Lee Rand returned wearily to his apartment, he found the living room light still on. Zhao, dressed in pajamas and hugging a throw pillow, was curled up on the sofa like a little cat waiting for its owner to come home. Seeing Lee Rand return, she immediately stood up. Lee Rand, did something major happen at the club? Your expression looked terrible when you left. Her voice was full of concern. Lee Rand felt a warmth in his heart. He briefly told her about Paul's car accident and the club's urgent need for reinforcements. So I'm flying to Belgrade tomorrow morning to sign a new player. Belgrade, Serbia. Zhao's brows knit at once. So far away. You're going alone. You don't know anyone there, and what if? The more she spoke, the more worried she became. She looked at Lee Rand and suddenly seemed to make up her mind. No, I'm coming with you. Nonsense. Lee Rand was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I'm going on business for negotiations, not for sightseeing. I don't care. Zhao's stubborn streak emerged, and she even invoked her title as lifestyle consultant. Isn't my job to take care of your daily affairs? Now when you're going to such an unfamiliar place by yourself, that's exactly when you need me most. I can at least help you book hotels, find taxis, exchange currency. Better than you fumbling around on your own. She looked at Lee Rand, her eyes filled with pure concern. Seeing her earnest expression, Lee Rand felt the last trace of resistance inside him melt completely away. All right, he nodded. Then, Consultant Zhao, I'll have to trouble you tomorrow. The next morning at 9 o'clock sharp at Liverpool John Lennon Airport. Lee Rand and Zhao, pulling 2 small suitcases, prepared to board. Just before boarding, Lee Rand called Daisy. Daisy, it's me. Now immediately send a formal offer fax to Red Star Belgrade Football Club in the official name of the club. The offer £130,000. Not more, not less. I want their chairman to see our sincerity before he meets me. The plane landed in Belgrade. A complex smell of cheap gasoline dust and some kind of grilled meat filled the air. After checking into the hotel, Lee Rand did not rest. He took a taxi alone to his destination, the Maracana Stadium, home of Red Star Belgrade. The taxi drove along bumpy, potholed roads. Outside the window, the city, which had barely emerged from the shadow of war a few years earlier, displayed a contradictory raw vitality. Beneath a Soviet-style apartment building whose walls still bore bullet holes, there was a cafe with a brand-new sign where young people chatted and laughed at outdoor tables. The dome of an ancient Orthodox church stood in silent contrast to the industrial concrete buildings nearby. Decay, renewal, chaos, and resilience all coexisted. All of it told Lee Ran one thing: the city and this club were desperately short of money. That was good. In the chairman's office, the smell of cigarette smoke was thick and choking. The legendary European Football Club chairman Dragan Zajic sat behind a huge worn-edged desk, eyeing the approaching Lee Ran like a lion sizing up its prey. In front of him lay the facts from Tranmere. The paper was crumpled from his grip. Zajic finally spoke, his voice low, hoarse, and full of years of authority, as if forced through rusty metal pipes. £130,000. He picked up the facts as if holding out a piece of rubbish, waving it before Lee Ran. For the captain of Red Star Belgrade and a current Serbian international. He set the facts down heavily on the desk with a dull thump, leaned forward, and held Lee Ran in his hawk-like gaze. Young man, I'll give you a chance to rephrase your words. Are you here to joke with me, or to do business? Lee Ran ignored the almost tangible pressure, walked straight to the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down with composure. As if this place were not a den of danger, but his own home ground. He looked at the other man, and a slow, cool, confident smile spread across his face. Mr. Zajic, he said calmly, every word crystal clear, I'm here for both. Lee Ran's answer, both, landed like an ice cube dropped into a pan of searing oil, and the entire office began to hiss with tension. Chairman Zajic, the old lion who had built a dynasty on the ruins of Balkan football, did not even seem angry. He simply laughed. The laughter was dry and low, rolling from deep in his throat, with a faint metallic edge. Interesting. He leaned back in his worn leather chair, folded his arms across his chest in a posture of judgment, and said, it has been years since any young man dared speak to me like that on my own turf. With 2 fingers, as though discarding a dead fly, he pushed the faxed offer to the center of the table. £130,000. I would not even bother trying to work out how many dinars that would buy. Zajic's gaze crossed the table, studying Lee Ran's expression for any trace of nervousness or pretense. Now I will give you a real offer. He held up 2 fingers. £2 million. Not a penny less. If you can produce that, you can take Nemanja Vidic with you right away. He waited, savoring the anticipation, watching for that young face from the east to pale and falter at the absurd number. But Lee Ran's expression did not ripple at all. He did not even look at the facts. He simply took the first document from his briefcase and slid it over with unhurried ease. Mr. Zajic, before discussing the price of a player, perhaps we should talk about the price of your club. Zajic frowned and picked up the document in puzzlement. On the cover, the logo of a leading British accounting firm caught his eye. He opened to the first page. Lee Ran's voice rose, emotionless and precise, laying bare the stark reality of Red Star Belgrade. Your club's publicly disclosed total liabilities stand at £5,300,000. Last season, the financial deficit was £750,000. At your current cash flow, 4 months. Lee Ran held up 4 fingers. And at most 4 months, you will not be able to pay the first team's wages in full. With a sharp snap, Zajic closed the report and set it down hard on the desk. His hawk-like eyes finally kindled with genuine fire. Are you threatening me? He demanded in a low voice, like a lion startled by an unexpected challenge. I am only stating a fact you have to face every day. Lee Ran met his gaze calmly. Besides, you seem to have forgotten that I am the one who came with cash to help you resolve that fact. Those words were like cold water poured onto Zajic's fury. His chest rose and fell heavily as he forced down the humiliation of having his hand read. He knew every word the other man had spoken was true. The strategy would have to change. Do you think having some money is enough? He gave a cold laugh, trying to regain the upper hand. Can football be measured by numbers? Nemanja is our captain. He is a hero of Serbia. He grew from a boy into a man here. His loyalty to this club is something a merchant who sees nothing but money can never understand. He was almost shouting, building a last line of defense from sheer voice and the weight of history. That loyalty is worth $2 million. Even more. Lee Ran nodded, and a hint of agreement even appeared on his face. You are right. Loyalty is priceless. Then, while Zajic was still taken aback, the second document had already slid silently in front of him. But a player's market value has a price. Lee Ran tapped his finger on the report's title. A market analysis of transfers of Serbian league defenders to Western Europe's top 5 leagues over the past 2 years. 7 players in total. The highest transfer fee was £220,000 last summer to Kottbus in the Bundesliga. Lee Ran did not speak quickly, but each word struck with precision. That is Mr. Vidic's true market value in the European transfer market. Zajic's face had gone from anger to pallor. Before he could gather any words to refute, Lee Ran made the final decisive point. And Mr. Zajic, this market value applies to players who hold EU passports. Lee Ran leaned forward slightly, held the other man's gaze, and spoke with deliberate slowness. Mr. Vidic is a non-EU player. Without a work permit, his true value to Premier League, La Liga, and Serie A clubs in the transfer market. Lee Ran did not finish the sentence, yet the hint of mockery in his eyes had already completed the thought for him. The true value was 0. All that remained in the office was the sound of Zajic's heavy breathing. Like a man searching for an escape, he looked around only to find every avenue closed. Only then did Lee Ran lean back in his chair, as if the contest was over and it was time to tally the gains. So Mr. Zajic, let us stop wasting each other's time. Set aside the joke of $2 million and set aside elusive loyalty. I came in good faith to solve your pressing problem. He held up 1 finger, then 5. £150,000. Cash. 24 hours after the contract is signed it will be in your account. A flicker of intense conflict passed through Jajik's eyes. £150,000 was not a fortune, but to Red Star at that moment, it was a true lifeline. I know this amount does not match your pride, Lee Rand said as if he had read the man's mind then changed direction. So, I am willing to add a real weight to the scales for you and for Red Star Belgrade. He leaned forward once more lowering his voice to a coaxing murmur. In the future, whenever Nemanja Vidic is transferred, Red Star will receive 15 of the fee, whatever the amount. Lee Rand saw Jajik's pupil's contract and he knew the fish had taken the bait. You know Vidic's potential better than I do. All he needs is a stage visible to all of Europe. England is the best stage. Once he is no longer an unknown from Serbia, his value will be 5 million, 10 million, or even higher. And 15% of that money, Mr. Jajic, Lee Rand said in a quiet, persuasive murmur, would be the largest single income in Red Star Belgrade's history. It would be enough to clear all your debts and even allow you to sign 5 new Vidics. He paused, leaving the man space to imagine and calculate. Of course you can also refuse me. You can cling to your pride and keep waiting for the European giant you imagine to come to you with a checkbook. A faint knowing smile curved at the corner of Lee Rand's mouth. But the question is, can your club afford to wait? The office fell into a long, heavy silence. So now you have two choices. First, refuse me, hold on to your pride, and continue waiting. Or he looked at the other man. Accept my cash offer of £150,000 now plus a promise that might be worth millions in the future. The office fell into a long, heavy silence again. Jajic fixed his gaze on Lee Rand. Across his weather-beaten face, anger, frustration, helplessness, and inner conflict flickered past one by one like shadows in a revolving lantern. In the end, all those emotions dissolved into a deep, yielding sense of powerlessness. He had lost. Completely. He had lost not only in the material stakes, but also against the other man's vast, far-reaching vision. After a long moment, he slumped back into his chair, deflated. The spine that had stayed straight through a lifetime seemed to bend at that moment. He looked at Lee Rand and said slowly in a hoarse, exhausted voice, I need to discuss this with my board. Lee Rand smiled. He knew that this was only the old lion's final way of saving face. He rose to his feet and extended a hand toward the other man. I look forward to your good news, Mr. Chairman. By the time Lee Rand returned to his hotel room, evening had already fallen. He did not turn on the lights, walking straight to the floor-to-ceiling window to overlook the nightscape of Belgrade. The shark-like intensity from the negotiation table still seemed to linger around him, blending with the fatigue hidden in the depths of his eyes to form a contradictory, yet fascinating aura. How did it go? How did it go? Did the talks go smoothly? Looking at Zhao Ye's little face, full of worry, Lee Rand smiled. The cold, shark-like aura from the negotiation table vanished without a trace, in an instant replaced by a warm weariness that came from the heart. Not bad. He took off his coat and casually tossed it toward the sofa. Now we're waiting to hear from Red Star. Don't just toss it. Zhao Ye, like a little housekeeper, instinctively took his suit jacket and carefully hung it on the coat rack for him. She looked up and by the faint light filtering in through the window finally truly saw Lee Rand's appearance at that moment. His face was somewhat pale, 2 buttons of his shirt collar had been loosened by himself, his tie was askew, and a pungent cigar smoke still emanated from him. Seeing him like this, her heart tightened inexplicably. Have a seat first. Her voice, without her even realizing it, had softened by several degrees. Without pressing for any details of the negotiations, she took Lee Rand's hand and guided him down onto the sofa. First she poured him a glass of warm water. Then very naturally she extended her slender fingers and helped him untie the crooked tie. Her fingertips inevitably brushed against the skin of his neck, carrying a cool, soft touch. Lee Rand's body stiffened slightly as a current seemed to spread from the point of contact through his whole body. Zhao Ye's cheeks flushed instantly with a charming rosy glow. Why, you must be hungry, right? As if scalded, she abruptly withdrew her hand and hurried over to the dining table, trying to use an animated tone to hide her racing heart. I asked the hotel to send up dinner this afternoon. Eat quickly, it's getting cold. At the dinner table, Zhao Ye chattered vivaciously, telling Lee Rand about her afternoon adventures. For example, how she relied on animated gestures to buy the most delicious local bread from an elderly Serbian man who couldn't speak English. And also how the absurdly plump orange cat downstairs in the hotel was so arrogant and bold. Lee Rand listened quietly, occasionally amused by her exaggerated descriptions, then picked up a piece of meat and put it into her bowl. As dinner was drawing to an end, Lee Rand set down his chopsticks, looked at the girl across from him, who was still chatting cheerfully, reached out, and gently took her hand resting on the table. Zhao Ye, it's so wonderful having you here. Zhao Ye looked into his eyes, which were filled with gentle starlight. She felt as if her heart was about to melt. She nodded vigorously, returned his hold, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Eat up, my director, Lee. When the next morning's sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains into the room, Lee Rand felt that the mental exhaustion from last night's negotiations had been completely swept away. After a refreshing breakfast with Zhao Ye, he patiently awaited the final result. Sure enough, close to noon, the phone in his room rang as promised. On the other end of the line, all the arrogance and authority in Jajic's voice had been eroded by reality, leaving only the crispness of a businessman. Director Lee, the board has approved your offer. Nemanja Vidic and his agent will be waiting for you in the hotel meeting room at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. A smile curved at the corner of Lee Rand's lips. A wise decision. Vidic and his agent Stankovic appeared punctually in the hotel meeting room at 2 o'clock that afternoon. Director, my client Nemanja is very interested in setting foot in England. The agent Stankovic spoke first, a professional smile plastered on his face. We would like to hear what kind of contract your club can offer him. Lee Rand listened with a smile, but did not respond to the agent right away. Instead, his gaze passed over him and settled on the silent mountain-like figure behind him. Nemanja Vidic, a Serbian man as strong as a brown bear, was sizing him up with a scrutinizing, somewhat wild gaze. Lee Rand understood in his heart that when dealing with a pure warrior like this, direct, heartfelt promises would be far more effective than slick business rhetoric. Nemanja, Lee Rand addressed Vidic directly, completely ignoring the agent beside him. I will first make you 3 promises. First, your position. I promise you that as long as you stay healthy from the very first day you join us, you will be our team's unwavering, absolute starting center back. Together with our captain Dave, you will form the most trustworthy defensive core for Tranmere in the coming years. As his words fell for the first time, a clear emotional ripple appeared in Vidic's sharp eyes. He instinctively straightened his back, and the tense line of his jaw seemed to soften slightly. For a warrior eager to prove himself, nothing was more alluring than the words, absolute starter. This was not only a promise, but also a sign of respect. Second, your future, Lee Rand continued. I will not hide from you that we are currently just a League Two team. But I can tell you clearly that my goal is to be promoted to League One within a year and to the Premier League within 3 years. Therefore, to demonstrate our determination to grow together, the club will offer you a 5-year long-term contract. 5 years. This number made the agent Stankovic, standing by unable to help, drawing a sharp breath. For a young player from a non-mainstream league with an uncertain future, a 5-year long-term deal was tantamount to the most extravagant promise of stability and trust. Third, and the last point. Lee Rand finally shifted his gaze to the agent, who could barely contain himself. He produced a contract appendix prepared in advance and pushed it to the center of the table. Is the salary? Stankovic almost eagerly picked up the document. When he saw the numbers written in black and white, he instinctively swallowed, his fingers whitening slightly from pressure, while his brain worked feverishly, running the currency conversion over and over again. £4,000 a week. £208,000 a year. What did this number mean? Stankovic felt a chill run through him. He knew better than anyone that Vidic, as the captain of Red Star Belgrade, was already on the team's maximum salary, which when converted was no more than £70,000 a year. He knew better than anyone that Vidic, as the captain of Red Star Belgrade, was already on the team's maximum salary, which when converted was no more than £70,000 a year. He knew better than anyone that Vidic, as the captain of Red Star Belgrade, was already on the team's maximum salary, which when converted was no more than £70,000 a year. Yet the contract before them was fully 3 times higher. This had already reached the salary level of the starting players, or even star players in League One. Offering such a contract to a 21-year-old Serbian defender who had never proven himself in one of the top 5 leagues. This was not an offer. It was an expression of almost unbelievable faith and a determination to spare no cost. Vidic was also stunned by the extravagance of the contract. But he was far calmer than his agent. Money was certainly important, but for a man who had walked out of the flames of war, a goal worth striving for mattered far more than money. He raised his head and took the initiative to speak, his voice low and powerful, like the beating of a war drum. Director, Lee, what makes you believe that we can reach the Premier League in 3 years? Lee Rand did not answer. He simply opened the laptop, turned it around, and slid it in front of Vidic. Without wasting a single word, he pressed play. Nemanja, before I answer your question, I want you to watch a short video. It was prepared for you by your future head coach, Brendan Rodgers. The video began playing. On the screen, Rodgers stood in front of a tactics board in his office. His expression was solemn, yet charged with passion. Nemanja, hello. I'm Brendan Rodgers. His voice was full of professionalism. My director, Mr. Lee Rand, has tasked me with building an army at Tranmere that can conquer England. And within that army, he gestured to the tactics board behind him, where a 4-3-3 formation had been clearly laid out with magnetic pieces. The cornerstone of our defense has one name, and one name only: Vidic. I have watched nearly all of your match footage from the past 2 years. Your strength and your aggression are outstanding. But what fascinates me even more is your underrated ability to launch precise long-range passes directly from the back. In my system, he pointed to the center-back position marked with Vidic's name. You will be far more than a defender. You will be our defensive command tower, the primary launch point for every transition from defense to attack. The entire back line will be constructed around your strengths. What I need is not a simple player. What I need is a leader who can create history alongside me. In an era when most people still relied on smooth talk and paper reports to persuade, the video Lee Rand produced, a method of persuasion that worked on an entirely different level, instantly eased the wariness of Vidic and his agent. The professionalism, foresight, and depth of commitment it represented were beyond anything they had ever imagined. The video ended. Vidic stared at the tactics board on the screen, the board bearing his own name. The heart of a warrior began to beat faster beyond his control. Lee Rand closed the laptop. This, Nemanja, is our sincerity. Now, he looked at Vidic and slid another prepared annex across the table. Let me answer your earlier question. What gives me the right? This. He pointed at the annex. This is an additional clause. I know that a warrior like you fears not the mightiest opponent, but being trapped in a cage where he cannot move forward. This clause is designed to eliminate all your lingering concerns. Stankovic picked up the document in bewilderment. With a single glance his eyes widened. Lee Ran explained calmly the clause is very simple. Within 3 years from the day you join if Tranmere fails to achieve promotion to the Premier League. Then a special release clause in your contract will be automatically activated. At that time should any club submit an offer of no less than £1.5 million, you will be free to negotiate with them and leave, regardless of whether we consent. He stared into Vidic's eyes enunciating each word. Through this written contract I have made a pledge of honor for you and for myself. I am staking all my ambition on our shared future. Now Nemanja. Lee Ran leaned forward slightly and issued his final invitation. Do you dare to take this gamble with me, eh? These words completely dissolved Vidic's last psychological barrier. He looked at the young man in front of him feeling as though he were gazing up at an omnipotent deity. All his doubts and all his unease dissolved into thin air at that moment. He rose abruptly and stretched out his immense powerful hand toward Lee Ran. Director, he said, I accept your challenge. Their hands clasped together tightly. The Belgrade chapter drew to a close. Lee Ran pulled back his hand, took out his Nokia, and without a moment's hesitation sent a text message to Daisy far away in England. Hunt successful. Initiate the exceptional talent plan. Submit the application. Back at Tranmere's offices the meeting room was thick with smoke, the bitter aroma of coffee mingling with a tense atmosphere. Daisy head coach Rogers, chief scout Alan, legal counsel Mr. Roberts, and young Tom, the dedicated task force assembled for Vidic's work permit, sat around a massive conference table conducting final preparations. The table was piled high with documents, reports, and legal statutes. Over the tense 48 hours that had passed, each of them had been working at a swift pace following Lee Ran's earlier instructions. Buzz. Daisy's phone placed on the table vibrated softly. The entire meeting room fell silent in an instant, all eyes focused on her. She picked up the phone, glanced at the message from Belgrade, and finally the taut professional expression on her face melted like snow under the sun, revealing a relieved smile. She lifted her head and looked at the others who had grown somewhat anxious from waiting. Gentlemen, her voice was crisp and forceful, the director has succeeded. Now it is our turn. Fantastic. Tom was the first to leap up, but Alan promptly pulled him back down. Chief Scout Alan slid a thick evaluation report and a videotape to the center of the table, his voice carrying the exhaustion and excitement of a completed mission. The data fortress the director requested is fully assembled. It contains not only all of Vidic's regular statistics, but also the passing accuracy under pressure and the one-on-one dual success rate that we manually analyzed from every match recording that Tom found. This data is more than enough to prove to the FA that his abilities far exceed the standard of League Two. Legal counsel Mr. Roberts adjusted his reading glasses and took over the conversation. Pointing at a pile of legal volumes that had become dog-eared from intense study, he said, I have thoroughly studied every successful appeal under the exceptional talent clause from the past 5 years. 3 of these cases bear an extremely high degree of similarity to Mr. Vidic's situation. Our legal argument will center on these 3 points. Alan's data will serve as the best evidence to support our case, leaving the appeals committee with no room to challenge it. Finally, Rogers picked up a manuscript from the table, a spark of tactics gleaming in his eyes. Then I shall add the final decisive touch. He looked at the group. My expert endorsement is complete. In this recommendation letter, I have not only emphasized Nemanja's individual abilities, but also demonstrated from a tactical perspective his irreplaceable strategic significance to our continental tactical system. I will make them understand that rejecting Vidic is not merely a loss for Tranmere, but an obstacle to the development of tactical diversity in English football. With the data report as the cornerstone, legal precedent as the framework, the expert endorsement as the soul, and the generous contract, far above League Two standards, as the most direct expression of sincerity. The work permit strategy Lee Ran had proposed at the midnight meeting was in the hands of this equally professional and efficient team, being shaped step by step into an impressive instrument of success. Daisy rose to her feet and began to sort and file the documents, each one carrying the collective effort of everyone present, into a large archive envelope stamped with the badge of Tranmere Rovers. As the pioneer of this critical campaign, she would personally deliver the dossier to the headquarters of the Football Association early the next morning. 2 days before the winter transfer window opened in the office of Tranmere's director of football, Lee Ran head coach Rogers, chief scout Alan, and assistant Daisy gathered around the conference table as if orchestrating a military campaign. Director, Alan reported concisely, Auxerre and Schalke 04 have both confirmed their openness to selling Sagna and Neuer. They're like merchants waiting for us to deliver money, awaiting our formal offer. Lee Ran's fingertips lightly tapped the table, his gaze sweeping past the figure on the financial report. 800. This was the club's winter transfer budget. The deal for Vidic, struck at 1500 plus a 15 sell-on clause, had already consumed a portion of it. The rest had to be used where it mattered most. Daisy. Lee Ran's voice was low, yet it made everyone hold their breath. In the name of the club, send a formal offer fax to French club Auxerre for Bakary Sagna. He paused, then uttered the number. 100000. The hum of the fax machine starting up was exceptionally clear in the office. Liran did not pause. He looked at Alan. Regarding Neuer, does Schalke have a bottom line? They don't seem to rate the player highly, but German clubs, you know how it is. Always want to look respectable in terms of transfer fees. Then give them that respect. Liran turned to Daisy and issued his second instruction. Send an offer to Schalke 04 for Manuel Neuer 130 plus a 10 sell-on clause. 230000. Two offers totaling 23000. Added to Vidic's 15003800 had thus been invested in the defensive line. Rodgers could no longer contain himself. He wasn't questioning Liran's judgment, but rather the order in which resources were being allocated. Director, I know you are keen on that young German goalkeeper, but 1300. That sum is enough to sign a proven League Two Golden Boot winner in his prime. Our attack. Brandon. Liran cut him off. Rose walked to the tactics board, picked up a marker, and drew a firm cross on the circle representing the goalkeeper. Then he dragged that cross directly to the edge of the penalty area. Neuer is the exact answer to my thesis on the sweeper keeper. His goalkeeping technique, distribution, and astonishing range of coverage fulfill every requirement of a modern goalkeeper. Brandon, we are not buying a goalkeeper, we are buying the 11th outfield player who can organize our attack. The tip of his marker swept across the vast open ground between the defensive line and the halfway line, leaving a glaring red streak. Your continental possession game. What is its foundation? It is the courage of the defensive line to push high. But once the space behind is breached, who will remedy it? This zone is the death zone, where we conceded 20 goals last season. Liran's gaze burned as he fixed his eyes on Rodgers. With Neuer, this death zone becomes our absolute domain. He can push the operational range of our defensive line forward by at least 10 meters. I am not buying a player, Brandon. I am purchasing the most crucial piece for your tactical system. Rodgers stared at the goalkeeper position, now advanced on the tactics board, as if envisioning the perfect closed loop of a brand new tactical system in motion. He understood. Liran was not spending money. He was materializing the hardware for his football philosophy. At the office of the chairman of league leaders Wigan Athletic, Dave Whalen was polishing an antique hunting rifle hanging on the wall with a piece of deerskin. Head coach Paul Jewell burst in without knocking his face grim. Boss Tranmere is making a big move. Oh, Whalen didn't even lift his eyelids. That Chinese kid has started spending. Yes, and it's quite peculiar. Jewell handed over 2 urgent reports just printed from the scouting system. Within 1 hour they sent formal offers to Arsène and Schalke 04. The targets are 2 youth team players, a right back named Sagna, and a goalkeeper named Neuer. Whalen halted his movement and took the reports. Offer 100000. Offer 1300 plus a sell-on clause. Add in the previously agreed Serbian center-back Vidic. Vidic, Sagna, Neuer. Jewell was utterly perplexed. He has poured all his money into the defensive line. What exactly is he trying to do? Get promoted through defense. Defense. Whalen's chair turned toward Jewell, and in those merchants' eyes wariness was already at full alert. He did not look at the pitch outside the window. Instead, he picked up another document on the desk. The transfer report of Wigan Athletic's acquisition of Ryan Taylor, Tranmere's top scorer from last season. Paul, we took away his only spear. Instead of immediately searching the market for a replacement, he has, without regard for cost, reinforced his shield. Why do you think that is? Why? Jewell felt his chain of thought completely unable to keep up with the old fox. Because what he wants is not a new spear, but a heavy cannon capable of deciding the course of a war. Whalen's speech was slow, but every word struck like a hammer. He intends to lay his foundation 30 meters underground, so deep that no one can shake it. Then he will let that gunner stand on such a foundation and open fire without hesitation. A cold sweat seeped from Jewell's forehead. You mean? His real target is a super striker. Exactly. The corner of Whalen's mouth curled into a cold arc. Making such a conspicuous effort to build his defensive line is solely to create an absolutely perfect attacking environment for the striker who has yet to appear. He is gambling big. This recklessness, a frenzy aimed solely at achieving a final tactical objective, made Whalen sense a huge threat. He picked up the phone and dialed the head of scouting. It's me. Whalen's voice carried no warmth whatsoever. Activate Operation Crow. All top scouts are to drop everything they are doing and keep Tranmere under 24-hour surveillance. I want to know the movements of every one of their scouts, every match they watch, every agent they come into contact with. I want a list of every potential striker transfer target of that Chinese kid. After hanging up, Whalen looked at the stunned Jewell and issued the final order. The moment the list is in hand, contact every person on it immediately. Go get ahead of them and sign them all. Whatever Liran offers, we double it. He wants to lay a foundation, does he? I'll cut the ground from under his feet. Leave him unable to find even a decent brick. I just want to see the look on his face when he discovers that his only cannonball has been dismantled into scrap metal in advance. New Year's Eve. While all of England was immersed in festive atmosphere, 2 faxes arrived at Tranmere's office almost simultaneously. Daisy walked in briskly with 2 thin sheets of paper, her face brimming with barely concealed excitement. Director, your New Year gifts. Arsène agreed. Schalke 04 agreed. Liran looked at the 2 confirmations, and even he felt a surge of adrenaline. Intercepting future superstars ahead of time promised enormous dividends, both in terms of the team's performance and future financial returns. Such a small investment, huge returns deal was exactly the routine move Lee Ran had repeated countless times in Football Manager games before his rebirth. Yet now seeing it actually materialize before his eyes, the thrill of personally shaping history and controlling everything was 10,000 times more intense than any game. He slowly rose and walked to the large whiteboard in the office. Vidic Sagna Neuer. Behind every name on the defensive line, he had drawn a bright red checkmark. An impregnable defensive line was now fully in place. He turned around and looked at the equally excited Rodgers. The defense is settled. Now we have less than 4.0 left in our transfer budget. The final step was to bring that Dutchman to the club. Lee Ran was about to speak when his phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. It was a text message from Chief Scout Allen. He opened it, and his pupils contracted sharply. He handed the phone to Rodgers. The screen displayed only one line, like a basin of ice water poured over everyone's head. Alert! Wigan Athletic has activated Operation Crow and is searching across Europe at any cost for our striker targets. All movements of our scouts are now under tight surveillance. Lee Ran's face betrayed not the slightest trace of panic. Watching Rodgers, who looked so alarmed, he might almost have sounded the air raid siren, he smiled instead. What's there to panic about, Brandon? He locked his phone and tossed it casually onto the table. He wants to play at espionage. Chairman Whalen of Wigan Athletic is still thinking on too small a scale. A good hunter always releases a few rabbits to confuse his opponents before going after the true prey. Lee Ran's heart remained utterly unruffled. He almost felt like laughing. The so-called Crows were nothing more than a few low-grade scouts who had slipped into the stadium. Did such shabby tactics really expect to pry into his master plan? He pressed the intercom button on his desk and connected to the office of Allen, his chief scout. Allen, it's me. The information you sent was useful, but forget about those Crows for now. I have a new task for you. Starting tomorrow, I want you and every scout under your command to look very busy. Go to the stands of every League One and League Two match. Contact the agents of every striker on your list. Have coffee with them, talk about transfer fees, wages, and personal stats. On the other end of the line, Allen paused for a moment, then immediately understood what his boss was up to. A cold, subtle curve appeared at the corner of Lee Ran's mouth, and his voice carried a hint of amusement. In short, I want all of England to know that Tranmere are running around like a pack of mindless hounds desperately searching for a bone to gnaw. Go on. Prepare a grand fireworks display for Mr. Whalen's Crows. After hanging up, he dialed Tom's number on his personal phone. Ever since Van Persie had been put on the scouting list, Tom was the only one in the entire club who had continued to scout him. As the new recruit of the scouting department, he had the natural advantage of slipping under the Crows' radar. Tom, the entire scouting department is being watched. Time for you to step in. Leave immediately for the Netherlands. Don't use any official channels. Don't contact anyone. Just like before, become Robin Van Persie's shadow. I need to know his daily training condition, his emotional shifts, even what he had for dinner. Remember, you are my eyes. A pair of eyes hidden in the dark, trained unblinkingly on our true prey. Got it, boss. Tom's voice was short and forceful. Having settled everything, Lee Ran stood up and patted Rodgers, who was still processing the information. Come on, Brandon. Stop pulling that long face. I'll take you somewhere good to eat. We both deserve to unwind. When the winter transfer window officially opened, the work permit application dossier prepared for Vidic, armed to the teeth, had been approved without a hitch a week earlier. At this moment, the future world-class center-back stood in the center of the pitch. Following Lee Ran's instructions, Rodgers had arranged an inter-squad scrimmage at the highest intensity. On the Tranmere training ground, the defensive line now featured O'Shea, Vidic, Sagna, and Neuer. Rodgers had arranged an intra-squad scrimmage for them. For all the old guards of Tranmere present, this match was nothing short of a complete collapse of their perceptions. 5 minutes into the scrimmage, striker Simon Howarth, wearing a yellow vest, received a pass in front of the penalty area. Out of habit, he held off the center-back behind him, ready to perform a turn-in flick move he had rehearsed 1,000 times. However, he felt as if he had collided not with a man, but with a wall forged from muscle, bone, and an iron will. A dull thud echoed, and Howarth felt all his strength instantly absorbed, only to have an even greater force rebound into him. That Serbian named Vidic made no extra moves. He simply leaned in with a fair body challenge, and the striker was bounced half a meter away like a child. The ball was effortlessly intercepted by Vidic. Howarth staggered to steady himself, eyes filled with disbelief. Is this guy a monster? It wasn't over yet. Possession changed hands. Midfielder Sean Williams launched a quick attack, and the ball was rapidly switched to the right flank. The old guards watched helplessly as the Frenchman named Sagna, like a black cheetah, stretched his legs and sprinted at breakneck speed down the touchline. His speed was so devastating that it filled the defending fullback with despair. The poor defender could only turn his head in time to squint against the gust of wind. Sagna, left behind, forced to watch him tear up a clump of turf and deliver a cross. The ball was headed away by O'Shea, but the danger was far from over. The ball landed perfectly right in the path of striker Simon Howarth's run. A perfect one-on-one opportunity. Howarth, still shaken from the earlier collision, rejoiced inwardly. Here was his chance for revenge. Just as everyone assumed the ball was destined for the net, a figure moved faster than the striker. Neuer, the 16-year-old German goalkeeper, like a beast that had broken free from its chains, charged out of the penalty area at a speed nobody could comprehend. He was not here to narrow the angle. He was here to end the attack. In the split second before Howarth could pull the trigger, Neuer executed a sliding tackle, even more decisive and cleaner than Vidic's, and swept the ball precisely away from the striker's feet. The entire pitch fell into dead silence. The assistant coaches stood with their mouths open, unaware that their tactic boards had dropped to the ground. Rodgers clenched his fists in excitement, his entire body trembling. He spun around to look at Lee Ran, his eyes filled with nothing but admiration. Lee Ran merely watched the pitch calmly, watching the young man who, after completing the tackle, rose without a moment's pause, lifted his head, scanned the field, and then bent a pinpoint pass over 60 meters with his right foot. The ball, like a cruise missile, found its own striker with perfect precision. A decisive counterattack launched in an instant. After training in Lee Ran's office, Lee Ran personally poured him a glass of water, looking at the German teenager whose eyes seemed to proclaim, "I am the greatest in the world." "That tackle today was quite brilliant." "It was all right," Neuer replied with the inherent pride of a genius. "Just all right." Lee Ran smiled. Instead of diving straight into the subject, he walked over to the tactics board and pointed at the formation positioned extremely high up the pitch. "Do you see this formation? Isn't there a huge gap between the defensive line and the goal?" Neuer followed his finger and nodded. To any traditional goalkeeper, that area was a nightmare. "That one-on-one today, when you rushed out to make the tackle, was that a tactical order or your instinct?" Lee Ran asked suddenly. "Instinct. Instinct," Neuer answered quickly. "I saw he had space, so I went out." "Excellent." Lee Ran snapped his fingers. "Now let's talk about your instinct. What if I told you that what I need is not a goalkeeper who merely saves with his hands, but a sweeper who uses his feet to rule over this death zone?" Neuer's breath caught slightly. "Here," Lee Ran said, his voice full of persuasion. "No one is going to scold you for charging out of the penalty area. I, together with your head coach, grant you unlimited freedom to come off your line. I even allow you, when appropriate, to dribble past the opposing striker." Neuer's eyes lit up instantly. A long-suppressed flame ignited into a brilliant blaze. He felt the blood in his veins quicken. "When the team attacks, I want you to be the starting point of all our attacks. When the team defends, I want you to be the final line of defense. I want you to redefine the position of goalkeeper in your own way." Lee Ran fixed his eyes on Neuer and asked deliberately, word by word, "But freedom also means risk. With one mistake, you could become the culprit responsible for the team's loss. Can you bear that kind of pressure?" Neuer looked at the mysterious Eastern boss before him, into those eyes that seemed capable of seeing through the future. He nodded firmly. "Yes, director. The Ravens from Wigan have made their threats." Alan's voice carried a trace of exhaustion and irritation as he slapped a file onto Lee Ran's desk. "Their chief scout has publicly declared that for any player we make an official offer for, they will bid double to snatch them away. Director, those bastards are dead set on dragging this out to the very end." Lee Ran did not look at the file. His gaze drifted toward the window where the silhouette of Plandon Park Stadium was clearly visible. "Not to mention them," Alan continued. "Luton Town, Queen's Park Rangers, even Crystal Palace from League One. They've all come running to peddle their unwanted strikers. Prices, they all think they're worth." Alan Shearer. "Yesterday I casually probed Cardiff City about that target we've been tracking for half a year. Do you know what they told me?" Alan held up 2 fingers, and then 5. £2,500. "A backup striker from League Two dares to demand £2,500. This isn't selling players, it's outright robbery." The entire English football world knew Tranmere had money, and they also knew Tranmere desperately needed a goalscorer. So the vultures came circling. "Let them come," Lee Ran finally spoke, his tone calm. "Alan, keep doing as I say. Throw out more decoys. It's time those overconfident folks put on a real show." Tranmere welcomed their first match after the winter break. Plandon Park Stadium packed to capacity. Tranmere versus Blackpool, a mid-table side in the league standings. When Tranmere's starting lineup appeared on the giant screen, the commentator's voice boomed through the stadium, deliberately restrained, yet impossible to hide his excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at today's starting 11. In goal, Manuel Neuer from Germany. And on defense, 3 unfamiliar names: Bakary Sagna, Nemanja Vidic, John O'Shea. These 4 new signings who joined during the winter transfer window. They make their debut together today." The match began. The fans quickly realized that these 4 new signings were far above the standard of League Two. The crowd roared wildly, unable to believe their eyes. What extraordinary measures had the club's management taken to forge such a flawless backline? Long live Tranmere. Bonus for the management team. In the chairman's box, Mr. Evans stood up with excitement. Glancing at Lee Ran beside him, who remained perfectly composed, a wave of guilt and reverence rose within him. He recalled how he and this young man had argued heatedly over an unknown player back then. Looking back now, how short-sighted he had been. Lee Ran. "The kid is truly a monster," Evans murmured to himself, dejectedly sitting back down. Evans soon realized that the word monster might fit the newcomers on the pitch even better. The match gradually turned into an one-sided display of attack and defense. In the 38th minute, Blackpool, constantly under pressure, finally seized an opportunity. Their star striker, a compact player renowned for his pace in League Two, used a brilliant change of rhythm to shake off Captain Dave and surge toward the penalty area. A clear one-on-one. Danger! The gasp from the stands had barely risen. The striker had already raised his right foot preparing to shoot. In that critical instant, a dark figure slid in from his blind spot. Not a flying tackle, a sliding challenge. Sagna's right foot moved with radar-like precision, striking the ball from below and sideways, altering its trajectory, so it rolled past the post and out for a goal kick. The striker staggered a few steps forward, still shaken, and looked back. Sagna had already risen to his feet and was jogging back, not even glancing at him, as though he had simply swatted away an ant. How did he catch up so fast? The striker's mind went blank. A corner kick was awarded. Blackpool's won. 95-meter striker leapt high in the penalty area, holding the best position, ready to direct a powerful header toward the goal. But the next moment, a tremendous force struck him from behind. Vidic jumped even higher and stronger. The Serbian did not go for the ball. Instead, he used his back and shoulders like a moving fortress, colliding fiercely with the opponent. Thud. Blackpool's striker lost his balance midair. Vidic, having won absolute aerial dominance, smashed the ball downward with a powerful header straight toward midfield. He landed without even blinking. In the 41st minute, Blackpool refused to accept fate and launched another long ball forward. Their striker once again got behind the defense, creating another one-on-one chance. But this time he faced a towering figure emerging from the penalty area. The goalkeeper Noel, following manager Rogers' instructions, positioned himself in the most dangerous zone, the death ground. He spread his arms wide like an awakened giant, sealing off every possible shooting angle. The striker stared at the approaching colossus, and his legs suddenly weakened. He instinctively tried to drag the ball to the side. Noel anticipated his intent perfectly. With a clean and decisive lunge, he trapped the ball at his feet, then rose and launched a devastating throw that immediately ignited the counterattack. The entire Plundon Park stadium erupted in celebration. The fans offered thunderous applause to this suffocating iron defense. However, in sharp contrast to the divine performance of the back line, the attacking front presented a despairing scene. Tranmere's current striker Simon Howarth felt as though he could no longer breathe. Behind a luxurious back line, and with Fletcher anchoring the midfield, the golden chances he created were so numerous he lost count. Yet the pressure in his heart had completely devoured his technical composure. He knew this was the newcomer's debut. He knew the chairman, the director, the coach, and every person in the stands were watching him. He wanted to prove himself too badly. In the second half, when teammate Kumas delivered a perfectly weighted cross, the ball sailed over the goalkeeper and arrived at the empty net. Howarth met it on the edge of the 6-yard box. Now, score. Tear the net apart, he screamed inwardly. He poured all his strength into a powerful strike, his instep fully extended. Bang! The ball soared upward at an unbelievable angle, landing directly on the advertising boards of the third-tier stand. A massive collective sigh rose from the stands like a deflating balloon. A few minutes later, Fletcher threaded a razor-sharp through ball. Howarth once again found himself one-on-one. Dribble past him. Recreate those legendary moments. No, should I just shoot directly? What if I miss again? What will they think of me? His mind raced with countless conflicting thoughts in a fraction of a second, while his body remained leaden and frozen. In that moment of hesitation, the opposing defender slid in from behind and cleared the ball. In the chairman's box, Evans punched the armrest in frustration. What on earth is that Howarth doing? Has he been scared silly? On the sideline, Rogers' expression shifted from flushed red to steel gray. He did not roar. He simply stared fixedly at Howarth, his gaze as though ready to devour him alive. The most absurd moment came in the final stage of the match. A teammate's cross came at moderate pace with excellent placement. Howarth, just 1 meter from goal, merely needed to touch it in, and it would be certain. He could almost see the net beckoning to him. Yet his body, rigid from extreme tension, inexplicably performed a clearance motion instead. His knee struck the ball with awkward force, sending it out for a goal kick. He wasn't clearing danger. He was committing a crime. When the final whistle blew, the glaring 0-0 on the scoreboard plunged the entire Plundon Park stadium into dead silence. The away section erupted in relief-filled cheers, celebrating how they had snatched a point from this formidable home ground. Meanwhile, the Tranmere players collapsed onto the pitch one by one, their eyes hollow, filled with stifled frustration. They had dominated for 90 minutes with world-class performances, only to be left with a humiliating draw because of a traitor in attack. At the player tunnel entrance, Rogers' chest heaved violently, preparing to tear into Howarth as soon as he walked in. But when he turned his head, he saw Lee Ran, who had been waiting there all along. Crash! The white tactics board slammed against the concrete floor and shattered on impact. Fragments of the plastic frame and red and blue magnetic counters scattered in every direction. A red counter bearing the number 9, the striker's marker, spun across the floor and came to rest at the feet of a young player. He had just pulled off one football boot, and with one bare foot on the cold ground, he froze, his breath catching in his throat. A few players who had just finished showering peered out from the changing room, staring at their head coach in alarm and not daring to make a sound. Rogers' chest was heaving, his neck taut, his eyes blazing. Directorly, he thumped his chest with a fist, producing a low thud. I've had enough. I really have had enough. Simon Haworth. Rogers' voice was hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper. The chances he wasted today would have been enough to win us 3 matches. 3 matches. That was an open goal. 1 meter, a single meter from the goal line. Rogers measured out the distance that had broken him, then clutched at his hair in anguish. My grandmother wearing that shirt could have bundled the ball over the line with her face. We have the most promising back line in League Two. A midfield anchored by Fletcher. We moved the ball up from the back pass by pass and fed it to him on a plate. And what do we get from our striker? A wooden post. He kicked hard at the tunnel wall, sending flakes of paint drifting down. A post that even when the ball hits him won't send it into the net. No, he's worse than a post. A post doesn't move. He moves. He even goes out of his way to kick the ball beyond the corner flag. Rogers' outburst had exhausted his final reserves of energy, fading into a low nasal growl. At this rate we might as well kiss promotion goodbye. He leaned back against the cold wall, all strength seeming to leave his body, and slowly slid down to sit on the floor, his voice thick with an unmistakable sob. Lee, what are we going to do? A profound silence fell over the players' tunnel. At last Lee Ran moved. Without looking at the distraught Rogers, he bent down slowly, and from the scattered debris picked up the red magnetic counter that had rolled to the young player's feet. He held the counter in his palm and ran his thumb over the number printed on it. Number 9. Simon Hayworth. Good. The emotions had built to their peak. Lee Ran remained utterly composed, even a little satisfied. Unless Rogers was pushed to this point, how could he willingly embrace the bold plan Lee Ran was about to propose? He lifted his head, let his gaze drift over the silenced players, and finally settled on Rogers. Brendan. His voice was quiet, yet it pierced the air like a shard of ice. Are you done crying? Rogers raised his head sharply, his eyes vacant. Lee Ran did not offer a hand. He simply pointed at the fixture list on the wall. In 3 days we play Bristol City away. 3 days after that comes the FA Cup draw. Then Huddersfield Brentford. The Boxing Day gauntlet has already left the station. It won't wait for a man sitting on the floor crying. He tilted his head and nodded toward the changing room. Inside there are more than a dozen players who gave everything for you for 90 minutes. They need a leader who can guide them to victory, not a broken man sharing their disappointment. Which one are you? There was no comfort in that speech. Every word landed with unsparing precision. The despair in Rogers' eyes gave way to a flicker of shame and inner struggle. Bracing himself against the wall, he rose unsteadily and straightened his crumpled collar. I'm sorry, director. I lost my composure. Lee Ran pressed the red counter that represented the striker into his hand. Go. Praise those who deserve praise. Lee Ran's voice carried no warmth. As for that post, let him apologize to the whole team himself. Rogers closed his fingers around the counter, turned, and walked back into the changing room. Soon his voice could be heard again, forceful and inspiring, followed by Simon Hayworth's quiet, embarrassed apology. Lee Ran had already returned to his office. He opened the latest scouting report sent by Tom. On the screen the words about Van Persie formed a perfect counterpart to Rogers' outburst from a few minutes earlier. The target has completely stopped training with the squad. Psychological evaluation, he has broken down. Feyenoord's football director is growing frantic. They have been offering Van Persie to clubs all over Europe, but so far the number of formal bids they have received is 0. A cold smile curved at the corner of Lee Ran's mouth. He looked at the calendar. 3 weeks remained before the winter transfer window closed. Not yet. We need to wait a little longer. Feyenoord have to believe Van Persie is about to become deadweight on their hands. The next day after training ended, Tranmere's tactical analysis room was brightly lit. Rogers sat before the tactics board like a statue for 2 hours. During the daytime session, he had tried every plan B, letting Kumas fill and putting a reserve team youngster up front. The result was always the same, deeper despair. The door opened. Lee Ran came in carrying 2 cups of coffee, the aroma lifting the heaviness in the room. Still troubled by that post, he handed 1 cup to Rogers. Yes, Rogers said with a wry smile. Every road is blocked. We have no striker, Lee. We don't have a striker who can score. No. Lee Ran took a sip of coffee, his gaze on the tactics board. Brendan, have you ever considered? What if we don't need a striker at all? What? Rogers thought he had misheard. Lee Ran smiled. He walked to the tactics board, reached out, and removed the magnetic counter representing the number 9 center forward. He didn't throw it away. He simply flicked it with his fingertip and the counter dropped into his pocket. Director Lee, you. Look, Lee Ran said, pointing at the opponent's penalty area, which now appeared wide open because the center forward was missing. When the center forward disappears, what will those 2 towering center backs, so used to physical duels, do? Rogers followed his finger and answered instinctively, they'll be at a loss. They won't find a man to mark. Exactly. Lee Ran snapped his fingers. They'll scatter in confusion, not knowing whom they should defend. And the space we have deliberately created will become our true danger zone. He picked up a pen and drew 2 sharp inward cutting arrows toward the center. One for Kumas the winger, and one for Sean Williams the attacking midfielder. When the center forward disappears, players like Kumas and Sean, technically skilled and good at reading space, can become a pair of phantom runners taking turns to strike into that empty zone. The opposing back line will be pulled completely apart. This is an attacking system without a fixed attacking focus, completely fluid. Rogers stared at the tactics board, his eyes growing wider and his breathing quicker. He stepped forward, picked up the counters himself, and began mapping out the idea with growing excitement. A new world seemed to open before him. That's right. Lee Ran nodded. It has a name, the strikerless formation. Strikerless formation. Rogers repeated under his breath, his excitement almost spilling over. Genius. It's an absolutely brilliant idea. Yet Lee Rand's next words fell over him like a bucket of ice water. But Brendan Lee Rand said, his tone more serious than ever, this is not a long-term solution. It can only be used as an emergency measure. Rogers' smile froze. The light that had just kindled in his eyes swayed violently, like a candle caught in a gust. It demands exceptional tactical understanding, spatial awareness, and especially stamina from those who execute it. And once later opponents figure it out, they will pack the central area in front of the penalty area, compress the space, and leave our midfielders no room for clever movement. Lee Rand locked his eyes on Rogers, and spoke slowly, one word at a time. This formation is the sharpest double-edged sword. If we use it well, we can get through January smoothly. If we use it poorly. The color drained from Rogers' face as he imagined the terrible consequences. His voice turned dry. If we use it poorly, our midfield will be overrun, and our backline will be exposed completely to the opposition's attacks. In the luxurious office of Wigan Athletic, smoke curled through the air. Dave Whalen continued polishing an antique hunting rifle hanging on the wall, a Cuban cigar resting between his fingers. On the desk before him lay the latest English League One standings. Above it, a large plasma television screen dominated the wall. On the screen, Wigan Athletic's away match against Swindon was being broadcast live. 1. Wigan Athletic 62 points. 2. Crewe 54 points. 3. Tranmere 52 points. 4. Bristol City 50 points. After 26 matches, Wigan Athletic sat proudly at the top, holding an 8-point lead over second place. They were the undisputed kings of this league. The score on television had reached 3-0. The clock showed 88 minutes. Yet on the pitch, those Wigan players in blue jerseys showed no sign of relaxation. Like a school of hungry sharks, they continued their relentless pressure in the final third against an opponent whose resolve had already crumbled. "Watch, Stephen," Whalen said to the club director beside him, gracefully exhaling a ring of smoke. "Now that is what I call dominance." Before the words had settled on the television screen, Wigan's striker, valued at £1 million and sent down from the higher division, used a powerful physical challenge in the penalty area, forcing his way between two centre-backs to create space. He did not shoot. Instead, with composure, he laid the ball back to the edge of the penalty arc. Another midfielder surging forward from deep met the ball and unleashed a thunderous long-range strike. The ball flew like a cannonball, whistling through the air and nestled perfectly into the top corner of the net. The final whistle blew. A trace of undeniable excitement lingered on the face of club director Stephen. "Chairman, another commanding victory. Our League One mercenaries are simply invincible at this level." The club's chief scout hurried in, an unmistakable excitement etched across his face. "Boss, just as we anticipated, Tranmere has completely unraveled." Elaborate. "The Crow operation was remarkably successful." The chief scout extended a document. "Their scouts have been swarming the stands of every team across the 3 English divisions like headless flies. Our inside sources confirm that over the past week they have pursued 17 forwards with formal or informal inquiries, ranging from discarded veterans at Millwall to rising stars at Barnsley. The entire nation knows they are pursuing a striker at any cost, desperate for a weapon capable of finding the net." Whelan took the document, glanced through it casually, then tossed it onto the table with a soft thud. He picked up a Cuban cigar, trimmed it, lit it, and slowly exhaled a perfect ring of smoke. "It appears removing his sharpest weapon during the winter window was the correct call." Director Stephen could not resist interjecting. "Chairman, what has become of Ryan Taylor? The one we paid £300,000 for. I heard he has not even stepped foot onto the first-team training ground." At the mention of that name, Whelan's face finally revealed an unguarded sneer. "Him? He is doing splendidly. Every day he trains with our reserve squad among boys barely 17 or 18 years old, drawing a League One wage that far exceeds his true value. A salary I personally pay him." He flicked ash from his cigar, his cold gaze sweeping across the chief scout and the director. "Do you truly believe I invested £300,000 to acquire a player incapable of scoring above League Two?" Silence fell over the office. Whelan reclined in his chair, his voice soft, yet piercing through both men like icicles. "What I purchased was not a footballer. What I acquired was humiliation. I intend for that young man from China, our greatest challenger, to watch helplessly as his once trusted weapon deteriorates in my hands, rusted, decayed, and ultimately reduced to worthless scrap." Ice-cold raindrops laced with January's biting wind stung Ryan Taylor's face. He stood bewildered on a waterlogged pitch. This was the reserve team's training ground, a patchwork of mud and standing water worlds apart from the pristine first-team pitches visible in the distance. Nearly a week had passed since his arrival. Head coach Paul Juval had not exchanged a single word with him. The beautiful turf beyond remained entirely inaccessible. He felt like abandoned luggage cast into some forgotten corner. "Hey, Ryan, focus. Is this the effort you deliver for a League One wage?" The reserve coach's rebuke carried reproach and mockery from the sidelines. A simple divided scrimmage. Taylor lost focus once more. A 17-year-old academy player charged through him like a bull, violently dispossessing him and sending him sprawling to the ground. With a heavy thud, Taylor's cheek met the icy mud. The youth collected the ball, and with theatrical pride blew a brazen whistle in his direction before laughing loudly. "Mate, this isn't a nursing home." Humiliation. Taylor rose silently from the mud and brushed it from his clothing. No anger, no retort. His gaze was vacant, his movements numb. His thoughts drifted to Tranmere. He remembered Coach Rogers barking tactical demands on the training pitch. Every run, every passing option dissected to the finest detail. At the time he had regarded it as torment, the pretensions of an inexperienced manager. Now he understood how profoundly precious such unwavering attention truly was. He recalled Fletcher, whose passes always arrived half a second quicker than anyone else's, Kumas, whose heel control seemed sharper than his eyes, and even Captain Dave, that booming-voiced man who celebrated every goal with enthusiastic embraces. Back then he had dismissed all of it with indifference. Now terror seized him as he grasped what he had recklessly abandoned. After training in the canteen, Taylor sat alone in the most remote corner with a plate of bland mashed potatoes. First-team stars drifted in throughout the day, their expensive cologne trailing behind them, as they laughed and conversed about weekend fixtures, the latest sports cars, and London soirees. They passed his table without sparing him a single glance. Is that the secret weapon the chairman spent £300,000 on? Shoo, don't speak so loudly. He's merely a trinket the chairman wields to humiliate Tranmere. He was not invisible. He was something else entirely, a living joke. Only now did the cruel reality sever through his mind like a rusted saw, dull, relentless, and agonizing. Dave Wheelon, the man who had promised him a luminous future and a pivotal role across the negotiation table, had never desired him for a single moment. That £300,000 quote was never a transfer fee. It was a ransom, a sum paid to Tranmere to extinguish their future hope. He was never a signing. He was merely a mud-stained trophy displayed in a showcase by a powerful, ruthless king, intended to flaunt dominance and humiliate an upstart rival who dared challenge the throne. He was nothing more than a sacrifice. Bristol Ashton Gate Stadium. Lee Rand sat in the private box, arms folded, his gaze sharp as he analyzed the unfolding situation on the pitch. Beside him sat Chairman Evans, his expression equally grave, and Zhao, who was attending an away match for the very first time. This was a crucial battle for a place in the promotion zone. Third-placed Tranmere faced fourth-placed Bristol City. Before kickoff, Tranmere manager Brandon Rogers stared at the striker position on his tactical board for a full 5 minutes. In the end, he wrote down the name Simon Haworth. He had no other choice. The first half quickly turned into a frustrating replay that sent every distant Tranmere supporter home in dismal spirits. Tranmere's midfield and defense, anchored by Vidic and Fletcher, displayed commanding dominance. The ball remained firmly under Tranmere's control. Passing, movement, support, all flowed as smoothly as in a training session. But it amounted to nothing. For Tranmere's blade had grown dull. Once the ball advanced into dangerous areas, the attack instantly stalled. Lee Rand's gaze never left the figure wearing number 9, Simon Haworth. He wasn't playing football at all. He was evading. Evading shots, evading physical duels, even evading the ball itself. In the 21st minute, Fletcher used an uncompromising burst of pace to break through the first defensive line, then delivered a razor-sharp through ball that found Haworth's run. It was a perfect turning shot opportunity. Fletcher's eyes shone with anticipation. He had done everything required of him, but Haworth dared not strike. The first thought that flashed through his mind was not to shoot, but rather the lingering question, what if I miss again? That thought paralyzed his muscles like a toxin. His half-second hesitation led him to choose the most timid option, simply killing the ball. It's over, Lee Rand stated calmly. Beside him, Zhao clenched her fists nervously. She could not read the complex tactics, but she could see clearly. Number 9 was afraid. The moment he controlled the ball, the two Bristol City centre-backs closed in like sharks, scenting blood swarming him from both flanks. With a fierce but legal challenge, possession changed hands cleanly. Fletcher, standing nearby, threw his hands up in utter disbelief and slammed his own thigh in frustration. Lee Rand shook his head. This was no technical flaw. It was a mental collapse. Haworth's mind had been entirely consumed by that single paralyzing thought. His body was merely executing the retreat commands issued by his brain. Another attack unfolded as Kumas, the artist, on the wing ignited the stands with a brilliant nutmeg maneuver on the right flank. His cross ball carved a precise arc over every defender and arrived perfectly on the edge of the 6-yard box. Haworth rose high into the air. Tranmere fans in the away section began to rise with him, ready to cheer. But deep inside, his confidence had already deserted him. He only wanted a half-connect and leave the result to chance. His feeble header was casually gathered by the opposing goalkeeper, who plucked it from the air as easily as picking fruit. Kumas clutched his head in anguish. The opportunity he had fought so hard to create was gone wasted. Captain Dave turned toward Haworth's retreating figure and unleashed a thunderous roar. That shout marked the breaking point of the team's patience. The two Bristol City centre-backs exchanged knowing smiles. They completely abandoned marking Haworth and shifted all their focus to double-team Kumas and Sean Williams. Tranmere's attack fell into complete paralysis. On the sideline, Rogers' expression shifted from grim to pallid. He moved from pacing anxiously to sinking into his seat, burying his face in his hands and pressing his fingers against his temples. The halftime whistle blew. Scoreless. Lee Rand watched Rogers wander dejectedly off the pitch and slump into his chair, a faint knowing smile touching his own lips. Crisis is the only catalyst for true change. Brother Lee Rand, are we playing poorly? Zhao asked, concern evident in her voice. Lee Rand offered no answer, only a cryptic smile. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the time. Brandon, if you still harbor any hope of victory, you must activate Plan B now. Inside the Tranmere locker room, silence hung heavy like a shroud. Simon Hayworth sat alone in the farthest corner, his head buried deep between his knees. Rogers entered. This time there was no shouting, no false comfort. He simply walked calmly to Hayworth's side. "Simon," he said, his voice devoid of emotion, "go take a shower. You will not continue for the second half." Without waiting for a response, he walked straight to the tactical board. Amidst the stunned silence of every player present, he reached out and lifted the magnet representing the number 9 striker from the board. Then he did not replace it with any substitute forward. Instead, he simply pushed several midfield magnets forward by half a step. "Gentlemen," he told them quietly, "we will implement Plan B, the one we have practiced these past few days. We will no longer need a striker. Ease Walker, you are coming on." 15 minutes later, both teams emerged from the tunnel. Ashton Gate Stadium erupted into loud murmurs of confusion. Lee Rant's gaze swept over Tranmere's lineup like a falcon. He needed no commentator's confirmation. He was already reordering the formation in his mind. Hayworth had vanished. In his place stood Ease Walker, a midfielder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A slow smile spread across Lee Rant's lips. The entire Ashton Gate Stadium sank into bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Tranmere have made a substitution, but they brought on a midfielder instead of a striker. Good heavens. They have 6 midfielders on the pitch with no striker at all. A 4-6-0 formation. Is this a lower league match or some kind of intergalactic exhibition? Bristol City's fans were utterly floored. Even Bristol City's players were bewildered. Those 2 veteran centre-backs stood at the edge of the penalty area, their faces etched with the deepest confusion of their careers. Where was their target? Where was their prey? The striker they had been marking closely since kickoff was simply gone. The Bristol City manager completely lost his composure on the sideline. Veins bulging on his neck, he cupped his hands and bellowed toward the pitch. "Mark them. Stay on your men." His players were on the verge of panic. Mark whom? Every single Tranmere player was in constant motion. Kuma's Sean Fletcher. 6 midfielders shattered every positional constraint, surging forward like 6 intersecting currents, darting through the final third in patterns both chaotic and deliberately purposeful. Every one of them was a striker, yet none of them were strikers. Lee Rand watched as Bristol City's backline solid just minutes before disintegrated into chaos. Players pointed and shouted at one another, their shapes stretched and broken. He smiled. He understood all too well that in early 2003 English football, such a revolutionary system represented a generational leap in tactical thinking, one that traditional defenders simply could not grasp. They are searching for a fixed target to pin down, but Rogers has given them flowing sand instead. He turned to Zhao, whose expression still carried shock, and whispered, "How do you mark sand?" Lee Rand leaned forward slightly, his knuckles pressing against the glass of the box until they whitened, as though he himself were the architect of this transformation. Inside his mind, he spoke silently to Rogers on the sideline. "Brandon, now, the real spectacle begins." The second half of the match had begun. Time slipped away second by second. Tranmere's 6 midfielders were like 6 patient cold spiders. Kumas passed back to Sagna, squared it to Fletcher returned a diagonal to Kumas. They used the simplest triangular passes in the front court, weaving a web that covered the entire half. They didn't surge forward, didn't attempt long shots. They just mechanically and precisely passed, moved, and passed again. The ball was like a hypnotized spirit rolling back and forth across the turf. Each pass further eroded the patience and stamina of the Bristol City players. In the executive box, Chairman Evans's forehead had begun to bead with fine sweat. What are they doing? Zhao also felt the heaviness in the air and couldn't help but whisper. Lee Rand did not turn around. His gaze was fixed on the 2 towering center-backs over 1.9 meters tall. He softly shushed her, his finger tapping on the glass of the box, pointing at the position of one of those defenders. "Wait," he said, only one word. "Wait for a bull to charge at the red cloth. Wait for those seemingly impregnable towers to be corroded by this endless water-dripping possession until the first crack appeared." 62nd minute of the match. There it was. Lee Rand's pupils abruptly constricted. On the pitch, the false 9 Comas, on his 17th consecutive drop back to receive the ball, finally drew out Horgan, that center-back known for his fierceness and nicknamed the Bull, who had lost his last shred of patience, and stepped forward. He left the defensive core he was supposed to guard at all costs. This was the very moment. Comas did not even lift his head. His receiving right foot gently swept the ball outward, and with an almost inconceivable angle, he precisely slipped the ball into the gap behind Horgan that had just been vacated. The tactic had worked. A phantom-like figure sprinted at high speed through the half-space that no one had noticed. It was Fletcher. The Scottish lad didn't even stop the ball. Facing its arrival, he elegantly flicked it with his instep toward the back post. The ball traced a flat arc, evading the desperate leg of the last defender. There Sean Williams was sprinting at full speed like a sports car with a full tank of fuel. In front of him was a wide-open, unguarded half of the goal. It was too good a chance. So good that young Williams's heart pounded wildly, and he could even hear the rushing of his own blood. He threw his body with all his might, meeting the ball with a sharp cushioned tap. Bristol City's manager let out a desperate hoarse scream from the sideline, his voice completely distorted by despair. "Get back. Stop him." It was too late. Swish. The ball didn't produce a deafening roar, instead with a light hiss tearing through the air it shot low along the turf toward the goal. Bristol City's goalkeeper had already made a desperate dive, his fingertips even grazing the ball's surface. But all he could do was hopelessly feel that force slip away from his fingertips. The ball grazed his fingertips, losing no speed, and ruthlessly slammed into the net. 1-0. Bristol City's defenders stood frozen in place, spreading their hands to each other, their eyes filled with incomprehensible questions. Where was the man? Weren't you marking him? The first goal was a scalpel that sliced open the opponent's skin. What followed would be psychological torment. The executor was still Comas. This Welsh artist began his remarkable personal performance. He repeatedly dropped into midfield, dancing elegantly in front of the Bull Horgan's defensive zone. He received the ball, turned organized spread play to the flanks. Every move was filled with insulting poise and grace. He was using the most heart-piercing way to repeatedly interrogate that poor defender. Step out, and behind you is the abyss. Stay put, and I'll stand before you, scrutinizing your entire defense like a cheap commodity. Horgan the Bull's face flushed crimson, his breathing growing heavier. His professional pride was being ground down inch by inch in the most contemptuous manner. Finally the thread of reason snapped. When Comas once again fooled him with a light nutmeg, Horgan's mind went blank with a ringing buzz. Bot. He let out a beast-like roar, completely abandoning his position, charging at Comas, who stood at the center circle arc like an enraged bull. He would end this nightmare with a red card. He would take down that Welsh bastard. In the box, Chairman Evans gasped in shock. But Lee Rand smiled. Fool. He watched the Bull charging toward the trap and uttered 2 words. On the pitch facing the opponent's fierce sliding tackle, Comas showed not the slightest panic. His right foot gently pulled the ball back as his body turned like a spinning top. Marseille turn. The ball seemed glued to his foot, evading the tackle that could have broken a leg. Horgan the Bull lunged into empty air. His massive body, carried by momentum, tumbled awkwardly to the ground. But Comas, who had dodged him, did not pause or even glance at him. He directly swung his right foot. A diagonal long ball across the entire pitch. The ball traced a brilliant rainbow through the air, flying precisely to the other side of the field. It flew toward that deadly vacuum zone cleared by Horgan's loss of control. Fletcher again. The Scottish youngster once again burst forward, shaking off all defenders, and was through on goal. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, he didn't even adjust, scoring with the simplest, most straightforward push into the far corner. 2-0. The match was killed. This goal completely shattered Bristol City's backbone. Their core collapsed, and the entire defensive system disintegrated. In the 85th minute, defender Vidic intercepted the ball in front of his own penalty area, looked up at the front field, and delivered a long pass of more than 50 meters directly. The ball found Sagna, who was making a forward run with precision. A simple cross. Another midfielder, Gary Monk, leapt high, with no one marking him within 3 meters. The opposing defenders stood like puppets whose souls had been drained. An easy header. 3-0. The final whistle blew. Tranmere's players could no longer hold themselves up. Many collapsed directly onto the turf, not to celebrate, but because the extreme off-the-ball running had drained the last ounce of their stamina. In the executive box, Chairman Evans was already incoherent. He clutched Lee Rand's arm, tightly shaking it wildly, the fat on his face trembling. You madman. You're a goddamn madman. 4-6-0. False 9. Scored 3. Director Lee. We did it. Lee Rand gently removed his hand, his face devoid of any smile. Because only Lee Rand knew that this victory was built on the players having sufficient stamina and would only succeed as a surprise attack. After the physical exhaustion from this match, could the players maintain the same level next time? This was a huge question mark. So this was hardly worth celebrating. He looked at Zhao, who was also flushed with excitement, and said calmly, but with unwavering strength, do you think this is already impressive? Zhao froze. A subtle, unfathomable smile curled at the corner of Lee Rand's mouth. This is only the beginning. Imagine this, Zhao. If we replace that wooden post who kept missing chances today with a true sharpshooter who can seal the deal, then how terrifying would our tactics become? The sports desk of the Liverpool Echo. In the office, nothing but the clatter of keyboards and Frank's impatient sighs filled the air. Frank, the sports editor, was rolling an unlit cigar between his teeth, using the motion to suppress the irritability that threatened to boil over. The desk was piled high with weekend match reports, each one as stale as overnight coffee, leaving him utterly uninspired. Liverpool had another draw, and Everton lost again. Is there nothing that can wake a man up? He said without looking up, his voice squeezed from his throat. An intern reporter, like a squirrel proudly offering its treasure, tiptoed over and carefully set down a report. Boss, there's a story. The other Merseyside club, Tranmere, in League Two. They used a 4-6-0 strikerless formation and beat Bristol City 3-0 away. Frank did not even lift an eyelid, letting out a sneer from his nose. Strikerless formation. A gimmick from a League Two side trying to be flashy. Throw it away. He reached out, prepared to sweep the match report into the bin. The intern's face flushed bright red as he mustered his courage. But boss, the lower league forums have blown up. They say the Chinese director and the rookie coach Rogers at Tranmere. What are they? Geniuses. Saviors. Frank cut him off and finally looked up, his mockery undisguised. Kid, remember, in this trade, a genius pops up every week and is forgotten by the next. Put your energy into that damned Liverpool draw, at least people will read about that. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the report, bang. The office door was shoved open with a bang. The chief reporter burst in like a bull being chased, panting hard, his face twisted in a strange blend of alarm and elation, clutching a fax sheet tightly in his hand. Boss, the FA Cup, the third-round draw. Frank frowned impatiently. Did Liverpool get Arsenal? Or Manchester United? No. The chief reporter's chest heaved violently. Summoning every ounce of strength, he shouted word by word, his voice so loud that the entire office went dead silent. Liverpool drew Tranmere Rovers at Anfield, a Merseyside derby. For an instant the air seemed to freeze. Frank's hand froze in midair. The cigar slipped from his parted lips and hit the floor with a soft patter. His gaze locked onto the match report he had called rubbish only a second earlier. Tranmere, 4-6-0 strikerless formation. His pupils contracted sharply. No supercomputer was needed. The primal instinct of a media beast roared to life in his mind. A mysterious Chinese director, an unknown rookie coach, an unorthodox tactical scheme that had stunned the whole of England's lower leagues, an impending highly charged Merseyside derby between a titan and an underdog. Combined, these elements were no longer just news. This was a money-printing machine. This was an erupting gold mine. Frank shot up from his chair with the speed of a pouncing leopard. He did not roar, but his voice, taut with intense excitement, carried an indisputable command: scrap the front page. Immediately. Throw that damned Liverpool draw into the corner. Put Tranmere's decisive 3-0 win over Bristol City on the front page. Use the largest typeface. The headline: The King arrives. No, the challenger is at the gates. From now until match day 70 of our paper must be devoted to Tranmere. Dig? What right do they have to challenge the true king of Merseyside? Wigan Athletic Chairman's office. Dave Whalen put down the freshly printed copy of the Echo, whose sports front page carried the story of Tranmere's 3-0 victory over Bristol City. He said nothing, merely looked out the window. Manager Paul Jewell could clearly see that 3 cigarette stubs had already been crushed out in the ashtray. Boss, Jewell broke the silence first, his voice a little dry. Now we're in trouble. That Chinese lad is going to get the one thing he least deserves: attention. Whalen turned around, his face showing no anger, only the grave expression of a player meeting his equal. Paul, do you think media attention is the problem? He shook his head. Once he stands in front of the media playing the hero who challenges the authority, he won't sign those young talents with money anymore. He'll sign them with dreams. This is indeed a problem, but not the worst. Jewell nodded. If they pull off an upset. They won't. But the thing is, Whalen's tone was calm, yet carried a chill. That Chinese kid has never intended to win only one match. He pushed a tactical report on Tranmere's strikerless formation to the center of the desk. Take a look at this. With our crow plan, we cut off every path for him to sign strikers, thinking that would checkmate him. A cold curve tugged at the corner of Whalen's mouth. And what happened? He simply didn't want strikers at all, Paul. He is counterattacking us in a way we cannot comprehend. He is telling us, you can buy all my spears, but I can turn anything into a spear. Those words sent a cold sweat down Jewell's back. That evening in Lee Rant's apartment, Zhao Yu was bouncing excitedly on the sofa, waving a Tranmere shirt in her hand. Oh my God, brother Lee Rant, we're going to play Liverpool at Anfield. I'll be able to see Owen and Gerrard in the flesh. On Lee Rant's face, however, there was little sign of a smile. He watched the replayed draw ceremony on television, followed by the pundits' analysis of this Merseyside derby, his gaze extraordinarily calm. He certainly knew that this was the best stage for showing Tranmere to the world. But he knew even better that with the current strikerless formation, going up against the mighty Reds managed by Hollier and boasting Gerrard, Carragher, and Owen was like throwing an egg against a rock. That tactic could humiliate Bristol City, but it would never defeat a Liverpool side so tactically disciplined and full of stars. A head-on clash would have only one result: complete ruin. Rather than dwelling on his emotions, he immediately picked up the phone and dialed Roger's number. Brendan, I think it's time we discuss the tactics for the Liverpool match. Lee Rand looked toward Anfield outside the window, his eyes turning sharp as a blade. Our foremost task now is to figure out how to claim a valuable reward from Liverpool in those 90 minutes. The air in Tranmere's tactical analysis room was as heavy as lead. No, none of this works. Brendan Rodgers pressed his hand firmly against the tactics board, sending the magnetic markers clattering to the floor like scattered fragments of hope. His eyes were lined with strain, and he paced restlessly like a creature trapped in a cage. Hollier is the finest defensive master in Europe. Hypatia and Carragher are elite defenders. And in midfield they have two titans in Gerrard and Hammond. He looked at Lee Rand, unable to imagine what chance Tranmere could possibly have against such a Liverpool side. Our strikerless formation could toy with Bristol City because their defenders were naive and their overall level was nothing special. But against a side like Liverpool, that tactic, as you said before, if they pack the center and compress the space around our midfield, we would have no chance to win. Lee Rand remained silent. He knew every word Rodgers had said was true. Under calm analysis lay a hard, cold reality. After the previous match, the players' fitness could not possibly carry them through a full 90 minutes of high intensity. Once their condition dipped, their execution and judgment would fall away sharply, and what awaited them at Anfield would be a severe ordeal. This was a deadlock. At that moment Daisy entered carrying 2 cups of hot coffee, gently placing them at opposite ends of the meeting table. Director Coach, she glanced at the wall clock and reminded them softly, it is nearly midnight. Roger seemed not to hear. Like a statue he stared in despair at the tactics board covered with analysis. Then Lee Ran moved. He rose slowly, and under Roger's expectant gaze walked toward the board. Believing Lee Ran had found a way to break the deadlock, a flicker of hope lit up Roger's eyes. But Lee Ran simply picked up the eraser without changing expression. Then in front of Roger, stroke by stroke, he wiped away the entire board of tactical calculations they had poured their efforts into. Director Lee, Roger's voice trembled. What are you doing? It's time to call it a day, Brendan. Lee Ran tossed the eraser back onto the table, picked up his coat, and said, let me buy you a drink. But our tactics. A general who is already overwhelmed cannot craft any brilliant move, Lee Ran interrupted. Come on. Tonight let's not talk about football. Albert Dock, Liverpool. In the deep night the dock had shed the bustle of the day, leaving the waterfront calm and open. The biting sea breeze cleared the stale atmosphere of the tactical analysis room from both of them. Side by side they strolled slowly along the dock. In the distance the 3 Graces of Liverpool, the Port Authority building, the Cunard building, and the Royal Liver building, stood in magnificent well-lit silhouette. Because of a hereditary knee problem, I had to retire from playing at 20, Roger said, for the first time speaking openly about something beyond football. So I stayed on as a coach at Reading's Youth Academy and washed dishes at a bar in the evenings, saving up to fly to Spain, to Barcelona, to Seville, to learn. My biggest dream was to one day stand in the Anfield dugout as Hollier did. He stopped and offered a rueful smile. Now that the chance is right in front of me, I find myself acting like a coward. Lee Ran stopped as well, gazing at the reflections in the water. What you're afraid of isn't Hollier, and it isn't Liverpool. He turned to look straight into the heart of Roger's unease. You miss your family. It was not a question but a statement. Rogers gave a slight shudder, as if the words had touched his most vulnerable spot. His always taut face softened at once, exposing the fatigue and vulnerability of a middle-aged man. He nodded with a hoarse voice. I went home for 2 days at Christmas. That made it even harder than staying away. My daughter held onto my legs and refused to let go. My wife said she supported me, but I could see the tiredness in her holding everything together alone. I feel like a sinner. A sinner who abandoned his family for an illusory dream of football. Lee Ran did not speak. He understood, of course. That kind of guilt, giving up family for a career, could be the last straw for many men. For a deeply sensitive soul like Roger's, it weighed even more heavily. The pressure before the match, the fear of a stronger side, and the sense of family neglect had intertwined, nearly overwhelming him. Brendan, look at me. Lee Ran's voice was not loud, but it was calm and impossible to ignore. Rogers raised his head. You have treated this match as a test on which everything hangs. Lee Ran set his gaze sharp and steady. You believe that losing would let everyone down. You're wrong. The result of this match doesn't really matter at all. Rogers froze. We are a League Two team, and they are Premier League giants. All of England expects us to be overpowered. So losing wouldn't be failure, it would just be a logical statistical probability. Then what is our true victory? Lee Ran moved a step closer, holding his eyes, his voice rising. Our victory is at Anfield, amid the roars of tens of thousands of Coppets. In front of those stars worth dozens of times our team, we play football that is truly ours. I don't care if the score is 0-3 or 0-4. But I expect our defenders to dare to keep the ball when Owen presses us, and our midfielders to dare to play the passing and movement we have practiced countless times in front of Gerrard. And our forwards to charge at the defense formed by Hypatia and Carragher. This is our victory. We will prove to all of England that our League Two football philosophy belongs under the same sky as those great clubs. And we are fearless. All of Lee Ran's words landed heavily on Roger's heart. Seeing how deeply moved he was, Lee Ran gave him his final assurance. So Brendan, I promise you, no matter win or lose, I just want our team to walk out of Anfield standing tall. And this does not begin with a score on the tactics board. It begins with your courage. Roger's breathing grew quicker, and the weariness in his eyes seemed to catch fire. In that moment, all his confusion, fear, and guilt were consumed by that flame. He clenched his fists, his knuckles pale, as if holding tightly to the newly ignited strength. I understand. He nodded firmly, his voice hoarse but strong. I understand. Courage. We will do it our way. Lee Ran smiled softly, withdrew his hand, and patted him on the shoulder. Good. Now let's talk about how in our own way we can find the key to unlocking Liverpool. Lee Ran's single remark pierced through the crux of the matter, and Rogers felt all his anxiety drain away, leaving behind only a cold, burning fervor. He adjusted his scarf, which had been tousled by the sea breeze, and in those dim eyes a flame was rekindled. We only saw their strength. He murmured to himself as if confessing to the air, but we failed to see that the arrogance bred by that very strength is their most fatal weakness. He no longer hesitated. Swiftly pulling out his tactical notebook and pen from his briefcase, he began to sketch rapidly under the dim yellow street lamp of the dock like a mad scientist who had just found his inspiration. His pen tip jabbed heavily onto the names representing Liverpool's 2 fullbacks, Carragher and Rees. Look here. He raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing straight at Lee Ran. Hollier's tactical foundation is defensive counterattacks. The creed he instills in every player, especially the fullbacks, is position. They are defenders first, and then players. In their muscle memory are engraved retreat, positioning, and protecting the center. This is both their armor and their shackles. A trace of mirthless amusement crept into Roger's voice. They have never faced a team that dared at Anfield to point at their two flanks, to point at Carragher and Reece in the face and subject them to 90 minutes of name-calling humiliation. Lee Rand nodded, saying nothing, but signaling with his eyes for him to continue. Rogers took a deep breath and began his tactical exposition that could only be described as madness. On his notebook, over the names of Tranmere's two young fullbacks, Sagna and O'Shea, he drew two fierce, unswerving red arrows. The arrows did not end in midfield. They even crossed the forward line, pointing straight at the opponent's byline. Director Lee, against Bristol City, we used the fluidity of the false nine to toy with them. But against Liverpool, a beast of such magnitude, we need the most primitive, the most brutal, saturation attack. Sagna and O'Shea, their only task in this match is to attack. In this match they are wingers. Attackers. Two bayonets, heated red-hot, thrust forward without regard for consequences. The first second the whistle blows, they must charge along the touchlines, turning Liverpool's two flanks into our corridors. Keep crossing, keep charging, until Carragher and Reece's defensive confidence is shattered into pieces. Lee Rand's eyebrows finally moved slightly. He stepped forward, his shadow casting over a corner of the tactical notebook, his tone cold as the iron railing of the dock, as he raised the unavoidable question. A good idea. But Brendan, you seem to have forgotten someone. Behind us, the vast vacuum, you have completely abandoned. Who will defend? When Gerrard sends a long pass, who will chase that ghost named Michael Owen? This question, like a bucket of ice water, was enough to extinguish any coach's fervor. But Rogers did not waver. On the contrary, his eyes glowed with alarming intensity. This is the key, he almost roared. We do not defend. We don't need to defend against their counters. What we need to do is give them no chance to lift their heads, no chance to breathe, no chance to launch that damn counterattack. He abruptly pulled the circle representing Fletcher backward from the B2B midfield position with a fierce stroke of his pen, stopping it right in front of the center-backs Vidic and Dave. The force of that pull was so great that it almost tore the page of the tactical notebook. Fletcher. He is no longer the B2B connecting attack and defense. He is a destroyer, a sweeper, a shield. His only task is to chase the ball like a hound, snapping at every Liverpool midfielder who tries to receive it. He must, before Gerrard, Hammond and the others receive the ball, turn, lift their heads, and look for Owen, obliterate every passing lane, man and ball alike. He doesn't need to worry about stamina or tactical discipline. He only needs to create a scorched earth in midfield. Rogers' breathing grew more rapid. He pointed at the defensive line and revealed a plan that was even more mind-shattering. And in the back, we will no longer use a back four. Director Lee, we will have two center-backs. Vidic and Dave are our last line, and our only line of defense. Behind them are only Neuer and the goal. No protection at all. Lee Rand's gaze fell upon the formation that Rogers had redefined. It was a malformed, aggressive formation, like a bloodthirsty beast. The two flanks were completely sacrificed. The entire midfield and backline consisted of only three lonely figures. And in front of them stood as many as 7 players, eyeing the opposition, eagerly ready to join the attack at any moment. This was not tactics at all. This was a mad, asymmetric 2-1-7. This was an all-or-nothing suicide charge. Hullier's team is a shield. They are accustomed to solidifying their defense first, and then seeking opportunities. Rogers' voice trembled slightly from sheer excitement. And we shall be the sharpest sword. From the very first minute of the match, we will use this total football that they have never seen, cannot understand, and might even dismiss as amateurish, to shatter their formation, disrupt their rhythm, and destroy their cherished tactical discipline. We will turn Anfield into a chaotic vortex and drag every one of them into it. Then we will defeat them in the way they are least familiar with. When the last word fell, Rogers felt that his back was already drenched in cold sweat. He panted heavily, staring intently at Lee Rand, awaiting the final judgment of this ultimate decision-maker upon this madman. Lee Rand looked at the tactic on the notebook, one that any head coach in the world would denounce as madness, and fell silent for a long time. A long silence. Of course he knew exactly what this was. This was the crudest, most primitive prototype of what would later be known as high pressing. It was imperfect, riddled with flaws, but in 2003, when tactical concepts were generally conservative, this thing was a dimensionality reduction strike. Rogers, this man whom he had recruited from Reading's youth academy, a man who had been frustrated in his ambitions, had actually touched the pulse of future football in the midst of desperation, although he himself was still completely unaware of it. In that smile there was not a trace of hesitation or doubt, only a fervent desire for victory, even more fanatical than Rogers. Lee Rand knew this was exactly the prototype of the high-pressing tactic. He slowly raised his head, his face devoid of a smile, bearing only a madness deeper and colder than Rogers. He did not comment on the tactic. Instead, with a voice full of seduction, he said softly, "Brendan, you said earlier that your dream is to stand in the coaching dugout at Anfield. But now I am giving you an even better opportunity. Go use this mad tactic of yours at Anfield before 40,000 Liverpool fans, before Hullier himself, and completely Lee Rant's gaze moved from the notebook to Roger's face, his voice lowered to an almost inaudible level, yet carrying an unyielding command. Bury them all. Then let your own name become a new legend. Liverpool Melwood training ground, the manager's office. Thud. A tactical report was brought down heavily on the mahogany desk, rattling the coffee cup and spilling a few drops of hot brown liquid as if mirroring its owner's mood. Gerard Hollier's finger pressed firmly on the cover of the opponent analysis report, his knuckles whitening under the strain. It's just a third-tier team, Tranmere Rovers. Why are you so tense? Sending the reserves to stretch their legs is more than enough. It's just a third-tier team, Tranmere Rovers. Why are you so tense? Sending the reserves to stretch their legs is more than enough. Hollier did not look up. His voice came out low and rasping like metal scraping together. The one thing I despise most in this life is underestimating the opposition. He pushed the report across the desk, the papers sliding with a sharp rasp across the smooth surface. Switching from a 4-3-3 to a false 9 formation. Hollier's voice carried the weight of a suppressed storm. A third-tier English club managed to surprise everyone with a strikerless formation and won 3-0 clean and clinical. Rick, tell me, what on earth does that mean? Perry finally set down his coffee cup, but only shrugged, too lazy to open the report. It means their ancestors are smiling on them. Unbelievably lucky. Hollier's palm came down on the desk with a dull thud. No. It means they have a mastermind behind them that we know nothing about. This is not something a third-tier coach could devise. The tactical imprint is far too clear. This is a system, not coincidence. He rose abruptly and paced to the window, fretfully looking down at the training pitch below. Owen and Gerard were doing shuttle runs, their young bodies thrumming with explosive energy. They were the future of Anfield. So for the FA Cup this weekend, we field our full first team. Hollier turned around, his tone brooking no dissent, with Gallic finality. I want the most decisive, complete victory, to dismantle every illusion of theirs both physically and mentally. Perry shrugged. A big club has to protect its image. If we field the full squad against a small team, you know what the papers will write. Liverpool is afraid of a third-tier side. That's not good for the brand. Hollier dropped a stack of newspapers at his feet with a slap. The hubris of a small club challenging Liverpool. Tranmere courts disaster, Liverpool need not worry. He pointed at the headlines. Arrogance arrives on the scene before defeat does. You talk about brand. I'll tell you what truly damages a brand is an upset by nobodies. All the journalists in England are laughing at them because they are fools who only watch the spectacle. But we cannot be that way. If we don't dismantle them in the most thorough manner, the next ones to be mocked, studied, imitated, and defeated will be us. The dignity of Anfield matters 10,000 times more than this so-called brand, or the prize money of a single match. Perry was completely silenced, as if the cold resolve in Hollier's eyes had caught his throat. The stubborn Frenchman had treated everyone's ridicule as a blaring alarm. From outside the window came the dull thud of a shot striking the crossbar. Perry stared at the whiteboard and at last set aside his flippancy. Do you honestly see them as a threat? Hollier said evenly. I treat anything that might become a threat as a threat. That is the difference between us and a third-tier side. Anfield tolerates no provocation in any form. At the stands of the Feyenoord training ground, the cold winter wind cut into Tom's face like a knife. He buried himself deep inside his thick down jacket, revealing only a pair of falcon-sharp eyes, which remained locked on the same target through high-powered binoculars. That's it. A little more. Let all your frustration out, Robin. He murmured, a faint, barely perceptible curve lifting the corner of his mouth. A notebook lay open on his knee, recording data in cold, precise strokes. Dual success rate 11%, steadily declining. Off-ball movement passive, disengaged from play. Verbal communication with teammates 0, exchanges completely isolated. On the pitch, Robin van Persie lost possession after a half-hearted challenge. He did not track back, did not even bother to make a token press. He merely spread his arms wide and shouted something in Dutch at the teammate who had passed him the ball. No one responded, a few even let out a contemptuous snicker. The defender who had taken the ball from him was already charging past midfield. Van Persie stood there for several seconds like a forgotten outsider, then slowly made his way back. Tom's pen scraped across the page, the pressure leaving deep marks. Psychological assessment, on the edge of collapse, ready to explode at any spark. He saw the emotion in Van Persie's eyes clearly through the binoculars. It was not anger, but the hollow despair of being abandoned by the entire world. A prodigy of immense talent and towering pride had realized he had become a burden, reviled by everyone on the team. The training match ended with the final whistle. His teammates drifted away in 2s and 3s, some instinctively stepping around him, as if he carried a contagious disease they were desperate to avoid. He stood alone on the pitch, head bowed like a statue on the verge of cracking. A member of the coaching staff walked over, patting his shoulder heavily, pointing toward the goal, and instructing him in a commanding tone to do extra shooting drills. Van Persie's head shot up, his lips moving, and a clear "leave me alone" slipped out. The coach's face flushed deep red, his finger nearly jabbed at Van Persie's nose as his voice climbed sharply, a scathing rebuke ringing out across the field. The confrontation had finally erupted. Van Persie brushed past the coach, moving like a cornered beast, eyes burning, and strode to the touchline. He shoved the training bin full of footballs with his foot, a loud clatter scattering dozens of balls in all directions like an exploded swarm. Still unappeased, he chased down a ball rolling to his feet, stretched his body to the limit, and struck it with everything he had. The ball turned into a white blur that slammed into the distant advertising board like a cannonball. Boom. A deafening crash followed, and the thick advertising board was visibly caved in by the impact. The coach told him to leave at once, his voice ringing through the empty ground. Van Persie's chest heaved, his gaze sweeping over everyone with a fierce wolf-like intensity. His former teammates simply stood at a distance, their eyes unable to hide smugness, contempt, and indifference. He took one last long look at the pitch he had once believed he could conquer, then turned and walked toward the tunnel without looking back. No one came forward. No one said a word to persuade him to stay. The police car's blue lights sliced through the fog like a scalpel against the ashen sky. The Tranmere bus rumbled through the Mersey tunnel, the only sound in the carriage the low friction of tires on asphalt. Dave sat in the front row, a backpack pressed to his knees, hands resting steadily, immovable as stone. His gaze swept across the carriage, every face tight with tension and silence. His eyes finally came to rest on the fourth row. Sean Williams was pressed flat against the window like a child watching a frightening film, fingers nervously scraping his knees, producing a sharp, grating noise. A kid with hair still soft on his head, Dave thought coldly. Suddenly, a crash. A glass bottle slammed against the window, the reinforced glass fracturing into a stark, white web-red liquid, tracing the cracks like flowing marks. Sean jerked back into his seat, as if struck, hands clutching his head, emitting a small, desperate sound. His breathing quickened, and his face flushed red. "Shut up." Dave's voice was low but cut through the panic like an ice spike. He did not rise, merely turning his head to pin Sean with a gaze of stern resolve. "Look at me. Take your eyes off the glass and fix them on me." Sean looked up in alarm, meeting those cold, unwavering eyes. "Breathe in." Dave's voice was as steady as a machine. "Hold. Exhale." Only the weak surrender their composure to whatever lies outside. Again. "Inhale, hold, exhale. If you cannot manage that, step off this bus and walk back to Preston yourself." Sean mimicked mechanically, his breathing gradually steadying. The panic was forcibly suppressed. Lee Rand, seated beside Dave, did not even lift his eyelids. He closed his notebook, its pages filled with Liverpool's recent attacking and defensive statistics. "Well done, Captain," Lee Rand said quietly. "But next time let him self-regulate. Flowers kept in a greenhouse never grow strong." The bus emerged from the tunnel and plunged into a sea of red. Liverpool's streets were utterly consumed. Red banners, red smoke, red scarves, spreading like wildfire across the horizon. Giant banners hung overhead, displaying Owen Gerrard and Carragher as three towering figures looking down coldly upon this challenger from the lower division. From the rear seats, Fletcher spoke coolly. "They are only 11 men after all." O'Shea grinned. "Exactly. Break their legs, and they still have to leave the field." Two players with Manchester United DNA, whose very bones carried hostility toward Liverpool. A few suppressed chuckles erupted in the carriage, and the nearly frozen atmosphere finally loosened slightly. The bus stopped beneath the shadow of Anfield's player entrance. The door unlocked. "Let's go." Dave stood first, his voice resolute. "Remember, we are here to make our mark, not to sightsee." The Anfield away locker room hummed with the scent of camphor and fresh turf. Yellow light cast long shadows as studs clicked sharply against the floor. Young fingers trembled while tying shoelaces, pulling and readying. Bam! Rogers slammed his tactical board against the iron frame pin, tracing sharp, decisive lines across the white surface. "Vidic, you own the air. Deny them a single comfortable header." Sagna, mark Owen closely. "If he accelerates, you challenge. Yellow card or not." O'Shea, you and Dave smother Gerrard. Make him unable to breathe in midfield. He stopped abruptly, the pin circling the center of the whiteboard. "Continue the false nine from last match. Ease Walker starts today." Rogers' voice carried a cold, cutting edge. "Fletcher, you are the engine and the brake. If you falter, the whole team stalls." "Dave," he called sharply, gaze sharp as a blade. "When Fletcher loses control, you are the tether. Pull him back." "Understood." Dave's voice rang like iron. "Neuer," the pen tapped near the goal. 45,000 voices will roar at you. "If you crack, we are finished. This is your coming of age." Neuer's lips pressed thin, nodding firmly. Finally, Rogers' gaze settled on Sean in the corner. "Sean Williams." The boy stiffened. "Coach, you think you are a rookie?" "Wrong." Rogers lowered his voice like a serpent's hiss. "You are their first course. They will swarm you. Shake on that pitch, and you are finished." Sean's face went pale, but he gritted out 3 words, "I won't." "Good." Rogers turned, tossing the pen onto the desk with a sharp click. Then his voice exploded. "Listen carefully. This is not a temple. We are not tourists. We are raiders. We are here to shatter their legacy." Boom. The locker room erupted with fierce energy. The tunnel was narrow and oppressive, walls painted a deep crimson. Above the famous "This is Anfield" sign glowed with cold white light. Tranmere lined up in formation, breathing in unison, silent and resolute. Dave led the way with steady, powerful strides. On the other side, Liverpool's players emerged. Studded boots tapped like drumbeats. Carragher led his team, a cold smile on his lips. He halted, blocking the path, his gaze locking onto Dave like iron nails. "Welcome to hell." Carragher's voice was colder than the tunnel air. "By the way, your coach already told us. You are playing that same 4-6-0 false 9 mess again. No strikers." A ripple of tension crossed Tranmere's formation. Sean's face drained to white, and Ease Walker's breathing grew shallow and quick. Carragher caught every tell, his smile turning vicious. Walker, the substitute who played false nine last time. Tonight you are the offering we present to the cop. The strike hit home. Panic spread through the ranks, young faces draining of color. Just as morale began to fracture, Dave stepped forward, knuckles white on his clenched fists. Formation. His voice dropped below the cold that breathes through the earth. Then pray you can weather what you have learned. Pray. Carragher leaned in close enough to taste his breath, sneering. God does not hear you here. Dave shoved chest first, shoving Carragher back, then roared, move. Step. Tranmere surged forward as one. Liverpool pressed in from the opposite side. Two forces collided, gunpowder thick in the air. The referee darted over, bellowing, back. Everyone back. Dave did not glance at Carragher again. He turned and led his team onto the pitch. Boom. The roar of "You'll Never Walk Alone" crashed over them, a tidal wave of 45,000 voices swallowing sound itself. In the VIP box, BBC screens flickered to life. The anchor's voice sharpened with urgency, breaking. Tranmere are fielding that same 4-6-0 formation tonight. Identical to the second-half lineup from their last match. Walker included. The press box erupted. Lee Rand set down his glass slowly, eyes hardening like forged steel. His first shift in emotion all night. We have a leak within our ranks. Evans felt a jolt strike his chest, his expression darkening. In the next instant, a smirk curled across Lee Rand's lips. But what they see is exactly what I allow them to see. His fingers tapped the table 3 times, counting down to something inevitable. Let them celebrate now. When kickoff comes, they will realize, on this board, only my rules apply. The whistle blew clearly. The FA Cup third-round match between Liverpool and Tranmere began officially. From the opening moment, Anfield was filled with passionate energy in red. Gerrard delivered a precise through pass from the center, breaking through Tranmere midfield. Owen sprinted forward, a flash of red speed penetrating the defense line. Out. Neuer roared as he rushed out of the penalty area, but Vidic was faster. His powerful build stood like a wall, positioning himself firmly in front of Owen and deflecting the ball away. Neuer did not wait for the ball to stop, directly kicking it toward the center circle. However, before the ball crossed half court, it was caught by a red net of players. Liverpool's 3 defensive lines contracted layer by layer, pressing Tranmere players tightly into the narrow central space. Every passing route was blocked, and each touch came under pressure from 2 or 3 Reds players. On the sideline, Liverpool manager Haller stood with hands in his trench coat pockets, expression calm and composed. Everything was under control. As a top club manager, after receiving certain intelligence that the opponent would employ a 4-6-0 formation, he had already prepared a tactical response for this League Two side. Contract the center, block the flanks, compress the opponent's movement space. Like a tightening fist, applying steady pressure in the heart of the formation. The atmosphere at Anfield created an intense pressure that made Tranmere's young players struggle to breathe easily. This was the formidable home ground. 7th minute. Rodgers on the sideline suddenly raised his arm, clenched both fists, and swept them sharply downward. This was the single tactical adjustment signal discussed in the locker room. The signal to unleash everything. The instruction was given. With a surge of energy, the Tranmere players who had been compressed in the center suddenly spread out in all directions across the pitch. Vidic and Dave, holding the back line, remained in position. Fletcher, the defensive midfielder, became the sole barrier in front of them. The remaining 7 players in that instant all crossed the halfway line and surged toward Liverpool's half like a tidal wave. In its place appeared an array formation of unheard precedent. Only 2 men left in defense, 1 in midfield, and up front. 7. The BBC commentator's voice cracked instantly. Oh my God. What is that? 217. Am I seeing this right? Have Tranmere gone mad? This is sheer madness. In the stands, the Liverpool supporters, jeering, halted for a second, then erupted into even fiercer mockery. They thought they were witnessing the desperate struggle of an amateur side. But manager Hollier's expression suddenly froze at that moment. He sensed an ominous foreboding. The compact middle tactic he had prepared for a 4-6-0 had now become a fatal trap. The center was congested, but the flanks were wide open. On the right, Sagna surged down the touchline with no one behind him. On the left, O'Shea and Comas were charging forward in tandem. Cover the flank. Captain Carragher roared at the top of his lungs. In the middle for Tranmere, Walker received the layoff and immediately spread the ball wide without stopping it. The ball found the surging Sagna with precision. Across. The ball flew into the box with fierce spin, and Sean burst out of the crowd to meet it with a volley. Bang. The ball tore through the air and skimmed over the crossbar, going out for a goal kick. 50,000 fans at Anfield gasped, and the stadium fell into a moment of dead silence. Hollier's fingers, hidden inside his sleeve, were clenched white. The veins at his temple pulsed faintly. He understood. The so-called formation leak had been a hoax all along. It was a poison bait deliberately fed to him. The real killer blow was the 2-1-7 formation that existed in no tactical manual. In the 12th minute, Liverpool tried to steady themselves and reorganize their attack. Gerrard received the ball in the central midfield zone. The moment he looked up, 3 figures closed in on him from different directions. Fletcher, Comas, and Walker. Tranmere had committed 8 players up front, 7 forwards plus Fletcher, creating a numerical advantage over Liverpool's 7 defensive and midfield players, 4 defenders, and 3 midfielders. 8 against 7. Gerrard couldn't release the ball in time before Fletcher brought him down with a robust challenge. Possession changed hands. The crowd erupted in uproar. After being knocked down, Sean immediately got up and charged again, his knees covered in grass clippings. Kumas lost his mark, but without even lifting his head made a sliding tackle on the next receiver. In that instant, 7 or 8 white shirts swarmed Liverpool's back line with an almost predatory intensity. They're not tracking back. Not a single one is tracking back. The BBC pundit's voice trembled. This is the most insane high press, using numerical superiority of forwards to rob the defenders. Liverpool have never seen anything like this. The ball was immediately switched to the left, where Sean drove forward forcefully and pulled it back to the edge of the box before the byline. Fletcher followed up with a powerful shot. Bang! Goalkeeper Dudek produced a world-class save, palming the ball over. A frantic Carragher hooked it out of play without looking. Liverpool's entire defense was in complete disarray. Gerrard lay on the turf, pounding the ground with both fists and shouting for a foul. Touré retreated, while blaming Carragher for losing his man. Iris's face flushed red as he waved his arms and yelled, "Mark up! Mark up!" But his eyes were clearly panicked. The red shirts began shoving each other like torn pieces of cloth, completely losing their shape. The players were shouting at one another and shoving one another, each demanding to know why the teammate had left his man, yet every one of them had lost his own position. Their 4-3-3 formation, having compressed tightly, was now most vulnerable to being broken through on the flanks and in the half spaces. Now their defense had been torn to shreds. "Don't stop." On the touchline, Rodgers shouted with intense eyes, "Press them right there. Win it in their box. If they dare lose the ball, pin them down right there." In the VIP box, the air seemed frozen. Daisy covered her mouth, forgetting to breathe. Evans sat frozen on the sofa, motionless. Lee Ran remained seated, calmly tapping his slender fingers on the smooth tabletop, one tap after another. The sound was soft, yet like a war drum beating against everyone's heart. Liverpool are accustomed to controlling matches, overwhelming opponents with elegant passing and pressing. Lee Ran's voice was low but carried an icy quality. But they have never seen this kind of play. This is not football, this is a relentless battle. It is an all-or-nothing, fearless charge. 15th minute. Sagna received the ball again on the right, using his pace to blow past Liverpool's left-back Reece. To the byline. Across. The ball like a cannonball, leaving the barrel howled toward the center of the box. Their O'Shea from the far side had already made his run. He leaped into the air, unleashing tremendous power from his core, fully extended in midair, and then threw all his weight into a powerful header, connecting firmly with the incoming ball. Bang! A dull thud. The ball without any spin shot toward the goal like a streak of white light. Dudek couldn't even react. Goal. The net rippled violently. Anfield in that moment fell into silence. The song's roars and jeers of 50,000 people came to an abrupt halt. That famous, "You'll Never Walk Alone," was brutally severed, shattered into pieces, by that single header. The entire Kop stand, tens of thousands of open mouths, froze in place, in absolute silence. The world seemed to have been pressed into mute mode. O'Shea landed. He didn't run toward the away end. Instead, he turned like a god of war, standing alone before that dead silent Kop. He flung his arms wide, all the raw emotion pent up in his chest released in one primal roar. Ruhar. The cry emptied every last breath from his lungs, and in that instant it seemed to stomp the entire sea of red beneath his feet. The BBC commentator nearly leaped out of his seat. Gripping the microphone, his voice completely contorted with excitement. 1-0. My God. 1-0. Tranmere, a League Two side. At Anfield. They've drawn first blood. This isn't a goal. This is murder. A premeditated tactical assassination. Gerrard's face flushed crimson. He bellowed at his still-stunned teammates, trying to shake them out of the daze. But it was too late. The eyes of Tranmere's players had completely changed. They were no longer the trembling lambs huddled on the team bus before kickoff. They were a pack of wolves that had caught the scent of blood. Defender Dave ran over to Sean, gave him a firm smack on the back of the head, and whispered with a grin, "See that kid? This so-called hell of a home ground. That's all it is." Sean turned his head. His eyes were burning with fire. The boy who had been frightened pale by the fans' glass bottles on the bus was dead. On the other side, Liverpool's defensive pillar Carragher fixed his gaze on Dave and the other centre-back Vidic. An unprecedented unease rising from the marrow of his bones seized him in an instant. He understood now. These men hadn't come here to make up the numbers. They had come to fight for blood. On the touchline, Liverpool manager Houllier finally snapped out of his shock. He stormed to the edge of the pitch, waving his arms frantically, ordering fullbacks Reece and Carragher to fill the void on the flanks at all costs. But Tranmere's shape didn't drop back to protect the lead. Instead, they pushed even higher and more ferociously. "This is burning out. Complete utter burnout." The BBC pundit was practically shrieking. That kind of pressing coverage. Even professional players can't sustain it for a full 90 minutes. If they don't kill the game off in the first half, they'll collapse completely in the second once their energy runs dry. The camera swept across the Tranmere bench. Several substitutes, so tense they had bitten their lips raw, watched every blue-shirt figure on the pitch with unblinking intensity. This was an all-or-nothing gamble, staking their entire stamina, staking the club's future. Inside the VIP box, Chairman Evans finally recovered from his frozen state. Turning to Lee Ran with a hoarse voice, he asked Lee, "Director Lee, with this kind of approach, they can hold out for at most 60 minutes. What about the second half?" Lee Ran's gaze never left the pitch. Watching those blue figures sprinting wildly across Anfield, his eyes were deep as a starry sky. He picked up the black tea on the table and took a gentle sip. "Chairman, when exactly did we ever entertain the illusion that we could go 90 minutes toe-to-toe with Liverpool?" Evans was stunned. "We are leaving Anfield on our feet, in our own way." Before the words had even faded, the intensity of the battle on the pitch escalated again. Liverpool finally found an opening on the right flank. Gerrard held off the press with his body and forced a crossfield pass. The speedster Juve burst forward, ready to burn his man with pure pace. Just as he touched the ball, thud. Not the sound of the ball, but the heavy crunch of bone and studs colliding. A blue figure glided in low from the side, carving a deep gash into the turf with his studs. Sagna. Juve crashed to the ground like a felled tree, writhing in pain. But the referee kept his whistle silent. Sagna's tackle had won the ball cleanly first. Possession returned to Tranmere's feet. The Anfield jeering exploded instantly, a torrent of furious abuse drowning out everything. But the Tranmere bench erupted in thunderous cheers. "Run, keep running." On the touchline, Rodgers screamed himself, hoarse veins bulging from his neck to his forehead. He nearly charged onto the pitch. He knew that this style of play was suicide, but since he had already stepped into hell, there was nothing left but to blaze a path forward with fire. 20th minute. Tranmere used their counterpress again, surrounding Gerrard with 3 men. The ball was won back and swiftly switched to the left flank. José got to the byline. Cross. This time it was midfielder Kumas charging into the box with reckless abandon. Pandemonium inside the 6-yard area. The ball ricocheted between legs before Liverpool goalkeeper Dudek punched it clear with everything he had. A collective gasp swept across the stadium. Liverpool's 4-3-3 had completely fallen apart. They could no longer organize any effective response. In midfield, Gerrard was hunted down like prey. Up front, the golden boy Owen wandered like a ghost starved of service. Carragher was still roaring instructions to the backline, but every time his voice faded, Tranmere's attack had already surged back down another flank. A pack of mad dogs that simply refused to let go. The BBC commentator's voice had turned hoarse. "This isn't football. This is primal survival. Tranmere. They are running themselves to death at Anfield." 25th minute. Tranmere's players were flushed red, every breath a searing, hissing effort. Sweat soaked through their jerseys, clinging to their bodies. But their eyes burned ever brighter. At the back, Dave roared in a hoarse voice, "Push up. No retreat." His voice was a war drum pounding against the heart of every teammate again and again. Up front, Sean Williams sprinted to his absolute limit, his strides beginning to falter, but when he saw Reese's long clearance instinct took over, he threw his body in the way. The ball smacked him square in the chest, bounced back, and fell once more to a Tranmere foot. The flank. Another cross. This time it was another midfielder, Ease Walker. He shaped his body and swung his right leg. Thwack. The ball shot off his boot like a cannonball, screaming past the outside of the post, and out for a goal kick. Another tidal wave of gasps swept through the stadium. On the touchline, Rodgers clutched his head in his hands, dropping to his knees in anguish. If that strike had gone in, Liverpool might have collapsed then and there. But the alarm for exhaustion had finally sounded. The camera caught several Tranmere players who, after the shot, all bent over in unison, hands planted on knees, chests heaving violently, as if about to burst. This was a race against time. They had to set Liverpool alight before their own tank ran dry. Goal kick. Dudek wasted no time hoofing it long toward the center circle. The ball found Liverpool's talisman, Michael Owen. Counterattack. Liverpool's deadliest weapon. Owen turned, hit his stride, and exploded into top gear in an instant. Tranmere's backline had pushed too high in the previous attack. Now the goal gaped wide open. Dave was chasing back with everything he had, gritting his teeth as he ran. But the Owen in his sight, that golden figure, was slipping further and further away. Dave's legs felt filled with lead, every step wading through mud. In Dave's eyes, a flicker of despair began to appear. Owen one-on-one. 50,000 Liverpool fans leapt to their feet, the searing wave of heat inside Anfield threatening to lift off the roof. The ending was already written. Michael Owen, the golden boy, would use his unparalleled speed to shatter the defensive line of this second division side and strip away their pride. He burst into motion. The red no ball at his feet carved through Tranmere's blue defense with razor-sharp precision. Center back Dave gave chase with all he had, but could only watch helplessly as the red figure pulled further and further away. It was over. Dave's heart skipped half a beat. This was the fastest player in the world. Yet the next instant, a massive shadow charged out from the edge of his vision. No, not the edge. It was outside Tranmere's penalty area. The figure did not slow down at all. He was not sprinting back to defend. He was charging straight at Owen. Owen's mind went blank for a tenth of a second. A goalkeeper. Why was a goalkeeper standing more than 20 meters from his goal? Was he insane? Owen's instincts took over. In an instant, he knocked the ball to the side, changing direction, ready to use his pace to blow past this reckless fool. But it was too late. Bang. Neuer's body shot forward like a cannonball, skimming across the turf. His studs carved 2 deep furrows in the grass, sending up a cloud of clippings. This was no save. This was a rugby tackle. Thump. With a fierce sliding challenge, he sent the ball rocketing into the sky. The next moment Owen felt as if he had run into a wall of flesh. He lost his balance, was thrown to the ground by the immense impact, and tumbled 3 times before coming to a stop. The entire stadium fell into dead silence. The BBC commentator's mouth hung open, but no sound came out. In 20 years on the job, he had never seen anything so wild. A goalkeeper charging 20 meters out of his area had used a defender's tackle to destroy Owen's one-on-one chance, wiping out both man and ball. Vidic was the first to reach Neuer, grabbing the shoulder of his jersey, eyes red as he roared, "You're insane. An absolute madman." Dave wrapped his arms around Neuer from behind, his voice hoarse and trembling with excitement. "Beautifully done." On the sideline, Coach Rogers clutched his head with both hands, nearly stepping onto the pitch, his shout mixed with wild laughter. "Yes. That's it. That's exactly what I wanted." In the stands, the Reds fans felt their prepared cheers caught in their throats, turning into bewildered astonishment. In the VIP box, Chairman Evans instinctively rose to his feet, completely unable to comprehend what was unfolding on the pitch. But beside him, Lee Rand sat as steady as a mountain. His fingertips tapped lightly on the smooth tabletop, the rhythm perfectly synchronized with Neuer's heartbeat at that moment. Done. The one piece he had crafted, the one destined to overturn modern football tactics, had just made its first successful move. Lee Rand narrowed his eyes at the tall figure in blue on the pitch and murmured to himself, "Good Neuer. The clearing of the danger zone has only just begun." Owen finally picked himself up from the turf, his chest burning with pain. He looked at the German, and for the first time a feeling called fear began to take root in the depths of his heart. He was no goalkeeper. He was a force that stripped forwards of their one-on-one rights. Neuer did not celebrate. He simply stood up, brushed the grass clippings off his jersey, then vigorously waved his arms, signaling all his teammates. "Push forward." His eyes seemed to declare, "With me here, this entire area is the forbidden zone." Liverpool's players were thoroughly provoked by the sight. This was an insult. Gerrard won back possession in midfield with a fierce challenge. Without even looking up, he delivered a low drive that cut precisely through the entire midfield. "Michael," Owen set off again. This time he had learned his lesson. He no longer relied on pure straight-line speed. Instead, he cut inside along a curving arc, making subtle shifts in direction to lure Neuer into committing early, then planned to beat him with a change of pace. This was the experience and wisdom of a top-class striker. He looked up to gauge the goalkeeper's position. Then his breath suddenly caught. That figure was coming again. Neuer. Without even waiting for Owen to reach the penalty area, he charged head-on like a heavy truck from 5 meters outside the box. Owen's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. "Madman. He dares to come out again." Neuer's actions gave the answer. No sliding tackle. Like an experienced center back, he precisely blocked Owen's cutting lane, and just before contact poked the ball out for a throw-in with a clean, decisive outstretched leg. Boom. The immense momentum sent the two colliding again. Owen fell awkwardly once more, but this time his face showed not shock, but utter bewilderment. He couldn't understand it. How could a goalkeeper anticipate his every move? The commentary box exploded. "Oh my God. Neuer again." Twice in a row he had destroyed Owen's one-on-one chances. This is not a goalkeeper. He's Tranmere's third center back. A sweeper covering the entire half. On the pitch, Dave rushed over, hooked an arm around Neuer's neck, and tousled his blonde hair wildly. "You're a wall. A moving wall." In the 33rd minute, Liverpool switched their attack to the flank. Right winger Juve charged down the wing with sheer pace and whipped in a high-quality cross toward the goal mouth. The Anfield fans suddenly saw hope. Neuer was not on his goal line. His position was far too advanced. It was an open goal. But the next second, that figure appeared on the ball's path as if by teleportation. He did not use his hands, nor even his feet. He stepped up to the incoming ball and used his chest to kill the fierce cross dead. The ball obediently dropped at his feet. Without giving anyone time to react, Neuer, like a world-class holding midfielder, swung his leg and sent a long pass that found his teammate up front with pinpoint accuracy. The transition from defense to attack was completed in that instant. Anfield fell into 10 full seconds of dead silence. 50,000 spectators for the first time realized that football could be played this way. The rules they believed in had been trampled underfoot by this young German. A goalkeeper? No. He was the 11th outfield player, half a center back, a beast freed from its cage, tasked with sweeping everything. This was Neuer's coming-of-age ceremony, crowned at Anfield under the gaze of 50,000 hostile fans. After the brief silence, the away fan section, Tranmere's substitutes, and the blue players on the pitch all screamed the same name at the top of their lungs: Neuer. Neuer's relentless forward charges had created a void across Anfield. Tranmere's morale burned at its peak as waves of blue surged repeatedly against Liverpool's defensive line. Along the right flank, Sonia made another driving run and curled in a cross. In the center, Shao and leaped high for a header. The ball soared toward the far corner of the net. Dudek stretched his body taut like a drawn bow, his fingertips guiding the ball over the bar. The entire stadium fell silent. So close. But in that same moment, Shao fell to the ground and remained there for a long while. Fletcher knelt on the pitch, bracing himself with both hands on his knees, breathing heavily. Aosie's jersey was soaked with sweat, clinging to his frame as his chest rose and fell in rapid succession. This moment carried more weight than any save. Tranmere's spirit still burned brightly, yet their bodies were teetering on the edge of exhaustion. On the sidelines, Rogers gripped his fists tightly, teeth set firm. Inside the VIP box, Lee Rand's fingers tapped gently against the desk, their rhythm slowing as the breathing on the pitch grew increasingly labored. His eyes narrowed and he murmured softly, "Burn bright and pay the price." Gerrard collected the ball at midfield, and this time he did not rush into a forward pass. He shielded the ball with a light touch, his glances sweeping across the field. The blue figures still threw themselves into desperate runs, but their speed had already faded by half a step. A flicker of tension crossed his mind, followed by a knowing smile. They were running out of steam. He shifted the ball to Diouf. For the first time, Liverpool's passing was patient, lateral backward, then lateral once more. The ball moved between the red shirts while Tranmere's pressing players chased it across the entire pitch, yet always falling just short. The sound of missed challenges grew more frequent. Boos and chants rolled down from the Anfield stands once more. The 41st minute. Sagna sprinted along the touchline, his lungs burning with exertion. He spotted a teammate making a run into the center and summoned the last of his strength to deliver the cross. But his ankle gave way. The ball trickled out weakly, a quiet echo of the effort poured into the attack. Riss did not even need to chase it, he simply held his ground and cleanly intercepted the ball. The songs of Anfield rose once more at that moment. Gerrard received the return pass, raised his head, and found no impenetrable wall of blue in his vision. The players who had stifled him throughout the first half now moved with sluggishness, leaving gaps everywhere. They could no longer run. The realization sent a chill through Gerrard before settling into a sharp smile. Without hesitation, he sent a precise lofted pass over Tranmere's faltering midfield defense. Target the left flank. Diouf. Diouf cut through the defense as smoothly as a blade through silk. He drove into the penalty area, leaving only one opponent before him. Neuilly rushed out with remarkable speed, spreading his arms wide to cover every possible angle. This was his territory, governed by his own rules. Yet Diouf did not even glance toward the goal. Fixing his gaze on Neuilly, he curled his ankle inward, and the ball skittered along the turf toward the center. There lay an open space, wide and clear. Owen thundered into the gap with an unguarded net before him. All he needed to do was guide the ball home. The sea of red at Anfield was already preparing to celebrate early. But in the fraction of a second before the ball crossed the goal line, a blue figure flew in from the side. It was Vidic. He launched his entire body outward, stretching every limb to its limit, and with the outside of his leg nudged the certain goal wide of the end line. The ball struck the advertising board with a dull thud. Cheers from tens of thousands at Anfield were abruptly cut short, dissolving into a collective gasp of astonishment. Neuilly dropped to the ground too late to even acknowledge his teammate. He simply propped himself up and looked back toward his defensive line. Fletcher leaned forward on his knees, sweat dripping from his chin and darkening the turf below. Sia's chest heaved violently, each breath ragged and heavy. The light faded from Neuilly's eyes. He understood. It was not that Liverpool had grown stronger. It was that they had reached their absolute limit. The referee's whistle blew. 2 sharp notes signaling halftime. For Liverpool, this was the call to intensify their pressure. For Tranmere, it was a brief respite before the final push. The blue-clad players nearly supported one another as they made their way off the pitch. No words were exchanged. The moment the locker room door closed, an atmosphere of heavy exhaustion settled over them. Fletcher had barely sat down when he pressed a hand to his mouth and stumbled toward a bin in the corner, overcome by nausea. Sean slumped against the wall and slid to the floor, and the team doctor immediately moved in to support his trembling leg. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and damp earth. This was no ordinary locker room. It was a place where warriors pushed beyond their limits gathered to regroup. He did not pace, nor did he speak. He simply stood, his silence weighing heavily upon them all. Several minutes passed, and only when the sounds of distress had softened did he begin to move. Rather than approaching the tactical board, he walked directly to Sean, who was barely holding himself upright. With a decisive kick, Rodgers sent a water container tipping over icy water, and ice cubes scattering across the floor and drenching Sean. Every player looked up, startled by the sudden outburst. "Look at you," Rodgers' voice was low but carried an edge sharp as ice. "Is this how you wish to be remembered? Broken and defeated?" Players flushed, some wanting to respond, but lacking the strength to speak. "Sean, when you went up for that last header, did you feel your body pushing past its limits?" Rodgers pointed at him. Sean panted and nodded. "Fletcher, on that final recovery run, did you feel your lungs demanding everything you had?" Fletcher nodded without thinking. "Good." Rodgers smiled, suddenly a spark of fierce determination in his eyes. "That is exactly the feeling. That sense of giving everything you have is what kept Liverpool's star-studded lineup from finding their rhythm for an entire half." His gaze swept across every face. How many genuine chances did they create in the first 45 minutes? When did their supporters fall silent? You did. You carried Anfield on your shoulders with bodies pushed to their absolute limit. Rodgers clenched his fists, his voice steady and intense. "Remember this. No matter what the second half brings, you have already won. You planted doubt in the hearts of your opponents." Within those weary eyes a faint light began to reignite. "In the second half they will come at us with renewed force, pressing forward with everything they have. They will seek to exploit our fatigue, treating us as their target." Rodgers leaned in, meeting Sean's gaze directly. "But there is only one thing I ask of you. Hold your heads high. Stand tall. Even if the final whistle finds you exhausted, let them witness how you leave this pitch. With honor." Within the locker room, only heavy breathing could be heard, yet the atmosphere itself seemed to catch fire. Meanwhile, inside the Liverpool locker room, the mood was equally tense, but it was the calm precision of strategists preparing for battle. Holiday said nothing wasted and dragged the tactical board to the center of the room, where Tranmere's starting 11 were sketched out. Their stamina has collapsed. His voice carried no warmth. The fullback Sagna has lost 70% of his sprinting ability. The midfielder Fletcher covers half his usual range, and Sean has no strength left to track back. He picked up a red marker and drew a bold direct arrow through the gap between Sagna and Fletcher, striking straight toward the heart of their defense. The tactic for the second half is simple. Holiday looked at Gerrard and Diouf. Give the ball to those two on the wings and let them drive forward. His voice turned sharply cold like a sentence being pronounced. I want you to constantly attack the space behind them with long balls, forcing those already exhausted players to chase back and forth again and again. I want them running until they can barely stand. Carragher drove a fist into the wall with a sharp crack. Remember, this is Anfield. Holiday set the marker down. The Liverpool players' eyes blazed with fierce determination. Inside the Tranmere locker room, the players were preparing to rise their renewed fighting spirit, pushing physical discomfort to the back of their minds. Rodgers watched them all about to speak when the team doctor hurried over, offering a small note with a grave expression. Rodgers unfolded the note. It bore 2 lines: Sean thigh muscle strain, substitution recommended. Sagna ankle ligament injury, suspected, unable to continue. The locker room lay in complete silence, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing, mingled with the smell of sweat, dirt, and a faint, elusive tang. Rodgers clasped the note handed over by the team doctor, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The 2 lines on it felt as heavy as 2 hot coals, making his eyelids twitch. Without raising his head, his gaze swept slowly across the tired, drawn faces, finally settling on 2 men. Sean leaned forward with his hands on his knees, sweat forming lines from his low-bent forehead and dropping in unsteady drops onto the floor. Sagna sat against the wall, his right ankle swollen noticeably. He pressed his fingers hard against the edge of his shin pad. The doctor's advice is that both of you should come off for the second half. Rodgers finally spoke, his voice eerily calm like the sea before a storm. He tossed the note onto the central table. Sean lifted his head sharply, his tired eyes showing no hesitation, only a fierce resolve. Coach, he rasped, his voice like sandpaper, don't take me off. Sagna said nothing. He unwrapped the bandage around his ankle, revealing the badly swollen skin beneath. He took a deep breath. Then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, he placed his bare foot firmly on the cold floor. Hiss! A sharp sensation shot through him, every muscle in his body tensing, perspiration beading on his forehead. Yet he didn't fall, nor even bend. He stood there bearing his weight on that injured leg like a statue about to crack. He fixed his gaze on Rodgers and forced out the words, I can finish the match. The team doctor could no longer hold back, stepping forward with a trembling voice. Coach, this is dangerous. He could seriously damage his ankle. Rodgers ignored him, walked steadily over to Sagna, and crouched down to force the stubborn man to meet his eyes. Is it worth risking your future for a single match? Sagna answered hoarsely, his eyes burning with intensity. If I'm going to be carried off on a stretcher, I'd rather be carried off from giving everything on the pitch than from giving up in this dressing room. Rodgers held his gaze for 3 full seconds. In those eyes he saw no fear, no hesitation, only a pure, intense desire. He rose slowly, his chest heaving as though restraining an animal about to break free. The players around them seemed to forget to breathe. All right. The single word carried enormous weight. Rodgers turned swiftly, grabbed the marker from the tactics board, and tapped the board once with a sharp crack. Then go out there and give everything you have. The second half whistle sounded like a call to arms. The air at Anfield seemed to thicken with suffocating tension. Liverpool's red tide showed no sign of retreating, while Tranmere threw themselves into high pressing with even greater determination. Sagna charged down the right wing like a wounded wolf. Every stride and every push sent a sharp ache through his ankle, but he ignored it, gritting his teeth and chasing the ball with everything he had left. A counterattack. A teammate's pass found its way perfectly to his feet. A chance. Instinctively, he accelerated, ready to push down the line. Just as he pushed off his right foot, crack. A faint but clear sound, even he could hear it. A sharp tearing sensation shot through his ankle, and the strength supporting his body gave way in an instant. Oh! He cried out, not from pain, but from frustration. Sagna tumbled onto the turf, rolling over twice from the momentum. He didn't reach for his injured ankle. Instead, he slammed his fist into the soft grass. The crowd erupted. Tranmere's bench burst into chaos as the medics and coaching staff rushed onto the pitch. Rodgers stood on the sideline, his face pale and set. He had anticipated this moment, but not that it would come so quickly and so definitively. Sagna was supported by 2 medics, his face twisted with pain and frustration. He was still shouting toward the bench, Coach, I can still. Rodgers simply turned his back, refusing to look at that desperate face. He raised his hand and made the substitution signal. Cold and decisive. On the bench, young right-back Thompson pulled off his training vest, his face drained of color. He didn't dare look at Sagna being carried off. Head bowed, he jogged mechanically toward the right flank, which had turned into a grueling battle. Tranmere's defense was forced to reorganize, and Liverpool's attackers sensed an opportunity. As soon as the whistle blew and before the formation had settled, Gerrard shook off the press with a simple touch. He looked up, his gaze locking onto Thompson, the new substitute, who was still stiff and tense. He didn't choose a complicated through ball. Instead, he went direct, a precise long pass aimed at Liverpool's left side, exactly the area Thompson was defending. "John, take him on." Gerrard's shout echoed across the pitch. "Cannon." Reece received the pass without slowing down. He charged along the touchline like a full-throttle truck heading straight for Thompson. Thompson, startled, stretched out a leg too hastily, a move that Reece read with ease. The Norwegian didn't even bother to change direction. He powered forward with his powerful frame. Bam! Thompson was sent stumbling to the ground like a knockdown pin and could only watch as Reece ran past him. Reece drove to the byline and fired in a fierce cross with his left foot. The ball flew toward the goal like a rocket. Owen made a ghostly run into the box. Neuer came out strongly and punched the powerful cross clear of the box. But as he landed, before he could catch his breath, a red figure had already appeared at the second ball. It was Gerrard. He met the ball on the volley without adjustment, swinging his right foot through it. The ball whistled past the outside of the post and out of play. Anfield was filled with waves of noise. The entire stadium buzzed over the thrilling near miss. Tranmere's players caught their breath, their hearts still racing. The attack did not let up. Only a minute later, Liverpool came again. Gerrard drew two defenders at the edge of the box, then shifted his foot to slip a deceptive pass out to Diouf on the right. Tranmere's defense shifted everyone's attention, turning to the right. At that moment, Diouf swept the ball first time across the face of goal. The ball cut through everyone. The blue line was torn open in an instant. A red flash burst out from the crowd, straight at goal. It was Michael Owen. The ball rolled perfectly onto his path. Ahead was an open goal. All it needed was the slightest touch from his toe. At that moment, more than 40,000 fans at Anfield rose to their feet. Whoosh! The football sliced through the air, brushing the tips of the grass, and with no wasted curve, tucked perfectly into the top corner. Thud! The net snapped backward, and all of Anfield exploded like a powder keg ignited. Goal! 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 Michael Owen. The BBC commentator shot up from his seat, his voice distorted through the overloaded microphone. Liverpool have leveled the score. When they needed it most, the Golden Boys saved Anfield. Boom. The roar of 40,000 Reds fans erupted like a volcanic blast. Deafening chants poured down from the stands, seeming to swallow the pitch, the players, and the air itself. Red flares blazed, illuminating the night sky, turning Anfield into a crimson furnace. Owen spread his arms wide and sprinted away. His silhouette was framed against the sea of flames, and the crowd like a red banner rippling boldly in the wind. At the other end of the pitch, silence reigned. Tranmere's blue figures seemed drained of all soul. Neuer knelt on the turf, palms pressed to the ground, staring up at the trembling net with hollow eyes. He did not roar or pound the turf. He only stared at his gloves, which looked utterly powerless in that moment. Vidic slowly turned his gaze, traveling across the entire pitch until it fixed on the 1-1 score on the scoreboard. He bit down on his lower lip, his face taut with restrained emotion. Dave leaned over with his hands on his knees, gasping for air, his eyes growing distant. Fletcher, on the verge of collapsing, lifted his head with effort, breath streaming from his nostrils like a warhorse in its final fight. Fighting spirit. Still there, but their bodies had betrayed them. Liverpool would show no mercy. At the center circle, Fletcher rolled the ball forward, his legs as heavy as lead. Before he could raise his head, a red shadow charged into him. It was Gerrard, stripping the ball cleanly from Fletcher's feet. Fletcher lost his balance, staggered, and dropped to one knee, left watching helplessly as the Red No. 8 sped away. No respite, no mercy. The air at Anfield seemed to vanish, leaving only Liverpool's surge of attack. Gerrard did not even look for his teammates. He swung his right foot and sent a low-driven long pass that ripped through Tranmere's fragile blue line. The ball found Reece sprinting down the left wing. The Norwegian's left foot was a cannon. Without stopping it, he hit a powerful cross. The ball flew through the air like a cannonball, charging into the heart of the penalty area. "Hold on." Rogers, the manager on the sideline, shouted with a hoarse, raw voice that sounded almost desperate. But he knew that equalizer had broken the final line his players had built from pure will. Inside the box, Heskey rose like a tiger, descending, and his powerful header drove toward the corner. It was over. That was the cry in every Blue fan's heart. Then a figure flew out of nowhere. Neuer, already descending, contorted his body with the last of his core strength, his fingertips tracing an impossible arc in the air. Crack! A sharp sound, and the ball was tipped over the crossbar by his fingertips. "My God! Neuer!" the commentator cried in disbelief. "He's still fighting. He refuses to surrender." Corner kick. Anfield's roar nearly lifted the roof. The anthem, "You'll Never Walk Alone," became a tangible sonic force, each note striking the nerves of the Tranmere players. Diouf played a short corner, the ball curling on a deceptive inward arc, skipping past the near post and flying to the far post. All was chaos there. Sean braced himself against his opponent, ready to shield the ball out. Just as he pushed off, a sudden pull seized the back of his thigh. A jolt rushed through his body, dimming his vision and twisting his expression. He felt as if his leg had failed him, but the ball was right there. Sean gave up his balance, his defense, even his own safety. Gritting his teeth, he forced his back into the ball as he fell. Boom. The ball was pushed away from the goal line by his back. He hit the ground hard, clutching his thigh, and curled up momentarily. The entire stadium gasped. They were still fighting, with bodies failing inch by inch and souls nearly spent. Inside the VIP box the air was still. Chairman Evans sat collapsed in his chair, his face ashen, his lips trembling, unable to speak. He could not bear to watch any longer. Lee Rand still sat upright, but 5 deep indentations in the leather armrest gave away the storm inside him. He watched Sean clutching his leg and crying out, watched Fletcher struggling even to stand in midfield, yet still trying to follow his man, watched Vidic throwing his body into block after block like a crumbling wall. Something hot surged in his chest, washing over his composure. At last tears welled up beyond his control. But they were not weak tears. They were tears of unconquerable pride stirred by a primal, unyielding spirit. That was enough. A calm voice echoed deep inside Lee Rand. To push Liverpool this far at Anfield. To make 40,000 hostile fans gasp at every clearance we made. To fight to the final whistle in the way we know best, stubborn, underrated, relentless. He slowly raised his hand and brushed away the dampness with the back of his fingers, a faint, bitter, and resolute smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. You have already won. Then suddenly the match turned. Liverpool attacked again. Gerrard received the ball at the edge of the box. He did not pass, he chose the most direct way, bursting through. He swept past the exhausted defense with ease. The last barrier was Vidic. The Serbian iron defender's vision was blurring, his lungs were burning, and his legs felt like sandbags. He saw Gerrard knock the ball past him and take off, and every instinct told him he would never catch up. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Let him through. Let him shoot. Could Neuer create another miracle? No. He could not leave everything to a phantom miracle. Vidic's eyes turned from exhaustion to resolve in an instant. He channeled the last trace of energy in his body into his right leg. With no way back, he committed completely. From behind, and to the side of Gerrard, he threw himself into a sliding tackle. Grass flew. Bodies tumbled. Beep. A piercing whistle cut through the night, bringing all of Anfield to a sudden halt. The referee's stride was firm without a trace of hesitation. His arm pointed decisively at the white spot 12 yards from goal. Penalty. Gerrard picked up the ball coldly and walked toward the penalty spot. There was no joy in his eyes, only stillness. Neuer stood on the goal line, fists clenched, breathing heavily. His lungs burned like a broken bellows, and with every breath came a metallic taste of exhaustion. He stared fixedly at the ball, then lifted his gaze to Gerrard, trying to read something in those eyes, but they were like a deep pool, utterly calm. His stamina was completely spent. He could only gamble. Gerrard's tendencies were clear, his curling shots leaned toward the upper right, and his powerful drives toward the lower right. He had just been challenged by Vidic, so his state of mind could not be perfectly steady. Most likely he would choose the most reliable option, the one requiring the least delicate control, a powerful low drive. The direction was right. Lee Rand's eyes were pinned on Neuer, his thoughts urging bet on the right man well. Use your last bit of strength to dive right. The referee's whistle blew. Gerrard ran up, struck the ball, and shot. The movement was clean and fluid, devoid of hesitation. The ball, like a white cannonball, blasted toward the lower right corner of the goal. Neuer moved. He had judged the direction correctly, his body extended to its absolute limit, his fingertips even grazing the stitching of the ball. But it was just half an inch short. That cursed half inch. The ball struck the net with a dull thud. Goal. Steven Gerrard. The BBC commentator was nearly hoarse. Liverpool 21, they have turned it around. This is their home declaration. This is the dominance of the Reds. Anfield completely erupted. More than 40,000 voices roared in unison, a red tide, cascading down from the stands, threatening to swallow the lone blue boat of Tranmere in an instant. Neuer rose from the turf, sweat mixed with grass clippings dripping from his jaw. He looked up at the sky, his chest heaving violently, his face pale as paper. He had given everything. The blue-shirt players were almost dragging their bodies forward, holding on. Fletcher leaned on his knees with both hands, every breath like needles piercing his lungs. Vidic clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, like a statue about to collapse. The sharp final whistle finally blew. The match was over. 21. Liverpool overturned the deficit at home, defending the honor of Anfield. The songs of the Reds once again rang through the night sky, turning the entire stadium into a hall of celebration. Lee Rand stood by the sideline, watching his players collapse one by one onto the turf, his heart gripped by an invisible hand. Yet amid the revelry another sound arose, just as powerfully. As the Tranmere players leaning on one another staggered toward the touchline, a sweeping wave of applause broke out from the Anfield stands. It was not mockery nor pity, but heartfelt respect. They had witnessed a League Two team with sheer mortal fortitude push Liverpool to the very edge on this pitch. Lee Rand walked quickly onto the pitch and went straight to Sagna and Sean. He did not even have time to acknowledge the players' gazes cutting directly through the crowd. The team doctor's expression was profoundly grave. He must be taken to the hospital for examination immediately. Sagna's ankle was badly swollen, and Sean's thigh muscles still twitched under the doctor's pressure. As the two were carried onto the ambulance, they struggled desperately to say something, their eyes full of pain and reluctance. Lee Rand bent down, pressing a hand on each of them, and said in a low voice, "Enough. You have done enough." In his voice was an unmistakable tremor, and a pride restrained to the point of fierce intensity. The press conference room was packed with reporters, cameras flashing in relentless succession. Liverpool manager Houllier wore a stern look and spoke as if announcing yet another matter-of-course victory. This is Owen and Gerrard's night. Anfield has once again proven its dominance. But when Rodgers and Lee Ran entered one after the other, the atmosphere in the room was distinctly different. Rodgers' face was pale, his voice still hoarse, but his eyes were like a burned-out torch, still carrying faint embers. Lee Ran sat beside him, without expression, his gaze cold as ice. The first reporter came straight to the point with a hint of arrogance. Rodgers, you lost. And you paid a heavy price. What can be summarized from this match? Rodgers looked at him, quietly silent for a few seconds. Lee Ran's hand, hidden beneath the table, had quietly balled into a fist. Yes, we lost. Rodgers began slowly, his voice not loud, but clear enough to reach every corner of the room. The scoreline does not lie. Liverpool are a great club. They have Owen and Gerrard. They deserve to win. He paused, then turned to look at the post-match statistics on the wall. But if you had seen Sean block that final shot with his back, Fletcher chasing back on a cramping leg, Vidic hurling himself in front of Gerrard's powerful strike, and Sagna still fighting until he collapsed when his ankle could no longer support him. Rodgers took a deep breath. The corners of his eyes reddened slightly, and his voice rose. Then you would understand that this team has pushed themselves to the absolute limit of human endurance. He lowered his voice, every word squeezed out from between his teeth, brimming with force. We came here not to merely survive, not to hold on at all costs, but to leave Anfield standing on our own terms. The room fell utterly silent. The reporter who had questioned earlier instinctively avoided Rodgers' gaze. The cameras flashed wildly once more, but this time no one asked any more foolish questions. The next morning, Britain's major newspapers were dominated by the match. The Echo wrote, Owen and Gerrard saved Liverpool. But do not forget that team from League Two. They silenced Anfield for 60 minutes. They played with courage and grit that transcended their level. The Guardian's headline was more direct: Blue Miracle, Tranmere pushed Liverpool to the limit. The report detailed Fletcher's relentless tracking back, Vidic's gritty tackles, and Neuer's almost audacious rushing out. The columnist reflected this was not a mere FA Cup tie. It was like a group of mortals armed only with their own bodies standing against the spear of an empire. The Daily Mail used its customary exaggerated tone. Neuer, a German, not yet 17, redefined the goalkeeper at Anfield. He saved, tackled, and passed like an extra center back, like half a commander. Perhaps years from now people will speak of last night as the birth of the sweeper keeper. BBC's commentary column singled out two names, Sagna and Sean. They fell at Anfield, yet they left standing. The journalist wrote Sagna's persistence was tragic and heroic. Sean used his last breath to keep out a certain goal for the team. This was not defeat, it was another kind of victory. As Lee Ran was reading the newspapers, his phone vibrated violently. It was the team doctor's number. Lee Ran's heart sank, and he answered. Director, the doctor's voice was weary and heavy. The preliminary X-ray and MRI results are ready. Lee Ran's Adam's apple shifted, and he uttered a single word. Speak. Sean has a second-degree thigh strain, 2 to 3 weeks. Sagna has a partial tear in his ankle ligaments, at least 3 weeks. On the other end of the line, the team doctor's voice was fatigued, but still composed. We've arranged admission and a rehabilitation plan, and a professional rehab therapist will follow the entire process. Tell them to recover well and not carry any psychological pressure. Lee Ran leaned back in his office chair, his fingertips tightening little by little until the newspaper in his hand was crumpled and creased. He listened quietly without interrupting. We'll do everything in our power to ensure their recovery, the doctor added finally. Good. Lee Ran let out a breath, low and restrained. Let them rest easy. We'll shoulder the rest. After hanging up, he stared at the morning sky outside the window, silent for a long time. At Anfield, they had conjured a miracle through sheer will and unyielding grit, but the price had been merciless enough to make the heart ache. Lee Ran turned and looked at the fixture list on his desk. The league had no mercy for those who waited. 3 days later, another hard match loomed. He picked up the phone and dialed his assistant Daisy. Notify Rodgers. Meeting room, 10 o'clock. He paused, then added, and tell the players day off today, full rest. After hanging up, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes for a moment. Let these lads have at least 24 hours to truly unwind and climb back out from under the shadow of Anfield. At 10 o'clock sharp, the meeting room. Rodgers pushed the door open and walked in, the weariness of the previous night still lingering on his face. His voice was hoarse, but a sharpness had already returned to his eyes. The tactics board still bore the messy arrows and circles scrawled across it the night before. Without pleasantries, Lee Ran pushed the paper and pen over to him. From the next match onward, we abandon possession play, he said without preamble. Rodgers' brow immediately knitted tight. Are you certain? Possession football has been the cornerstone of our side for half a season. If we abandon it all of a sudden, won't the players feel even more unsettled? Lee Ran answered unhurriedly, it's not about abandoning the philosophy, it's a temporary adjustment. Now without Sean, the midfield's passing chain is missing a link. Without Sagna, the right flank's attacking depth is completely paralyzed. If we stubbornly force possession, the opposition will cut off our lifeline and hit us on the counter. Rodgers fell silent for a moment, tapping his fingertips lightly on the table in acknowledgement. Then we'll have to give up possession and play with efficiency. Exactly. Lee Ran walked to the tactics board and drew a heavy line across his own half with the pen tip. Drop the defensive line and keep the shape compact. Vidic and Dave stand one in front of the other, guarding the penalty area like a city wall. Fletcher may be close to collapse, but he has to hold his position in midfield and wear down the opponent's first wave of pace at the periphery. Rogers nodded, then added, then who takes Sean's place? Without him, the midfield's distribution relies entirely on Fletcher. That's too dangerous. Lee Rand pondered for a moment. Use O'Shea. His passing isn't the best, but he has both defensive coverage and mobility. He can sit level with Fletcher and at least slow the opponent's rhythm. Rogers nodded, still frowning. What about right back? Without Sagna, Thompson is too inexperienced. The opposition will treat him like an open motorway. We'll be in serious trouble. There's no other way, we have to let him tough it out, Lee Rand said. You'll need a defender to cover for him regularly. Vidic, for example, can drift a little farther to the right. Better to leave the center slightly open than to leave Thompson isolated. Rogers stared at the tactics board, nodding slowly, his gaze gradually turning resolute. Then we'll focus on defensive counterattacks. As long as we hold firm, chances will come. Lee Rand moved the pen tip into the attacking third and lowered his voice. There won't be many, maybe only 2 or 3. Chances for whom? Rogers asked at once. Simon Hayworth. Director Lee, don't be ridiculous. We've tried a 4-6-0, even a ridiculous 2-1-7 formation precisely because he simply doesn't deserve to be called a striker. Who said he has to score? Rogers frowned. How do you intend to use him? One job run. No holding the ball, no laying it off, no thinking. The moment the opening whistle blows, sprint at the weakest spot in the opposing backline. If once doesn't work, go again. If 10 times don't work, do 20. He doesn't need to tear the defense apart. He only needs to use one futile sprint after another to turn the opposing defender's stamina, patience, and judgment into mush. Rogers' mind raced. This tactic was almost an insult to possession football, but somehow it seemed to make a kind of sense. Rogers narrowed his eyes. Long balls. Who delivers them? There's no outlet left in midfield. Vidic, Lee Rand answered like a bullet. And Neuer. The two of them have more precise delivery than any of our midfielders. Rather than letting the ball get bogged down in midfield, let it fly from the back over half the pitch. All Hayworth has to do is keep using his pace and positioning to provoke chaos. Rogers stared at the tactics board, thinking for a long time, is Adam's apple moving? That's more reliable than having Hayworth wait for chances in the penalty area. If Hayworth can't score, he'll disrupt the opposition and pull the spaces open. The chances will be left for the midfielders arriving from deep, and even the fullbacks. Rogers finally looked up at Lee Rand with a complicated expression. He let out a slow sigh, but the corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Honestly, if you weren't the director, I'd suspect you should be sitting in my seat. Lee Rand raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Rogers continued, half joking and half serious. Why don't you simply go and get a coaching license? With your level of insight, you'd absolutely qualify. Lee Rand was taken aback, then laughed softly. A coaching license? I'm afraid it's not that easy. Rogers shook his head and explained seriously, under the FA system, there are 4 main levels. The entry level is level 1. With only a short training course, you can coach kids in youth football. Level 2 asks for more. You need to master the basics of tactical organization and physical conditioning. Above that is the UEFA B license, and you need at least grassroots coaching experience to be eligible to apply. At the top are the UEFA A and the Professional Pro license. That is the level required to manage a professional club in a top-flight league. He paused, his eyes bright with intensity. Do you know, even among the current League 1 and League 2 managers, quite a few haven't obtained the pro license. But you already have the mind for it. You have the intelligence, the vision, you're even calmer than most coaches. All you're missing is a mere piece of paper. Lee Rand looked up and met his eyes. They held each other's gaze for a long time, the atmosphere as heavy as the air before a thunderstorm. A faint smile lifted the corner of his mouth, but he didn't laugh aloud. He simply said, I have my place. Rogers watched him, then let out a low chuckle. Very well, director, he drawled slowly, leaning back into his chair. But I'd wager, one day you'll be standing on the touchline. In the next 3 matches following, the counter-attacking strategy discussed between Lee Rand and Rogers, Tranmere transformed into an entirely different team. A steel hedgehog bristling with defensive thorns. Away against Crewe, the 58th minute, the score standing at 0-1. Tranmere were pinned deep in their own half, the ball seemingly magnetized to the opposition's feet as it was passed around the midfield, each change of direction stretching Tranmere's defense to its limit. Rogers stood on the touchline with his hands in his pockets, his brow deeply furrowed. Lee Rand stood beside him, his gaze sharp and focused. Speaking in a low voice, he said, their build-up is growing impatient. Gaps are opening behind their defensive line. Howard's moment is coming. Pull back. Stay tighter. Rogers bellowed toward the pitch, his voice rough with strain, yet he stole a glance at Lee Rand from the corner of his eye and gave a subtle nod. 27 minutes into the first half, a gap had opened in the defensive line and the opposition striker had calmly slotted home. That single goal deficit now felt like an insurmountable chasm. Rather than crumbling after conceding, Tranmere discovered a fierce energy. Hayworth was the most intense presence on the pitch, repeatedly tracking back from attack to his own penalty area, then launching forward with relentless determination. His runs were driven by instinct and aggression alone. At the 60-minute mark, that relentless pressing finally paid off. Haunted by Hayworth's shadowy marking, the opposing defender lost composure and failed to clear the ball properly. The ball trickled weakly toward the center. Now, Lee Rand and Rogers roared in near-perfect unison. Fletcher, who had been lurking nearby, exploded forward like a leopard sensing opportunity. He intercepted the ball, drove into the penalty area, and with composure against the rushing goalkeeper slotted it home. Goal. 1-1. Fletcher's celebration was pure and direct. He lunged toward Howarth and embraced his exhausted teammate. Rogers pumped his fist on the sideline, but he knew a draw would not be enough. As the match reached its final stages, the 85th minute possession returned to Tranmere. José carried the ball through midfield and looked up. Howarth and Fletcher were both tightly marked by the opposition's defenders. No passing lanes were available. Crewe's defensive players closed in swiftly, and everyone expected him to play safe, return the ball, or shield it. But he chose a different path. José swung his right leg with maximum power, launching a thunderous shot from 40 meters out. The moment the ball left his foot, it tore through the air like a projectile, spinning violently. The Crewe goalkeeper was caught off guard. He stretched desperately, but fell a full hand's breadth short of reaching it. Swish! The ball curled perfectly into the top right corner of the net. 2-1. A dramatic winner. The final whistle blew and Tranmere's substitutes and coaching staff surged onto the pitch in celebration. This marked Tranmere's first victory over Crewe this season, a complete and emphatic turnaround. Inside the locker room, players roared and cheered, pounding lockers with their fists. The air was thick with the mingled scents of sweat, champagne, and beer, that unmistakable perfume of victory. Lee Ran clapped José on the shoulder, laughing. "John, that strike alone is worth £10,000 in bonus." 3 days later they faced Luton. This grueling match began with full intensity from the opening second. Luton, chasing promotion, played with the same direct ambition as their goals, pressing forward aggressively from the very start. Tranmere's penalty area came under relentless bombardment. Vidic threw his body to block 3 inevitable shots, and when he rose from a sliding tackle, grass stains had worn through his shorts at the knees. Neuer delivered an even more remarkable display. During a corner scramble, he made 3 instinctive saves within a single second, pinning the ball firmly on the goal line. As he stood, his hands trembled uncontrollably, nearly numb. "Focus. Whoever loses their marker runs 10 kilometers after the match." Neuer's roar echoed through the entire defensive line. Rogers paced anxiously on the sideline, glancing worriedly at Lee Ran. "This cannot continue. The physical toll is too great. Something will break." Lee Ran's gaze locked onto the opposition's right back. When their right side pushes forward, the space behind becomes exposed, he analyzed calmly. "Fletcher is running on empty. Bring on Thompson. Let his pace exploit that area." A light ignited in Rogers' eyes, and he made an immediate decision. In the 75th minute, he summoned the young Thompson. "Listen, Thompson," Rogers said, gripping his shoulder and repeating the plan he had just discussed with Lee Ran. "Forget the tactics, forget the combinations. Your only task is this: when you receive the ball on the right wing, use your fastest pace to drive it toward that spot in the penalty area. Do not worry about whether anyone is there. Hit that target." "Understood." Thompson paused briefly, then nodded firmly. He came on for Fletcher, whose legs had cramped. His first touch revealed slight nerves, and a back pass nearly went astray. But in the 83rd minute, the opportunity arrived. Receiving a through ball from Dave on the right wing, he did not even lift his head to scan. He had only Rogers' instructions in mind. With his eyes nearly closed, he swung his right leg with full force, sending a hurried cross. The ball's trajectory was unexpected. It stayed low along the ground, spinning sharply, bypassing the near-side defender and cutting directly into the heart of the penalty area. A figure burst suddenly from behind the defender. It was Howarth. He had held back for most of the season, been brought down countless times, missed numerous chances, but this time he staked everything. He lunged forward, extending his right leg in a moment of lost balance, stabbing at the ball with his instep. The ball changed direction and slipped past the goalkeeper. 1-0. Howarth did not even have time to see if the ball crossed the line before he crashed into the turf. When the roar from his substitutes erupted behind him, he knew it had gone in. Lying face down in the grass, his shoulders shaking violently, tears mixed with sweat and dirt streaked his face. The first goal of the season had finally arrived. Rogers leaped to his feet on the sideline, embracing Lee Ran tightly. He nearly charged onto the pitch before the 4th official held him back. When the final whistle sounded, Tranmere's players could no longer stay on their feet, collapsing one after another. The team doctor rushed onto the field with his medical kit, where ice packs and pain relief spray were the most used items. When Howarth returned to the locker room, Rogers sought him out, specifically placing a hand on his shoulder and saying quietly, "Simon, today, you finally played like a proper striker." Back at home, they faced Cardiff City, a team even more physical than Bristol City. Their approach was straightforward and direct, long balls into the box with heavy physical contact. Tranmere barely had room to breathe. Neuer proved once again to be the team's guardian, making 3 spectacular saves in succession to keep them from the edge. "Watch for the long balls. Cover the second balls," he screamed from his line, his voice completely hoarse. In the 68th minute, during a corner defense, Captain Dave's nose was struck hard by an opposing striker's elbow. Blood welled up immediately. The team doctor rushed over, but even pressure with cotton could not stop the bleeding, indicating he needed to leave the field. Dave shoved the doctor away, wiping his face roughly with his jersey sleeve. Blood covered his face, yet his gaze remained fierce. "I am fine," he bellowed toward Rogers, and Lee Ran, then turned back to resume his defensive position. Lee Ran clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. In the 85th minute, the team's artist Kumas was driving through the midfield when an opposing defender launched a savage slide tackle, bringing him down hard. The challenge was so rough that even the home crowd erupted in loud protests, yet the referee merely waved his arm and signaled play to continue. None of Tranmere's players approached to argue. They simply helped Kuma's back to his feet, gritted their teeth, and held firm for the remaining minutes. 0-0. When the final whistle blew, Cardiff would view this as an unexpected point earned. But for Tranmere's locker room, that single point had been bought with sacrifice. After the match in the coaching office, Rogers studied the league table on the wall with a complicated expression. Lee Rand handed him a cup of hot coffee, his gaze following. Wigan Athletic, 69 points. Tranmere, 59 points. Crewe, 58 points. Cardiff City, 55 points. QPR, 54 points. 3 matches, 2 wins, and 1 draw, 7 crucial points earned. The team had surged from the edge of the promotion zone into second place. We actually did it, Rogers said, his voice slightly strained. Gaining the most valuable 7 points in the most difficult way possible. Lee Rand gazed at the standings with unwavering determination. Brandon, this is not ugly at all. This is iron will, and it is our ticket to the top flight. It was late January with only 3 days remaining in the winter transfer window. Amsterdam Feyenoord Club. Smoke hung in the office air, the atmosphere icy. On the conference table lay a player roster thrown at the center with one name circled heavily in red ink. Robin van Persie. Still no bids. The chairman tapped the table, his tone impatient. Not a single one. The sporting director's face was grim. We've slashed the asking price from £1.5 million all the way down to 800. But his agent says there hasn't even been an inquiry call. Across the entire winter window, there had been 0 results. Silence spread through the room. Finally, the chairman made his decision, his voice devoid of warmth. Since no one wants him, keep relegating him to the reserves. Let it drag out until the contract expires, and let him walk away for nothing. The sporting director gazed at the unused fax machine, murmuring in disbelief, £800. Is there really no one who wants him? At the training pitch at the end of the corridor, Van Persie juggled the ball alone, his eyes vacant. He recalled his assist against Ajax in the Champions League, but now he couldn't even make the substitute bench for the first team. From the stands, Tom took a deep breath, put the binoculars back in his bag, unzipped his down jacket, and pulled out his phone. In the cold night wind, his voice was low and resolute. Boss, the time is right. Van Persie had been completely marginalized, not even fit for the reserves anymore. Feyenoord's asking price had dropped to 800, yet they themselves didn't believe anyone would buy him. If we strike now, he'll see us as his last hope. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Then Lee Rand's voice came through, calm as iron, yet with a sharp edge. Good. Make the arrangements. We wait until the last day, then strike. I'll leave them with no way out, forcing them to accept our terms. Tom's lips curved into a faint smile as he exhaled breath like smoke into the cold wind. He understood that after a month of lurking, waiting, and observing, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Van Persie had become Tranmere's prey. Birkenhead Tranmere Club meeting room. Cold rain lashed against the windows outside, while the indoor lights cast a dim, yellow glow. Laid out on the table was a fax copy with striking words: Van Persie, £0. Chairman Evans spoke first, his tone cautious. Director Lee, I know you've been watching him for a long time, but we can only mobilize at most 600 from what we have on hand. What do you plan to do? Rogers said nothing more. He merely looked up, his gaze focused. Director, I trust your judgment. The players you've brought in before, each one more precise than the last. If you say Van Persie is worth it, then we'll make room for him. But this man, an angel on the pitch, a devil in the locker room. Our current young squad, the atmosphere is just right. I'm worried. Worried he was a bomb. Lee Rand listened, his face expressionless. He knew this was the real meeting, not his one-man show. Unconditional trust existed only in fairy tales. He needed logic and facts to pry open their lingering doubts. Chairman Lee Rand's gaze first fell on Evans. Van Persie is a very important investment. I will go to any lengths to secure him. Evans sat up abruptly. Director Lee, Feyenoord is not a charity. They'll treat our facts like worthless paper. Not now, but in 3 days they will. Lee Rand stood up, walked to the window, and watched the street being washed by cold rain outside. Throughout January, Van Persie's asking price dropped from £1.5 million to £1 million, and now down to 800. And the result? He turned around, his voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone to hear. Not a single formal bid. Why? Because everyone knows he fell out with head coach Van Marwijk, everyone knows he's been demoted to the reserves, and everyone is waiting for Feyenoord to lower the price. But they're afraid to gamble because Van Persie's disciplinary issues and injury history are an open secret. Top clubs disdain such a small sum, while mid to lower table teams fear igniting trouble. Lee Rand walked back to the table, his fingertip lightly tapping on the figure of 800. They're bluffing, clinging to the last shred of dignity as an Eredivisie giant. They're waiting for an impatient buyer, and all we need to do is wait. His gaze shifted to Rogers. As for the locker room issue you're worried about, Lee Rand took out a laptop from his briefcase, and a video immediately appeared on the screen. The footage was grainy, as if secretly recorded. On the empty training pitch, Van Persie practiced shooting at a wall alone once and again. The sky had grown dark with only a few lights along the sideline still on. Tom got this yesterday at the Feyenoord reserve base. He's still training hard on his own. Lee Rand turned off the video. The screen went dark, reflecting Rogers' thoughtful expression. He's not a devil, Brandon. He's just a genius trapped longing for the game. What he needs isn't discipline, but a stage where he can rediscover his value. Give him trust, and he'll repay you with goals, countless goals. Silence fell over the meeting room. Lee Rand's fingers lightly tapped the desk, each tap sounding like a war drum. He looked at both men, his tone cold and resolute. Van Persie is the bet we need to make. Geniuses aren't buried for long, and at this moment when no one dares to act, we must. By the final hours of the transfer deadline, Feyenoord will realize they have no buyers. Roger's pupils narrowed slightly. Director, are you planning to push them to the limit? Exactly. Lee Rand's voice was cold and hard. At the negotiating table, what matters most isn't who shouts louder, but who can wait longer. We wait, but they can't afford to. Evans pondered for a full 30 seconds, finally making a momentous decision. He exhaled deeply and nodded. All right, then let's empty our coffers to secure him. Lee Rand's gaze returned to the name on the fax paper, Robin Van Persie. His voice was as resolute as steel. Rest assured, Chairman. In 3 days this name will appear on the back of our jerseys. The air grew quiet for a few seconds, then Rogers slowly exhaled, a faint smile touching his lips. If it really comes together, then defenders in the English second division will need to prepare for hell. Robin can solve the forward problem, but the squad isn't perfect yet. Rogers immediately switched to coach mode, pointing out another key weakness. Robin can handle the central issue, but our flanks are still lacking. Jason Kalumas can't cover both flanks alone. If we could add an attacker on the left wing, our 4-3-3 system would be complete. Evans' heart, which had just settled, instantly rose to his throat again. He nervously rubbed his hands. How much more? How much more will it cost? Who said the next one requires spending money? Lee Rand chuckled softly, a playful expression crossing his face. He leisurely picked up a marker, walked to the whiteboard, and under everyone's watchful eyes wrote a name stroke by stroke. Chairman, to budget for this genius, you might need to check the office's change jar. On the whiteboard, a line of information clearly caught their eyes. Frank Ribery, 20 years old, Boulogne, French 3rd Division. Lee Rand's fingertip lightly tapped the whiteboard, adding the final, devastating introduction. A semi-professional player rejected by every professional club. To sign him, we only need to pay a barely negligible training fee. Evans was about to speak when Lee Rand had already pressed the intercom button on the desk without the least hesitation. Daisy, come in. Evans and Rogers exchanged a glance. The former shrugged while the latter revealed a trace of anticipation. They knew that once Lee Rand made this move, the decision was already made and no further discussion was needed. The door was pushed open and Daisy, the assistant, stepped inside with a laptop in her arms and stood still. Send a fax to Boulogne, the French 3rd Division club. Lee Rand's instruction was clear, concise, and devoid of emotion. We agree to pay the full training compensation for Frank Ribery and request the immediate completion of his transfer. A player who was cast out and abandoned by the entire French professional football system. What do you suppose he desires most at this moment? Lee Rand's gaze swept across Chairman Evans and head coach Rogers. Opportunity, Rogers blurted out. No, it's revenge, Lee Rand corrected. He longs for a stage on which to prove to everyone who looked down on him that they were wrong. Give a player like that a chance, and he will give his very soul to the game. This hunger etched into his bones is something those so-called geniuses who sleep on their talent will never learn in a lifetime. Daisy jotted down the order. Understood. Also, Lee Rand added, book a ticket for the morning of January 31st to Amsterdam for me. Yes. Daisy nodded, turned, and strode out briskly. The clack of her high heels on the floor was crisp and urgent. In the meeting room, Rogers exhaled a long breath as the tension finally eased. Director, it's almost time to seal the deal. Van Persie through the middle, Ribery tearing at the flank. Our 4-3-3 attacking unit is finally complete. Evans picked up the cup of coffee that had gone cold and drained it in one gulp, his eyes gleaming with the eagerness of a merchant about to reap his return in 3 days. I want the stands of Prenton Park to blaze with those two names. Lee Rand did not turn around. He simply fixed his gaze on the two names written on the whiteboard. Van Persie, Ribery, Prenton Park, welcome your new king and your new wing, he murmured in a voice audible only to himself. The meeting was over. Evans and Rogers left contentedly, leaving Lee Rand alone in the vast boardroom. He settled back into his chair and pressed his fingers against his throbbing temples. After days of intense, unbroken work, his brain felt like an overheating server. The phone on the desk vibrated. It was not a work message. He had set a special vibration pattern for those. The screen lit up and a text message popped into view. The semester is about to start, brother Lee Rand. I've returned to London ahead of time. These last days of the transfer window must be keeping you busy, so I've stocked the fridge with some food for you. Don't rely on coffee to keep going. Remember to eat on time. I'll come by to see you when I have time. Signed, Jauja. The taut lines around Lee Rand's mouth relaxed unwittingly as he read it. In a transfer window defined by numbers, lies, and the jostling of interests, this message felt like a clear stream, washing away the fatigue and resentment accumulated in his heart. He could even picture the earnest yet slightly triumphant look on Jauja's face as she sent it. I really can't do anything about you, he murmured, tapping a reply on the screen. Don't worry. Just as he set the phone down and returned to studying Van Persie's transfer plan, the television screen on the office wall was flooded with a garish yellow. A Sky Sports breaking news flash. Breaking: EFL League Two transfer record shattered. Wigan Athletics splashes $1.2 million to sign West Brom's powerful striker Nathan Ellington. $1.2 million. Lee Rand's pupils contracted sharply. That sum was nothing short of a bombshell in League Two. After all, Tranmere's entire season's operating budget was only a little over $3 million. On the television news, Wigan chairman Dave Whelan, beaming with pride at the press conference, leaned on his cane and proclaimed, "What we need is immediate firepower, a guarantee of instant goals. Nathan Ellington is that man." Wigan's objective from the very beginning has always been just one: League One, and then the Premier League. The report then cut to an interview with manager Paul Jewell. "We will not wager our future on improving young players. That is the way of the short-sighted and the reckless. We want the present." Jewell told the camera word by word, as if anxious not to be misunderstood. Ellington's arrival will overwhelm every defense in this league. Overwhelm. Bet on the future. The short-sighted and reckless. Lee Rand's gaze turned utterly cold. The last shred of warmth kindled by Zhao froze in an instant. Lee Rand knew full well that every word Jewell had uttered was aimed squarely at him. Everyone in English football knew that Tranmere's new Chinese director specialized in betting on the future. With this $2 million, Wigan had not only acquired a striker, it had declared to the whole league, and to Lee Rand in particular, that before absolute financial power, every stratagem is nothing but a child's game. They wanted to use money to bring Tranmere crashing down. Any movement from Tranmere. In Wigan's office, Dave Whelan still lounged in his leather chair, a freshly lit Cuban cigar in hand, its rich tobacco smoke curling through the air. He narrowed his eyes, blew a perfect smoke ring, and asked with an air of indifference. The chief scout opened his notebook and reported in a low voice, "We have been keeping track of their scouting trips. Over the past week, they have essentially sent no more scouts to evaluate players, nor have they contacted any new striker targets. It seems they have given up on making moves up front. We checked leads on players in other positions as well. Just small moves, nothing significant." The scout paused, a faint smile of derision playing at the corner of his mouth. "Perhaps they simply have no budget left." "Huh." Whelan chuckled, tapping his cigar ash into the tray. "Good. Let the team know the Crow plan can be shelved for now." He pointed at Ellington's poster, his eyes as imperious as a monarch's. "We spent $1.2 million to tell that young Chinese chap. The game is over." A cold smile tugged at the corner of Whelan's mouth. The cigar smoke lingered in the air like an invisible net looming over the whole of League Two. Lee Rand switched off the television. A cold laugh rose within him. Using a past his prime League One striker to lock down a promotion spot. Nathan Ellington, of course he knew him. A typical English target man, imposing in presence, but rough in technique, his ceiling long fixed by nature. He might well do a job in League Two, but $1.2 million. That's a premium of at least double. In plain terms, they are buying peace of mind with money. Lee Rand turned his gaze back to the whiteboard, yet the chessboard in his mind had grown clearer because of his opponent's move. "Very well, let everyone go on believing that you have already won." At 7 a.m. in Birkenhead, the fax machine shrieked as it disgorged its last page, then subsided into silence. In the vast empty office, only that lingering echo remained. Lee Rand reached out and took the confirmation letter still warm from the machine. In black and white, it came from Boulogne, France, its wording as crisp as a scalpel. "Boulogne agrees to the transfer of Frank Ribery. The fee is training compensation. The player becomes effective immediately. Deal concluded." The cost was nearly zero. He said nothing, merely tapping the corner of the paper with his fingertip. Tap. Like a chess piece settling into place, the sound was soft, yet it charted the course for one side of the board. He pressed the intercom and rang the head coach's office. "Come see me." 3 minutes later, Brendan Rodgers pushed the door open, his hair still damp with moisture. He took the confirmation letter, his gaze resting on it for 2 seconds before he lifted his head, the light in his eyes impossible to conceal. "Done. Done." Lee Rand slid another document across the desk. Frank Ribery. 20 years old, right-footed, mainly cutting in from the left flank. His speed, changes of direction, and second burst are exceptionally explosive. His crossing is unreliable, but he has one precious quality. He dares to charge into the penalty area alone. Rodgers frowned at first, then couldn't help but laugh. A kid from a French semi-professional league parachuted straight into League Two. To outsiders, that move is madness upon madness. He paused for a moment, his tone turning resolute. "But since you've named him, I'll give him a starting spot. Our problem right now isn't a lack of passers in midfield. It's that our attack can't accelerate. If he can genuinely tear open one flank, the entire tactical system comes alive. Give him the ball, and give him absolute freedom to shoot." Lee Rand's instruction was clear. As long as he dares to carry the ball and take on defenders, don't put a bridle on him. Rodgers nodded, folded the fax paper carefully, and tucked it into his breast pocket like a military pledge. "I'll head to the training ground right away and sound the alarm in the dressing room. Let them get ready to have their spot stolen by a French kid." Amsterdam, dark clouds pressing over the city. Tom ended his preliminary meeting with Feyenoord's chairman and sporting director an hour early. Inside the car, he reported concisely to Lee Rand, who had just arrived. Their desperation is written all over their faces. The chairman's eyes show relief that someone is finally making an offer, while the director's mouth is set in a stubborn attempt to preserve the club's dignity. They kept stressing the figure of £800,000 and used Arsenal and PSV Eindhoven to drive up the price. Tom mimicked their tone. "I said, Mr. Wenger prefers to wait for a player's contract to expire and sign him on a free. As for PSV, their main striker Kesman is in superb form and never gets injured." The car stopped in front of Feyenoord's red and white emblem. Lee Ran got out, glanced up at the less than fresh facade, his gaze calm as a blade's edge. They want a bid as soon as possible, yet fear it will be too low, so they cling to that 800,000 line. Daisy followed behind, adding in a low voice. Their mouths say they're in no hurry, but their eyes are full of urgency. People are all the same. Lee Ran stepped through the entrance and folded his umbrella, water droplets sliding along the ribs. They always fall hardest from the stage they built with their own hands. The elevator ascended. As the doors opened, the meeting room at the end of the corridor was brightly lit, and beyond the glass wall, two restless profiles were visible. Handshakes, then seats. No superfluous pleasantries. The chairman spoke first, seeking to take the initiative. Van Persie is our most important asset. £800,000 is our bottom line. You must understand the Eredivisie market. No need to introduce the market. Lee Ran cut him off, sliding a folder across the table. Talk about the player first, then money. Robin Van Persie has a year and a half left on his contract, has publicly clashed with the head coach and the club, and has been demoted to the reserves. He needs a fresh start, and you, Lee Ran paused, looking straight at them, need a stop-loss point. The sporting director's thumb muscle tensed at once. Stop-loss also depends on the scale. The scale, Lee Ran's gaze moved slowly between the two men as if adjusting crosshairs, is decided by whether a second buyer exists. A brief silence. Raindrops tapped the glass as if providing a soundtrack to the countdown. Lee Ran shifted into a more relaxed posture, as if discussing a business deal unrelated to himself. We have two options. First, an outright transfer. Second, a 6-month loan with us covering his full wages, plus a mandatory purchase option at no more than. He paused deliberately. Your psychological threshold. The chairman and the director exchanged a glance. In that glance was the fax machine that had been silent for a month. We prefer a direct sale. The chairman tried to steer the conversation back to favorable ground. Then let's talk about the sale. Lee Ran nodded, unyielding. But my cash won't exceed the figure you've named. The air grew even tighter. The sporting director forced a stiff smile. Mr. Lee, this is Amsterdam, not a flea market. Lee Ran smiled too, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Of course, a flea market wouldn't have coffee as good as yours. Before his words faded, Daisy distributed another stack of prepared documents to them. Attendance records for Robin Van Persie over the past 2 years, injury details charts showing his declining key statistics, and clippings of negative Dutch media coverage. This is the current state of your asset. Lee Ran leaned forward slightly, hands crossed on the table, his tone calm, yet carrying undeniable authority. My offer will be based solely on the true value reflected in this report, not on your big club pride. The chairman pressed his palm on the documents, his knuckles protruding one by one, then finally released his grip helplessly. He knew they had played every card they had: Arsenal, PSV, talent, growth, Eredivisie, the aura of a big club. But the reality was that only 10 hours remained in the transfer window. Give us a figure. The chairman's voice was hoarse and dry. I never give a final figure in the first round of negotiations. Lee Ran leaned back in his chair. I only give a direction, your 800,000. We won't touch a single penny of it. Mr. Lee. The sporting director sprang halfway to his feet, only to be pressed back down by the chairman's stare. He braced his hands on the table, the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. We came to negotiate, not to be treated like this. If you feel humiliated, Lee Ran slowly clicked his pen shut with a soft click, like a gavel striking, then it only means the market is humiliating you, not me. The conference room lights seemed to sear everyone's retinas for an instant. The chairman finally let his entire back rest against the chair, as if all remaining strength had been drained from him. All right, let's set aside figures for now. I've heard your direction. Do you have any other arrangements this afternoon? Lee Ran asked. No. Good. Lee Ran stood up and extended his hand. Let's have lunch first. After lunch, I'll give you the figure. The three rose, shook hands, and released. The surface courtesy had returned, but beneath the table the tension had turned into one-sided despair. The elevator doors closed, shutting off those two hostile glares. Tom lowered his voice. They're on the brink of collapse. Just one last straw needed. Lee Ran looked at his reflection in the elevator mirror. We'll give it this afternoon. The figure? Daisy asked. It won't be high. Lee Ran's gaze seemed to pierce through the elevator doors out toward the gray sky outside the window. But it will be a number sufficient for them to convince themselves, the board and the fans. A number called stop-loss. The moment he stepped over the building's threshold, the rain suddenly lessened. Through the window on the other side of the corridor, a solitary striking sound drifted from the reserve team's training ground, the ball thudding dully against the fence. Tom turned toward the sound. A familiar figure alone in the rain, placing the ball, stepping back, running up, and striking it. Again and again without pause. Robin Van Persie. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curved at the corner of Tom's mouth. He's more anxious than when we saw him this morning. The more anxious he is, the more reality pushes him to our side. Lee Ran opened his umbrella, raindrops bursting into tiny white blossoms on the black canopy. Let's go. After lunch we reel in the net. Amsterdam. In the Feyenoord headquarters meeting room, the sound of rain was shut outside. The coffee on the table had gone cold, untouched by anyone. The club chairman and the sporting director sat upright, as if waiting for a verdict. Lee Ran pushed open the door and droplets of rain from his trench coat scattered onto the expensive carpet. Without acknowledging the offered hand, he took his seat directly with his assistants Tom and Daisy flanking him. Mr. Lee the chairman said, his smile, strained lunch break is over. We would like to see a sincere offer. A cold laugh rose silently in Lee Rand's heart. Sincerity. Your financial statements are the greatest sincerity I've seen. Understood. He slid a single sheet of paper to the center of the table, the gesture utterly composed. First round offer, £500,000 paid in 2 installments. $350,000 upon signing, the remainder within 12 months. The sporting director's eye twitched, and he smiled without warmth. Mr. Lee, $500,000. This is practically a joke. The market is not a joke. Lee Rand's fingertips tapped lightly on the table, each tap falling on the other man's taut nerves. The transfer window is about to close. There is not a single formal offer on the table for Robin van Persie. You know very well that if this drags into the summer, he will enter the final year of his contract, and next January, he can negotiate freely. Then you won't be facing 500,000. You'll be facing 0. The chairman raised his coffee cup, using its rim to conceal his awkward expression. A talent publicly criticized by his manager and demoted to the reserves. In the capital market, there is a special term for him. Lee Rand defined it with perfect composure. A depreciating junk stock. The sporting director shifted in his seat, trying to regain the initiative. Even if we make concessions, we still need a number that can be justified to the board and the fans. 500,000 is too little and too slow. Then let's do this differently. Lee Rand had already expected their argument. I can add money, but you'll have to share the risk. Let's work out the numbers so that you get 3 things at once: cash, face, and future returns. The sporting director lifted his chin, signaling him to continue. Second option. Lee Rand raised one finger. Total price, £670,000 paid in 3 installments. $350,000 upon signing, $70,000 after 6 months, and $250,000 after 12 months. He paused, then dangled the bait. Add-ons: first appearance bonus. If he plays 20 matches for our first team, an additional $30,000. If he reaches 40, another $30,000. Second promotion bonus. If we are promoted to the Premier League within 2 years, an extra $50,000. Third, a 10% sell-on clause. The meeting room fell into a deep silence. Lee Rand remained wholly unruffled. Every word of this proposal had been meticulously calculated. The $350,000 on signing would be enough to plug their quarterly financial gap. The add-ons and future sell-on percentage were nothing more than a tantalizing prospect painted for the board and the fans. Sure enough, the sporting director took the bait, but he still wanted to squeeze out more profit. Let's make the total price $700,000 paid in 2 installments. Keep the add-ons, but the sell-on percentage must be 30%. In addition, we reserve the right to match any Eredivisie offer once. What insatiable greed. Lee Rand smiled. You want to push the base price back up to $800,000, and you also want to keep his future in your hands. I understand, but Tranmere is not a charity. He picked up the pen from the table, tapping its tip twice against the offer sheet with a soft clicking sound. $670,000 total paid in installments. That is our hard budget, not a negotiating stance. As for the sell-on percentage, I can offer 13%. That is the limit. As for the matching right, I only accept a right of first notice, not an unconditional matching right. Lee Rand leaned forward, his gaze steady and penetrating, meeting the man's eyes with quiet force. If you need a number that can make headlines, it's simple. On the media side, I'll cooperate with you. We'll say potential maximum total price £1 million. Count all the add-ons, and you'll have your face. But on the contract, we only pay what should be paid. It was a masterfully decisive conclusion. The chairman finally set down the cold coffee, his gaze fixed on Lee Rand. The struggle, calculation, and reluctance in his eyes gradually dissolved into a trace of defeat. Cash, public opinion, the future. Lee Rand had given him an offer he could not refuse. $670,000 in 3 installments. The chairman's voice was hoarse. The sell-on percentage is 13%, but the 40-match appearance bonus must be raised to $60,000. This was his final claim to dignity. Lee Rand turned to Daisy. Daisy reviewed the club's financial budget and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Fine. Lee Rand clicked the pen cap shut with a crisp sound. 40-match appearance bonus at $60,000. In addition, I'm adding one condition: Robin's complete medical and training records must be in my hands by the end of today. The chairman and the sporting director exchanged a glance, their resistance ebbing at once. Deal. The printer hummed to life. Legal counsel entered and began reviewing each clause. Daisy highlighted every key figure in red on Lee Rand's memo. Go and fetch Robin, the chairman instructed his assistant. The door opened. Van Persie walked in, raindrops clinging to his hair, his gaze carrying the wary and unyielding look of a young wolf. The chairman slid the contract in front of him. Robin, the club has reached an agreement with Tranmere. Go to England. They've promised you a first-team position. Van Persie didn't even glance at the contract. His gaze swept past everyone and came to rest directly on Lee Rand. League Two. He uttered the 2 words, both an accusation and a self-mockery. Starting center forward with absolute attacking freedom. Lee Rand met his stare, each word spoken with calm conviction. At Tranmere, no one will make you defend the corner flag, and no one will let you waste even a trace of your talent. Your task is only 1: score goals. As for everything else, I'll take care of it. Salary. Higher than your current reserve wages, though not yet on par with the first team. But the contract includes tiered goal bonuses. Lee Rand stood and walked over to him, lowering his voice. Everything you lost at Feyenoord you can win back in Birkenhead. Use your feet to silence everyone who has underestimated you. Van Persie's breath caught. He lowered his eyes to the cold figures on the contract, then looked up at the rain veiling the window. Here he was an outcast failure. There he might yet become a king. His Adam's apple moved. He picked up the pen and signed his name. His signature was bold, almost fierce enough to press through the paper. I'm not doing this for any of you, he said as he set down the pen, his voice hoarse. I'm doing it for the goal. Very good. Lee Ran extended his hand. Welcome. The two hands clasped briefly, then parted. Almost at the same moment, Birkenhead, England. In the office at Prenton Park, the fax machine fed out the confirmation sheet. Evans snatched it up, his eyes fixed on the numbers, and gave the desk a firm, emphatic thump. Yes, it's done. Manager Rogers had already hurried to the tactics board in excitement. With a black marker, he wrote a name in clear, heavy letters at the center forward position, Van Persie. Then he wrote another name at the left wing slot, Ribery. In Amsterdam, the rain was beginning to ease. Lee Ran ended his call with Rogers and instructed Daisy notify the media and release the news exactly as we agreed. Potential maximum total price, £1 million. Don't mention any details. He turned to Tom. Tell Robin to book the earliest flight. I want to see him at Prenton Park tomorrow morning. The players' tunnel at the training base. The door was shoved open. Two figures stepped in against the light, rain dripping from their hair and jawlines, each drop splashing into a tiny burst on the concrete floor. One was a young man with a faded reddish scar running across his face, an old washed-out kit bag slung over his shoulder, and a suppressed wildness burning in his eyes. The other was taller, moving over the puddles without a sound, his steps light as a cat's, yet his eyes were as cold as ice. The noisy chatter in the dressing room died in an instant. Van Persie, someone in the corner whispered. And the other one is that Frenchman. Call Ribery. I heard he couldn't even afford to eat properly in the French second division and survived on odd jobs. £1 million just to buy a glass striker from the Eredivisie. Is the boss out of his mind? Mockery and doubt drifted through the cold, damp air, completely unconcealed. Coach Rogers leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, his face expressionless. Only after everyone had finished sizing them up did he speak. His voice was not loud, but it reached every ear with precision. Good. Welcome your new teammates. His gaze swept across the room and lingered for a moment on a few smirking senior players. Don't rush to shake hands. Save your strength. On the pitch, let your feet do the talking. Squad training match. The rain had just stopped and the turf was heavy with moisture. Every sudden stop or turn sent up a spray of grass and black mud. Ribery got the ball for the first time. As if a signal had been triggered, three players in yellow bibs converged on him from three directions. Close him down. Dave, the defensive captain, barked from behind. Ribery didn't lift his head, nor did he play the safe pass back. He sharply dragged the ball inward with the inside of his right foot, switching his body weight from right to left in an instant. The ball seemed tethered to his ankle by a short string, skimming along the ground and shedding the first wave of pressure. There was no wasted movement. Just two more quick touches to change direction. His cadence was astonishingly rapid. His dribbling rhythm was not a steady push forward, but a series of short explosive pulses from his ankle, as if whipping the turf with every step. Central defender Vidic stood his ground directly in front of him, feet planted, shoulders squared, and chest broadened, turning himself into a near 100-kilogram wall of muscle that sealed off every route forward. Ribery didn't slow down. Instead, he nudged the ball half a step closer to Vidic's standing foot, a seemingly reckless choice. It was that half step of opening that forced Vidic's weight to shift for a single second. That was enough. Ribery's calf muscles tensed in an instant, his instep locked, and he lashed the ball with full power. Boom. The ball tore through the air, struck the underside of the crossbar, and ricocheted into the net. The entire net stretched taut like a drawn bow, giving off a sharp buzz. On the sideline, the substitutes bench was dead silent. That guy. Fletcher swallowed instinctively. O'Shea muttered under his breath, that madman. But he didn't notice the corner of his own mouth curling up with a hint of excitement. Training resumed. Now it was Van Persie's turn. He stood at the top of the penalty arc waiting for a teammate's pass with the casual air of a man waiting for a cup of coffee. Hayworth, standing right beside him, wasted no time with his trash talk. £1 million star. Go on, show us whether your price tag is written on a medical chart. Van Persie finally looked up, his icy gaze sweeping over Hayworth's face. He said nothing. First ball, a high cross from his teammate. He brought it down with his chest. The moment it hit the ground, his right leg swung through and struck the lower middle part of the ball with precision. Goalkeeper Neuer guessed the right direction and stretched his body to the limit, his fingertips even brushing against the surface of the ball. It was no use. Carrying a sharp, dipping spin, the ball grazed his fingertips and curled into the bottom right corner of the net. Second ball, a fast flat cross. Van Persie didn't trap it. Meeting the ball in its path, he hit it first time on the volley. The ball came without rotation, like a cannonball blasting straight past Neuer's outstretched hands. Third ball, with his back to the goal, he gently nudged the ball to the side and behind him with his heel. Then, pivoting on his standing foot, he unleashed a blindingly fast half-turn strike. Boom. The ball thundered for a third time, crashing against the underside of the crossbar again. Nearly the exact same spot as Ribery's strike just moments before. The whole goal frame hummed. 3 shots, 3 goals, 2 of them hitting the same spot on the crossbar. This wasn't luck. This was pure unapologetic skill on display and a blunt statement of intent. Neuer rose from the turf. There was no anger in his eyes as he stared at Van Persie, as if studying a phenomenon. Eventually he forced out through gritted teeth, "He's a born striker." The whistle to stop training had not yet sounded. Haworth's face was already flushed. He stormed up to Van Persie, his spittle almost landing on Van Persie's face. "What is this? A few shots and you think you've earned my place? I've played for this club for 3 years. Who do you think you are? A piece of garbage thrown away by your old club." The nonchalance in Van Persie's eyes vanished entirely, replaced by a chilling calm. With a roar, Haworth shoved a hand toward Van Persie's chest. At the exact moment of the shove, Van Persie gave a barely perceptible tilt of his shoulder and retreated half a step. Haworth's force met nothing but air. Combined with his forward momentum, he stumbled, staggered, and sprawled face first into the mud. A wave of gasps swept across the pitch. Van Persie hadn't touched him at all, an insult sharper than any physical blow. Looking down at Haworth floundering in the mud, Van Persie spoke slowly. "I'm not here to take your place. Because you don't deserve a place at all. You're asking for it." Haworth sprang up from the ground like a frenzied bull and rushed at Van Persie, arm raised. "Stop it." Vidic was the first to react, using his body to force his way between the two. Neuer also stepped in front of Van Persie, spreading his arms wide. "Everyone cool it." The situation remained tense. Rodgers stood on the sideline watching everything without the slightest intention of intervening. Instead, a glint of morbid excitement flickered in his eyes. He walked forward slowly. "Good." Everyone froze. "Good," Rodgers repeated, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "This is exactly the team I want. Some are discontent, some fire back, and everyone wants to outdo each other. Excellent." He swung his arm toward the center of the pitch. "Next round, 11-a-side intra-squad match. Not convinced? Then let your feet bury your opponent's pride in the mud. The team that wins possession takes the kickoff." The whistle blew. Rodgers gave no tactical instructions, only a single command: free play. The meaning was crystal clear: no teammates here, only opponents. Within 3 minutes of kickoff, Haworth had already found Van Persie, hounding him with relentless tenacity. "Come on, show me whether you're actually worth the money." Van Persie sneered, sinking his weight slightly and feinting to drive down the left. The instant Haworth shifted his weight and thrust out a leg to make the tackle, Van Persie deftly dragged the ball inward with the tip of his right boot. The ball slid cleanly through Haworth's open legs. A nutmeg. A complete humiliation. Haworth stood frozen, and Van Persie's silhouette was already 2 meters away. "Cross." Van Persie shouted toward the left as he started his run. A midfielder lofted a long pass, finding Ribery sprinting down the left flank with precision. Ribery collected the ball and without any adjustment knocked it a full 5 meters ahead, using his sheer pace to blow past the defender. 2 defenders immediately converged for a double team. Then he stamped to a sudden stop and cut inside. The explosive power allowed him to create distance, instantly followed by another sharp reverse stop. The ball remained controlled at his feet as both defenders slid past, losing their footing. Ribery did not raise his head. Using only his peripheral vision, he spotted the figure at the edge of the penalty area and struck the ball with the outside of his right foot. The ball drew a straight line along the grass, arriving with precision. Van Persie met it without hesitation, striking it powerfully with his left foot. The ball spiraled with fierce rotation toward the upper corner of the goal. Neuer launched himself to make a save, his fingertips brushing the ball, but he could only watch as it found the back of the net. 1-0. José stood still, expression grave. Van Persie did not celebrate. He walked slowly toward Ribery and offered his fist. Ribery glanced at him and bumped fists. Then the captain Dave approached. He did not look at the defeated José, but met Van Persie and Ribery's gaze directly. His expression remained calm, without anger or frustration. "Well played. But do not grow too confident. In this league, a goal in a training match means nothing." Wigan Athletic Chairman's office. The secretary placed a document on Dave Wayland's desk with careful reverence. Official Dutch striker Robin van Persie joins Tranmere Rovers for a transfer fee of approximately £1 million. Wayland's gaze lifted from the document. His face showed no expected rage, only a cold sense of offense. His premium Cuban cigar was slowly crushed in the crystal ashtray embers, whispering, "The Crow Project." And then just 3 days of pause. His voice was quiet, yet the temperature in the room seemed to drop. On the chief scout's forehead as he opened the folder and explained quickly, "Please remain composed. Van Persie certainly has talent, but examine these records. First, injury concerns. Over the past 2 years, ankle sprains and thigh pulls caused him to miss matches at Feyenoord. While not severe, the frequency drew internal criticism about his durability. Many scouts question whether his body can withstand the intensity of English football." He turned the page and lowered his voice. Second, disciplinary matters. His relationship with head coach Van Marwijk deteriorated significantly, with multiple confrontations leading to demotion to the reserves. Within the dressing room, opinions were divided. Some saw a genius while others viewed him as unpredictable. Finally, the media. Dutch journalists have been highly critical over recent months, describing him as rebellious and self-sabotaging. Such a reputation would create challenges at any club. The scout looked up and added carefully, "This means Tranmere's investment of £1 million may yield little return." Wayland was silent for a moment before a faint smile appeared. He tapped the table as though passing judgment. "Very well. Let the challenge unfold at their hands." He stood and pointed his cane at a large schedule on the wall, landing precisely on Tranmere Rovers versus Wigan Athletic. "I need not intervene personally. The English lower leagues will serve their purpose. We simply need to wait and witness the outcome at Prenton Park. 1 week later at Hillsborough, the home of Sheffield Wednesday. Media anticipation had heightened the atmosphere ahead of the match. The Sun placed a prominent photograph of Van Persie on its front page with the headline £1 million powder keg. Sky Sports commentators remarked on their program that Tranmere's Chinese director clearly lacks football understanding, acquiring a player whose reputation exceeds his capability alongside an unknown from the French lower divisions. As Tranmere's bus entered the tunnel, they were greeted by over 20,000 home supporters, forming a sea of blue and white. Fists pressed against the windows, creating dull thuds accompanied by loud chanting that filled the air. Go back to the Netherlands, player from Feyenoord. Return to France, you marked individual. Inside the changing room, Rodgers said nothing, placing several newspapers firmly against the tactical board. He pointed at the headlines and looked toward Van Persie and Ribery. Glass figure, marked face, problematic presence. Each word carried more weight than the last. The media has already written your narratives. They await the moment when you are removed from play. Rodgers struck the tactical board firmly. Now go onto the field. Use your feet to silence every doubt. In the narrow passage, Sheffield Wednesday players stood ahead, tall and muscular, their expressions open and confident. A center-back lightly brushed Van Persie's shoulder and whispered nearby, I heard you once confronted your coach at Feyenoord over instructions to cover more ground. Rest assured, everyone plays by different rules here, friend. Van Persie continued walking without pause, slowly licking his dry lips, his gaze steady and deep. Another player approached Ribery, looking directly at the marks on his face with a smile. Tell me, Ribery, did no one warn you about playing in daylight? The English lower leagues are not the place for marked individuals. Ribery did not respond. His eyes remained fixed on the light from the pitch ahead, carrying a focused intensity. The whistle sounded to begin the match. Hillsborough erupted with support. Sheffield Wednesday, empowered by their home advantage, launched intense pressing. Their approach was clear and direct, using physical strength to challenge Tranmere's key players. Within 10 minutes, Neuer had already made 3 exceptional saves as shots came repeatedly toward the goal. Tranmere faced pressure across the pitch. From the stands, Sheffield Wednesday supporters called out. At the 15th minute, in the midst of play, Fletcher won the ball in midfield with precise technique. Without hesitation, he identified space on the left and delivered an accurate diagonal pass, the ball traveling with purpose. Now, the ball was still airborne when Ribery moved. His leg muscles engaged, instantly driving forward as if propelled. He covered the distance in a single burst. The first step created a 3-meter gap from the defender. Sheffield Wednesday's right back, taken aback by the speed, could only attempt to challenge, unable to reach him. The second movement, a light touch with the outside of the foot, separated player from ball. The damp grass became an ally with each step, sending sprays of water as he left pursuers behind. The crowd sounds shifted from mockery to astonishment. Ribery did not enter the penalty area. Instead, from near the touchline, he delivered a driven half-volley cross. The ball skimmed just above the grass, rotating as it traveled toward the center of the penalty area. There, Van Persie had already appeared like a phantom in the most lethal position. Maguire, the towering center-back of Sheffield Wednesday, who had challenged him earlier, maintained his mark and leaped to clear the ball. He used his weight and strength to push forward, his arm braced at his side to challenge Van Persie for position, calling out to disrupt his balance. But at the moment he exerted force, Van Persie's body unexpectedly shifted backward, flowing like a serpent and yielding half a step of space. Maguire overcommitted his weight, leaning forward with a slight loss of balance beneath him. That half-step gap was all the difference between opportunity and defeat. Van Persie's body reactivated the instant Maguire lost balance, launching himself into the air with explosive power. His torso folded in the air as his neck tensed, channeling his entire body's force through his forehead toward the ball. The ball struck with a sharp impact, then shot forward like white lightning, grazing the goalkeeper's fingertips before diving into the top corner of the net. The net rippled violently as the scoreboard flashed 0-1, and Hillsborough fell silent. Van Persie landed without celebration, turned, and fixed his gaze on Maguire rising from the ground. He slowly raised his right index finger and shook it gently. The silent gesture carried its own weight. On the bench, Rodgers struck Rand's shoulder with a smile. Director, Van Persie was worth every penny, Rand said calmly, watching the pitch while holding an umbrella. This investment had just begun to pay dividends. When the match resumed and Van Persie received a pass at the center circle, a dark figure surged toward him from behind. It was Maguire, the Sheffield Wednesday center-back, who had been beaten earlier. He lunged in recklessly, both feet leaving the ground as his studs caught sight of Van Persie's supporting left ankle. A sharp sound echoed through the stadium, and the referee immediately produced a red card from his pocket, raising it high. Before Maguire could recover, his teammate pulled him away as he protested to the referee, gesturing toward Van Persie. Some Sheffield Wednesday fans applauded from the stands. The Tranmere bench erupted in frustration as Rodgers knocked over his tactics board and appealed passionately to the fourth official. Assault. Rand's attention remained fixed on Van Persie's ankle. Raindrops fell from the edge of the umbrella. Could Van Persie still continue? The cameras focused on Van Persie lying on the pitch as photographers captured the moment. The medical team rushed onto the field and examined Van Persie's left ankle carefully. Sweat mixed with rain on Van Persie's face as he remained silent, showing his determination through his expression. Robin, Ribery rushed to his side, first calling out with urgency in his eyes. Van Persie, breathing heavily, watched Maguire walking toward the tunnel and managed to say that he would be all right. After a quick examination, the medical staff determined there was no obvious deformity or fracture, but suspected an ankle sprain. He must leave the field immediately. Van Persie tried to rise using his hands, but couldn't put weight on his left foot and knelt on the ground. The Sheffield Wednesday fans jeered as Van Persie made his way to the sideline, ignoring them. Van Persie kept his head high despite the difficulty of each step, his expression cold. Rodgers approached from the bench, hoping to assist him onto a stretcher. Van Persie pushed gently away and insisted in a hoarse voice, "I can walk." Wren finally exhaled slowly. His eyes remained steady. As long as there was no bone damage and his will remained strong, he would still be Robin the goalscorer. Rodgers' expression turned serious as he immediately turned and called to the bench, "Hayworth, get ready." Hayworth rose quickly and responded to Rodgers with urgency. He showed eagerness to prove himself after entering the match, making several forward runs. However, 5 minutes later, a poor control by Hayworth in his own half allowed the opposing team to intercept and launch a quick counterattack. Sheffield Wednesday's winger broke into the box and struck toward the far corner. Neuer made an incredible save, pushing the ball over the line with his fingertips. Tranmere's defense looked unsettled. Vidic and Dave called out to Hayworth, who gestured apologetically. Some spectators commented on the performance as Sheffield Wednesday, despite playing with 10 men, gained momentum from the counterattack. In the 72nd minute, following a defensive clearance to the left, Ribery accelerated toward the Sheffield Wednesday right back receiving the ball. Ribery used a firm shoulder charge to create space and take the ball, an assertive challenge. He beat his marker and advanced down the wing. When two defenders closed in, he skilled past them with a quick touch and acceleration through the gap. At the edge of the box, Ribery struck the ball powerfully with his right leg. It flew through the rain and found the top corner of the net. 0-2. After scoring, Ribery did not celebrate. Instead, he ran toward where Van Persie had exited, leaped in the rain, and mimicked a powerful heading motion. He then pointed to his eyes and gestured toward the scoreboard. The message was clear: they would avenge their teammate. The Sheffield Wednesday fans fell silent, then erupted in disapproving noises. On the bench, Rodgers jumped to his feet, visibly excited, shouting, "Crazy! Crazy!" The MRI scans were soon delivered into Lee Rand's hands. On the monochrome images, the skeletal structure appeared clear and intact. No fractures, no tears, only a slight strain of the lateral ankle ligament accompanied by mild soft tissue edema. The team doctor's verdict was succinct: a false alarm. 3 to 5 days of rest, and he can resume training. Lee Rand nodded, the taut string in his heart finally loosening. Van Persie was told the result and merely sneered coldly. "Tell them I can play this weekend." The tone carried a stubborn pride that made even the team doctor frown. "Robin, you must wait until you're completely pain-free before playing otherwise." Van Persie cut him off directly. "I came here to score goals, not to be an invalid. Director, you signed me to win, didn't you?" He was a general. Lee Rand looked at him. There was no plea in Van Persie's eyes, only blazing fighting spirit and undisguised resolve. He was forcing Lee Rand to make a stance. Lee Rand was silent for a moment, picked up the scan, held it to the light for another look, then slowly said, "The starting lineup for the weekend will be decided after Friday's training. Now go back and ice it." His tone was calm, yet it made Van Persie's determination feel like a fist punching cotton. The Dutchman stared at him for a few seconds, then gave a cold snort, turned, and hopped away on one foot. The team doctor wiped sweat from his forehead. "That guy is a real thorn." Lee Rand said nothing, simply put the scan away. A thorn. What he wanted was a thorn that could pierce through the opponent's defense. A meek sheep could never win a match. That evening, Lee Rand sat alone in his office, flipping through Tom's complete work records over the past month. From covertly infiltrating Feyenoord's training ground to record Van Persie's habits with every touch to catching the psychological fluctuations behind every micro-expression of Feyenoord's chairman and director at the negotiation table. Tom's handwriting was still immature, but the logical chain was like an old hunter's trap, precise and deadly. This kid was born for this. Lee Rand stubbed out his cigarette and pressed the intercom. "Send Tom to my office. Now." 5 minutes later, Tom practically jogged in. His cheap suit was badly wrinkled, his tie slightly askew, obviously rearranged in a hurry. He stood ramrod straight, his hands clenched into nervous fists at his sides. "Boss, sit." Lee Rand gestured to the chair opposite. Tom shook his head. "No need, boss. I'll stand." Lee Rand didn't insist. He pushed the file to the edge of the desk and tapped the cover with his knuckles, producing a dull thud. "This report." Lee Rand's gaze dissected Tom like a scalpel. "Look at it yourself, then tell me what the 3 most fatal oversights in it are." There was no praise, only an icy interrogation. Tom's breath instantly stopped. He had expected to be commended, but instead found himself facing an impromptu examination. Sweat beaded on his forehead. With trembling hands, he picked up the report he had been so proud of, his mind racing. The office fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the rustle of pages turning. After a minute, Tom looked up, his voice hoarse from tension. "First, the assessment of Van Persie's character risk was overly optimistic. I only recorded his talent and will to win, but ignored how that personality could become a bomb in the locker room." Lee Rand was noncommittal. Second, Tom's thinking became clearer. In the negotiation phase, I over-relied on analyzing the opponent's psychological weaknesses but didn't prepare a backup plan. If Feyenoord's chairman had been tough enough, our negotiation rhythm could have been disrupted, causing the transfer cost to spiral out of control. Third, Lee Rand's tone didn't change. Third, Tom bit his lip as if determined, I misjudged your tactical intentions. I only examined Van Persie as an excellent forward, but didn't evaluate him within the team's future tactical system. I didn't know whether you needed a target man, a finisher, or both. My report only accomplished the what, but didn't answer the why. Having said that, he lowered his head, awaiting judgment. Lee Rand finally showed a faint trace of a smile, but it vanished quickly. Not too stupid after all. He rose and walked to the huge map of English football leagues on the wall, his gaze locking onto the densely packed London area like a hawk. Tom, have you seen West Ham United's financial reports? The topic changed so abruptly that Tom was stunned, but having been born into a family of Hammers fans, he instinctively replied, yes, I have. They're suffering huge financial deficits due to relegation and are frantically selling off players to cash in. A sinking iron ship. Lee Rand tapped the location of East London with his finger, but there are always a few treasures worth salvaging on board. Tell me, what's the most valuable thing on that ship, eh? Tom's pupils contracted sharply. Without almost any thought, he blurted out, Michael Carrick. Why? Because he's a true midfield brain. Tom grew excited, his nervousness replaced by professional enthusiasm. A product of the Hammers Youth Academy, an absolute mainstay of England U21. His passing vision, orchestration ability, and that calm beyond his years. He is the scarcest metronome in modern football. Lee Rand turned around, sat back down, took another document from the drawer, and tossed it onto the desk. It was a personnel file, and the photo was of a bespectacled, refined Frenchman. Do you know him? Tom only glanced at it, and felt a chill rise from his spine. Damien Kamali, Arsenal's chief scout, the eyes of Professor Arsène Wenger. Lee Rand nodded, his tone steady and calm. London is the heart of all English football. Arsenal, Chelsea, Tottenham, even West Ham, all on that same piece of land. We can't cover every angle, so we need one person stationed there keeping an eye on everything. Your task isn't just to watch Carrick. I want you to become my eyes, just as Kamali does for Wenger, or even surpass him. Tom's jaw clenched with a grating sound, and he nodded emphatically. I understand. Lee Rand's tone grew weightier. This is not just intelligence, it's your trial. I want you to learn independent judgment to decide for yourself who to watch, who to track, and who to discard without anyone telling you. Tom felt his blood burning throughout his body. He suddenly lifted his head, his gaze as firm as a piece of steel. I won't let you down. Lee Rand glanced at him, and for the first time there was a hint of softness in his eyes. Go on. London is huge, but don't get lost. At the University of Liverpool Language Centre, the first day of the spring semester classes began. After taking attendance, tutor Harrison cleared his throat and announced in his usual flat tone, in last semester's test, only one student in the class passed, Lee Rand. From today onward, you only need to come to campus on Tuesday and Thursday mornings for 2 courses, academic writing and oral expression. The remaining courses are waived. The classroom erupted in a buzz of voices. Traitor. Lu Wei was the first to leap from his seat, pointing at Lee Rand and howling, we agreed to fail together, yet you secretly soared ahead. Rigged. Absolutely rigged. Sonchai from Thailand pounded the table. Tonight we must hold a public inquiry and put him on the hot seat. Lin, she pushed up her glasses, adding serenely, while we continue slogging through purgatory, he's already gone off to level up and fight monsters. Mickey looked at him with gossipy curiosity. Lee Rand, did you get the exam answers in advance? Yui, however, carefully took a workbook out of her school bag. Lee Rand, I've written a new short essay. Could you help me revise it? The whole class burst into laughter. Lu Wei immediately pointed at Yui. Traitor. You've gone over to the other side. Yui blushed and mumbled defensively. Lee Rand explains things more clearly than the teacher. Lee Rand. Minjun in the back row gave a cold snort. Don't get cocky. You can pass a test like that by guessing. Next time I'll catch up with you. Lee Rand merely closed his book calmly. Maybe I just guessed better. Lu Wei was almost speechless with disbelief. Nonsense. That was not guessing. You handed in your paper half an hour early, then sat there elegantly twirling your pen. Watching you, I felt like calling the exam board. That wasn't an exam. That was sheer provocation. Amid the laughter, Harrison tapped the blackboard. All right, settle down. Although Lee Rand passed, I've decided. After class every Tuesday and Thursday, he will volunteer 10 minutes to answer questions for everyone. Lu Wei's eyes lit up, and he slapped the table. Teacher, brilliant. 10 minutes isn't enough. At least half an hour. Songchai raised his hand to protest. Lin, she chuckled. 10 minutes is enough for us to take turns copying notes. Mickey said sweetly, then book me first. Yui whispered, I want some too. The class bell rang. Lu Wei was the first to dash over and lean on Lee Rand's desk. You're going to the bar tonight. No excuses. You passed while we all failed there, at least let us soak up some of your good luck. Lee Rand shook his head. No, I have other things to do. Lu Wei cried out at once. See. Right there. How many times last semester did he use that line to slip away? Comrades, remember, he's the biggest class-skipping insider in our class. The crowd gathered around, blocking Lee Rand at the classroom door, and the scene turned into a lively hubbub. Through the corridor windows, the late winter sunlight streamed in, brightly illuminating the group of international students. Lee Rand slung his backpack over his shoulder and listened to their teasing and banter, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth, yet he offered no explanation. He knew. In his classmates' eyes he was simply a mysterious student with a hint of suspected cheating. In his own heart, however, he had long since outgrown this classroom. Half an hour later, Birkenhead Tranmere training ground. The January transfer window had closed and all dealings and operations had come to an end. Tranmere's squad was finally settled. On the training pitch, Rogers was waving a small flag, constantly adjusting the players' positions. José dropped back a little. Don't leave the holding midfield exposed. Robin, remember your job is not to drop to the center circle for the ball, but to stay in the box and become their nightmare. Ribery, the wing is your runway. Don't hesitate. When you get the ball, take them on. After the rain, the turf was slick and the players were covered in mud, but the tempo and cohesion had improved qualitatively compared with before the winter window. The team doctor handed over the latest injury report. Sean Williams' thigh strain was recovering well, and he would be able to train with the team by the weekend. Sagna had suffered a partial tear of an ankle ligament. His protective gear had now been removed, and he was expected to return within 2 weeks. Lee Rand scanned the report, finally breathing a sigh of relief. The FA Cup gamble had not dragged the team down, and instead it had secured a more complete squad. As long as these players could hold up against injuries, the path to promotion remained firmly in their grasp. The club's affairs had already settled onto the right track. On the touchline, Rogers was increasingly looking like a true commanding officer. Meanwhile, Lee Rand was in his office opening a thick English textbook, the FA Level 1 coaching certificate. Rogers pushed open the door, saw this, and couldn't help laughing. You're actually serious about this? Lee Rand raised an eyebrow and didn't deny it. Rogers pulled out a chair and sat down, his tone more serious than before. Then let me spell it out for you. In the FA system, coaching certificates are divided into several levels. The lowest is Level 1, which mainly covers safety rules, training, design, and coaching kids football. It only requires a 5-day course, so it's quick. Once you have Level 1, you can apply for Level 2. That takes longer, at least a few months, and assesses your ability to organize a team and design tactics and training. He paused, then added, above Level 2 is the UEFA B license. That's a threshold. You need grassroots coaching experience before you can apply, and normally it takes a year. With the B license, you can finally coach in the professional system, at clubs like League Two or League One level. Above that is the UEFA A license, which is a stepping stone to top-level management. Finally comes the Pro license. That certificate is reserved for those managing Premier League giants or competing in European competitions. Lee Rand listened attentively and nodded. So to stand on the touchline, I still have to start from a classroom for little kids. Exactly. Rogers smiled. But it's not hard for you. Level 1 takes 5 days, and Level 2 takes about 3 months. What really takes time are the B and A licenses. The B alone requires at least a year before you can even start. But luckily you have the resources and the platform, so applying won't be too difficult. He suddenly lowered his voice and smiled. I have an old friend at the FA's training center in Lancashire. He's the lead coach there now. I can write a recommendation letter to get you in. That way your application will go much more smoothly. Lee Rand was taken aback, then laughed. Are you worried I'll steal your job? Rogers leaned back in his chair, spreading his hands. Hard to say, but either way you need to get Level 1 first. After going through that path, you'll truly have the qualifications to sit on the touchline. By then you'll no longer be just a director. You'll be a real manager. Under Rogers' guidance, Lee Rand soon set about making preparations. To take the FA Level 1 coaching course, he had to submit a full set of documents, a photocopy of his passport, proof of address, 2-inch photos, and a health declaration. Don't grumble about the hassle, it's the rule. Rogers pushed a stack of forms in front of him. Fill them out, then fax them to the FA training center in Lancashire. They'll schedule the course. If you're recommended by a club, they can usually arrange an intensive 5-day block, so it's all done within a week. Lee Rand looked at the stack of paper and couldn't help smiling. This really feels like signing up for driving school back home. Without a coaching license, even if you're a tactical genius, you can only shout from the stands. Rogers slammed a stack of application materials onto the table. This is football's driver's license. You know the consequences of driving without it better than I do. Daisy was extremely efficient. Passport, certificates, declarations, all handled within half an hour. The fax machine hummed, transmitting Lee Rand's future page by page to Lancashire. After a soft beep, Rogers leaned back in his chair. All right, now we wait for the notice. Those bureaucrats at the FA are about as fast as sloths. But the reply came unusually fast. On the envelope, the 3 lions crest was stamped in bold relief. Mr. Lee Rand of Tranmere Rovers, you have been accepted into the FA Coaching Certificate course, Level 1. The course will commence in mid-February at the Lancashire FA Teaching Centre and will last 5 days. Lee Rand held the letter between his fingers, feeling the raised texture of the printed ink. The path to becoming a head coach officially began with this single sheet of paper. The Lancashire FA Teaching Centre, a red brick building, looked rather solemn under the drizzling rain. Inside the classroom, the air mingled with the scent of fresh grass, coffee, and cheap jerseys. More than 20 trainees sat in distinct groups. On one side were young coaches in various clubs' youth academy training kits. On the other side were amateur players and parents with varied expressions. Lee Rand found a corner seat and opened his notebook. The course instructor, Andy, was a bald, middle-aged man with a warm smile but sharp eyes. Welcome to the Level 1 course. I'm Andy. Remember, this is not a lecture hall, it's a pitch. You can Google theoretical knowledge anytime, but the wisdom of football can only be learned on the grass. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly man in the front row wearing an old professional team training kit let out a sneer. He glanced around the room, his gaze pausing on Lee Rand's notebook with undisguised contempt. Day 1, safety and responsibility. Andy seemed not to hear him and led the group straight to the equipment room. A loose door frame can cripple a child for life. Those words instantly silenced the chatter in the classroom. Lee Rand lowered his head and wrote safety equals establishing order. Details determine the boundaries of management. He felt a piercing stare. It was that burly man. Leaning against the door frame with his arms crossed and chewing gum, his expression seemed to say, do we really need to be taught this kind of common sense? The next day, basic technical training. The artificial turf was slippery, and everyone had to demonstrate passing, controlling, and dribbling. When it was that man's turn, his name was Gavin, a player just retired from the 4th tier, he performed his task. He completed the task with a series of flashy backheel flicks, drags, and turns, drawing exclamations of admiration. See, a professional is really different. With skills like that, studying with us is really a waste of talent. Gavin glanced smugly in Lee Rand's direction, his eyes seeming to say, an Asian guy. Does he even know how to play football? Then it was Lee Rand's turn. He wasted no motion, receiving, cushioning, opening his body, releasing the ball. Every movement resembled a diagram from a textbook, clean, efficient, and utterly without hesitation. More importantly, his explanation. The key to controlling the ball isn't the foot, it's the orientation of your body. Wherever you intend to pass the ball, next your body should already be facing that direction. That can save you half a second, and in a match that is the difference between life and death. The trainee seemed thoughtful, while Gavin's face darkened. Andy's pen stopped on his notepad. He looked up, studied Lee Rand, and for the first time showed interest beyond evaluation. Well said. A coach's job is to use the mind, not the feet. Your explanation matters more than your movements. Lee Rand nodded in acknowledgement, returned to his seat, and wrote in his notebook, concept delivery over movement demonstration. Day 3, session design. They were to work in groups to design a 40-minute training session. Dramatically, Lee Rand and Gavin were placed in the same group, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Why make it so complicated? Gavin looked at the tactics board. Lee Rand had drawn, his face full of impatience. Just let the kids play against each other. High intensity. Run until you drop. Then keep running. That's how football is trained. Without lifting his head, Lee Rand asked calmly, is that how your own coach taught you back then? Of course. And that's why you're here now, taking the level 1 course with me. Gavin's face instantly turned deep red and his fists clenched tautly. The surrounding group members dared not even breathe. Lee Rand finally looked up with a calm gaze. Football is not track and field. Mindless exhaustion only destroys a child's passion for the game. The core of my design is decision-making. Let them make their own decisions in the game rather than becoming robots that only follow orders. In the end, the group submitted 2 radically different plans after much argument. Andy looked at both plans and smiled. Very interesting. Armchair tactics mean nothing. Tomorrow we'll see the real test on the pitch. Day for the final assessment. Everyone knew the real show was about to begin. Andy held the group assignment list and cleared his throat. Gavin, you'll take the children in Group A. They have the best discipline. Gavin flashed a victorious smile. Lee Rand, Andy's gaze turned to him. Group B is yours. Good luck. As the words fell, a muffled gasp ran through the crowd. Group B was the camp's notorious troublemaker legion. The group had 2 stars. One was Jamie, incredibly talented but extremely self-centered and never passing the ball, a typical ball hog. The other was Sam, bursting with energy like a wild monkey, sprinting everywhere on the pitch but never staying in position. Gavin almost laughed out loud. He patted Lee Rand on the shoulder and said with sincerity, brother, just say the word if you need help. Dealing with these brats. Just shout at them and make them run laps. Lee Rand simply smiled and walked toward Group B. Training began. Gavin's Group A operated like an army. Between the marker cones, the children moved and passed with precision and discipline. Lee Rand's Group B, on the other hand, was a disaster. Jamie got the ball and dribbled solo, ignoring all teammates. Sam was chasing butterflies, completely forgetting he was on the pitch. The other children were at a loss, and the scene fell into chaos. See, I told you the theorist is a joke, Gavin said to those around him, his voice pitched just loud enough to reach Andy. Andy remained expressionless, just watching Lee Rand. Lee Rand didn't panic, nor did he even shout. He blew the whistle to stop the session and gathered Group B's children together. Instead of lecturing, he took out a football and drew a simple crown on it. From now on, this is the king's ball. He handed the ball to Jamie. Jamie, you are the king. Your mission is to carry your ball and charge into the enemy's castle, the small goal. But the king cannot be touched by anyone. Once you're touched, you're dead, and the game is over. Jamie's eyes lit up. Being the king. He loved that. Lee Rand then turned to Sam. Sam, you are the king's ghost guardian. Your task is to harass every enemy who tries to touch the king. You can use any means as long as you don't foul. The more chaotically you run, the more headaches you'll give the enemies. Sam jumped up excitedly. This was literally a role tailor-made for him. The rest of you, Lee Rand looked at the remaining children. You are the king's shields. The king is fragile. He needs you to block the enemies for him and create a path for him to advance. Your mission is to pass the ball and pull apart the enemy's defense line. A simple role play changed everything in an instant. Training resumed. Jimmy remained the core of his face, carrying both excitement and arrogance. For the first time, instead of blindly charging alone, he learned to observe the shield around him. Sean Moo became the most formidable disruptor. His erratic running turned into Group B's most effective defense. The other children, now driven by the clear objective of protect the king, began to execute frantic pass and move combinations. Chaos transformed into a creative, structured order. On the sidelines, Wen's smile stiffened on his face. He saw that although his Group A was strictly disciplined, the players moved like robots with hollow eyes. In Group B, every child was screaming and laughing, their eyes sparkling with light. And D drew a heavy circle in his notebook, then wrote a single word after Lee Ran's name, master. On the 5th day came the closing ceremony. Every trainee had to lead a group of children through a 20-minute training session. Wen's session was textbook perfect. Passing, trapping, and dribbling were uniformly executed, yet utterly uninspired. Lee Ran's session, however, once again impressed everyone. He divided the pitch with colored marker cones and assigned roles to the children: archers, knights, and a dragon guarding the goal. The tasks were simple, yet enough to let the children naturally absorb basic concepts like passing, support, and space protection through laughter and running. When the final scores were posted, Lee Ran's name stood unmistakably at the top. During the closing remarks, D looked at him with a meaningful tone. Lee Ran, you might be the fastest trainee I have ever seen to grasp the true essence of football education. When Lee Ran went on stage to receive the certificate printed with FA Level 1 coach, D shook his hand firmly. Amid the applause, D lowered his voice and whispered a sentence that made Lee Ran's heart pound. Level 1 is a waste of time for you. Inside the FA there is a closed-door green channel. Within 6 months it can take you from here straight to a UEFA B coaching license. Lee Ran's breath stopped for a second, and D let go of his hand, and a sly smile crept across his lips. But the spot requires a signed recommendation from a senior coach, and my recommendation letter comes at a steep price. He paused, looking into Lee Ran's eyes, and said word by word, first you need to solve a big problem for me. Our youth training partnership site had its community funding cut, and the higher-ups keep sticking us with the label, you only know how to get certificates, not how to coach kids. And D spread his hands. Within 2 months, I need a rubbish team to transform itself into a model team. Discipline, attendance, parental satisfaction, and match performance. You must pull all 4 indicators above the line. In May, during the FA inspection, you'll lead the team in an open evaluation match. You don't need to win, but you must play exactly what I want. Once it's done, I'll give you my signed recommendation and send you down the fast track to UEFA B. When? Lee Ran asked, already calculating. Use your spare time, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evenings. And D pulled a set of keys from his pocket. The people that pitch the equipment, these keys are yours. Throughout the process, I want a complete file: training logs, home visit records, attendance sheets, injury reports, and monthly reports. I want a file folder that can be slammed directly onto a supervisor's desk. Lee Ran's mind was racing. The risks were extremely high, but so was the reward. This was his only shortcut. Fine. He took the cold, rusty key ring and put it in his pocket. Where do I start? Tonight at 7, pitch 5 at Mayduo Park. And D's smile was telling. Your team is waiting for you there. At 7 in the evening, the rain was icy. Mayduo Park's floodlights cast a dim yellowish glow that barely illuminated the rundown pitch 5. The fence had 2 gaping holes, one corner flag was missing, and opening the equipment room lock with the key sent a musty smell mixed with old leather rushing out. Half-deflated balls and cracked marker cones lay scattered on the ground. This was the starting point of his model team. Coach, you're 3 minutes late. A tall, skinny boy crossed his arms, chewing gum, his gaze piercing. Lee Ran glanced at the registration form. Isan, top scorer in the local youth league. Notes: ball hog, physical and challenges, absolutely refuses to pass. My dad says guys like you with certificates are useless. You can't do anything but draw on tactic boards. Another red-haired kid jammed the air needle into the valve and pressed down hard. Bang! The ball burst. His name was Baluin. Notes: ADHD, attention deficit. In the goal, a chubby little goalkeeper was leaning against the post, munching on potato chips. A note was pinned to his jacket. Must be home by 8:30. Hang me. Notes: quick reaction on the goal line, overweight, extremely overbearing parents. In the corner, a girl with a ponytail was juggling the ball by herself. Lucy. Notes: failed a girl's football trial, delicate footwork, intense self-esteem. This was the big problem, and D had mentioned. A veritable exhibition of problem children. Lee Ran sneered inwardly. This recommendation letter was indeed so expensive it burned. You're the new one. Baluin took the chewed gum out of his mouth, slapped it precisely onto the goal post, then flicked the ball up with his toes, and stared straight at Lee Ran. You want us to listen to you? Easy. 5 chances. Take the ball away from me. Fine. Lee Ran tossed the key ring onto the equipment box with a clatter. He didn't approach Baluin. Instead, he walked to the small whiteboard outside the equipment room, the stale team rules board left by D. He picked up a marker and wrote at the very top, rules everyone. Then he blew a short whistle. Gather round. Center on me, 5-meter radius, 30 seconds to get in place. Latecomers handle team chores. No one moved. The air seemed frozen. Arsène juggled the ball with his foot, the corner of his mouth twisted in a mocking sneer. Tangmi was still tearing open his bag of chips with a rustling sound. Baluin, meanwhile, sprinted wildly around the pitch, turning back to make faces and jeer. 29-28. Li Ran began counting down without looking at anyone. His voice was not loud, but in the empty rainy night, it was exceptionally distinct. At the count of 20 Lu, she was the first to run over. At 18 seconds, two hesitant small boys took their places. At 15 seconds, Balun made a stylish slide tackle, sending grass flying, and stopped precisely inside the circle his face, saying, "Look how cool I am." At 10 seconds, Tang Mi stuffed his chips into his pocket and shuffled over slowly. 5, 4, 3, 2. Isun remained where he was, his studs scraping against the ball with a contemptuous sound. He intended to defend his position as the leader in this way. 0. Li Ran closed his notebook. Group A: Lu Shiba, Lu and Tang Mi, and everyone else who just took their places. Follow me for the bridge capture drill. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Isun outside the circle. Group B: Isun. Team chores: put away all the equipment, then come over and challenge. Why? Isun erupted. Because you didn't enter the circle within the time limit. Li Ran pointed to the words on the whiteboard. Rules are bigger than everyone, including me and including you. What kind of game is this? Balun jumped up excitedly, having completely forgotten his earlier provocation. Li Ran used marker cones to lay out a narrow S-shaped path on the ground with 4 cones forming a bridge in the middle. The rules are simple. The ball carrier shields the ball through the S-bridge while the defender tries to tackle on the bridge. Only legal shoulder and torso contact is allowed. Group A will practice attack and defense first. Enjoy the football. Group B, meaning Isun, will finish putting away the equipment and then line up. Winners rest the losers. Continue handling team chores. He stared hard at Li Ran, but in the end he moved. He was the last one left in Group B, and he packed up the equipment with a speed that seemed almost defiant. He drove the last deflated football into the crate with one powerful kick, sending a loud thump echoing through the air. Group A had already begun their drills. Lucy's first touch and turn were fluid, but on the narrow bridge, Baron's fair shoulder challenge and well-timed positioning twice denied her progress. When Tommy took his turn, he instinctively shielded the ball with his back again, like a slow-moving stone statue. Turn sideways. Use your eyes to see the road ahead, not your back. Lucy shouted from the sideline. Tommy reflexively turned his body, and his center of gravity instantly flowed into a smooth rhythm. Switched. Li Ran's command carried no emotion. After one round of the drill, every player in Group A had chests heaving like bellows, yet their eyes were brighter than ever before. Ethan finished putting everything away, walked to the end of the bridge, and looked up at Li Ran. "Coach, I have a condition. If I win, count it as 2 points. Fine." Li Ran nodded, then tilted his chin toward the goal. "But before you challenge the rules, fulfill your duty as captain." "Captain?" Ethan was taken aback. "Take the gum you stuck on the goalpost, pick it off, and throw it into the trash bag." Li Ran's voice was flat, yet carried undeniable weight. "Being captain is not a privilege, it is a responsibility. The first thing you're responsible for is the mess you made yourself." Muffled laughter rippled around them. Ethan's face shifted through shades of red and white. He walked to the goalpost, turned his back to everyone, quickly scraped off the sticky lump, and dropped it into the trash bag. When he walked back, the defiance in his eyes had been replaced by something far more complex. The whistle blew. Ethan exploded into motion, his first step propelling him toward Baron like a small cannonball. "Legal contact," Li Ran said calmly. "If you get knocked over, it's because your balance is poor." In the second round, Baron braced himself for another collision, but Li Ran's voice sounded in his ear, "Read his next passing lane." When the ball knocked the leg, Baron suddenly understood. Instead of wrestling with the man, he cut off Ethan's advancing path early. In the third round, Lucy stepped onto the bridge. She used the tight space by the edge of the bridge, flicked her ankle sole to feint, twisted her body through, and hooked the ball away from behind Ethan. 2-1 Group A is leading. Li Ran announced, "Last point, Ethan versus Tommy." The stout goalkeeper's palms were sweaty with nerves, and his laces had come undone. Li Ran crouched down, retied them himself, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Don't be a wall. Be a shield. A shield always meets the impact at an angle." The whistle blew. Ethan's shoulder pressed hard against Tommy. Tommy almost instinctively turned sideways, slanting his body at an angle. The motion looked awkward, but it diffused most of the immense force. The ball was still at his feet. He even used his massive frame to squeeze out half a step of space. Tommy dared not lift his head. He kept his eyes fixed on the ball and nudged it past the last cone with his body. 3-1 Group A wins. Li Ran snapped the stopwatch shut. Group A, take a break and hydrate. Group B, zip tie the broken net on pitch 5. Training is over. Whichever parent arrives first is responsible for signing the attendance sheet. The children scattered in a cheerful burst. For the first time, no one complained. Some went for water, others went to find zip ties. Baron made a face at Ethan. Ethan ignored him, quietly picking up the ball he had flattened with his kick and trying to push it back into shape with his hands. The drizzle thickened and the floodlights bloomed into soft halos of amber through the mist. On the attendance sheet, Li Ran wrote, "Lesson 1, capture the bridge. Attendance 1722. Notes, captain responsibility, our rules, everyone." When he finished, he looked up beyond the perimeter fence. The dark figure who had been standing in the rain for a long time only turned and melted into the night once the training lights went out. It was Andy. Li Ran locked the door of the equipment room, and his phone vibrated in his pocket. A message from Daisy, Mr. Director, tactical meeting Friday at 9 a.m. He replied with 2 words, "Copy that." Early Friday morning, Lee Ran arrived at the training complex. The turf was damp after the rain, and the air still carried the scent of earth. Rogers was already waiting for him in the tactics room with a whiteboard and edited footage of the opponent spread across the table. "Before we talk tactics," Rogers said, looking up with a grin, "congratulations, Mr. Director, earning your level 1 certificate. This is the first step of your coaching career." Lee Ran smiled, slid the certificate into a folder, and set it aside. "It's only the beginning. But Andy mentioned something to me. The FA's internal fast track. It leads straight to the UEFA B license in 6 months. He's willing to recommend me, but the condition is that I help him take charge of a difficult team and hold things together until the inspection assessment." Fast track. Rogers' expression visibly stilled, his brows knitted together, then relaxed. "So it's true. I'd only ever heard of it," really threw inside whispers. "The FA does open a fast track for certain exceptionally promising coaches, but the conditions are demanding. Almost no one manages to see it through." He paused, his gaze fixed intently on Lee Ran. "Lee, you must seize this opportunity. The UEFA B license is the threshold of the professional coaching system. With it, you can register as an official coach at any professional club in England, qualify to lead U18 or U23 teams, and even become an assistant coach in League 1 or League 2. Without it, you will always be just the director of football, a senior manager." Lee Ran nodded calmly. "That's why I took the job. I'll handle that team in my spare time. It won't affect the club's work." "Don't tell me it won't affect anything," Rogers cut him off. "You already have more on your shoulders than an ox. But I have to say, if there's anyone in this world who can carry all that enormous weight, I'd bet it's you." The two men looked at each other, and in that instant silence spoke louder than words. Rogers reached over and turned the tactics board around. "All right, back to business. This weekend's opponent, Blackpool." On the board, Blackpool's formation was marked 4-4-2, with two extremely fast wingers skilled at driving to the byline and delivering crosses. "They're a classic flank attack team," Rogers said, pointing at the arrows on the board. "We need to focus on stopping them from accelerating down the wings. O'Shea and Ribery on the left. Defense and counterattack must connect seamlessly. Thompson starts on the right, but Vidic has to be ready to cover. Even if we concede a little in the middle, we can't let the flanks get torn apart." "And the forward line?" Lee Ran asked. "Robin has trained well this week. He can start. He needs to do more running, but if he can hold his ground in the box, even a single touch could change the game." Rogers' tone grew more animated as he drew lines across the tactics board, sketching the blueprint of a match about to unfold. The lights of Prenton Park pierced through the rain curtain, the damp turf glistening with a sleek cold sheen. The clamor in the stands was louder than ever. Since the FA Cup clash with Liverpool, this previously understated ground had suddenly attracted many unfamiliar faces. Rows of trench coats, leather shoes, and notebooks. They were not fans but scouts from other English clubs drawn here by the scent of opportunity. Besides scouts from several First Division clubs, there were also those from Manchester City, Middlesbrough, Manchester United, and even a few local Liverpool intermediaries, all scattered around with feigned casualness. Yet their gazes without exception were welded to a few specific figures on the pitch: Vidic, Van Persie, Neuer, Fletcher, O'Shea, and Ribery. Lee Ran mingled with the crowd, the shadow of his umbrella concealing half his face. He could feel the greed and scrutiny in those glances, like scalpels probing to appraise his treasures one by one. This was exactly what he wanted, and what he feared most. The whistle blew. Blackpool wasted no time in testing, showing their aggressive intent from the very start. Their wingers tore down the touchline with relentless speed, bypassing midfield entirely with a clear target: the space behind Tranmere's two fullbacks. In the 3rd minute, the right winger burst past Dave with sheer pace. The cross came in hard and low, hurtling toward the goal mouth. "Careful!" Neuer's roar was almost drowned out. Vidic stretched desperately to intercept, but only managed to graze the ball. Deflected, it rolled eerily to the far post. Blackpool's No.9 striker, a plain-looking burly man, was left unmarked and slotted the ball calmly into the net. 0-1. Prenton Park fell into an instant silence. Only the away fan section erupted in sporadic cheers. The scouts in the stands almost simultaneously lowered their heads, not in astonishment this time, but to take notes. Tranmere's defensive coordination is poor, the fullbacks are slow to turn. The German goalkeeper's positioning seems problematic. The Serbian center-back, his defensive choice just now was too reckless. Lee Ran's pupils constricted slightly. He saw Rogers on the coaching bench with a grim face, clearly taken aback by the opening. Worse, the players on the pitch lost their composure. Van Persie grew anxious. He began dropping deep frequently to receive the ball, but Blackpool's midfield swarmed around him, harassing and pressing him without mercy. The Dutchman's much-vaunted technique under the muddy turf and rugged challenges seemed somewhat flashy and ineffective. In the 12th minute, Ribery broke down the left flank. He instinctively looked for Van Persie, only to find him surrounded by 3 players. A moment's hesitation and the ball was hacked away by a defender. "Robin, make the run," Ribery complained in broken English. "Pass it. You should have passed it," Van Persie yelled back in English, feeling Ribery had held onto the ball too long. The murmurs in the stands grew louder. "A genius. I see trouble. That Dutchman is too selfish." A portly man with a Middlesbrough credential curled his lip. "The French winger is the same. They're just incompatible." In the 28th minute, Blackpool launched another quick counterattack. Once again, it was the No.9 timing his run to beat the offside trap, as Vidic stepped up breaking clean through on goal. Neuer charged off his line. Like a furious lion he spread his arms wide, his body blocking every angle. The striker's shot was repelled by his thigh. The ball rebounded into the box and Vidic charged back, his eyes blazing with determination, making a resolute sliding challenge that took the ball and the man down. The referee's whistle shrilled, a yellow card. Damn. Vidic thumped his fist into the turf, not angry about the yellow card, but furious at his own lapse in positioning. Nemanja, calm down. Fletcher ran over and pulled him up. Trust me. Leave the midfield to me. The Scotsman's eyes were unwaveringly calm, with only steel-like resolve. He began to run, intercept, and cover tirelessly like a precise machine, methodically grinding down Blackpool's attacking rhythm in the most unassuming way. Lee Rand's gaze cut through the rain and met Rogers on the sideline. He made a subtle gesture. Index and middle fingers together pressed slightly downward. It was a signal they had rehearsed plan B. Van Persie drops deep, liberating Ribery. Rogers immediately understood. He rushed to the touchline and shouted, "Robin, drop back. Frank, be decisive." The tactic worked immediately in the 31st minute. Van Persie retreated to the center circle, drawing a center back out of position. Ribery hesitated no more. Collecting the ball on the left, he cut inside, sharply shimmied past challenges, and curled a right-footed shot. The ball sailed past, everyone heading straight for the far corner. Blackpool's keeper lunged desperately, his fingertips almost touching the ball. But Van Persie, the man who should have been in the center circle, appeared at the far post like a ghost. Having read Ribery's intentions perfectly, he threw himself forward for a deft diving header, beating the keeper by a split second and sending the ball into the net. 1-1. The scouts in the stands snapped their heads up, their contempt instantly replaced by astonishment. Wait. Wasn't he just in midfield? Is this a striker's instinct? No, this is a hunter's instinct. They're not incompatible. They're conversing in their own way. In the second half, the tide completely turned. Fletcher formed a shield in midfield, and the left channel through O'Shea and Ribery was fully opened up. Blackpool's defense was repeatedly stretched, chasing shadows. In the 68th minute, Fletcher broke up play and played a direct pass. Van Persie, without controlling, flicked the ball with his left heel elegantly into the path of the onrushing Ribery. The Frenchman surged into the box. Facing the charging keeper, he unselfishly squared the ball. Van Persie arrived on time and slotted it into the empty net. 2-1. Beautiful team play. Fletcher's interception, Van Persie's set up, Ribery's selflessness. Tranmere are playing like a mature top-flight side. The commentator's tone had completely changed. In the dying moments, Blackpool pushed everything forward for a final attempt. Their corner was plucked out of the air by Neuer. Without wasting a second, the German launched a powerful throw that cleared midfield and found Van Persie precisely. Ahead stretched 50 meters of open turf and one defender sprinting back in desperation. Van Persie sprinted with the ball. Everyone expected a long solo run. Yet just past the halfway line, he glanced at the keeper scrambling back, then suddenly swung his left foot. A shot from an impossible distance. The ball traced an astonishing rainbow through the air, arcing over the keeper's head and dropping perfectly into the net. 3-1. A hat trick. The stadium erupted completely. The roar at Printon Park seemed powerful enough to shatter the rain clouds above. In the scouts section, a deathly silence fell. The portly Middlesbrough man who had called Van Persie too selfish dropped his pen to the ground. The Manchester United scout, however, kept his eyes locked on Fletcher. His progress is beyond imagination. The final whistle blew. Lee Rand closed his umbrella and turned to leave. He had just reached the exit of the players' tunnel when a tall figure blocked his path. The man wore a raincoat with the Manchester United crest, his weathered face deeply etched under the dim light. "Mr. Lee, isn't it?" The man's voice was hoarse and firm, carrying an unmistakable presence. Lee Rand narrowed his eyes, recognizing the face. Martin Ferguson, Manchester United's chief scout and the most trusted eyes of that legendary manager. "That's me," Lee Rand replied calmly. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Martin Ferguson's mouth as he cut straight to the point. "Sir Alex wants to talk to you. Not about those two lone lads, but about your other treasures." 2 days later, near Old Trafford, there was a low-key, yet historic restaurant. Flames danced in the fireplace, filling the air with the scent of burning wood. In a window booth, Alex Ferguson was already waiting. He wore a gray tweed coat and a neatly tied red tie, his eyes bright and piercing. Even sitting silently, he seemed to quiet the entire restaurant. That presence reminded one of a seasoned general on a drill ground. A single cough could make 100 men stand in awe. Lee Rand pushed the door open and walked in, his expression unchanged and his steps neither hurried nor slow. The waiter pulled out the chair for him. As he sat down, his composure was so calm that it bordered on aloofness, as if he were facing not the most legendary manager in football, but merely an ordinary elder. The two exchanged a glance. For an instant, the air carried a silent, subtle undercurrent. "Darren and John have improved a lot." Ferguson finally spoke, his voice unreadable, as if merely mentioning it in passing. "Next season, they will enter the first-team rotation." An appetizer, and also a condescending acknowledgement. The old fox was testing my attitude with his own people. Lee Rand understood all too well. He poured himself a cup of tea. "They deserve it." Ferguson lifted his teacup and took a sip, then stopped beating around the bush. "However, that is not the reason I asked you here today. Your team impressed me in that FA Cup tie against Liverpool. Especially the two lads in defense, the Serbian Vidic and your goalkeeper Neuer. He paused, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Nemanja and Rio Ferdinand will be United's center-back partnership for the next 10 years. As for that German lad, I am tired of dealing with the consequences of Bartha's mistakes. United need a new goalkeeper. At this point there was no longer any concealment. Manchester United wanted Vidic and Neuer. One sentence cut straight to the core. Lee Rand smiled and closed the menu. Sir, your directness saved me an appetizer. Ferguson's gaze focused and his fingers tapped on the table in a steady rhythm. Name your price. Neuer is not for sale. Lee Rand's answer was as fast and clean as a clearance in the penalty area. He is only 17, sir. The goal of Old Trafford is too heavy for him to shoulder right now. United's stage is too vast, it grants no room for mistakes, and a young goalkeeper's growth is precisely nourished by errors. This reasoning was unassailable, filled with the goodwill of thinking for the player. It directly sealed off every possibility of bargaining. Ferguson raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting such a thorough rejection. Then what about Vidic? He is negotiable. Lee Rand leaned back against the chair, his posture turning relaxed, regaining control of the conversation. But the price, sir, must show me Manchester United's sincerity. £5 million. Ferguson named a figure. A Serbian defender who has only played a few good matches. That is already the price of a Premier League level defender. Sir, several good matches. No, a single match was enough. Lee Rand's eyes turned perceptive. In the FA Cup, Michael Owen never once turned comfortably against him. He was Owen's toughest obstacle, a centre-back capable of containing a Ballon d'Or winning forward. His value goes well beyond £5 million. A gleam of interest passed through Ferguson's eyes. Then what do you want? Lee Rand held the teacup, gently turning its rim, his gaze fixed on Ferguson's eyes. United spent £30 million this summer to sign Rio Ferdinand from Leeds United. The rhythmic tapping came to an abrupt halt. What do you mean? His voice dropped. Lee Rand put down the teacup. I mean, you paid a huge sum for Ferdinand to contain speed-oriented forwards like Henry and Owen Wright. Lee Rand leaned forward once more, this time with persuasive intensity. Vidic can do the same. His worth should be measured alongside Ferdinand's, not at the level of an ordinary Premier League defender. Young man, your appetite is rather large. Ferguson's expression turned entirely serious. This was no longer negotiation, but a position staked with confidence. No, sir. Lee Rand shook his head, a thoughtful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I am merely stating facts. Moreover, I have a proposition, one that will make you willingly pay that sum for Vidic. He paused, observing Ferguson's expression. Anger was ebbing away, replaced by curiosity. This old sir had spent his entire life looking for ways to make his team stronger. He would never let go of any possibility, even if it came from a young man he disliked. Speak, Ferguson said shortly. Quite simple. Lee Rand's smile broadened. I can help you resolve your goalkeeper issue. I recommend a world-class goalkeeper, one who can be plugged in immediately, ensuring United won't worry about Butterfingers for 5 years. Ferguson motioned for him to continue. Edwin van der Sar. The name made Ferguson's eyebrows rise. Van der Sar. His voice was filled with doubt. That 32-year-old Dutchman at Fulham, the one who came from Juventus to retire. Retire? Lee Rand seemed to find that genuinely amusing. At Juventus he was displaced by Buffon, and everyone assumed he was finished. But data does not lie. Lee Rand extended one finger. First save rate. Behind Fulham's flimsy defense, he has maintained a save success rate between 73 and 76 for 2 consecutive seasons. What does that mean? It means he saves 3 out of every 4 shots on target. He extended a second finger. Second, clean sheets. For a club that fights relegation year after year, he provides at least 10 clean sheets a season. Fulham staying in the Premier League is thanks to him alone. Third, and most importantly, Lee Rand's voice lowered, carrying an inviting tone, his footwork ranks first among all Premier League goalkeepers. He can join the passing and build up like a defender, relieving pressure from your midfield. What he needs is not retirement, but a grand stage where he can prove himself again. I'll stake my professional reputation on it. He can provide 5 more years of world-class consistency. Ferguson fell into silence. He lifted his coffee cup only to find it already empty. Through his mind passed the succession of goalkeeping troubles since Schmeichel departed Tybee Bosnik-Barthas, costing the club great sums of money and trust. Perhaps a veteran with rich experience, mature technique, and a quiet desire to prove himself again was the ideal answer. This young man's way of seeing things was remarkably astute. All right, Ferguson finally relented. I will have the scouting department reevaluate Van der Sar immediately. He had relented. Lee Rand knew the fish had already taken the bait. So once you finish evaluating Van der Sar, it will at least prove my eye for talent. Then we can talk again about Vidic's value. Just as I said, Vidic's quality is comparable to Ferdinand's. Young man, you are quite bold. No one makes comparisons with Rio in my presence. He paused, yet a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But I will consider your terms. The matter of Vidic, we will discuss it after I confirm Van der Sar. Field 5, a meadow park. Cold wind carried a light drizzle. The mud by the sideline had not dried, but the children's laughter was more abundant than a week ago. Fast, protect the ball. Ethan charged forward at the front, shouldering past a chasing teammate José. Baron came up from behind like an energetic monkey, but this time he did not bump blindly. He moved early and cut off the angle. Steal the ball, don't steal the man. Lee Rand's voice came over calmly. Baron paused for a moment, then grinned, stretched out a foot, and cleanly poked the ball away. The children burst into laughter. Tommy was still cumbersome, but this time he did not hold his ground with his back to the play. Instead, he angled his body and shielded Lucy like a wall. Lucy received the ball in stride, and with a deft flick of her ankle slipped neatly between two defenders. Nice. Lee Rand blew his whistle. His expression was calm, but on the attendance sheet, he wrote a few lines: trust, discipline, play. 3 weeks ago, these kids had been like scattered grains of sand. Now they were learning to wait for one another and to work as one. Even Ethan would walk over to the tactics board after training, mimic Lee Rand's gestures, and sketch the teammates' positions. Baron jogged around calling out, "Coach, let's play a real match next time. Don't keep drilling us." Lee Rand gave him a brief look. "If you want a match, first learn to hold the rules." Baron scratched his head. Instead of talking back, he ran over to help put the equipment away. Lucy was in the corner, juggling the ball on her own, her touch growing more and more polished. A few boys stole glances at her, then finally walked over. "Lucy, will you teach us the step over?" For the first time, the girl's eyes lit up, carrying a pride she had not shown in a long time. Lee Rand closed the attendance sheet, the faintest movement showing at the corner of his mouth. They were changing from problem kids into a real team. Meanwhile, at Tranmere, Sagna and Sean Williams had returned from injury, and the side had recently posted 3 wins and 1 draw. Latest standings: 1, Wigan Athletic 76 points, 2, Tranmere Rovers 71, 3, Crewe Alexandra 62, 4, Cardiff City 65, QPR 59. Before the winter transfer window, the gap with Wigan Athletic had been 10 points. Now it had been whittled down to 5. JJB Stadium office of the Wigan Athletic chairman. In the crystal ashtray, an expensive Cuban cigar had been stubbed out with deliberate force, its embers still glowing. Dave Whalen's knuckles were pale from tension as he stared at the large screen, showing the freshly updated League One table. The glaring 71 caught his eye like a warning flare. 5 points. His voice was tight, every word clipped and cold. At the winter window, we were 10 points ahead. Now it is only 5. Can anyone tell me what has happened this month? Chief Scout Jeremy Scott stood before the desk, cold sweat beading at his hairline. Boss, Tranmere's injured players have returned. Sagna and Kumas have fully activated the right flank, and Ribery's dribbling has become far more threatening. That's all. Whalen's head snapped up, his eyes hard. The report. Bring out your winter report on Van Persie. Jeremy flinched and did not move. Bring it out. Whalen's voice rose. The secretary hurriedly retrieved the report and handed it over. Whalen took it without reading and set it down hard in front of Jeremy, papers sliding across the desk. Robin Van Persie, 21, a physically fragile, clearly injury-prone. Did you write this? Jeremy's lips trembled. Yes. Based on his injury history at Feyenoord, hot-tempered, lacking team spirit, a powder keg, and a toxic presence in the dressing room. Did you write this? Whalen's voice rose with each sentence, the last words clipped and forceful. He pointed to another headline on the screen. It showed a photo of Van Persie with the caption, 5 goals in 3 games, Dutch prodigy lights up League Two. And the result? 5 goals in 3 matches. 2 long-range shots, a volley, a free kick, and a back heel. This is your so-called injury-prone player. Your scouting department costs hundreds of thousands of pounds a year, and you could not see what was right in front of you. The chief scout broke into a cold sweat and murmured, "Boss, that was an accident." His physical concerns and temperament issues were real. We simply did not expect that in Tranmere's environment he would flourish. Whalen's tone sharpened. Flourish? As far as I can tell, every report you handed me was worthless. He fell silent for a moment, then steadied his voice. Forget it. None of that matters now. We're not weak either. Ellington signed for 1.2 million, has 3 goals and 1 assist in 4 games. Andy Liddell and McCulloch are back in form on the wings, and Jimmy Bullard never stops running in midfield. We have taken the points we should. We haven't dropped points, but our lead is shrinking. That means their points per game efficiency is better than ours. April had a relentless schedule with 2 matches a week. Yes, that was the decisive stretch. They would be worn down. Whalen told himself that, trying to recover the calm of a league leader. We are top of the table. We have a 5-point lead and the goal difference advantage. He measured every word as if convincing himself. If anyone should be nervous, it is them, not us. But he could not control his right hand. His index finger tapped the expensive mahogany desk once, then again. Tap, 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 tap. The rhythm grew faster and more restless, like an unsettled heartbeat. His knuckles kept tapping before he even noticed, a little faster than before. He could not leave his fate to something as vague as hoping the opponent would slip. The initiative had to be taken back. He stopped tapping abruptly, and the room went silent. Jeremy Scott barely dared to breathe. Dave Whalen slowly raised his head. His face betrayed nothing, but his gaze was intensely calm, and the room seemed to grow colder. He picked up the private phone on the desk and dialed. "It's me." A smooth voice came through. "Oh, Dave, my friend. What brings you here? I have an exclusive headline for you." Whalen's voice was flat. "About Tranmere's Dutch wonder kid. I've even chosen the title Pitch Genius or Dressing Room Bully. The untold story of Van Persie's temper. Take every piece of negative material you have gathered about his temperament, embellish it, and send it to Eddie Campbell at The Sun. I want it on the sports page before the next round. In English football, the label dressing room poison can destroy a talent faster than one bad tackle." The sports section of The Sun had only one protagonist today. A jarring headline in bold crimson letters filled nearly a third of the page: Pitch Genius or Dressing Room Cancer. Unveiling the other face of Van Persie. The subheading was even more provocative. He may be the most dangerous powder keg on English soil. The article was strikingly detailed. During his Feyenoord period, he was demoted to the reserves for 3 full months after clashing with the head coach. An unnamed Dutch player said he relies on talent, but his attitude is utterly terrible. No one wants to be his teammate. His injury record is longer than his highlight reel. Ankle, knee, thigh muscle. Any part of his body could send him back to the treatment table at any moment. Tranmere's recent victories cannot hide the fact that what they have signed may be a dressing room bomb ready to go off at any moment. The accompanying image showed Van Persie shouting after a collision during a match, digitally altered to make his face look menacing and his eyes brooding. Dave Whalen sat upright on a leather sofa, a fresh copy of The Sun spread open in his hands. The word cancer on the front page was reflected in his red-rimmed eyes like a carefully finished work of art. He blew out a smoke ring with satisfaction, his fingers brushing lightly over Van Persie's photograph in the newspaper. Glassman, powder keg, dressing room cancer. These are the labels the public loves. Jeremy, the chief scout, stood nearby, discreetly observing the owner's expression. In the swirling smoke, Whalen's face was hidden in shadow. Those yokels at Tranmere really think they've found a treasure. They don't understand. In England, it isn't a tackle that destroys a player. It's the newspapers. Doubt, unease, rumors. The seed has been planted. Now we simply wait for it to sprout. A wise move, boss, Jeremy flattered. We also have a second wave of material ready. Details of the training ground altercation with his teammate, and we can leak it at any time. No, Whalen waved a hand and exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Let them stew for a while. When the prey is wounded, the slightest movement will send it into panic. We only need to wait for Tranmere to collapse from within. He picked up the newspaper and tapped his finger on the word cancer. Once they are reduced to complete ruin, we at Wigan Athletic will simply walk over and build their grave. Tranmere Club meeting room that same morning. Assistant Daisy placed the newspaper on the table, her voice trembling slightly. This is today's front page. Rubbish. Rogers placed his fist firmly on the table, rattling the coffee cups. They know nothing about football. Robin is the most victory-hungry striker I have ever seen, and they call him a cancer. But the problem, Daisy lowered her voice, is that this article has too many details. His demotion to the reserves for 3 months, the exact words in his conflict with the coach, even a sprained ankle from training that was never made public. This was not fabricated. Someone is feeding them information. In the meeting room, only the sound of Rogers's deep breathing remained. Lee Rand had not spoken. He shifted his gaze away from the newspaper and tapped his fingertips on the smooth table in a steady rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. Was it fed? Of course it was fed, and by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. The article struck precisely at 3 points: professional attitude, team relationships, and the most devastating one of all, injury history. Every word was chipping away at the fans' expectations, shaking the teammates' trust, and fraying the management's nerves. This was not a news report. So Lee Rand spoke, his voice quiet, but making the whole room feel colder. This is not news. He stood up and picked up his coat. This is a weapon. A weapon aimed at our heart. Rogers and Daisy both looked up at him. To the dressing room. Lee Rand left those 4 words behind and walked straight to the door. The dressing room door was ajar, with a low buzz of discussion leaking out like the drone of flies. Ankle, knee, thigh. The report says he was made of glass. Did he really fail to make it in the Netherlands back then? The Sun may have no scruples, but they wouldn't fabricate it out of thin air, would they? Lee Rand paused and didn't push the door open right away. He needed to assess the damage this bomb had caused inside the team first. The door creaked open. Van Persie walked out of the shower. The humming stopped instantly. Dead silence. Dozens of eyes, filled with suspicion, curiosity, and pity, fixed on him like searchlights. That kind of look wounds deeper than the most vicious curse. The corner of Van Persie's mouth twitched into what might have been a cold smile. He walked to his locker, dropped his boots into the bottom with a clatter, then sat alone in the farthest corner and silently began to wind tape around his leg. His actions drew a boundary no one dared cross. The atmosphere was as thick as a swamp. Captain Dave clutched the newspaper tightly, the edges of the paper damp with sweat. He hesitated for a full minute, then stood up. He walked toward Van Persie, each step feeling like treading on broken glass. The entire dressing room held its breath. Robin. Dave's voice was dry, and he didn't dare meet Van Persie's eyes. About the newspaper. We all trust you. The words sounded deeply hollow the moment they were spoken. But the lads need an answer. Your injuries and those conflicts. Are they true? We need to know who it is we are really sharing the pitch with. There was no malice in the words. That was exactly why they were so devastating. They showed that trust had already developed a crack, and words were needed to patch it up. But once trust needs patching, it means it has already broken. Van Persie's hand, still winding the tape, paused. Slowly, very slowly, he lifted his head. There was no emotion in his ice-blue eyes. He did not look at Dave in front of him. Rather, he looked past him and slowly swept his gaze over every person in the dressing room. The teammates who only yesterday had slung their arms around his shoulders and called each other brothers now avoided his gaze one by one. It was as if all the air had been drained from the room. Suddenly Van Persie smiled. It was not an angry smile, but one of contempt laced with profound disappointment. A barely audible exhale, yet it pierced everyone's eardrums like a needle. He did not answer the question. He simply stood up, picked up his water bottle, and walked toward the door without a word. As he passed Captain Dave, he paused for an instant, and in a voice meant only for the two of them said close to his ear, "You will find out soon enough." With that, he pushed the door open and stepped out. Lee Ran was standing outside, and the two crossed paths at the doorway. Van Persie's gaze was like ice, but in the depths of that ice Lee Ran saw a flicker of fire. Good. The lion had been thoroughly provoked. Lee Ran walked into the dressing room and looked at the players standing in bewilderment and at Captain Dave's awkward expression. Without a word, he simply looked around the room and walked to the very center of the dressing room. In the locker room, the only sound was the crisp cracking of Vidic's knuckles as he flexed them one by one. The sound swelled in the dead silence as if tapping on everyone's nerves. The Sun lay open on the table, its crimson headline, Cancer, glaring back, almost suffocating. Lee Ran stood at the center, arms crossed, sweeping his gaze across the room. "Do you think what the papers say might be true?" No one answered. But those evasive, shifting glances had already given the most cowardly reply. Lee Ran lifted a finger and tapped the newspaper. "Glass man, powder keg, Cancer." He spoke each word slowly, like reading out a list of crimes. "But do you know why this garbage appears in the papers?" He didn't expect these muscle-headed fellows to be able to answer. "Do you know why he fell out with the Feyenoord coach?" Because Van Marwijk wanted him to track back to the corner flag, asking a natural-born striker to play full-back. He refused, so he was labeled bad attitude. But ask yourselves, if someone told Neuer never to rush off his line and just stay rooted in goal, could he stand it? If someone told Ribery not to take on defenders and just pass back to midfield, would he accept it willingly? Robin simply hasn't learned to disguise his feelings. His defiance is written all over his face. Glass man. He indeed has been injured. Ankle, knee, both. But for heaven's sake, look at yourselves. Tell me which 21-year-old striker in the Eredivisie, a league full of hard tacklers, has never been injured. When Alan Shearer tore his cruciate ligament, did anyone call him a glass man? When Van Nistelrooy tore his ACL, did anyone call him a glass man? Or do you think they were just luckier than Robin? Lee Ran's voice dropped suddenly, every word ringing with quiet intensity. "Powder keg. Cancer. Is that really what you think? Our scout Tom, starting last autumn, spent half a year watching outside the Feyenoord base like a ghost. Every training session, every argument, he had his private relationship with teammates, the way he looked at the coach. We knew it all, every last detail. We know all his problems. But we know better, his heart refuses to admit defeat, his heart that wants to prove himself again. In the winter transfer window, when he was abandoned by the world, it was us. It was I who gave him one last chance." Lee Ran suddenly leaned forward, bracing his hands on the table, his face almost pressing against the captain's. He knew clearly that the anger was 7 parts real and 3 parts acted, but at this moment, he had to drive it home, with full force, to jolt these fools who were being led by the nose by the media. "Now, you bunch of fools, are you questioning a prodigal son who is struggling to climb back from the edge of a cliff? Do you know how cruel that is?" The locker room went so silent that even breathing vanished. Captain Dave's Adam's apple bobbed violently, pinned in place by Lee Ran's stare. He forced out a few words. "Director, we're just worried. The papers say he'll ruin the team atmosphere." "Worried?" Lee Ran laughed. He slammed the table hard, making the water bottles jump into the air. "Worry is exactly what the media want. Doubt, unease, gossip. These are the real weapons that destroy a player, that destroy a team. It's not physical harm that destroys a player, it's making him doubt himself and letting his own teammates isolate him once more." He swept his gaze around the room, and wherever it landed, the players lowered their heads. "I brought in Van Persie not because he is perfect, but precisely because of his imperfection and that burning desire. If you treat him as an outsider, he will always be an outsider. But if you are willing to give him a chance, let him put the ball into the opponent's net, he will lead you to that hard-fought victory. Now tell me, do you want to isolate the comrade fighting alongside you for the sake of this worthless newspaper?" The air was dead still, as if nailed to the spot. At that moment, Fletcher nodded heavily, his voice hoarse yet firm. "I trust Robin." Vidic also stood up and said in a low voice, "I do too." As these two spoke up, the others nodded in succession. The atmosphere gradually turned. Lee Ran let out a long sigh, the coldness in his eyes finally dissolving. "Good." He raised his hand, crumpled the Sun into a ball, and tossed it into the trash bin. "From now on, I don't want this waste paper to appear in your sight. At the weekend match, I want you to put these baseless rumors to rest." Rogers blew the whistle on the training ground. Today's theme, trust. He gave no further explanation and directly set out a training rule on the small pitch. The rule is simple: before you shoot, the ball must reach Robin, and he will make the final pass or take the shot. Anyone who skips this step will have the move voided. Training began. At first, the coordination was as awkward as rusty gears. Artist Kumas hesitated whether to pass. Sean Williams lingered 2 extra steps in midfield, and Vidic even ran up proactively to remind, "Give him the ball." Van Persie stood in the penalty area, arms slightly spread, not saying a word, as if waiting for a judgment. Then the first successful combination came. Ribery burst down the left and squared the ball to Robin's feet. Van Persie didn't pause. With a gentle flick of his instep, the ball slid perfectly to Fletcher. The Scotsman fired into the net. The instant the net rippled, the awkward atmosphere finally cracked open. In the second round, O'Shea took the corner and passed it to Robin. Van Persie controlled it on his chest, then lifted his foot to cushion the volley to the onrushing Dave. The captain cracked a shot, and the ball nestled into the net again. Dave didn't celebrate. He ran over to Van Persie and gave his shoulder a firm pat. The force carried determination. Well done, Robin. The voice was not loud, but it was enough for the whole team to hear. Van Persie froze. The captain who had questioned him just now was the first to reach out and pull him in publicly. The training became smoother and smoother. Sagna even shouted after a successful link-up pass to Robin. Quick! Kumas too, after pulling back from the wing, called out, Robin, the middle is yours. The ball was delivered to his feet time and again, not because a rule forced it, but because his teammates gradually believed that passing to him was the best choice. The whistle sounded, training was over. The players scattered in 2s and 3s to get water. Van Persie didn't move. He just kept his head down and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel. Suddenly a hand extended toward him. It was Vidic. The tall Serb held a water bottle in front of him, his gaze clumsy, yet resolute. Drink some. Van Persie raised his head, looking into those bloodshot eyes, and swallowed hard. He took the bottle, drank a long gulp, and said in a hoarse voice, thank you. At that moment, he finally understood. Even though every newspaper in England was screaming cancer, the brothers here were still willing to stand with him. Cold rain hammered against the car windows with a muffled thud. The entire city was immersed in a gray, damp haze, and the air carried a mix of earth and rust, sharp and metallic as it filled one's lungs. Tranmere's blue bus slowly rolled into the hostile, seething tunnel of the stadium. On both sides, the home fans' fervor was already boiling over. They held up uniformly folded copies of the Sun, whose blood-red headline like a brand seared into everyone's retinas. Cancer, get out. Crumpled newspapers mixed with spittle and curses pelted the windows like hail, producing muffled thumps. Booing swelled into a wall of sound, nearly toppling the bus. Go back to your Holland, you sickly weakling. Glass man. I bet you won't even last half a match today. Dave sat by the window, his bony fingers clutching his sweatpants so tightly that his nails nearly dug into his flesh. He turned his head and saw Van Persie beside him, calmly gazing out the window. Those twisted, ferocious faces, those mouths forming silent curses. A barely perceptible cold arc curled at the corner of Van Persie's mouth. Cancer. Sickly weakling. Very well. Keep shouting, shout even louder. Soon you'll know exactly whom you are howling at. In the commentary box, a pundit's voice carried through the broadcast signal, sowing seeds of doubt into countless households. The hat-trick against Blackpool was certainly impressive, but that's a far cry from the brutal League Two. Look at this atmosphere. The McAlpine Stadium, like a lion's den, a 2,400-seat arena where everyone feels suffocated. Can Van Persie, this young man labeled fragile, endure it? Indeed, we cannot forget how he went off injured on his debut. 5 goals may prove his talent, but consistency is the only standard for judging a top striker. With all due respect, I'm pessimistic about his performance tonight. The whistle blew and the match began. The rain grew heavier and the slippery turf made every challenge a gamble. The home side, Huddersfield, spurred on by thunderous support, launched a ferocious dogged press, attempting to crush Tranmere with raw physical collisions. In the 8th minute, as soon as Van Persie received the ball, a burly defender came sliding in fiercely from behind, taking him down with ball and all. Rain and mud splattered all over him. The referee showed nothing. Van Persie didn't complain. He quietly stood up, brushed off the mud, and cast a calm gaze at the defender's number 5. He took note. In the 10th minute, the home side finally tore open the defense. The winger forced his way through the mud and hammered the ball into the box. Chaos in the penalty area. Just as the home striker was about to shoot, a yellow figure loomed over the entire goal. Neuer. He pushed off the ground and met the ball with both fists clasped like a battering ram. Hi-yo! A beastly roar burst from his throat, momentarily drowning out the 1,000-strong singing for half a second. He blasted the ball out of the box over the halfway line, plummeting like a meteor. That roar instantly ignited the blood of every Tranmere player. The time has come, Van Persie thought. At that moment, the blood of every Tranmere player was set ablaze by that roar. In the 18th minute, the counterattack sounded. Fletcher executed a precise, fierce, sliding tackle in midfield to win the ball. Without even lifting his head, he sent it left forward with instinctive muscle memory. Ribery received the ball and burst forward. His razor-sharp turn instantly tore open the defense. Facing the covering defender, he didn't hesitate, delivering a low-driven cross across the goalmouth. A white figure ghosted between the two center-backs. It was Van Persie. He seemed to have foreseen the ball's trajectory 3 seconds earlier, already moving before the defenders turned. An astonishing anticipation run placed him exactly on the line of the rolling ball, leaving the No. 5 defender no time to react. As the ball arrived, he casually pushed it with the inside of his left foot. The motion was as effortless as a passing drill. The ball obediently changed direction, skimmed across the turf, clipped the goalkeeper's desperate fingertips, and rolled into the corner of the net. Swish. 1-0. The entire McAlpine Stadium fell silent for a second. Van Persie didn't slide on his knees or roar. He slowly turned, spread his arms, as if reviewing his own kingdom. His gaze pierced through the rain toward the stands, silently declaring, I am here. Are you ready? Dave was the first to rush over. Instead of embracing Van Persie, he picked up a wet copy of the Sun at his feet and fiercely stomped and tore at the blood-red word cancer with his studs. Vidic, Ribery, Fletcher, Sagna. All the Tranmere players swarmed forward and stood shoulder to shoulder in a line, like an army declaring war on the entire stadium with silence. This was not merely a goal. It was a declaration of war. From this moment, the rhythm of the match was completely reversed. In the 32nd minute, Vidic in the back line executed a spectacular diving tackle, cleanly keeping the ball at his feet. The ball was again played back to goalkeeper Neuer, and the German delivered a precise 40-meter-long pass from near the edge of the box like a precision-guided cruise missile, finding the blazing Ribery. The commentary box erupted in frantic, shouting, "Oh my God, the Tranmere goalkeeper's passing is more accurate than most midfielders. Is this really the goalkeeper we thought he was?" The French blade accelerated once more. Like a red-hot iron, he burned through the opposing defense, then whipped a low cross across the goalmouth. Van Persie arrived in time, but he didn't shoot. Facing the Russian keeper, he dragged the ball back with his right foot, twisted his body at a seemingly physics-defying angle, and neatly skipped past the already diving goalkeeper. Then, as if taking a leisurely stroll, he rolled the ball into the empty net. 2-0. An uneasy silence fell over the booing stands. Van Persie's heart remained utterly unruffled. So this is the brutality you spoke of? Nothing more. In the second half, Tranmere's magnificent rout officially began. In the 51st minute, Sagna, back from injury, delivered a perfect curling cross from the right. A left-back José, like a heavy bomber, powered the ball into the net. 3-0. In the 64th minute, Comas took a free kick just outside the box. The ball traced a brilliant rainbow, curled around the wall, and nestled into the top corner. 4-0. In the 78th minute, Neuer again heroically denied the home side's last-ditch fight back. Without a moment's hesitation, the German goalkeeping god launched a quick counterattack with a powerful throw. Van Persie received the ball with his back to goal under pressure from two defenders and delivered a brilliant backheel flick. The ball threaded precisely through a gap and found the understanding Ribery. 1-on-1. The Frenchman calmly slotted the ball into the far corner, and it nestled into the net. The score on the big screen, like a cold, resounding slap, struck every home fan across the face. The stadium fell into dead silence, leaving only the patter of rain on the roof. The final whistle blew. The home fans retreated like a tide, leaving litter and debris behind. Tranmere's players didn't celebrate wildly. They simply gathered quietly and walked side by side to a corner of the pitch where a small cluster of blue figures still stood, the traveling away fans who had braved the storm. With hoarse voices, they sang their song over and over: Tranmere, Tranmere. The song echoed through the empty stadium, faint yet unwavering. The players raised their hands and applauded their loyal traveling supporters. In the stands, Lee ran slowly, closed his umbrella, a relieved smile curling at his lips. The media called him a cancer. The pundits said he couldn't handle it. The truth is, when football starts to speak, all lies must fall silent. The commentator's voice rose in the final moments, deep, and every word like a hammer striking into the hearts of every viewer who hadn't yet turned off the TV. Can a so-called cancer lead his team to a 5-0 rout in an away ground dubbed the Lion's Den? Tonight, this was not a debate about ability, it was a trial concerning dignity. And Van Persie and his Tranmere were the only judges. That night, before the midnight bell had rung, a storm was already brewing. At 5 the next morning, the first pale light crept over London. The first delivery trucks rolled out of the printing plant, carrying bundles of newspapers to every corner of the city. A war on paper ignited in silence. The Sun's blood-red cancer headline was still glaring, but today it had become the laughingstock of the entire industry. At the most prominent spot on every newsstand sat another newspaper, The Guardian. Its front-page sports section, devoid of superfluous images, used giant bold black type to print 8 characters that hung over the Sun like a black tombstone. What they call a cancer is in truth a blade. The article itself contained no angry roar, only a cold array of facts, like a surgical report. When mediocrities attack with spittle, he performed a surgical dissection of Huddersfield's defense in 90 minutes. Tell me, is a scalpel a cancer? What followed was a list of statistics that left every skeptic breathless: 42 touches, 11 shots, 7 on target, 2 goals, 1 assist, and 4 key chances created. This is not called dominance, it is called judgment. 7 appearances since joining, 10 goals. In the same period, he sits alone atop the scoring chart across England's 4 professional divisions. Activating the entire team, Ribery's conversion rate on cutting inside and shooting has risen by 40%. Fletcher's forward pass success rate has reached a season high. The article ended with a concluding line tempered in ice: noise will eventually fade, but the 5-0 on the scoreboard will remain engraved there forever as an epitaph. The Times ran an even sharper headline: a glass man. Then used that same standard to measure the hardness of a diamond. The local Merseyside paper, The Echo, put on its cover a photo of Van Persie spreading his arms wide and reigning over the away end with a headline full of local protectiveness and pride: he is not the problem, he is our answer. At 7 in the morning outside Prenton Park, hundreds of Tranmere supporters gathered spontaneously, nearly buying out every newspaper in the entire district. But how they handled them was completely different. All the copies of the Sun bearing the word cancer were piled into a mound and set ablaze on the open ground outside the stadium. Orange-yellow flames licked at those 2 blood-red characters and reduced them to ashes. The fans circled the fire hoarsely, singing the club anthem, as if holding an ancient rite to drive out a demon. As for the positive reports in The Guardian and the Times, they pasted them one by one intact and solemnly over the entire stretch of wall from the players' tunnel entrance to just outside the dressing room. It was a wall of honor, built from praise and affirmation. When the players arrived, this was the scene before them: on one side, burning ashes, on the other, a paean of praise. Vidic halted, studied the reports on the wall, and murmured to Ribery, beside him, "Frank, was all of this planned by the director?" Ribery looked at the photograph of Van Persie reigning supreme, a fervent awe mingled with reverence in his eyes. "Nemanja, I don't know. All I know is that with him we can win." In the biting early spring wind of Wigan, a thin layer of frost covered the golf course. Dave Whalen, wearing an expensive cashmere sweater, raised his club, swung, and struck the ball in one seamless motion. The white ball traced a perfect arc and landed on the distant green. His assistant, hand over the phone, hurried over with sweat beading on his forehead. "Boss, the Sun article has been turned around." Whalen did not look up. He simply changed the ball and said it again. "Turned around?" he asked softly. "Yes," the assistant replied. The Guardian and the Echo have both run long pieces. The focus is all on Van Persie. Now he is the misunderstood genius. Overnight, he has become England's darling. Jeremy's voice carried a slight tremor. "Darling." Whalen chuckled lightly and swung the club. This time the ball did not fly straight, it veered off and dropped into the rough. He frowned. The assistant added cautiously, "Boss, Van Persie has 10 goals in 7 matches. Ribery is finding his form, and with Sagna back, their attacking combination has taken shape. More importantly, their goal difference has narrowed to only 2 behind ours." Whalen's motion paused. He slowly put down the club and gazed at the distant green. The wind swept across the grass, yet it could not disperse the shadow in his heart. "I spent $1.2 million to sign Ellington, gave pay raises to Liddell and McCulloch, and kept Brad. My wage bill is 3 times theirs." Whalen muttered, as if defending himself. "But in the standings they are right behind us." "The gap is only 5 points, the assistant said softly. Whalen's jaw tightened. The side that should have been as steady as a mountain at the top of the table now felt a chill at being pursued by a poverty-stricken team. He finally turned around, his gaze piercing. "Tell me, could all the money I have thrown down fail to prevail over a single calculating Chinese man?" The assistant lowered his head, not daring to answer. Whalen's breathing grew heavy, and it took a long while before he suppressed his inner fire. He snatched the club again, his knuckles white. The wind grew colder and the grass was silent. Only Whalen's swing seemed stiff. For the first time a question formed in his mind: can money really buy victory? London, Cork Street, at a top-tier law firm. On the long conference table lay a document. The cover read, "Liverpool Football Club, Preliminary Due Diligence Report." The conclusion was a single sentence: cash flow is on the verge of breaking. Without capital injection within 3 years, the club will face the risk of bankruptcy and liquidation. By the window, an American with a Texas drawl closed the report. His name was John Hicks, a Financial Times boss. That was his verdict. "What we want is a team that can win titles, not a bottomless pit." "What's the solution?" His advisor promptly handed him another document. A short list of recommended future football directors from the board. Hicks took it, his eyes sweeping over several names. Frank Arnez, and Chelsea Academy director, poaches geniuses, but at a high cost. Damian Kamali, Arsenal chief scout, Wenger's eyes skilled at unearthing young players, but not sensitive to financial discipline. Steve Aldridge, FA technical advisor, a theoretician who stresses youth development, but lacks hands-on experience at a club. They were all familiar names, safe choices. Hicks's fingertip ran down the list and stopped at the bottom. "They're an unfamiliar name. Lee Rand, Tranmere Rovers director." The handwriting in the remarks column was hurried, as if added at the last moment. With a budget of under $1 million, within a few months he built a squad capable of challenging the top of the English Second Division Wigan Athletic. His scouting eye is extremely precise, he excels at operating on a shoestring, and he has struck a formidable balance between spending little and winning matches. Hicks raised an eyebrow. He tapped the name with his finger. "Keep digging." The advisor hesitated. "Sir, he is a director at a third-tier league club," and Hicks cut him off, his tone brooking no argument. "I don't care where he comes from." He rose to his feet, overlooking the London streetscape, his voice cold and resolute. "Give me a complete file on this Chinese man named Lee Rand. All of it." John Hicks, a Texas oil businessman who later turned to sports, investing in the Texas Rangers MLB baseball team and the Dallas Stars NHL hockey team. In the United States, he was known for his commercialized approach, adept at bringing outside capital into clubs, restructuring finances, and treating sports as a business. This model was highly controversial, yet it also earned him a rising reputation in the business world. "I have seen Liverpool's problems too many times." He spoke slowly, his voice carrying the weight of a southern drawl. "High debt, low efficiency, serious internal friction. It's exactly the same as when I took over the Rangers." His fingers tapped lightly on the documents, his tone cold. "The difference is that the Premier League is a global market. Handled properly, the commercial potential of the Liverpool brand is far greater than any American team." And what particularly drew John Hicks's attention to Lee Rand were these points. With a transfer budget of less than £1 million, he still managed to sign 5 promising players at low prices in the winter window: Sagna, Vidic, Neuer, Van Persie, and Ribery. In the FA Cup match against Liverpool, the team's performance at Anfield stunned the media. Current standings 10 points behind the top. Before the winter window, the gap had now narrowed to 5 points. In short, it was the ability to achieve great results with minimal spending. In his eyes, that was not mere praise, but the most direct proof of commercial logic. With a budget under $1 million, he pushed a League Two club into the promotion zone. What if he had control of Liverpool? He could cut debt while keeping the team competitive. A wild but deeply tempting idea took root in his mind. This is exactly the man I need. The week in Prenton Park. The blue and white sea had long been soaked through by the icy rain, yet nothing could cool the blazing fire rising from 10,000 throats. The roar from the stands gathered into a visible storm pressing against the aged steel frame of the stadium roof until the whole structure began to groan under the strain. 85th minute. Time was turning into the cruelest enemy. On the scoreboard, the numbers 0-0 hung like heavy shackles tightening around everyone's breathing. With every passing second, the shackles tightened further. The opponent's packed defense formed a wall of bodies at the edge of the box, and every Tranmere attack broke apart against it. The players' shirts were drenched in mud and water, clinging heavily to their bodies. Every sprint, every turn felt like wading through a knee-deep swamp, draining twice the energy and resolve. The pitch had turned into a plowed field, the ball rolling and bouncing with no predictability. Technique and tactics were drastically weakened in such conditions. What remained was pure primal willpower. Push up. Everyone push up. Get the ball in. On the touchline, Brendan Rodgers was roaring, rainwater streaming down his soaked hair and flushed cheeks. His voice was completely hoarse, every shout carrying a raw ache. Corner kick. The 8th of the night. Maybe the last chance. Jason Kumas dragged his heavy legs toward the corner flag. He braced his hands on his knees, his chest heaving like an old bellows, greedily breathing in the damp air. His lungs burned. He wiped the rain from his face, his gaze cutting through the increasingly dense rain toward the chaotic box. Shadows jostled, mud splashing. Van Persie at the near post used a clever feint to draw away a marker. Darren Fletcher made a decoy run through the middle, trying to create even the slightest space for his teammates. It was all in vain. The opposition's defense had shrunk to the extreme, with more than 15 players packed inside the box, compressing the space into something hopeless. Finally, Kumas's gaze passed through the crowd and locked onto that silent mountain-like Serbian tower. Nemanja Vidic. The rise and fall of Kumas's chest suddenly stopped. He took a sharp breath of cold air mixed with rain and mud, forcing down the surging emotions within him. His mind went instantly calm. He slowly raised his right arm. Not any pre-rehearsed tactical signal, but the purest, most direct sign. A man's trust placed in another man. You. The next second, Kumas erupted into his run-up, dropping his center of gravity as low as possible, and with the last ounce of strength in his body, he struck the ball fiercely on its side. He did not choose an ordinary cross. Instead, he used every bit of his ankle's power. The ball, carrying a visibly sharp inward spin, drew an arc in the air. It flew toward the most crowded and chaotic heart of the box, where Vidic was locked in a primal physical battle with his marker. The opponent's hand gripped his shirt like iron pincers, trying to anchor him in place. Just as the ball arrived above his head, he exploded upward off the ground. Boom. Mud sprayed from under his feet. With a nearly brute force, he broke free of that grip, his powerful frame rising into the storm, carrying the defender almost hanging on him into the air. This explosive surge cut through the rainy night. In midair, Vidic's body stretched to its fullest. His formidable core strength unleashed, channeling all the kinetic energy from his feet into his neck in a fraction of a second. He did not just flick his head. Instead, he drove his entire upper body and head heavily into the ball. Thump. A dull impact. It was like a battering ram striking a leather-covered gate, muffled yet carrying overwhelming force. At impact, every bit of spin was wiped off the ball. It held its line, completely turning into a straight white streak that cut through the rain and rocketed toward the top left corner of the goal. The opposing goalkeeper had already made an all-out dive, body stretched in the air, but his fingertips were still a full hand's length from that white streak. He did not even graze it. Swish. The net was lifted by the tremendous force, sending up a surging white wave. 1-0. A last gasp winner. Prenton Park went silent for 0.1 seconds. Then it erupted. All the suffocation, anxiety, hope, and despair accumulated over 85 minutes turned into a roar powerful enough to overturn the sky. The wave of sound was overwhelming, making the stadium's steel roof let out a nearly breaking groan. "Ah!" On the pitch, Dave was the first to lose his mind. He charged at Vidic, who had just landed, lifted him off the ground, and carried him on his shoulder. Sagna and O'Shea followed close behind. Together they piled onto the silent Serbian tower, thumping his back with all their might. Kumas, the corner taker, the moment the ball hit the net, felt his knees go weak and knelt straight down. He tilted his head back, letting icy rain and hot tears mingle as they streamed down his cheeks, and let out a long primal cry toward the sky. On the touchline, Rodgers' legs also gave way. The manager, who always demanded decorum, dropped to his knees on the muddy turf in plain sight of everyone. He pounded the ground with his fist. Once, twice, 3 times. Mud and water splashed, but he didn't seem to notice. Lee Rand stood alone in the executive box. The box shut out the wind and rain, but not the deafening sound. It seemed to have substance, penetrating the concrete walls and striking his eardrums. He watched the players piled together in jubilant celebration. He watched the fans in the stands embracing, crying, caught in sheer ecstasy. This was not just a simple goal. It was a defiant counterattack forged with steel-like will after being pushed to the edge of a cliff. It was the whole team from coaches to players refusing to crumble or surrender through more than 80 minutes of suffocating adversity, finally uniting as one to deliver the decisive strike. He simply took his phone out of his pocket and glanced at the time on the screen, 8713. Then he opened his contacts and dialed a number. The call was answered almost immediately. Director. The background noise on the other end was just as chaotic, filled with shouts and curses. Lee Rant's voice was as calm as the cold rain, utterly out of tune with the volcanic atmosphere around him. Has the Wigan match ended? And no, not yet. It's still in stoppage time. But, the voice on the other end of the phone came in broken fragments, as if witnessing something utterly incomprehensible, unable to string together even a complete sentence. Lee Rant did not urge him on. He simply listened quietly, his fingertips unconsciously tracing across the cold glass of the box, carrying away a thin layer of condensation. He could hear the rhythmic taunts and boos from the home supporters, while faint but defiant shouts from the away fans intermingled throughout. Is the score still 0-0? Lee Rant asked. The referee has added 3 minutes of stoppage time, and now it's already nearly the final minute. Lee Rant's gaze pierced through the rain curtain, settling on the pitch below. His players had finished their initial round of exuberant celebrations and were now linking arms as they made their way toward the sideline, paying tribute to the unwavering supporters. Rain washed the mud from their bodies but could not wash away the ecstatic joy on their faces, as though they had survived a narrow escape. He could see Comas still kneeling on the ground, his shoulders trembling as if weeping. He could see Rodgers being helped up from the mud. The usually dignified manager now, with his suit splattered with dirt and his hair plastered to his forehead, yet he paid it no mind, instead throwing his arms wide to embrace each player as they left the field. Everything had settled into place. At least that was how it seemed at Prenton Park. Lee Rant felt no inner turbulence. He had long since moved past the stage where a single victory could send him into ecstasy. What he sought was never merely a single victory. It was the ultimate throne. Director, wait. Wigan have lost the ball. A counterattack. It's a counterattack. A long ball. A massive kick. Good heavens, that pass had no purpose whatsoever. Lee Rant's breath paused imperceptibly at this moment. Dozens of kilometers away at the JJB Stadium, Wigan Athletics home ground. The atmosphere here was equally tense, but it was a dead, suffocating tension. Wigan's match against their opponents resembled a tedious performance, with both sides passing the ball back and forth in midfield, dragging out the entire 90 minutes. Inside the presidential box, Wigan chairman Dave Whalen had long since exhausted his last shred of patience. He tugged irritably at his tie while a Cuban cigar, symbolic of his status, dangled from his lips, its ash accumulation growing increasingly lengthy. He glanced at his Patek Philippe on his wrist, the metallic face reflecting a cold gleam. Time had arrived. A single point will suffice. He spoke coldly to his assistant beside him, his voice carrying a condescending arrogance. A draw would be adequate as well if our advantage remains clearly intact. The assistant offered a sycophantic smile, ready to agree. Yet before Whalen's words had barely faded, the situation on the pitch underwent a sudden and unpredictable reversal, without any warning whatsoever. Catastrophe struck. Wigan's defensive midfielder hesitated fractionally, just half a second too long, during a careless sideways pass. That brief moment of showboating arrogance proved fatal as a dark figure erupted from behind him, desperately poking the ball away. Oh! A ripple of murmurs spread through the stands. But no one truly registered the significance. It was merely an innocuous interception, with Wigan's entire defensive line perfectly positioned to handle the situation. The intercepting forward had scarcely time to lift his head and assess the field before, pressured by the defending player, he swung his leg desperately and hammered the ball powerfully toward Wigan's rear territory. The ball carved a feeble, languid arc through the air, drifting aimlessly toward the far post. Devoid of pace, lacking power, and bereft of any discernible target, it was like a disoriented bird destined for easy capture. Wigan's center-back Macmillan cast a scornful glance at where the ball was descending, showing no inclination to jump. He simply held his ground, preparing to cushion it securely against his chest. His intention was clear: deliver the cursed ball to his goalkeeper and bleed out the remaining minutes. But as he pivoted to shift his weight, the rain-sodden turf betrayed him without warning. His boots lost purchase on the grass, sending him stumbling. A moment of critical imbalance. Seizing the opportunity, the away forward he had been marking closely ignited with sudden intensity. He surged past Macmillan's flank, leaning into the moment with raw, instinctive force. A diving header executed with breathtaking speed and primal abandon, utterly devoid of hesitation. A heavy thud echoed sharply through the silent stadium as the ball struck his forehead midair and swerved instantaneously from its trajectory. The net rippled 0-1. Silence descended, absolute and total, as if the entire JJB Stadium had been muted, tens of thousands of breaths arrested in the same heartbeat. Then from the away fans' corner, where hundreds had gathered, erupted a piercing, ear-splitting cheer that seemed to shatter through the heavens, a sound that reverberated across the vast stadium with merciless intensity. From the home stands, a forest of middle fingers rose in unison alongside waves of vitriolic curses, all directed at the defender who had just scrambled painfully to his feet, Macmillan. The broadcast camera captured the moment with ruthless precision, cutting directly to the presidential box. Within a single second, all color drained from Whelan's face. The ruddy complexion born of privilege turned ashen, then gray as his expensive cigar snapped audibly between his teeth, an unconscious act of shock. Half the cigar fell onto the expensive wool carpet, scattering burning ash across its surface, yet he didn't even register the pain. They scored a late winner, he whispered to himself, his voice barely audible. Then his pupils contracted sharply and veins bulged along his neck, twisting like cords. We've been beaten by a late goal. His voice shot upward, pitching into a shrill register, no longer a question, but a cry of absolute despair. Just 10 minutes earlier, he had been basking in the satisfaction of his 3-point lead over Tranmere. 10 minutes later, heaven and hell had been violently swapped by an invisible hand. The final whistles across both stadiums sounded almost simultaneously. At Princeton Park, Tranmere's club anthem echoed skyward as players linked arms and sang alongside the supporters in the stands. At the JJB Stadium, Wigan's players hung their heads like defeated birds, fleeing shamefully toward the tunnel amid a storm of boos raining down from the stands. On the English League One official website, the standings updated instantly: 1, Wigan Athletic, 79 points, 2, Tranmere, 77 points. That glaring 2 struck like a dagger into the hearts of every Wigan supporter. Under the night sky of Liverpool, a cold sea wind carrying salty moisture slammed against the window pane. Lee Rand stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his apartment where the television displayed that very standings table. His fingertips tapped methodically against the cold desk surface. The next round would bring Princeton Park. Tranmere versus Wigan Athletic. This was no ordinary top-of-the-table clash. It represented the ultimate judgment, settling every grudge, every scheme, and every ounce of determination from the entire 2002 to 2003 season. One match would determine who claimed the crown and who would be reduced to a stepping stone, a cruel twist of fate. The decisive battle now lay before them. At that precise moment, his phone screen illuminated unexpectedly. It wasn't a call, it was a text message from an unfamiliar number he had never seen before. The message contained only a single sentence. Chairman Dave Whelan of Wigan Athletic wishes to speak with you. On the outskirts of Manchester, an elegantly appointed golf clubhouse. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the meticulously manicured greens glimmered with a cold, faint sheen under the drizzling spring rain. The air was tinged with the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil, the rich aroma of expensive Cuban cigars, and a faint, elusive air of arrogance that belonged to a victor. Dave Whelan sank deep into the plush, heavy leather sofa, a costly golf bag carelessly sat at his feet. Every wrinkle on his face was etched with ease and contentment. Clearly the round of swings just concluded had put him in excellent spirits. On the rosewood table between him and Lee Rand stood 2 goblets. The lamplight penetrated the crystal walls, staining the crimson wine with an almost eerie glow. Director Lee Whelan began slowly, his deliberately lowered voice echoing through the spacious lounge with undisguised mockery. Congratulations, he said, you've managed to claw a 10-point gap down to 2. Seated across from him, Lee Rand sat upright, his expression indifferent. His gaze rested calmly on Whelan. Throughout the entire exchange, he had shown not the slightest interest in the expensive wine before him. But I advise you not to celebrate too soon. Whelan leaned forward slightly, the ease in his eyes replaced by a trace of chill. Football, after all, is a game of money. Your Tranmere's annual budget wouldn't even cover the signing fee I gave Nathan Ellington. He lifted his glass, swirling it with an elegant flick of his wrist as ripples spread through the wine. Ellington, Liddell, McCulloch. What sits in my dressing room are the most expensive backsides in League Two. And what about yours? A few raw lads on loan and a handful of bargain bin players scavenged from other leagues. The words were contemptuous, undisguised. With this you want to arm wrestle with me? Lee Rand's lips curved upward almost imperceptibly into a faint arc. Expensive backsides sometimes don't sit steadily in their chairs. His voice was calm, without a ripple of disturbance at the other's contempt, yet every word was crisp. Mr. Dave, you spent 3 times as much money yet failed to hold on to a 10-point lead. That means your money only bought their contracts, not their fighting spirit. Lee Rand's gaze drifted past Whelan out to the rain-washed greens beyond the window, as if viewing a completely different battlefield. My players, however, fight for honor. Honor. Whelan let out a short, dry snicker, as if he had just heard the funniest joke of the century, his chest heaving with the laughter. Mr. Lee, you are too naive. English football has its order, its insurmountable class hierarchy. A club like ours, Wigan, spent a full 8 years paving the way with countless pounds to climb from semi-professional leagues to where we are today. We have roots, generations of fans, and the support of the council. His tone shifted sharply, his eyes turning piercing as they bored into Lee Rand. What are you? A lucky season, a sudden spoiler who popped up out of nowhere. Even if you luckily get promoted to League One, you'll be shattered to pieces by those clubs in your first season. And then what? You'll be sent back here with nothing. Lee Rand withdrew his gaze, extended his index finger, and tapped lightly on the smooth rosewood table. Tap. The sound was soft, yet it brought Whelan's gushing to a halt. Foundations are not forged by the passage of time, but by victory. With every match we win, the ground beneath our feet grows a little firmer. Lee Rand's gaze held not an ounce of flinching, instead a trace of amusement crept in. As for League One, that's something we'll only need to consider after we win League Two. You seem more anxious than I am. Wayland's smile froze completely. The words "more anxious than I am" struck precisely at his hidden anxiety. The muscles in his face twitched, then the stiffness was replaced by a mask of earnest, well-intentioned hypocrisy. "Ha, sharp-tongued young man." He leaned back into the sofa again, assuming the posture of an elder counseling a junior. "I'll give you a piece of advice, Lee. Accept reality. Second place can also gain direct promotion to League One. For Tranmere, that alone is a tremendous success, one worthy of popping champagne corks. Don't think about the sole League Two championship trophy. It's too heavy, you can't carry it. If you stop now and protect your promotion spot, it would be the most dignified outcome for both you and your players." Lee Rand's body suddenly leaned forward, his hands interlaced on the table, his entire aura instantly exuding an oppressive force. He looked straight into Wayland's eyes, which were attempting to project kindness, his voice as cold as the rain outside the window. "Dignity." He repeated the word, his tone dripping with disdain. "Dave, dignity is a phrase losers use to console themselves. Winners only care about the championship." Every word from Lee Rand struck like a heavy hammer against the psychological defenses Wayland had carefully constructed. "You're advising me to accept second place now because you're afraid. You're afraid we'll take first." The expensive central air conditioning in the lounge continued to hum silently, yet the air in the room suddenly turned heavy and thin, suffocating those within it. The mask of hypocrisy on Wayland's face was finally torn completely. He forced an ugly, sneering grin, his muscles contorting. "Me afraid?" His voice shot up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "The schedule, have you considered it? In the last 2 rounds you first have to face us, then travel to face a relegation-threatened team that would do anything to survive. Those are frenzied mad dogs. They'll tear you apart. And Wigan, our final round opponent, has nothing to fight for, already in vacation mode in advance. Fate." Lee Rand was already written in the fixture list. Lee Rand extended his finger and tapped lightly on the table again. Tap. It was the same sound, unhurried, yet carrying a rhythm that suggested total control. "Fate is not written in the fixture list," he said in a low voice with a calm that bordered on cruelty. "Fate is written only on the scoreboard, and the scoreboard is written by ourselves." Wayland narrowed his eyes, a cold and venomous gleam seeping through his slitted lids. He swiftly shifted his angle of attack, trying to find a new weakness. "Fine, even if you can survive the schedule, what about the mentality of those young players? All of England's media circle above you like vultures 24 hours a day. Van Persie, Neuer, Vidic. How old are they? Can they withstand a spotlight that would crush a person? A mental collapse comes faster than an anterior cruciate ligament tear." This time Lee Rand smiled. It was the first genuine smile since he had sat down. Yet there was no warmth in that smile. His eyes were as cold as a drawn blade. "The fire of the media can burn away all the weeds." He spoke slowly, his gaze almost tangible, penetrating the last of Wayland's defenses. "But the roots beneath the ground cannot be burned away. Perhaps it will make the soil more fertile." Their gazes clashed fiercely in midair. There was no sound, yet it seemed as if countless sparks exploded and crackled in the invisible space. Wayland's chest rose and fell as if trying to expel all the foul air from his lungs, making one final blustering threat. "Lee Rand, do you really think you can win?" The instant that question left his mouth, he had already lost. For a true victor never asks such a question of his opponent. Lee Rand stood up. He straightened his jacket with unhurried composure. Towering a full head above the seated Wayland, he looked down at his rattled opponent. "I never underestimate any opponent, Mr. Dave. I simply trust my players more. On the contrary, it is you who has underestimated us from the very beginning." He paused, his voice low but carrying a decisive cold weight. "You can prepare the cigars." Wayland's pupils contracted slightly. "But don't be in a hurry to light them." A cold smile curled at the corner of Lee Rand's mouth. "Because celebrations and funerals are both kindled by the same match." With that, he didn't cast another glance at Wayland. He turned and walked away. His footsteps echoed through the empty clubhouse, distinct and steady, fading step by step until they disappeared. Only Wayland remained staring hard at the nearly untouched glass of red wine on the table. In the wine, his face was reflected, slightly contorted by a loss of composure. As he left the club, cold rain had already begun to fall. Wayland's composed expression remained far behind, along with the unfinished glass of red wine, both fading into a quiet footnote in memory. True battles are never fought through words across a negotiation table. They are forged in the countless days and nights before, tempered by sweat, discipline, and will, until every detail is refined to its utmost. The rain grew denser, shifting from fine threads to heavy beads that struck the asphalt and scattered into tiny sprays. A black car glided silently to his side, the window descending to reveal his assistant Daisy. "Director, sir." Lee Rand opened the car door and stepped inside, bringing with him a cool dampness. "Head back to Pluton Park." The car smoothly merged into traffic. The wipers swept rhythmically across the glass, once again, clearing the fragmented reflections of the city before leaving them to coalesce anew. The vehicle came to rest outside the Pluton Park Stadium. Lee Rand stepped out into the rain, his shoulder immediately dampened. He paid it no mind and walked directly toward the brightly lit building. The moment he pushed open the conference room door, a still and heavy atmosphere washed over him. Rain hammered relentlessly against the windows, the sound dense and urgent, as though intent on enveloping the small space entirely. Yet inside, absolute silence reigned. The players sat rigid in their seats, bodies straight and still. No one spoke, not even exchanging glances. Tension hung thick in the air. A palpable weight pressed down upon every shoulder, heavy and unyielding. Everyone understood. This next match would decide the championship fate. All the season's effort, every miracle and comeback would converge in 90 minutes for the final resolution. Lee Rand's footsteps were soft, yet cutting through the silence with unusual clarity. He removed his rain-dampened jacket and draped it over a nearby rack before approaching the conference table. His gaze swept across every person in the room. When he finally spoke, his voice was low but carried a crisp quality that sliced through the drumming rain outside. Mr. Whelan, owner of Wigan Athletic, just came to see me. His words carried arrogance and mockery. A single sentence caused every shoulder in the room to tense involuntarily. This was the heaviest, coldest reality. Lee Rand's gaze drifted across the young, focused faces before him. They have little McCulloch and the priciest asset in all of England's second division. In the winter window, they spent £12 million on Ellington. He paused, letting the number settle in every mind. Our entire season budget is not enough to cover a single striker's signing fee. No one looked up, but beneath the conference table, fists clenched silently. It was the most instinctive response to being confronted by reality. But Lee Rand's voice shifted suddenly. Without raising it, it turned resolute, each word striking like iron against steel. Champions are not decided by wallets. They are written on the pitch through scores. He turned toward Rogers beside him. Mr. Rogers, tell them what we should do in this situation. Before the words had fully settled, Rogers seized a tactical board and slammed it firmly onto the center of the long conference table with a sharp crack, to everyone's astonishment. The loud impact echoed through the entire room. Water glasses on the table jumped, splashing outward. Every suppressed emotion in the room was awakened in that instant. The players lifted their heads sharply, their attention drawn to the tactical board resting on the table. The formation quickly took shape, a dynamic 4-3-3 setup. A red arrow representing the attacking core pointed directly toward the opponent's half, ending at the goal. Rogers' finger landed on the name at the very front. Robin. Van Persie's posture straightened, his gaze steady. Forget your technique, forget your elegance. Rogers' voice was calm and precise. You need to occupy both central defenders at all times, moving through the space between them. I want them so focused on your forward runs that they cannot push wide to support the fullbacks. His fingers swept toward the wing. Frank Ribery's features tightened slightly beneath his scar. The wing is your pathway. Do not hesitate, do not stop. Van Persie's movement will create countless one-on-one opportunities for you. Your task is to push past the fullback marking you. His finger moved to the back line. Nemanja Vidic's expression grew intense. Your task is simple, keep Ellington away from the ball. I do not care how you do it. Stay close to him, shadow him relentlessly. He cannot touch the ball, and he becomes nothing but a £12 million figure. Any cost. Finally his gaze settled on the goalkeeper position. Manuel Neuer's posture straightened. You are the final wall. They may break through our defense, they may earn chances to shoot. But when they look up and see you, they must see determination. Every save is a statement. You must make them understand what effort without reward feels like. As he called out names, his words kindled focus in every pair of eyes. The tension and unease long held within was transformed at that moment into something primal and clear. Resolve, determination, fighting spirit. A steady fire burned within every chest. After Rogers finished his tactical brief, Lee Rand placed both hands on the table, leaning forward, his gaze sharp. Listen to me, lads. This is our season, our path. All the questions, all the doubts, all the schemes, all the disregard. End them all in this match, with your own hands. Rogers spoke with a voice full of conviction. This is Pluton Park. This is our ground. Finally the players rose. Vidic was the first, his towering frame radiating quiet intensity. His broad hands rested firmly on the table with a solid sound. His voice carried strength and purpose from deep within. Let us give everything. One voice set the tone for the room. Let us give everything. Van Persie stood, his expression focused. Let us give everything. Ribery, Neuer, one player after another rose to their feet, their hands meeting the table, their voices rising together, channeling that fierce determination into a single purpose. The voices grew from one to many, filling the entire room. That gathered energy resonated through the walls, clear and steady, rising above the rain outside. The entire Pluton Park seemed to share in this unwavering resolve. In that moment the world felt still. The pledge was made. The path was set. Birkenhead, late April. The air carried the first warm hints of early summer. The sky was a clear azure, and sunlight filtered through scattered clouds onto the turf of Prenton Park, making every blade of grass gleam. No rain, no biting wind. Today the stadium was wrapped in springtime warmth, yet that only made the impending showdown seem all the more ironic. Prenton Park, VIP box. The floor-to-ceiling windows hummed under the roar of tens of thousands of voices outside, as if the next moment they would shatter beneath a wave of sound that had become almost solid. Beside Lee Rand, club chairman Evans sat fidgeting, his palms slick with sweat. But Lee Rand was not looking at him, nor even at the players lining up on the pitch. His gaze, like an arrow, traveled across the entire stadium and fixed unerringly on the figure seated at the center of the box on the opposite side, Dave Whelan, the owner of Wigan Athletic. The man who had built a Real Madrid of the second division with money and boasted that he would crush Tranmere. At this moment Wayland was holding a glass of champagne that glittered gold in the sunlight. A precisely measured smile hung on his lips as he conversed calmly with those beside him, his demeanor as elegant as if he were attending a high society gala rather than a contest that would determine their fates. He seemed to sense Rand's attention and raised his glass in a distant toast. The arc of his smile did not change, but the warmth in his eyes drained away in an instant, leaving behind only a cold, condescending scrutiny. Expressionlessly, Rand picked up the glass of water from the table. Then directly in front of Wayland, he drained it in one long draught. So much for your champagne. Today there were only winners and losers here. On the sideline in the coach's dugout, Rogers shoved the tactics board hard beneath his chair with a dull thud. His entire body coiled forward tense, both hands thrust into the pockets of his black dress trousers. His gaze did not linger on any single player, instead it swept again and again across the space between the opponent's defensive line and midfield, as if tracing incisive passing lanes in the air. Several meters away in the visitors' dugout, Wigan's manager Paul Jewell was just as unable to sit still. Dressed in a blue suit, he paced to and fro in the narrow space, the leather soles of his shoes rustling softly against the grass. His eyes stayed locked on his two wingers. Liddell, McCulloch. His voice sliced through the deafening crowd and reached the pitch with pinpoint accuracy. He raised his hand, thrust his arm forward, and made a decisive downward chopping gesture. His tactical approach today was clear: accelerate down the flanks, tear open the defense in the most direct and forceful way possible, race to the byline, and then fire ball after ball into Tranmere's penalty area. Waiting there was the battering ram that had cost the club a staggering $1.2 million. Nathan Ellington. At the very same moment Jewell roared, Rogers stepped up to the edge of the white touchline. The two figures in their technical areas were like mirror images, almost simultaneously raising their arms and pointing to different places on the pitch, issuing completely opposite orders. The silent contest of wills had begun before the opening whistle. There was not a single empty seat left in the stands of Prenton Park. The sea of blue and white erupted in full force. Tranmere, Tranmere. Their unified chant merged into a tangible wall of sound, rattling every steel beam that held up the roof. Fans waved scarves and flags overhead. Tens of thousands of blue and white patches whirled madly in the stands, forming a colossal vortex. They sang the club anthem at the top of their lungs, every word wrenched from deep within, every syllable quivering with emotion. Meanwhile, the commentator's impassioned voice rang through the television signal into every corner of England. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Prenton Park. You are watching the greatest showdown of the 2002-03 English Second Division season. A match that will decide the championship. The league leaders, the fabulously wealthy Wigan Athletic, travel to face the second place side, the season's biggest dark horses, Tranmere Rovers. A gap of just 2 points. One match that will decide the fate of an entire season. The winner will almost certainly be crowned champions today. This is a true summit showdown. The players' tunnel. Light at the far end, but here it was dim, narrow, and cold. The air was so tense that every breath carried a metallic tang. The mingled scent of sweat and cut grass prickled everyone's nerves. Vidic leaned back against the cold concrete wall and closed his eyes. Rogers's words from yesterday's tactical meeting echoed through his mind again and again. Keep Ellington away from the ball. I don't care how you do it. If he can't get near the ball, he's just a piece of garbage worth $1.2 million. He took a long breath, and when he opened his eyes again, the only thing in them was the target named Ellington. The muscle beneath Ribery's scar twitched silently. His lips moved, murmuring a French prayer from his homeland over and over at a volume only he could hear. It was not a plea for victory. It was an incantation to summon the beast within. Neuer kept his head down, repeatedly clenching and stretching his gloved hands, feeling the glove leather tighten around his knuckles. His fingertips had already whitened from the strain. Despair. He would become the wall called despair in his opponent's eyes. Van Persie said nothing. He made no superfluous gestures, only staring straight at the dazzlingly bright exit at the end of the tunnel. His gaze passed through the light and saw the green pitch beyond it, and the narrow corridor between the two opposing center backs. His stage. His territory. The referee held up the match ball. The black and white ball was the single focus in the dim light. Let's go, lads. Let's go, boys. The heavy iron gate was shoved open with effort by the stadium staff. Light like a flood bursting through a broken dam poured into the narrow tunnel all at once. A deafening roar turned into a physical shockwave slammed against every chest. At that instant, all 22 players stepped forward together. They walked from darkness into light, from silence into clamor. As their boots touched the turf, the pent-up wave of sound at sunlit Prenton Park erupted and shot straight toward the clouds. This was not a game. This was a true coronation battle. Beep. The referee's short, sharp whistle rent the seething crowd noise. The match began. Wigan Athletic kicked off from the center circle. The ball tapped gently backward to their holding midfielder. He controlled it and instantly played a pinpoint through ball to the striker sprinting forward. Wigan's ace, the $1.2 million superstar striker Nathan Ellington, instinctively controlled the ball, turned, and prepared to surge forward. But he never got to take his second step. Thud. A dull, heavy impact that made the entire stadium's heart miss a beat. A dark figure moving like a runaway heavy truck came charging in from Ellington's blind side with an air of raw, wild power and drove hard into him. It was Vidic. The Serbian ignored the ball rolling away, and with his steel-hard shoulder sent the caught-off-guard Ellington ball, and all flying through the air. Gah! The 1.2 million battering ram like a discarded sack flew in a short arc and landed heavily on the turf with a pained roar. Only 15 seconds had elapsed. Vidic rose slowly from the grass, looked down at Ellington writhing on the ground, his eyes utterly calm, as if studying a stray stone in his path. The referee's whistle pierced through the air, pointing toward the spot of the foul. A yellow card. Vidic merely glanced at the thin card, turned without expression, and jogged back to his defensive position. As if the man who had just sent his opponent staggering wasn't him at all. The medical staff rushed onto the field. Ellerton curled in pain on the turf, his shouts completely swallowed by the thunderous boos from Prenton Park. Wigan's fans murmured in frustration, while Tranmere supporters erupted in thunderous cheers for their center-back. This was Rogers' tactic. This was Vidic's execution. Cold, uncompromising, without hesitation. After nearly 3 minutes of stoppage, Ellerton finally rose with the medic's assistance limping painfully. His gaze locked onto Vidic's retreating figure with cold resentment. The match resumed. Each time the ball rolled toward Ellerton, the stands at Prenton Park would stir with eager anticipation. They waited for the next clash. In the 5th minute, the moment arrived. Wigan's right midfielder Brad received a long pass from the back, the ball obedient at his feet. He lifted his head to survey the field, then drove the ball forward sharply with the outside of his foot. O'Shea immediately closed in, using his body to check Brad's advance. Muscle against muscle, their jerseys drenched with sweat and clinging tightly to their backs. Brad's series of shoulder feints failed to deceive the Irishman, so he abandoned the finesse, dropped his shoulder sharply, and forced his way half a step clear. That half a step was all he needed. He caught up to the ball near the byline and delivered a half-volley cross directly. The ball spiraled violently, arcing over Captain Dave's head and dropping precisely toward the center of the penalty area. Ellerton, the Wigan striker still recovering from the impact, now had fierce determination in his eyes. He surged forward, shaking off Vidic's hold, and met the incoming ball with a devastating strike from the inside of his right foot. The ball deformed on impact with a thunderous crack, rocketing toward the top left corner. Neuer's pupils contracted sharply. His body didn't have time for a full extension. Driven by raw instinct, his core exploded with power, and he arched himself backward to the absolute limit. Fingertips. His fingertips grazed the projectile midair. The ball's trajectory shifted by a millimeter. A decisive deflection. Clang. A metallic ring shattered across the stadium. The ball slammed into the inside of the post and rolled narrowly past the far side of the goal line. Over 10,000 hearts in Prenton Park seemed to pause. The post continued to tremble faintly. Neuer crashed to the ground, but sprang up immediately, roaring commands to his back line. A single second of stunned silence, then Tranmere fans erupted into fervent celebration. The rhythm of the match had been completely ignited. The tempo of attack and defense accelerated to breathless intensity, the ball shuttling between the two penalty areas, every pass a potential strike. In the 15th minute, Tranmere struck back. Fletcher executed a fierce sliding tackle in midfield, snatching the ball from the opposition's defensive midfielder. Without breaking stride, he rolled across the turf and rose to deliver a low, precise through ball. The pass sliced through Wigan's midfield defense. A flash of lightning tore across the left flank. Ribery. As he received the ball, player and sphere became one, accelerating to maximum velocity. The Wigan right back felt only a gust of wind pass him by the time he turned. Ribery was already a fading silhouette. Breaking into the penalty area. With Van Persie drawing the central defense, the compensating center back lagged a half step. Ribery dragged the ball sharply inward with his right foot. A sudden stop. A sharp change of direction. The sequence flowed with elegant precision. The center back lost his balance and stumbled to the ground. Before Ribery's eyes opened a channel of space. Without hesitation, he coiled his right leg, stiffened his instep, and unleashed a thunderous shot toward the near post. Roar! Wigan goalkeeper Barnes had already shifted his weight as Ribery cut inside. He exploded upward with both legs, driving, launching himself horizontally to parry the vicious shot over the crossbar with both palms. The ball struck his palms with tremendous force, numbing his arms. Barnes sprang to his feet, eyes blazing, and let out a fierce roar toward the stands. This clash of steel and fire was merely the overture. In the 22nd minute, Wigan's lethal left winger Little, the renowned sprinter, struck again. He and Sagna engaged in a furious sprint along the touchline. Little dragged the ball twice over 5 meters, then powered past Sagna with pure acceleration. Sagna was left in his wake. Little burst into the box with a razor-thin angle. Rather than passing, he chose the most direct option, a powerful shot from the tight angle. The ball screamed along the turf toward the near post. Neuer again. The German goalkeeper produced another extraordinary save. He had already cut off the angle the instant Little struck. The massive frame crashed to the ground, and with both fists he drove the ball decisively over the goal line. Turf flew into the air. Neuer pounded the pitch as he rose again, his gaze unwavering and resolute. He was a wall, an impassable barrier of resilience. On the sidelines by the technical area, Rogers had long since lost his composure in Tranmere's zone. His hands gripped the white line of the technical area as his upper body leaned far onto the pitch, brows furrowed deeply. Sweat traced his temples, but he barely noticed. Frank, be more decisive. Don't let him turn easily. His voice cut through the din, aimed directly at Ribery on the field. Nemanja, he bellowed, arm slicing forward violently. Mark him. Stick to him like a shadow. His eyes darted frantically between Wigan's flanks and center like a falcon, circling high above, watching for the slightest opening. On the other side, Wigan manager Paul Jewell looked equally disheveled. His expensive suit jacket had been discarded over the back of his dugout chair. His shirt sleeves were rolled haphazardly to the elbows, veins prominent along his neck from constant shouting. Little. Keep going. That's it. Press him hard. Don't let him breathe. Elliot, hold your ground. Use your body to battle. Show him your strength. He struck his palms together, eyes marked with fatigue. This match was about more than 3 points. It was the ultimate test of his managerial career, proof to everyone that his side deserved the League Two title. In the executive box, Wigan chairman Dave Whelan gripped a crystal champagne flute with both hands, the liquid trembling with his mounting tension. When just 15 seconds into the match, his star striker Elliot, purchased for $1.2 million, was sent staggering by Vidic's fierce challenge, Whelan's expression darkened visibly. But by the 5th minute, when Brad delivered that exquisite cross and Elliot unleashed that thunderous strike, he couldn't suppress a satisfied nod, a faint smile crossing his lips. Do you see, Oi? Without turning his head, he spoke to his attendant. This is what investment can produce. Talent, technique, the decisive moment. Yes, sir. Exceptional. The attendant replied promptly. Before he could finish, Neuer's outstretched hand froze Whelan's approval mid-face. Clang. The posts ringing reverberated like a heavy strike to his chest. Whelan's fingers struck the cold glass forcefully, sending champagne rippling outward in agitation. In the opposite box, Tranmere chairman Evans paced restlessly in the cramped space, palms slick with sweat. My goodness, Lee. Their wing play is too fast. Sagna's being pushed back. Can we hold on? At this rate, we'll concede soon. Lee Rand remained remarkably calm. He sat poised on the plush leather sofa, leaning back with effortless composure. His gaze pierced through the glass, crossed the pitch, and fixed precisely on the man in the opposite box clutching his champagne flute. He's more agitated than we are. Lee Rand's voice was low, yet carried an uncanny steadiness. Evans paused abruptly following Lee Rand's line of sight, then fell silent. From Lee Rand's profile, he discerned a chilling, composed calm. The first half elapsed rapidly amid repeated physical challenges and rapid-fire attacking sequences. 40th minute. Wigan's Brad delivered another incisive through ball, finding Elliot at the edge of the penalty arc. Elliot braced his body against Vidic, preparing to spin and drive forward. Vidic's expression remained utterly unchanged. The moment Elliot committed his weight, the Serbian read the play perfectly and launched a fierce, yet surgical sliding tackle. His studs skimmed the turf, cleanly dispossessing Elliot and sending the ball out of play. Elliot went down again, but this time the referee's whistle pointed toward the sideline. A throw-in. No, an exceptionally well-placed free kick. Wigan's midfielder McCulloch stepped up to the ball, backing away before launching into a powerful strike. The ball soared like a white meteor, clearing the wall and hurtling toward goal. Neuer's view was blocked, but reading the play, he shifted half a step early. That half step proved decisive. He left high fists clenched and punched the ball away with tremendous force. The ball sailed high into the stands as Princeton Park erupted in deafening cheers. Beep. The halftime whistle finally sounded. The scoreline showed a stark 0-0, marking the end of 45 minutes of intense battle. This was far more than a tactical contest. It was a clash of iron against resilience, a struggle between wealth's gilded machine and the unyielding spirit of a working-class team. The commentator's gravelly voice echoed across living rooms. Ladies and gentlemen, halftime brings us a 0-0 draw. But this has been the most intense, gripping half I've ever covered in my career. Wigan have thrown their financial strength at the opposition's defense repeatedly, yet Tranmere have held firm through sheer will and effort, guarding their resolve with everything they have. Who will gain the upper hand in the second half? We shall see. The whistle for the second half blew like a key, retightening every nerve in Plenton Park. 52nd minute. The 0-0 on the scoreboard burned like a searing brand in everyone's eyes. The attack from Wigan Athletic was fiercer than the first half at any cost. Liddell and McCulloch, two high-priced wingers, transformed into rapidly spinning blades, slicing along the flanks of the Tranmere defense again and again. Each movement of the ball stirred the heartbeat of tens of thousands. Inside the director's box, Highland poured a fresh glass of wine. Without drinking, his fingertips traced the cold rim, while a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. To him, that fortress built from flesh and blood was already cracking, awaiting one final wave of wealth to bring it crashing down. Lee, they're overwhelming us. Sonia can't hold much longer. Evans's voice trembled as he watched the field with desperation, the anguish of seeing his home battered by relentless waves. Mr. Rogers must do something. If this continues, we won't make it through the half. Mr. Chairman, Lee Rand finally spoke, dispelling the panic in the box. Our opponents are more anxious than us. Impatience is the epitaph of defeat. Highland had invested millions of pounds. This was not about watching another dull 0-0. So Wigan Athletic was throwing everything forward regardless of cost. And this was precisely what Lee Rand had been waiting for. When the opponent focused entirely on offense, their defense would slacken. One opportunity like this was all that was needed. At the edge of the coaching area, Rogers paced anxiously back and forth. His expensive suit jacket was soaked through with cold sweat clinging tightly to his back and outlining his tense muscles. At that moment, the entire Wigan team surged forward, overwhelming Tranmere's half. The Tranmere players could only desperately block with their bodies in the penalty area, making one desperate tackle after another to send the ball skyward. Each clearance was accompanied by thunderous, heart-stopping roars from the stands. The 55th minute. After Sonia's cross was headed clear off the line by Wigan's defender Macmillan, Plenenpark finally got a breathing spell, a precious set-piece opportunity that brought tears to the eyes. A corner kick. Before the corner flag area, Kumas bent down to carefully wipe the mud from his soles. He raised his head and took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the field's moist air, a blend of grass and tension. Under the sunlight, the turf trampled by countless studs gleamed with an emerald-like wetness. The stadium fell into absolute silence at that moment. The breath of over 10,000 people gathered into a silent tide, then was instantly drawn away. The referee's signal fell. Kumas began his run-up. His right foot, like a golf club, precisely sliced underneath the ball with a sharp curl. The football carved a beautiful in-swinging arc through the air. It bypassed the crowded near post and went straight for the far post. In that instant, all of Wigan's defenders, every broadcast camera, and every pair of eyes were subconsciously drawn to one figure. Van Persie. The Dutch genius was weaving through the crowd, drawing too much attention. But just as everyone thought the ball was being played for him, a towering figure, as if emerging from the depths of legend, broke away from the back of the crowd. Vidic. He launched himself. Like a steel beast imprisoned for too long, he broke free from all chains and soared into the air. The defender beside him tried to jump, but was shoved aside by his iron-shouldered frame, losing balance in an instant. In Vidic's eyes, there was only the white sphere spinning toward him. His forehead, like a war hammer charged with power, crashed into the center of the football. A thunderous impact. The football shot straight toward the goal the moment it touched his forehead. Wigan's goalkeeper Barnes had no time whatsoever to react. He could only watch in despair as the ball flew past his head. The net bulged violently backward, rippling with fierce energy. 1-0. The roar erupted. Plenenpark's 55 minutes of pent-up tension and anticipation burst forth like a volcano shooting into the sky. The roar was so enormous it formed visible waves of sound, making the glass windows in the director's box vibrate. Rodgers burst out of the coaching area. He waved his arms wildly at the sky and the fans, letting out fierce roars as veins bulged on his neck. Chairman Evans jumped up from his seat in excitement, celebrating wildly. "Lee, we scored. That was beautiful. My God." Lee Rand sat on the sofa trying to stay calm, but his hands trembled uncontrollably from overwhelming excitement. Meanwhile, in the opposite chairman's box, click, crash, a sharp sound. The champagne glass in Highland's hand slipped from his grasp, shattering on the carpet as dark golden liquid splattered across the floor. From the commentary booth, the announcer's voice was completely distorted, shouting so hard it seemed to tear through the air. "Goal. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Vidic again. Nemanja Vidic. He has now scored from corner kicks in 2 consecutive matches." At the most critical moment, a devastating lion-like header sent the ball crashing into Wigan Athletics' net. Tranmere. 1-0. They've taken the lead. That header is priceless. Time rewinds 15 minutes earlier. Halftime locker room. The air was thick with the pungent smell of sweat liniment and grass clippings. The tactical board stood in the center, Rodgers' eyes burning like twin flames. Nemanja. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to everyone. All first half you were locked in battle with Ellington sticking to him like his shadow. Everyone thought your world was only about defending. They would never have imagined that in the second half you'd become a dagger plunged into their hearts. With his tactical pen, he drew a heavy circle at the corner kick target point. Launch from the back post. Don't worry about the near post. Leave all the space for Van Persie. Use the moment when all their attention is drawn to rob and charge in from their blind spot. You only need one chance, Nemanja. Just one, and you can be the one who changes this match. Vidic remained silent. He simply looked up, meeting Rodgers' gaze, and nodded slowly and deliberately. In those bloodshot eyes burned a quiet stubbornness and resolve unique to Serbians. It was a vow made in silence, sworn with his soul. And now he had done it. Vidic kept his head down, sweat sliding down his chiseled cheeks and dripping onto the turf beneath his feet. He did not run, did not roar, did not slide on his knees to celebrate. He simply clenched his fists slowly. Then with all his strength he pounded them hard against his chest. That muffled thud echoed like a war drum. This strike landed squarely on his own heart. And it struck Wigan Athletics' heart just as fiercely. The match resumed. The euphoria following the goal gradually settled, replaced by an atmosphere of intense anticipation hanging over Pluton Park. Taking the lead also meant becoming the target. Wigan grew increasingly desperate. Head coach Jules stood on the sidelines, his eyes red, commanding his team to press forward with fierce gestures. Abandon defense. Spare no effort. Wigan was like a wounded beast charging desperately toward their opponent in a final frantic surge. Their 2 wide players, Brad and Liddell, transformed into relentless blades, launching repeated charges along the touchline. They threw the ball into the penalty area with all their strength, pressing Tranmere's newly established defense until it buckled under the relentless pressure. The air was thick with tension, each breath carrying the scent of battle. Brad accelerated down the left wing with a powerful run pushing past Sean, who came to assist, and delivered a half-volley cross from near the byline. The ball found Ellington perfectly. Like a coiled snake striking, he burst from behind center-back Dave, powering through with his core and whipping his head forward. Thud! Just as the ball was about to cross the goal line, a figure materialized like a fortress across the goal. Vidic. His focus had never wavered from Ellington all match. As the opponent leaped, Vidic rose in perfect synchronization, using his chest to firmly deflect the header that was inches from the net. The heavy impact against his chest sent a shock through the entire stand. Iron-willed defense. Phew. Across the Pluton Park stands, countless fans slumped into their seats in that breathless moment, clutching their chests, gasping for air, hearts pounding wildly. On the pitch, Ellington held his head in his hands, kneeling on the turf, pounding the ground in frustration. This failed attack did not extinguish Wigan's fire. It only ignited their final desperation. 68th minute. Ellington received the ball on the edge of the penalty area, turned, and struck powerfully. The ball sailed toward the top corner. Neuer. He launched himself like a cheetah in an extreme side dive, his body stretching taut, like a drawn bow, tipping the shot over the crossbar with his fingertips. Corner kick. Wigan's players swarmed into the penalty area, even their center-backs surging forward. Compact. Rodgers shouted hoarsely from the sideline, signaling Fletcher and Ribery with tactical gestures. Counterattack. Wait for their mistake. On the other side, Jewel grew even more intense, pointing at Tranmere's goal and ordering his players to maintain relentless pressure. Break them. They're crumbling. Strike now. This was a contest of pure will. Time crawled forward second by second, the score still 1-0. For Wigan, each passing second felt like descending further. For Tranmere, each moment was a step toward victory. Just as everyone feared the match would end under suffocating pressure, an opportunity appeared without warning. A Wigan midfielder, growing impatient after sustained attacks near the penalty area, attempted a long-range shot. Fletcher absorbed the shot squarely on his chest within the wall. The Scottish warrior grunted, lost his balance, but in the final moment before falling, he extended his leg with all his strength and poked the ball to Ribery beside him. This was the moment. The instant Ribery received the ball, he didn't even need to look up. The frustration and suppression of 30 minutes of defending transformed instantly into a crystal-clear tactical map in his mind. He saw it. The vast expanse of open space behind Wigan's fully advanced defensive line. With the outside of his right foot, without hesitation, he delivered a low-driven through ball. The ball sliced through Wigan's entire defensive line like a precise blade. A figure emerged from behind Wigan's last defender, McMillan. Van Persie. The Dutch striker exploded into motion, releasing all the energy accumulated over the first half in one powerful burst. He left McMillan chasing helplessly behind, his speed increasing with every stride. One rider, one horse, one arrow piercing straight into the heart of enemy territory. Wigan goalkeeper Barnes rushed desperately out of his goal, spreading his arms wide like a soaring eagle, attempting to cover every possible shooting angle. One-on-one. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, Van Persie's eyes remained completely composed. He didn't even glance at the goal. Just as Barnes was about to reach him, Van Persie's right ankle gave the faintest, most delicate flick upward. A chip shot. An effortlessly graceful lob. The breath of over 10,000 spectators in the stadium froze simultaneously. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. The football traced an elegant, lethal arc through the air, clearing the desperate, outstretched fingertips of the goalkeeper. It drifted slowly toward the empty net. Swish. The net rippled gently like a quiet sigh. 2-0. Pluton Park erupted. Fans surged from their seats like a tide, pressing against the railings at the front of the stands, roaring and shouting with all their strength, releasing 80 minutes of accumulated tension and fear. Van Persie didn't stop. He spread his arms wide, sprinting toward the corner flag, gliding forward with his head held high like a soaring aircraft. Tilting his face toward the sky, he released a long-suppressed roar. Exhausted Dave, Vidic, and even Ribery thundering back from midfield. Teammates poured in from all directions, embracing their hero on the ground, sharing in the joy of securing victory. The moment Van Persie's chip found the net on the other side in the VIP box, Dave Whalen's face drained of all color, turning ashen. He had been proudly raising his champagne glass, boasting to guests about Ellington's value, when suddenly the ball sailed over Barnes and into the net. This can't be. Whalen's wine glass trembled in his hand, bubbles still rising along the rim, reflecting his suddenly strained expression. His assistant forced a smile to offer comfort. Boss, there's less than 10 minutes left. We still have a chance. A chance. Whalen slammed the glass onto the table, amber liquid splashing across his clothes. He stared fixedly at Van Persie on the pitch, his eyes burning with intensity. We've invested so much this season. Can't we win a modest League Two title? His voice was hoarse, as if questioning the air itself. His assistant fell silent, unable to respond. And at that exact moment, Lee Rand stood in the opposite box, quietly meeting his gaze across the distance. No words were spoken. Lee Rand simply raised the untouched glass of champagne before him, facing Whalen's direction, and offered a gentle, knowing smile with a subtle toast. That smile, that graceful posture. It was like a sharp blade quietly severing the last thread of pride, holding Whalen together. Whalen felt a suffocating pressure in his chest, the fire in his throat condensing into a low growl. Damn it. Are we really going to lose to a group of underdogs? Beep. Beep, beep. The final whistle blew. 2-0. Tranmere claimed victory in this decisive battle for the League Two championship, climbing to the top of the standings with a 1-point advantage. In the commentary booth, the announcer's voice was nearly hoarse, yet he summoned every remaining ounce of strength to declare firmly, tonight this Tranmere proved themselves in the most compelling fashion. Van Persie's goal was not just the end of the scoreline. It was the end of every doubt. They have reached the summit of the standings. The echoes of the final whistle were carried away by the waves of cheering above Pluton Park. Inside the Tranmere locker room, the atmosphere could no longer be described as simply joyful. It was warm and vibrant like a bubbling spring. Cork popped against the ceiling and golden champagne poured down like a gentle rain. The players' shirts off, glistening with sweat, shared laughter and cheers in the celebratory air. Ribery, grinning, poured an entire bottle of sports drink over Van Persie's head. The cool liquid made the goalscorer shiver, and then he wrapped an arm around the Frenchman's neck as they laughed and wrestled together. On the other side, Vidic and Dave, both strong men, were lifting goalkeeper Neuer toward the ceiling like a playful tossed ball, each time catching him gently. Each time the German landed, a dozen arms caught him and lifted him higher again. It was the privilege of victory. The locker room door creaked open. Rogers walked in. He said nothing, simply made his way to the tactical whiteboard at the center. The noise gradually faded one layer at a time, as though a quiet hand had lowered the volume. Only the sound of running shower water and the steady breathing of the players remained. All eyes calm and focused turned toward him. Rogers picked up a marker, turned his back to the room, and wrote 2 words on the board. 1 point. Wigan. He turned around. His eyes carried no smile. His young face was composed and steady. His voice was rough like fabric brushed softly together. Well done. He looked at each of them, from Van Persie to Ribery to Vidic. You deserve this moment. You deserve the cheers. He paused, and his gaze grew sharp. But if anyone here thinks we have already won, they may leave now. The warm air in the locker room seemed to settle, and everyone felt a cool clarity wash over them. 1 round remains in the league, Rogers said, his voice quiet but clear. If we fall short in the final match, everything tonight will fade into memory. Your names would appear only on the background banner of the Wigan Championship celebration, reminding everyone that a group of optimistic players celebrated too soon, just 1 point ahead. Van Persie instinctively tightened his grip on the towel and lowered his head. Vidic's fingers curled into quiet fists. Watching the players' eyes shift from wild excitement to calm determination, Rogers's tense expression finally softened. He smiled suddenly. The next moment, he grabbed the largest bottle of champagne nearby, shook it gently, and sprayed it toward the players. But tonight, his voice rose, breaking through the tension. Celebrate fully. Drink every drop you can find. Before the sun rises tomorrow, victory belongs to us. A wave of cheering erupted again, warm and bright. Laughter bubbles and warmth filled the space, turning the serious mood into a joyful gathering. Outside the VIP box exit, the crowd had dispersed. The booming noise was kept behind thick walls, leaving only a distant soft echo. The overhead lights cast a calm glow across the floor. Lee Rand stood at the passage entrance waiting. A moment later, the door on the other side opened, and Dave Whelan stepped out. He had tidied himself up, but a few dark champagne stains on his expensive suit stood out like marks that could not be erased. His assistant walked behind him, head bowed. Whelan himself carried the quiet dignity of a veteran who had faced defeat, meeting the victor with composure. The two walked toward each other and stopped in the center of the passage. A brief silence hung in the air. The arrogance Whelan had shown in the box was gone from his face. In his tired but clear eyes there was no mockery or disdain. Only the calm that follows a long battle, the quiet acceptance of an experienced player meeting a worthy opponent. He slowly extended his hand. Mr. Lee Rand. His voice was slightly rough but steady. Congratulations. You and your Tranmere have created something remarkable. Lee Rand met his gaze calmly, reached out, and shook the old yet firm hand. The grip was steady. Mr. Whelan, your team was equally worthy. Lee Rand spoke clearly. This season, without Wigan, we would not have pushed ourselves this far. You kept us moving forward at every step. A complex smile appeared on Whelan's lips. That smile carried an unhidden sense of resignation, a quiet reluctance, and a touch of mutual respect between competitors. Enjoy this evening. He said it with the tone of someone who had walked the path before. The legend of the lower leagues is beautiful, but it ends there. Once you reach the first division, fortune will not always be so kind. Money schedules the agents who care only for themselves, the media that follows every move. That is the real battlefield where dreams are tested. Lee Rand did not argue. He could sense the lingering pride in Whelan's words, but beneath it was sincere counsel. He nodded gently, his tone sincere. I understand. Regardless, I respect your dedication to this sport. Without you and Wigan, this season would not have been so special. You built a team worth respecting. This time the smile on Whelan's face was warmer. The two looked at each other, and then both smiled. In that moment, all rivalry, all calculation, all the silent battles between them seemed to settle into the firmness of their handshake, and then drift away like morning mist. Watching Whelan's figure disappear down the passage, Lee Rand's smile faded gently. He knew Whelan's words held truth. Just then a figure emerged from the shadows on the other side. The man wore a sharply tailored Armani suit, his hair neat, a professional smile on his face. But his eyes were sharp as a falcon's. He walked straight through the passage, disregarding Huilan, who had just left, and stopped in front of Liran. Mr. Liran, good evening. His English carried a faint Portuguese accent, elegant and confident. He offered a fine business card. Liran took it and looked down at the name. Jorge Mendes, founder Gestified Agency. Liran's pupils widened slightly. He certainly knew this future giant of football. I think we should talk. He calmly listed a few names. About Van Persie and his future. After all, Mendes said, spreading his hands with a knowing smile, he is now my client. Jorge Mendes, founder of Gestified Agency. The gilded title on his business card reflected a cold, glaring light under the stark white illumination of the corridor. The name struck Liran like a bolt of thunder. He was here, earlier than Liran had anticipated. Liran's fingertips gently traced the firm edge of the card. The quality of the paper gave a distinct texture that instantly settled his troubled thoughts. In moments like this, absolute composure was all the more essential. Mendes wore a consistently gentle smile marked by perfectly measured courtesy and the innate elegance characteristic of a Southern European. He bowed slightly, his Armani suit maintaining sharp, crease-free lines, as though even the dust in the air deliberately kept its distance. Mr. Liran. His tone carried a softness, yet possessed an almost penetrating quality, slipping precisely into the subtlest cracks of the human psyche. Van Persie. Robin Van Persie. He is now my client. His talent. I believe you understand better than I that his abilities transcend this level entirely. English League Two and even the eventual reach of League One are merely transient steps for him. His true stage awaits in the Premier League, La Liga, and among the elite clubs of the Bundesliga and Serie A. As he spoke these words, his warm gaze shifted abruptly. That is precisely why I have come today, to confirm one matter with you beforehand. He took a half step forward, a subtle movement that instantly closed the physical space between them. When that day arrives and a genuine powerhouse offers a fee befitting his worth, I trust Tranmere will not stand as an obstacle. He delivered these words with unhurried precision. Each one landed clearly in Liran's ears. Liran lifted his gaze and regarded the man before him in silence. There was no visible tremor in his eyes, only the profound stillness of a deep pool. Mendes felt a faint tightening in his chest. He had encountered countless club chairmen and sporting directors, greedy ones, foolish ones, arrogant ones, yet never had he met such eyes. He understood clearly that the young man from China standing before him was by no means one of those pliable small club bureaucrats. He had even prepared contingencies for every possible reaction. Intimidation, bribery, grand promises. Yet at this moment none of those rehearsed approaches seemed to find a fitting entry point. The brief silence felt charged, as though gathering strength. Liran recognized this for what it was, a rare opportunity to forge an alliance. Van Persie. Indeed, he would eventually move to one of the top 5 leagues. All Tranmere could do was refrain from obstruction from becoming an impediment. This was already a certainty since his rebirth. But if things ended here, then between him and Mendes there would only be a transaction. A transaction he merely accepted passively. Yet what Liran sought was something far more enduring. He raised his eyes, his voice calm and measured. Rest assured. Robin's future will not be confined to this place. When the stage that truly belongs to him appears, I will grant him the freedom to leave. Mendes's eyes brightened instantly. His prepared second and third arguments suddenly lost all purpose. This was a perfect beginning. This young man was more perceptive and shrewd than he had imagined. Between people of such acumen, matters always proved far more straightforward. But the very next moment Liran's tone shifted without warning. However, the word left his lips and Mendes's smile froze by half. Liran leaned forward slightly. It was this subtle movement that transformed his entire aura completely. His gaze sharpened into a piercing stare, no longer the stillness of a deep pool, but the glint of a drawn blade striking straight toward Mendes's core. Behind such freedom, there must be one who paves the path for him. Mr. Mendes, as his agent, you must prove that you possess the ability to open that door leading to the elite clubs. Mendes's heart gave a sudden jolt. Liran was not passively accepting terms at all. He was applying reverse pressure, making demands of Mendes himself. He was questioning his competence, calling into doubt the abilities of Jorge Mendes. He pressed his dry lips together and regarded Liran with a scrutinizing gaze. The pressure radiating from the young man presented a challenge he found keenly felt. You want me to? His voice carried an almost imperceptible edge of caution. Liran slowly uttered a single name: Vidic. Mendes's pupils contracted. The Serbian central defender who had stood like a wall today, instilling despair in the Wigan forwards. The man whose performance had prompted his scouts to employ the word phenomenal in their reports. Nemanja Vidic. Serbian. Liran's voice was lowered, yet each word rang with crystal clarity. You witnessed his display today. His value extends far beyond English League Two. I can share with you intelligence that no amount of your resources could ever uncover. Liran paused, his gaze firmly locked onto Mendes, every syllable weighed and measured as though calculated with precision. Manchester United is already preparing to formally present us with an acquisition offer once the season concludes. The word detonated in Mendes's mind like a bomb. Manchester United. In this era, under Sir Ferguson's command, the Red Devils stood at the absolute pinnacle of European football. Their weight carried everything. Mendes's heart pounded violently. Blood rushed to his head, sending a momentary wave of dizziness through him. He forced himself to remain composed, though the slight tremor in his fingertips betrayed his composure. He understood perfectly the meaning behind Lee Rand's words. This was far more than mere transfer news. It was a key, an entrance ticket to the doors of Old Trafford. Lee Rand's voice continued to resonate in his ears. This is your opportunity to enter the circle of Premier League elite clubs. Should you prove capable of representing Vidic, then upon his move to Manchester United you will have established connections with Sir Ferguson and the United hierarchy. Lee Rand did not finish the sentence, for he knew Mendes would understand. For an ambitious agent fiercely expanding his territory, the implications were unmistakable. It was an offer impossible to refuse. Lee Rand paused briefly. This is a gesture of goodwill, a gift I offer you. Equally, it serves as an interview, to demonstrate that I place my trust in you. Internally, Lee Rand was rapidly calculating. Van Persie represented the bargaining chip, Vidic the key, and Mendes himself the potential ally in the future landscape of European football. He understood clearly that relying solely on Tranmere's resources, no matter how diligently one strived, there would always be a ceiling. To truly establish a foothold in Europe, one had to prepare ahead of time and build one's own network. And this Portuguese agent before him would one day become the strongest link in that network. Rather than looking up from below after he had reached the summit, it made far more sense to extend a hand now and draw him closer. After a long while, Mendes exhaled deeply. The breath seemed drawn from the very depths, as though releasing all the astonishment held within his chest. A smile returned to his face. You are the most distinctive club director I have ever encountered, Mendes murmured. His voice shed its professional veneer, carrying instead a trace of complicated, genuine emotion. You think far too far ahead. Mendes studied Lee Rand. This young man's vision had already transcended the scope of a mere English League Two club director. He was not haggling over transfer fees. He was orchestrating a grander strategy. A wise person should always choose cooperation, would you not agree? Lee Rand extended his hand. Mendes regarded it, and the two locked eyes once more. I accept your terms, Mendes said, extending his hand. It is a pleasure doing business with you. The stands at Pitch 5 Meadow Park had never been so crowded nor so sharply divided. The damp, cold air carried the blended scent of soil and fresh grass. On one side, the parents of the children on Lee Rand's team drew together, their faces marked with tension and anxiety. On the other side were the opponents' families and a few local residents who had come for the spectacle, their expressions far more relaxed, some even wearing faint smirks, as if waiting to enjoy a joke. Have you heard? That Chinese man's ragtag team is actually going to play the Falcons, who are third in the league. Huh. My son says they even have a girl on the team. Are they here to play football or play house? The comments were not loud, but they pierced the parents' ears like needles. Andy sat in the front row, upright and composed. He held a thick stack of record sheets that was astonishingly heavy in his arms, his expression stern, his gaze crossing the pitch to the boys warming up. Today was an open assessment match being inspected by an FA supervisor. Lee Rand and these children of his had to prove one thing on this field with their feet and sweat, that they were a team with discipline and a soul. The shrill opening whistle cut through the heavy air. The opponents were indeed a well-drilled youth league side. Their formation was orderly, their passing and receiving showed the fluency of long partnership, and they launched a fierce attack from the first minute. By contrast, Lee Rand's team suddenly looked a little amateur, the formation torn apart and scattered. Lucy spread the play wide. Don't crowd into the pack. You're a winger. Tommy, your positioning. Don't cling to the goal line. Step half a pace forward. Yes, exactly that half pace. Trust your judgment. Lee Rand's voice held no panic at all, steady, clear, and every instruction cut precisely through the tangled situation. Just as his words faded, the opposing striker seized on a mistake and broke clear with nothing but the lonely goal ahead. A one-on-one. A gasp of despair rose from the stands, and several mothers instinctively covered their eyes, unable to watch. At the moment when every heart rose to the throat and the opposing striker's face had already twisted into a smirk, a figure, like a clumsy bear, hurled himself forward without hesitation. It was Tommy. He had no elegance in his movement. It was almost comical, yet he stretched his body to the limit and used his chest and his unwavering courage to throw himself across the line of the shot. Thud. The ball struck him like a cannonball, heavy and violent, emitting a jarringly loud sound. Tommy was sent tumbling to the ground, while the ball rolled helplessly to the side. It was an ugly yet incredibly effective block. Scattered applause broke out from the stands, then merged into a wave of passionate noise. The smirks on the faces of those waiting to laugh stiffened. For the first time, this team had earned respect. Ethan received the ball in the center circle. The familiar instinct to do everything alone once again blazed through his veins, urging him to drop his head and conquer all with a one-man waltz. He got past two men, but a fierce sliding tackle from the third sent him sprawling, and the ball was taken. The opponent struck immediately on the counter, and had the defenders not chased back with all their might, the goal would have been lost. Lee Rand called the gasping Ethan to the sideline, bent down, and looked directly into the boy's defiant eyes. You're the captain. Lee Rand's voice was soft. Sharing the ball with your teammates, trusting them, and making sure every player knows his job. That is your responsibility. Remember, if you want to win, you have to get your teammates moving, not turn the game into a one-man show. Ethan looked at Lee Rand, then turned back to his teammates on the field who were watching him with expectant eyes. He nodded firmly. When the ball reached Ethan's feet again, he made an entirely different choice. He raised his head on his own initiative, reading his teammates' runs. Those eyes which had once seen only the goal now took in the whole pitch. A gentle flick from his toes, a simple yet perfectly sound crossfield pass, delivered the ball to Baron sprinting up the right wing. Baron's running still carried its wildness, but he no longer lowered his head and charged recklessly. He remembered Lee Rand's instruction and calmly tapped the ball back to the center near the byline. There a slender figure arrived in the nick of time, stepped up to the moving ball, and struck a decisive shot. It was Lucy. Bang! The ball kissed the inside of the post and crashed into the net with a deep, exhilarating sound. 1-0. The entire stand erupted. Parents sprang from their seats like mad, pumping their fists and shouting at the top of their lungs. On the pitch, the children swarmed together in ecstatic embraces. Lucy held her teammates tightly, sweat and tears mingling together. In that second, she no longer felt like a rejected outsider. She belonged here, to this team, to this victory. In the second half, the opponents, now behind, launched a frantic wave of attacks with everyone pushed forward. Lee Rand stood on the touchline, arms folded, his expression still calm. He adjusted the tactics, decisively swapping Baron and Ethan, and made it clear they would use speed to hit on the counterattack. Defend. Keep your formation. Lucy dropped back into midfield and eased the pressure in front of Tommy. Lee Rand's voice carried again and again through the cool air after the rain, a calming anchor for every player on the pitch. From a corner kick, the opposing center forward won the header inside the 6-yard box and sent the ball toward the corner of the goal. Tommy once again produced a heroic effort, an extreme dive on the goal line, and with his fingertips flicked the close-range shot over the crossbar. When he scrambled up from the mud, grass clippings and mud clung to half his face. He looked bedraggled, but his eyes were astonishingly bright, like a general protecting his city walls. That save ignited the whole team's fighting spirit. The children forgot their exhaustion and the technical gap and began to run with a raw, fierce determination. They answered the opponent's wave-like attacks with one tireless tackle and block after another. When Lee Rand saw the opponents slowing with fatigue, he made another adjustment, swapping Ethan and Baron once more. Ethan kept moving and pulling across the middle, creating space for his teammates. After receiving a pass from the back, he did not hesitate. He played a precision through ball, surgically slipping it behind the opposing defenders. Baron took off. His speed hit its peak in that instant, like a bolt of lightning surging forward for a one-on-one. In the penalty area, with the keeper charging out, he unleashed a thunderous shot. Goal. 2-0. The children sprinted joyfully toward the stands and slapped hands in celebration with their parents, who were crying with joy as the entire stadium turned into an ocean of happiness. The final whistle blew. 2-1, a hard-earned victory. Exhausted, the children gathered in a circle and bowed deeply to the parents and spectators, to the coaches and referees, and even to their opponents, just as Lee Rand had taught them. Lee Rand watched it all, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. This was only the beginning. His gaze looked farther into the distance. Andy descended the stands slowly, his footsteps measured, and walked directly up to Lee Rand. Without saying anything at once, he simply handed over a thick envelope. "This is my letter of recommendation." Andy's voice was low, yet it carried an unprecedented sense of approval. "Mr. Lee Rand, I've witnessed the children's progress over these 2 months. Just now the FA supervisor also spoke highly of your on-the-spot command. They believe your tactical sophistication is far above this level. Congratulations, Mr. Lee Rand." At that same moment on Cork Street, London, John Hicks sank into the wide custom leather chair, its curved backrest fitting his spine perfectly. This chair was a custom-made Italian piece, its price sufficient to pay an entire season's wages for a League Two player. Before him, the vast mahogany desk gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the crystal chandelier hanging low from the ceiling. The light fractured into countless tiny diamonds, yet could not dispel the room's stillness. On the desk lay only a thick stack of documents. On the white cover, a bold black line of type stood out clear and striking: in-depth investigation, Lee Rand. This was an order he had personally issued several weeks earlier. A name had climbed from the bottom of the English Football League system through match reports and business briefings, and at last arrived here. Now a complete dossier containing every detail lay quietly before him. Hicks did not glance at the coffee his assistant had prepared. That cup of Blue Mountain had already lost its warmth. All his attention was fixed on the report. He extended his fingers, knuckles thickened and strong from years of golf, and turned to the first page with a measured, patient rhythm. Resume. The paper felt resilient and smooth. Age, 24. His gaze lingered there for half a second. An absurd number. Among the financial titans he knew, people of 24 were still learning how to craft a competent PowerPoint deck. Nationality, China, a vast emerging market. A place full of ambition and the unknown. Identity, director of Tranmere Rovers, personally holding 40 of shares. Hicks's brow moved almost imperceptibly. Not an employee, a shareholder, a decision maker. That meant everything the young man had done was directly tied to his own interests. Background: sports management at the University of Liverpool, enrolling in September. Youth football coaching experience. Holds a level 1 certificate, currently applying for the B license fast track. His resume was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. A student who had not yet formally graduated. A coach who had just earned an entry-level certificate. Was running a century-old professional club. This was not a contradiction. It was absurd. It was precisely this that had first piqued his interest in the man. Hicks's fingers turned to the second page, and the paper ruffled through the air with a soft swish. Case analysis. Commercial operations pioneered a content subscription model and launched a chairman's package, created experience monetization, with slots booked into next season, youth academy income, generated new revenue channels for the club projected to bring in 15-20 of total annual club revenue. Hicks completed the mental arithmetic in an instant. All these fancy terms translated into a single sentence without raising ticket prices. The same fans were induced, legally and willingly, to pull more money out of their pockets, squeezing value from the existing base. That was Wall Street language. This young man understood the game. His fingers moved down the page then stopped. Transfer operations in the winter window. On an insufficient budget, the club signed 5 promising players: Bakary, Sagna Nemanja, Vidic Manuel Neuer, Robin van Persie, and Frank Ribery. The office was so silent that Hicks could hear his own blood flowing. His gaze shifted back and forth between those 5 names and the phrase, budget constraints. He didn't need consultants to explain the value of those names. As the man about to become owner of Liverpool FC, he received reports from scouting networks all over Europe every week. Some of those names had appeared in the corners of reports marked worth watching, but none had ever been elevated to must-buy. And Lee Rand had not only spotted them. With no money, he had packed them all off to a godforsaken League Two club. This wasn't business. This was conjuring gold out of thin air. He turned to the third page. Performance and trends. Before the winter window, the team trailed the league leaders by 10 points. Now they had overtaken their rivals by 1 point and stood a strong chance of winning the League Two title. The cold figures on the screen now traced a steep, breathtaking upward curve in his eyes. In the FA Cup at Anfield against Liverpool, they produced tactical play far above League Two standards. He had watched the replay of that match, the game that left manager Hollier with a dark expression for a full week afterward. A 24-year-old Chinese and a frustrated head coach, using a squad of patched-together players, had taught Liverpool a lesson at Anfield. Authoritative media comment: Tranmere is currently the fastest rising club in the entire English Football League system. At the end of the report, there was a comment sent from the investigator's private email address, not included in the official files. This man's judgment of player potential has surpassed the cognitive limits of existing data models and scouting systems. His eye itself is an asset that cannot be quantified. Recommendation: highest priority attention. Hicks slowly leaned back in the chair, the leather surface groaning softly beneath his weight. His fingers drummed on the smooth mahogany desk. One tap, then another absent-mindedly. A long silence settled into the office. The report lay spread open like Pandora's box, quietly exuding an unsettling aura. He picked up another risk assessment, trying to cool his overheated mind with rational analysis. Risk: 1, too young, lacking top-flight management experience. The pressure of a major club, the magnifying glass of the media and dressing room stars worth tens of millions. Any one of these could overwhelm him. Nonsense. Risk: 2, the success model is questionable. Bargain hunting in the lower leagues and competing with Real Madrid and AC Milan for the same prodigy in the top flight are games in 2 different dimensions. His magic might only work in barren soil. That was the core problem. Risk: 3, it relies heavily on individual judgment and has not yet formed a reproducible management system. Once this person left, the advantages he had built might collapse overnight. Key person risk. It was the term every investor dreaded most. That meant Lee Rand himself was the sole, non-replicable asset. And such an asset was the least stable. At the end of the report, the conclusion was one sentence said in bold. This is an extremely high-risk talent, yet one that could hold extreme value. Hicks slowly closed the file. Snap. The soft sound was especially clear in the silent office. There was a long silence. Danger, as it happens, often also means opportunity. He said in a low voice, his Texas-accented English carrying a hoarse, steely force. He did not need a manager with a flawless resume. He already had enough elites under his command. Nor did he need a rule-following executive that would only drive the club deeper into the mire of debt. He needed someone who could create value for him. Someone with a core capability. The ability to turn a situation around. Lee Rand was exactly that kind of person. A man who could force blossoms to emerge from infertile soil. A man who could quickly erect an effective framework upon the ruins. If he could do it in a place like Tranmere. A faint cold curve lifted the corner of Hicks's mouth, and his eyes held no admiration, only the purest calculation. Then at Liverpool, he could help me extract the last drop of commercial value from that quagmire of debt. He reached out and pushed the dossier concerning Lee Rand's fate to the corner of the desk. The movement was decisive, unsparing, like moving a crucial piece on a chessboard. Keep watching. When the time is right, I'll meet this man from China in person. The FA National Training Centre in Liverpool stood quietly beneath the ashen sky. Its brick walls bore the gentle traces of time. The 3 lions' crest inset at the entrance gleamed faintly in the cool, damp air. Lee Rand carried his tactical bag, the strap resting against his shoulder. In his right hand, he held a letter of recommendation, its edges slightly curled from his grip. Andy's handwritten signature rested upon the seal. With steady steps, he climbed the stairs and pushed open the heavy oak door. The hall was spacious and softly lit, its walls adorned with framed photographs from past coaching courses. The faces in those photographs ranged from youthful to weathered, their names now shining symbols in the world of English football. Lee Ran stood as an outsider entering the sanctuary of English football. The hall was already gathering a number of attendees. They formed natural clusters, some speaking in low conversation, while others studied the materials in their hands. Most were local coaches around 30 carrying the quiet confidence of professionals. Some had managed youth academies at top clubs, others served as assistant coaches at semi-professional teams. A few middle-aged men in sports jackets, broad-shouldered, and clearly former players animated their conversations with lively gestures. As Lee Ran stepped into the hall, the buzzing conversation paused for an instant. A wave of glances settled upon him. "That's the Chinese man," someone murmured within a cluster. "Looking at his age, he's quite young. Surely for the Level B course. I heard he went through an expedited route with a prominent figure writing a recommendation." The murmurs drifted through the air. The tones carried no direct hostility, yet bore a deep-rooted questioning layered with subtle undertones of disbelief. Some didn't bother concealing their gaze, letting it travel steadily over Lee Ran's frame, his years, the unfamiliar contours of his features. That look carried an unyielding questioning. Lee Ran's expression remained calm, his gaze steady and composed. He walked directly to the reception desk at the far end of the hall and handed over his substantial dossier alongside the letter of recommendation. Upon the envelope, the familiar signature, Andy Kirkland. This was his passage earned through months of matches and the visible growth of his players. The examiner was a middle-aged man with glasses, his expression measured and reserved. He took the documents and opened the first page, his brows drawing together slightly. With such a record, it barely met the threshold of a community team's weekend coach. Yet as he turned each page, the expression on his face began to shift. Training logs densely filled the handwriting, neat and precise, recording every session's content, intensity, and player responses. Copies of tactical boards clearly marked with arrows and lines outlining intricate strategic intentions. Attendance sheets, a long list of names with hardly any gaps. And screenshots from match footage. The examiner's lips moved silently, repeating the key phrases he read. When he looked up at Lee Ran once more, the procedural detachment in his gaze had softened into genuine attentiveness. Lee Ran stood quietly. The recommendation and these records spoke for themselves. The classroom was modest in size. Tactical diagrams and course outlines covered the walls. A long table arranged in a broad U-shape held over 20 students, each with a nameplate before them. The lecturer entered. He was a man in his 50s, his temples gray, grooming immaculate. A quintessential old-school English coach carrying the seasoned air of the lower leagues. Holding a tactical marker, he stepped before the whiteboard at the center of the room. He surveyed the assembled faces. Everyone. His voice was dry and precise, like metal drawn across metal. "The Level B certificate marks your formal entry into professional coaching." He let the words settle. "Today we skip introductions and begin with an opening exercise." His gaze grew focused. "Suppose your team is leading 1-0 in the 70th minute, but the play is contained pressed deep into your own half. How would you adjust?" A classic opening question testing both tactical foundation and composure. A tall Scottish coach in the front row raised his hand first. "I would bring on my secondary striker, using his movement to draw the opposition center backs out of position." A few nodded, an intuitive attacking response. Another coach with a non-league background spoke immediately, his pace brisk, clearly well prepared. "I would strengthen the midfield, introducing a defensive midfielder to shift from 4-4-2 to 4-5-1, closing off the spaces between the lines." A textbook defensive approach. The lecturer acknowledged with a slight nod, offering no comment. His gaze moved across the room. "The young man from China, what is your view?" Every pair of eyes in the classroom turned toward Lee Ran at once. Questioning, curiosity, quiet amusement, and a hint of unspoken challenge, all wove together in the weight of those gazes. Lee Ran paused for 2 seconds. Then he spoke. His voice was calm and clear. "I would not make a substitution." A few suppressed chuckles rippled through the room. "Not substituting? What kind of answer was that?" The lecturer's eyebrows rose slightly, a flicker of interest in his eyes. "Why?" Lee Ran rose and walked to the whiteboard at the front of the room. Without hesitation, he picked up the tactical marker. "Introducing a purely defensive player while leading 1-0 sends an immediate signal to your own players and to the opposition alike." His voice carried clearly in the quiet room. "That signal says we are retreating, not advancing. Once the opposition senses that their pressure will only intensify." On the whiteboard, he sketched a 4-4-2 formation with circles and crosses. "My approach is to compress the vertical space, maintain the shape, keep the defensive and midlines unified, and establish quick counterattacking outlets." His tone was even, yet carried an unshakable certainty. "Give the opposition the impression that we still have the capacity to strike. That way they will hesitate to commit fully forward." The marker moved swiftly across the smooth board, producing crisp strokes. Arrows and dotted lines appeared in quick succession. The forwards dropped slightly toward the center circle, not to defend, but to pull the opposition center backs inward, creating space behind their fullbacks. The wide midfielders hold slightly deeper positioned in the blind spots of the opposing fullbacks, not passively defending but coiled like a spring ready to surge into the space we have created. The rest hold your positions, but your first passing option is always the wide channel prepared for the counter. He set the marker down. The entire tactical vision lay clearly before them all. This was not a passive defensive shape, but a formation designed to draw the opposition in. Lee Ran turned to face the lecturer, his gaze composed. We are not merely defending. We are shaping a sense that we remain dangerous at any moment. At the 70th minute, the match is far from concluded. Psychology matters more than formation. The air in the classroom seemed to have been drained, leaving only a dense, suffocating silence. The two sharply contrasting tactical approaches from earlier still lingered in everyone's minds. Lee Ran's psychological gambit hit the sealed classroom like a thunderclap. No ripples, just a shockwave. He raised the tactical pen again. A match is not static. 70 minutes in, 1 goal ahead, yet on the back foot. This is not the moment to gamble with your substitution slots. What you need to do is first read the match's pulse. His gaze returned to the whiteboard, and the pen tip tapped firmly on the flank position. Tap. You are all discussing substitutions, changing the striker, changing the holding midfielder. But you have overlooked the most fundamental question: what gives them the right to push up this high A? That question stopped everyone cold. Indeed, why? Because their midfielders are pressing nonstop in our defensive third. That means the first pass we make when transitioning from defense to attack can never get out. Lee Ran gave them no time to think. The tactical pen moved rapidly across the whiteboard, outlining the opponent's pressing shape. The 3 circles representing their forwards were linked by a curved line, like a sweeping arc, precisely cutting off the connection between our center backs and the holding midfielder. The 2 circles for their wide midfielders were drawn closer to the middle, with arrows pointing directly at the passing lanes from our center backs to the fullbacks. Finally, he pressed firmly on the top of the center circle to mark their holding midfielder, and a huge forward-pressing arrow formed an encirclement together with the front 4. Look here. He tapped the enclosed area in our own half. Locally, it is 5v4. That is the root cause of why we can't catch our breath. Their goal is clear when the ball back high up the pitch and goes straight for goal. He stopped writing and looked at the coach, who had suggested bringing on a defensive midfielder. Now answer my question. If I bring on a pure defensive midfielder and make it 5v5 in that area, can we hold firm? He answered his own question. Yes, in the short term we can. But at what cost? The cost is that their defensive line will push beyond the halfway line and compress the entire game into our own half. We would lose all our counterattacking depth and any room to breathe. A cold curl tugged at the corner of Lee Rant's mouth. From a psychological standpoint, that would be like lying down voluntarily and telling them go ahead, attack freely. We will just passively endure the blows. That is not solidity. That is waving the white flag in surrender. The suppressed snickers were long gone. Several coaches instinctively leaned forward, their eyes fixed on that suffocating encirclement on the whiteboard. They could almost smell the burn in their own players' lungs out on the real pitch. Lee Rant's voice went on. So the solution is never to passively add more defenders. It is to exploit the huge space they inevitably expose with their aggressive pressing. His pen swept sharply from his own half across the entire whiteboard straight through to the opponent's byline. A sharply aggressive diagonal line. Wide depth. This is the shadow zone of their entire pressing system. I will give the players on the pitch 2 instructions. First, the winger drops back to around the halfway line. This is a show of weakness, a bait meant to lure their fullback out of his defensive position. Second, at the exact moment the winger drops back, our fullback must spring forward like a lurking leopard, charging down the line at full speed into that deliberately vacated depth. He then added a dashed line on the whiteboard starting from our fullback's position, bypassing everyone and cutting like a surgeon's scalpel into that vast open space on the opponent's flank. When the midfielder receives the ball and sees every passing lane locked, what he must look for is not the teammate beside him, but the third man racing forward with full commitment. A lofted pass over the top, and it breaks straight through their entire defensive line. That is the third man run. We use a defender's run into depth to actively create a receiving point beyond the opponent's field of vision, forcing their defensive line, which is already pushed up to midfield, to turn and sprint back at once. At that moment, the essence of the tactic was driven home in the most forceful and intuitive way. This way the choice is shifted to the opponents. They can either keep pushing up recklessly and bet that we won't make that pass. If they lose that bet, it's a one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Or they are forced to retreat and ease their pressure on us. No matter what they choose, we win. For a moment, the classroom was terrifyingly quiet. Only the occasional tap-tap of Lee Ran's pen hitting the whiteboard could be heard, like a stopwatch counting down. A flicker of barely concealed astonishment passed through the instructor's deep eyes. He looked at that crude yet incisive tactical diagram, as if he could already see the opponent's defense falling apart. Into that dead silence, a discordant voice cut in. Armchair theory. The trainee with the heavy Scottish accent sneered. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, wearing a contemptuous expression. That third-man run of yours sounds wonderful, like a football textbook. But have you considered the execution? On a League Two pitch full of mud, do you even have a fullback with that kind of tactical discipline? When the whole team is under siege and running on empty, does he still have the nerve to abandon his defensive position and sprint 50 meters? His voice was full of mockery. If the pass goes wrong or he sprints up and fails to receive it, that flank of ours would be left fully exposed, completely at their mercy. Those words acted like a valve, instantly releasing the suppressed doubts in the room. Exactly, the risk is too great. That's an ideal scenario, but it's not how the game works in reality. A coach can't stake 3 points on such a low-probability piece of individual brilliance. Murmurs of agreement rose one after another. Facing the almost one-sided skepticism, Lee Ran remained calm. He even smiled. There was no warmth in that smile. You're right. He looked straight at the Scottish trainee and nodded as if agreeing with his point. If this were a level 2 coaching certificate class, I would tell them stay solid and counter-compress the shape. Because for coaches and players at that level, the risk of executing such a tactic far outweighs the reward. He paused. His tone suddenly turned icy. But this is a B-level certificate class. What we are here to learn is not how to cling to a victory while under pressure. It is how to actively create chances to win in adversity. The balance between risk and reward is precisely the core that a head coach must weigh in tactical decisions. If we don't even have the courage to touch that concept, Lee Ran's voice was not loud, yet it struck every heart like a heavy hammer. Then what separates us from those fans in the stands who merely count gains and losses? We would forever remain at the amateur level. Those final words, forged like steel, struck the Scottish trainee with unsparing precision. His face changed in an instant. The sense of superiority rooted in the English football system was in that moment shattered into pieces by Lee Ran's higher-level tactical thinking. Nothing was left. In the end, like a fish out of water, he lowered his head in embarrassment under the gaze of everyone in the room. The entire classroom was utterly still. Everyone was stung to the core by those words, amateur level. Just then the instructor, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Very good. He nodded, his gaze resting approvingly on the whiteboard Lee Ran had drawn. Third man run and counter compression. Using space to break down pressing rather than using numbers to fill space. This is the essence of modern football tactics. He lifted his eyes and slowly scanned every trainee's face in the room. Football is not a mathematical equation. Not every problem has one single standard answer. The beauty of tactics lies precisely in how, amid ever-changing and complex situations, you find the way that maximizes your own side's returns. Finally, his gaze settled on Lee Ran, once more, his eyes growing thoughtful. And you know very clearly what you want. A short sentence like a final judgment. The disdainful and doubtful looks that had filled the classroom now disappeared completely. In their place were shocked scrutiny and even a trace of awe. In a corner, someone could not help letting out an extremely faint snicker. In that heavy silence, the laugh was a stark, undeniable challenge. Its meaning rang out sharp and unmistakable. Lee Ran gently set down the tactical pen, and under everyone's gaze turned and walked back to his seat. From that moment on, the people in the classroom had reached a consensus: no one would ever underestimate this young man again. The faint sneer, its lingering echo barely fading, had completely shattered the deathly silence in the classroom. The sound of Lee Ran walking back to his seat became the only noise, neither heavy nor light, each step seemingly pressing upon the taut nerves of everyone present. Only when he sat back down did the invisible pressure begin to recede slightly. Yet the atmosphere in the classroom had changed irrevocably. All eyes, whether deliberately or inadvertently, remained fixed on this young Easterner, filled with curiosity and reverence. They all shared a common understanding: he was definitely not here merely to obtain a B-level certificate. Whaddon Road Stadium. This was the most raucous day of the year in the town of Cheltenham. The immense pressure of relegation had packed every inch of the stands with home fans, leaving no gap unoccupied. Their roars and the chants of "Come on you Robins" merged into a tangible wave of sound, battering and washing over the dilapidated stadium time and again. The turf along the touchline had been trampled into uneven patches by the repeated sprints of studded boots, exposing the damp soil beneath. The scent of soil and crushed grass mingled with the biting cold wind of May pervaded the air, creating a primal, almost savage atmosphere unique to the final round of the English Third Division. A life-or-death match. For the home side, Cheltenham victory meant survival. For the away side, Tranmere Rovers victory meant glory. They would become champions of the English Third Division for the 2002-2003 season. In the VIP box on one side of the stadium, Lee Ran sat side by side with Jorge Mendes. Outside the window, the team's manager Rogers was directing the players through their final sprint warm-up. His roaring voice penetrated the glass barrier, faint, but carrying the frenzy before a decisive battle. Mendes, still wearing his impeccably tailored suit, lounged comfortably in the soft leather seat. He sniffed the scent drifting in the air and frowned slightly. What a primal battlefield. Between his fingers he toyed with an expensive silver fountain pen. The pen twirled and spun deftly between his slender fingers, leaving afterimages that were barely visible to the naked eye. But it is precisely such a battlefield that forges true warriors. Indeed, Lee Ran replied calmly, his eyes never leaving a particular figure on the pitch below. Nemanja Vidic. That Serbian, standing like an iron tower in front of the back line, was engaged in high-intensity physical contact drills with his teammates. With every shoulder-to-shoulder duel and every physical contact, he used a nearly brutish strength to hold his charging teammate firmly in place, even forcing the opponent backward. It was not mere brute force, but a skill of ultimate body control, an art of perfectly combining center of gravity and strength. The pen in Mendes' hand spun faster. He lowered his voice and leaned forward slightly, a whiff of expensive cologne drifting over. Mr. Lee, I have already spoken with him for days. Vidic is a smart player. He knows well that staying in this level of league is a waste of his talent. He yearns for a bigger stage, and he also needs an agent who can take him there. His tone remained gentle, but his eyes gleamed with the light of a hunter spotting the perfect prey, greedy and confident of success. Lee did not turn his head, his expression calm. Of course he does. Every player in the world needs Jorge Mendes. A plain compliment, yet it deepened the smile at the corner of Mendes' mouth. But the next moment Lee shifted his tone. He raised his hand and his slender fingers pointed toward a VIP stand on the far side with the best view. However, whether an uncut jade can be recognized by a top club requires the most authoritative appraiser to stamp it with the seal of authenticity. The rapidly spinning pen in Mendes' hand stopped abruptly. He followed the direction of Lee's finger. That stand had an even better position with a broader view usually reserved for the most honored guests. There sat an elderly man, slender in stature, but full of vigor. His gray hair was neatly combed, and he wore a tasteful dark wool coat with the collar turned up against the cold wind blowing into the stadium. Even across half the pitch Mendes could feel the old man's gaze upon the field. That gaze was bright, sharp, and focused. It seemed to pierce through every player's movements, intentions, and even their yet unshown potential on the green field. Mendes' brain worked at lightning speed, instantly mobilizing his vast database of information to search for details about the old man. The next second a name surfaced in his mind. His pupils contracted sharply. Martin Ferguson, the younger brother of Sir Alex Ferguson, chief scout of Manchester United Football Club. In the entire European football world, his appraisal was almost equivalent to the voice of the Red Devils. Manchester United. Mendes' voice was dry as he forced out the words from his throat. On the other VIP stand, Martin Ferguson sat quietly while his assistant busily recorded data. His gaze was locked tightly on that player. Vidic, that lad. He murmured to himself, his voice so low that only he could hear. A centre-back playing in the third tier of English football, yet in every duel he displayed a composure and strength that simply did not belong to this level. Just then home side Cheltenham launched a deadly quick attack. Their speedy winger tore open the defense with pure pace, dribbled into the penalty area, and bore down on goal one-on-one. We're going to concede, the assistant beside him exclaimed. Martin remained silent, leaning forward slightly. Vidic, who had been near the center circle, now charged back like a cannonball at a speed utterly inconsistent with his massive frame. His strides were enormous, each step bursting with explosive power. The moment the opposing striker was about to shoot, Vidic caught up. Without a moment's hesitation, he made a perfectly timed sliding tackle. His body skimmed the turf like a scythe, cleanly sweeping the ball from the opponent's feet, and the ball obediently rolled into the path of his rising body. The opposing striker, carried by momentum, stumbled and fell to the ground looking bewildered. It was a textbook perfect defensive play inside the penalty area. Even more astonishing, after completing this incredible defensive action, Vidic did not pause at all. He rose, instantly spotted his own striker, and delivered a precise long pass. The ball traveled across more than half the pitch, immediately launching a quick counterattack. The transition from defense to attack happened in an instant. Martin Ferguson's eyes gleamed intensely. He silently wrote a few words forcefully in his scouting notes. Strong recommendation. 90 minutes. When the final whistle echoed through Whaddon Road Stadium, the Tranmere substitutes, coaching staff, and everyone else rushed onto the pitch like madmen. 1-0. Tranmere Rovers sealed the season's English Third Division Championship with a stubborn, almost insane victory away from home. On the away fan stand, dozens of blue and white flags waved wildly. Deafening cheers and songs resounded through the night sky of Cheltenham. Below the stand, manager Rogers was tossed high into the air by the ecstatic players again and again. Tears and sweat mingled on his face, glistening under the stadium lights. Meanwhile, inside the box, Mendes slowly picked up the pen from the table. This time he did not spin it. He simply held it tightly in his hand. Mr. Lee Vidic's performance was simply perfect this match. Lee merely smiled slightly, his gaze passing over the celebrating crowd toward the stand on the other side. There Martin Ferguson stood up, closed his notebook, and from afar nodded meaningfully in the direction of Lee, then turned and walked away. A single nod was worth more than 1,000 words. Only then did Lee withdraw his gaze, look back at Mendes, and smile with a hint of amusement. Jorge, I suggest you finalize the agency business with Vidic now, immediately, right away, because United's offer is coming soon. In the heart of Liverpool, inside a discreet 5-star hotel suite, heavy velvet curtains shut out the afternoon sunlight and the clamor of the streets, leaving only a dim amber stillness within. In the air, the smoke of expensive Cuban cigars intermingled with the scent of men's cologne, brewing into an atmosphere redolent of power and conspiracy. On one side of the long table, Nemanja Vidic's spine was as straight as a javelin. The fatigue of a grueling season had not loosened his bearing in the slightest. His hands rested flat on his knees, knuckles, clearly defined muscles taut, as if poised to spring up and make an interception at any moment. Yet his gaze, like man marking on the pitch, swept quietly across every corner of the room before settling on the Portuguese man opposite. On the other side, Lee reclined quietly in the sofa, his posture relaxed. The cup of Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee at his side had been steaming from start to finish. Beside him, Jorge Mendes snapped open his briefcase with a click. The sound of leather and metal clasps rubbing together was so distinct in the overly quiet room that it made one's heartbeat quicken. Several thick contracts were spread neatly across the tabletop, black characters on white paper exuding the scent of ink and temptation. Nemanja. Mendes spoke, his voice not loud, but carrying a strange penetrating force. Every word seemed precisely calculated, landing in Vidic's ears with deliberate calm. Your defensive ability has completely surpassed the level you currently occupy. You know, just yesterday I received 2 phone calls. One from Spain, one from Italy. They all asked the same question: who is that Serbian center-back at Tranmere? He paused for a moment, observing the subtle changes in Vidic's expression. That resolute face betrayed no emotion, but Mendes knew the bait had already been cast. The English second division is a well. What you see is merely a patch of sky. But you should stand upon the mountain peak. San Siro, Bernabeu, Anfield, Old Trafford. Those names, those brilliantly lit stages are where you truly belong. Vidic's brow finally furrowed. His fingertips brushed gently against the rough fabric of his trousers once then again. Silence spread across the room. Manchester United's official offer will be sent to Tranmere's fax machine no later than the morning after tomorrow. Lee Rand's voice was calm, yet it landed with unmistakable clarity in the heart of everyone in the room. Nemanja, I believe in your ability. Everything you have done on the pitch has already proven your worth. That is precisely why I recommended you to Jorge. A player like you needs someone who can truly lead you into the dressing room of a top club. Someone who can help you negotiate with these giants and safeguard your interests. Director Lee is right. What you need is not just a new contract, but a key. A key that can open that heavy, massive door. A Montblanc fountain pen was slowly pushed across the table, crossing the invisible divide, coming to a stop in front of Vidic. The pen's body cast a cold metallic gleam under the chandelier. Vidic's breath halted for an instant. His palms slowly extended, and at last he gripped the pen. His knuckles whitened from the force blue veins protruding beneath the skin, as if engaged in a silent wrestling match with his own destiny. The next moment the nib descended. Nemanja Vidic. The name was written stroke by stroke, heavy and resolute. Mendes watched the birth of that signature. Deep in his pupils the greed and excitement of an agent flickered for a moment before vanishing. Lee Rand picked up the coffee on the table and took a gentle sip. His gaze fell upon the contract, his expression still composed. Everything was under control. From this moment onward, Vidic's future had been forcibly pushed onto another track. A track whose terminus was Old Trafford. A few days later, Manchester beside Old Trafford. The same restaurant. The flames in the fireplace danced quietly, the air filled with the dry scent of burning oak. The heavy mahogany table, polished to a mirror shine, reflected the gazes of the 2 men facing each other from opposite ends. Sir Alex Ferguson wore a fine grey woolen overcoat, his red tie knotted in a faultless Windsor. He sat upright, back straight, like a battle-hardened general. Even in silence, that invisible aura of authority commanded the entire space. Lee Rand pushed open the door and entered. His pace was unhurried, his expression calm, as if he were walking not into the lair of the hairdryer that daunted countless managers, but into an ordinary cafe. A brief exchange of gazes. The air was thick with a silent contest, a collision between the ambition of a rising force and the scrutiny of an established overlord. Van der Sar. Ferguson spoke first, his voice low, carrying the characteristic gravel of a Scottish accent. The scouting department has conducted a reassessment. The board has decided to bring him to Old Trafford in the summer. His sharp gaze fell directly on Lee Rand's face. Young man, your judgment astonishes me. Lee Rand smiled faintly, the teacup in his hand turning between his fingers without making a sound. Thank you. Ferguson did not circle around the matter. He shifted the topic and cut straight to the point. Vidic, I heard he has changed agents. A Portuguese man named Mendes. His tone was flat, but every word was like a pebble thrown to test the path. Lee Rand did not deny it. For a player of this level, it is only natural to switch to an agent worthy of his value. He paused, a hint of an elusive curve forming at the corner of his lips. Moreover, sir, you might be interested in another young man under Mendes. Ferguson's eyebrows shot up abruptly. The motion was subtle, yet like a hawk at 10,000 meters, catching the faintest stir of air on the ground below. Cristiano Ronaldo. Lee Rand uttered the name. The firelight from the hearth danced in Ferguson's deep eyes, reflecting a light of extreme focus. It was the look of a seasoned hunter recognizing a rare prize. The restaurant fell into a brief silence. The knight finally set down his teacup, the cup meeting the saucer with a soft clink. Young man, he spoke in a low voice. What exactly do you want from Manchester United? Lee Rand did not hedge any longer. The smile at the corner of his mouth faded and his voice became direct and incisive. Money. He paused for a moment, his gaze sharp enough to cut through the air, each word clear and deliberate. Vidic, £23 million. Surely your brother, Mr. Martin Ferguson, has already delivered his valuation conclusions to your desk. The restaurant became extremely quiet for an instant. Ferguson's pupils contracted sharply. He stared intently at Lee Rand, and on a face that had commanded football for decades, an unmistakable shock surfaced for the first time because of a young man's offer. After the shock, however, came the excitement of having met his match. Just as Ferguson was on the verge of reacting, Lee Rand spoke again, his voice not loud. And sir, this price also includes my consultancy fee. The flames in the hearth swelled silently, then abruptly contracted, casting shifting light and shadow across Ferguson's deeply lined face, bright and dark by turns. The dry scent of burning oak that had filled the room now seemed stripped of all warmth, leaving only a cold, taut edge to the air. And sir, that price also includes my consulting fee. Lee Rand's voice was not loud, yet it set off a storm in Ferguson's ears. The old Scotsman's pupils contracted to their utmost limit like a camera aperture snapping shut under blazing light. A scorching fury surged from his chest to the top of his head, nearly making him overturn the heavy mahogany table. In his long years in charge of Manchester United, he had seen countless greedy agents and arrogant players, yet never had he seen such a young man from the East who would dare to quote an unheard-of price to him, and to the entire Manchester United club in that tone. Ferguson's breathing grew heavy, and his chest rose and fell slightly. His gray-blue eyes locked onto Lee Rand as if the authority he had accumulated over decades could overwhelm the young man opposite him entirely. Yet Lee Rand simply returned his gaze still and quiet. He did not change his posture at all, and his eyes were so calm that they showed not the slightest ripple, as if the thunderstorm gathering inside Ferguson were no more than a breeze drifting past the window. That absolute composure was like a basin of cold water poured over the volcano about to erupt within Ferguson. He forced down the turbulent emotion. Anger could not solve the problem, especially when facing an opponent who had come prepared. "Young man," Ferguson finally spoke, each word seeming to be squeezed through his teeth with a metallic scrape. "Manchester United is not a fool." He slowly unclenched his fist and placed his hand back on the table. His fingertips tapped lightly against the polished surface, giving off a dull sound. 23 million. Do you know what that means? This would be a transfer record for a player from England's second division, a figure enough to shock the whole of Europe. The board will not approve. His tone was cold and carried a lofty warning. He was not questioning Vidic's ability. He was reminding Lee Rand that what he was touching was the core rule of this commercial empire. Lee Rand smiled. It was a very faint smile. He turned the teacup in his hand at an unhurried pace, the warm cup pressing against his fingertips. Ting! A crisp sound, his fingertips striking the rim of the cup. It was not loud, yet it clearly cut through the pressure Ferguson had built. Sir, rules are meant to be followed, and they are also meant to be broken. Lee Rand's gaze became sharp, no longer as peaceful as before, but carrying a keen edge. You spent nearly 30 million to bring Rio Ferdinand from Leeds United. At that time all of England said you were mad to pay such a high price for a defender. But now he is the best centre-back in England. Lee Rand's gaze pierced directly into Ferguson's eyes. You know better than anyone why you lost to Arsenal this season. Nemanja Vidic and Rio Ferdinand. I believe next season's Premier League title will belong to Manchester United. Of course he knew. His chief scout, his own brother Martin Ferguson, had written in bold at the end of that scouting report, "This is a warrior who can dominate the penalty area with his body and his will." His partnership with Rio could become the sturdiest defensive line Manchester United has seen in the next 10 years. Lee Rand gave him no chance to catch his breath and continued to press. I had him change agents so that he could step onto a stage worthy of him. So you must have heard how Mendes does business. Mr. Galliani at AC Milan has already asked 3 times through intermediaries. Valdano at Real Madrid has also been probing about him. A flicker passed through Ferguson's eyes. Milan, Madrid. Those 2 names were like 2 red-hot steel nails driven into his chest. He knew better than anyone that once these 2 clubs truly entered the contest, it would mean an uncontrolled bidding war, and the price would no longer be decided by Manchester United. When that day came, what he stood to lose would not only be money, but also Manchester United's standing as one of England's top clubs. Lee Rand set the teacup gently back onto its saucer with an elegant movement. Sir, I have already delivered Edwin van der Sar to you. That is my sincerity. As for Vidic, Mendes has already signed an exclusive agency contract with him. He has countless ways to make this deal more complicated, to make the player yearn for another destination and to leave Old Trafford with a disappointing outcome in the end. Ferguson's Adam's apple moved. Lee Rand leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. More importantly, the future. When you truly make up your mind to go to Lisbon and take that young Portuguese lad, you will discover that this relationship built today, this mutual understanding with Mendes, is worth far more than you think. Ferguson's gaze turned extraordinarily sharp. The firelight reflected in his deep eyes the look of a hunter whose most prized quarry had been touched, cold intent and full of judgment. At this moment time seemed stretched to an infinite length. It was a silent tug of war, on one side a sovereign who had ruled an empire for decades, on the other a seer who held the future in his hands. At last, young man, you are forcing my hand. Lee Rand's expression did not change. His gaze was as steady as a deep dark pool. No sir. His voice was calm and clear. I am paving the way for Manchester United's future. The short sentence left Ferguson completely silent. The cold anger on his weathered face faded bit by bit, replaced by an extremely complex light. There was appreciation in it and wariness, but above all the fatigue and thrill of having met his match. After dominating the football world for half his life, he felt for the first time from someone so young the sense of powerlessness that came from being completely seen through and led step by step into a prearranged chess game. 22 million. Ferguson finally spoke, his voice as steady as iron. Every syllable represented a hard-won compromise. A fixed transfer fee of 22 million. In addition, there will be add-ons tied to the club's performance in the Champions League. Lee Rand picked up his teacup from the table and gave the old man across from him a slight nod. Sir, you have finally decided to show your true sincerity. The flames in the fireplace shot upward at that moment, bursting into a bright cluster of sparks, as if the final hammer of this breathtaking negotiation had come down. Both men rose at the same time. After a brief silence, Ferguson walked around the table and extended his hand. Leran reached out and clasped it. Ferguson's palm was rough, hard, and full of strength, like the man himself, a rock that had weathered wind and frost. Leran's palm was warm and steady, his handshake exactly measured, yet carrying an unshakable firmness. "Young man," Ferguson said, gazing at him with a rare note of gravity in his Scottish accent, "you are a dangerous man." At Prenton Park, home of Tranmere Rovers Football Club, the office was so quiet that only the ticking of an old wall clock and the occasional cry of seagulls from outside could be heard. Everything seemed as ordinary and mundane as ever. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing electronic buzz tore through the silence. Beep, beep, beep. The ancient fax machine in the corner began to whir into action. White thermal paper slowly fed out, and the air quickly filled with the faint, slightly burnt scent of heated toner. Daisy set down the report in her hands and walked over. She bent down, reached out, and caught the still warm sheet just before it could fall. Her gaze drifted over the page. A moment later, her movements froze, as if an invisible hand had seized her throat, and even her breath came to a halt. She blinked, wondering if long hours of overtime were playing tricks on her mind. She even raised a hand and pressed her knuckles firmly against her temples. She lowered her gaze once more, her eyes locked on the few, terse lines of text. Sender Manchester United Football Club. Subject: formal offer for player Nemanja Vidic. Offer 2-0 guaranteed, transfer fee, plus additional clauses of up to 1-0. Bang! A thunderous noise rattled her eardrums. A surge of heat rushed to her head, her cheeks flushing visibly crimson, even the tips of her ears burning red. The fingers holding the thin fax sheet trembled uncontrollably, the edges of the paper rustling softly in her grip. The paper now felt heavier than gold. This is... She opened her mouth to speak, but her throat was so dry that only broken syllables emerged. Really? Her voice was as soft as a murmur, yet it burst through the silent office like an invisible ripple. A few minutes later, a knock sounded at the chairman's door. Chairman Evans, already troubled by a 3-0 pitch maintenance, Bill looked up with some impatience. "Daisy, what's all the rush?" Daisy said nothing, her chest heaving, and simply slapped the thin fax sheet down on the worn mahogany desk before him. Evans adjusted his reading glasses with irritation, his gaze landing on the paper. Once, his brow furrowed. Twice, he sat up straight. 3 times. He stared hard at the number, tracing every 0 after 22 with his eyes, before finally confirming that this was neither an absurd printing error nor a malicious joke from some rival supporter. Suddenly, a short breath escaped his throat. "Ha! Then ha. He threw himself back in his chair and burst into earth-shaking laughter, rocking back and forth, trembling all over, tears streaming down his deeply lined face. "Oh God!" He slammed his hand hard against the desk with another thunderous bang, nearly bouncing out of his seat with excitement. "A player! My God! A player from our club." His voice grew hoarse and choked with overwhelming emotion. "His price is worth more than this club to which I have devoted my entire life." As a boss fighting for survival in the lower leagues, he had spent his whole life battling just to stay afloat. He had groveled for sponsorships worth a few $100,000 and lain awake all night over bank loans of a few million. Yet today, £22 million. A figure so astronomical it could instantly free him from every predicament and even allow him to rebuild the team lay right before his eyes. He wiped his tears with the back of his rough hand, his voice trembling with unconcealable awe. "Leran, that young Chinese man. He is a miracle sent by God. One season, just one season. Under his management, the team has returned to League One. And now with a single transfer, he has created such history for us. Tranmere is reborn." Standing nearby, Daisy's heart pounded wildly. She clearly remembered the calm, unwavering certainty Leran had shown the first time he appeared in this office. Perhaps he truly could lead this small club to heights no one had ever imagined. Yet the tide of ecstasy did not sweep through every corner. When the news reached manager Brendan Rodgers, his mood shattered like a lake struck by a boulder. He had just guided the team to the League Two title and a return to League One. On his tactical board, Vidic was the most solid cornerstone, the absolute anchor of the defensive line. His original plan had been to build a defense around the Serbian wall, one capable of withstanding the brutal demands of League One. But now that cornerstone had been ripped away. To make matters worse, midfield shield Fletcher and defensive utility player José were nearing the end of their loan spells and would return to Manchester United after the season. The heart of the defense, gone. The midfield anchor, gone. The entire central spine had been drained in an instant. Rodgers stood alone before the tactical board, his fists tightly clenched. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with anxiety and bewilderment. The money is plenty. But who do I have left to play in League One? On one side lay the long string of zeros about to appear in the club's account. Enormous revenue capable of improving everyone's fortunes. On the other side lay the brutal reality of a severely weakened squad. At that moment, he felt with unprecedented clarity that the football director and the first-team manager would forever stand on different peaks, gazing at entirely opposite vistas. At the board meeting, the atmosphere reached its peak of fervor. Excitement blazed on every director's face, while Lee Ran seated at the head of the table remained composed. This money, he finally spoke, his voice quiet, yet instantly commanding the attention of the entire room. His gaze swept calmly across everyone present. "Is not for popping champagne corks," he said, his eyes moving from person to person. "It is ammunition for our entry into League One and the cornerstone that will decide Tranmere's fate for the next decade. Now the real work has only just begun." While others were still dazzled, dizzy, and lost in the sheer magnitude of 22 million, his mind was already racing through plans for allocating the funds. Part would cover past deficits and restore the club's financial health. Part would be used in the transfer market to find replacements for Vidic, Fletcher, and O'Shea, or even to strengthen the squad across the board. Part would be invested in upgrading the youth academy, planting seeds for the club's future. This was the perfect opportunity to elevate the club to a whole new class. That evening the news leaked. The Liverpool Echo devoted its entire front page to the sensational story: League Two's most expensive centre-back. Manchester United splashes 22 million to sign Tranmere's Serbian tower Vidic. The Times Sports section commented, "This is a moment that could reshape the entire landscape of the English transfer market." Tranmere's director Lee Ran has shown the world what it means to turn stone into gold with a textbook masterstroke. He has not only created a promotion miracle, he has created a transfer miracle. Sky Sports even flashed a golden breaking news alert: Sir Alex Ferguson's resolve. Manchester United are set to bring Nemanja Vidic to Old Trafford for a staggering 22 million plus add-ons. The volcano of public opinion erupted in full force. From London to Manchester, from Liverpool to Newcastle, countless club offices burned bright through the night, while countless fans flooded forums with endless threads. Tranmere, the name that had worked a promotion miracle in League Two and then stirred the transfer market into a mighty storm, had overnight become the focus of all England. Yet the focus of English football was not limited to a single spectacle. While everyone's attention was still absorbed by Manchester United's signing, another building in the city of London quietly witnessed the completion of an even more staggering deal. Within that office, documents were signed and sealed in calm silence, away from the flashing cameras and the roaring headlines, setting the stage for a transformation no one yet dared to imagine. While all of England was still buzzing over Tranmere's 22 million deal, the true torrent of capital had long since reshaped the landscape of English football in another dimension. In the city of London, Liverpool's temporary legal advisory office. On the conference room television screen, golden breaking news from Sky Sports was scrolling by. Sir Alex Ferguson's resolve. Manchester United is about to bring Nemanja Vidic to Old Trafford at a staggering 22 million plus add-ons. Click. John Hicks, the Texas oil magnate, pressed the red button on the remote control. The screen instantly went black, reflecting the face of the man opposite him, David Moore, chairman of Liverpool Football Club. His face was paler than the dim reflection of the extinguished screen, as if all vigor had drained from him. A League Two team sold an obscure Serbian player for £22 million in just one season. Hicks's fingertips tapped lightly on the polished conference table, producing a steady ticking sound, as if tolling the end of an era. "Let's take another look at your masterpiece, Mr. Moore." His fingers swept across the document with surgical precision, exposing the deep-seated ailments of Liverpool, his voice cold and clear. A £30 million bank loan at an annual interest rate of 7%. That was your decision 3 years ago. Player wages account for 72% of turnover, far above the healthy threshold. This is the result of 5 years of compromise. The Anfield expansion plan has been shelved for 3 years, while Old Trafford's capacity has surpassed 60,000. That means on every match day you earn £3 million less than Manchester United. This is a predicament you cannot solve. Each number Hicks spoke caused Moore's shoulders to slump further. Those cold figures were more piercing than any insult. They were facts, the final straws bearing down on this century-old powerhouse. "The times have changed, Mr. Moore." Hicks leaned back in his chair as casually as if discussing the weather. 2 years ago, 30 million could still buy a top striker. Now you can barely afford a Vidic package by that Chinese man. And he is merely a player who has only featured in League Two. Moore's Adam's apple moved slightly, and the knuckles of his clasped hands lost their color from excessive tension. He wanted to argue, to cry out, to tell the American before him that what Liverpool possessed was history, heritage, and the very soul of Anfield. Yet these ethereal words seemed so pale and absurd in the face of the 30 million loan and the stalled stadium plans. He was merely a Liverpudlian who loved the club deeply, a stubborn guardian of an old era. And the price of guardianship was helplessly watching himself steer the giant toward the edge. "We must hand it over." These words were squeezed out between Moore's teeth with a bitter taste. Every time he admitted this truth, it felt like wrenching away a piece of his own soul. "This is not a handover," Hicks corrected, his tone flat and devoid of emotion, as if stating a law of physics. "This is asset restructuring, optimal allocation. Liverpool's debts we will take over. The Anfield expansion will become high-quality collateral for our leverage operations. As for the Asian and North American fan markets, the Champions League broadcast revenue." Hicks paused, revealing a businessman's smile that blended greed and confidence. "These in my business model all have a clear word: profit." A contract prepared long ago was pushed to the center of the table. Acquisition price, 170 million. A Montblanc fountain pen was handed to Moore. Moore's hand reached out, but stopped in midair. An uncontrollable tremor nearly made the pen slip from his fingers. His vision blurred as if he could see the flags waving on the KOP stand and hear the thunderous singing. He accepted the pen. The icy touch of the metal seemed to freeze his very core. Mr. Hicks. He raised his head, making one final futile attempt, his voice hoarse, as if scraping over sandpaper. I hope you will treat it well, treat Anfield well. Hicks's smile widened, but there was no warmth in his eyes, only precise calculation. Mr. Moore, I am buying a top-tier global sports asset, not a cathedral that needs to be worshipped. As for this soul you speak of, he leaned forward, enunciating each word, dispelling Moore's last illusion. It will receive the most precise valuation in my ledgers and turn into real tangible profit. This and this alone is the greatest respect and the finest care for it. The light in Moore's eyes went out completely. The pen tip descended. Swish. The faint scratching of the pen across the paper was as loud in the silent room as the final whistle at the end of a match at Anfield. An era had ended. Deal done. Hicks closed the folder crisply, producing a clean snap. Moore stood up stiffly without a farewell, like a marionette stripped of its soul, and shuffled out of the conference room step by step. When he stepped into the deep night of London, the dazzling lights of the streets seemed cold and glaring to his eyes. His chest felt hollow. In his ears it seemed the roaring strains of You'll Never Walk Alone from the Cop stand echoed again. But from the moment the pen tip fell, it was all no longer his concern. Inside the conference room, the smoke of expensive cigars mingled with the scent of contract ink. John Hicks alone picked up the newly signed contract, as if admiring a perfect work of art. Liverpool. This finest of sports assets finally in hand. He murmured to himself, his deep-set eyes gleaming with a shrewd, triumphant light. He picked up the phone and called his assistant. I need to go to Liverpool tomorrow. Certainly, sir. Would you like to inspect the club right away? A deferential voice came from the other end of the line. Hicks's gaze drifted back to the window. The dazzling nightscape built by money and power was in his eyes nothing but a vast balance sheet. The corner of his mouth slowly curved into an enigmatic smile. No, not Anfield first. To Birkenhead. The person on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback. Hicks's tone carried a hint of amusement and anticipation, like a seasoned negotiator sensing a prime opportunity. It is time to go and meet that Chinese man named Li Ran. I want to see with my own eyes what that little shark which has just stirred up waves in the shallows smells like. Tranmere Rovers Football Club, Prenton Park. The curtains in Li Ran's office were half drawn, and a beam of afternoon sunlight slanted in, illuminating the fine dust drifting through the air. Vidic had departed. The transfer fee broke records, yet it also left a void in the defensive line that could not be easily filled. Li Ran's gaze settled on a stack of scout reports on the desk. His fingertips traced slowly across the papers while his mind worked at full speed, assessing every potential target. The office was filled with only the faint rustle of pages turning. Knock, knock. Two short, firm knocks like pebbles dropped into still water interrupted Li Ran's thoughts. Director. Daisy's head appeared through the gap in the door, her expression a mixture of professional courtesy and barely concealed nervousness. The new chairman of Liverpool, Mr. John Hicks, wants to see you. Li Ran was briefly taken aback. Before he could ask anything, a hand pressed against the door and pushed it fully open. A tall figure stepped past the startled Daisy, exuding the weighty presence of a financial titan, and walked directly into the small office. His expensive tailored suit was flawless without a single crease. The assistant behind him, solid as a wall, silently closed the door, sealing off the rest of the world. The newcomer walked straight across the modest space, his leather shoes making dull, steady thuds on the floor. His face bore the characteristic smile of the American South, a blend of warmth and arrogance. John Hicks. Without so much as a greeting, or even asking if it was convenient, he sat down in the chair across from Li Ran's desk. Young man, Hicks began, his voice low with a distinctive Texas drawl. Every word was clear and direct. I've studied you. He raised his first finger, as if taking inventory of goods on a shelf. Tranmere League Two club on the verge of bankruptcy. You turned it around in a single season, winning the title. A second finger. Commercial development, cutting redundant staff, increasing revenue. Winter window signings, Van Persie Neuer, their values skyrocketing. A third finger. In the transfer market, you sold a Serbian lad named Vidic for £22 million. He was not praising, he was appraising. He was evaluating the profitability of Li Ran as an asset. He lowered his hand, leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and revealed the true purpose of his visit. As of yesterday, I am the owner of Liverpool. I came here to offer you a job. Go to Anfield and become Liverpool's director of football. The flow of air seemed to freeze at that instant. The noise of cars passing outside, the whistles from the distant training ground. All sounds receded. Li Ran felt as though his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer. His breath caught for a beat, and the surging sound of his own blood filled his ears. Liverpool. The name resounded in his mind like a thunderclap. It was the pinnacle of the football world. It was the ultimate stage he had always yearned for. A platform 100 times larger than Tranmere, where he could fully unleash all his ideas about modern club management, the application of data models, and the orchestration of the transfer market. There he could personally work alongside the world-class players who had existed only in news reports and on screens, and command the shifting tides of the Premier League and even European football. Go. He had to go. The thoughts surged through his mind like an unstoppable tide, almost overwhelming him. But he held the reins tightly. Calm. Liran, you must remain calm. What is a top club? It is a place of power struggles and intense capital pressures. Moreover, in just over a month the Russian tycoon Abramovich would complete his acquisition of Chelsea. The Premier League would thus enter an era of big money. The so-called traditional powers would all feel the fierce impact of Chelsea's financial might, and the entire order would be reshuffled. If Liran went to Liverpool, now the pressure of results and management would hang above him like the sword of Damocles. The fans' condemnation could consume a person, and the media's magnifying glass would turn every minor mistake into front-page news. And the owner sitting across from you making grand promises could tear up the agreement at any moment and have you thrown out before the eyes of the world. He knew the script all too well. If he moved over now, he would simply be the most convenient instrument for the new owner to restructure the club and establish authority. Once he was used up or with the slightest misstep, he would be made a scapegoat and cast aside mercilessly under the gaze of the world's media. What was his resume? A single League Two title. In front of a club of Liverpool's caliber, that resume was as thin as a piece of tissue paper. He wanted to go. Desire surged within him. But he could not. Without securing true power, first stepping into Anfield would be courting ruin. Liran took a slow, deliberate breath, forcibly pushing down the nearly explosive urge in his chest. He lifted his head, all turbulence wiped from his eyes, leaving only cold calculation. Mr. Hicks, Liran began, deliberately slowing his speech to conceal any trace of emotion. Thank you for the invitation. But with all due respect, with my current credentials, I am not qualified for this position. His gaze met Hicks's directly without flinching. If I cannot obtain absolute authority from the board free from any interference, then this position is not an opportunity for me. His voice suddenly chilled. It would merely be a beautifully decorated trap. As the words fell, the office fell into an even deeper silence than before. The air in the office solidified. Hicks's smile did not waver, but the faint warmth in his eyes disappeared, completely replaced by a hawk-like scrutiny. He had believed he was coming to notify a lucky lottery winner. Unexpectedly, that winner actually dared to refuse him face to face, and even began to negotiate terms. This caught him off guard. Young man, you are rejecting an opportunity that 99% of football professionals around the world would kneel to accept. Hicks's voice carried a note of capital's pressure. Yet Liran's expression remained unshaken. He knew that the real negotiation had only begun the moment he refused. Mr. Hicks, what you want is not a fledgling lucky one, but a strategist who can breathe new life into Liverpool as a top-tier sports asset. Even if I could accomplish that, I would need authority matched to that responsibility. Absolute trust and assurances without hindrance, just as I have now. Otherwise, I would rather stay at Tranmere and continue building my own team. In the air, invisible sparks appeared to collide. This was a silent contest. On their first meeting, Hicks did not find the young man he had envisioned, grateful and ready to bow obediently. Nor did Liran readily lower his head before the dream stage he had longed for deep down. After a long moment, the tension in Hicks's face suddenly eased, and he let out a low laugh. There was no anger or disappointment in the laughter. Rather, it resembled an experienced hunter who, after watching a clever quarry slip free from his first trap, felt an even stronger interest. He rose slowly, adjusting his expensive cuffs with an elegant motion, and fixed his sharp gaze on Liran once more. Liran. He murmured the name, his Texas drawl lending the Eastern name a curious texture. In Texas, we have a saying. The most difficult stallion to tame is often the one with the noblest blood and the greatest value. He turned and stepped toward the door with steady strides. As his hand touched the cold metal doorknob, Hicks suddenly paused and turned his head. Today you rejected me, but I believe that one day you will come to Anfield. His voice brimmed with a capitalist's confidence and certainty. Because I know that a stallion like you could never endure a lifetime confined to a small stable. With that, he pulled open the door and left without looking back. The assistant followed closely, and the office door was gently closed, separating the two worlds once again. The room returned to a suffocating silence. Liran leaned back in his chair, the tense muscles of his back finally relaxing. He lifted his hand and realized that his palm was covered in cold sweat. Liverpool has changed hands. The front page of the Echo featured a bold red headline spanning half the page: A New Era at Anfield. American capital completes a £170 million acquisition. John Hicks officially becomes Liverpool's new chairman. The report detailed the entire transaction. David Moore and the minority shareholders sold all their stakes. The total acquisition amount reached £170 million. The new chairman Hicks promised to take over the club's existing debts and restart the long-delayed stadium expansion plan. Further development across North American and Asian markets would expand commercial revenue. At the end of the report, the Echo offered some grounded predictions. In the coming years, Liverpool might become more rational in the transfer market. The club's commercial operations would also grow more measured. Some felt inspired, believing this was an essential step toward modernization. Others grew worried, fearing the club, with its deep human spirit, would become nothing more than a tool for profit. Regardless, the impact of this news was enough to make Manchester United's recent £22 million signing of Vidic seem suddenly insignificant. As evening fell, Liran drove into a quiet residential area on the Wirral Peninsula. Not far from Prenton Park, yet worlds apart from the roaring stadium. Row upon row of red brick terraced houses stood with neatly trimmed lawns stretching beyond low hedges. The amber glow of streetlights spilled across damp stone paths carrying the unmistakable scent of an English suburb. The car stopped at Chairman Evans' front door. Pushing open the heavy wooden entrance, a wave of warm aroma immediately greeted them. Rich roast beef mingled with the sharp scent of rosemary and black pepper filling the air. In the living room, the fireplace burned brightly, crackling with cheerful sparks. Yellowed black and white photographs hung on the walls, one showing a young Evans perched on his father's shoulders, enthusiastically waving from the Prenton Park stands. "Lee, welcome." Evans stepped forward to greet him. He had swapped his usual stiff dark suit for a soft tweed jacket, his demeanor carrying less of the chairman's authority and more of a neighborly elder's warmth. His wife peeked out from the kitchen, apron tied around her waist, her gentle smile putting everyone at ease. The dining table was laid with a classic English home-cooked feast. Golden-crusted roast beef, fluffy Yorkshire pudding, potatoes roasted until their skins wrinkled, and carrots and peas stewed soft in butter filled the spread. A pot of steaming rich gravy sat at the center. For dessert, Evans' wife had prepared homemade apple pie accompanied by a bottle of local beer and a bottle of red wine. No strangers here tonight, just family. Evans poured Lee Rand's glass full himself. As a few drinks went down, the atmosphere grew increasingly warm. Evans' wife carefully placed a slice of cinnamon-dusted apple pie onto Lee Rand's plate. Evans' young grandson held a glass of fizzy ginger beer, tilting his head with wide-eyed curiosity. "Uncle Lee, do you spend all day in your office reading those very thick stacks of paper?" Lee Rand smiled, set down his knife and fork, and nodded seriously. "Yes, as football director, one must read many people's reports." The little boy's eyes widened with earnest excitement. "Does that mean you're like a detective, using a magnifying glass to find bad guys and kick them off the team?" The innocent question brought laughter around the table. Evans' wife shook her head with a smile. "What nonsense, mister. Lee's job is to make the team stronger, not catch villains." Lee Rand chuckled and nodded. "But you're not wrong. Sometimes I do need to be like a detective, finding who can truly help the team." The boy's curiosity flared. "Can I come help you someday? I'm very good at math." Evans laughed heartily, raising his glass toward Lee Rand. "Did you hear that, Lee? Even my precious grandson wants to follow you around." The entire table erupted in another round of hearty laughter. As the plates were cleared, Evans' expression grew more serious. He set down his glass and lowered his voice. "Lee, I've heard about it. Hicks came to see you." Lee Rand was silent for a moment, neither denying nor confirming. Evans sighed lightly, gazing at the trembling candle flame on the table, its light dancing in his eyes. "To be honest, when I heard you refused, I was surprised, but also relieved." "Liverpool." He murmured the name. "That is the dream destination for countless football professionals." His gaze turned toward Lee Rand, complicated emotions in his eyes. "Lee, I must tell you something from my heart. Without you, there would be no Tranmere today. You reignited the fire in a club that was nearly extinguished." He paused, then placed his hand firmly on Lee Rand's shoulder, his eyes holding both warmth from drink and deep sincerity. "I know very well that someone like you cannot stay at Prenton Park forever. So tonight's invitation serves two purposes: to thank you for everything you've done for this club, and to give you a promise. Should you ever pursue that larger stage, I will never stand in your way. Your club shares will be bought back at market price, so you can leave with no regrets. But as long as you are willing to stay, even for one season or two." His voice grew heavier, each word deliberate. "Everything at Tranmere is yours to decide." Lee Rand looked at the elderly man before him, whose white hair and lifetime of devotion to this small club touched something deep within. He raised his glass, meeting Evans' gaze squarely. "Evans, sir, I won't hide it from you. I want to go to Liverpool. That is my dream." Evans' eyes flickered, but Lee Rand continued. "But now is not yet the time. I will not rashly plunge into the capital games of the big clubs as a pawn. Before that, I will stay and continue building Tranmere into a true football club. Next season, let everyone in League One see what this team can bring." Candlelight illuminated both their faces as the fireplace crackled. The air hung heavy yet charged with strength. After a moment of silence, Evans suddenly smiled, tears glistening in his eyes. "Very well, Lee, I believe whatever you say." He raised his glass and proclaimed loudly, "To Tranmere's future." The glasses clashed with a clear ring. In that moment, it was more than a promise. It was a vow before a new chapter began to unfold. When he parted ways with Evans, the sincerity and expectation in the old man's eyes had already been etched into Lee Rand's mind. Yet that warmth was shattered the next morning by the thunderous roar that burst from the meeting room at Prenton Park. "Center back. Director, I'll say it again, we must have a top-class center back. That is the first priority. There is no other." Manager Brendan Rodgers pressed both hands against the conference table and leaned forward sharply, his face flushed with agitation, as if he were flinging every word toward the far end of the table. "Vidic is gone and half of our defense has collapsed. Without a commanding presence at the back will be target practice for every striker in League One. We'll be targets." Outside the window, the shrill shriek of a drill tearing the air, the dull thud of heavy hammers hitting steel bars, and the rumbling growl of concrete mixers seemed to accompany his fury. That was the sound of the renovation funds Lee Rand had allocated to the youth training complex immediately after the 22 million transfer fee arrived in the club's account. Chief Scout Martin Allen, surrounded by thick stacks of files, pushed his glasses up with a detached air, opened a notebook in front of him, and spoke with a tone as cold and precise as a scalpel. Brendan, I fully understand your anxiety. But the transfer market is not a supermarket, and top-class center backs are not cabbages. A player who can fit in seamlessly and immediately become the core of the defense is not only rare in the current market. The price, as we both know, is another matter entirely. Then give me a name. Roger's voice shot up with a sharp edge. Don't keep telling me about objective difficulties, Allen. The club gave us money. I need a solution, a name we can put on a contract. The atmosphere in the room became strained in an instant, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. Daisy sat quietly beside Lee Ran. Her task was to record the meeting. Allen's expression darkened. He turned through the documents and silenced the pages rustling until he stopped at one page. When he spoke, his voice carried no emotion. There are 3 options. First, Gary Cahill of Aston Villa. We could try a loan, but he is too young. Second, Tyrone Colleen of Newcastle. Experienced, but his form has fallen off a cliff. Third, Craig Whiting, the veteran at Blackburn. Solid defensively, but his pace cannot catch the quick attackers in League One. Rubbish. These are all rubbish choices. Rogers finally burst out, slamming his fist against the table with a dull thud. Cahill would get barged around by League One strikers until he doubts his own existence. Colleen is a ticking time bomb. As for Whiting, if he plays, our defensive line would have to drop into the penalty area, and one long pass from the opposition would leave them clean through on goal. Allen, are you trying to strengthen the squad or create problems for me? Allen's voice chilled completely as he snapped his notebook shut and lifted his gaze to meet Rogers. Brendan, please face reality. We are Tranmere, a newly promoted side just up from League Two. We are not Arsenal or Manchester United with ample budgets. Stop dreaming with your world-class standards. We have to live in the real world. The real world? Rogers laughed out of anger. He pointed at Allen, then at himself. The real world is that if we play League One with these players, we will be trapped in the relegation zone before the season is half over. Do you think we can survive League One with them? But without a shield in midfield, it would be useless even if you brought in Nesta and Cannavaro. Fletcher has returned to Manchester United, so our midfield toughness is completely gone. Allen shot back, refusing to give ground. That is exactly why the defense must be stabilized first. That is putting the cart before the horse. Do you understand football at all? You are the one who is unrealistic. The voices grew louder and louder, turning the meeting room into a pressure cooker on the verge of bursting. Snap! A crisp yet extraordinarily heavy sound instantly overwhelmed all the noise. It was not a hand slapping the table, nor was it a shout. It was Lee Ran driving the black pen he had been slowly turning in his hand deep into the thick stack of A4 paper in front of him. The nib sank halfway through the pages, and the pen barrel trembled with a faint hum. The room fell into absolute silence. Rogers and Allen, who had been red-faced and heated moments earlier, looked like roosters with their necks caught. Every sound was stuck in their throats. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that trembling pen. Lee Ran did not look at the two quarreling men. He leaned forward slightly, elbows resting on the table, and ran a piercing gaze over Rogers and Allen's faces in turn. There was no anger in his eyes, only a bone-chilling coldness and pressure that made both middle-aged men instinctively avert their gazes. I understood everything you said. His tone was sharp and devoid of emotion, as if the uproar just now had nothing to do with him. There are too many weak points. The defense lacks a core, the midfield lacks toughness, and the bench is not deep enough. All of these are fatal problems. But the money cannot be spent carelessly. Every penny must be spent where it counts and produce a clear result. Let me summarize. First, before the transfer window closes, we must sign a center back who can step straight into the starting 11 and lead the defensive line. Second, we must find an iron anchor in midfield. A pure defensive workhorse. I don't care who he is, even if he is a veteran close to retirement. Must have top-class intercepting ability and beast-like physical toughness. Third, find a versatile defender. Give priority to players who can cover both center back and fullback, adding flexibility to the squad. The room was utterly silent. The construction noise from outside seemed magnified, each thud hammering against everyone's heart. Lee Ran slowly leaned back, sinking into the soft leather, but his dark eyes remained cold and resolute. Allen, within 1 week your scouting team will provide me with a list meeting these 3 conditions, complete with detailed offers and feasibility analysis. If your list still has only the names from just now, you and your team may leave together. Allen's body jolted, and his face turned pale in an instant. Brendan. Lee Ran turned to Rogers. Write me a detailed report on your specific tactical requirements for each position. Stop shouting slogans. I want a workable solution, not a waste of everyone's time here. After several seconds of stillness, Rogers finally let out a long breath from deep in his chest, his tense shoulders relaxing. He said in a low voice, understood. Allen reopened his notebook with a dull, muffled sound and answered hoarsely, yes, Director. I will produce a new list as quickly as possible. Lee Ran nodded, then turned his gaze back to the table. Beneath the stack of white sheets pierced by the pen was a black folder containing a list of his own. The first name on that list alone would be more than enough to resolve Rogers' concerns. The lingering aftermath of that storm still hung in the air of the meeting room, pressing heavily on everyone's shoulders. Lee Ran's single word, continue, broke the suffocating silence. His voice was not loud, but it cut precisely through the stagnant air, forcing everyone to gather their scattered nerves. Second agenda item. Lee Rand's fingers tapped twice on the mysterious black folder, producing two soft knocking sounds. Assess the current starting lineup. He spoke coldly, his gaze devoid of warmth, yet his mind was as clear as a mirror. A purge was necessary. But how to purge was an art. A newly promoted team's greatest fear is not a lack of strength, but a loss of unity and morale. We must be clear about who can compete in League One and who needs to be replaced immediately. The scouting team, coaching staff, and Lee Rand unanimously rated 4 players, Neuer, Sagna, Ribery, and Van Persie, as ironclad starters. The remaining players would face a ruthless trial. The first to be put on the dock was the team captain, Dave. I'll start with Dave. It was Rodgers who spoke first. Slow to turn, and almost zero ability to distribute the ball. He criticized without mercy. Once he faces a League One level striker, he won't even be able to keep up with the opponent's rhythm. He'll be beaten like a training cone. Rodgers' voice was resolute. Although he's only 25, his body has already matured with almost no room for growth. Frankly, I don't think he can become a qualified League One defender. Alan began to echo. Our scouting team supports Brendan's judgment. He said, Dave's recovery speed doesn't even rank in the top 10 among all center backs in League Two. His long ball success rate is a pitiful 32. In the more physical League One, these numbers would only be further compressed, making him a prime target for opponents and potentially a huge defensive black hole. But he is the captain. Lee Rand interrupted them calmly. I am well aware of all your reasons. But football is never merely a stack of on-pitch performances. Lee Rand's gaze swept across their faces, a look that saw through everything and made them unconsciously lower their heads. The young players look up to him as a role model, and the veterans trust his leadership. Last season, when we nearly fell apart twice, who was it that pulled everyone together again in the dressing room? If we remove the team captain and spiritual leader from the starting lineup before the season begins, I guarantee the entire dressing room will completely fall apart within a week. He paused. Every word carried weight, his tone unyielding. Dave is not just a defender, he is a banner. A banner may fade, but it must never fall before the charge. Next season he may not be our strongest defender on paper, but he will certainly be the most important captain. Rodgers' brows knitted into a knot, his lips moved as if he wanted to argue. But in the end he swallowed the words and said nothing. From Lee Rand's cold eyes, he understood one thing: this was non-negotiable. Moreover, the other man seemed to have a backup plan he could not have imagined. Next, named midfielder Sean Williams. Now about Sean. Rodgers' emotions had calmed somewhat. In League Two, he could compensate for his physical shortcomings with superior passing vision and football intelligence. But the physical intensity of League One is a completely different level of game. His body is too thin. I even worry that he can't survive even a half of high-intensity pressing before being completely swallowed by those muscular beasts. Alan immediately nodded and flipped to a new page of the report. Indeed. In ground one-on-one duels last season, Sean won only 3 out of every 20. His average interceptions and aerial duels ranked near the bottom among midfielders. He paused, then added, his only advantages are his passing and his innate sense of the bigger picture. Lee Rand fell into a moment of contemplation. His fingers stopped tapping, and the only sound in the room was the faint hum of the air conditioning vent. After a few seconds, he spoke slowly and offered a solution no one had expected. Then use him specially. Never make a Ferrari plow the fields. Fully liberate him from heavy physical labor, using him as a special piece in tactical rotation. Lee Rand's gaze shifted to Rodgers. Use him specifically for games where the pace is slower, the opponent parks the bus, and we need passing to tear open space. When it's a tough battle requiring running and fighting all over the pitch, he doesn't play. When someone is needed in midfield to use precise orchestration to set the rhythm and control possession, that's when he can deliver the greatest value. Brendan, a good coach, shouldn't only think about a player's weaknesses, but should think about how to maximize his strengths. Rodgers opened his mouth, realizing that Lee Rand's plan was not without merit. In his mind, he instantly simulated several matches and found the plan highly feasible. He understood that Lee Rand was not being sentimental to protect someone, nor was he papering over cracks. He was truly thinking about how to maximize existing resources rather than simplistically cutting with one knife. This way of thinking was deeper and more comprehensive than that of Rodgers, the tactical fanatic himself. A complex emotion mixed with shame and admiration rose in his heart again. When the topic turned to the winger Kamasi, the atmosphere in the meeting room sharpened once more. He's not good enough. Rodgers had almost no hesitation. A typical League Two winger, blessed with pace and nothing else. His technique is as crude as an amateur's, and his decision-making on the ball is like a child who hasn't grown up. League One fullbacks would gobble him up like an after-dinner dessert. Alan flipped through the report in his hands, this time with a hint of reservation. His pace is indeed top class, with explosive acceleration. But his crossing accuracy is under 30, which is a serious flaw. If we keep him, he can only be used as a surprise weapon in the final stages of matches to disrupt the opponent's defense. This time Lee Rand did not make an immediate decision. His gaze passed over Rodgers and Alan sharp as a hawk's and landed on the entire scouting team behind Alan. That look made several young scouts tense up, and even their breathing became cautious. Since there's so much disagreement, your job is to provide alternatives. Lee Rand's voice turned cold. I hate hearing problems. I only want to hear solutions. The right wing position cannot be left vacant. Kamasi can stay, but we must have a complete plan B that can be executed at any time. Sweat beaded on Alan's forehead. He nodded immediately, his voice slightly trembling. Understood, Director. I will have the team immediately add a scouting list for right-side recruits. The discussion lasted a long time, until Lee Rand spoke again, using his cold, steady voice to bring the lengthy evaluation to a close. Let me summarize. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him, awaiting the final verdict. 1. Dave Stace. His value is not on the stats sheet, but in the dressing room in the weight of the captain's armband. Anyone who questions it can go to the dressing room and sort out the players themselves. 2. Sean Williams becomes a tactical rotation player. We can look for a replacement, but we cannot completely give up on him. He is one of the team's few sources of creativity, our variable. 3. Kamasi, keep him under observation. But the scouting department must submit a detailed report containing at least 3 right-wing recruits within a week. Lee Rand slowly stood up, looking down at everyone. We need to regenerate, embracing the League One challenge with stronger blood. But we must never use a blanket shock therapy. We must find the balance between stability and the future. Any imbalance to either side would cause the newly promoted Tranmere to lose disastrously and miserably in the new season. Outside the window, the heavy hammer from the construction site once again pounded dong-dong against the air and against everyone's hearts. This time no one objected. No one dared to object, because everyone understood that from the moment the pen pierced the paper, Lee Rand had already slammed down the gavel that decided everything for the club. The meeting minutes on recruitment plans and first-team evaluations were distributed. Rogers and the scouting team fell into a week of restless bustle, yet Lee Rand remained calm. He knew very well that for a team that had just crawled out of the League Two mire, the true Arsenal was by no means just a few signings in the summer transfer window. The lifeblood of Tranmere, or any modern club, lies in establishing a system capable of making rough jade shine, a complete training and player welfare system. He used this time, while the scouts were frantic, for longer-term planning. Liverpool City Centre, John Moores University. In the office of Professor Green, head of the School of Football Science, the white-haired old man examined the young man from Tranmere through thick lenses, his eyes filled with undisguised surprise and doubt. Mr. Lee, I must confirm whether I heard correctly. Professor Green adjusted his glasses, his tone carrying the rigor of an academic. A club that has just been promoted to League One wants to build a complete sports science team from scratch. He tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, producing a questioning sound. As far as I know, even Everton and Liverpool currently cooperate with us only on single-subject projects such as injury prognosis analysis for players or data models for specific positions. He unceremoniously pointed out the core issue with sharp words. League One clubs have extremely limited budgets. Can you truly sustain scientific investment at this level? Or is this just an impractical summer fantasy? Lee Rand was not provoked by this academic arrogance. He merely gazed at the professor calmly. Professor, in your opinion, what should the annual budget be for building such a team? Professor Green paused for a moment, then gave a contemptuous smile. For a club of your level, squeezing out £100,000 would probably mean selling the team bus. Lee Rand nodded, seemingly agreeing with his words. Then, with the calm tone of someone reciting a mathematical answer, he gave his figure. My dedicated budget is £1 million per year. Thump. Professor Green's fingers, which had been tapping the desk, froze midair. He lunged forward, his glasses slipping to the tip of his nose, his academic composure shattered. You? How much did you say? £1 million. Lee Rand repeated, as if confirming an order. This money will not go into the transfer market, nor count toward player wages. It will be an independently budgeted fund dedicated exclusively to the sports science team's salaries, equipment purchases, data collection, and all experimental expenses. Professor Green was utterly stunned. 1 million. In 2003, what did that figure mean for English football? It meant that the combined sports science investment of giants like Manchester United and Arsenal would pale in comparison. Yet now an obscure director from Tranmere was sitting here telling him he would pour out a 7-figure long-term budget. This kid is either mad or a swindler. Lee Rand saw through his skepticism, leaned forward slightly, and spoke softly, yet every word struck home. Training without data support is gambling. Recruitment without data support is likewise gambling. He paused, his gaze fixed on the professor's bleary eyes. Gambling on players' talent, on coaches' experience, on that damned luck. My team has just crawled back from hell. We cannot afford to lose. I refuse to let my players blindly consume their professional lives on the training ground, and I refuse to trade the club's future for chips at the gambling table. These words struck Professor Green's heart like a heavy hammer. The scrutiny and doubt in his eyes rapidly faded, replaced by the fervor of a scholar encountering a kindred spirit. The man before him was not a hot-headed businessman. This was a pioneer bearing ideas ahead of his time. Specific requirements. Professor Green forced down his surging emotions, his voice slightly hoarse. Lee Rand turned, his gaze falling on the verdant lawn outside the window where students were undergoing fitness tests. His silhouette resolute, he clearly listed his 3 core requirements. First, a video tactical analyst. I want to use massive data and frame-by-frame replays to completely replace those mystical by feel and by form judgments in the coaching seat. Every tactic must be backed by data. Second, a fitness and exercise physiology expert. I want customized training plans for each player, real-time monitoring of lactate thresholds, and optimized energy metabolism. Push their physical condition to the limit while minimizing injury risk. Third, a sports psychology expert. Competitive sports are half body, half will. I need someone to help my strikers break out of goal droughts and help my defenders withstand pressure. I need someone who can open the black box inside their minds. Video analysis. Physiological monitoring. Psychological intervention. Spoken by him, these 3 points were no longer 3 isolated positions, but a clear, complete, and ambitious grand blueprint. The skeleton of a modern football club slowly unfolded in his description. Professor Green instinctively steadied his glasses. The lenses reflected the daylight from the window, momentarily obscuring the shock in his eyes. After a long silence, he found his voice again, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Mr. Lee, are you trying to establish a sports laboratory at Prenton Park? Lee Rand's smile was so faint it was almost invisible. Yes. A laboratory of the future. The word future made Professor Green's heart contract violently, then pound fiercely. He had seen too many managers and directors from top clubs courteous, carrying generous checks, coming to purchase the academy's mature services and technologies. They were consumers. But this young man from a lower league club had come to create a system. The madness and romance in this held a fatal allure for a scholar who had devoted his life to research. Professor Green stood up, walked to an old metal filing cabinet against the wall, and with a creak, pulled open one of its drawers. He took out 3 files from inside, moving slowly, as if they were not paper, but 3 heavy stone slabs. He returned to the desk, his voice lowering. If they stay in academia, it's a clear and smooth path. Graduates stay on teach. Going to your place is risking their fledgling careers on a gamble with unknown prospects. Lee Rand smiled slightly. No, Professor. Staying here, they might become the next you. Secure yet trapped in the ivory tower. But going to my place, they will stand on the front line of English professional football, using their research to directly change the outcome of a match and the destiny of a team. Comfort is a grave. The future belongs only to those daring enough to step out. Professor Green fell silent, his chest heaving violently. He spread the 3 resumes before Lee ran one by one, his tone mixing solemn introduction and secret entrustment. The first one, William Barrett. Identity Masters student specializing in video and tactical analysis. A madman. He can shut himself in a dark room and watch match footage for 72 straight hours. His thesis built a data model for corner kick success rates using over 5,000 corner samples. From those blurry images, he can spot details that million-pound scouts cannot see. The second one, Caitlin McLean. Identity PhD candidate, focusing on exercise physiology and fitness. A machine. She views the human body as a precision F1 race car engine. Any unscientific training is in her eyes intolerable wear and tear. Her methods are efficient, precise, and ruthless. Players will hate her, but they will also thank her. The third one, Lucy Vaughn. Identity doctor of sports psychology. An observer. Her specialty is turning intangible things like pressure, anxiety, and confidence into data that can be analyzed, intervened upon, and quantified. She can read players' minds. Lee Rand slowly lifted his gaze from the 3 resumes that carried the future. His eyes, without a trace of wavering, met Professor Green's directly. Can I meet them tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning? Early the next morning at the Sports Science Building of John Moores University Laboratory Complex No. 3. Professor Green and several solemn-faced assistants sat with bated breath, their gazes fixed on the center of the room. On the other side, Lee Rand stood alone. His hands were in the pockets of his casual trousers, his posture upright as a pine. Those deep black eyes, sharp as scalpels at this moment, swept one by one over the 3 candidates before him. William Barrett, Caitlin McLean, Lucy Vaughn. They had already taken their places, standing quietly in their designated spots. This is not an interview, Lee Rand began. He paused, then uttered 2 words. This is a trial. The instant his voice fell, William Barrett was the first to move. Without any superfluous opening remarks or polite greetings, he walked straight to the console, opened the old laptop, whose case was covered with various club badge stickers, and skillfully connected it to the projector. The screen flickered, light and shadows shifted, and a League One match video appeared instantly. Nottingham Forest vs. Watford. Williams' fingers slid swiftly across the trackpad, precisely dragging the progress bar to the 67th minute of the second half. The frame froze, magnifying a fleeting 3-second pressing sequence. The next second, countless red and blue lines and arrows appeared on the screen out of thin air, tactical details marked by his self-made software. A 3-man pressing formation was prominently circled in red, with its key trigger points clearly displayed. Then a complex passing network graph composed of numerous nodes and connections emerged on top. This is the pressing pattern Watford adopted last month. Williams' voice carried the undisguised excitement of a true geek. Their pressing trigger is when their fullback receives a lateral pass from the center back. Once this scenario occurs, their front 3 attacking unit immediately tightens, like a trap, instantly sealing all passing lanes of the ball carrier. He slowed the video to 0.25x speed and explained frame by frame. The solution is theoretically simple. The fullback, upon receiving the ball, plays it directly forward at a 45-degree angle without any adjustment, finding the midfielder, who has dropped back to receive. If this step succeeds, it can instantly break through their first line of press and directly face their defensive line. Professor Green's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, and he nodded unconsciously. This was exactly the optimal solution derived from massive data analysis that academia praised. However, Liran suddenly spoke, his voice calm and unruffled. What if my fullback has poor technical skills, and the error rate of such a half-turn diagonal pass exceeds 50%? William's excitement instantly froze as if doused with ice water. He was accustomed to being praised in the pure world of theory, but for the first time he was struck head-on by such a blunt real-world problem. After a brief silence, William gritted his teeth, his mind racing. Then we choose the suboptimal solution. He drew a new passing route on the screen again. Have the fullback pass back to the goalkeeper, who then switches the ball wide to the other side. This will lengthen the entire passing chain. Although attacking efficiency decreases, it forces the opponent's pressing formation to move and expose itself prematurely, and we can still find a way to bypass the blockade. Liran nodded, almost imperceptibly, a glint of approval flashing in his eyes. William stepped back and Caitlin McLean came forward. She pushed a cold stainless steel cart neatly arranged with heart rate monitors, skin fold calipers, portable blood lactate testing devices, and rows of labeled test tubes. I reviewed all the match data and player fitness reports from Prenton Park last season. Her voice, like her appearance, was cold and precise, devoid of any emotion. The conclusion is clear. Average running distance is 9.8 kilometers. High-intensity sprint count is 15% below the League One average. This level of physical conditioning cannot last half a season. She projected a chart onto the screen covered with dense red and green curves. This is my modified version of the yo-yo intermittent endurance test. It combines real-time heart rate monitoring with players' RPE subjective fatigue ratings to establish an individualized injury early warning model. Her finger pointed at an intersection on the chart. For example, if a player's heart rate remains above 110 of his personal threshold while his RPE score is below 7, it indicates that his body is severely overextended, but his subjective will is still pushing through. This state easily leads to muscle strains, and he must be forced to rest. Conversely, if the heart rate is within the normal range, but the RPE score remains persistently high, it indicates that his fatigue stems from psychological stress rather than physiological limits. In that case, psychological intervention is needed. She crossed her arms over her chest. In my department, complaining about being too tired after training is meaningless nonsense. It only means one thing. The training intensity is just right. Liran looked straight at her, his gaze calm. Our team captain Dave is 25 years old and is center back. His biggest problems are slow speed and clumsy turning. Can you change him? Caitlin shook her head without hesitation. No. Absolute speed and turning agility are mainly constrained by innate muscle fiber types and neural response speed, and the room for improvement through training is extremely limited. Her words were decisive, leaving no room for illusion. But she paused and her tone grew even sharper. However, through specific strength training, I can significantly enhance his core strength and explosive power within the first 3 steps of acceleration. He doesn't need to run faster than his opponent. He only needs to complete his start half a step earlier, allowing him to gain an advantage in defense and turn the disadvantage into parity. At the same time, through data monitoring and running heat map analysis, we ensure he is always in the most suitable position during matches. This can, from a tactical standpoint, minimize the opportunities for him to expose his weakness of slow turning. At last, the corners of Liran's mouth curved into a faint arc. Not bad. Finally, it was Lucy Vaughan's turn. She stood up, took out several blank cards, and a marker from her pocket, walked slowly to the 3 of them, and distributed the cards and pens. Her movements were gentle. Please write one word on the paper. Her voice was soft, but her words instantly made William's and Caitlin's expressions turn grave. Failure. In the laboratory, only the rustling of pen tips against paper remained. A few seconds later, Lucy collected the cards, her gaze swiftly sweeping across the 3 sheets of paper, as if piercing through the paper and into the depths of each person's heart. She first looked at William. Mr. Barrett, your handwriting is neat, but the ending of every letter appears rigid. You are a perfectionist idealist who fears the blemishes that failure brings. Precisely for this reason, you are best suited for cold, precise data work that tolerates no errors. She turned to Caitlin once more. Miss McLean, your strokes are sharp and swift, so swift that they left faint marks across the paper. You are someone who values efficiency above all and has a powerful need for control. You make the rules and you insist on everyone following them with the utmost firmness. Finally, her gaze settled on the card Liran had written. She remained silent for a moment. When she lifted her head again, barely concealed, awe stirred beneath her calm eyes. Mr. Lee. Her voice was faintly dry. Your handwriting is decisive and forceful, bearing down heavily on the page without the slightest hesitation. To you, failure is not an emotion to be feared, but a variable already built into your plans, one that can be measured and controlled. You are used to planning every step in advance, including the worst possible outcome, and then carrying it out without ever looking back. There was already a trace of inexpressible admiration in her tone. Liran offered only a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying it. The trial had come to an end. He slowly straightened up and surveyed the 3 of them with a calm, steady gaze. All of you have passed. His voice was calm and unyielding, as if he were stating an established fact. Let me say this one last time. What I want is not a paper fit for publication in a journal. I want the most direct and effective way for my team to take 3 points from every weekend match. You will have a permanent seat and a voice in the team's tactical meeting room. All academic results and patents derived from club resources will forever remain yours to claim. William, Caitlin, and Lucy looked at one another. The doubt, wariness, and unease in their eyes faded at that moment, gathering into an unprecedented determination and keen resolve. One after another they stepped forward and shook Lee Rand's hand firmly. A day later in Lee Rand's office at Pren Park, William Barrett, Caitlin McLean, and Lucy Vaughn took their seats one by one. Daisy, the assistant, sat at the corner of the conference table. Starting from today, Lee Rand said, slowly breaking the silence. There was no rise or fall in his tone, only a steady, composed firmness. You are now officially members of the Tranmere Rovers Sports Science Group. Now tell me what you need. I will do my utmost to fulfill every requirement. Before he had even finished speaking, Caitlin stood up. I want Polar S8 10 heart rate monitors, one set for every first-team player, including spare electrode belts. At least 2 Lactate Pro portable lactate analyzers. A high-precision skinfold caliper, a medical-grade portable blood pressure monitor, and a simple, vertical jump test stand. We will conduct basic physiological spot checks every week and a full physical function assessment every month. All data must be compiled and delivered to me within 24 hours. She paused for a moment, then added, this is the minimum standard for maintaining a professional team under high-intensity competition. There is no room for negotiation. Daisy's pen dashed swiftly across the paper, producing a continuous faint rustle. The moment Caitlin finished speaking, William immediately followed. He rose clumsily, lifting his old laptop to his chest, and his words came out quick and urgent. I need 2 Sony DCR TRV950E digital camcorders, and they must be exactly this model. Their low-light shooting and high-speed capture capabilities are unmatched among their peers. 4 professional tripods, 16 spare batteries, and a high-performance graphics workstation with a large hard drive and DVD burning capability. There was an intense glow in his eyes, the conviction of a true tech enthusiast. All match footage and training footage must be digitized, categorized, and organized into a database. I want to build a tactical module database, the initiation and failure of every press, the movement and landing point of every set piece, and the movement pattern of every player under different defensive formations. Every detail must be searchable and retrievable within 1 minute. The last to speak was Lucy. She did not stand up, and her voice was gentle. I need a quiet room, a table, 2 chairs, and a sufficiently large mirror. The essence of psychological intervention is communication, guiding players to look inward, not relying on complex instruments. She paused for a moment, and then added one more thing. But if possible, I would like a Sony ICD B300 voice recorder. With the player's consent, I will use it to track shifts in their tone, pauses, and micro-expressions as they speak. In many cases, the subconscious leaks out through the subtleties of the voice. The 3 requests came from 3 entirely different fields, yet they all pointed toward the same goal. Lee Rand listened, then turned to Daisy. The room across from my office is still a storage room, isn't it? Yes, Director. Daisy answered respectfully. Clear it out immediately. Lee Rand's order was short and clear. Repaint the room. Buy 3 desks, ergonomic chairs, a multifunction printer, and a fax machine. From today on, that will be the Sports Science Group's office. He withdrew his gaze and swept it across the faces of William, Caitlin, and Lucy in turn. I want your work to be closest to me. The weight of those words made all 3 of them catch their breath. They exchanged another glance. Caitlin's folded arms loosened unconsciously. William held his computer less tightly, and Lucy's lips pressed into a taut, thoughtful line. This was not simply an expression of value. It placed them at the center of the club's executive power and under the most exacting scrutiny. A resolute sense of commitment settled over them through the assignment of that office. They understood that from this moment on, their fortunes were bound together, with Lee Rand's to rise and to fall as one. Less than 10 minutes after Daisy sent the budget list to the finance department, the office door was thrust open with such force that it struck the wall with a loud noise. Martin, the finance director, hurried in. His jaw was tight, and the draft budget in his hand had been crumpled from the pressure, its edges worn and creased. Director, what is this? His voice was sharp with agitation, threatening to crack. £1 million. Martin's eyes went wide with disbelief. We have only just been promoted to League One. Every penny of this club must be handled with care. That amount would be enough to sign a key player, and you want to spend it on these intangible things. His breath came rapidly, as though he might be overwhelmed. The air in the room instantly became thick and tense. William, Caitlin, and Lucy all fixed their eyes on Lee Rand, waiting for his response. Lee Rand slowly raised his head, his face devoid of expression. A full 5 seconds passed. Just as Martin was about to be worn down by the silence, Lee Rand finally spoke. A single key player can bring you 15 or 20 goals in a season. But science can ensure that our key players will not break down from muscle fatigue at the most crucial moments of the season. It can extend the career of a 30-year-old defender for another 2 years. It can reduce non-contact injuries across the whole squad of 25 players by an average of 30%. He paused, leaning forward slightly. His dark eyes were sharp as they rested on Martin. Mr. Martin, tell me, is signing 1 player more valuable? Or is it more valuable to give 25 players 3 more years on the pitch? The 2 pointed questions, each delivered with precision, instantly deflated Martin's confrontational attitude. Martin opened his mouth, but only a dry, rasping sound came out. He could not get a word out. Value. He had spent his entire life calculating value, but never from this angle. Lee Ran watched him with detached calm, then looked away without giving him another glance, as though Martin were merely a speck of dust floating in the air. With that complete disregard, he ended the argument. My decision is the chairman's decision. His gaze returned to his team, and the coldness in his eyes thawed slightly. All your requirements are approved. Daisy, contact every supplier and use the fastest possible logistics to arrange all equipment and renovation as quickly as you can. I do not want to wait 3 months, and I do not want to wait 2 months. Lee Ran's voice dropped suddenly, carrying an unyielding authority and decisiveness. Within 2 weeks, I want to see everything where it should be. A week later, in the meeting room at Prenton Park, on both sides of the long table sat Lee Ran head coach Rogers, assistant coach Phil, scouting director Alan with his team, and assistant Daisy. The air was thick with a tense blend of paper, ink, and coffee. In front of each person lay a thick stack of folders. Lee Ran interlaced his fingers, sweeping a calm gaze around the room, sensing the slightly strained nerves of everyone present. Let's begin. Let me hear what you've accomplished this week. Rogers cleared his throat, spoke first in a steady tone, his voice echoing clearly in the meeting room. First, the center backs. The biggest problem with our current defensive line is the lack of someone who can command the entire back line. Although Dave is the captain and physically strong, his weaknesses are too obvious: slow pace and clumsy turning. He needs a partner with experience and an ability to anticipate, a commander of the defense. He must make judgments half a second earlier, organize positioning during set pieces, and step in for the first line of cover when Dave is out of position. Such a man, even if older in age, is more valuable than a young but inexperienced center back. Of course, if he also has the ability to distribute the ball, that would be even better. Lee Ran listened while lightly tapping the paper with the tip of his pen. Rogers' requirements were precise. Rogers turned a page, his gaze sharp. Second, the defensive midfielder. Our current midfield combination frankly can play football, but there's no bite. Not one of them is a genuine enforcer. Once the opponent gives the ball to their strongest striker or a powerful attacking midfielder, our midfield line becomes a mere formality. I don't want a playmaker or a flashy dribbler. I need a pure workhorse who can dive into tackles and intercept at the first opportunity, completely disrupting the opponent's attacking rhythm. He must be the team's brake pad, a shield in front of the center backs. Rogers paused, then continued. Third, a versatile defender. The League One season is long. We must have someone who can cover multiple positions. That's our insurance and our bottom line. Finally, he tapped his finger lightly on the last page of the report. Fourth, the right flank. We have Kumar's, but his crossing is too poor. I need a winger who can attack with speed, but deliver more consistent crosses. If he can accurately find the forwards 3 times out of 10, he'd be more valuable than Kumar's. With that, Rogers slowly sat back and turned an expectant gaze towards scouting director Alan. Alan adjusted his glasses, feeling tremendous pressure, and pushed the thick report folder to the center of the table. This is the result of my team's week of work. 4 positions, each with 6 or 7 viable options, all consistent with the current market situation. Alan opened the first folder, his voice slightly hoarse from tension. At center back, first on the list is Darren Moore, a West Brom starter, 29 years old. The asking price is around $3,000. Second, Clint Hill, Stoke City, 25, a product of the old Tranmere youth system. The transfer fee is about $2,500, and he has the desire to come home. Third, Danny Higginbotham, Southampton, 24. A loan move is quite likely. These names were solid and completely within everyone's expectations. Rogers and Phil nodded from time to time, clearly satisfied with the options. Alan took a deep breath, as if even he lacked confidence in the names to come. Fourth, Jonathan Woodgate, Leeds United, 23. Before he could finish the pen, an assistant coach Phil's hand dropped with a snap onto the table. Alan, are you sure you've got this right? Woodgate, an England international. Even if Leeds went bankrupt, they'd never sell him to us. Alan's cheeks flushed slightly. He glanced at the expressionless Lee Ran and explained with effort, Director Lee's requirement is that we shouldn't be limited by conventional thinking. Woodgate has extremely high potential, first-class defensive anticipation, and excellent footwork. With Leeds' financial crisis, he might be put on the transfer list. Although his $8 million price tag is a pipe dream for us if we could negotiate a loan. Lee Ran's inner thoughts were unruffled, almost amused. Woodgate, the future prince of the treatment table, the ultimate example of glass-like fragility. Buying him would be like buying a ticking time bomb. His highlight moments were truly world-class, but how many games in a season could he stay fit for? Next, Lee Ran said calmly, cutting off the discussion. Alan froze for a moment, then immediately turned to the next page. Defensive midfielder. First, Ricardo Dolly, Nottingham Forest. Second, Lee Carsley, Everton. Third, Nicky Butt, Manchester United, 28. The meeting room fell into instant dead silence. Even breathing could be heard clearly. Rogers widened his eyes, his mouth slightly open, his face filled with disbelief. Nicky Butt, a member of Manchester United's class of 92, a Champions League winner, a tough guy who played in the World Cup. Would someone like that come to League One? He's no longer an absolute starter at Manchester United. Alan's voice was trembling. Sir Alex Ferguson seems to trust Phil Neville and Cleberson more. The problem is his wages are too high, and we're not sure United are willing to let him go. But if we can make it work, he'd be the perfect enforcer. Lee Rant's fingertips tapped lightly on the table. But this was the man he wanted. Fighting spirit, experience, and physical edge, perfectly matching Rodgers' needs. As for the wages, if it's a loan, United would certainly be willing to cover part of them just to offload a high-paid substitute. Continue. Lee Rant's voice remained calm. Versatile defender. Matthew Upson, Arsenal 24, alone is the most realistic option. Anton Ferdinand, West Ham 18, Rio Ferdinand's younger brother. A promising prospect. Right flank reinforcement. David Bentley, Arsenal 19. Jermaine Pennant, Arsenal 20. When Arsenal's name came up for the third time, Rodgers couldn't help saying, "Is our relationship with Arsenal really that good?" A faint, barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of Lee Rant's mouth. Fourth, Alan said, turning to the last page, Aaron Lennon, Leeds United 16. A 16-year-old kid. Phil frowned. A super talented youngster with blazing speed and explosive acceleration. Although he's young, Leeds might be willing to let him go for cash to gain experience at a very low fee. Lee Rant's eyes finally lit up. Aaron Lennon. The future speedster of England's national team, the lightning bolt of Tottenham. Right now, he was just an unnoticed 16-year-old in the youth academy of a Leeds United teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. This was a treasure. Alan set down the folder and let out a long breath. That concludes all the candidates we can reach. Lee Rant looked at Rodgers. Brendan, you're clear on the scouting team's results. It's up to you to decide who to sign. The air in the meeting room instantly became still. All eyes turned to Rodgers. He took a deep breath, tapping his fingertips lightly on the table a few times as if sorting through his final thoughts. For center back, I choose Clint Hill. His tone was resolute without a trace of hesitation. He came through Tranmere's youth system and has a true sense of belonging and responsibility. He plays in a tough style, and his heading and man-marking abilities are top tier for League One. We need a spiritual leader in the back line, and Hill is exactly the one to take on that role. The transfer fee is reasonable, and it's the most feasible option. He paused for a moment, his gaze shifting to the materials in Alan's hands. For defensive midfield, I lean toward Nicky Butt. If the loan works out, he'll be the anchor of our formation. His physical toughness and interception coverage can solve the team's lack of midfield presence in duels. If United's position is uncertain, then we can settle for Lee Carsley, who is also capable, but is my first choice. As he said this, Rodgers' pace quickened noticeably, his tone carrying an unrestrained eagerness. For the right flank, I want David Bentley. His technique is far finer than Kumar's, especially his crossing and set-piece delivery, which can fill our shortage of precise passing on the wing. Kumar's offers pace, Bentley offers precision. Together, they can make the right flank a genuine threat. Rodgers trailed off and looked around the room. These three, Hill, Butt, and Bentley. If we can pull it off, our defense will be solid, our midfield toughness will improve, and the flanks will undergo a qualitative change. The tactical chain will be fully connected. Lee Rant turned to Daisy. Daisy, send offers to those clubs according to Brendan's requirements. Finally, Lee Rant slowly stood up, walked to the whiteboard, picked up a pen, and wrote down several names. Now everyone, let's hear about the players I recommend. Let us hear the players I recommend. The words still hung in the air, carrying an invisible power that instantly tightened the relaxed atmosphere in the conference room once more. Rodgers, Alan, and every scout present leaned forward almost simultaneously. All eyes converged on a single point. The back of the figure walking toward the whiteboard and the marker in his hand poised to write a player's name. This was a familiar script. This was the moment they anticipated most. Since Lee Rant took office, every name he personally chose had become the strongest cornerstone of Tranmere. Neuer, Ribery, Sagna, Van Persie, and Vidic, who commanded an astronomical transfer fee in merely half a season. Each of his recommendations upended these veteran scouts' understanding of the football world. On the whiteboard, Lee Rant's pen tip struck the surface, producing a clear rhythmic tapping sound. One by one, unfamiliar names considered beyond their reach, were etched clearly onto the whiteboard. Tranmere Rovers Football Club, 20030 season recruitment, watch list V2. 0. Director Lee Rant, center back 1. Pepe, 20 years old, Maritimo Portuguese League transfer 2. Dante, 20 years old, Juventude Brazilian League transfer 3. Philippe Mexes, 21 years old, Auxerre French League transfer 4. Christian Chivu, 22 years old, Ajax Dutch League transfer left back 5. Gaël Clichy, 18 years old, Can French Division 2 transfer 6. Philip Lahm, 19 years old, Stuttgart German League, Bayern loan with buyout clause 7. Juan Fran, 18 years old, Real Madrid B Spanish Division B transfer defensive midfielder, central midfielder playmaker 8. Javier Mascherano, 19 years old, River Plate Argentine League transfer 9. Last Diarra, 18 years old, Le Havre French Division 2 transfer 10. Wesley Sneijder, 19 years old, Ajax Dutch League transfer right winger 11. Arjen Robben, 19 years old, PSV Eindhoven Dutch League transfer 12. Sean Wright Phillips, 21 years. His mind raced, struggling to process the overwhelming information. Chivu Lahm Sneijder. Those names stirred tremendous waves in his thoughts. These were not merely promising youngsters. They were already celebrated geniuses in their respective leagues, the future pillars treasured by elite clubs. Acquiring them. This was not a matter of difficulty. It was pure fantasy. As for the remaining names, Pepe Dante Mascherano, Except for Wright Phillips, who had gained some recognition in the Premier League, all others were completely foreign to him. Portuguese League, Brazilian League, French Division Two, Argentine League. The geographical span of this list made Alan feel dizzy. Lee Rand's gaze settled on Alan, calm, yet carrying an unquestionable force. Your team's scouting assignments for the coming month will focus on this list. I understand that some of these players may prove unattainable for us. Lee Rand spoke without a hint of fluctuation, as though stating an established fact. Wherever assessment is required, it must be done. My purpose is to cultivate your global scouting perspective. He paused, and every word resonated deeply within the scouts. Do not confine your gaze solely to English pitches. Finishing speaking, his gaze shifted to Rogers. Brandon, the first name on this list will resolve all your concerns regarding the defense. Lee Rand's finger rested gently on the name Pepe. Pepe, a defensive prodigy whose physical gifts surpass those of his peers with fearless and resolute tackles. He excels at man-marking, and even more so at cover defense. Once Dave is bypassed, he will serve as the second, and most solid, barrier. His ball-playing ability is adequate, but that is secondary. What truly matters is that his presence entirely eliminates your current challenges. Rogers' pupils contracted sharply. His entire upper body left the chair, hands planted firmly on the table, his gaze locked onto Lee Rand, as if absorbing every word. Lee Rand's description of Pepe struck precisely at the most vulnerable point within Rogers' tactical vision. He could already imagine the scene. A fiercely commanding presence sweeping across his defensive line, neutralizing every danger before it could take root. Rogers felt his heart pounding heavily within his chest, a strong urge nearly compelling him to speak. Lee Rand capped his marker with a soft click. He turned to face Alan and his scouting team. Your work ahead will be demanding. His tone was steely, devoid of warmth, yet carrying immense weight. Starting today, you must thoroughly investigate every individual on this list. Watch match footage, gather intelligence on training sessions, research family backgrounds, interpersonal relationships, and agent attitudes. All details must be mastered. Alan's Adam's apple bobbed. The thin folder in his hands suddenly felt impossibly heavy. Chivulam Snader. Those names were no longer distant stars, but instead towering peaks they must climb. Lee Rand's expression made it clear this was not a request. This was an order. Rogers could no longer hold back and interjected, his voice trembling with barely concealed excitement. If we can truly bring Pepe, our defense would be entirely transformed. Lee Rand merely gave a slight nod, acknowledging silently. He turned to Daisy. Prepare the full travel budget for them. Certainly, Director. Daisy immediately lowered her head and scribbled rapidly in her notebook. The meeting drew to a close. The scouting team members hurriedly gathered their folders, their faces weaving together tension, fatigue, and a spark of ignited enthusiasm. They were like soldiers shouldering a new campaign about to head toward an unfamiliar battlefield. Nightfall slowly enveloped Prennan Park Stadium. Lee Rand stood alone before the large floor-to-ceiling window in his office, gazing at the distant pitch where floodlights cast a soft glow upon the grass. Everything about the team was being constructed piece by piece, exactly as envisioned. Yet he knew clearly that certain matters could not be resolved within Merseyside. His gaze passed through the glass, extending toward the distant southeast. London. Two people awaited him there. One was Zhaoya. She was in London, and they had been apart far too long. In every silent night, he could feel that physical distance quietly eroding something tender within him. Lee Rand understood he had to see her. This was not merely about nurturing a relationship, but about finding warmth along this solitary, unyielding path, preventing himself from growing entirely numb. The other was his young brother Tom. It was time to visit London and review the results of his months of scouting work. At this thought, Lee Rand raised his wrist and glanced at the rotating hands on his watch. A focused, cold gleam passed through his features. It was time to set out. The night, like unyielding thick ink, soaked through London. Beneath the vaulted roof of Euston Station, the steel beast slowly came to a halt, letting out a long, weary hiss of brakes. The doors slid open, and the crowd poured out. Lee Rand dragged his suitcase, merging into the stream. The station announcer broadcast delayed departures, the voice blending with the noisy crowd into a blur of background sound. His leather shoes tapped across the polished floor with crisp, rhythmic echoes, oddly out of step with the surrounding haste. At Tranmere, he was the director who gave orders, the master of the chessboard. But now he was merely a traveler. He raised his head, his gaze threading through the moving crowd, searching. His eyes swept over unfamiliar faces, over figures waiting anxiously or bidding hurried farewells. At the far edge of the crowd, by the railing of the exit, stood that figure. Zhaoya. She wore a beige trench coat today, her belt tied perfectly, delineating her slender waist with unmistakable clarity. A glimpse of slim calves showed beneath the hem set in dainty ankle boots. She looked both chic and sweet. Her jet black hair draped over her shoulders, seeming to glow under the station's overhead lights. 2 cups of hot coffee in her hands, the rising steam blurred the chaotic world behind her. The entire station, with hundreds of milling people, became her backdrop. She was the absolute center. The instant their eyes met, Zhaoya's eyes lit up, then curved into 2 lovely crescent moons. That smile, pure and untainted, instantly wiped away the fatigue of Lee Rand's journey. Welcome back to London, Director Lee. She hurried over with brisk, light steps and pressed a still scalding cup of coffee into his hand. The rich aroma of coffee mingled with an indescribably pleasant scent from her flooded his senses all at once. The warmth from his fingertips traveled up his arm straight into the core of his heart. He twitched the corner of his mouth helplessly. Can you use a different title? It sounds so awkward. No, I insist. Zhao blinked playfully, gazing up at him with a hint of mischief in her eyes. Who asked you to become such a big shot now? If I don't keep reminding you, I'm afraid one day you'll fly so high that you won't even recognize me. Li Ran couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head without arguing. He knew it was just her way. The two walked side by side out of the station, strolling towards Zhao apartment. London's night bore its characteristic damp chill. The streetlights stretched their shadows long across the pavement, then shortened and overlapped them beneath the next lamp. A double-decker bus roared past its red body, stirring a gust of wind that tousled the hair on Zhao forehead. How have you been in Liverpool? She tilted her head and asked softly. Busy. Li Ran uttered a single terse word. He paused, his gaze resting on the flickering neon lights ahead, then added one more sentence. But everything is under control. Zhao's steps faltered for a moment, then she caught up again. She suddenly stopped, and quite naturally reached out to straighten his wind-ruffled collar. Her fingertips were cool, brushing inadvertently across the skin of his neck, and Li Ran felt his body stiffen. Li Ran, you've lost weight. Her voice was soft with unconcealed tenderness. Li Ran's body stiffened for a moment. He lowered his gaze, meeting her focused, earnest eyes. In those eyes there was no calculation, no maneuvering, only the purest concern. His Adam's apple moved, and then he smiled. Can't help it. It's been too long since I've had your cooking. I'm undernourished. They returned to Zhao's apartment near King's Cross Station. Click. The lock turned, the living room light came on, and a warm aroma of home-cooked food instantly wrapped around him. For a moment Li Ran felt dazed. He was not a visitor from afar. He was the man returning home from a long journey, and she was the mistress of the house who lit a lamp by the door waiting for him to come home. On the dining table, several home-style dishes were already set, still steaming. There were sweet and sour pork, mapo tofu, and stir-fried seasonal greens, all his favorites. Zhao slipped off her trench coat, revealing a fitted white knit top beneath her figure wonderfully outlined. Sit still, don't move. From now on your only task is to eat. I'm going to fatten you up in the next few days. As she spoke, she picked up chopsticks and began to heap food onto his plate, like a dedicated feeder, her earnest expression as if she were on an S-class mission. Li Ran simply sat there watching her bustling around the table. The soft lamplight fell across her face, revealing even the faint fine hairs with perfect clarity. At this moment he knew it all too well. In Liverpool he needed absolute rationality and cold calculation. He had to treat everyone as pieces on a chessboard. But here he only wanted to be a carefree glutton. Having such an eye-catching beauty prepare meals for you with her own hands, never probing into work matters, only watching whether you've grown thin or plump. It felt utterly wonderful. This was the anchor that kept him from turning into an utterly emotionless machine on this lonely path. After dinner, an old movie played on the television, the volume turned low. The two curled up on the soft sofa. Zhao hugged a cushion, tucking most of herself into it, leaving only her head visible. She was silent for a long while, then turned her head and asked softly, Li Ran, will you one day just leave me behind? Her voice was faint, tinged with uncertainty. Just like you treat those players. Once you find a better prospect, you replace them without a second thought. Li Ran's hand holding the remote froze in midair. In the living room, only the flickering light of the TV screen played across his face, brightening and dimming. His expression froze for an instant. The question struck precisely at his professional instincts as a football director, and also pierced a corner of his heart. He had never examined himself. Zhao didn't press him, she just watched him quietly with a fragile curiosity in her eyes. Li Ran slowly set down the remote and turned to face her. He reached out, and with his index finger gently tapped her forehead. His gesture was soft, his eyes full of helplessness and affection. Silly girl. His voice was deep and clear. You're my life consultant, not my player. Zhao burst out laughing, as if the heaviness of the question just now had instantly evaporated. She didn't ask again how long the consultant term would last. She simply leaned her head against his shoulder, closed her eyes, and settled into a comfortable position. His shoulder was steady, and she could clearly hear the calm, powerful beating of his heart. That rhythm worked better than any lullaby in the world. The next day the two enjoyed a rare, leisurely morning. Only in the afternoon did Li Ran get ready to go out. But Zhao stood at the door with her coat and handbag blocking his way. Don't leave me all alone. She lifted her chin, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. I haven't seen Tom in ages either. Besides, isn't he your so-called secret weapon? As your consultant, don't I have the right to check on the results? Li Ran looked at her righteous expression, feeling a headache coming on. He had meant to discuss business. But gazing at Zhao's pretty face that clearly said, take me along, the words of refusal reached his lips, and then were swallowed back down. Forget it, he might as well bring her. Let's go, Madam Consultant. The two turned into the pub where they had first met, the one favored by Gunners fans. As they pushed open the heavy wooden door, the familiar sense of timber and hops along with the low hum of voices washed over them. It was still early, so the pub was not crowded. At the familiar window spot, a figure was already waiting. Tom. He was staring intently at a notebook in his hand. Hearing the approaching footsteps, he instinctively looked up. The moment he saw Li Ran, his eyes ignited with astonishing brilliance, his whole body like a coiled spring, almost leaping out of his chair. But when his gaze followed Li Ran and landed on Zhao, who was smiling brightly beside him, his expression froze for half a second. Then that pure excitement quickly turned into a knowing smile. His gaze darted back and forth between the two, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Yo, boss," he bellowed with tremendous energy, then turned to Zhao with an even brighter smile. "And the missus is here too." Zhao's cheeks instantly flared with a wave of scorching heat. Rising from her delicate earlobes, it surged downward and swiftly claimed her slender, fair neck. Oh no, she was blushing fiercely. Subconsciously, she raised her hand and touched her burning cheek with the back of her fingers, feeling as if it could fry an egg. She shot Tom a look of mixed shyness and annoyance, gently biting her lower lip with her pearly teeth. The words "don't call me" that rolled around on the tip of her tongue several times, but she never actually uttered them. She stealthily lifted her eyelids and stole a quick glance at Li Ran beside her. Li Ran's face remained largely impassive save for a faint arc curving at the corner of his lips. In his eyes, usually sharp or calm, a trace of indulgent warmth flashed, like thin ice melting under the winter sun. He did not explain, nor did he reprove. That subtle acquiescence instantly set Zhao's unsettled heart back at ease. Li Ran pulled out the chair beside him, the heavy wooden legs scraping against the floor with a dull sound. Then unhurriedly he sat down. Casually he also pulled out a chair for Zhao. The entire motion was fluid and seamless, carrying an unmistakable air of authority, instantly shifting the easygoing, jesting atmosphere among friends back to a more composed tempo. The previously awkward atmosphere was effortlessly diffused by his simple gesture. Zhao took the hint and quietly sat down beside him, straightening her spine and placing her hands on her knees, perfectly assuming the posture of a tactful consultant and assistant. "Tom." Li Ran spoke, his voice not loud, yet it made Tom immediately wipe the smile off his face. His gaze traveled over the cup and landed precisely on the open notebook before Tom. In an instant his eyes shifted from their earlier gentleness to the focus and sharpness distinctive of a football director. "Boss, that Michael Carrick you told me to keep a close eye on. I've watched every single one of his matches and training sessions without fail these days. I've reviewed the tapes so many times they're almost worn out." Tom instantly switched into work mode. Pointing at the dense notes on the notebook, he spoke rapidly. "He's currently West Ham United's midfield core, the absolute metronome. He's 21, but when you watch him play you don't sense any of the impatience typical of youth. He's extremely composed. Here's his data summary. His average passing accuracy is close to 85, a monstrous figure for a mid to lower Premier League team. He's the team's release valve. Almost every transition from defense to attack goes through his feet. He's the team's CPU. Tom pushed the notebook in front of Li Ran. It wasn't just data. There were also several simple tactical movement diagrams with Carrick's passing lanes and preferred zones marked in different colored inks. His value I'd summarize in a single word: depth. Look here, Tom pointed at a diagram. What he excels at isn't playing dangerous forward passes, but shielding the ball in midfield and the back line with his body and rhythm, then delivering a precise low-long pass directly to a winger hugging the touchline or a forward dropping deep. Such a pass can instantly tear open the opponent's first line of defense, creating depth for the attack. This ability I call depth control. He conceals his passing routes extremely well, making them very hard for opponents to anticipate. Among the English midfielders who are notoriously rough and unpolished, this is a talent found only in him alone. Zhao, who had been listening quietly, couldn't help but interject with an outsider's yet crucial question. Since he's so good, why are West Ham's results still so poor? The question caught Tom off guard for a moment, then he gave Zhao an approving look. Sister-in-law, you've hit the nail on the head. Football is an 11-player game. Carrick is the CPU, but he can't help it if his teammates are just average graphics cards in RAM. The defense leaks like a sieve, the forwards can't score. No matter how strong he is, he can't carry the team alone. Li Ran nodded approvingly and added, moreover, his style of play isn't flashy. Those who don't examine the stats and match details will find it hard to intuitively grasp his value. This is precisely our opportunity. Of course he knew Carrick's worth. This was the future god of football of Manchester United. The man who used the simplest style to conduct the most intricate midfield. What's the situation at West Ham? Li Ran asked. It's awful. Tom's tone turned somber. Boss, you know they just got relegated from the Premier League to the Championship. They failed to survive the drop. The club is dead broke right now. Their fire sale has already begun. Stars like Defoe, Joe Cole, and Glenn Johnson are all on the shelf waiting to be taken away. Carrick is of course no exception. West Ham have priced him at around $3 million, and if any top club jumps in to compete, the price will skyrocket in no time. Who's competing for him? Li Ran asked the most critical question. Tom's expression turned serious as he flipped a page in his notebook. That's the most urgent part. The clubs that have made formal offers are Tottenham and Portsmouth. Tottenham are the most eager, already bidding $6 million, but West Ham seem to be holding firm at $3 million. The negotiations are deadlocked now. This is our opportunity. Li Ran almost laughed out loud. Tottenham again. They always miss chance after chance to build a dynasty for the sake of petty gains. Playing a tug-of-war with a future decade-long midfield core over a mere few £100,000 difference. A textbook example of bad negotiation. If we drag this out any longer, Tom added, Carrick himself might just accept reality and spend a year in the Championship with West Ham. By then, once the Premier League clubs wise up, it won't be easy for us to snatch him away. Tom flipped to another page where a section was circled in red. I've analyzed his weaknesses too. Mainly 2 physical duels and attacking inclination. Under the high-intensity physicality of the Premier League, he can sometimes appear a bit soft. His lack of pace and explosiveness can disrupt his passing rhythm. Also, his shooting willingness is too low. He often has excellent positioning in long shot areas, but he almost always chooses to pass back or spread the ball wide. That's the only aspect he needs to sharpen to go from a fine midfielder to a world-class one. Leran gently stroked the cool wall of his cup, his gaze deep and thoughtful. Tom's analysis was precise, accurate, and perfectly aligned with the Carrick in his memory. This kid really is a born scout. Quiet, steady, and unassuming, yet he could use his passing to link the entire team into a cohesive unit. This was the perfect template for the brain of his future team. 3 million. Leran calculated inwardly. This price was an absolute steal. They weren't just buying a player. They were buying the midfield brain of the next 5, even 10 years. Not going for this would be a crime against heaven. He raised his head, his eyes radiating absolute determination. This investment will be another massive win. We need to act immediately. Prepare an offer West Ham can't refuse, and with the utmost sincerity and speed break the deadlock Tottenham has created. He took out his phone and in front of the two directly dialed Daisy's office. Daisy, listen. I need you to send an official offer fax to West Ham United right now regarding the player Michael Carrick. Tom's breath caught instantly, and even Zhao felt the imposing aura and unconsciously straightened up. Offer 3 million. Additionally, add a performance bonus of 2,000. If the player makes over 30 appearances for the club in a single season, the 2,000 will be paid immediately upon reaching that threshold. After hanging up, Leran placed his phone on the table with a crisp click. Tom's eyes bulged like brass bells, his mouth slightly agape, his face full of shock and fervor. This is how you do big things. No dawdling, no haggling. Once you're certain, make one decisive move. Zhao watched the man beside her. The affection and gentleness on his face just moments ago had vanished, replaced by a sharp and resolute air of strategic command. Once again, she felt the powerful charm of Leran in his own domain. That heart of hers, which had just calmed down, began to beat, even more violently once more. Tom, excited about securing Carrick, flipped to the next page of his notebook, his eyes gleaming with the proud, treasure-revealing glow of a man about to share his prize. Boss, besides Carrick, I've also used my spare time to keep an eye on a few young prodigies at youth academies near London. At West Ham's U16, there's a kid named Mark Noble. He's only 16, but his footballing temperament is terrifyingly mature. His style is like a smaller version of Carrick, a born leader. Leran nodded, thinking to himself, Noble, West Ham's future loyal captain. He's good, but not a must-have. And at Arsenal's academy, I saw a Spanish kid who'd just been signed from Barcelona named Cesc Fabregas. God, he's only 16, but the composure and intelligence with which he handles the ball, that footballing IQ beyond his years. You can tell at a glance he's destined to be world-class. In the future, he'd be Arsenal's captain, Wenger's prized protege, the apple of his eye. That target isn't too realistic. And Chelsea's U16 have a left-back named Daniel, only 14, but his physicality and explosive power are simply a league above his peers. Tom spoke with relentless enthusiasm, his eyes burning with passion, as if those young lads were not mere players, but rare treasures buried beneath the sand waiting to be discovered. Zhao listened quietly from the side. She couldn't follow the complex tactics or player names, but she could feel the pure burning passion these two men shared for a common goal. Just as Tom closed his notebook and lifted his beer for a hearty sip to wet his throat, he suddenly paused. He leaned in, deliberately lowering his voice with a mysterious expression on his face. By the way, boss, there's a piece of news, not sure if it's true. What news? Leran asked. Heard. Tom glanced around the room, lowering his voice even further until only the three of them could hear. Chelsea is going to be sold. Leran's hand holding the cup paused in midair for a moment. To whom? Tom spread his hands and whispered, a Russian tycoon with a long name. Roman Abramovich. Rumors say he's already privately contacted Ken Bates and the Premier League executives, and the takeover could be completed as early as this summer. According to the rumors, this guy's worth billions of dollars. His arrival in the Premier League has only one purpose. Spend money. The clamor and music in the bar seemed to be drained away by an invisible hand at that moment. The whole world fell silent. Leran's gaze turned profoundly deep in an instant. Of course he knew. This was no rumor. This was a financial tsunami about to upturn the entire English football world and herald a brand new era. Abramovich's arrival would transform that bankrupt London second-tier club overnight into the most lavishly funded nouveau riche club in all of Europe. The era of money-fueled football was about to dawn. When faced with this coming unreasonable storm of spending, how much value was left in his own meticulously laid plans based on information gaps, those low-cost bargain hunts for future stars? Leran held his cup, his gaze sharp and cold, his mind racing. If he didn't make the first move, it could affect his plans for this summer. He took out his phone again and dialed the chief scout, Alan. Alan, it's me. The moment the call connected, his voice was low and imposing. Listen, the plan is moved up. I need you to act immediately on 2 targets from the list, Clichy and Robin. Within 3 days I want detailed reports on both, ability, potential injury history, and how much it'll take to sign them. Everything. Understood. On the other end, Alan's tone became extremely solemn. Tom's Adam's apple moved, his face flushed with fervor. Lee Rand turned his gaze back to him. Tom, you've done very well lately. He rarely gave praise, but at this moment his voice carried unmistakable recognition. First, your salary doubles, starting next week. Cough, cough. Tom almost choked on his beer, coughing until his face turned red. Second, starting today, I'm appointing you as Tranmere's head of European scouting. The headquarters will be in London. Find a proper office. Your mission isn't just to watch England. I need you to extend your reach across all of Europe. Build your scouting team. You choose the members yourself. I only care about results. Boss. Tom stood there frozen. Tears instantly welled up in his eyes. He never imagined that he, a mere dock worker from humble beginnings, would now be entrusted with the power to change his destiny. This was more than just a job. It was trust. It was a dream coming true. Lee Rand looked at him, his gaze firm, his tone carrying an unyielding coolness. Tom, this isn't child's play. There are too many stars in Europe whose opportunities will vanish in the blink of an eye. I want you to keep a close watch on every overlooked gem and snatch them up before anyone else. Understand? Tom nodded vigorously, his fists clenched tightly against his thighs, his whole body trembling. Yes, boss. I'll do a great job. Lee Rand reached out and gave his shoulder a firm pat. Good. They left the bar and returned to the apartment. As the door closed, the room fell so quiet that only the sound of their breathing remained. Zhao took off her trench coat, hung it up, and walked into the bathroom. Her white knit top, illuminated by the warm yellow light, traced elegant curves. Lee Rand sat on the sofa, his mind still racing through the next big move. As he was deep in thought, the bathroom door clicked open. Zhao emerged wrapped in a white bath towel, her damp hair hanging loosely over her shoulders, water droplets trailing from the tips down her delicate collarbone before disappearing beneath the towel. Under the living room light, her just-bathed skin glowed with a subtle rosy hue. She was warm and fragrant like a freshly peeled peach. Lee Rand instinctively looked up, meeting her gaze. Zhao's heart fluttered at his stare, her cheeks flushed crimson, but she pretended to be nonchalant, pursing her lips. What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman fresh from the bath. Lee Rand didn't reply. A faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of his lips as he took a sip from his glass, his gaze never leaving her. Zhao's heart pounded like a drum, but she forced herself to walk over calmly and sit beside him. The sweet scent of shampoo mixed with the milky fragrance of body wash drifted straight to his nose. At that moment, the air grew warm and thick with unspoken tension. Zhao gently bit her lip, about to break the silence. Ring, ring. The sudden ringtone was like a bucket of cold water, instantly quenching the restless flame in the air. A trace of helplessness flickered in Lee Rand's eyes, but he quickly reached for the phone. On the screen flashed an incoming call from Daisy. Lee Rand cursed inwardly, but his face betrayed nothing. He quickly picked up the phone, his brow once again calm and sharp. Zhao froze, her brief surge of courage instantly deflated. With a petulant look, she hugged a cushion and curled up in the corner of the sofa, her ears burning red. She secretly watched his focused profile, feeling a mix of resentment and helplessness, yet she was hopelessly captivated by his extreme restraint and his cold, big-picture pragmatism. Early the next morning, Lee Rand packed his luggage, preparing to return to Liverpool. He knew that every second now could cost Tranmere dearly in the future. Zhao silently zipped up his suitcase. When she looked up, she smiled brightly, but the hint of loss in her eyes was unmistakable. Lee Rand gently ruffled her hair, his tone calm, yet unwavering. Wait for me. Zhao's heart trembled, and then she nodded firmly. Watching him leave the apartment, she suddenly realized, perhaps in this man's world, she would never be the most important thing. And yet, it was precisely this man, burning with ambition and dreams, who made her so hopelessly infatuated, utterly impossible to resist. Lee Rand dragged his suitcase and stepped into Preston Park once again. Pushing open the door to the director's office, a rich aroma of coffee greeted him. Daisy had been waiting for quite some time, dressed in a sharp business suit, her dazzling golden hair neatly pinned back at the nape, revealing a smooth, radiant forehead and a graceful swan-like neck. Director, you finally returned. As Lee Rand entered, she lifted her ice blue eyes and promptly pushed a thick stack of files onto his desk. Her movements were swift and efficient, her words flowing rapidly like a machine gun unfurling its bursts. The results of all inquiries and contacts regarding the 3 players Coach Rogers specifically requested, Clint Hill, Nicky Butt, and David Bentley, are all here. Lee Rand removed his jacket and draped it over the back of his chair before sitting down. His long fingers flipped open the first document. Clint Hill. Daisy's fingertip rested on a row of figures within the file. Stoke City has replied with a transfer fee of £2,500. Hill himself is highly enthusiastic. Having emerged from our Tranmere Academy, he carries a strong desire to return home. With our approval, this deal can be concluded today. Lee Rand's gaze swept over the player's profile. 25 years old, a center-back squarely in the golden prime of his career. For a Tranmere defense struggling to find solidity, securing an experienced ready-made asset at such a modest price, especially one forged in their own youth system, represented a sound investment. His knuckles tapped the tabletop lightly, producing a steady knock. Sign him. He then turned to the second document. Nicky Butt. Daisy's expression grew noticeably more serious. Manchester United's position is quite firm. She paused, carefully choosing her words. Sir Alex Ferguson personally declined our inquiry. Although but is no longer an undisputed starter in their first team, he remains an indispensable leader within the United dressing room. With the club competing on multiple fronts this season, they need his experience and have no intention of letting him go. Lee Rant's eyelids narrowed slightly. This outcome aligned with his expectations. A manager like Ferguson, whose commanding nature bordered on patriarchal authority, would never readily surrender any piece that stabilized his squad. But physical hardness and mental fortitude served as the most reliable guarantee within United's star-studded lineup. Let's set this one aside for now. His finger had already reached the final page. David Bentley. Mr. Wenger is an interesting character. A genuine smile finally appeared at the corners of Daisy's lips. It seems he has taken notice of your reputation for nurturing young players, so he is willing to extend us an opportunity. Arsène are not considering a direct transfer at this time, but they are open to a loan arrangement. Regarding wages, they are prepared to cover the majority. We would only need to pay £400 per week to bring this player to Preston Park. Lee Rand closed all the files with a sharp snap. Hill, a cornerstone for the defense who brings stability, is signed. Bentley, a dynamic winger brimming with talent, will be loaned in to immediately energize the right flank. But it mattered little. He picked up the telephone on his desk and dialed head coach Rodgers directly. The call connected almost instantly, the background filled with the shouts of players and the dull thud of footballs. Brandon, there are updates on the players you wanted. Hill is available immediately. Bentley can come on loan. But that path is closed. However, I have already identified a better alternative. Rodgers on the other end sounded clearly disappointed, his voice dropping. Damn it, I knew Sir Alex wouldn't let him go. But rest assured, Lee Rand interrupted, I have found someone even better for you. London. Upton Park, the home ground of West Ham United, the Iron. Inside the boardroom, heavy velvet curtains blocked most of the daylight. The air carried a rich, almost bitter English breakfast tea fragrance mingled with the faint smokiness of cigar residue. At the center of the long conference table lay a document freshly printed from the fax machine. Its red letterhead belonged to a club they had never considered noteworthy. Tranmere Rovers. A bid of £3 million, plus £200 in add-on clauses. This price exceeds our upper limit. The finance director adjusted his glasses, his voice dry, laced with disbelief. It is already significantly above what we anticipated paying at the maximum. He opened another folder beside him. The competing bid inside made this contrast all the more striking. An offer from Tottenham Hotspur, too. £6 million. Tottenham's bidding process had been drawn out, each incremental raise measured and calculating, dripping with the air of careful merchants. Yet this newly promoted little-known club had thrown out a bold opening offer, immediately decisive and confident, carrying an unmistakable sense of urgency. The issue is, another director frowned deeply, his finger tapping restlessly against the table, they are direct rivals of ours in the first division. Selling our midfield anchor to Tranmere is like handing a blade directly to our enemy. His words fell silent, and the meeting room descended into heavy stillness. Every person present breathed with weight. Those in the room were fully aware that West Ham United no longer had the luxury of being selective. Their relegation from the Premier League felt like being kicked from paradise straight into the depths below. Astronomical television broadcasting revenue vanished overnight. Major sponsors demanded contract renegotiations, while the enormous wage bill drafted to Premier League standards sat before them like an unyielding obligation, unchanged and unavoidable. If they did not immediately sell their core players for cash, the club's financial flow would sever completely. Chairman Terry Brown rested his chin on his clasped hands, a vein pulsing faintly at his temple. His gaze remained fixed upon the Tranmere bid, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Carrick is our future, he murmured, bitterness threading through his voice. But we no longer have a future ahead. We can only live in the present. Inside his heart ached, mingled with an unspoken sense of humiliation. He wished more than anything that the documents before him bore the letterheads of Arsenal, Manchester United, or Liverpool. Even at a lower price, they would preserve some dignity. Yet fate had dealt otherwise. The one extending this irresistible offer was Tranmere, a modest club whose name he had not even known a season ago. Brown slowly closed his eyes, as if engaged in a difficult negotiation with the fate of the club. In the meeting room, the ticking of the wall clock grew magnified in the silence, each second stretching with quiet intensity. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Finally, Brown's eyes snapped open. All traces of hesitation and reluctance had dissolved, leaving only cold, unwavering resolve. His voice was low, yet carrying absolute authority, allowing no objection. Send the facts back. The deal is accepted. The finance director immediately grasped his pen, swiftly recording the resolution before rising to draft the formal response. He dared not meet his chairman's gaze again. Outside the window, London's grey sky hung low and heavy, pressing upon the heart, as though offering a silent sigh for this storied club's quiet decline. Michael Carrick, regarded as the final midfield treasure and the immovable anchor of the team, was about to embark upon a journey whose destination none could predict. Meanwhile, within the Tranmere office, the fax machine emitted a soft chirping sound. Lee Rand reached out, and pulled the reply from the tray, his gaze lingering briefly on the paper before the faintest curve touched the corner of his lips. 3. £2 million was not merely purchasing a midfield player. It was securing the strategic mind of a future tactical system, the conductor who would govern the tempo of the entire team's attack and defense. Yet no relaxation entered Lee Rand's eyes. The shadow of Abramovich was already beginning to materialize along the London skyline. The tide of financial football was gathering, and his window of opportunity was narrowing. He knew what came next. He needed to secure Kolarov and Robin as soon as possible. Lee Rand pushed open the door across from his office. What had once been a storage room crammed with clutter was now completely transformed. The walls had been painted in a refined light gray that exuded calm professionalism. 3 brand new desks sat in a row, each equipped with freshly delivered gear, heart rate monitors, electrode straps, lactate testing devices, digital video cameras, professional tripods, voice recorders. All neatly arranged and gleaming with the cool metallic luster of new equipment. Near the window, a quiet alcove had been partitioned off with frosted glass. Inside were only a desk, 2 chairs, and a large full-length mirror. That was the psychological intervention room prepared for Lucy. The 3 people in the room immediately rose to their feet. William's hand traced over the brand-new graphics workstation, almost reverently, his fingertips lingering over the cool chassis as he murmured, dual-socket server processors. A professional graphics card. Using this for football data analysis is like using an interstellar warship to swat mosquitoes. He was not merely looking at a machine, he was looking at a puzzle cube that could unravel the entire football world. Caitlin, meanwhile, stood with her arms crossed, inspecting the monitoring equipment like an exacting queen. A faint frown creased her brow. She was already mentally drafting 18 ways to push the players to their ultimate limits and pondering how far these instruments could go. Lucy's reaction was the gentlest. She looked at the alcove, curved her lips slightly, and said softly, "It's perfect." Lee Rand did not rush to address them. Instead, he turned to Daisy beside him. "Well done." Daisy's eyes brightened instantly, but she kept her professional composure and nodded. Director, all procurement and renovation were completed within budget, and the logistics arrived 3 days ahead of schedule. Lee Rand deliberately cleared his throat and said in what he thought was a steady tone, "The budget was still too conservative. Next time be bolder. Don't be afraid to spend. We're not short on money." Daisy's lips curled into a sly smile, and she winked at him. "Understood. Next time I'll order an aircraft carrier and park it at the training ground." Lee Rand nearly choked. This Daisy was getting cheekier by the day, even joking around with him now. He forced himself to stay composed, turned around, and cast his gaze over the 3 again. "So, his voice was steady, betraying no emotion, yet it made the air in the room grow heavy. "Are you satisfied with this office?" The 3 exchanged glances. William was the first to speak out. "Perfect. I couldn't even have imagined having a full setup like this." Caitlin nodded, her gaze firm. "With all this, I can push the players' physical condition up to Premier League intensity." Lucy's voice was gentle but exceptionally sincere. "The environment matters. This space gives me enough peace to have calm conversations with the players." Lee Rand looked at their reactions. "Good." He walked slowly to the table, placed both hands on its surface, and swept his gaze across each of them with an unshakable presence. "Now I'm going to assign you your tasks for this summer. William, your task is the most tedious and also the most important." Lee Rand's voice was steady and firm. "I need you to collect complete match footage from all previous games of the 23 League One teams before the offseason ends. Every single match with no omissions. Then analyze their strengths and weaknesses, preferred attacking zones, set-piece routines, fitness curves, and substitution tendencies. I want a database. A database that can expose every opponent to the core. Before the season begins, every report on an opponent must be on my desk 1 week in advance." William's eyes lit up, his voice trembling with excitement. "Understood, Director. Consider it done. Starting today, this office is my home." Lee Rand turned his gaze to Caitlin. "Caitlin, you're in charge of designing a complete summer training program for physical improvement. The moment the break ends, the whole team must start it immediately. Anyone who slacks off gets extra drills until they are completely spent. In addition, I want a personalized athletic development plan for every first-team player. For the fast ones, make them lightning quick. For the strong ones, make them as powerful as an ox. You must reflect individual differences in the training plan. By the end of the season, I want to see overall fitness test numbers improve by at least 15%. Caitlin lifted her chin slightly, her gaze sharp as a blade. "No problem." Finally, Lee Rand looked at Lucy. "Lucy, you need to build a complete psychological profile for every first-team player. Divide them into 3 categories: pressure-prone, pressure-resistant, and marginally unstable. Each category requires corresponding psychological intervention methods. I don't need a polished research report. I need to ensure that in high-pressure situations like penalty shootouts, relegation battles, and promotion deciders, our players won't make critical mistakes because their mentality collapses." Lucy nodded solemnly. "Understood." Night had fallen. The light in Lee Rand's office remained bright. The office door opened, and Alan walked in, travel-worn. Exhaustion was written on his face, but there was even more of the elation of having completed his mission. He placed 2 thick scouting reports on Lee Rand's desk with a dull thud. "Director, these are what you asked for. The initial assessments of Clichy and Robin." Lee Rand picked up the first report. "Gail Clichy. 18-year-old French, currently playing for Cannes in League Two as a left-back. Alan turned to the first page, pointing at the photo and rows of data. His strengths are explosive pace, excellent defensive awareness, and seemingly limitless stamina. His defensive coverage is remarkable, and his ability to charge up and down the flank is absolutely top class. There are still weaknesses. His technique is not yet refined, and his crossing is especially inconsistent. Leran tapped his fingers lightly on the report and gave a slight nod. Alan immediately flipped to the second report, speaking noticeably faster. Arjen Robben. This one, director. This one is an absolute phenomenon. Alan's voice rose an octave. 19 years old, already the starting right winger for PSV Eindhoven in the Eredivisie. In the match I watched, he dismantled the opposing left flank all by himself. His explosiveness is on another level. He gets the ball on the wing, throws a feint, cuts inside. Whoosh, he's gone, and the defenders can't even get a hand on him. Then he curls one with his left foot into the far corner. It's simply unstoppable. But Alan shifted tone, leaned forward slightly, and lowered his voice. His weakness is just as critical, poor physicality, fragile as glass. Our people say that a slightly heavier collision in training could send him to the treatment room for 2 weeks. Buying him would be a huge risk. He paused, then continued. I found out that PSV is not completely unwilling to sell. Their expected price is around £5 million or more. But there are voices inside the club saying that as long as we are sincere enough and offer the right money, it's not impossible to negotiate. Lee Rant's eyes narrowed. £5 million. In Lee Rant's mind, a wild vision instantly took shape. On the left wing, Ribery surging forward with relentless determination. On the right wing, Robben flying at full speed and arcing a shot toward the net. This forward partnership, robbery, which would one day help Bayern Munich win the Champions League, was about to be reunited ahead of schedule in small Tranmere. For an instant, Lee Rant felt as if his heart skipped a beat, and a jolt of electricity shot from his spine to the top of his head. The very thought sent a thrill through him. He slowly let out a breath, suppressed the surging excitement, and closed the 2 reports. Alan, well done. His gaze turned sharp again. Tomorrow I will personally draft our bid plan. You still have 3 weeks. I want to see scouting reports on everyone remaining on the list. Not a single one may be missing. At the break of dawn, figures already stirred in the office. The morning air carried a slight chill, and through the vast floor-to-ceiling window the rising sunlight cast a soft glow upon the side of Lee Rant's face. The coffee before him was still steaming. The excitement from the imminent early arrival of the robbery duo buzzed through Lee Rant's veins like a lingering current. He had not slept all night, yet felt no drowsiness, for that excitement had transformed into razor-sharp focus. The office door swung open, and the crisp sound of high heels approached from afar. Good morning, Director, Daisy said as she placed a document beside Lee Rant. She was dressed in a smart, tailored suit today, and as she leaned slightly forward, a subtle scent of citrus perfume drifted toward him. I've compiled the transfer records of Cannes for the past 2 years, Daisy said in a clear voice, setting another document by his hand. Last year they sold their midfield core Farnese to Saint Etienne in League One for about £2,000. The season before that, winger Hernandez transferred to Le Havre for £2,000. These are their outbound transfer records. In terms of acquisitions, their highest ever single transfer fee never exceeded £1,500. Daisy paused, raised her head, and met Lee Rant's gaze. Therefore, it's fair to conclude that for a club of Cannes' stature, the ceiling for a promising young player's expected price hovers around the £2,000 range. Her analysis was flawless, grounded entirely in market logic. 17 years old, the future left-back bulwark for Arsenal and international for the Gallic Roosters. In a few years, not to mention 2,000, even adding a 0 to that figure might only buy his leg. This was an absolute advantage created by information asymmetry. But what Lee Rant wanted was not merely to secure the deal. He wanted to cut through the tangle with one swift stroke, leaving the other side no time to react, and signing the contract directly to avoid complications later. £3,000. Daisy visibly froze, her beautiful blue eyes filled with astonishment. £3,000. Director, that's substantially above their expected ceiling. They'll take us for fools with deep pockets, and that will hurt our negotiating image with other clubs in the future. She was about to elaborate on the drawbacks of such an inflated price, but Lee Rant had already looked up, his calm, yet piercing gaze seeming to read her very mind. Daisy, what I need is not a negotiating image, it's efficiency. This price will completely overcome the psychological defenses of the Cannes board. It's higher than the market average, high enough that they can't refuse, but not absurdly high, so we won't look like reckless spendthrifts. What I want is that the moment they see the facts, the only option in their minds is accept. I don't want to waste even a minute of haggling with them. Daisy looked into Lee Rant's eyes and instantly understood the true intent behind the premium. Using money to buy time, overwhelming the other side's bargaining psychology with an absolute edge. What imposing confidence that was. You truly never leave the other side any room to bargain. She laughed softly, and that smile carried understanding and a hint of barely concealed admiration. His unconventional yet direct style was brimming with compelling charm. She turned toward the fax machine, her high heels clicking on the floor more crisply and briskly than when she entered. The machine began to hum steadily. The white paper was slowly fed and carrying Tranmere Rovers will to the distant south of France. Cannes, France. In the club's conference room, several executives gathered around a sheet just fed out of the fax machine, their expressions undergoing a dramatic shift. From bewilderment to shock, and then to barely concealed delight. 300,000 pounds. The club's financial director couldn't help raising his voice an octave. He removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes hard, almost wondering whether the recent fiscal deficit was causing him to hallucinate. Oh my God, am I seeing this right? Not 300,000, but 300,000. The chairman's hands trembled slightly as he adjusted the reading glasses on his nose. The muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, and a broad smile began to take shape on his face. For a League Two club struggling to cover its annual operating costs, £300 was enough to carry them securely through most of a season. But, Chairman, this is cliché, the youth academy director hesitantly spoke up. He is the most promising lad to emerge from our youth setup in years. His pace, his stamina. In 2 more years we could surely sell him for much more. Before he could finish, an older director beside him interrupted impatiently. Oh, come on. Wake up. We're not Marseille, not Paris Saint-Germain. That director said sharply. Wait 3 or 5 years. Who knows if we'll even remain in League Two? And who knows if he might suffer a serious injury and decline? Even if he does make it big given his contract terms, do you not know what tricks the big clubs might use to strip him away from us? How much would we get then? His words were like a bucket of cold water extinguishing the last flicker of unrealistic hope. Yes, such was the sorrow of a small club. They served as a cradle for stars, yet could never retain the talents they raised with their own hands. Rather than await an uncertain future, it was wiser to seize this windfall that fell from the sky, far exceeding their expectations. 300 pounds. The number echoed through the conference room, each syllable hammering at everyone's hearts, weighty and enticing. It was simply an unexpected blessing, a lavish gift they had never dared to hope for. At last the chairman let out a long breath. The wrinkles on his face smoothed into a smile mingled with relief, joy, and a sense of release. He picked up his pen without the slightest hesitation. Send the reply. His enunciation was exceptionally clear, brimming with the satisfaction of a closed deal. Accepted. In the Tranmere office, the cliché deal had been settled with astonishing speed. Daisy barely had time to celebrate the efficient victory before she promptly slid another thicker dossier in front of Liran. This time her expression was far more serious. Next is a tougher nut, Robin. Last season's Eredivisie best young player, the crown jewel of PSV Eindhoven. In 33 appearances for PSV, he scored 12 goals and provided 7 assists. The club regards him as the cornerstone of their future and values him extremely highly. She paused, then revealed an even thornier piece of information. To make matters worse, Manchester United have already begun keeping a close eye on him. Although no formal bid has been made, according to reliable Dutch media, Sir Alex Ferguson's scouting team has been present in the stands of PSV's home ground for 3 consecutive months. At this stage, Robin has already risen to prominence, yet his price remains within an acceptable range. A voice whispered in his mind. Now was the moment. If he waited another year, until the lad shone brightly at the European Championship, Chelsea's big spender would have to pay £12 million. This was the only chance to snatch a prize from the jaws of Ferguson and Abramovich. He closed the dossier with a crisp snap. Make an offer. His voice was low and resolute without a trace of wavering. What's the amount? Daisy looked up, knowing that this was the real centerpiece of today's negotiations. £5 million. A flash of sharpness crossed Liran's eyes. Alan's intelligence says PSV's expected price is above £5 million. This offer is designed to land precisely at the lower end of their expected range. Not a penny more, not a penny less. Just enough to please them and push open the door to negotiations. The fax was sent again. This time the wait was much longer than before. Several hours later, a reply finally arrived. PSV's response did not shut the door entirely, but the tone between the lines carried an air of condescending firmness. We can consider your offer, but the player himself does not agree to a transfer. Daisy's delicate face scrunched up as if she had just swallowed a whole lemon. This is a classic negotiation tactic. They push the player out front as a shield. Liran stared at the reply, a faint chilly smile curving at the corner of his mouth. They didn't refuse. They didn't say the money was insufficient either. This only shows that the power of money has already moved them. The PSV Eindhoven management, those shrewd Dutch merchants, had stepped up to the scales, weighing the allure of money against the promise of the future. Daisy, however, could not share his optimism. But the problem is that Robin's own attitude may very well be negative. He is a starter for the Eredivisie champions and a rising star for the Dutch national team. His eyes are set on giants like Manchester United and Real Madrid. Tranmere probably holds no appeal for him at all. Tranmere probably holds no attraction for him whatsoever. Liran leaned back in his spacious chair, his eyes narrowing slightly. That haunting image surfaced once again in his mind. A golden-haired youth sprinted down the flank, gliding like the wind. At the corner of the penalty area, he stamped to a sudden stop, cut inside with sheer audacity, and curled a perfect arc with his left foot. The ball nestled into the net. The future Flying Dutchman. The most vital piece in the dream of attacking from both wings. No matter what, he would not let this slip away. Ambition in a player is perfectly normal. Fax machines won't land a talent like this. He raised his head sharply, radiating an aura of being in total command. Enough waiting around. Pack your things, Daisy. Where are we going? To the Netherlands. We'll go meet this Flying Dutchman in person. In the living room of the Robin household, Arjen Robin sat on the sofa, arms folded, his expression cold and stern. Beside him sat his father Hans, a lean, sharp-eyed, middle-aged man, cradling a cup of coffee and acting as his son's agent. Opposite them, Lee Ran and Daisy sat side by side. Suppressing the exhaustion of the long flight, with sheer willpower, Lee Ran sat upright, quietly appraising the father and son. The First Division. Robin spoke first, his tone dripping with undisguised sarcasm. You're not even a Premier League club. Why would I leave PSV for a team nobody has heard of? His voice brimmed with the arrogance of a young prodigy, an unshakable certainty about his future. Lee Ran did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to Hans. Do you take the same view? Hans swirled his coffee cup, slowly blew on the steam, his movements nothing short of elegant. My son is the Eredivisie's best young talent at the moment. Manchester United scouts sit in the stands for every match he plays. He placed his cup down on the table with a distinct tap. You want me to give all this up to send him to England's second division? Mr. Lee Ran, you need to give me an offer I cannot refuse. Daisy started to interject, but Lee Ran stopped her with a gesture. His voice was cold and hard, yet sharply penetrating. Arjen, you want to establish yourself at Manchester United? All right. You'll be competing with Giggs, Solskjaer, and Forlan. At 19, you'll be treated as a prospect rather than a starter. Do you know what that means? Robin's brow furrowed even further. I can win my place with my strength. But you would have to wait. Lee Ran cut him off abruptly, his aura surging. Wait 6 months, wait a year, even 2 years. At a big club, the best result is being a rotation player. During the most critical developmental period of your career, you'd be welded to the bench watching every game from the sidelines, earning zero experience. Does that sound thrilling to you? He leaned forward, eyes blazing. Do you think I came here to bury you in the First Division? No. We already have Neuer, Sagna, Carrick, Van Persie, Ribery. A European U20 dream team is taking shape at Tranmere. What's missing is you. Once you join, our strength will be enough to overwhelm the competition. Promotion is simply a matter of time. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a mesmerizing persuasion. Here you have the chance to become a hero. Let a club into the Premier League and make history. You will gain incomparable exposure and become the focal point of all English football. Robin was stunned for a moment, a flicker of hesitation passing through his eyes. But his father Hans was not so easily swayed. He immediately poured cold water on it. That's a beautiful story, but how can you guarantee it? And what if the promotion campaign fails? My son's future cannot be wagered on your gamble. That was it. The most critical question had arrived. A smile curled at the corner of Lee Ran's mouth as he produced the prepared contract. It is all written clearly here, a 12 contract. If the team does not earn promotion to the Premier League in the 2003-04 season, you have a release clause. Lee Ran's finger pointed to a specific clause in the contract. Any club willing to pay £15 million can take him away. Not binding him to a long-term deal is the greatest security we can offer you. As for the salary, his gaze shifted once more to Hans, the man who truly cared about figures. I'll give him £20,000 a week. With us, he can enjoy the wages of a top club star ahead of schedule. 20,000. Hans sat bolt upright. He could no longer maintain his composure. His gaze erupted with a mixture of surprise and undisguised avarice. Robin's current salary at PSV was only £8,000 a week. What did this mean? It meant that whether Tranmere achieved promotion or not, they had secured a guaranteed insurance policy. A year later, if the team were promoted, they would have only 2 years remaining on the deal, free to charm the rich giants whenever they wished, a future of boundless promise. If the team failed, Robin could transfer through the release clause, and the year's handsome wages would already have firmly landed in their pockets. Yet Robin was still hesitating. Money and security were his father's concerns. He cared more about his own dreams. He murmured quietly, as if asking Lee Ran, and also asking himself. But Manchester United's stage is bigger. Lee Ran's gaze sharpened, suddenly piercing like a blade. The size of the stage does not matter. What matters is the role you play on it. At United, you are a supporting character, a new arrival waiting for your chance. At Tranmere, you are the absolute core, the immovable starter. Silence. Robin's breathing quickened, his fingertips drummed a rhythmic beat on the sofa's armrest, his heart thumping as if struck by a mallet. Hero or supporting role? Core or substitute? His father Hans took it all in, and the answer had already crystallized in his mind. This young man from England had seized every one of their weaknesses and satisfied every one of their desires. Arjen. Hans spoke in a low voice, carrying a note of gentle guidance. Sometimes what matters more than the stage is whether you can stand in the spotlight. Robin's tapping stopped. He lifted his head, sharply staring fixedly at Lee Ran. The hesitation and struggle in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a kindled ambition burning with a dangerous glow. Fine. One word as decisive as steel. I'm in. Daisy, standing beside him, quietly let out a breath she had been holding for a long time. Her tense shoulders relaxed at last, and an irrepressible smile spread across her face. A look of sheer admiration for her boss's masterful skill. With Robin himself agreeing to join Eindhoven's club strategy of playing hard to get had completely lost its power. The player's own desire proved to be the final straw that toppled all commercial maneuvering. Ultimately, Lee Ran secured the future world-class winger for £5.8 million. In just 2 short weeks. In Tranmere's office, an entirely new squad list lay quietly on Lee Rand's desk. Carrick £3.2 million. Krish £300,000. Robin £5.8 million. Clinton Hill £250,000. David Bentley on loan. Lee Rand's fingers glided slowly across these names, his fingertips seemingly feeling the boundless potential housed within these young bodies. Unseen by the outside world, Tranmere's squad had undergone a complete transformation and upgrade. The total transfer market investment was approaching £10 million. This figure in the 2003 English First Division struck like a heavy bomb, sending ripples across the entire English football landscape. It even overshadowed some cash-strapped Premier League clubs. Even Wigan Athletic, who had also been promoted last season and had spent generously in the second division, now appeared diminished. In just one season, the financial circumstances of these two promoted teams had undergone a dramatic reversal. Madness. Tranmere is absolutely mad. The headline of the Liverpool Echo was filled with astonishment. Of course, the club could not only spend money without earning it. Lee Rand took the opportunity to clear out some fringe players from the squad who had fallen behind the pace and were merely occupying spots, recovering approximately £300,000. £300,000. Lee Rand closed the transfer report and turned his gaze to a financial document. For an investment on the scale of £10 million, this sum was barely enough to cover several months of Robin's wages. Successfully winning the second division championship and earning promotion to the first division allowed Tranmere to retain its existing sponsors. But annual fixed sponsorship of millions of pounds could no longer satisfy the club's appetites in the face of £10 million investments. Revenue must be expanded. Attracting more investment had become the top priority of the club's new season strategy. Lee Rand's fingertips tapped gently on the desk, producing a steady rhythmic sound. His gaze seemed to penetrate the office walls, crossing the English Channel, reaching toward the distant east. Huaxia, that vast land filled with passionate fascination for European football, was an untapped goldmine waiting to be discovered. A grand plan formed in his mind. One that could make Tranmere instantly famous across Huaxia overnight. And to open this door of wealth, a unique key was needed. One name surfaced clearly in Lee Rand's mind: Lee Weifeng. This mainstay defender of the Huaxia national team, who had just completed a full season on loan at Everton, stood at a crossroads in his career. Frustrated, yet eager to prove himself in Europe. He was that key. But new questions arose. The defensive line was already somewhat crowded. The newly signed Hill brought wealth of experience. Captain Dave served as the team's spiritual pillar, and not to mention there was a young player named Pepe on his recruitment list awaiting a call-up. If they pursued Lee Weifeng, 4 or even 5 capable players would compete for just 2 center-back positions, inevitably creating significant internal friction. Captain Dave, whom he had defended against all opposition, would undoubtedly be pushed aside. He could not let this loyal captain fade into obscurity. A bold, nearly reckless idea took shape in his mind. Defensive midfield. Fortunately, after the recent purge, the team's midfield consisted only of Sean Williams and the newly arrived Carrick, with severely lacking squad depth. Transform Dave. This thought instantly cleared Lee Rand's mind. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed manager Rogers' number. "Brandon, come to my office. I have an idea regarding the tactical core for the new season." Rogers arrived shortly. After hearing Lee Rand's complete vision, signing Lee Weifeng to open the Huaxia market while transforming Captain Dave into a defensive midfielder to strengthen the midfield, thick surprise flashed across his blue eyes, followed by prolonged contemplation. Dave to defensive midfield. Rogers frowned deeply, pacing back and forth in the office, his fingers unconsciously stroking his chin. "Director, I understand your commercial considerations, but from a sporting perspective this is too risky. Dave's defensive hardness and leadership qualities are beyond question, but the midfield requires running coverage, 360-degree awareness, and most importantly, ball distribution. His entire career has been built facing forward in defense. Asking him to turn track back and handle the ball in tight spaces presents a tremendous challenge for him. Director, this move is too dangerous. That is precisely why I need you, Brandon." Lee Rand looked at him, his gaze sharp and resolute. "I don't need him to become Pirlo. I need him to become Gattuso. Design a simple tactical system for him, making him the shield before Carrick, our destroyer. His task is not to orchestrate, but to destroy, to devour. I believe you can accomplish this." Rogers stopped pacing and met Lee Rand's gaze for a moment. What he saw in those eyes was not a businessman's speculation, but a strategist's determination. Finally, he exhaled slowly and nodded. "Very well, I accept this challenge. If it succeeds, it truly would be a brilliant solution, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I'll go fetch Dave." As captain, when Dave heard this decision, the smile on his face froze instantly rigid at the corner of his mouth. He instinctively clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the forced cold sweat seeping from his palms. Asking him to abandon the center-back position he had familiarized himself with and fought for over many years to venture into the completely unfamiliar realm of defensive midfield. This was not merely a challenge to him, but more like an exile. He remained silent for a long time, the air in the office seeming to grow heavy and dense. He thought of every ball he had slid to intercept for the team, every time he had roared from the back line, every tear shed when he kissed the club badge after last season's promotion. Had all of that become obsolete? Had he fallen behind the pace of this team? "Director, coach." He finally spoke, his voice dry and raspy as if ground by sandpaper. I'm afraid I won't play well. The midfield tempo. The running. I fear I'll hold the team back. If I can. He couldn't finish the sentence, but the fear of should I just be sold then was clearly written across his face. Lee Rand strode forward and placed both hands firmly on Dave's slightly trembling shoulders, his gaze serious and sincere, as though pouring strength directly into his body. Dave, look at me. I am not eliminating you. I am entrusting you with the most important position on this team. Remember that final minute against Wigan Athletic last season? It was your roar that steadied everyone. I need your leadership. I need your voice positioned at the most critical area of the pitch. The defensive line can be changed, the forwards can be changed, but you will forever be our spiritual pillar, the backbone of this team. Rogers also added, tactically your task will be very straightforward, Dave. Become our shield in front of the defensive line, go tear apart the opponent's attacks. We believe in your football intelligence and your determination. We will train alongside you until you become every attacking midfielder's nightmare in the first division. Gazing into their trusting eyes, hearing those words, forever our backbone, the coldness and unease in Dave's heart gradually gave way to a surging warmth. This was not abandonment, but the team needing him to shoulder greater responsibility. He took a deep breath and abruptly straightened his slightly stooped posture, his struggle and fear transforming into resolve and burning competitive spirit. All right. He nodded heavily, his voice low, yet absolutely firm, as if swearing a military oath. For the team, I am willing to try. I will never let you down. With internal arrangements resolved, Lee Rand's plan faced no further obstacles. He immediately picked up the phone and began contacting the Hwasha Iron defender who could open the door to the east for him. With internal arrangements resolved, Lee Rand's plan faced no further obstacles. He immediately picked up the phone and began contacting the Hwasha Iron defender who could open the door to the east for him. With internal arrangements resolved, Lee Rand's plan faced no further obstacles. He immediately picked up the phone and began contacting the Hwasha Iron defender who could open the door to the east for him. In a modest apartment in Liverpool, beyond the window lay the perpetually overcast English sky, thick and heavy. Li Weifeng leaned forward, his expression composed and unreadable, as he neatly folded several garments and tucked them into his luggage. The case was already half filled, much like the hollow space he carried within his heart. His lone spell at Everton had come to an unbearably bitter end. Just one league appearance, one cup match. This was the answer he had delivered for the entire season. On the television screen, the Premier League season highlights were being replayed. Those fields he had once so passionately desired now felt like fine needles pricking at him, leaving him unable to even summon the will to cast a glance. For a national team player in his prime, this was nothing short of a quiet exile, a gentle but unmistakable indignity. The fire within him had nearly been doused one by long hours spent on the bench, by the quiet barriers of language that separated him from everything familiar beneath the cold, steady rain of Merseyside. His belongings were nearly packed, his flight back to Pingching already booked. He could almost picture how the media would frame his return home, defining the entire year with words like a failed journey abroad. The European dream seemed ready to conclude. And then his phone rang, the sudden chime breaking the heavy stillness of the room. An unfamiliar British number. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if it were a sales call or simply a misdial. But in the end, he slid his finger across the screen and answered. Hello, is this Li Weifeng? A young yet steady male voice came through the lines, speaking in flawless Mandarin. Li Weifeng froze instantly, his fingers tightening around the phone. Hearing such a clear, familiar tongue spoken far from home brought a fleeting sense of disorientation. This is he. I am Li Rand, the football director of Tranmere. Li Rand. The name was unmistakable to Li Weifeng. In the recent circles of British football, this fellow countryman's name had become synonymous with quiet miracles. Hello, Li Weifeng replied, his tone carrying a faint note of caution and curiosity. Li Rand wasted no time, speaking with directness and clarity. I know about your situation at Everton, and I understand you are preparing to return home. Before you board that flight, I would like to offer you another path. Li Weifeng stopped what he was doing, his hands resting still beside the half-packed suitcase. A sudden quiet pulse quickened within him. Tranmere has just been promoted to League One. For the upcoming season, I am offering you a guaranteed starting position. League One. A starting role. Those words struck like a clear bell, cutting through the gray clouds above his mind and bringing sudden sharp clarity. It was only League One, far from the glittering stage of the Premier League, yet it meant he could continue his journey overseas. He did not have to retreat in silence. He could remain on European soil and find another chance to prove himself. Why? Me. Li Weifeng's voice carried a slight roughness as he steadied his breathing, keeping the tremor from his words. After a year filled with polite refusals, this unexpected offering felt almost surreal. There was a brief pause on the other end, and then Li Rand's voice returned, warmer, now shedding its formal edge. Because we need a top-class Asian central defender. Your aerial ability and defensive strength are exactly what we require. And beyond that, in a foreign land, having a compatriot reach out is always a good thing. A fellow countryman. Two simple words like warm sunlight breaking through winter, gently melting the heavy walls Li Weifeng had built over the past year, dissolving loneliness, disappointment, and uncertainty alike. His eyes grew suddenly warm, a quiet surge rising in his chest. He held the phone tightly, his knuckles pale. He thought of those countless days and nights watching the pitch from the bench, of the quiet evenings spent training alone, of the doubts from the outside and the stubborn hope he had refused to let go. Now a hand was being offered to him by a Chinese compatriot who had already written his own extraordinary story in British football, saying simply, "We need you." What reason did he have to hesitate? What left to question? All right. Li Weifeng's answer was equally brief. A single word, yet one that carried the quiet strength of long-held dreams finally finding light. "I accept." The call ended. Li Weifeng took a slow breath and walked to the window, gazing out at the still overcast sky. Yet now behind those heavy clouds he imagined he could already feel the first warmth of dawn. He turned and walked purposefully toward the nearly packed suitcase, reaching in to take out the neatly folded clothes one by one and hanging them back into the wardrobe. At that very moment, in Li Rant's office, there was no delay. He immediately asked Daisy to send an official 2-year loan agreement to the Pingqing Jianlibo Football Club. He knew the ripple from this single phone call was only beginning to spread. As expected, with Li Rant's quiet guidance behind the scenes, the news moved faster than anything, crossing time zones and oceans, igniting discussion across Chinese social media almost instantly. In moments, the once obscure name Tranmere rocketed to the top of sports forums and news sites across China. Fans were swept into excitement. Forum servers briefly buckled under the sudden wave of traffic. Comments poured in by the thousands. "Wait, Li Ran actually signed it too. Where is Tranmere? I don't care. From today onward they are my team. 10-year fan starts now. This makes me emotional. I was so worried when Datu was stuck on the bench at Everton. Brother Ran has brought him home. A Chinese-owned club standing tall. Are the Li Weifeng and Li Tai partnership returning? One directing from the front, the other anchoring the defense. What a sight. Please tell me there will be merchandise. I want a shirt with Li W.F. on it right away. Take it easy. Brother Ran is playing the long game. This is more than a simple signing." At the center of it all, Li Ran watched the scrolling comments on his screen, a quiet smile forming at the corner of his lips. Step 1 complete. Just as he had cast a stone into still water, the ripples were now spreading faster than anyone expected, soon to become a wave reshaping the commercial landscape in China. Signing Li Weifeng had never been about a simple transfer. This single move was carefully placed upon a much larger board, touching every corner of the Chinese market. His gaze had already settled upon the next great opportunity. Keen, a Chinese mobile telecommunications company that had risen to prominence at the turn of the century, now finding itself pressed against its home market by the towering presence of international giants such as Nokia and Motorola, their patents and brand strength forming walls that left little room to breathe. They were searching for a breakthrough, a moment that could bind the name Keen to global ambition, to passion, and to national pride. And so they had chosen football, placing their hopes upon the Premier League. The moves that sent Li Tai and Li Weifeng to Everton were at their core grand commercial gestures. Massive sponsorship deals intertwined with player transfers designed to gain visibility through an indirect route. Yet Everton's stage, for all its prestige, remained someone else's house, with influence held in modest measure. Now a new possibility had emerged, richer in potential and promise. Tranmere, a club where a Chinese football director held firm authority, where Li Ran's name alone carried the weight of wonder and attention. When news of Li Ran signing Li Weifeng reached domestic executives at Keen, they recognized immediately that this was an opportunity far more striking and far more valuable than their earlier sponsorship of Everton. They would not let it pass. Within 24 hours of confirmation, a senior executive named Mr. Hao, holding real decision-making power at Keen Group, was already seated on a flight from Pingqing to England. The moment the plane touched down, he contacted Li Ran through Li Weifeng's personal number, eager to begin the conversation. In the heart of Liverpool, an elegant Michelin-starred restaurant. Soft light fell upon the pristine white tablecloths, while the air was filled with the rich aroma of fine ingredients mingled with red wine. 3 people took their seats. Li Ran sat with composed ease, his fingers absently tracing the rim of his wine glass, as his calm gaze assessed the man across the table. Li Weifeng, by contrast, appeared somewhat reserved today. He was more of a facilitator, a witness. He sat upright with a straight back, his eyes full of gratitude and trust toward Li Ran. Seated at the head of the table was the very man who had flown in overnight, President Hao. He was in his early 40s, slightly stout, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and his eyes carried the shrewdness and decisiveness of a seasoned businessman. Director Li. President Hao raised his glass, his voice booming with an enthusiasm impossible to refuse. "I finally get to see the real person. With this move of yours, you've kept Weifeng here in England. On behalf of Kajian and football fans across the nation, I must toast you. I'll drink mine to the last drop. Please drink as you wish." He tilted his head back and drained the costly Bordeaux in one go, displaying a hearty boldness. Li Ran smiled and clinked glasses with him, the scarlet wine gently swirling in the glass. He knew the real main event was only just beginning. He had extended considerable goodwill, for his ambitions reached far beyond Kajian alone. Through President Hao and Kajian, he intended to send an unmistakable signal to the entire Chinese business community. Here in England, there is a club where the Chinese have the final say. This would be the ideal showcase and bridgehead for every made in China and created in China brand aspiring to take the world stage. "President Hao, you're too kind." Li Ran set down his glass, his voice steady and sincere. "Signing Weifeng wasn't primarily about business. I believe big heads' experience, defensive solidity, and leadership qualities are exactly the pieces Tranmere needs in their push for the Premier League. That is the fundamental reason we are willing to offer a 2-year contract and a starting berth. He paused, turning his appreciative gaze to Li Weifeng beside him. Just like General Fan at Crystal Palace back in the day, I firmly believe our finest Chinese players are fully capable of establishing themselves in English professional football, even becoming the absolute core of their team. Of course, Li Ran said, shifting the conversation with a subtle warmth of kinship that felt just right. I also have a personal motive. Seeing our Chinese players shine on the European stage is the simplest wish I have as a Chinese person. I hope Tranmere can become their most steadfast home in Europe. These words were impeccably delivered. They affirmed Li Weifeng's competitive value, framing the signing as a purely football-related move, while also cleverly elevating the narrative by linking the club to the notion of a home for Chinese players, instantly striking the most resonant chord in President Hao's heart. The admiration in President Hao's eyes deepened. This young man before him, though not old in years, displayed a sophistication and vision in his speech and manner that far exceeded expectations. Good. Well said. President Hao set his glass down with a crisp clink. Director Li, since we're all straightforward people, I'll skip the pleasantries and get straight to business. He leaned forward slightly, his demeanor shifting from warmth to sharp intensity. To be frank, Kajian's previous sponsorship agreement with Everton was for shirt front advertising worth £1 million per year with a 2-year term. The only additional clause was that Everton had to sign 2 or 3 Chinese players and guarantee them a certain amount of playing time. Li Ran listened quietly without interrupting. President Hao continued. Now that Weifeng has come to Tranmere, our company would likewise like to become the shirt front advertisement sponsor for your club. He held up 5 fingers. The value would be £500,000 per year, also for a 2-year term. Director Li, what do you think? £500,000. Hearing this figure, Li Weifeng's heart sank. Though he knew little about business, he understood this was a direct 50 cut from Everton's sponsorship. He looked nervously at Li Ran, afraid the young director might feel slighted. However, a subtle, almost imperceptible curve appeared at the corner of Li Ran's mouth. Everything was under control. President Hao, Li Ran's voice remained steady, yet carried an undeniable force. Your offer is made in good faith. I also acknowledge that given Tranmere's current standing as a League One club, £500,000 a year for shirt advertising is a very fair, even generous, price. A flicker of triumph passed behind President Hao's gold-rimmed glasses. In his view, the negotiation was as good as won. But the very next second, Li Ran's tone took a sharp turn. But I decline. Li Ran leaned forward, his blazing gaze locked onto President Hao's eyes, his entire presence suddenly radiating a commanding, almost assertive aura. I have a new proposal. Please hear me out. The atmosphere in the restaurant quietly stilled. The 2-year term remains unchanged. For the first year, £500,000, I agree completely. President Hao was taken aback, not understanding Li Ran's intention. Li Ran's voice echoed clearly above the table, carrying a wild confidence. But the contract must include a performance clause. If Tranmere successfully earns promotion to the Premier League at the end of this season. His pace suddenly slowed, each word landing like a heavy hammer upon President Hao's heart. The sponsorship fee for the second year will automatically surge to £2 million. Boom. £2 million. The figure struck the ears of President Hao and Li Weifeng like a thunderbolt. Li Weifeng's eyes widened instantly, his breath caught in his throat. He stared at Li Ran in disbelief, his heart thumping wildly. Promotion within a single year. Sponsorship quadrupling. This. What audacity, what madness. As for President Hao, the finger he habitually tapped on the table froze midair. For the first time, his composed, sharp facade showed a crack replaced by sheer astonishment. A Chinese director together with a Chinese core player leading a newly promoted League One side to complete the miracle of Premier League promotion in just 1 year. Li Ran's lips curled upward in a wild grin, his eyes burning with the fire of ambition. President Hao, you are an expert in marketing. Can you imagine what an overwhelming tide of headlines this would be? President Hao's mind raced at lightning speed, his gold-rimmed glasses barely concealing the intense gleam flashing in his eyes. A Chinese director. A Chinese core. Promotion in 1 year. These keywords collided repeatedly in his mind, igniting countless wild images. He could almost see the overwhelming media headlines before his eyes. Miracle. Chinese force leads Tranmere to Premier League in 1 year. Kajian's bet of the century. The greatest sports marketing in history. By then, the front of Tranmere's shirts would bear the 2 Chinese characters Kajian. This would no longer be simple advertising exposure. It would be a deep entanglement with a football miracle and a source of national pride. The eyes of the entire nation would turn to them. Kajian, this brand would, along with Tranmere, resound across China overnight. £2 million. If we truly achieve promotion to the Premier League, this £2 million shirt sponsorship deal is practically found money. It's a guaranteed win-win bargain. If the bet fails, sponsoring a League One side with a Chinese core for £500,000 is no loss. If it succeeds, a mere $2 million can leverage global prestige that even $20 million or $200 million cannot buy. This deal is a bargain, an absolutely incredible bargain. Excellent. The scrutiny and sharpness in President Hao's eyes were instantly replaced by a more fervent admiration and decisiveness. He slapped the table, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Then we'll do exactly as Director Li suggests. He grabbed his wine glass and looked at Li Ran, his eyes devoid of hesitation, leaving only the excitement of a worthy adversary. Deal. The 2 words fell with decisive weight. The curve of Li Ran's lips widened. He raised his own glass and clinked it firmly against President Hao's in midair. Clink. The crisp sound was the resonance of ambition and capital, the sealing of an agreement. However, President Hao set down his glass, leaned forward again, a flush of excitement on his face. I have one more request. Please go ahead, President Hao, Li Ran said calmly. I hope the signing of Wei Feng and our Kajian sponsorship will not be completed quietly here in England. President Hao's speech quickened, his eyes gleaming with the brilliance of a marketing genius. I want to go back to China. In the capital. For Wei Feng, and for this magnificent partnership, we will hold an unprecedented and grandest press conference and signing ceremony. I want every fan and every media outlet in China to know that their national team captain will join as a core starter, a club controlled by our Chinese director and determined to challenge for the Premier League. I want everyone to see that our Kajian will stand as their most solid backing, accompanying them as they campaign across English shores. This proposal made Li Ran's eyebrows rise slightly. He immediately understood President Hao's intent. This shrewd businessman could hardly wait to cash in on the value of this high-stakes gamble ahead of time. This was a perfect example of leverage marketing. By packaging Li Weifeng's personal influence, Tranmere's Chinese element, and Kajian's brand sponsorship together, it would ignite a media sensation back home. For President Hao, it was a shrewd maneuver that recouped costs even before the sponsorship contract took effect. For Li Ran, his mind was also racing. Go back to China. It would indeed take some time. This was the final golden window for player transfers. Every day was critical. He needed to sign more suitable pieces for the team. But holding the press conference in China also brought tremendous benefits. It was not merely a signing announcement, it was the most direct and effective roadshow targeting the entire Chinese market. He could take this opportunity to reach more potential partners. Sports brands, beverage giants, internet companies, automobile manufacturers. Any Chinese enterprise aspiring to go global and eager to elevate its brand profile on the European football stage could become a sponsor of Tranmere. Sleeve sponsorships on jerseys, training kit, advertising, stadium billboards, even stadium naming rights. All of these meant money. They were the ammunition Tranmere needed for their Premier League push. Why not do it? That's an excellent proposal. Li Ran's face showed an approving expression. President Hao, I would be delighted to make a trip back home. It would be my honor to announce Wei Feng's arrival before our fellow countrymen. Then he shifted his tone, his gaze turning profound. But you also know that this is the off-season. For a football club, this is the golden period for orchestrating player transfers. Every day I spend in China is precious. His voice was not heavy, but every word carried clear direction. I don't want to delay for too long. So I want this trip back to be worth it. He stressed the word worth with exceptional clarity. What kind of man was President Hao? He was a seasoned veteran who had weathered countless storms in the business world. He instantly read the subtext in Li Ran's words. The young man before him had agreed to his marketing plan, but at the same time had put forward his own demands. What he wanted was not a simple press conference, but a platform for resource matchmaking. What he meant by worth it was real, tangible commercial value. Far from being displeased, President Hao burst into hearty laughter. He liked dealing with people like this. Clear goals, direct and efficient. Director Li, rest assured. President Hao thumped his chest resoundingly, his entire aura instantly shifting from a shrewd businessman to a warm and gracious host. As for the press conference, from venue to media, leave everything to me. I guarantee the highest standard in the country. He stepped closer, lowering his voice, but his confidence was brimming over. As for what concerns you, that's not a problem at all. I'll mobilize all the connections I've built over the years to invite potential partners from every industry for you. I can't claim to bring half the titans of Chinese business, but at the very least, anyone you wish to meet will be right before you. President Hao's eyes gleamed with the formidable confidence of a self-made success. I promise your trip to China will be well worth more than the cost. Li Ran smiled and extended his hand, shaking President Hao's firmly. Then President Hao, see you in China. See you in China. The three raised their glasses simultaneously. That evening when Li Ran returned to his apartment, he did not rest immediately. He poured himself a glass of ice water and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the city skyline outlined by lights below. The river reflected a brilliant ribbon of light like a shattered Milky Way. He picked up his phone without the slightest hesitation. His first call was to his assistant Daisy. Daisy, get ready. We're going to China. Daisy on the other end was clearly surprised, but her professionalism immediately put her into work mode. Very well, Director. How many days will the trip be? I need to book your flights and hotel. The itinerary is undecided for now, but it won't be long. Also notify business manager Thompson and legal counsel Roberts to come along. This trip may involve a series of commercial contract signings, so they'll need to conduct financial assessments and legal coordination on the spot. Understood. Daisy's voice was crisp and decisive. After hanging up, Li Ran did not pause. He immediately called up another number and dialed. This time it was Chairman Evans. The moment the call connected, Li Ran could hear a somewhat noisy background sound from the earpiece. It was Evans' beloved grandson. Li, it's so late. Is there an emergency? Evans' voice carried a hint of fatigue, but it remained gentle. Li Ran could picture the old man at that moment, perhaps enjoying the simple joy of family with his precious grandson. Chairman, I have good news for you. Li Ran's tone was calm, but the energy within it was powerful enough to penetrate the airwaves. Concise and to the point, he gave Evans a full report on the agreement just reached with the Counterattack group and the plan to return to China for a press conference. A long silence fell on the other end of the line. He did not urge, he simply waited quietly. He knew this news would take time for Evans to process. Finally, Evans' voice returned carrying an incredulous tremor. Lee, are you saying that you've not only secured a substantial sponsorship from China for the club, but are also planning to hold a nationwide press conference in China? Yes, Chairman. My God. Evans let out a long, deep sigh. The sound was filled with a tangle of emotions, surprise, elation, but above all a heartfelt sense of wonder. As the chairman of the club, he was fully aware of the limits of his own abilities. With his connections and energy, he could barely maintain the club's existing sponsorship deals, which totaled only a few £1,000,000. This was already his limit. Like a diligent gatekeeper, he guarded the legacy left by his forefathers, preventing it from declining, but unable to make it shine anew. But what about Lee Ran? How long had this young man been at Tranmere? 1 season. Just 1 season. He had turned a low-cost signing into a record-breaking transfer worth a staggering £22 million. A single deal that set the highest revenue record in the club's centennial history. That money was not simply money. It was the confidence fueling the team's push for the Premier League, the lifeline that could rejuvenate the club and free it from financial woes. And now, leveraging his Chinese heritage, he had opened a brand new door for the club in the distant East. A sponsorship contract worth millions of pounds in the future. A grand press conference set to stir nationwide attention. Evans sat in his spacious leather armchair, feeling his heart beating vigorously in his chest. He suddenly realized how conservative and out of place his old mindset of simply preserving the club had been. The times had changed. So had the football world. Those who remained stagnant would inevitably be crushed by the relentless march of progress. And Lee Ran was precisely the one standing at the forefront, riding the tide of his era. This young man possessed not only talent and ambition. He shared a fundamental common ground with Evans's father, and with everyone who had devoted themselves to this club. They all loved this club deeply, almost irredeemably. Every move Lee Ran made, whether an audacious player transfer or a masterful business negotiation, was ultimately aimed at making Tranmere stronger. Such pure love could not be feigned. It was reflected in every painstaking effort and in every detail where he fought for the club's interests. A long and profound thought gradually took shape in Evans's mind, growing ever clearer and firmer. Perhaps the time had come. It was time to truly hand over the heavy family responsibility to someone more capable and equally devoted. A person who could lead this centennial club toward a brighter horizon. Holding the phone, his gaze drifted through the study window toward the distant Prenton Park, quietly sleeping in the night. That place carried all his childhood memories and the deep emotional bond of his entire life. After a long deliberation, his resolve finally crystallized into a decision. Evans spoke into the receiver with an unprecedentedly solemn tone. Lee, go ahead. Do everything you believe is good for the club. When you return from China, we need to have a thorough talk about Tranmere's future. After hanging up, Evans slowly walked to the bookshelf and took down a photo frame. The frame held a black and white photograph of his father holding him as a child standing by the Prenton Park pitch. In the photo, his father looked full of vigor. He traced his fingers over the cold glass, and the last trace of hesitation vanished from his eyes. Perhaps handing this family legacy to the young Lee Ran was the best choice. He had made his decision. Once Lee Ran returned from China, he would truly hand the club over to him, keeping only a small share of equity for himself. This would be his final accommodation to the Evans name and to his family. 3 days later, at the banquet hall of the Capital International Hotel in China, thousands of miles away, the crystal chandeliers beneath the vaulted ceiling refracted countless points of light, gilding everything below with a radiant golden glow. Outside the hall, the press conference had just set off a storm of public attention. A swarm of reporters surrounded the spokespersons of Pingching Lijian Bayo and Counterattack Group, the blinding sea of camera flashes threatening to spill beyond the corridor. Li Weifeng joins Tranmere. Counterattack Group reaches an epic strategic partnership with an English club. The two pieces of news, like twin bombshells, were destined to shake the entire Chinese sports circle that summer. And the architect of it all, Lee Ran, was now at the calm eye of the storm, surrounded by the buzz. He had changed out of his stiff business suit into a sleek, perfectly tailored dark evening suit. Standing over 6 feet tall, he now looked like a fashion model, his long legs impossible to ignore. He held a glass of red wine, his expression as calm and composed as ever. Nearby, two well-dressed real estate tycoons were talking in low voices, but their eyes kept drifting toward Lee Ran. That young man is truly remarkable. He earned £20 million from a single transfer, and now he's making big waves back home. More than remarkable, he's extraordinary. Look at him, who would think he's only in his 20s. Just then, a figure in a deep blue gown quietly appeared beside him, instantly drawing everyone's gaze. It was Daisy. She had also changed out of her daytime business suit and slipped into a deep blue silk evening gown. The fabric shimmered with a watery sheen under the lights. The gown clung elegantly to her figure, accentuating her graceful curves with a poised, refined silhouette. Thin straps crossed her bare shoulders, and her delicate collarbones gleamed softly in the light. She also held a glass of champagne. Walking in high heels, she deliberately slowed her pace and made her way through the crowd, heading straight toward Lee Ran. The air seemed to thicken as she moved, drawing the eyes of countless business figures and sports celebrities alike, a strikingly magnetic presence. She stopped beside Li Ran, bringing a subtle fragrance of champagne and fine perfume. "Director, you are the star of tonight." Daisy's voice was low and soft, almost whispered as she leaned in slightly. "Don't let your little assistant steal your spotlight." A hint of playful teasing amusement lingered in her words. Li Ran did not pause his glass. He didn't even turn his head, but a faint smile crossed his mind. This woman was indeed enchanting. He finally turned to face her, his deep gaze meeting her blue eyes directly for the first time that evening, a hint of amusement curling at the corner of his lips. Li Ran's voice was low, as if stating a fact. "Spotlight is never something someone else can take away." His gaze was sharp and resolute, as if it could hold her still, leaving her breath slightly unsteady. He lifted the corner of his mouth ever so slightly, an undeniable authority in his expression. "But you are different." His tone softened, sending a flutter through her heart. "If you like tonight, you can be more than just an assistant." The words were like a spark falling into dry grass, stirring a warm resonance within her. Daisy felt her heart tighten and her throat grow warm. Her usual composure utterly melted away. She had accompanied this man through the journey from League Two to League One, witnessing how he turned situations around with ease and outmaneuvered the wheeliest opponents. She had long been captivated by him. It was only because of her role as his assistant that she had never dared to cross that line. But tonight, the intoxicating lights, the music, the wine, and his soul-stirring words had melted away her reservations. Her last shred of professional restraint gave way completely. She no longer wanted to hold back. A bright smile blossomed on Daisy's lips, and her wine-kissed blue eyes sparkled with a playful, charming gleam. She unconsciously moved a step closer to Li Ran until she was almost beside him. Her straightforward and vivacious nature was fully evident in that moment. She decided that tonight she would let herself be bold. Raising her glass, she gently clinked it against Li Ran's with a soft, clear ringing sound. Then she stepped forward, lowered her head near his ear, and whispered a few words in a voice so soft that only he could hear. Gentle, yet unmistakably sincere. Then, "Director," she said, "would you like to have a quiet chat after the banquet?" On the other side of the banquet hall, in a separate private reception room, the atmosphere was far more serious. Thompson, the business director, and Roberts, the legal counsel, were holding closed-door negotiations with several Chinese business representatives. The people in the room came from top domestic beverage brands, real estate giants, and even newly emerging internet companies. On the small conference table lay several meticulously crafted business proposals: jersey sleeve advertising slots, stadium pitch sideboards, naming rights to Princeton Park, and Tranmere Rovers Youth Academy cooperation project in China. Every one of them represented a substantial sum of money that would make ordinary clubs green with envy. An executive from a renowned domestic beverage brand adjusted his glasses and was the first to speak with the shrewd, probing tone of a businessman. "Mr. Thompson, with all due respect, your proposal is tempting, but Tranmere is after all only a League One club. Is their exposure really worth this price?" At this, Thompson was not fazed. Instead, a confident smile spread across his face. He looked around the room and spoke at a measured pace, every word weighty and persuasive. "Ladies and gentlemen, please do not misunderstand. Tranmere are not here today to sell a gimmick about a Chinese player going abroad. Sponsoring us is not an expense." Thompson leaned forward slightly, his elbows resting on the table, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. "It is an investment. It is letting your brands shine on the future stage of the Premier League, the league with the largest global audience. This investment is far better value than any advertising money you could spend anywhere else. We are not selling advertising space. What we are selling is a future in which your brand is written into history together with a rising new force in British football." The executives across the table exchanged glances, the shrewdness and ambition in their eyes flared up at once. Back at the main table, the atmosphere was growing livelier. President Hao of the Kajin Group had personally seated himself beside Li Ran. After several rounds of toasts, the gathering had become quite warm. When the moment was ripe, this veteran who had spent half a lifetime navigating the business world finally revealed his trademark smile, seasoned, measured, and deeply knowing. He lowered his voice and leaned toward Li Ran. "Director Li, there is someone I must introduce to you." Just as President Hao finished speaking, a tall, distinguished, middle-aged man walked over with a glass of wine in hand. His steps were steady, his gaze confident, and he carried the composed presence of one long accustomed to authority. Li Ran's eyes narrowed slightly. The newcomer was none other than President Wang, representative of the LN brand, at that time the most prominent powerhouse in China's sports industry. Director Li, so young and accomplished. The man gave a hearty smile and extended his hand first. His voice was clear and full of vitality. "Likewise." Li Ran rose to his feet, raising his glass with his left hand in greeting, while his right hand met the other man's in a formal handshake. The moment their palms touched, Li Ran could feel the dry, steady strength in the other man's grip. President Hao laughed heartily, a laugh filled with the satisfaction of someone in control of the room. He raised his glass and got straight to the point of this pivotal meeting. "We are all among friends today, so I will speak plainly. Tranmere want to open up the Chinese market, and the LN brand wants to break out of Asia and go global." His gaze moved between Li Ran and President Wang before landing firmly on Li Ran. "In my view, Tranmere is the perfect springboard for LN to enter the ranks of European football." President Wang immediately nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with approval and expectation. The air around them seemed to grow warmer at the word springboard. Li Ran's expression did not change. The crisp clink of glass was exceptionally clear in that moment. He raised his eyes, met the keen gazes of President Wang and President Hao, and spoke slowly. President Hao calls it a springboard, but I believe that is not quite accurate. At these words, President Wang, who had been nodding warmly a moment before, paused slightly. President Hao's smile also stiffened slightly. It should be the only exclusive springboard. The only one. Exclusive. President Wang, let us do the math. If LN wants to enter Europe and chooses to sponsor a mid to lower table Premier League club, what would happen? Annual sponsorship fees alone would start at several million pounds. Your brand logo would be lost in a sea of dozens of other sponsors hardly noticeable. And if the team's results decline or it is relegated, your multi-million pound investment instantly turns into an extremely risky gamble. You could lose it all. Every word Li Ran spoke dissected the risks at the core of President Wang's deepest concerns. He paused for a moment, allowing the other man time to think and digest, and then abruptly shifted his tone. But with us it is completely different. For a minimal cost you will obtain a ticket onto the map of Europe's top football. Our goal is the Premier League, not mere survival. We aim to establish a foothold and make an impact. Once we are promoted to the top flight, you, as our only top-level shirt partner, will soar with us. A slight smile curved the corner of Li Ran's mouth as he played his first major card. Li Weifeng, the current captain of the Chinese national team, Asia's finest central defender. He is a living advertisement for your LN brand in the European market. His pulling power alone can generate several million shirts in potential domestic sales. Li Ran raised one finger and made a light gesture toward President Wang. Your sponsorship investment will be recovered directly through shirt sales in the very first season. Recovered. Those two words carried an irresistible appeal for a businessman. For an instant, President Wang's breathing grew almost imperceptibly uneven. Li Ran caught the detail, but he did not stop. What he wanted was not merely to arouse the other man's interest. What he wanted was to ignite his full enthusiasm. In addition, President Wang imagined this. Li Ran lowered his voice even further, yet it was full of persuasion. A scene. A group of foreign players, blonde-haired and blue-eyed professional athletes competing on the European stage, wearing a sports brand made in China. This image carried through broadcast signals would spread across Europe and around the world. What a force that would be for your brand promotion. This is no longer a simple product placement. This is a reverse cultural export, a source of pride for a national brand. President Wang fell completely silent. His mind was racing, and before his eyes seemed to appear the exact scene Li Ran had described: a group of international professional players in shirts bearing the LN logo running, scoring, and celebrating on English pitches. Fans all over the world were looking at that emblem from the east. What this young man Li Ran had described was not a business deal at all. It was a dream. A grand blueprint that the LN brand had aspired to since its founding, yet had struggled to find a way to realize, and had not even dared to imagine too deeply. Break out of Asia and go global. They had repeated that slogan for too many years. But only today, with this impossibly young man sitting across from him laying out the path in a tone so calm, it was almost unsettling, did President Wang feel for the first time that this dream was within reach. He believed this opportunity was an excellent chance for LN to break out of Asia and go global. No, not merely excellent. It was the only one. After a long silence, President Wang slowly raised his head. He picked up his glass and raised it solemnly toward Li Ran. Director Li, there was a slight tremor in his voice born of emotion. Your proposal has moved me. I think we can now discuss the details of our cooperation. The banquet came to an end and the guests departed in twos and threes. The lights in the hall gradually dimmed. Li Ran shook hands with the executives in farewell. As he turned, he saw Daisy leaning casually against a Roman column not far away, swirling half a glass of leftover red wine, whose liquid gleamed like flowing ruby. She seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Her captivating blue eyes through the thinning crowd and dim light rested on him without wavering. There was no trace of her usual professional deference in that gaze, only unguarded intent and invitation. When Li Ran's eyes met hers, invisible sparks seemed to crackle in the air. Li Ran understood. A knowing smile touched the corner of his mouth, and he walked toward her with long strides. The crisp click of high heels on the marble floor mingled with his steady, assured footsteps. One light, one heavy, one quick, one slow. Every step like a beat on the gradually quickening pulse of their hearts. The elevator door slid closed slowly behind them. The narrow metal compartment rose smoothly, its mirror-polished walls reflecting the subtle, precarious distance between them. Daisy's breathing grew quicker, and the restless emotion she had held back could no longer be contained. The wine, her admiration, and long-stifled yearnings swelled together in the confined rising space. She turned in one swift motion, and before Li Ran could react, stepped close, placed her hands on either side of him, and pressed him firmly against the cool metal wall in a stance that allowed no refusal. The coolness at his back and the warm closeness before him formed a striking contrast. Li Ran narrowed his eyes and looked at the pretty face so close to his. The intensity in her gaze was nearly overwhelming. He did not move, simply watching with quiet interest as the little kitten before him revealed her claws. Ding! The elevator doors opened and bright corridor light streamed in. Daisy did not step back. Leaning close to his ear, she said 5 words in a breath almost too soft to hear. Tonight you are mine. Li Ran let out a low laugh. In one smooth motion, he placed his hand on her slender waist, reversed their positions, and guided her out of the elevator. They entered the room in close company. The door closed quietly behind them, and the world settled into absolute stillness. All that could be heard was Daisy's low, barely suppressed laugh as she looped her arms around Li Ran's neck, a laugh touched with playful recklessness and quiet resolve. That night, she was not the assistant. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, casting a gentle glow across the tranquil room. Daisy lay curled on one side of the bed, her long hair spread softly, still serene in sleep. She stretched lazily, then noticed that Li Ran had already risen dressed in his shirt and was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window on a phone call. The cold, upright silhouette was the same man she had been with the previous night. She showed no sign of shyness and smiled as she gathered the blanket around herself, saying casually, "Director, your workaholic demeanor is hardly romantic." Li Ran set down the phone and glanced at her, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Can romance get the team into the Premier League? Inside, Li Ran mused, this woman certainly has nerve. Talking so lightly to her boss after last night. Impressive. Still, that unruly spirited charm was rather intoxicating. Daisy was not annoyed as she admired his cool authority. It was precisely because he was a man who could never be tied down that she had felt so completely at ease last night. She rose from the bed without a trace of self-consciousness, gathering her clothes while teasing, well, fortunately last night was about amusement, not romance. They exchanged a glance, and a fleeting hint of intimacy lingered in the air. But Li Ran had already adjusted his cuffs, his expression turning focused once more. "All right, get ready," he said. "At 9:30 we are meeting President Wang of LN Corporation. Securing the jersey sponsorship is more important than romance." Daisy bit her lip and smiled. The lingering hint of playfulness was quickly suppressed by rationality, replaced by keen professional sharpness. She swiftly slipped into her professional skirt suit and stepped into the bathroom. A few minutes later she reappeared with a refined, composed look, her hair neatly pinned up, fully restored to the poised, efficient, and impeccable assistant the world knew as Li Ran's right hand. At precisely 9:30 in the luxurious meeting room on the hotel's top floor, the Tranmere team and the senior executives of LN Corporation sat on opposite sides of the long conference table. President Wang arrived in person, impeccably dressed and full of vigor. Behind him followed several executives, each wearing an expression of eager anticipation. As soon as Li Ran took his seat, he came straight to the point, and the atmosphere in the meeting room turned focused. "Director Li, last night we spoke of the blueprint. Today we talk price," President Wang said. "After discussions with our board last night, LN has decided to become the main jersey sponsor for Tranmere for the next 2 years. The base sponsorship fee is £1 million per year. £1 million. For a club in the second tier of English football, this was undoubtedly a premium offer. It was far above the market level." Li Ran knew that LN had shown the utmost sincerity. But Li Ran was not a man to stop until he had extracted every last measure of value from an opportunity. Li Ran's gaze swept over the assembled executives. "President Wang's offer shows great sincerity. For a club in the second division, this is indeed a substantial sponsorship." He leaned forward slightly, as if the center of gravity of the whole room had shifted toward him. "But for a Premier League club this figure would no longer suffice," he said. "I propose that if Tranmere successfully wins promotion to the Premier League this season, the 2003-04 season." He paused, then slowly uttered a number that seemed to stir the very air. "LN shall pay a one-time promotion bonus of £4 million. A ripple of astonishment passed through the room. "4 million. Several LN executives turned to one another, their expressions a mixture of surprise and hesitation. The demand seemed extraordinarily bold. President Wang's eyes narrowed slightly, and his fingers tapped the table absently. What he saw instead was the unervingly calm gaze in Li Ran's eyes. That gaze signaled that if LN refused, the company would very likely forfeit a rare chance to expand from Asia onto the world stage. "Director Li, this price does seem rather high." One of the vice presidents beside President Wang could not help saying. "High?" Li Ran smiled. "President Wang, you call this high, but I see it as a remarkably shrewd bargain for the LN brand. How vast is the exposure of the Premier League? Once we are promoted, is £4 million for a season sponsorship of a Premier League club truly so costly?" President Wang raised a hand to stop his subordinate. Fixing his gaze on Li Ran, he said in a measured voice, "Please go on." Li Ran continued, "Your money is certainly not being spent in vain. I want this contract closely linked to the duration of Li Weifeng's stay at Tranmere. This guarantees LN the exclusive enjoyment of the Asian hero's full brand value during his period in Europe. In addition, I can grant you the exclusive sales rights for Asia. All official jerseys and merchandise of Tranmere, their production, distribution, and sales rights across Asia, will belong solely to LN. President Wang knows better than I do how much the phrase Li Weifeng's choice is worth. This income alone is enough to offset your entire base sponsorship fee within 6 months." President Wang's breath quickened somewhat. As a businessman, he immediately perceived the immense profit within. "Of course, our club also needs to earn a little." Li Ran added at the perfect moment, like a masterly negotiator, "LN will pay Tranmere 10 of net sales in the Asian region as an additional share." At this, even President Wang took a moment to absorb the weight of the terms. Every step Li Ran took was calculated with precision, offering a generous inducement while binding both parties' interests closely together through the revenue share clause. Now this is where the true value lies. Leaning back in his chair, Li Ran produced his trump card. Joint endorsements featuring Tranmere's star players. Lee Weifing, Robin, Van Persie, Neuer. All of our core talents. I promise they will with high priority and full commitment support LN's commercial promotions in Asia. President Wang imagined this: the Chinese hero, Li Weifeng, and our core players jointly endorsing LN. How high will your brand image ascend? A surge of excitement swept through President Wang's mind as though he could already glimpse a shower of profits. He fully comprehended now. Li Ran's demand for a £4 million bonus was not without good reason. Additionally, Li Ran continued, his every word striking steadily into the hearts of the LN delegation. I would like LN to fund 2 flagship fan stores for Tranmere, one at Prenton Park and one in the Chinese capital. 30% of the annual turnover of the Chinese capital store will be paid to the club as a brand licensing fee. And for the summer training tour in Asia next summer, the team must undertake a China tour fully sponsored and titled by LN. Finally, upon expiration of the contract, if the club is still in the Premier League, LN will have the right of first renewal at market price. When Li Ran finished, he leaned back in his chair and calmly looked at President Wang. Every condition was interlocking with no loopholes left. From short-term highlights to long-term benefits, from the Chinese hero to the core players, from product sales to brand image, Li Ran had constructed a flawless commercial loop. President Wang fell silent. The executive team behind him had gradually moved from initial surprise to eager interest. After a long moment, President Wang raised his head, a sharp glint flickering across his eyes. He gave Li Ran a solemn nod. Director Li, I agree. Let us sign right away. The negotiation ended and the contract was signed. This marked the most solid and most striking step forward in Tranmere's plan to expand into the Chinese market. When Li Ran and Daisy returned to the hotel suite after dinner, the commercial manager Thompson was pacing animatedly in the living room. Seeing Li Ran enter, he hurried over as if greeting a savior. Director, we've made it. We've really made it. Thompson's face was flushed with excitement. Calm down, Thompson. Just give me the results. Li Ran loosened his tie, tossed it onto the sofa, and poured himself a glass of water. Yes. Thompson took a deep breath, trying to steady himself, but his trembling voice betrayed his overwhelming joy. He slapped the document onto the table and announced home stadium advertising boards for the season, with TCI Group, £250,000 a year. Qingyao Beer, £200,000 a year. He picked up another document and nearly called out, training kit front sponsor, Haixing Group, £800,000 a year. 800,000. That's more than our shirt sponsorship last season. And this, Tranmere's official designated suit, 9 Wolves. They signed for 2 years at £400,000 per year. As for Lebajian being the investor in Li Weifeng's parent club, per your instructions, they received a 2-year official designated beverage sponsorship without a fee. They only need to cover Li Weifeng's salary for the next 2 years. When Thompson finished his report, he looked at Li Ran with fervent admiration. Director, in just 1 day we have secured more than £2 million in sponsorship. And that's not even including the staggering LN deal. We are truly funded now. Li Ran gave a faint nod, calmly reining in Thompson's barely contained excitement. Very well. He spoke in a measured tone. This sum is enough to cover the salaries of all the team's core players for the next 2 seasons. In order to swiftly return to England and finalize the final steps of the transfer strategy, Li Ran made new arrangements at lightning speed. Thompson and Roberts were left in Huaxia tasked with finalizing the details of all sponsorship contracts and handling the legal procedures to ensure that every penny was securely secured. Li Ran in turn took Daisy and set off on the return journey ahead of schedule. On the flight from the Huaxia capital to Manchester, he leaned back in his business class seat with his eyes closed, resting as the low drone of the aircraft engines filled his ears. Daisy sat beside him, holding a glass of red wine and flipping open a notebook with her other hand. In a low, steady voice, she said, Director Chief Scout Allen sent an email last night. The scouting team has finished reviewing all the targets on our shortlist. Once we return to England, they will give you a detailed report at the earliest opportunity. Very well. He uttered those 2 words. Can't you even say good work to your subordinates? Her tone carried a hint of coquettishness she herself had not detected. Li Ran turned his head. His gaze, no longer sharp, turned profound, resting quietly on her face. A moment of silence passed. The air in the cabin seemed to thicken under that gaze. He spoke slowly, his voice low with a barely perceptible magnetism. If we're talking about hard work, you were the one who worked hardest last night. The words fell into her chest like a spark. Daisy's hand holding the wine glass visibly trembled, and her ears immediately turned red. She instinctively let out a soft cough, forcibly suppressing the fluttering in her heart, and turned her gaze away, not daring to meet his eyes. Anyway, when we get back, work will be waiting for you. Li Ran curled the corners of his mouth slightly and closed his eyes again as if nothing had happened. Daisy, however, could not remain as composed as he was. Gazing at the clouds beyond the window, her heart pounded violently. The events of last night, the coolness of this morning, and the casual teasing of this moment all mixed together, leaving her utterly unable to distinguish whether she was his assistant or a woman who had been captivated by him. Lee ran. She murmured softly in her heart, "I have truly and completely fallen for you." The night in Liverpool was heavy and the streets after the drizzle reflected dim, yellow streetlights. The taxi stopped at the entrance of Daisy's apartment. She unbuckled her seatbelt, but didn't rush to get out. She simply looked quietly at Lee Ran, a trace of reluctance flickering in her eyes. Lee Ran merely smiled faintly. "Rest well. There are more important matters tomorrow." Daisy was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently. "Good night, Director." "Good night." The door closed, the taxi drove off again, and soon disappeared into the damp, dark night. Early morning in the meeting room at Prenton Park. Chief Scout Alan walked in hurriedly, carrying a thick stack of documents. His eyes shimmered with barely suppressible excitement, and the faint dark circles beneath his eyes bore witness to his tireless travel over the past days. "Director, I've been to see everyone on the list." He plopped down across from Lee Ran, and without even having time for a sip of water, eagerly opened the first page of the folder. Pepe, the starting center back at Maritimo. 20 years old. Alan's voice carried the thrill of discovering a treasure. He is aggressive in defense, has explosive physical power, and every tackle is crisp and clean. His leaping ability is superb, making his headers extremely dangerous. The downside is his hot temper. He is a powder keg on the pitch and prone to picking up cards. But look at it from another angle, Alan emphasized. This is exactly the kind of toughness needed in English football. Lee Ran nodded. "Very well, we need an enforcer who can intimidate the opposing forwards." "What about his work permit and the price?" "He has a Portuguese passport, so there's no work permit issue. The transfer fee is estimated at around £800 and Maritimo is willing to negotiate." After saying this, Alan turned a page, his expression becoming more restrained. "Dante, a Brazilian, plays for Juventude. He's capable, but his passport situation is a major headache. He has no national team appearances, so a work permit is almost impossible to obtain. Unless he can immediately get an EU passport, this avenue is essentially dead." Next, Lee Ran's tone was completely flat. "Mex is the future pillar of Auxerre and captain of France's youth national team. His technical ability is very refined, and his passing is comparable to a midfielder's. The problem is that his price has been inflated to over £7 million, with Arsenal and Roma both watching him closely. Even if we were willing to make an offer, the player wouldn't want to come." Chivu, Ajax's starter. "When I went to watch him, I heard scouts from Barcelona and Inter Milan were also there. His price starts at least £10 million. We're not even at the same poker table as them." Alan laughed self-deprecatingly and continued flipping through the pages. "Lom, Bayern regards him as a future cornerstone and will certainly bring him back next year. There is no possibility of a permanent transfer. Juanfran, on the other hand, is more realistic. He's still in Real Madrid's second team, just promoted. He is extremely fast and has a strong attacking instinct. We can probably land him for around £500,000. At this point in the report, Alan's tone suddenly turned solemn. He paused, as if organizing his words or holding back excitement that was about to burst forth. He raised his head and looked at Lee Ran with eager eyes. "Next is Mascherano, the gifted defensive midfielder from River Plate. Director, you're an incredible man. I really have no idea how you managed to put his name on this list." Lee Ran, whose eyes had remained calm all along, finally showed a flicker of change. "Get to the point. His defensive coverage is incredibly vast, and his interception instincts are top-notch. Although he's only 1.73 meters tall, his running ability and tenacious challenges fully make up for any shortcomings. Honestly, the way he plays is already that of a seasoned professional midfielder. Nothing like a 19-year-old kid." Alan's breathing had become somewhat rapid. "The most crucial point," he almost shouted. "He has an Italian passport. His family has Italian ancestry, and his parents got it for him as soon as he showed football talent. That means he's an EU player and can enter Europe without any obstacles. River Plate is asking for £4 million. It's not a low price, but he is absolutely worth it. His value might even become 10 times this amount in the future." Lee Ran lightly tapped the smooth surface of the conference table with his fingertip. Finally it had come. He thought to himself, "Is River Plate taking a tough stance? Is the player himself willing to come to England?" Lee Ran asked incisively. Alan was stunned for a moment, then replied, "River Plate really wants to keep him, but £4 million is a fortune to them. As for the player, he is eager to come to Europe to prove himself." "Very well." Lee Ran's gaze returned to calm, but beneath that calm lay unyielding determination. He motioned for Alan to continue. Alan flipped to another page of the list and said excitedly, "There's also this one. Last Diarra, a kid from Le Havre, only 18 years old. A compact powerhouse. Not tall, but incredibly strong. His running coverage and defensive solidity are outstanding. Since he plays for a small club in League Two, almost nobody has noticed him. The transfer fee might be less than £500,000. The value for money is simply explosive." He gave a wry smile and turned to the last few pages. "As for Sneijder, Ajax's absolute core, his valuation has already exceeded £10 million. Then there's Wright Phillips, the future of Manchester City's own youth academy. Their chairman has declared they won't sell him no matter how much is offered. We don't stand any chance." After speaking, Alan closed the thick document and let out a long breath as if all his strength had been drained. That's the summary. Director, there are only 3 players we realistically have a chance to sign with significant value. Pepe Diarra and Mascherano. Hearing this, Lee Rand turned to Daisy, who was taking notes beside him. Little Daisy, what are you waiting for? Get those offers sent right away. Daisy's cheeks flushed instantly. After quickly organizing her notes, she replied, Yes, Director. This scene left Alan, the big rugged man beside them, utterly bewildered. After settling the matters of player offers, Lee Rand accepted the invitation and arrived at Chairman Evans' office. The lighting in the corridor was dimmer than in the meeting room, and the air carried a unique blend of disinfectant and turf. Each step on the carpet absorbed a portion of the sound, making the surroundings even quieter. Alan's face, etched with shock and bewilderment along with Daisy's flushed ears, had all been left behind that closed door. Lee Rand's expression returned to its usual calm, as still as an ancient well. The door to the chairman's office was made of heavy oak, its brass handle polished smooth and gleaming by countless touches bearing the marks of time. Lee Rand raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in. A voice emerged, aged and tinged with weariness. Lee Rand pushed the door open. In the office, only a floor lamp was lit, its dim amber glow enclosing the massive desk and the figure behind it in a pool of light. Evans sat alone, sunk deep into a large leather chair. His frame appeared somewhat frail against the vastness of the seat. Before the old man lay a thick stack of account books, their pages yellowed and curled at the edges. In his hand, he held a crystal glass amber whiskey, swaying gently within refracting fractured light and shadows that played across his wrinkled face, leaving his expression obscure and unreadable. Lee? Evans raised his head. In his cloudy eyes there was a heaviness that Lee Rand had never seen before. Sit down. Lee Rand asked no further questions and took a seat in the chair opposite the desk. The leather of the seat was slightly cool, seeping through his thin shirt against his skin. He did not speak, merely watching the old man, quietly waiting for him to continue. In the office, only the faint clink of ice cubes against the glass and the old man's heavy breathing remained. After a moment of silence, Evans let out a long breath. It was a prolonged and oppressive exhale, as if he were releasing the pent-up frustration and weariness that had weighed on his chest for years. Do you know? His voice was a little hoarse. A year ago, KPMG's accountants told me this club was valued at a mere £2.5 million. And our liabilities had already exceeded £3 million. Evans' finger pointed to a row of numbers in the ledger. The finger was thin and bony with large knuckles and skin covered in dark spots. Debt. He spat out the word, his voice brimming with bitterness. Debt was about to crush the entire Prenton Park. The bank's debt collection calls rang dozens of times a day, who I didn't even dare to answer. After more than a decade of partnership, the sponsors pulled all their billboards overnight. He picked up his glass and took a hefty swig, the fiery liquid causing his Adam's apple to bob violently. I even thought this team, with its century-long history, would be destroyed in my hands. Lee Rand's gaze sharpened slightly. He could sense the helplessness and fear of being on the brink of despair in the old man's words. But then you came. Evans set down his glass, the bottom met the desk with a dull thud. He looked at Lee Rand, and from his originally cloudy eyes light gradually emerged. It was the light of seeing hope after a narrow escape from disaster. In just one season you generated the highest transfer revenue in the club's history. You dragged a suffocating team out of a quagmire that was about to swallow it whole. And now you've even made Chinese brands take the initiative to knock on our door. At this point his voice carried a tremor he could not suppress. Lee, you have given this team a second life. The air in the office grew thick and heavy at that moment. Lee Rand lowered his eyes and said softly, Chairman, all I did was within the scope of my duties. Wrong. Evans interrupted him, his tone suddenly turning tremendously resolute with an unyielding force. This is not duty, this is an achievement beyond ordinary imagination. As for me. He let out a self-deprecating laugh, raised his hand, and spread it open under the light. On that hand the skin was loose and age spots were clearly visible. I'm already in my 60s. My energy, my connections, my way of thinking, none of them can keep up with this era anymore. My time has long passed. He slowly rose to his feet. The movement seemed somewhat strenuous for him. He walked over to the large floor-to-ceiling window, turning his back to Lee Rand, and gazed out at the pitch-black night. Out there lay the silhouette of Prenton Park Stadium like a slumbering beast. Lee, I've decided to transfer all 50 of my shares to you. Lee Rand's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. The subtle tapping of his fingers on the armrest of the chair also ceased instantly. As for the price, let's use last year's valuation. Evans turned around, the light casting deep shadows across his profile, yet his gaze was astonishingly candid. £1 million. You can pay it off over 5 years. I'll keep only 10 of the shares in the end as a way to leave a final place for the name Evans in this club. He paused, his tense shoulders seeming to relax, and a trace of relief appeared on his face. In exchange, I hope to take 5 of the club's annual revenue in future years as my pension. This way I can also grow old with dignity. The office fell into a deathly silence. Only the second hand of the old wall clock moved with its rhythmic ticking, beating against the heartbeat of everyone present. Lee Rand's fingers once again began tapping gently on the smooth armrest. 1 tap, 2 taps. The rhythm was unhurried and steady. His mind was racing at full speed. £1 million. Acquiring 40 of the shares. No. After a season of operations clearing the debts along with the upcoming Chinese sponsorship and future star prospects like Van Persie, Robin, and Neuer, the club's true value is at least £30 million or more. If they were to be promoted to the Premier League next season, that number could skyrocket to over 50 million, or even higher. And Evans, at a price of 1 million paid in installments over 5 years, almost interest-free, was entrusting these priceless shares to him. This was not a transaction at all. It was a complete and utter gift. It was the old man with the last of his worth choosing for the club he had loved all his life a future he deemed most reliable. And Lee Rant's originally meticulous plan gaining full control of the team was something for 3 to 5 years down the road, requiring a lengthy arrangement and substantial capital. And now Evans had personally delivered this future to him a full 5 years ahead of schedule. After a long while, Lee Rant ceased his tapping and slowly spoke. His voice was low and clear, carrying a peculiar power in the silent room. This is not an exchange. The two men locked eyes. It is respect. Lee Rant said each word deliberately. If you hadn't held the line for Tranmere during the hardest times, there would be no stage for me, Lee Rant, to stand on today. Evans looked into Lee Rant's eyes. In those young eyes there was no ecstasy, no greed, only a calmness and solemnity that belied his age. It was as if a silent, sacred handover ceremony were being completed in the darkness. After a moment, Lee Rant slowly extended his hand. That hand was slender, steady, and strong, hovering in the air between them. I promise you, as long as I, Lee Rant, am here, the name Evans will forever be one of the most honored emblems of this club. I will carry your expectations with me, and together let this team continue to create miracles. Evans stared at that extended hand, his eyes growing slightly moist despite himself. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving, and then extended his own hand covered with spots and wrinkles and clasped it firmly. Two hands, one old, one young, were like the convictions of two generations transcending time and space, at this moment completing the handover. An era had thus come to an end. A new era belonging to Lee Rant had officially begun. One day later, Daisy knocked on Director Lee Rant's office door. Her steps were more hurried than usual, carrying an unrestrained sense of excitement, with the sound of her high heels striking the ground echoing her joy. Cradling a stack of documents freshly retrieved from the fax machine, the warm paper carrying the scent of ink. In those blue eyes brilliance flickered, and a flushed glow of excitement tinged her cheeks. Director, oh no, Chairman. Her voice floated with breathless excitement as she steadied her breathing and carefully placed each document on Director Lee Rant's desk. Please call me Director. It feels strange to be called Chairman. It makes me sound quite old. Lee Rant smiled and gestured for her to relax. Daisy chuckled, her tense shoulders finally easing. Her gaze was filled with open admiration. All right, Director. But you don't seem old at all. You're the strongest person I've ever met. She emphasized the word strong, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Lee Rant waved his hand dismissively, urging her to get to the point. Pepe, Mourinho has accepted our offer of £800,000. Las Diera. Le Havre agreed, at £450,000. Mascherano. River Plate responded as well. They consented to let him go for £4 million. Success. It was all done. He spoke calmly and resolutely. Daisy, excellent work. You've been working hard all summer. Daisy noticed the faintest curve at the corner of Lee Rant's lips, barely perceptible. With that, Tranmere's entire summer transfer window for 2003 had been completed. The picture Lee Rant had assembled piece by piece was now fully revealed before him. Transfer signings: 6 players, Robin, PSV, Eindhoven 5. 8 million Michael Carrick, West Ham 3. 2 million Clint Hill, 2.5 Pepe, Mourinho, 8 Las Diera, Le Havre 4.5 Javier, Mascherano, River Plate, 4 million. Loan deals: 2 players, David Bentley, Arsenal loan, Li Wai-Feng, Pengcheng loan. 8 new arrivals in total. The first team framework had been thoroughly rebuilt in just one summer. Young talents, battle-hardened veterans, and future football giants, all poured into Prenton Park by him. He knew this was only the beginning. Now it's up to Rodgers, he thought to himself. This equally young manager must, in the upcoming summer training camp, forge this nearly brand new squad into a true machine capable of crushing all opponents. With 1 week remaining until the team's June 28th gathering, Lee Rant resolved to make the most of this precious time. He intended to comprehensively strengthen Tranmere's depleted youth academy. The first team foundation was now solid, but what would ensure the club's enduring success and potential dynasty was a continuous flow of youth talent. Youth development is the lifeblood of any club. An ideal candidate to help him realize this vision had already taken shape in his mind. His name is Steve Walsh, the mastermind behind Leicester City's miraculous season and the king of scouts, renowned for discovering Vardy, Mahrez, and Kanté. In 2003, he had yet to secure a prominent position at any professional club. He served only as a part-time scout for Chelsea in Northern England and as a physical education teacher at a middle school in his hometown of Jarrow. He combined scouting duties with his regular job, quietly seeking overlooked talents across England with his distinctive perspective. Despite his part-time status, he had already accumulated substantial scouting experience, even contributing to early assessments for Chelsea's acquisitions of Lampard, Zola, and Drogba. His professional scouting career wouldn't truly begin until he joined Newcastle United in 2006. Lee Rant's approach mirrored how he'd secured those future superstars. Leveraging his informational advantage, Lee Ran intended to recruit this future king of scouts well ahead of schedule. He planned to invite Steve Walsh and grant him full authority over the entire youth academy as Tranmere Rovers head of youth development. He turned to Daisy. "Have Alan look into someone for me, Steve Walsh." The wind through the small town of Jarrow carried the scent of fresh grass and damp earth after rain. After the daytime rainfall, the asphalt road beneath the streetlights glistened with scattered reflections casting golden halos across the wet surface. Steve Walsh emerged from the school with a canvas bag dusted in chalk on his shoulder, wearing old leather shoes worn thin at the edges. The exhaustion of a full day's physical education classes showed clearly in his expression. At the entrance, a dark sedan waited silently in the shadows. The car door opened, and Lee Ran stepped out, straightening his frame. Hands tucked into his trench coat pockets, he stood with the poised stillness of someone who had been waiting a considerable time. Walsh paused, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. "You were waiting for me?" "Indeed." A faint smile crossed Lee Ran's face, breaking the quiet of the night. "Mr. Steve Walsh, I am Lee Ran, the director of Tranmere, a small tavern on the edge of town." The night had grown deep, and only the two of them remained in the spacious establishment. Lee Ran swirled the dark liquid in his glass, watching ripples form on the surface, though he made no move to speak. He simply waited. He was applying pressure to this future king of scouts, prompting him to break the silence first. As expected, Walsh could not maintain the quiet. "Mr. Lee Ran, I've heard your name. To lift Tranmere from the English second division in a single season, that is truly remarkable." His tone carried an edge of scrutiny. "But I'm merely a part-time scout and a physical education teacher. I don't understand what someone of your stature needs from me." Lee Ran raised his gaze. Beneath his composed exterior, something sharp lingered in his eyes. "Because you're different from everyone else. Most scouts chase players who already have some reputation. You don't." Lee Ran set down his glass with a sharp click. "You watched an amateur match in the outskirts of Sheffield, one nobody wanted to attend, didn't you?" Walsh's body went rigid instantly. It had happened months ago, and he remembered it with perfect clarity. A bleak, cold afternoon where he was the only scout present, standing alone in the biting wind taking notes. He had never spoken of this to anyone. "The player you were there to scout was Vardy. Outside of yourself, virtually no one paid attention to that reckless youngster charging around on that makeshift pitch." This match would later be revealed by Walsh to the media after his rise to fame. Lee Ran continued. "Vardy, that's what makes you extraordinary. You see what matters most in a player, their character, their fighting spirit, the fate hidden beneath mediocrity." Silence settled between them for several seconds. Walsh studied Lee Ran intently, his breathing quickening. This young man seemed to have penetrated his thoughts, laying bare his most guarded and cherished convictions. "What exactly are you trying to say?" The corner of Lee Ran's mouth lifted slightly. "I want you to understand, Steve, that you shouldn't remain trapped in part-time scouting and physical education classes. Your gift shouldn't be wasted writing reports for Chelsea that no one reads. I need someone like you." He leaned forward slightly, his gaze intense, his voice growing heavier with each word, every syllable ringing with conviction. "I'll offer you the top salary for a youth development head in the English First Division. Youth development director, with complete authority. From building the scouting system to shaping our philosophy on developing players, everything is yours to decide." Walsh remained silent for what felt like an eternity, long enough for the foam on his beer to completely vanish. He struggled to believe what was happening before him. It came too suddenly, almost dreamlike. An owner who truly understood his vision, compensation that matched his ambitions, and an opportunity to fully execute his plans. Was there anything better this world could offer? Decades of biting winds on muddy pitches and dismissive glances finally found their purpose in this moment. "Steve, this is your first task since arriving at Tranmere." Lee Ran's gaze was piercingly sharp. "Bring me these two lads, Gareth Bale and Jamie Vardy." "Steve, this is your first task since arriving at Tranmere." Lee Ran's gaze was piercingly sharp. "Bring me these two lads, Gareth Bale and Jamie Vardy." Walsh felt a silent jolt at the two names. Bale, the rising starlet in Southampton's youth setup, he had heard plenty about him. And Vardy was the very lad he had been tracking all along, the one everyone dismissed as a lost cause. He looked up and met Lee Ran's unwavering, assured gaze. This was not merely a test, but a trust that placed the future in his hands. "I understand, boss." Walsh nodded firmly, a flame kindled in his eyes. On June 28th, Tranmere Rovers' first team officially gathered. The training pitch had just been mowed, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of cut grass mingled with the faint aroma of damp soil. The players trickled out of the dressing room in twos and threes, carrying the languor of the summer break and the clamor of reunion. Head coach Rogers stood in the center of the pitch, hands in his pockets, an irrepressible smile on his face. This was his first summer training camp entirely under his command since taking the reins. His eyes swept over every player, and in his mind, he was already sketching the tactical blueprint for the new season. He blew his whistle, and the shrill sound cut through the noise. The players drifted over, laughing and jostling one another. Lee Ran stood beside Rogers. When everyone had gathered, he stepped forward. "Gentlemen." His voice was low, yet it instantly silenced the atmosphere. "Before we begin formal training, I want to introduce someone." Lee Ran's gaze turned to the side. There stood a woman with ginger red hair dressed in a form-fitting athletic suit that traced clean lean lines without an ounce of excess. Her expression was cold, her azure eyes utterly devoid of emotion, like two shards of ice from the depths of the polar region. This is Caitlin. From today onward, she is in full charge of all physical training. As his words fell, a barely restrained stir rippled through the crowd. Director, are you serious? Van Persie was the first to blurt out, grinning with a hint of mockery in his voice. Having a lady take charge of our fitness. Can she even lift a barbell? His remark drew a burst of laughter. Yeah, is she going to have us do yoga? You must be joking. Shouldn't our fitness coach be a hulking brute who yells until we throw up? A low murmur swelled into a buzzing backdrop. Many players exchanged glances, curling their lips into amused, dismissive smiles. In their world, a fitness coach was usually a muscle-bound former rugby player who could shatter glass with a shout. Not this woman before them, who seemed better suited to the pages of a fashion magazine. Lee Rand's eyes darkened, the temperature plummeting. What I said is full authority. He spoke each word slowly, his voice soft, yet carrying an icy, penetrating force. Her data will determine your playing time and your position on the pitch. If anyone dares to slack off, forget the starting 11. You won't even make the matchday squad. The last trace of laughter vanished. Everyone felt the immense pressure bearing down. Caitlin stepped forward and stood before the line of players. Her voice was calm, clear, without a single unnecessary inflection. I don't need you to show me any respect. Your cardiovascular endurance, lactate, threshold body fat percentage, explosive power, and recovery speed will tell me through data whether your bodies are qualified to execute Mr. Rogers' tactics. She turned sideways and gestured to her assistant. Several large crates emblazoned with the club crest were carried over. When opened, they revealed rows of precision instruments glinting with metallic or plastic sheen. Polar S8-10 heart rate monitors, one for each of you. From today, you'll wear these strapped across your chests on the training ground. The players stared at the black chest straps and attached sensors, their expressions beginning to shift. Lactate Pro portable blood lactate analyzer. After every high-intensity sprint, I'll be checking your blood lactate levels on the spot. I want to see the real response of your bodies at the edge of fatigue. She picked up a pin-shaped device and briefly showed the lancet at its tip. Skinfold calipers, random body fat percentage tests every week. Anyone above 12 body fat will undergo extra individual training until they meet the standard. She picked up a pair of metal calipers and snapped them in the air with a crisp click. Vertical jump test platform. Testing begins this afternoon. Don't think jumping high is useless. Every aerial duel, every second ball challenge in the box depends on your explosive power. The players' faces went rigid. Caitlin gave them no time to process or recover. Her gaze swept across the group as she directly called out a name. Robin stepped forward. Arsène Robin, whose name had been called, paused for a moment, then shrugged indifferently and walked out under the gaze of his teammates. He complied, putting on the heart rate strap. The cool sensor pressed against his chest felt somewhat strange. Caitlin watched him coldly and issued the command. 4 400-meter sprints, 30 seconds rest between each. 10 minutes later, Robin was leaning on his knees, his chest heaving violently, sweat dripping from his chin onto the grass. Caitlin's assistant had already synced the data to her laptop. She glanced at the curve on the screen and spoke without looking up. Heart rate recovery is too slow. After maxing out at 195, it only dropped to 160 within 1 minute. This means you might still tear through League One, but under the intensity of the Premier League, your body would be completely spent by the 70th minute. She paused, looked up at Robin, and delivered her verdict. If you want to last a full high-intensity match, you'll need to meet my standard for interval runs over the next month. 12 400-meter sprints, average heart rate kept under 180, and recovery heart rate dropping below 140 within 1 minute. Fail to meet that, and there's no talk of starting. The faint smile on Robin's face froze completely. He wanted to argue, to say that he thrived on technique and pace, but his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't utter a single word, because he knew better than anyone that Caitlin was telling the truth. Late in the previous Eredivisie season, he had indeed felt himself running out of steam in the latter stages of matches. The surrounding players also dropped their flippant expressions. The way they looked at Caitlin had changed. This woman was not joking. Caitlin's gaze swept across the group again. Li Weifeng, come here. Li Weifeng stepped forward. Caitlin gave him a once over, her brow arching almost imperceptibly. Decent strength, but your body fat is over the limit. She took the skinfold calipers, pinched a few spots on his abdomen and lower back, and read the numbers. 14. 8. For a center back, that's a dangerous number. Starting tomorrow, no more bacon or sausages at breakfast. Only oatmeal and egg whites. After every training session, add 45 minutes of low-intensity cardio. The goal is to get your body fat below 10, or your knees and ankles won't survive a full new season. Li Weifeng was stunned. Subconsciously, he touched his knee, where an old injury lingered. He hadn't expected that this woman with just a glance and a caliper could see through the greatest hidden threat to his body. He nodded solemnly. All right. Standing nearby, Roger's eyes flickered with unconcealed surprise. He turned to Lee Rand, only to find the latter perfectly calm, as if everything were well in hand. Rogers had to admit that the young woman Lee Rand had brought in was far more professional, far more formidable than he had imagined. At that moment, Lee Rand added a timely remark, his voice deep and resolute, reaching every ear. Let me reiterate. What she says is the rule. Caitlin put away her testing sheet, took one final look around the squad, and tossed out a cold remark. Welcome to the era of scientific training. The air hung heavy, and no one dared to utter a single word of doubt. Meanwhile, at Printon Park in the distance, the fan store was undergoing a bustling renovation with a huge billboard displaying a countdown. In just 1 month, this new window carrying the club's commercial future would officially open. The next day on the training ground, no one was laughing or whispering anymore. The players walked silently into the changing room, slung on their backpacks, and deftly took out a black strap, binding it across their chests in silence. The heart rate strap, printed with the word polar, seemed overnight to have become an inseparable part of their new jerseys, pressed tight against their skin, cold and real. On the sideline, Leran and Rogers stood side by side. Director, I feel like a superfluous man. Rogers gave a wry smile, eyes fixed on the pitch. After all these years as a coach, this is the first time I feel the training ground is not entirely under my control. No, Brandon, Leran said, his gaze calm and deep. You handle tactics and the hearts of the team. She shapes these talents' bodies into vessels that can carry your tactics. We each do our part. Rogers' whistle pierced the morning stillness. Gather up. His voice was several times louder than the previous day, carrying a tension he himself hadn't noticed. An expectation. The team stood at attention within a minute. The players' faces were still flushed from warm-up, their breathing not yet settled when Caitlin's figure had already appeared silently before them. She held no thick stack of forms as yesterday, only a laptop. Starting today, we enter formal systematic training. Her voice was soft, yet like pebbles thrown into a calm lake, it stirred ripples in every heart. Morning, endurance and core. Afternoon, position-specific opposition simulations and data review. She paused, her cold gaze sweeping across every young, defiant face. Your performance today will directly determine tomorrow's training volume. No one made a sound, only an invisible pressure spread and tightened in the air. First group, full court interval running. This was the beginning of Robin's nightmare the day before. Last Diarra step up. The defensive midfielder from Le Havre, nicknamed Little Cannon by the fans, stepped out of the line without the slightest hesitation. At the whistle, he shot off instantly, his legs like coiled springs, his cadence astonishingly fast. He wasn't so much running as he was a tireless cheetah, tearing through the resistance of the air with raw, explosive power. After the first 400 meters, he rested, his hands on his knees, large beads of sweat falling onto the turf. Caitlin's gaze locked onto the steep curve on the screen, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. Peak heart rate 193, a recovery drop below 150 within 40 seconds. Explosive power and cardiorespiratory recovery top tier. A whisper of commotion rippled through the surrounding players, and Diarra's chest straightened a little, a hint of pride showing on his dark face. But Caitlin's tone took a sudden turn. But you lack rhythm. She pointed to a nearly flat plateau on the screen. From start to finish, you were just charging blindly, without understanding how to distribute your energy. Once a match turns into a high-intensity tug-of-war, you'll exhaust yourself completely before the 70th minute. She issued the instruction on the spot, leaving no room for negotiation. From today, add 8 sets of variable speed running daily. 200-meter full sprint connected with 400-meter steady running. I want you to learn to control your heart rate and rhythm like adjusting a volume dial. Diarra clenched his teeth, his defiance washed away by sweat, until only a silent nod remained. The second to go was Mascherano. This Argentine defensive midfielder, equally short in stature, displayed a completely different temperament from Diarra the moment he stepped up. If Diarra was pure speed and explosiveness, Mascherano was a ferocious competitor. His running covered the entire pitch, every turn was made with full effort, his gaze intense, as if he were pursuing not a finish line, but something deeply personal. When he crossed the finish line, he didn't simply run over it. He slid in with a determined tackle, crossing the line with dirt and all. Heart rate spiked to 198, a recovery to 160 took 70 seconds. Caitlin's voice was icy. Your willpower exceeds your body's bearing limit. Excessive aggressive tackling makes every sprint an overdraft. You must learn selective challenges. Not every ball contest is worth a reckless sliding tackle. She lifted her eyes to meet Mascherano's burning gaze. You are strong, your mental strength is a treasure of this team. But if you don't learn to manage your energy, you will ruin your own body before you turn 27. He froze for 3 full seconds, flashes of the aching pains in his ankles and knees after countless fearless tackles running through his mind. Then, like a schoolboy being scolded by his teacher, he nodded clumsily over and over. Strength and explosive power training. The first to go was Van Persie, his feet still carrying a bit of a genius's casualness. Vertical jump test. His preparation movements were clean and crisp, his takeoff posture fluid, his knee drive powerful, highly pleasing to watch. The data appeared on the screen promptly. Caitlin merely glanced at it and shook her head. 62 centimeters. She spat out a cold number. For a striker, especially one who wants to make an impact in the box, this is a dangerous figure. Your shooting power comes from your impeccable technique and coordination, but your vertical jumping ability, the absolute explosive power of your lower limbs, is seriously insufficient. In League One you can still rely on skill to evade, but in the Premier League any center back can easily press you down from the air in an aerial duel. Van Persie's signature smile, tinged with a hint of cynicism, vanished. Caitlin's instruction was crisp and decisive. Starting today, your personal training plan will include squats and weighted vertical jumps. 3 times a week, no fewer than 6 sets each session. Target increase your vertical jump to above 75 centimeters within 3 months. The Dutchman didn't argue. He simply nodded with utmost seriousness. Next came impact resistance and endurance training. It was Ribéry's turn. The French winger's footwork was so fine it dazzled the eye. His heart rate during sprints held steady around 180, demonstrating his solid aerobic endurance. But in the simulated duel against centre-back Pepe, he was repeatedly and easily brushed aside by the wall of Portuguese muscle, the ball at his feet, changing possession in an instant. Pepe didn't even need to make a big movement, just a reasonable positional lean, and Ribéry lost his balance. Caitlin spoke directly, her voice cutting through Ribéry's heavy breathing. Excellent technique, but your body is too thin. Your impact resistance, especially the stability of your lower body, is completely unacceptable. She dropped a sentence that made everyone present jolt. From today, your strength training intensity will be doubled. Don't complain. She stared into Ribéry's unwilling eyes, because if you don't sweat now, you'll pay a heavy price on the pitch later. Sweat beaded on Ribéry's forehead, his chest heaving violently, but he grinned, flashing white teeth, his smile carrying a fierce edge. No problem. Compared with these drained teammates, Carrick was the opposite extreme. In the passing test, his heart rate curve was as steady as if drawn with a ruler. Every long pass and short chip was exquisitely precise, as if the football were an extension of his arm. Caitlin looked at the nearly flat curve and commented lightly, the most energy-efficient player. You can control the rhythm of a match with your passing and positional anticipation, so your physical expenditure is far lower than others. But your problem is that your explosive reserve is 0. Once an opponent forces close to you with speed and body, you have almost no means to shake him off. She gave the plan immediately. Specialized core strength training plus short-distance explosive sprinting. Your task is to improve your acceleration speed within 15 meters by 0.2 seconds, all day long. From dawn to dusk, Caitlin didn't waste a single word. Only cold data, uncompromising conclusions, and tasks precise to the number of sets and seconds. The players were driven relentlessly. A sweat soaked their jerseys time and again, only to be evaporated by body heat, leaving a white layer of salt frost. They were tested, recorded, analyzed. All their proud strengths and unwillingly admitted weaknesses were laid bare beneath the data. When the sunset's glow dyed the grass golden, everyone finally collapsed onto the ground without even the strength to lift a finger. Muscle soreness burned like fire. Every breath was a raw, searing effort. Caitlin closed her laptop, the crisp click like a command. Her voice was cold and hard as iron, echoing across the empty training ground. I will compile all of today's data. Tomorrow you will each receive your own personalized training plan. She turned and left without a word of comfort. A deathly silence hung over the pitch. But a few seconds later, Robin, sprawled on the ground, suddenly laughed in a low, hoarse voice with an indescribable sense of exhilaration. This crazy life is truly invigorating. Lee Rand stood in the distance, taking it all in. He saw those defiant eyes amidst extreme exhaustion, not fading, but igniting into even fiercer flames. That was the fire of ambition ignited. He turned to Rogers, who stood dumbfounded beside him, and smiled slightly. Brandon, do you see it? A group of titans is taking shape. Early July, London. In the BBC Evening News studio, the anchor delivered the announcement that would change everything, his voice carrying the solemn gravity of one marking a turning point in history. Roman Abramovich, the Russian oligarch, had formally completed the acquisition of Chelsea Football Club for £140 million. The front page of the Times carried its verdict in the calmest of typefaces. Overnight, Chelsea had become the wealthiest club in the world. The Daily Mirror's headline pulsed with a raw, unfiltered fervor. This is going to be the most extravagant summer in the history of the Premier League. On the backdrop of Sky Sports studio, a single line of bold golden letters took center stage. The financial revolution begins at Stamford Bridge. The call to revolution came not from speeches, but from the rustling of checkbooks. Barely a day after the takeover was finalized, Chelsea's offices became an unstoppable engine, showering pounds across every corner of Europe with dazzling recklessness. Transfer faxes streamed out from London, reaching into every hidden corner of the European continent. In Blackburn's offices, the contract of Irish winger Damien Duff was placed on the table. £17 million. Done. East London, the West Ham United training ground. Joe Cole, hailed as England's next generational talent, was whisked away before he could even properly bid farewell to his teammates. £6.6 million. Taken. Milan. The Argentine striker Hernan Crespo was still on holiday when his agent received a call he could not refuse. £17 million. Santiago Bernabeu. Claude Makelele, the French shield of Real Madrid, found himself at an impasse over a contract extension. A single fax arrived from London. £16 million. The impasse dissolved. Glenn Johnson. Maxi Varane. Mutu. One luminous name after another stamped with Chelsea's blue in the span of mere weeks. Transfer fee records were shattered again and again, each broken record swiftly replaced by a newer, ever more staggering figure. The media's calculators seemed on the verge of smoking over. 50 million, 60 million, 70 million, 80 million. When the final tally settled at nearly £120 million, the entire English football world fell silent. It was worth noting that in the previous complete season, the total transfer expenditure of all 20 Premier League clubs combined had barely exceeded £100 million. In the span of a few weeks, Chelsea had accomplished in arms race fashion what an entire era had previously taken to build. A new word was hastily coined by the media and printed across the sports pages of every newspaper. The Abramovich effect. A reporter for The Sun, overcome during a television broadcast, his face flushed crimson, shouted into the lens with unrestrained passion. They are not merely signing players. They are buying half of Europe. At Stamford Bridge, press conferences followed one after another with a relentless density that left even the journalists feeling weary. The newly signed stars posed in their blue kits beneath a forest of flashing cameras, all wearing radiant smiles. Abramovich's bank account was described by the media as an armory without bottom. A chill of unease, invisible yet tangible as a deep-sea current, began spreading through every corner of English football. Manchester. Inside the meeting room at Carrington Training Ground, the air hung heavy and still. Sir Alex Ferguson's expression was grim, veins rising on the back of his hand as he swept a newspaper onto the center of the table. The front page, printed in vivid red type, bore the headline, "Chelsea spend £40 million in 4 days." The manager of the Red Devils heaved with controlled fury, his roar echoing through the room. 17 million for Duff? 17 million for Crespo? Those Russians have lost their minds. The chief financial officer attempted to calm the raging spirit with cold, rational figures. Alex, stay composed. Our commercial revenue and global fan base far exceed theirs. Commercial revenue. Ferguson cut him off sharply, his gaze pinning the man where he sat. By the time they signed 2 Zidans and 3 Ronaldos, will anyone still care about your commercial revenue? The meeting room fell into a deathly silence. North London. Inside Highbury Stadium, the light was soft, but it could not dispel the gloom hanging in the air. Arsène Wenger adjusted his glasses, his slender fingers tracing the documents spread across the desk, his gaze as cold as ice. Abramovich is buying time, the Frenchman murmured softly, yet every Arsenal board member present caught his words with perfect clarity. It takes us 5 years, or even longer, to nurture a Vieira. He only needs a single signature on a check. A board member's face was etched with deep concern, leaning forward with a dry voice. Arsène, what are we to do? Wenger closed the folder with a soft click. His movements remained elegant, but his words carried absolute firmness and unspoken weight. We hold fast to our path. Youth development. Beautiful football. Possession. But do not forget, from today onward, we must face one stark reality. Price wars will push us to the margins. These were the first words the professor had ever spoken in private, openly acknowledging the crisis at hand. Liverpool. Inside a Merseyside radio studio, the host repeated the same unsettling figure over and over again. Chelsea's summer expenditure has now surpassed £80 million. The fan hotline was overwhelmed. Angry voices poured through the airwaves, one after another, echoing across the city. We are still haggling over £50,000 for a Millwall defender while they are signing the core player from Madrid. This new owner is nothing but a miser. A fan's voice rang out raw with frustration. As the broadcast drew to a close, the host ended the show with a line heavy with exhaustion and despair. The very next day, that line became the front-page headline of the Liverpool Echo. This is financial brutality. Newcastle. Near St. James Park, the pubs were packed with supporters clad in black and white stripes. Glasses were set down hard on the bar, beer foaming and spilling. On television, Crespo's signing press conference with Chelsea was playing. The Argentine, draped in blue, smiled broadly for the cameras. An elderly fan with silver hair, eyes red, pounded the bar counter and roared. The club has invested absolutely nothing all summer. They spent 3 days and $15 million to bring in Crespo. Beside him, a young man stared blankly at the screen, whispering to himself. This is no longer the Premier League we once knew. The media coverage only stoked the rising tide of unease to fever pitch. The Times editorial declared Stamford Bridge is no longer a football ground, it has become a cash machine, capable of unlimited withdrawals at any moment. A Guardian columnist pessimistically predicted, if Chelsea win the title through means such as these, it will signal the complete collapse of the traditional order of world football. The entire league trembled violently beneath this golden storm. For the first time in a century of Premier League history, those long-dominant traditional powers felt the raw, unyielding force of capital pressing down upon them. And just as the streets of London gleamed with the fire of cash, morning mist still hung low over Prenton Park. No spotlights, no swarms of reporters, no multi-million-pound contract announcements. Here there was only dew-dampened turf and the steady rhythm of heavy breathing. Sagno was completing shuttle runs around the pitch, sandbags strapped to his calves, each step dragging like iron. His breathing was labored, yet his movements remained resolute. Caitlin stood nearby, recording data with quiet focus, the screen displaying a steady heart rate. She offered a faint nod, the highest praise she could give the young Frenchman. On another part of the pitch, David Bentley wore a heart rate monitor while practicing crossing drills. His right foot sent ball after ball into the penalty area, each arc textbook perfect. Yet Caitlin observed that his heart rate curve barely stirred from baseline. Technique is not the issue, she stated flatly. What you lack is movement off the ball. Knowing where to be is as important as knowing how to pass. Bentley paused, then nodded, sweat dripping from his temple. Meanwhile, in another corner, Robin remained his sharp, relentless self. Strapped with a heart rate monitor, he drove forward at full pace before being brought down firmly by Pepe's solid challenge, stumbling 2 steps before regaining his balance. Caitlin's voice cut through cold as ice. You must learn to maintain your composure under pressure or all your speed means nothing. She immediately assigned additional drills, having Robin repeat sprinting sequences in a weighted vest. Lee Ran watched the training unfold and turned to Rogers beside him, speaking quietly. To remain competitive in a league this unforgiving, we can only rely on something others do not have. Brando, keep your head clear. The path we walk is different from theirs, and that difference is precisely what will carry us forward. The morning wind swept across the training pitch, carrying the rhythmic thud of boots against the ball. Far away in stadiums across England, conversations about Chelsea's spending echoed endlessly. But here in the quiet mist of Prenton Park, a different kind of foundation was being laid, not with checkbooks, but with sweat, discipline, and an unwavering belief in something greater than money. Later that afternoon, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, Lee Ran walked alone across the empty pitch. His thoughts drifted to the season ahead, one that would test every principle he held dear. The financial storm swirling around English football would not spare anyone, least of all a club built on youth and identity. He stopped at the center circle and looked up at the stands, imagining the faces that would fill them on match days to come. This was his ground now, and he would defend it not with wealth, but with conviction. As night fell over Prenton Park, the floodlights clicked on one by one, casting long golden shadows across the pristine turf. Tomorrow the training would begin again, and again, until difference became strength and conviction became legacy. After finishing a long day of work, Lee Ran was still going over the day's training data in his mind when he arrived at the apartment entrance and spotted 2 Asian girls quietly weeping beside the doorway. He looked closer and recognized them. Mei Ji and Yui were squatting there, their eyes red and puffy, looking as helpless as 2 little kittens left behind. Hey, what's wrong? Lee Ran furrowed his brow, his exhaustion momentarily fading at the unexpected sight. He stepped forward, his voice carrying a note of concern. Mei Ji spoke through tears. The exam. I failed again. Her voice was thick with a heavy nasal tone, and she cried even harder. Song Kai and Lu Wei all passed, and it's just us left behind. Sob. Yui kept her head lowered, her hands tightly gripping the straps of her school bag. Her voice was so faint it could almost be drowned out by Mei Ji's sobs. I feel so useless. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up. Lee Ran looked at the 2 girls, their tearful faces before him like a scene straight out of a drama. He sighed. He understood the pressures of studying abroad in a foreign land. He reached out and gently patted Mei Ji's trembling shoulder. There. Don't cry. It's just one exam. It's not the end of the world. Mei Ji lifted her tear-filled eyes and gazed up at him through shimmering lashes, sniffing as she asked, but what should we do? If we fail again, the school might ask us to leave. Yui heard this and pressed her lips together tightly. The tears she had just held back began to well up again, soaking her long eyelashes. Lee Ran's heart softened. 2 sweet and fragile girls crying like this. It was hard to remain indifferent. Besides, they were both classmates and neighbors, and he had tutored them several times before. It didn't seem right to simply walk away now. How about this? He said, his voice calm and clear in the empty hallway. The 2 girls' sobs paused. Starting tonight, I'll set aside time every evening to help you study. I'll continue until you both pass. Those words lit up a bright light in the midst of their despair. Really? Lee Ran-san. Mei Ji looked up suddenly, her red eyes bursting with surprise and relief, a mixture of deep reliance and pure joy. Yui also looked up at him, her voice trembling softly with emotion. Lee Ran-san. Thank you. Lee Ran watched their reactions and couldn't help but smile inwardly. These 2 girls. The way they looked at him reminded him of heroines in dramas, always waiting to be saved. They were so endearing. He reached out and gently wiped the tear from the corner of Yui's eye, his touch warm and soft. All right, enough crying. If you keep this up, people will think I'm bullying you. Let's go inside. The 3 of them walked into the apartment together. A cool night breeze drifted in through the open hallway window. Just before the hallway light flickered off, Mei Ji glanced sideways at Yui. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. Soon after, Lee Ran arrived at Mei Ji and Yui's apartment. The layout was similar to his own, but everything was neat and tidy, and the air carried a faint, pleasant fragrance. Hot tea and snacks were already waiting on the table. Both girls were sitting upright at the table with their workbooks in hand. Their expressions showed more nervous anticipation than typical studious focus, as if they were waiting for someone important rather than a tutoring session. Lee Ran-san, please sit here. Yui gently pulled out a chair, her voice soft and gentle. Mei Ji was more direct, pushing her book toward him with a playful tone. Make sure I understand everything today, otherwise I'll cry. The tutoring officially began. Lee Ran quickly settled into the role of teacher, but his 2 students clearly had their minds elsewhere. Mei Ji, naturally lively, gradually leaned closer to him as she listened, occasionally tilting her head to look at him with her big shimmering eyes. Lee Ran-san, I still don't understand this part. Could you explain it again? Her voice drew out playfully at the end, sweet and soft. Yui was much quieter, but her presence was no less noticeable. Every time Lee Ran leaned over to help her with a grammar correction in her essay, she would instinctively hold her breath. He could almost feel the tension in her posture and the gentle warmth spreading from her ears down to her neck. He couldn't help but think these 2 girls are just too lovely. Dear heavens, was this fate testing his self-control by sending two such delightful neighbors his way? Halfway through the session, Mei Ji suddenly stopped asking questions. She leaned in very close, her gaze drifting from her workbook to his profile. Li Ransan, your eyelashes are so long. Yui, hearing this, also looked up unconsciously, her eyes fleetingly meeting his before she quickly lowered her head and murmured softly, yeah, your eyelashes are even prettier than a girl's. Li Ran nearly choked on his tea. This atmosphere was shifting. The air felt like it was growing warmer, thicker, each moment stretching a little longer. The following evening, Li Ran arrived with a more measured demeanor. After last night's experience, he had already prepared himself mentally. He kept a careful distance and wore a more serious expression than before. Yet some things are beyond what one can simply will into control. As he was explaining a complex grammar point, the noise beside him fell silent. Meiji lowered her head, her fingers curled around her pin, her voice soft, half to herself, half to him. Li Ransan, we rely on you so much. We have no one here except you, and you're the only one who's been willing to help us. Yui followed close behind, her voice even softer but steadier. Yes. If it weren't for you, we might have given up on returning home by now. As her words faded, a cool hand gently and tentatively rested on the back of Li Ran's hand on the table. It trembled slightly, carrying an unmistakable sense of trust and dependence. It was Yui. Li Ran's heart gave a sudden shift. His voice faltered mid-lesson. Seeing Yui's gesture, Meiji seemed stirred as well. She shifted closer, her shoulder pressing gently against his arm, her eyes shy yet filled with a quiet courage. The room fell into a deep silence. Only the sounds of their breathing intertwined in the stillness. Li Ran's mind went quiet, filled with one clear thought. The atmosphere grew warmer, heavier, and neither of them glanced at the open workbook before them anymore. Meiji broke the silence first. She seemed to have gathered all her strength, biting her lip as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper against his ear. Li Ransan, we've always admired you. Her words grew softer still, each one landing gently but firmly in his heart. So, we want to give everything to you. Yui had kept her head bowed, her long bangs hiding her expression. Now she mustered every ounce of courage she had. Her hand reached out slowly, not merely resting on his, but gently wrapping around his palm. Her voice trembled. Yes, because it's only you who makes me feel truly at peace. Li Ran's breath caught for a moment. He slowly turned his head, reached out, and gently drew Meiji closer with one arm. Then with his other hand, he softly held Yui's slender waist. You too. Li Ran smiled softly. You really know how to leave me no choice. Meiji looked up sharply, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes resolute. Then, let's stop holding back. Those words landed like a spark among dry kindling. The moment hung, suspended in warm silence. The sky was just beginning to lighten. A thin beam of sunlight slipped through the gap in the curtains, falling diagonally across the disheveled bedside. Mickey curled up against Li Ran's chest like a gentle kitten, her arms wrapped snugly around his waist, her breathing soft, and even in deep slumber. Yui lay quietly on the other side, her sea-green hair fanned across the pillow, a faint rosiness still lingering on her cheeks from the warmth of the morning. Li Ran couldn't help but smile softly, a quiet thought crossing his mind. What a pleasant turn of events this morning had become. Had his fortune been particularly kind lately? First Daisy with her straightforward warmth, and now these two Japanese companions, each bringing their own gentle light into his life. His gaze rested on the two young figures beside him, their skin glowing like ivory in the morning light, a quiet contentment settling in his heart. He reached out to tuck the slipped blanket around Yui, then playfully flicked the tip of Mickey's nose with his finger. The girl hummed softly in her sleep, her brows furrowing slightly, as she instinctively nestled closer against him, murmuring indistinctly. Sigh. Li Ran murmured, a gentle smile touching his eyes. What a trouble to have. Though deep down he knew this warmth was truly precious. He rose quietly from bed, pulled on his shirt, and walked to the window to call Daisy, letting her know he would arrive at the office a bit late. Behind him the sheets stirred slightly as Meiji and Yui awakened to the sunlight filtering through the curtains. They blinked sleepily, opened their eyes, and as their gaze fell upon Li Ran's tall silhouette, fragments of the previous evening slowly surfaced in their memories. Li Ran hung up the phone and turned to them with a warm, knowing smile. Last night's practice went well, didn't it? Meiji's face flushed instantly, and she pulled the blanket over her head. Yui bit her lips softly and nodded with a quiet too shy to meet his eyes. Li Ran watched their embarrassed expressions, his smile deepening. He spoke leisurely. Then let's continue tonight. With that he didn't linger, quickly getting dressed and leaving this tender haven. Behind him muffled protests came from beneath the covers. You rascal. Li Ran took a deep breath of the cool morning air, last night's passion and this morning's closeness still lingering in his thoughts. He chuckled and shook his head. The feeling of achievement was indeed one of life's greatest pleasures. Whether inspiring those around him to reach their full potential or guiding his team to triumph on the pitch, the essence remained the same. Through dedication and strategy, one could overcome any challenge. Today, William Barrett from the sports science team was to report to him and head coach Rogers on the overall situation of the League One teams. This was a task Li Ran had assigned to William. Knowing oneself and one's opponent was essential for the upcoming new season. When Li Ran entered the Tranmere tactical analysis room, two people were already seated inside. He leaned back in his chair, his expression growing focused. Rogers sat to his right, calm and composed. William Barrett opened his thick notebook and began the report. As requested by Director Lee, I have conducted a systematic data analysis and tactical profile of the remaining 23 teams in League One for next season. Here is the overall overview. William's voice was steady and clear, carrying the precision of a researcher. The overall trend is quite clear. Pace is quickening and attacking-minded teams dominate. Based on last season's data projections, the top 8 teams this season will all average over 52 possession, meaning control of the game will be fiercely contested. This will bring extremely high physical demands with average running distances expected to exceed 10.6 kilometers. He paused, offering his conclusion. In other words, this will be a season defined by high-pressure, intense confrontation, and endurance. Lee Ran nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. William switched the screen and a map of England appeared with red dots marking key locations. Nottingham Forest. His laser pointer indicated a red dot in the northern part of the map, the most traditional defensive powerhouse in League One. Last season they conceded only 1.03 goals per match, the league's lowest figure. Their defensive organization is tight, but the core issue is a slow tempo. Their experienced center-back Michael Dawson has impeccable positioning, but turning speed is his weakness. Our fast ground advancement tactics can exploit this precisely. Rogers jotted down a few notes and murmured, so they fear being run at. William nodded. They fear high pressure, and even more so being dragged into a fast pace they cannot adapt to. He turned to the next page. West Ham United, a team recently relegated from the Premier League. Their squad value is undoubtedly the highest in the league. Although they sold several key players this summer, a diminished army is still no ordinary force. Allow me to add something about West Ham, Lee Ran interrupted suddenly. Their biggest problem lies within the dressing room. Through certain channels, I learned that their Premier League level high earners and lower-tier League One players have formed two completely opposed factions with direct verbal conflicts even occurring on the training ground. The salary gap is enormous, internal conflicts are deep, and morale is highly unstable. This team is like a beautifully decorated powder keg. We simply need to find the fuse. William and Rogers exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. This intelligence could not have come from pure data analysis alone. And the one providing such information was Lee Ran's associate Tom. Lee Ran understood that combining the perspectives of analysts and scouts yielded the most objective results. William continued. Sunderland plays the classic English long ball style. Their average height is 1.83 meters, and they excel at creating threats from set pieces and aerial balls. But their ground passing success rate is a mere 68. They can overpower you physically, but they cannot control the ball. Rogers smiled faintly. Sunderland's football philosophy is a microcosm of most teams in League One. Lee Ran picked up a pen from the desk and tapped it lightly, cutting off their discussion. Then we increase strength and core training. We cannot let our tactical execution be disrupted before it even begins. William went on. Sheffield United. Their resilience is the strongest. 25% of their goals come in the final 15 minutes. The more you try to wear them down, the more energized they become. They are the classic outlast you type. Rogers stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then we must press relentlessly, keeping them from even reaching the ball. Lee Ran said calmly. We must also break them mentally. Every time we face Sheffield United, let them understand. We do not tire. Watford. William's pen tapped lightly on the next line. Young, impulsive, aggressive pressing. Attractive to watch, but their stamina drops quickly. Squad depth is too thin. One key injury, and the whole structure collapses. Wigan Athletic. This time William's voice carried slightly more weight. Everyone knew this was Tranmere's old rival from last season's League Two. Last season they led League Two in average shots per match, but their shot-on-target rate was only 38. Their tempo was fast to the point of recklessness, their style highly emotional. Their star striker Nathan Ellington plays exclusively with his right foot and prefers cutting in from the right flank than shooting without hesitation. Rogers immediately picked up the thread, a flicker of memory in his eyes. He fears physical confrontation. Last season when we played them, Vidic marked him so tightly he could barely find his direction. William nodded. Exactly. Cut off his right foot, channel compress his cutting in space, and use sustained physical confrontation to drain his balance and composure. The report was drawing to a close as William delivered his final summary. Overall success in League One can be broadly divided into 3 models: solid defense, high-pressing running style, and counter-attacking speed. Tranmere's advantage is that we can perfectly combine the latter two. Our team's average age is only 22 years and 8 months. Our physical reserves and running ability rank among the top 3 in the entire league. If our summer preparation is completed fully, we will become the most potent pressing team in this division. Lee Ran listened quietly, and only after William finished his final sentence did he speak slowly. We do not compete on funds, nor on experience. We compete on science and tactics. Rogers smiled softly and added, let them grow accustomed to losing by calculation. William closed his notebook, his expression subtly stirred. He sensed that this team was quietly reshaping an old order. Outside the window, the whistle from the training ground sounded again, bright and urgent like the opening horn of a new season's advance. 2 weeks remained until the drums of the new season. Beside Prenton Park, the newly renovated fan shop officially opened its doors today. Inside the grand display windows, rows of brand new Ellen jerseys were arranged neatly under the spotlights, exuding the distinctive scent of fresh fabric. Beyond the jerseys, an entire wall brimmed with souvenirs, metal keychains engraved with the club crest, mugs printed with cartoon likenesses of the players, blue and white wool scarves, delicate enamel brooches, and endearing plush mascots of the team. Everything one could imagine. At the top of the window hung a giant blue and white banner upon which bold sans serif letters proclaimed, "New season, new dream." The new glass walls reflected glaring sunlight, nearly blinding those who looked. Yet the crowd gathered at the shop's entrance burned hotter than the sun overhead. A dense crowd jostled and surged, almost bringing the entire street before the shop to a standstill. The home jersey's white and blue vertical stripes caught the light with rich texture, its clean and pure design language striking every Tranmere fan's eyes. The most eye-catching of all, however, were the two square Chinese characters on the chest, Kajian. Printed there in quiet stillness, their brushstrokes vigorous and structure composed, they carried an aura entirely distinct from the style of English football. God, this season's home jersey is unlike anything we've ever seen. And what brand is LN? Never heard of it, but it feels amazing to the touch. And what do those two characters on the chest mean? They have a certain charm to them. Mysterious symbols from a distant east. Who cares what they mean? They just look cool. In the crowd, someone raised a phone high, struggling to angle the lens through the gaps between bodies, aimed it at the jerseys in the window, and pressed the shutter. The photo was uploaded to social media instantly. Within just a few hours, the image and the heated discussions it ignited had rocketed to the top of local trends in the Birkenhead area. Some old-fashioned fans felt that the abrupt appearance of two Chinese characters on the traditional English jersey bordered on sacrilege, ruining the aesthetic beauty the club had upheld for a century. But more younger fans were deeply drawn to those strikingly different Oriental aesthetic strokes. They were simple, powerful, and carried an ineffable sense of mystery. This resonated perfectly with the ethos of a Tranmere side undergoing a dramatic transformation. The fervor of public opinion translated into astonishing purchasing power. The shop had been open for only 3 days. Van Persie's No. 11 jersey, emblematic of the chief striker, was the first to be declared sold out. Close behind were Ribery's No. 7, symbolizing the flying winger, and Neuer's No. 1 goalkeeper kit. In the office of commercial director Thompson, his plump face was creased with sheer delight, his mouth stretched nearly from ear to ear. He clutched Lee Ran's hand tightly, the sweat from his overexcited palm soaking in unceremoniously. He repeated himself 3 times in a row, his voice rising each time. "Genius. Director Lee, this is absolutely a genius design. Genius. We sold in 3 days what took us a month last year. God, I can almost see pounds sterling flying through the air." Lee Ran could clearly feel the force transmitted through the man's arm. A pure ecstasy tinged with the unmistakable scent of money. He smiled, withdrew his hand, and casually took 2 jerseys for himself. Both were the home white and blue design. That evening, while tutoring Mickey and Yui, he handed the jerseys over. "Here, a fan bonus." The 2 Japanese girls' eyes lit up at the sight of the jerseys. Mickey held the jersey, her small face full of curiosity. "Wow, is this the jersey Lee Ransan designed? The Chinese characters look so cool on the chest." Yui, on the other hand, held the jersey up against herself and gestured the oversized garment, making her appear even more petite. Lee Ran lounged on the sofa, crossing his legs and tilting his chin up. "Don't just look. Try them on and let me take a look. As chief designer, I want to personally inspect the goods and see how they look." Once the girls put on the jerseys, they indeed presented a different charm. The oversized jerseys could not hide their elegant silhouettes, and the contrast added an extra distinctive charm. Under Lee Ran's patient guidance during this period, the 2 Japanese girls had improved their English rapidly, and they consistently found thoughtful ways to keep him cheerful and relaxed. However, after more than a month of high-intensity operation, Lee Ran was genuinely exhausted. His schedule had been shattered into countless fragments. By day, he had to be nailed to the training ground, closely monitoring every player's condition and observing the drills of Roger's tactics. After training ended, there were mountains of player data reports and opponent analysis videos. In the evening, he transformed into the tutoring instructor for his 2 students. Among all this, he still had to squeeze in time for Daisy. That blonde beauty always found some excuse to invite him over for a visit, to taste a newly purchased bottle of red wine, or watch a profound French film. This evident exhaustion had even been noticed by Caitlin. As a professional trainer, she had more than once seriously advised Lee Ran to ensure adequate sleep quality and even handed him a physical recovery plan. To that, Lee Ran could only respond with a wry smile, adding silently to himself, "She thinks I'm tired from work. Actually, well, I guess that's partly true." Of course, this continuous busyness was not without its rewards. The team was steadily taking shape at a visible pace. On the training ground, the players, initially hesitant and probing, were becoming increasingly fluid. The rhythm of passing and the tacit understanding of movement began to emit a chemistry called unity. Wearing a yellow bib, Mascherano turned the midfield zone into a forbidden area for opponents with every precise slide, tackle, and interception. His covering range was astonishingly vast. Every inch of turf seemed under his dominion. Robin's form had been fully ignited. In internal matches, his trademark cut-inside shots had breached Neuer's goal in 3 consecutive games, and his orange figure had become a nightmare for defenders. Pepe and Li Weifeng, one tall and quick, one tough and intelligent. This central defensive partnership grew increasingly synchronized. When one stepped up to press, the other would unfailingly occupy the covering position behind him. Their control of spacing and communication on the pitch already showed the makings of a top-class duo. And the once frail, scar-faced youth Ribery had seen a marked improvement in his physical robustness thanks to core strength training. He now dared to shield the ball with his body and drive forward. That fierce edge from the streets was being forged into a weapon on the pitch. Liran stood on the touchline, hands in pockets. He watched the young bodies sprint across the grass, sweat glistening under the setting sun, emanating an air of fierce vitality. The fatigue lodged deep in his body was being gradually washed away and replaced by the scene before him. This was what he truly loved. This was the root of all his planning and dedication. Directorly, a voice called from behind and to the side. Rogers hurried over, clutching a folder tightly, his face brimming with barely contained excitement, and his steps quick and buoyant. Everton has just formally confirmed it. He stopped beside Liran, taking a moment to catch his breath. A friendly match, scheduled for next Wednesday. Good. Liran nodded, his gaze still fixed on the pitch. They're a Premier League side, perfect for testing the results of our entire summer's training. The players have been itching for this. Rogers smiled, his gaze also turning to the pitch, his tone full of anticipation. Just the chance to play a real match against a Premier League team is more invigorating than the strongest cup of noon coffee. Liran slowly raised his head and looked toward the distant sky. The sun was sinking bit by bit below the horizon, its final rays dyeing the clouds a magnificent orange red. The golden afterglow poured down, casting a tender luster over the entire pitch, every blade of grass shimmering at its tip. Suddenly, he had a powerful premonition. A judgment settled deep in his intuition, born from countless data simulations and on-site observations. This Tranmere side, perhaps it truly could stir up a storm this season. On Wednesday evening, the floodlights of Prenton Park Stadium illuminated the town's night sky. For massive pylons converged their beams into a single point, and the meticulously trimmed grass shone with an almost unreal brightness, drawing the gaze of the entire town. The announcer's voice rang out at a soaring pitch as he announced tonight's attendance: 16,342. The entire stadium was packed with scarcely a single vacant seat to be found. Rivers of white and blue surged across the stands, converging into a man-made tide of color. The vast majority of fans had donned the new striped jerseys sponsored by the LN brand. The two Chinese characters on their chests shimmered subtly under the lights, standing in quiet harmony with the city's weathered brick walls and the salty harbor breeze. Many children had wrapped team scarves tightly around their arms, mimicking the grown-ups, and chanted the players' names with all their might. Those veteran fans who had stood in these positions for decades occupied the prime spots before the railings. They pushed their voices to the limit, singing Tranmere with the brassy force of a military call to charge. Liran stood in the VIP box. Behind a pane of glass polished to near transparency, he looked down upon the pitch below, alive with energy. This thunderous roar was the grand overture he had orchestrated with his own hands. Daisy had already set the temperature in the box to a precise 22 degrees, and in the ice bucket on the table a bottle of champagne waited in quiet anticipation. He did not sit. His fingers rested on the cool window ledge, his knuckles tapping out the rhythm unconsciously in time with the singing from the stands. Photography lights along the sidelines flashed without pattern. Media reporters moved swiftly along the touchline, claiming every vantage point that offered a prime view. On the large screen above the pitch, the away team's lineup scrolled into view. Everton were fielding their strongest side without reservation. Their full starting 11 was named. Their starting goalkeeper Nigel Martin was making his final side dive warm-ups in front of the goal. In defense, Hibbert and Nesmith flanked the sides, while Stubbs and Yobo stood guard in the center. In midfield, the Danish enforcer Gravesen paired with Lee Tai as defensive midfielders, while pacey fullbacks waited on the flanks ready to surge forward. Up front, veteran Kevin Campbell led the line. Beside him stood a player with a cropped haircut, his shoulders habitually inclined slightly forward, bending to adjust his laces. Wayne Rooney. The media called him the miracle of Merseyside, the future that all of England was waiting to see unfold. Liran watched him through the glass, his gaze softening, and a gentle curve touched the corners of his lips. At last he murmured to himself, this young talent from Merseyside, this rough diamond, yet to be shaped by any modern footballing system, radiating a sharp and primal brilliance. For the Chinese media that had traveled from afar, the outcome of this match paled in significance beside the Chinese derby unfolding on the pitch. Two men who had fought side by side on the same team just the year before now stood as opponents. One had remained in the top flight, while the other had chosen a path into the unknown, rebuilding from scratch. The cameras sensibly shifted back and forth between Lee Tai and Li Weifeng, attempting to capture any moment where their eyes might meet. Li Weifeng sensed the familiar weight of the cameras upon him. Rather than shying away, he squared his shoulders and faced them directly. He would let his performance speak for itself. The Tranmere starting lineup was drowned out by the fans' cheers halfway through the announcement. Neuer, wearing snow-white gloves, performed his final jump jogs in front of the goal, his focus absolute and piercing through the roar of the crowd. Sagna tilted his chin upwards, slightly adjusting his shin pads, as was his habit. Clichy tugged firmly at his socks, ensuring they hugged the contours of his calves perfectly. At center back, a pairing of contrasting strengths. Pepe and Li Weifeng stood like two stones of different shapes, fitting perfectly together, silent and immovable at the edge of the penalty area. The solid triangular formation in midfield was anchored by Mascherano at its base. His center of gravity sat low as though he could draw strength directly from beneath the turf at any moment. Carrick and Lassana Diarra flanked him on either side, their positioning forming a precise mechanism ready to dissect the tempo of the match and reassemble it according to their own design. The attacking trident was in position. Robin stood on the right, Ribery lurked on the left wing, and Van Persie occupied the center. His stance was loose and relaxed, his body swaying gently like a drawn bowstring ready to release. The referee's whistle sent the entire stadium into eruption. Everton showed no trace of the courtesy one might expect in a friendly encounter. From the very first second, Graveson in midfield launched a precise long pass that sent the battle straight into Tranmere's defensive third. Rooney's acceleration was devastatingly fast, leaving only a blur in his wake. Pepe tracked him immediately, but a half beat too late. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Rooney's shoulder drove forward with force, charging through like a young bull, breaking through the tree-line, unstoppable and unyielding. Li Weifeng's recovery tackle came at the perfect moment. Reading Rooney's run, he committed to the challenge cleanly. There was a solid thud as bodies met, and the ball was dispatched decisively out for a corner. A mixture of gasps and applause rose from the stands, impossible to distinguish between relief and admiration. Rooney turned and walked away with a smile playing on his lips, a look of youthful confidence and untamed energy in his eyes. He offered a subtle gesture toward Li Weifeng and Pepe. Meanwhile, Li Tai commanded the midfield with an unmistakable presence. He did not shine with the same brilliant flair as Rooney, but every one of his positional plays and challenges was as clean as a surgeon's incision. His duel with Mascherano was a silent contest of wits and technique. There were no wasted movements, every physical exchange was aimed at gaining possession of the fleeting ball. Rogers paced the touchline, his arms in constant motion. Though his voice could not pierce the din of the crowd, his instructions were clear as day. He demanded that Carrick and Lassana Diarra push further forward to claim the breathing room in midfield that could dictate the flow of the match. By the 20th minute, the Tranmere players were beginning to acclimatize to this Premier League level of intensity. Their passing and movement became decisive, and their shape began to move as one cohesive unit. Mascherano used his strong body to intercept the return pass, and without a moment's hesitation released it to the wing. Robin took the ball, accelerated and cut inside, the entire sequence flowing in one fluid motion. Nesmith, Everton's left back, could only watch as a blur of motion passed him by. He struck the ball with the instep, sending it spiraling through the air with fierce rotation, arcing powerfully toward the goal. Martin reacted with incredible speed, launching himself to parry the ball over the goal line. A wave of synchronized applause erupted from the stands. That sound carried a clear message of approval. This new Tranmere had not been overwhelmed by Everton's pace. They were holding their ground. In the 32nd minute, Li Tai once again displayed his elite reading of the game. Reading carry. Rooney barely slowed as he received the ball. He powered through the challenge from Pepe, using his body to shield the ball, while turning sharply to create an angle for a shot. Then he fired, a white projectile tearing through the air with a whoosh rocketing toward the top right corner of the net. It was destined to go in. That was the first thought in every fan's mind. Yet a figure launched himself into the air with an astonishing leap. Neuer's body extended to its absolute limit like an eagle spreading its wings. He twisted his torso in midair, and with just the tips of his fingertips pushed the incoming strike over the bar with tremendous force. The ball struck the crossbar and rebounded high before Pepe cleared it. For half a second there was silence, and then applause exploded across the stadium. Behind the glass, Lee Rant's lips curved into the faintest smile. He could see that the boy called Rooney aimed every shot at the theoretical impossibility, the far corner. It was pure talent. But his inner voice spoke louder. The fangs of a beast are sharp indeed, but what I have prepared for you is the title of the world's greatest goalkeeper. In the 35th minute, the counterattack began to take shape in silence. Mascherano was a one-man fortress, and with a fierce yet perfectly timed tackle, he brought Everton's developing attack to a halt. Grass clippings and soil flew into the air as he plowed a dark green furrow across the turf. Before his body had fully regained balance, his head snapped up, his gaze fixed on the open expanse ahead. With a flick of his ankle, the ball was sent out cleanly. Carrick received it. No pause, no second look. Everything had been carved into muscle memory through countless drills. A pinpoint through ball. The ball threaded through the center circle, darting between two Everton defenders through a gap barely wide enough for the ball itself, like a beam of light. Ribery cut in from the left wing, like a cheetah sensing an opening. His shoulder met the defender's chest with solid contact, the muffled impact rising above the roar of the crowd and reaching the front row spectators. The Premier League defender was built like a wall, yet Ribery was not pushed aside. Teeth clenched, he braced against the tremendous force, core muscles snapping tight as he held his ground amid the heavy contact without breaking stride. At the moment of contact, he deftly flicked the ball with a light touch of his right instep. It traced a tiny arc around the final obstacle, as if the ball itself had a will of its own. Then came a diagonal pass. Van Persie arrived like a phantom, perfectly on schedule. The arc of the delivery was clean, sharp, and precise. Without even adjusting his stride, he leaned forward and met the ball with the inside of his left foot, stroking it with effortless grace. The motion was fluid and elegant. The ball skimmed across the grass in silence, and before the goalkeeper's helpless gaze it gently kissed the inside of the post and rolled into the net. Silence. For 1/10 of a second silence. Then a wave of sound. The noise of the entire stadium rolled over everything like a gale from the very depths of the earth. Countless fans leaped from their seats, arms raised in thunderous cheers, the sound almost lifting the roof. On the sideline, Rodgers pumped his fist, his face flushed with joy. In the VIP box, Lee Ran sat up sharply, leaning against the cold glass as his chest rose and fell with deep breaths. Through the entire summer, hundreds of runs, thousands of passes and receptions, countless attacking patterns rehearsed on the training ground. All of it came together in flawless execution in a real Premier League encounter. It felt like a meticulously drawn blueprint being brought to life in reality, bursting into a dazzling, blinding flame. Behind the substitutes bench, Caitlin stood with her arms crossed, her gaze not following Van Persie the scorer, but locked firmly on Ribéry, the French teenager who had been so slender that a single nudge would knock him off balance. When she first met him that summer, was now holding his own against the impact of a Premier League starting defender. Lee Ran knew that this goal was not merely a tactical triumph. It was also the fruit of Caitlin's meticulously measured muscle-building formulas, countless strength tests, and countless drops of sweat. Tranmere led 10. As the halftime whistle blew, the singing at Prenton Park still echoed through the night sky. The 15-minute halftime break was all too brief. When the players walked out of the tunnel again, the tension in the air had grown even thicker. The moment the second half began, Everton's tempo suddenly accelerated. Their pressing no longer left any room to breathe. Every challenge carried an overwhelming sense of urgency. In the 47th minute, the mistake came. A seemingly simple back pass. Sagna's ball to Pepe was slightly underhit, and its line was a touch off. A flash of frustration crossed Sagna's face. That small error was enough for Letai's hound-like awareness to sense it. Like a patient predator, he stepped in from the angle and stretched out a foot to cut out the ball. Without holding onto the ball, he lifted his head, scanned the field, and released a precise through ball. Rooney accelerated forward, reaching full speed. In an instant, a streak of white lightning opening up the not yet set Tranmere defense. One-on-one with the goalkeeper. Facing the advancing Neuer, he did not choose a powerful shot. Instead, he calmly side-footed it with perfect poise. The ball rolled past Neuer's helpless fingertips and slipped into the net. 11. The singing on the terraces stopped abruptly, replaced by a deep collective sigh. In the box, Lee Ran gave a slight nod, his eyes sharp and steady. A young defensive line, communication still raw. This was the price of growth, a lesson that had to be paid for with a goal conceded. There was no escaping it, no dodging it. In the 50th minute, the fourth official raised the substitution board. Both sides made a flurry of changes at the same time. Rooney, Letai, wafting Robin Van Persie. One star-studded face after another walked off the pitch. The intensity of the match visibly dropped a notch. The heavy tension lifted, the rhythm settled from urgent drumbeats to a steady cadence. The young substitutes worked hard, trying to sustain the high tempo left by the starters, but their coordination with one another looked raw and hesitant. Cracks began to show clearly. In the 62nd minute, Everton's substitute forward received the ball on the flank and used a simple change of pace to sidestep Tranmere's young fullback. Centre-back Hill hurried forward to close down, leaving a vast gap behind him. The other centre-back's cover arrived half a beat too late, and the opposing forward seized the fleeting opportunity, sending the ball across for a teammate to finish calmly with a low shot. In the 71st minute, during a corner kick, defense captain Dave, who had been moved to holding midfield, was drawn by a feigned run from an opposing forward. When he turned, he realized he had left the real threat behind him. The unmarked player rose high and headed the ball in with ease. 2 goals cleanly taken exposed the inexperience and lack of understanding and positional awareness in the substitute lineup. The score became 13. Rodgers did not shout, nor did he lay blame. He simply stood on the sideline with his hands in his pockets, his gaze as calm as a high-speed analytical machine, recording every positional error and every mistimed covering decision into his mind frame by frame. In the 80th minute, Tranmere won a corner. Carrick stood over the ball. The delivery traced a full, generous arc through the air and flew precisely toward the center of the penalty area. Pepe, the center-back, who had been partly at fault for the first goal conceded, made his way through the crowd, his eyes alight with resolve. There was a strong resolve in his chest born from his earlier mistake. He leaped high, body extended in the air, and headed the ball powerfully. It was a redemptive goal. Thud. The ball flew into the net with a clean, powerful finish. 32. The stadium filled with thunderous applause and whistles, even more fervent than after the first goal. There was no regret, only pride. Everyone understood that even if Tranmere lost this match, they had already been reborn. They were no longer the small-town side that could be easily dominated and brushed aside. They now had the edge to stand up to the giants. The final whistle blew. The lights at Prenton Park remained dazzling, turning the pitch bright as day. Players exchanged greetings and drifted toward the tunnel in small groups. The fans did not leave immediately. They waved their scarves in the stands and sang the club anthem, their voices filled with something new called hope. Lee Ran walked out of the box, planning to go downstairs for a post-match debrief with Rodgers. As he reached the corner near the tunnel entrance, he stopped in his tracks. In the distance, Rogers was stopped by two men in dark suits. Neither looked like a reporter. Their posture was upright, their manner restrained, and their tone of voice was polite, yet carried an unmistakable calm authority. The older of the two, roughly in his early 40s, wore thin-framed glasses and a professional smile. He handed over a business card. Rogers took it, his eyes landing on the card, and his expression visibly stiffened for a moment. The man said a few words with a smile. Lee Rand caught fragments. Greatly admire. An opportunity. Rogers pressed his lips together, then finally nodded. His expression was a mixture of surprise, caution, and a hint of undeniable seriousness. Lee Rand did not approach. He stood in the shadow of the corner, like an outsider quietly watching the scene. The light at the end of the corridor was broken into irregular patterns by the three figures. In the distance, reporters were packing up their equipment, and the night breeze swept in from the exit carrying the briny scent of the Mersey estuary. The two men took their leave, shaking hands politely with Rogers before turning and walking away along the other side of the players' tunnel. Lee Rand shifted his body and caught a detail from the corner of his eye. As one of the men turned, a deep blue badge glinted on the chest of his suit. It was a blue lion holding a scepter. Lee Rand's eyes narrowed. Chelsea. That was the badge of Chelsea Football Club, the club just taken over by Russian billionaire Roman Abramovich, now using rubles to make waves across European football. What did they want with Rogers? The tide of singing from the previous night had receded. Lee Rand arrived at the office earlier than usual. The curtains were half drawn, the morning sunlight sliced by the blinds into slender ribbons of light, fell precisely on the newspaper spread open on the desk, the Liverpool Echo. The front page gave its main image to Rooney, but the subheading below it declared in bold type, Tranmere's system is taking shape. A faint arc curled at the corner of Lee Rand's mouth as he turned to the inner pages of the sports section. A filler report sat at the center of the page. Last night, a representative from a London powerhouse appeared in the VIP section. The reporter's pen was restrained, yet every word implied that a storm was approaching. A slight vibration ran through the phone on the desk, a text from Daisy. Confirmed. Chelsea's football affairs advisor Alan Kramer was there last night. We found he is still in the north today and will return to London via Manchester in the afternoon. Lee Rand's gaze fixed on the name Kramer, his eyes deep. The water boiled with a soft gurgle in the quiet office, but he was in no hurry to pour it. He was waiting for a man who was bound to come and for a trial that was bound to be faced. This was the first major external challenge to his carefully built system and the ultimate test of his insight into human nature. At 10:15, the door was knocked twice. Knock, knock. Rogers pushed the door open. His face bore the exhaustion of a sleepless night, but his eyes glittered with a startling light from the inner conflict within. He did not sit down. Holding the familiar clipboard under his arm, he stood in silence, his posture marked by a solemnity that was both awkward and anguished. I saw it last night. Lee Rand broke the silence, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Rogers nodded heavily. He took a business card from his coat pocket, walked over, and presented it to Lee Rand with both hands, as though handing over an immensely weighty report. The card was thin. In the upper left corner, an embossed emblem of a blue lion holding a scepter exuded a low-key arrogance built from wealth. The name was simple: Alan Kramer. Beside the title column, a line of small print read, Football Affairs Advisor. What did they say? Lee Rand asked. They praised the team, Rogers said, his mouth twisting with a smile more bitter than anything. They praised the invincible framework you built. He paused, his Adam's apple rolling. They also praised my tactical ideas. Then, they invited me to London to talk. The youth team? Lee Rand's question was direct and sharp like a scalpel. Rogers shook his head vigorously. His voice dropped to a near whisper, as if the word itself held a magic that could ignite every ambition in a man. The first team. He drew a deep breath and let out the last three words. Head coach. As those words fell, the only sound left in the office was the kettle still boiling futilely. A brief silence lay over everything like a sheet of thin ice. Even the sunlight filtering through the window felt cold. There was no trace of surprise on Lee Rand's face, as if all of it had been anticipated. He merely raised his brow slightly, his gaze resting on the face of the man before him. A man abruptly pushed to the crossroads of fate by a single invitation, pulled between ambition and reason. They are not satisfied with Ranieri. Rogers broke the silence himself, his voice hoarse. They say they need a new philosophy, someone who can blend power and speed, tactics and passion. They say I have that potential. What do you think? Lee Rand asked. Rogers did not answer. Instead, he threw the question back, a hint of pleading in his eyes. What would you do if you were me? Lee Rand did not speak at once. He picked up the kettle, poured half a cup of hot water, and white vapor instantly filmed the inside of the glass. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze passing through the rising steam to study Rogers across from him, like examining a complex chessboard from above. I would first ask about three things: resources, authority, and patience. His voice was flat, but each word thudded heavily onto Rogers's heart. First, how much unrestricted transfer budget are they willing to give you? A second, how much authority do they grant you over tactical decisions and dressing room management? And third, most crucial, under the gaze of that Russian, how many matches will they allow you to experiment and fail? Rogers's breath caught. The excitement and flush drained from his face, and a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had seen only the halo of a top club's manager, never the chain of hidden pitfalls behind it. Lee Rand's voice did not stop but grew even sharper. Then ask one final thing: what they want is you the man Rodgers, or a pretty tool to shout championship slogans before the media in summer? What do you think? Rodgers' breath trembled a little. He was completely overwhelmed by the question. Chelsea does not lack resources or slogans. What they lack, Lee Rand said, is a sustainable order. An order is not built by stacking stars on a roster. Ranieri gave them stability, but he could not give them imagination. You can't. He paused, shifted his tone, and added coldly. But the price is that you must endure scrutiny from the very first day, scrutiny that follows you everywhere. Every decision you make will become a headline. Every hesitation will be written up as a doubt until you are completely overwhelmed. Rodgers was silent for a long moment like a sculpture. I know he finally found his voice. So you're here now to hear me say go or don't go? Lee Rand asked directly. I'm not sure, Rodgers said, his voice dropping. Last night all I could hear was the singing in the stadium. I saw the kids in white and blue jerseys. I know what going to London would mean, and I know what staying here would mean. If you stay here, Lee Rand said, looking at him, you will build this blueprint into the house we want with me. If you go there, you'll be at the crest of the storm, spreading a larger and more perilous sail. There's no right or wrong, only what you want. Rodgers looked up, light in his eyes, the kind of light that appears when one stumbles through darkness and finally sees a glow through the crack of a door. At last he sat down in the chair across from Lee Rand, set the clipboard on his lap, and pressed his broad palms firmly against his knees. They've arranged to meet me in London tomorrow afternoon. Kramer said it was only a chat, no promises. You'll go? Lee Rand looked at him and said it as a statement of fact without judgment. Rodgers did not deny it. His mouth twitched into a complicated smile. You know me. I do. Lee Rand smiled as well. And I know Chelsea. At that moment Daisy knocked and poked her head in, placing a printed folder gently on the desk. The latest Chelsea management structure and background materials on Abramovich's team. Everything you asked for. I've annotated them all. She folded down the corner of a page. Kramer's CV is inside as well. He is a translator between capital and football, used to feeding grand visions to the board and breaking down exacting demands for coaches. Thank you. Lee Rand accepted the folder, skimmed 2 pages and closed it. He looked up at Daisy. Booked 2 tickets to London, early tomorrow morning. Daisy raised an eyebrow. A flash of understanding passed between her and Lee Rand through a tacit glance. She nodded and left. You are coming with me. Rodgers was utterly stunned. Lee Rand grinned. If you go alone, they'll think we're country bumpkins, easy to push around. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze turning piercing and commanding, and added, if you go alone, you're a job seeker. If we go together, it's a negotiation between clubs. Don't worry. I won't say a single word for you. I'm just going there to show them what price tag comes with my man. Rodgers stared at him, surprise in his eyes, and more than that, an unprecedented sense of stability quietly settling within him. He suddenly realized that the house they had built together through sweat and arguments in that hot summer was no makeshift shack. It had an indestructible foundation, and Lee Rand was the anchoring pillar of that foundation. Go to London. Of course, Lee Rand thought to himself. I'm not only going. I'm going to make Abramovich and his advisors understand that if they want to poach someone from me, they first have to learn to follow my rules. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the sky over West London was as grey as a sheet of thin paper. In the reception room on the 3rd floor of the hotel, the aroma of freshly ground coffee beans lingered in the air. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the Thames, with a light rain falling and sparse foot traffic on the bridge. Lee Rand and Rodgers sat on the sofa by the window facing 2 Chelsea representatives. The leading figure was Alan Kramer, whom they had seen at Prenton Park. With his blue tie and silver-rimmed glasses, he carried an air of refined aloofness that unmistakably belonged to the upper echelons of London. Director Lee, our proposal is simple and sincere, Kramer said in a soft tone. Chelsea holds Mr. Rodgers in very high regard. We are willing to offer a release clause of £2 million, the highest figure currently on the English coaching market. If there are no issues, we hope to finalize everything today. At that instant, a small, yet sharp light flickered in Rodgers' eyes like a door suddenly swinging open in the darkness. 2 million. The number thundered through his mind like a detonation, robbing him of breath for a moment. Lee Rand noticed his reaction, but did not look at him. Instead, he withdrew his gaze from the river and settled it upon Kramer's professionally smiling face. Lee Rand did not rush to answer. He gently smoothed the thin contract paper before him, studied it for a few seconds, then looked up with a smile. Your offer, I acknowledge. It shows that Chelsea holds our club in great respect. Rodgers' fingertips tapped nervously on his knee, his heartbeat nearly drowning out the traffic beyond the window. He thought Lee Rand would accept outright. This was already an astronomical price. However, Lee Rand paused, leaning slightly forward, his gentle demeanor instantly turning imposing. I have one rule. Kramer's eyebrow arched slightly, a hint of amusement curling at the corner of his mouth. Oh, a rule. The rule is simple. Lee Rand met his gaze, his voice low, but each word striking home. If you want to poach someone from my Tranmere, that's fine, but you must show genuine sincerity. Director Lee, £2 million. Is that not sincerity enough? Kramer's assistant finally blurted out, a trace of offended irritation creeping into his voice. Money. Lee Rand smiled, a hint of mockery in it. Money is merely the doorknocker. The sincerity, I mean, is whether he will receive true, unimpeded coaching space once he arrives at Chelsea. His voice rose suddenly, his gaze piercing Kramer like a blade. If you are merely looking for a young coach with a clean record, someone convenient to cast aside when the storm comes, then let us not waste each other's time. The room fell into dead silence. Roger's heart seemed to stop for an instant. He stared at Lee Rand's profile in shock, his nails digging deep into his palms. A burning hot surge rushed from his chest to his eyes, blurring his vision. Never had he imagined that Lee Rand would fight for him so bluntly and unreservedly in front of Chelsea, for something 1,000 times more valuable than money. The warmth on Kramer's face completely vanished. He silently studied Lee Rand for a full 3 seconds, his expression turning unusually focused. You're concerned that he won't receive trust at Chelsea. What I'm concerned about is that you're in too much of a hurry. Lee Rand's voice returned to a placid tone, but the pressure remained undiminished. He has just started out. You give him a stage under the spotlight, yet deny him the time to make mistakes and grow. That is not nurturing. That is consumption, a form of praise killing. The air in the room grew delicate and tense at the term praise killing. The words were not defiant, yet they cut like a scalpel, precisely exposing the glamorous facade of a top club. Kramer fell silent for a longer moment. Then he suddenly smiled. This time without pretense, with a touch of genuine appreciation. Director Lee, I understand your meaning. Rest assured we are not looking for a scapegoat. Mr. Rogers' tactical philosophy is exactly the direction we currently need. The board also believes it is time to give a young man a real chance, including the chance to make mistakes. Lee Rand nodded, leaned back into the sofa, and the intimidating aura quietly receded. Very well, I accept. Rogers' fingers paused on the rim of his cup, trembling slightly. He turned to Lee Rand, instinctively his Adam's apple bobbing, but he said nothing. A thin white glint reflected off Kramer's glasses. He quickly added a courteous closing. We respect every choice and are willing to cooperate fully on procedures. Our people will handle the procedures. Lee Rand rose and extended his hand. Congratulations. And thank you for putting respect on the table. The handshake was not firm, yet it felt like placing a certain weight safely back into each other's keeping. As the door closed, the sound of rain grew clearer, as if the city were breathing at a deeper level. The corridor was long, the carpet swallowing their footsteps. In the brief interval of the elevator doors opening and closing, Rogers finally spoke. Director, don't you need to ask my opinion? Your eyes last night told me everything, Lee Rand said, watching the floor numbers slowly change. I simply spoke before you so you wouldn't feel pressured. The elevator fell quiet for a moment. Rogers lifted his head, his throat tightening. I was afraid of disappointing you. Who doesn't want a bigger stage? Lee Rand smiled. Standing on the touchline at Stamford Bridge with the floodlights surging like a tide, every gesture you make can hold 100,000 people breathless. Few can resist that. The elevator arrived, and the doors opened. London's breeze swept through the lobby, carrying the chill of rain. The two walked out of the building, one after another, standing beneath the canopy of the entrance. Across the street, a screen rolled the latest sports bulletin, cutting to an exterior shot of Stamford Bridge, with a crowd gathered, and a headline reading, Chelsea launches new manager plan. Am I worthy? Rogers suddenly asked. He was not looking at Lee Rand, nor at the screen, but speaking into the boundless rain. Am I truly worthy? Every gesture you made last night was worthy, Lee Rand said. But being worthy is not the answer. What you need to ask is, are you willing to pay tuition for it? Not yet good enough. There will be no time for gradual learning there. Sometimes a single mistake becomes a headline. Rogers gave a small smile, one with self-mockery, yet also an unconscious buoyancy. I know. Last night, I walked around the pitch before leaving. It was empty, the stands were like sleeping mountains. In that moment I knew. I could never stay here forever. I want to try to see how far I can go. He paused, his voice softening. But I also can't bear to leave. What you can't bear to leave is what makes it valuable. Lee Rand pressed down the collar of his trench coat. People only feel attached to what they've invested in. You've put your heart into this place. That matters more to me than whether you stay. Rogers lowered his eyes and let out a soft He opened his mouth as if to say a great deal, but in the end only one word emerged. Thank you. Don't thank me. Lee Rand waved his hand. You earned this. I didn't give it to you. They stood under the canopy for a while, and the rain began to ease. As they crossed the road, a London will pressed through a puddle, sending up a small spray of silvery droplets. Rogers suddenly recalled many small scenes the first time he entered Tranmere's changing room, its mottled paint on the walls, at the first tactics meeting, Lee Rand handing him the marker pen and saying, go ahead, the white frost on the stands on a winter morning, on a summer evening, the players neatly carrying the training cones back to the equipment room after their final sprint. These images flickered like the lights glimpsed at the corner of one's eye while circling the pitch, tiny yet sufficient to illuminate the tender place deep within his chest. He suddenly realized that he was not leaving, but rather carrying a part of this place elsewhere. This awareness filled him with both sorrow and courage and made him more resolute than ever before. Returning to Birkenhead in the evening, the rain had stopped. The floodlights of Prenton Park were not yet on, yet the turf glowed a deep green, having absorbed an entire day's rain down to its roots. Rogers walked into the stadium alone. He had no purpose, only walked. From the center circle step by step to the edge of the penalty area. Then from the edge of the penalty area step by step back to the center circle. The grass underfoot was soft yet resilient, carrying the moisture of the rain. The empty stands surrounded him like a colossal beast crouched in slumber. Yet he could distinctly hear a sound, The kind of roar that only arises on victorious nights, sweeping in from every direction, powerful enough to overturn the night sky. He stopped, raised his right hand, and made two conducting gestures in front of him. Abrupt and decisive. The air was invisibly cleaved as if a blade had traced a gleaming line through it. He suddenly smiled. He laughed at himself for rehearsing a non-existent uproar in this empty stadium. Yet a voice from the depths of his heart was responding. This was the life he wanted. In this vast emptiness, to issue commands to a group of people and then win the echo of the entire world. Night had deepened. In his office, he opened a new email. The recipient address line was empty. This letter was for Lee Ran, for the team, and for the pitch beneath his feet. He typed 2 words in the body: thank you. The cursor blinked alone on the screen like a faint heartbeat. For a long time he stared at those 2 words, and a hollow feeling rose from his stomach. They were too light. These 2 words could not bear any weight at all. He deleted them, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. At last he typed another sentence. I will take good care of what you have given me. The next day's training proceeded as usual. The players had evidently caught wind of the news. Hushed whispers circulated at the edge of the pitch, and the glances exchanged between players were more frequent than ever. Rogers still blew the whistle, still shouted from the touchline to correct the rhythm. Every call was harsher and more forceful than usual, as if he wanted to compress all his emotions into those brief outbursts. After the final drill, everyone leaned on their knees, chests heaving. He cleared his throat, his voice was hoarse from shouting. I might be going to London. He paused, letting the words settle in the air. To do something that requires courage. All the players looked at him in unison. Heavy breathing was the only sound at that moment. Don't worry. He pulled the corners of his mouth into a curve, a smile that was forced with effort. This is not a farewell, but a journey continuing in a different identity. If you play every kick of the ball well, I won't lose face out there. A brief silence. Boss. Ribery suddenly yelled out, his voice bold and wild. If those nobles in blue dare to bully you, just shout once. The whole team will go to London and bring you back. The whole team was startled at first, then burst into roaring laughter. The laughter carried a bitter, salty taste, a scorching warmth, and something on the verge of welling up. Robin lowered his head and tightened his shin pad, once again his movements meticulous, as if it held the most complicated knot in the world. Mascherano let out a long breath, bent down, and gathered the scattered training cones one by one, stacking them neatly. No one cried, but every unconscious movement was a silent farewell. After training ended, Lee Ran finally stepped out from the shadow of the stands. He did not interrupt the team's private ritual. He only approached at the final moment and reached out to pat Rogers on the shoulder. Sign it. His voice was natural, without extra emotion, as if giving a simple tactical instruction. You need to be tougher over there. Lee Ran looked at him, his gaze sharp. Tough doesn't mean yelling at the referee. It means calculating every inch of profit beyond the touchline. Over there, every hesitation you have will be magnified into the next day's headline. Rogers nodded heavily, the light in his eyes burning like fire. When we meet in the cup, he paused and smiled, the smile carrying a sharpness honed through trials. I'll make you know that I didn't go in vain. Don't worry. Lee Ran also smiled, his tone as sharp as a freshly written declaration of war. I'll study all your tactical patterns in advance, and then give you a match that will make you second-guess everything. The two smiled at each other. There were no polite blessings, no sentimental embraces, only the mutual understanding and respect of comrades heading to different battlefields. At that moment, Lee Ran suddenly confirmed something. What he wanted to leave behind was never a particular person, but a kind of soul. An idea once rooted in a person's heart will continue to break through the soil and grow in new ground, even if that person journeys far away. That afternoon, the club's official website released a statement. Tranmere Rovers Football Club officially confirms that manager Brendan Rodgers will join Chelsea Football Club as the head coach of its first team. The club's former assistant coach Phil Morris will temporarily serve as the team's interim head coach. The final sentence of the statement was added by Lee Ran himself. Football grows through movement. Media coverage came flooding in. Some praised Tranmere's vision and magnanimity, others condemned them for having their marrow hollowed out by money. Lee Ran made no response. Under the lamp in his office, he turned the final page of the handover procedure form, then silently wrote a few lines in his notebook. Losing a head coach is nothing. Losing conviction is the real crisis. In the evening, Rogers loaded the last cardboard box into his car. Daisy handed him a set of car keys and said with a smile, I've marked the roads in central London on the map for you. Don't take the wrong turn. Rogers smiled and said nothing. The car door closed with a bang. At that moment, his fingertips trembled uncontrollably. He didn't rush to start the engine. He pushed open the door, got out, and walked around to the outer wall of the stadium. His palm touched the old brick that had weathered a century of storms. Rough, cold, and solid. That familiar sensation calmed the surging emotions in his heart. He turned around and bowed deeply toward the only office window still lit in the distance. Some people need not be watched as they leave, because they will always be under that light. The headlights cut through the night, their beams slicing through the soft twilight. Rogers gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his breathing steadying. He said softly to the empty passenger seat, Everything here will be the armor for my expedition. With a press of the accelerator, the car surged into the rain-swept distance. Lee Ran stood at the window, watching the two beams of light vanish beyond the horizon. The office door was knocked. Daisy walked in and placed a new training schedule on the desk. Director of the media is saying that our brain has been poached. Lee Rand withdrew his gaze, picked up his pen, and said in an utterly calm tone, then let them see how a team without a brain can win matches. At the bottom of the training schedule, he wrote several new instructions. Carrick add man marking and zonal defense transition drills 30 minutes. Ribery alternate impact resistance training with extreme recovery training. All assemble at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Do you need me to prepare a media statement? Daisy asked. No need. Lee Rand closed his notebook, his voice calm, but carrying a barely perceptible edge. This week's opponent is Nottingham Forest. I want to tell the players, we will use a victory to send a greeting to Chelsea's new coach. Night deepened. The floodlights at Prenton Park finally came on one after another. The light interwove above the empty pitch, like signal fires lit one by one on an ancient battlefield. The stands were empty save for the club-crested flags fluttering loudly in the wind. Lee Rand walked down the stairs, his steps light, yet each one landed firmly. He said silently in his heart, go on, Brendan. May the intensity of the Premier League not extinguish your love for football. And I also hope that when we meet next time you will have grown strong enough to give me a bit of trouble. In the early morning, the conference room door opened. Lee Rand walked in and went directly to the front, standing at the position that had once belonged to Rodgers. More than 20 first-team players straightened up at once as though the air itself had grown still. It had been less than 24 hours since Rodgers left, yet his presence still hung heavy in the room. Lee Rand's gaze swept slowly over the entire group. Mascherano's tense jawline, Carrick's fingers paused mid-motion, Neuer's statue-like posture from behind. His eyes finally settled on the club crest mounted on the wall. Mr. Rodgers has gone, Lee Rand said, his voice calm, but devoid of warmth. He has gone to Chelsea to chase his Premier League dream. It is a good thing. He paused, leaning slightly forward, and an invisible pressure seemed to settle over everyone in the room. Just like Vidic went to Manchester United. I never stand in anyone's way when they seek a bigger stage, including you. These words brought a subtle shift to the stillness in the air. Some of you may catch the attention of the Premier League, others may be noticed by scouts from La Liga or Serie A. When that time comes, I will give you every opportunity, even help you negotiate a favorable deal. But there is one condition. You must be worth that price. You wish for a top club to invest millions in your future. Very well. First, help Tranmere play football that commands respect across all of England. Why did Rodgers go to Chelsea? Because he led you all fighting from the 4th division into the 3rd. Your results became his credentials. Now his credentials are being tested in the Premier League, and you are the most valuable part of that record. As his words fell silent, heavy breathing could be heard around the room. Las Diera unconsciously straightened his back. Van Persie's hand resting on his knee clenched into a fist. In the corner, Robin's eyes lit up. Lee Rand's words had unlocked something deep within them. Playing for the club was a motto, but playing for their own futures and worth was the truest motivation of all. Starting today, Phil Morris will serve as the team's temporary head coach. All eyes turned toward the corner of the room. Phil stood up, sweat on his forehead, yet his expression was steady. You must follow him just as you followed Rodgers. Tactics, training arrangements, no compromises. His tone was firm. Anyone who openly disobeys will find themselves in the reserve squad. Phil took a deep breath, his voice hoarse but resolute. I won't speak many words. My task is simple: ensure this machine keeps running smoothly. He looked at the group of talented players before him, many far more famous than he was. You don't play for me, and you don't play for Rodgers. You play for the crest on the wall, and more importantly for your own future contracts. Lee Rand nodded and continued. Rodgers took his reputation with him, but the club retains the entire system. The sole structure and style of play remain. Every piece is still in place. It has its own vitality and will not collapse because one person has left. He raised his hand and pointed to the schedule on the wall. Stability is our greatest strength. Now let us return to the first match. All eyes fell on the first name on the schedule, Nottingham Forest. I have reviewed analyst Williams' report, Lee Rand said, his tone precise. Last season they were the best defensive team in the league, conceding only 1.03 goals per match. They excel at using discipline to compress space. Their 2 defensive midfielders cover tremendous ground, pressing relentlessly. The atmosphere in the room tightened again. Do they think we will simply match them in the midfield, trading possession and physicality? Lee Rand's lips curved slightly. They are wrong. What we will do is use our most comfortable passing game, constantly moving the ball and forcing them to chase. Their proud discipline will be tested against our speed and rhythm. Their defense has one weakness. Lee Rand's eyes gleamed. The moment both our wingers launched, simultaneously exploiting that speed differential. He placed his hand firmly on the table. A sharp sound echoed through the room. Do not think about this as a farewell match or a proving ground. Play for your own worth. Make Nottingham Forest suffocate within the very defense they are most proud of. The competitive spirit in the room ignited. Mascherano struck the table with his fist, his eyes alight with intensity. Ribery and Robin exchanged glances. That evening Prenton Park was filled to capacity. Fans sang as one, white and blue flags waving in the wind. Tranmere, Tranmere, fly again. Inside the player tunnel, Phil Morris fastened his coat, his expression focused. This was his first major test. The referee blew the whistle and the match began. Van Persie's played the ball sideways to Mascherano. The Argentine player did not stop the ball, but with a deft touch sent it smoothly toward the left flank. A flash of movement. Ribery received the ball, dropped his shoulder and drove forward with the ball at his feet, slipping between two defenders who reached too late. Without hesitation, he struck the ball low along the ground, directing it precisely into the space between the opponent's defense and midfield. At the same moment, another player on the right wing moved in perfect sync. It was Robin reading the play ahead of time, his run mirroring Ribery's movement. Both wingers surged forward together. Tranmere's attacking system had delivered its most dangerous tactical play within the first 30 seconds. The crowd erupted in cheers. Nottingham Forest's defensive line was caught off guard. The ball rolled into the penalty area, and Van Persie was already arriving ready to shoot. In a flash, Nottingham Forest goalkeeper Darren Ward darted out from his goal and managed to push the ball just wide with the tip of his fingers. Van Persie sighed in frustration. The roar from the stands turned into a collective murmur. Lee Rand sat in his box watching quietly. The corner kick was cleared by a defender with a header, and possession returned to Ribery. The Frenchman attempted to break through once more using pace. But this time a dark figure clung to him tightly. Danny King, Nottingham Forest's captain and defensive midfielder, matched him step for step. He anticipated Ribery's every feint, reading his movements like a machine designed to counter him. As Ribery changed direction, King executed a precise, clean slide tackle and won the ball cleanly. A collective gasp filled the stadium. King did not waste a moment, rising to play a long ball over the midfield, finding their fast striker waiting in advance. Tranmere's defensive line was exposed. On the sidelines, Phil's face paled, his hands gripping the edge of his jacket. In the private box, Lee Rand's calm expression shifted. He stood abruptly, his hands resting on the glass, his brow furrowed. He spoke softly, a hint of interest in his voice. Interesting. Their counterattack is faster than I expected. The match continued, both sides adjusting, the tension building as the first half progressed. Danny's long pass carved through the midfield, the ball soaring accurately into the heart of Tranmere's territory. The red forward of Nottingham Forest darted out from the flank of the defense, taking a touch with muscles coiled on the verge of breaking through alone. When inside the penalty area, a white-clad figure surged forward with uncanny speed. Neuer. Without a flicker of hesitation, his first step drove off the ground, the second and third carried him beyond the penalty area, and on the fourth his body fully extended as he charged toward the ball's landing point like a cheetah in full stride. This was not a goalkeeper's desperate gamble. It was muscle memory forged into his very bones through a summer of relentless training under Lee Rand. The opposing forward had just shifted his weight, but before he could complete his shot, Neuer met the ball with a powerful clearance. Boom. A mighty thud sent the ball soaring high over the center circle, dropping toward Nottingham Forest's defensive third. The crowd fell silent for a second, then erupted into a thunderous roar. Nottingham's forward stood frozen, his mind blank. Unable to comprehend what had just happened, he looked up at the number 1 figure already retreating to his penalty area and muttered, "Is he a defender?" The commentator's voice cracked. "My God, Manuel Neuer. He has extended the penalty area to the entire half." In the box, Lee Rand tapped his knuckles lightly against the glass, a satisfied smile curving at the corner of his mouth. A desperate gamble. No, this is merely a standard part of training. I helped him adjust the timing, angle selection, and recovery route for his advances. Now every advance he makes is not based on instinct, but on the optimal solution. Neuer's textbook sweeper performance served as a wake-up call to Tranmere's entire defensive line. Pepe turned and gave a thumbs up to Lee Weifeng behind him, who nodded firmly. The two stalwart defenders exchanged looks 10 times more serious than at the opening kickoff. Control of the match was decisively reclaimed by the white and blue side. Mascherano dropped deeper, forming a solid triangle with the two center backs. The ball began to circulate among Tranmere's players at a breathtaking tempo. There was no unnecessary dribbling, only the quickest one-touch passes. On the left, Ribery cut inside, drawing defenders toward him. Carrick delivered a no-look pass, instantly threading the ball through the gap between two defenders. The ball was blocked and played back. 3 seconds later, it had already reached the right flank. Sagna pushed forward while Robin dropped back, creating a local numerical advantage that left Forest's left back rooted to his spot. He could only watch as Robin controlled, feinted, and spread the ball wide in a blur of motion. Forest's defensive line resembled a cloth stretch taut, each pass opening a new gap. Forced to drop deep en masse, their formation was compressed flat, losing all elasticity. In the 18th minute, Forest seized a clearance opportunity to launch a counterattack. Pepe anticipated the move, using a firm and precise shoulder challenge to knock the opposing forward off balance and win the ball. The challenge was clean and crisp, carrying a rugged elegance. In the 23rd minute, another counterattack came. Lee Weifeng, tracking back, continuously applied pressure with his body, forcing his opponent to shield the ball with his weaker foot. The moment they entered the penalty area, Lee executed a perfect sliding tackle to knock the ball out for a corner. On Forest's bench, someone buried his head in his hands. They had finally realized that trying to break through this defense on the counterattack was a pure pipe dream. On the touchline, Forest's manager paced anxiously, waving his arms and shouting, "Compact! Protect the half spaces. Mark that inside man." His voice was completely swallowed by the chants of Prenton Park. His players could only rely on instinct, exhausting themselves in futile runs. Each cover shift meant an even larger gap exposed on the other side. In the 30th minute the decisive moment came. On the right Sagna and Robin played a 1-2. Robin received the ball and drove directly into the right edge of the arc. Robin's zone. With a series of blindingly quick touches and shifts, he completely wrong-footed the opposing left back. He nudged the ball with his left foot, lifted his head, and fixed his gaze on the top left corner of the goal. In the stands the roar of tens of thousands merged into one word: shoot. Robin's left leg swung in a full arc and struck the ball cleanly. There was no curve, only sheer velocity. The ball flew straight as an arrow toward the net. Forest goalkeeper Darren Ward produced a phenomenal save, extending his body to the absolute limit, brushing the ball with his fingertips at the final instant. Smack! The ball's trajectory changed slightly, popping upward and striking the underside of the crossbar. A chance. The ball rebounded into the 6-yard box and a ghost-like figure darted out from behind everyone. Robin van Persie. The instant Robin struck the ball, he had already started his run. His movement had precisely calculated the most likely second landing spot after the goalkeeper's save. At that moment the ball dropped and he arrived right on time. Without pausing he met the rising ball, pressing his right instep down in one smooth motion. A volley. The ball was sent into the net like a comet. Gioviel, the commentator screamed. Robin van Persie. In the 30th minute Tranmere cracked open Forest's shell in the most emphatic way. It was the art of possession football and a decisive statement of intent. Prenton Park erupted in celebration. Forest goalkeeper Darren knelt on the ground staring up at the trembling net, muttering in a daze, They're all extraordinary. On the touchline Phil Morris clenched his fist once, then immediately turned and signaled to his players with both hands lowered, shouting, stay calm. Control the tempo. Don't give them a chance to fight back. The 2 minutes after a goal were the easiest time to lose focus. No one knew that better than him. In the box Lee ran slowly, leaned back into his seat, his eyes gleaming with remarkable intensity. The tactical execution was excellent. Robin's shot selection still tends to favor pure speed. If he had added a touch of spin, the goalkeeper wouldn't even have had a chance to touch it. As for Van Persie, a perfect finisher's instinct. He murmured softly, as if appraising a work of art that still had slight imperfections. Trailing by a goal, Nottingham Forest had no choice but to push their line forward, trying to disrupt the rhythm with pressing. But this played right into Lee Rand's hands. Push forward and you leave a vast expanse behind. In the 35th minute Ribery received a precise long pass from Mascherano on the left, chested it down, and immediately accelerated to overtake his marker. As Forest's right back turned, Ribery flicked the ball with his heel to Carrick, who was arriving from behind. Carrick played a first-time through ball. Van Persie dropped deep to receive, laid it off with his back to goal, and Robin followed up with a powerful shot. The ball was blocked behind by the opposing center-back. Forest's manager covered his face in anguish on the touchline. He knew it was only a matter of time before the defense was completely breached. In the 42nd minute Ribery again received the ball in the final third. The Black No. 8. Danny King stuck to him like a shadow. A sharp glint flashed in Ribery's eyes. After 2 quick stepovers, he suddenly accelerated toward the byline. Danny remained unyielding, holding his position firmly on the inside. Just as Ribery pushed the ball forward, Danny's heel caught his foot, causing him to lose his balance and tumble onto the turf. The crowd erupted in protest. The referee, however, showed no reaction and waved play on. Danny collected the ball without even glancing at Ribery on the ground and launched a long clearance upfield. Boo! Amid the deafening jeers, Ribery lay on the ground, slowly lifting his head, his face smeared with dirt and grass clippings. He didn't look at the referee or acknowledge his teammates. His eyes were fixed on Danny's retreating back, a gaze full of quiet determination. Ribery pushed himself upright, brushing grass from his mouth. The number 8 Danny did not spare him a glance before turning and jogging away. In that instant the air inside Plymouth Park seemed to tighten. Mascherano stepped forward first, closing the distance to Lansbury with sharp intensity, his expression unyielding. What exactly do you think you are doing? Pepe sprinted from deep in his own half, moving with purpose that spoke more of confrontation than mediation. Players from both sides converged, engaging in a tense push and shove. The referee's whistle cut sharply through the chaos as he wove into the cluster, using both arms to create separation between the players. In the end, he issued only a verbal warning to both sides. A wave of discontent rose from the stands toward the officials' bench. Blue and white scarves waved in restless rhythm, voices carrying clear frustration. Ribery was pulled to his feet by a teammate, saying nothing as he wiped mud from his face. His gaze moved through the dispersing crowd and settled firmly on Danny's retreating figure. From that moment onward, Nottingham Forest revealed their approach, not through flair, but through disciplined structure. Their movements were precise and calculated. As Robin prepared to accelerate down the flank, a midfielder's elbow made careful contact near his ribs. When Ribery held the ball with his back to goal, a defender's studs grazed his ankle at just the right moment. And whenever Carrick moved to distribute, a hand would tug at his shirt, enough to disrupt his balance, but never enough to draw attention. This was not reckless physicality, but something far more calculated. A methodical series of marginal challenges designed to erode composure. They used countless actions too subtle to warrant punishment, wearing down rhythm and focus, piece by piece, testing concentration until it frayed. In stoppage time of the first half, Lansbury threw himself into another challenge against Ribery as he cut inward. He made no contact with the ball, but the tackle was well-timed, sending Ribery to the ground. The referee waved play on. Ribery rose quickly, chest rising and falling heavily, veins standing out along his forearm. He restrained himself. The whistle blew for halftime. The score remained 1-0. Inside the dressing room, the air grew heavy with exertion and quiet tension. Phil Morris struck his hand against the tactical board. Stay composed. They are provoking you. Do not give them what they want. Use your passing to control the tempo. He turned to the fullbacks. Sagna and Critch will rotate in the second half. Do not push forward together. Larry, he pointed to the defensive midfielder. Your only job is to shadow Danny. Make it difficult for him to turn comfortably. The door opened, and every player instinctively straightened. Lee Rand entered, scanning each face before resting his gaze on the tactical board. He picked up a marker without preamble. Their defensive shape relies on discipline, and the weakness of discipline is the need to shift laterally in rapid succession. He drew a long horizontal line across the board. Once their back line is forced to move laterally 3 times in a row, the space between their fullback and center back opens. In the second half, we do not meet force with force. We stretch the field and make them chase. Carrick, your role is to win the second ball, not to receive the first pass immediately. Van Persie dropped deep to hold the play, but remember, there is always a third runner behind the wall. Mascherano, your defensive priorities change. First, cover the space between center backs. Second, protect the area behind the fullbacks. Man-to-man marking comes last. Do not let provocation disturb your focus. He tapped the board firmly. Fouls are meant to disrupt our thinking. Very well. We will answer with passing and gradually slow their movement. Lee Rand's gaze settled on Ribery, who was wrapping tape around his fingers, his expression focused and quiet. Frank, he said evenly. You have 10 minutes in the second half. If he fouls you again after that, I will bring you off immediately. He paused. This is for your protection. I need you fit for the entire season, not lying in a hospital bed today. Ribery looked up, his jaw set, and nodded once. Lee Rand turned and left, leaving one final remark at the doorway. The second goal will not need to be sought. It will come to us. The second half began and Forest challenges grew more frequent. 53rd minute. Carrick was pulled down from behind in midfield, and the referee finally produced the first yellow card of the match. On the touchline, Phil pressed both hands downward, calling repeatedly for patience. Pass, pass, pass. 55th minute. Danny brought Ribery down from the side again in a challenge that offered no opportunity for the ball. The Frenchman rose slowly, his composure tested. Phil glanced toward the substitutes, then turned without hesitation and signaled to the fourth official. 58th minute. The board went up, number 7 Ribery off, number 17 David Bentley on. Ribery stood for a moment looking from the pitch to the sideline. Phil offered no words, only opening his arms and drawing a circle in the air, a reminder of the longer season ahead. Ribery exhaled slowly, removed his shin guards, and exchanged a firm fist bump with Bentley. Keep him moving. Bentley nodded and jogged onto the field. On his first touch, Bentley used pace to force the right back backward 3 steps just to keep up. In the box above, Lee Rand watched the substitution and tapped his finger lightly against the glass. Wise. A blade kept sharp is ready for the moment that matters. 60th minute. The pattern unfolded exactly as planned. Mascherano read the clearance before it happened and stepped forward to intercept the second ball. Without looking up, he played a low pass through the defensive line, splitting Forest structure. Robin surged from the right half space, took the ball, and cut inside. Danny threw himself at the play, but the relentless lateral movement of the first half had slowed him just enough. That margin was all that was needed. Robin saw him coming and responded with a gentle drag of the left foot to change direction. Lansbury lunged and missed, stumbling forward. Robin struck the ball cleanly, sending it like a flash toward the top corner of the net. 2-0. Forest's defensive shape had been unraveled by their own exhaustion. Robin did not run in celebration. He turned on the spot, tapped the grass beneath his feet with his index finger, then touched his temple twice. Think. Here is where the match is decided. The commentators described it as clinical. A complete tactical execution. Tranmere had taken control of the game. 2 goals down, Forest manager paced the technical area, arms moving frantically as he urged his players forward. But the signs of strain were clear. Their shifts were slower, their challenges more desperate. 66th minute. Bentley was tripped. A yellow card followed. 72nd minute. Lassana Diarra fell after a challenge from behind. Another yellow. Tranmere now dictated the tempo, circulating the ball calmly across the back line, drawing opponents out of position before releasing it into the spaces they had created. Forest players chased increasingly empty runs, their energy and composure fading together. 91st minute. Danny finally lost his composure. During a midfield battle with no clear advantage to be gained, he launched into a late challenge from behind, taking down Lassana Diarra. The referee did not hesitate. Red card. Danny spat toward the turf and walked slowly toward the sideline as boos filled the stadium. As he passed the Tranmere substitutes bench, he paused. His eyes moved past the seated players and found Ribery, who was drinking water. Danny looked at him and mouthed 2 words without sound. Ribery's grip tightened on the shin guard resting against his knee, the surface cracking under pressure. Danny seemed to notice Ribery crushing the shin guard in his grip. A sneer curled at the corner of his mouth, and he raised his chin, gesturing a rude sign in his direction from afar. The provocation not only continued, but grew even more blatant and brazen. He even seemed to want more. While passing the substitutes bench, he deliberately slowed down, stepped closer, and added in a low hissing whisper that only a few nearby could hear. "Go back to your own place," he sneered. Ribery's restraint evaporated. He did not simply rise, he shot up. The bench chair toppled backward with a loud crash. "Frank!" Phil's shout was left behind. Captain Dave reacted swiftly, stepping forward to block him, but Ribery brushed him aside with a powerful shoulder maneuver. Dave felt an overwhelming force, staggered back 2 steps, his eyes full of shock. He had never seen Frank unleash such fierce strength. At the tunnel entrance, Danny turned around exactly at that moment, wearing a twisted, triumphant smile that seemed to say, "Look, you fool, you took the bait." In the next second, Ribery's forehead met Danny's with a dull thud. It was not a shove, it was a headbutt. Danny cried out, staggering back, while clutching his face. A curse burst out. The entire bench erupted as players, staff, and coaches from both sides surged toward the tunnel like a flood. Water bottles, towels, and tactic boards flew through the chaos as the scene descended into disarray. The fourth official's whistle blew frantically. The referee sprinted over, his face dark as thunder. Dave and Mascherano locked onto Ribery from both sides, straining with all their might to drag him back. "Calm down. Frank, do you want to be suspended?" Dave's voice was hoarse from shouting. The referee did not hesitate. He first pointed at Danny, who was half lying on the ground and supported by the team doctor, and signaled security to escort him back to the dressing room immediately. Then he turned to Ribery, who was still struggling. A bright red card was raised high, glaring under the lights of Prenton Park. Ribery froze. The roar of tens of thousands of spectators seemed to vanish in that instant. He stood like a statue, drained of spirit, letting Dave and the staff lead him away. The passage to the dressing room had never felt so long. He looked up, his gaze cutting through the crowd toward the distant VIP box. Behind the glass wall, Lee Rand stood quietly. There was no anger, no disappointment, no expression at all. Those eyes simply watched him with a calm that felt colder than any shout, an absolute emotionless stillness that chilled Ribery to the bone. He knew the trouble he had caused was far greater than a red card. The final whistle blew, 2-0. In Tranmere's dressing room, there were no cheers of victory, only heavy silence. Ribery sat in his place, head bowed, while the team doctor applied ice to his slightly swollen forehead. The shin guard he had crushed lay quietly at his feet. The door opened. Lee Rand walked in, followed by head coach Phil, whose face was grim, and Lucy, the sports science team's psychology expert. A rustling sound filled the room as every seated player instinctively stood up. Lee Rand's gaze swept across the room, but skipped Ribery. He stopped in front of Captain Dave and head coach Phil. "He was sitting right beside you, just 3 meters away." Lee Rand's voice was soft, yet it struck every nerve like a whip. "A player I had already flagged as an emotional risk source crossed half the bench right under your noses to confront an opponent." Phil's lips moved. "Director, this is my fault. I'm not here to hear confessions." Lee Rand cut him off, tone still steady, but far more pressing. "I just want to know, as head coach and team captain, what are your responsibilities?" "To sit there and watch." Dave's head drooped lower. "We couldn't stop him. So this is the discipline of a professional team." Lee Rand's volume did not rise, but every word was like an ice pick. One man's loss of control became the whole team's loss of control. If we hadn't been leading by 2 goals, if this were an away game, what would have been the consequences? Deadly silence filled the dressing room. Lee Rand finally turned and walked toward Ribery in the corner. He pulled over a chair, sat down, and looked at Ribery at eye level. "Look up." Ribery slowly raised his head, the redness in his eyes not yet faded. Lee Rand looked at him and asked the first question. "Did you win?" Ribery was taken aback, clenching his jaw and saying nothing. He used a few cheap words to take you down with him. A defensive workhorse who can't score a goal in a season has taken out our most dangerous winger. Who do you think came out ahead in this trade? Ribery clenched his fists. The FA disciplinary committee loves stories like this. Violent conduct means at least 3 extra games suspended. What will the media write? The savage side of a French talent, Tranmere's time bomb. Believe me, from the next match onward, every defender will be greeting your family in your ear, waiting for you to get yourself sent off. Lee Rand picked up the cracked shin guard and weighed it in his hand. You think you defended your dignity? No, you only proved your foolishness. You used the most primitive and least effective method, playing right into your opponent's hands. Lee Rand took a laptop from Lucy and dropped it onto Ribery's lap. The screen was on, playing a video, a compilation of Danny's malicious fouls and verbal provocations against opponents over the past 3 seasons. Beside the video was a detailed document, Danny King behavioral patterns and psychological weakness analysis. The report stated in bold text, this individual habitually uses subtle moves and trash talk to provoke technical players, especially foreign players with strong self-esteem and complex backgrounds. His psychological attack success rate is as high as 78. Psychological weakness, extreme arrogance, prone to losing composure after being thoroughly outplayed, technically leading to worse retaliatory fouls. Lee Rand stood up, looking down at him. This calm was more oppressive than his earlier questioning. I took you off to let you see with your own eyes how he lured you, and step by step. I sheathed the blade not to let it rust, but to sharpen it for the next time it leaves the scabbard. His voice turned cold. You want revenge? Fine. Next time you face him, I want you to use your skill to break him down, so completely use your speed to run him until he cramps, making every defensive effort of his a public spectacle in front of tens of thousands. I want you to destroy his professional confidence on the pitch through football. That is what revenge truly means. Lee Ran turned and walked to the door. As for what you did today, 2 weeks wages, 1 match, suspended within the team, and report to the reserve team. Until you understand what true strength is, you don't deserve to come back here. He paused, hand on the doorknob, and delivered his final words without looking back. Using your fists. That is what cowards do. The door closed behind him. Ribery stared intently at the report on the laptop, his chest heaving. Humiliation, anger, regret, and a spark of ignited vengeance churned wildly in his eyes. Just then head coach Phil's phone rang. He answered, and listened for only a few seconds before his face turned deathly pale. He hung up, hurried over to Ribery, and said in a voice trembling uncontrollably, "Frank, something big has happened. The FA Disciplinary Committee has initiated an emergency hearing. Danny's agent and lawyers have accused you to the media and the FA of using racially abusive language toward him in the tunnel." Phil's face instantly drained of color. He barely registered the dazed Ribery in the locker room and rushed out the door, catching Lee Ran just as he was leaving. "Director, something serious has happened." His voice had turned shrill with anxiety. Lee Ran, who had just composed himself after dealing with a foolish player, frowned at these words. He always disliked variables outside the plan. The FA emergency hearing proceedings. Danny's legal team. Phil's lips trembled violently, struggling to form coherent sentences. They accuse Frank, at the player tunnel entrance, of using racial discriminatory language against him. What? These 2 words seemed to be forced out from between Lee Ran's teeth, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, like metal grinding against metal. He turned sharply and strode back toward the locker room with determined steps. One moment he had been teaching a young talent what true revenge meant, the next his opponent had delivered a vicious strike straight at the club's most vulnerable point. Racial discrimination. In modern European football, these 4 words were more devastating than a broken leg. It was not a red card, not a suspension. It was a branding iron heated to red hot, forever searing itself into the reputation of both player and club. Lee Ran's heart surged with tremendous emotion. He had treated Ribery as a blade requiring thousandfold tempering, but Danny had overturned the chessboard, attempting to drag both the blader and the blade maker into the abyss with the dirtiest means possible. In the locker room, Ribery sat frozen on the bench like a statue stripped of its soul, his pupils dilated to the extreme from overwhelming fear. I didn't. His lips trembled violently, producing almost no sound. Only desperate murmurs escaped. Lee Ran's cold gaze swept over his pale face. Whether you did or not no longer matters at this point. Lee Ran's voice was low. The moment you threw that punch, you handed the pen that writes the narrative directly into someone else's hands. He no longer looked at the lost Ribery, turning abruptly to Phil, his words coming rapidly like quick-fired nails. Legal, PR, technical team, psychology department, all department heads, 10 minutes my office. Now, immediately. Legal, PR, technical team, psychology department, all department heads, 10 minutes my office. Now, immediately. Phil shuddered under that overwhelming force of authority and instinctively stood at attention. Yes. Lee Ran then turned to the stunned Captain Dave and Kumas. You 2 go to the conference room immediately and recount every single detail, every word, every expression that you heard and saw in the tunnel. Nothing left out. Finally, he looked toward the sports psychologist Lucy. Take him to your office. Cut off all contact with the outside world. Not a single word from him. I want a complete psychological and behavioral analysis report covering every detail from provocation to the moment he lost control. Lucy looked at Lee Ran, who now resembled a battlefield commander, and nodded firmly. She supported Ribery, who seemed ready to collapse, and guided him out. Minutes later, the club's core team gathered urgently in Lee Ran's private box. Daisy spoke first, her voice carrying a faint tremor. Local media in Nottingham have already published breaking news, remarkably fast. Danny's agency publicly hinted during a phone briefing that Frank insulted him with explicit racial remarks. They even claimed 2 stadium staff members who were present at the time can testify. Witnesses. Huh. Lee Ran let out a cold snort that sent a chill through everyone present. Merely bought dogs. Phil, he turned to the head coach. Do we have absolutely reliable people among our home stadium security and boundary cameramen? We have a few long-term employees, but faced with these accusations, no one dares to guarantee they'd risk losing their jobs to testify for us. Phil's voice still trembled. Understood. His pace of speech was calm, yet startlingly fast. Daisy, draft an official statement immediately. First, we acknowledge that a conflict occurred in the player tunnel and expressed zero tolerance for Frank's violent behavior, announcing internal disciplinary action proactively. Second, using the firmest and most resolute language possible, we categorically deny all racial discrimination allegations. The statement will define this as a premeditated, despicable campaign of rumor and slander, and we reserve all rights to pursue legal action. Third, we will proactively request the FA to convene an emergency hearing and inform the media that we will submit all video and audio evidence in our possession, demanding a thorough investigation into the truth. A seamless series of moves, first severing a limb to contain the risk, then launching a thunderous counterattack. Everyone present was stunned by Lee Ran's instantaneous decisiveness. At that moment, the technical director pushed open the door, sweating profusely, his face pale, yet tinged with an extraordinary flush. Director, we found it. The high-fidelity backup recording equipment you previously had us install near the substitute bench and tunnel entrance for tactical review and on-site audio collection. It recorded partial audio. The air in the room was instantly sucked away. Everyone's breathing froze. Play it. Lee Ran spoke a single word. After a brief burst of static, extraordinarily chaotic background noise emerged. Booing from the stands, hurried footfalls, distant muffled shouts. Then a provocation so clear it sent chills through every spine, thick with disdain and malice, came through Danny's voice. You mixed-race bastard from the French slums. Immediately following was Ribery's suppressed roar, the most primal outcry of a man whose dignity had been trampled, Phil's depute. Son of a bitch. Then came a dull impact sound, and a brief, exaggerated cry of pain. The recording ended, and the room fell into tomb-like silence. No racial discriminatory vocabulary. The technical director whispered. Lee Ran remained motionless, but within those deep eyes a coldness like 10,000-year-old iron radiated outward. He understood better than anyone what this meant. This recording, more than sufficient to prove that Danny was the one who first hurled malicious words, and that Ribery only lost control and struck back after his family was insulted. The most lethal thread of racial discrimination hanging above everyone's head had been cut, but the burning thread of violence still remained. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly, his voice as low as the barometric pressure before a storm. The crisis is not resolved, only the nature of the challenge has changed. He began issuing new instructions, his voice quiet, yet carrying undeniable authority. First, immediately fax our official statement to the FA and all major media. Acknowledge the conflict, express zero tolerance for violence, but firmly deny any racial element, and clearly identify this as a vicious defamation campaign. Second, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, submit the complete recording and our witness reports to the FA Disciplinary Committee and request an emergency hearing. Our stance is we accept responsibility, but we will not be crushed. Third, Legal Department. Immediately draft 2 lawyers' letters, one to Nottingham Forest FC and Danny's agency, with firm wording demanding they retract false accusations and issue a public apology, another to all media outlets that joined in the reporting, warning them that if they continue publishing unverified false reports, the club will pursue defamation charges to the fullest extent. Daisy's fingers flew across her laptop keyboard like ghostly afterimages. Lucy, Lee Ran continued. Your task tonight is to have Frank walk through the complete psychological chain of events and write it into a report. I need everyone at the hearing to clearly see how he was pushed step by step to the point of emotional breakdown. Lucy nodded vigorously and turned to leave quickly. Lee Ran finally surveyed the entire room, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Everyone understand one thing. What we need to do now is not whitewash. It is to shift the battlefield. We admit the violence occurred, but we must let the whole world know. Our player was driven to the edge by an habitual offender, using the most vicious language, not that he is a born violent individual. He paused, his voice dropping even lower with a hint of merciless resolve. From this moment forward, what the club needs to do is not self-rescue. It is counterattack. They want to push us off a cliff. Then we'll grab their hands and break their fingers one by one right in front of the entire world. The night outside the window was as cold as iron. The office lighting fell upon Lee Ran's face, revealing only a hard, resolute silhouette. He picked up the folder on the desk and closed it gently, producing a crisp snap, like a judge's gavel falling with finality. The blade of racial discrimination, we have pulled it from our chest, but the blood still flows. Now, it is our turn to act. Daisy, make 3 copies of the recording. Technical department, 1 copy for me, 1 for the FA, and 1. Lee Ran's gaze swept over the faces of those holding their breath in tension, and he said slowly, tonight send it to the duty editors of the Times and the Guardian. I want their front pages completely changed by tomorrow morning. Legal, draft an emergency statement immediately. I will sign it personally. Lee Ran's voice did not pause for a moment. Demand that the FA immediately intervene to investigate Nottingham Forest Football Club and player Danny for suspected malicious fabrication of accusations and dissemination of defamatory statements. He raised a finger, his gaze sharp as if it could pierce the air. Add 1 sentence. If the investigation confirms the facts, Tranmere will retain all legal rights and demand unprecedented joint penalties against the involved player, his agency, and the club. Public relations team, within half an hour issue a statement on all official channels. The content must be short, sharp, and pointed so that everyone who sees it understands. From this second on, we are not the defendant, we are the plaintiff. A series of commands struck each target with precision and intensity, igniting the air of the entire office. All weariness was swept away, replaced by a thrill mingled with shock and fervor. Lee Ran continued, if they want to sling mud at us, we'll raise a tidal wave and capsize their boat. From now on, reverse every direction of public opinion. Danny provoked first, insulted family first, and fabricated lies afterward. His gaze turned to Daisy. Dig out all the past cases involving fake news packaging and malicious hype from his agency over the past year. Contact our media friends. I want their business reputation utterly ruined before the sun rises tomorrow. Daisy instantly grasped the essence of this combination attack. a siege with no escape. I understand. I know who to approach, she said with a firm nod, her voice tinged with excitement. A few veteran reporters at the Mirror owe me favors. They are best at writing this kind of expose-in-depth report. Very well. Lee Rand nodded, then turned to the team's head coach Phil. Phil, tomorrow you lead the team to attend the routine press conference. Facing the cameras, your first sentence should be, Tranmere welcomes the FA to conduct a thorough investigation and will fully cooperate. We firmly oppose all forms of racial discrimination, but we also firmly oppose anyone using this sacred issue to conceal their own despicable conduct and curry sympathy. This one sentence will silence all their prepared questions. Phil's fists clenched instantly, his knuckles whitening, as he felt an unprecedented surge of strength. Understood. A few minutes later, the legal department manager nearly ran over to hand in the draft statement. Lee Rand glanced over it, picked up a pen, and added a line to the final sentence, the pen tip almost piercing the paper. Tranmere Rovers Football Club strongly urges the FA to establish an independent investigation panel and immediately disclose all relevant evidence to the public so as to prevent public opinion from being manipulated by those with ulterior motives. Then at the signature line, he heavily signed his name, Lee Rand. The handwriting was as sharp as a knife. Daisy's phone soon lit up. It was the sports editor of the Times. The voice on the other end carried irrepressible excitement, even through the receiver. My God. Daisy, this recording is crystal clear. If the recording is genuine, then this is an epic conspiracy orchestrated by Nottingham Forest Football Club. Lee Rand took the phone and left only one cold remark. Just publish it. Use the most devastating headline you can think of. At the same time, several strongly worded legal letters shot toward the FA like arrows in the night. Demand that Nottingham Forest Football Club player Danny and his agency withdraw all false accusations within 24 hours and issue a public apology in a front-page statement. Demand that the FA, following precedents, immediately suspend player Danny's eligibility until the final hearing result is announced. Demand that the FA Disciplinary Committee conduct a special investigation into Nottingham Forest's internal management to confirm whether there is systematic organized inducement of players to make false accusations. For a full hour, Lee Rand, like a human storm, swept every department of the club into his precise and frenzied war machine. When the last letter was sent via fax, he slowly leaned back in his chair and uttered coldly, "Now let them panic." At 6 o'clock in the morning, Atkins, chairman of Nottingham Forest Football Club, was awakened from his sleep by the urgent ringing of the telephone. "Chairman, something major has happened. Quickly look at the news." It was the club's PR director on the phone, his voice completely distorted. Atkins turned on the television, and the BBC Morning News instantly dispelled all his drowsiness. The screen was split in two. On the left was a blurred surveillance image from the player tunnel. On the right, a soundwave graph of a high-fidelity recording was playing words that were unmistakably clear provocations. The host's voice was kept very low, yet carried the excitement of a breaking news story. This recording, provided overnight by Tranmere Club, shows that the provocation and insults clearly came first. Nottingham Forest player Danny's words were highly insulting, and only afterwards did Ribery respond with anger and physical confrontation. Dear viewers, please note that this is not a one-sided claim. The original audio track provided by Tranmere along with the chain of custody certification has been submitted to the FA. Ring. The office phone and his wife's mobile phone rang frantically almost at the same time. Meanwhile, the local radio station played the recording segment on loop during its program, and the listener hotline was instantly swamped. Public opinion visibly split, then turned around. Countless people began to sympathize with the man driven mad by a single vicious curse. At 1130, the FA issued a formal notice. Having received the evidence materials submitted by Tranmere, it decided to convene an urgent public hearing. The notice was neutral in wording, yet it clearly stated that necessary interim measures would be taken regarding the eligibility of relevant individuals. Interim measures. Atkins's face turned pale in an instant. This meant Danny might be suspended. They were the victims, after all. In Nottingham's meeting room, chaos had already erupted. How can there be a recording? How can there be such a clear recording? Danny's agent, looking like a mad tiger, roared at the legal advisor. The legal advisor listened to the recording repeatedly, his brows knit into a tight knot. It's over. The provoking words were too clear, with no background noise at all. At any hearing, this is ironclad evidence. Settle immediately. Issue a public apology, someone suggested in panic. No. Apologizing now would be equivalent to admitting that we have been lying from start to finish and planning a conspiracy. Another person objected vehemently. Amid the endless quarrels, they missed one golden PR opportunity after another and could only issue a pale and feeble statement, which was interpreted by the media as an evasion born of guilt. In the afternoon, at the press conference, facing countless camera flashes, Phil calmly and firmly recited the words Lee Rand had taught him. When the sentence, opposing anyone who uses a sacred issue to conceal despicable conduct, was spoken, the whole room of journalists fell into a moment of dead silence, followed by an even wilder burst of shutter clicks. In the evening, the date of the hearing was set for the morning of the third day, a speed that was almost inconceivable. More crucially, the FA announcement explicitly stated that the hearing would be open to the media. This meant it would be a public trial. Night fell again. Under the lights of Prenton Park, In the club's internal group chat, the players, casting off the depression of the previous days, sent out one after another, "Frank, we've got your back. Let's beat them," was also among the shouts of support. Lee Ranswor's first phase was a complete victory. At exactly 10 in the morning, the fax machine buzzed and dispensed a sheet of paper, its bold red header reading, "FA, Disciplinary Committee, urgent," like a burning seal. Daisy handed the paper to Lee Ran, the corner of the page still warm from the machine. "Emergency hearing approved." "Good," Lee Ran said, advancing his watch by 5 minutes. "Time to get on the table." At 12:15 in the afternoon, Tranmere's team bus departed from Birkenhead. Phil handed over training duties to his assistant. Lucy carried a thick stack of handwritten annotated forms, and club lawyer James carefully reviewed the evidence chain sealing record, the master recording VTR tapes, device serial numbers, timecode, seal signatures, all accounted for. At exactly 2 p.m. London, the FA disciplinary hearing room. Both sides of the long table were fully seated. On the left sat the Tranmere delegation: Lee Ran, Daisy, lawyer James, head coach Phil, and psychologist Lucy. On the right sat Nottingham Forest legal team, their media officer, and a stone-faced Danny. Behind the one-way glass, the observation seats for major media outlets were unnervingly quiet. Everyone was waiting for the outcome. The arbitration chair tapped the table. "Let's begin." Nottingham Forest lawyer spoke, first methodically reading from a prepared statement. Its core message boiled down to 2 points. First, that Danny had been maliciously attacked by an opposition player. Second, that there had been extremely vile verbal abuse. He paused as if about to emphasize the word racial, then hesitated, seemingly wary of the evidence, and let the sentence trail off ambiguously. Lee Ran did not look at him. Instead, Lee Ran placed a black hardshell case on the table, opened it, and removed a tape labeled "Player Tunnel Entrance Recording," then inserted it into a portable recorder. "Please note the time codes. This audio comes from a backup recording device we installed for tactical review. The sampling was witnessed on site by BBC engineers, and the chain of custody is detailed in Appendix 3. His voice was low and steady. "What you are about to hear is the 17 seconds surrounding the incident." After a sharp burst of static came the surging noise of a crowd. Then a whisper cut through the air like a blade, amplified with chilling clarity. "Go back to your French slum, you mongrel." It was Danny's voice. Unmistakable. On the opposite side, Nottingham Forest media officer shifted slightly, as if pricked by a needle. Immediately after came Ribery's unrestrained roar, Phil's depute. The sharp French consonants crackled like sparks across dry leaves. Then came a dull thud of impact, followed by a rush of footsteps and startled cries. The recording stopped. The chair lowered his head and tapped the file twice. "This original audio witnessed by a third party. Can you confirm it has not been edited?" "Yes," James said, rising. "The engineer's statement is in Appendix 5. Device serial numbers, timecode, seals, and witness signatures are all present. We are willing to hand the master tape to the FA's technical department for immediate recopying and verification." Nottingham's lawyer quickly interjected, "We still have doubts about the audio quality and background noise." Lee Ran slid another document across the table. "You are certainly entitled to your doubts. But until you find any evidence that can overturn those exact words, please respect the principle that facts come first." He paused for a moment, his tone like the dull tap of a knife against the table. "We admit that Frank resorted to physical force while emotionally overwhelmed. That was a professional error, and it deserves whatever punishment is due. But what brought us into this room today was not the physical altercation. It was your accusation of racism. We demand that this false claim be exposed, recorded, and penalized here and now." On the right side of the table, the atmosphere sank visibly. Danny instinctively tried to raise his head, but the lawyer beside him pressed a firm hand on his shoulder. The chair exchanged brief glances with the two committee members, then invited the BBC engineer and the FA technical officer into the room to perform a swift verification and conversion check on the tape. 15 minutes stretched like an hour. Someone coughed. Someone tapped the corner of a page with a pen. Someone else kept their eyes fixed on the ticking second hand. Then the door opened. The FA technical officer handed the result to the chair and gave a brief report, source consistent. Timecodes continuous. No editing detected. The air, taut as a violin string, seemed to snap loose all at once. The chair set down the documents, looked up, and spoke with crisp finality. "The ruling is as follows. First, Nottingham Forest player Danny King, having used insulting language to provoke an opposing player during the match, thereby violating the spirit of sportsmanship, and subsequently providing a false accusation with serious social impact. Under Disciplinary Rule E3 and the supplemental media conduct provisions, his suspension is extended by 9 matches with a fine of £20,000. He is also ordered to issue a written public apology. Second, Nottingham Forest Football Club, having failed to properly restrain the conduct of its player and agent, and having allowed grossly improper media statements, is fined £50,000 and is required to hold a public anti-discrimination and professional conduct pledge before its next home match. Third, Tranmere player Frank Ribery, having committed an act of violence after being provoked, is suspended for 3 matches and fined £5,000. Any further internal disciplinary action by the club shall be decided and reported by the club itself. These rulings take effect immediately. On the other side of the hearing room, pins behind the journalist's observation window hit paper almost simultaneously. Someone let out an involuntary sharp breath. The situation had reversed itself in just half an hour. Nottingham's lawyer opened his mouth, but found nothing left to hold on to. They had come prepared, but no preparation could cover a master recording. Lee Ran rose and gave a slight nod. We accept the punishment for Frank. Mistakes we take responsibility for ourselves. But defamation, someone must pay the price. He did not look at Danny. He simply placed the tape back into its hard-shell case, and as he snapped the clasp shut, 2 crisp clicks rang out like a seal stamping the verdict of today's hearing. As they stepped out of the hearing room, the end of the corridor was already crowded with media. Phil shielded the front, while lawyer James calmly repeated the prepared statement. Amid the flashing cameras, Lee Ran said only one thing: football demands discipline, and it demands dignity. Today both have been upheld to the minimum standard. Then he turned and walked away, leaving all the follow-up questions behind. In the changing room at Prenton Park, the television cut to the lunchtime news flash. A ticker from the Times scrolled across the screen. FA provocation came first, racial claim dismissed. Nottingham fined O'Danny banned 9 matches, Ribery suspended 3. Someone let out a short, "Oh," and then the entire room fell silent for 2 seconds as if digesting the news. Mascherano slung a towel over his shoulder and very lightly patted Ribery once on the back. Ribery nodded without a word. The redness in his eyes had faded like a thin splinter finally pulled from the skin. That night the fax machine hummed again, delivering the official copy of the FA's formal notice. Daisy's phone never stopped ringing, media confirming the official wording, legal confirming the submission, list BBC engineers confirming the public version of the technical statement. Lee Ran turned over the final page, closed the folder, and lightly touched the corner of the desk. "This round is over," he said. Outside the window across the stadium, the flags swelled and sagged in the wind as the floodlights went out one by one. Footsteps in the corridor were light and quick like a well-oiled machine turning smoothly again. Lee Ran did not go home. He called Ribery into the small meeting room. On the table lay a single sheet of paper. The club's internal disciplinary notice, a 2-week wage fine, 1 additional match suspended by the team, extra psychological counseling and emotional management courses, plus 10 mandatory appearances at the club's community training camp this season. Ribery read it, nodded, and signed. Lee Ran took the pen back and said, "In 4 matches I want you to reclaim your wing. Use the ball to strike back at him." Ribery raised his eyes and like a true professional answered with just 2 words, "Understood." The dust of the hearing had not yet settled when Lee Ran took his seat in a lecture hall at the University of Liverpool. More than anyone, he understood that Danny's 9-match suspension and Nottingham Forest's fine were merely the public consequences of an off-pitch clash. He needed a sharper edge, and knowledge was the only fuel he craved at that moment. It was September in Liverpool. As the campus bell rang, the postgraduate sports management course at the University of Liverpool began, with fewer than 30 students from more than a dozen countries. Beside him sat Lee Dong-hyun from South Korea, a top student absorbed in K-League financial statements. In the front row was Aaron, an American who had once interned at Nike and could recite sports sponsorship details with ease. On the other side sat James, a local Englishman and former Crystal Palace youth player, murmuring with his companion. When his gaze swept past Lee Ran, it carried a faint trace of appraisal. He had probably recognized from the newspapers the Chinese man recently at the center of public attention. Professor Grayson stepped up to the podium, his gray hair immaculately combed. Without any pleasantries, he wrote a question on the blackboard in chalk. What turns a successful team into a great club? His gaze swept across the room, then he tapped the desk. "James, you were a professional player. What do you think the answer is?" James stood up, confident and without hesitation. "Championships. Keep winning trophies and you become great. Like Sir Alex Ferguson's Manchester United." Many in the room nodded in agreement. It was the most intuitive answer, the one that best fit the logic of football. True, but not enough. Grayson smiled slightly as the projector came on. A chart appeared on the white screen with a bold title: World Club Revenue Comparison 2002. Championships bring glory, but money builds dynasties. He turned and wrote down 3 names and a series of striking figures in chalk. Chalk dust fell softly like the dust of money. Manchester United approximately 148.5 million, Juventus approximately 115 million, Bayern Munich approximately 110.4 million. These were the 3 most profitable clubs in the world last year. James, the championships you speak of, they all have them. But the ways they sustain themselves could not be more different. Grayson pointed to the name Manchester United, his tone fervent. Manchester United is the first truly commercialized club in the world. Of their revenue, matchday accounts for about 20%, of broadcasting about 30%, and commercial sponsorship and advertising exceeds an astonishing 50%. In other words, they no longer just earn by winning matches. They earn with the brand of Manchester United. He wrote 3 keywords on the whiteboard: Old Trafford, Nike, Vodafone. The Theatre of Dreams holds 6,700 people, and it is packed every match. Nike's 10-year, $300 million shirt deal is a world record. Vodafone pays more than $10 million a year for the shirt front advertisement. A Manchester United match is not merely a match. It is a worldwide supermarketing machine. Aaron could not help murmuring, "This is no longer a club, it is a multinational corporation." Exactly. A business empire. Grayson turned to the second name, Juventus. Juventus had very high total revenue that year, but look at the structure. Broadcasting income accounted for nearly half. Why? Because Serie A was the Little World Cup, and its broadcasting rights were sold at astonishing prices. Yet their home ground has only 45000 seats and matchday revenue is less than half of United's. This model is strong in results, but weak in structure. It sustains itself through an era of glory, using a brilliant period to keep a fragile cash flow alive. Then came Bayern Munich. Bayern has total revenue of about 110.4 million, and the healthiest structure of all broadcasting matchday and commercial income are almost perfectly balanced. They hold cross-shareholdings with three giants Adidas, Audi, and Allianz. Construction of their new stadium, the Allianz Arena, began last year. Bayern's model is owned assets plus corporate partnership, stable, pragmatic, and dependent on neither a single superstar nor a single era. In the corner, Wolf, a German, adjusted his glasses and murmured proudly, "This is the German way, system over talent." Grayson nodded with a smile. He erased the figures on the board, leaving only 3 words: brand structure assets. Manchester United relies on global branding, Juventus rides short-term results, and Bayern builds on long-term structure. All 3 roads lead to the same destination, making money. Now back to my question. His gaze moved through the room and settled precisely on Lee Ran. "Mr. Lee from Tranmere Rovers. You have been quite famous in the media recently. I want to know what you see in these astronomical figures." All eyes turned at once, full of curiosity and scrutiny. What profound insight could a director of a small League One club possibly offer about the business models of these giants? Lee Ran continued taking notes, but his thoughts were already churning. In his mind rose Prenton Park, home of Tranmere, fewer than 120 seats, loyal supporters with limited spending power, and a club shop that, despite its recent renovation, looked like a corner store beside the giants. He realized that the gap in the football world had never been only on the pitch. He raised his head, meeting the professor's gaze and the eyes of the class, and replied calmly, "I see a chasm that does not lie on the pitch." "Go on." A glimmer of approval flashed in Grayson's eyes. The bell for the end of class rang just then, but no one left. James leaned forward, even more curious to hear what this Chinese man could possibly offer. Lee Ran tapped the tip of his pen against the lower right corner of his notebook and began to do the math. Old Trafford has 67000 seats. At a 99% occupancy rate, the average attendance is about 66300. At a conservative estimate, the average ticket is 22, and per person in-stadium spending is 3. The revenue for one match is... His pen raced across the paper, almost piercing it with a quiet, relentless intensity. 66300 22 1458600 tickets. 66303 198900 food and merchandise. One match day brings in nearly 1.8 million. With 24 home matches in a season, annual match day revenue approaches 40 million. A collective gasp rippled through the classroom. Everyone was struck by such a concrete number. Lee Ran took a deep breath, switched to a finer refill, and beside that set of numbers wrote the reality of Tranmere. Prenton Park has 12000 seats. Even at a best-case 85% occupancy rate, the average attendance is 10200. We are in League One with a ticket price of 10 and per person spending of 150 for one match. 10010, 100 tickets, 10001, 515300 food and merchandise. One match adds up to less than 12000. Over the same 24 home matches, annual matchday revenue is about 281 million. He drew a deep, heavy diagonal line in red ink between the two final numbers, 39.8 million to 81 million, 36.99 million. This is the chasm. Lee Ran put down his pen, his voice low. The product of seat count, attendance rate, and per capita spending decides whether you are a giant. Professor Grayson's eyes lit up, and he led the applause. But Lee Ran did not stop. He turned to a new page and wrote a heading at the top, breaking the deadlock. But this chasm is not impossible to cross. If we expand the stadium to 200 seats, raise the occupancy rate to 90%, and average 180 attendees, keep ticket prices unchanged while improving the experience so that per capita spending rises from 150 to 250. Then, he was not just calculating. He was drawing a blueprint for Tranmere's road ahead. 18010, 180 tickets, 18002, 545000 food and merchandise. One match would total 22500. Over 24 home matches, annual matchday revenue would reach 4 million to 59 million, more than the current figure created almost out of thin air. He circled the number, net annual increase of 59 million foot 3 times with emphatic strokes, then drew 2 bold arrows beside it. Expansion, experience, optimization, attendance, per capita spending. First bring the fans and then let them willingly leave their money behind. Lee Ran closed his notebook. By then, every theory from the lecture had condensed in his mind into a clear action list: a stadium expansion study, tiered ticket pricing, redesign of the food and beverage flow, a children and family section, and a pilot fan carnival in the 2 hours before matches. At the center circle of Prenton Park, the grass beneath Lee Ran's feet still bore traces of last night's training. The cold wind swept through the stands, carrying the salty dampness of the harbor, leaving his fingertips chilled. The document in his hand, titled Preliminary Assessment Report on the Expansion and Structural Upgrade of Prenton Park, now felt as heavy as lead. Just yesterday, he had been brimming with confidence in the classroom, using formidable figures to paint a bright future for Tranmere. But today the report with colder and harsher numbers tore apart that vision of the future. Planning objective to increase stadium capacity from 1,200 to 2,000 seats. The opening was as promising as what he had described in class. But with every page he turned, the weight of reality pressed harder upon him. The north, east, and west sides of the venue are immediately adjacent to residential areas with an average distance of less than 100 meters. Land acquisition would require relocating 23 households and involve a municipally protected neighborhood. The roads are narrow, parking capacity is insufficient, and traffic evacuation standards are not met, making FA redevelopment approval extremely difficult. If fully enclosed construction takes 12 to 15 months, matchday revenue losses would be about 2.8 million. If the work is phased, average attendance would drop by 45. He gritted his teeth as he read the final conclusion. Comprehensive assessment under the current financial and geographical conditions, short-term expansion is not feasible. Those words like a rusted nail pinned all his ideas firmly to the paper. Lee Ran snapped the file shut. The young man who had once commanded the classroom with such confidence now felt only a suffocating numbness as reality closed in. The next morning in the club's meeting room. Outside, the sky was as dark as leaden gray with a light but relentless rain. Lee Ran pushed 5 thick reports to the center of the conference table and got straight to the point. I've read the reports. The conclusion is that my plan is a pile of waste paper in the face of reality. Martin, the finance director, was the first to respond. The middle-aged man in charge of the club's purse had a sharp gaze behind his glasses. Director Lee, I've read your class notes. The accounting is quite good and full of passion. But that's theory. He tapped the report heavily. The reality is that your war blueprint would burn through most of our operating revenue over 2 years. This isn't expansion, this is gambling the club's very existence on an illusory future. The words carried a clear edge of tension. Daisy in the corner stopped writing nervously. Lee Ran was not provoked. Meeting Martin's gaze, he asked calmly in return, Mr. Martin, are we to remain forever with this stadium that holds just over 10,000 people? Can you guarantee we'll have a better commercial revenue model in the future? Martin was taken aback. Of course I can't guarantee that, but expanding the stadium, optimizing the experience, and increasing matchday revenue, once done, are things that will surely bring returns. Lee Ran interrupted him in a tone that brooked no argument. I admit the timing is wrong, but the problem is not just money. He turned to the legal director. Mr. Thompson, the real crux is the land, isn't it? Legal Director Thompson sighed and adjusted his glasses. Yes, the Bright Street community is a protected old neighborhood. Any form of land acquisition or noise-related renovation requires municipal approval. If the residents' committee votes against it, the project cannot even pass the initiation stage. Even expanding a few parking spaces and optimizing the fan entry routes is so difficult. Lee Ran pressed on, unwilling to give up. In theory it's possible. Thompson spread his hands. But obtaining joint approval from fire safety and regulatory authorities would take at least a year. Who knows what the team will look like in a year? The meeting room fell into a profound silence. The business director Roberts added in a low voice, but it's not entirely without opportunity. If the team can be promoted to the Premier League, the situation would be completely different. Premier League status is a passport, banks would chase us to lend, sponsors would rush to invest, and the City Hall would give the green light for a top league club. Lee Ran tapped the table and said slowly, word by word, so we have to win first. Yes, Roberts nodded. Before that we are just a League One club. No one would invest in a lower league club. At this point the former chairman, Mr. Evans, who had been silent, looked up. Lee, do you know what this land is? His voice was hoarse but firm. I personally negotiated this land 30 years ago. We wanted to expand then too. Our blueprints were even more beautiful than yours. In the end the project was held up for 3 years because of this residential area. Now those houses are still here, older than us. Lee Ran sighed softly. So we are trapped by this land. Trapped? Evans shook his head, speaking slowly and firmly. This is not being trapped, this is roots. If Tranmere leaves this place, it is no longer Tranmere. The question is not whether you want to expand, but whether you are qualified to make this land and this city grow with you. Martin concluded coolly. To put it bluntly, there's no money and no qualification. When we are promoted to the Premier League and the television broadcast revenue share arrives, all problems will be solved. Thompson sighed. But who can guarantee that after we reach that day we won't be relegated again? Lee Ran raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the 4 men, his voice remarkably steady. I understand. Talking about expansion now is a pipe dream. After we are promoted to the Premier League and stabilize our performance, that will be a strategic investment. He picked up the report that had taken so much out of him, tapping its cover with his fingertip. The expansion plan is to be put on hold. Keep the proposal on file and restart it when conditions ripen. Daisy quickly noted the conclusion of the meeting. The Princeton Park expansion plan is to be postponed with reassessment once the team is promoted to the Premier League. The meeting adjourned. Night fell and the rain stopped. Lee Ran walked back to the stadium alone. The stands looked lonely and worn under the lights. He climbed the steps, his footsteps echoing hollowly on the rusted iron treads. From the highest point the lights of Princeton Park resembled fireflies trapped in a small box. Humble yet unyielding. He suddenly understood that the so-called limitations were never just about space. They were the insurmountable boundaries of hierarchy drawn by reality. Leaning against the railing, he recalled Professor Grayson's maxim: those who wish to change the landscape must first learn to do the math. He had done the math. Every road led to a dead end. He also recalled Martin's sarcastic remark earlier that day: you want a slice of the cake before you've even taken a seat at the table. Lee Rand suddenly smiled. A smile with self-mockery, and also a quiet, simmering determination. He took out his notebook, not to lament, but to redefine the playing field. His pen pressed firmly across the page. Old path: expand the stadium physical structure. Increase revenue. Conclusion: this path is blocked. A dead end. He turned to a new page and wrote down a new strategy, his handwriting more forceful than before, as if it might pierce through the paper. New path: win matches and get promoted. Competitive structure. Obtain Premier League revenue share. Investment eligibility. Solve all problems. He drew a line under the words, win matches and get promoted. This was the true breakthrough. The structural gap was not just the difference between stands and seats, but the difference in status between League One and the Premier League. He closed the notebook, the wind sweeping past from behind. Win or lose it all, he murmured softly, as if making a solemn vow to the slumbering stadium. The entire stadium was empty and silent except for the old iron seats on the stands swaying gently in the wind, creaking softly. The sound seemed to echo his inner thoughts. A voice arose in his heart, crystal clear: once we make our way up, we'll come back and take back everything that belongs to us, with interest. The final whistle tore through the afternoon at Prenton Park. 2-1. They had won. The cheers from the stands were scattered, carrying a feeble relief of having narrowly escaped disaster. Lee Rand stood motionless in the shadow of the stands. He did not look at the players embracing in celebration on the pitch. Robin's smile was steeped in exhaustion, while Van Persie, who had scored a brace, panted so heavily that his breaths nearly drowned out the fans shouting. They had won, but won like dogs. Media headline: a bitter victory. How much longer can Tranmere's individual heroics last? He knew better than anyone that without Ribery, that French blade, the team's rhythm had fallen apart completely. Over 4 matches they had barely scraped by, with 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, relying on Robin's explosive form and Van Persie's desperate struggles. The points had not collapsed, but the soul was lost. This kind of victory was not a shot of adrenaline, but an anesthetic numbing everyone into believing the team was still on the right track. On the office desk, the official document announcing the suspension of the expansion plan seemed to emanate a cold, mocking aura. Unworthy. Lee Rand pushed open the door of the tactical meeting room, where the air was as congealed as ice. Have a seat. His voice was not loud, yet it made Phil and the few coaching staff who had just stepped in freeze for an instant. The projection screen was glowing, and William the analyst stood nearby, his expression grave. William, begin. Lee Rand did not sit down, he leaned against the wall. William pressed the remote, and a set of cold data appeared on the screen. Ribery has been suspended for 4 matches. First, the team's left flank attacking initiation rate has dropped from an average of 38 per game to 11, a plunge of 72. Second, the number of threatening passes in the final 30 meters has plummeted from 15.2 per game to 4.1. Third, unforced passing errors have soared by 200. A string of numbers landed like slaps across everyone's face in the meeting room. Williams switched the footage to a sequence of match highlights. All of them moments of conceding goals or making errors. Away to Blackpool, they had conceded an equalizer from a corner in the dying moments. Phil froze the frame, the red dot of his laser pointer fixed squarely on the substitute right back's face. The opponent attacked down your side, delivered crosses cut inside, for a full 10 minutes. What else did you do besides retreat and pray? Tell me, what were you thinking? The young fullback's face flushed crimson instantly, his head nearly buried in his chest. The screen switched again away to Sheffield United, a 0-2 defeat. On the waterlogged pitch, Carrick was shackled by the opponent's attacking midfielder, and every pass he attempted felt like a gamble. The system has broken down. Phil switched off the video, his voice dry. The 4-3-3 is only an empty shell. We have lost our rhythm. We have lost the ability to deliver the ball safely from the back to the forward's feet. He walked to the whiteboard and wrote down the name of the next opponent, Wigan Athletic. An old rival. Phil's tone was heavy. They have been battling us all the way since League Two. Their style has not changed, hard, fast, and direct. William pulled up Wigan's match footage. The blue and white stripes moved like a pack of hungry wolves, savagely pressing in the final third. Their weak point is here. Using the laser pointer, William drew a circle on the screen, freezing on the huge gap exposed between Wigan's left back, who had pushed forward, and their center back. The elbow zone. Their left back turns slowly, and under pressure his first reaction is a backward pass. If we put the ball into this area, we can face their center backs directly. He then brought up 3 clips of defending corners. Also the back post. They habitually leave the back post unguarded, with a midfielder slipping to the edge of the box to prepare a counter. Our players waiting at the back post will gain a numerical advantage. Phil took over the conversation, picking up a marker. So our tactic is rhythm. They want speed, but we deliberately slowed down. He drew passing routes on the whiteboard. Concentrate players on the ball side to attract the defense, then use a third-man pass to hit the elbow zone on the weak side. The ball arrives first, the man arrives later. Control the pace through passing and grind them down. Lee Rand suddenly spoke, too slow. The air in the meeting room instantly froze. Phil turned his head, frowning at him. Director, this is the safest approach. Safest. Lee ran straightened up from the wall and walked into the light. Phil, have you seen our players' data? Van Persie covered 11 kilometers today, spending most of the time battling their center backs. Robin's number of sprints has increased by 30 compared to previous matches. You want them to grind against Wigan with this needlepoint tactic of yours. They won't hold out for 30 minutes. He pointed at the tactical diagram on the whiteboard. Wigan's ferocious pressing is betting on our passing mistakes. And right now mistakes are the last thing we lack. You are committing slow self-destruction. Phil's face turned sour. Frank just came back. He needs time to adapt to the rhythm, and the team needs stability. Stability. A hoarse voice came from the corner. Everyone turned to look. Ribery sat there, his cap brim pulled low. The 4-match suspension had worn away all his impatience, leaving only the sharpness of tempered steel. He rose and walked to the tactical board step by step. The gaze of the entire meeting room converged on him. He did not look at anyone, took the marker from Phil's hand, and with heavy strokes drew an immense X over the elbow zone that William and Phil had repeatedly emphasized. The marker tip scraped across the whiteboard with a sharp squeak like a knife slicing through the silence. Stability is impossible. Ribery raised his head, and the fire in his eyes erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. With the marker tip, he drew a ruthlessly straightforward attacking route on the board. Starting from the wing, no passes, no transitions, a single straight line driving straight into the heart of the opponent's penalty area. They love to push up. I'll make sure they never return. He jammed the marker back into its holder, the bulging veins on the back of his hand still pulsing faintly. Give me the ball. Lee Rand smiled. He walked over to Ribery, patted his shoulder, then turned to everyone with a quiet voice. We fight according to Frank's concept. That is an order. He swept his gaze across the room, passing over Phil, William, and every player and coach. This match, no tactics, no retreat. Either we break them or we collapse. If we win, we continue our promotion talks. If we lose, the season is over. The meeting ended and the company dispersed, the air still charged with boiling fighting spirit. Daisy walked up quickly and handed a newspaper to Lee Rand. Director Wigan Athletics head coach has just finished his pre-match press conference. On the screen, Paul Jewell, the familiar old rival, faced the camera with a faint, contemptuous smile. A reporter asked sharply, "What do you think of Tranmere after Ribery's return?" The Wigan boss smiled. He spoke deliberately into the camera. "I hear their ace is back. Good. I have been looking for a punching bag we can enjoy." DW Stadium's lights turned the pitch into a sea of green. In the stands, blue and white flags waved gently, while the steady hum of crowd noise rose softly beneath the roof, adding warmth to Wigan's home atmosphere. Inside the private box, Lee Rand and Wigan chairman Hyland sat side by side. Hyland held a cigar, its gentle smoke drifting across his composed features. He glanced at Lee Rand beside him. A fine day, he exhaled a ring of smoke. Perfect for setting aside certain unrealistic hopes. His side, Wigan Athletic, had gone 5 matches unbeaten in the league this season. That quiet confidence seemed woven into every stitch of his tailored suit. Below, the referee's whistle rang out clearly. The match began. As the sound faded, Wigan's players moved swiftly forward, pressing toward Tranmere's half with focused energy. Forward Ellerton made the first move, stepping toward the goalkeeper Noy, who had just received the return pass. Meanwhile, 2 wingers advanced steadily along the touchline, drawing Tranmere's fullbacks Krishna and Sagna close to the penalty area. From the opening moments, the pace was intense. This was Paul Jewell's pressing approach. In the 3rd minute, Robin received a pass from K1 on the right flank. The moment the ball touched his foot, 2 players in blue and white jerseys positioned themselves on either side, using their bodies to guide him toward the sideline. It was a contest of physical presence rather than finesse. On the touchline, Wigan manager Jewell watched closely, his hands clenched as he offered steady encouragement. "Yes, that is it. Keep the pressure. Do not let them rest." His words seemed to carry through the stadium as Tranmere's familiar passing rhythm found itself gently reshaped within the opening minutes. Phil's pre-match midfield triangle struggled to take shape, with players separated by steady marking. K1 was met by 3 opponents and returned the ball to Lee Wafing, who then played it back toward Noy under pressure. The ball moved carefully across Tranmere's backline, each pass made with deliberate caution. In the 7th minute, the team managed one sustained advance. The result was a long clearance sent toward Van Persie in the center, its trajectory rising high and drifting slightly wide. Before the Dutch forward could jump, the opposing center-back rose to meet the ball, heading it clear well downfield. The chance dissolved quietly. In the technical area, Phil bit his lip and called out toward the pitch, "Slow the tempo. Keep possession." His voice blended into the steady murmur of the crowd. Inside the box, Hyland let out a soft chuckle. Tapping the glass with the hand holding his cigar, he spoke calmly. "Mr. Lee Rand, do you see? This is the English League. The style you brought from the lower divisions holds little weight here." Lee Rand did not look at him, his gaze fixed steadily on the field. He lifted his water glass, watching the surface ripple slightly. "A joke," he murmured quietly to himself. "It may be too soon to judge." Hyland's smile deepened as he leaned back. "I hope you maintain that mindset when the final whistle blows." By the 15th minute, Wigan's careful build-up finally created a clear opportunity. On the left wing, Brad drove toward the byline and crossed the ball inward. Forward Ellerton timed his run and struck at it. A yellow-clad figure stretched fully to intercept. Noy parried the shot firmly with both hands, sending it out for a corner. A murmur rose from the stands. On the sideline, Jules applauded steadily, urging his players to maintain their shape. Phil's voice grew hoarse as he directed his defenders, "Hold your ground. Do not clear it backward. Play it to the midfield." But before he could finish, the play broke down again. K1's horizontal pass was intercepted by the opposing midfielder. Wigan quickly transitioned forward, driving the ball toward Tranmere's penalty area. Centre-back Pepe read the play, instinctively positioning himself ahead of the shot, and executed a clean slide to guide both player and ball out for a goal kick. Lee Rant's composure struck Highland as mere patience. The Wigan chairman smiled faintly. "Are you waiting for them to tire, Mr. Lee Rant? My players have excellent stamina." Lee Rant's lips moved slightly, but he offered no reply. In the 25th minute, Wigan launched another sharp attacking sequence. It began again on the left with Brad, this time driving a low drive toward the goal. Ellerton met the ball near the near post and guided it forward with a light touch. Once more, Noy stretched to block the close-range attempt with his leg. The ball deflected toward the other side, where Lee Weifeng slid to clear it out for a corner. Another corner followed. Tranmere's players paused, hands on knees, breathing heavily as they caught their rhythm. Fatigue was evident in every stride. Wigan had controlled the pace steadily for nearly half an hour. At that moment, Lee Rant's attention shifted to a figure on the pitch who had been largely overlooked. Frank Ribery. His focused expression reflected the quiet intensity of a player eager for involvement. He had yet to receive a proper pass in nearly 30 minutes. The Frenchman repeatedly made runs down the left, calling for the ball, but it never reached him. His teammates, working hard under tight marking, kept their focus short and concentrated on simple distribution. The wide channel prepared for him lay open, waiting patiently for the game to shift its focus. Ribery felt his energy building, eager to break free and make an impact, though he remained restrained by the flow of the match. By the 30th minute, a throw-in was taken. After two short passes, the ball returned to K1 in midfield. He prepared to pass backward as usual. But as he raised his head, he noticed the Wigan midfielder pressing him had lagged a half step behind. It was a small gap, the first clear opening to appear after 30 minutes of play. K1's thoughts flashed back to the strategy room, where Ribery had drawn a direct forward line on the board with a marker. "Pass it to me." Phil continued to call from the sideline, urging patience. But K1 made a choice. He set aside the routine, trusted the opening, and stepped beyond the familiar structure. He raised his right foot and struck the ball cleanly, sending a sweeping diagonal pass across the entire pitch. The ball curled through the air, sailing over the defensive line and finding the quiet space on the left wing where Ribery had been waiting. In that instant, the stadium fell into a hush. All eyes followed the arc of the pass toward the left flank. A dark-clad figure surged forward with sudden pace. Frank Ribery had been moving all along, accelerating toward the ball's landing spot. Behind him, the Wigan defender turned, watching the play unfold with quiet surprise. He caught up, just at the instant when the ball kissed the turf for the second time and was about to bounce up again. Ribery caught up. His body was kept very low, and his left foot precisely cushioned the ball at full speed, his entire body nearly parallel to the ground. A dark shadow sliced in sharply from the side. It was Wigan's right back, Kaplan. He had completely lost his position, and this tackle was a gamble. His studs tore through the air, heading straight for the ball with desperate determination. The metal studs grazed the surface of the ball. A harsh grating sound followed. Ribery did not avoid it. In his gaze there was only the rolling ball, and instinct made the most direct and primal choice to collide. He thrust his body heavily into Kaplan. Thud. A dull impact, not the sound of flesh on flesh, but more like solid iron smashing against rotten wood. Clean. Kaplan felt an irresistible force in his ribs, his whole body knocked half a step away, his balance completely gone. It was this half-step gap. Ribery swung his right foot with the motion. No adjustment, no extra movement. Only the desire to win, suppressed for 30 minutes, poured into the strike. The ball shot skyward. A cunning arc flew directly into the far corner of the goal. Wigan's goalkeeper had already come off his line, stretching his body to the limit in the air, fingertips straining upward. His palm touched the ball. The trajectory was altered by that touch, shifting by a few centimeters. Just a few centimeters. Clang. A sharp, tremendous metallic ring echoed across the DW stadium. The crossbar. At that moment, the breaths of tens of thousands inside the stadium seemed held by an invisible hand, and the noise instantly fell into absolute silence. All eyes froze on the white crossbar, which trembled slightly. The ball bounced high, spinning as it fell. Chaos erupted in the penalty area. Second ball. Van Persie burst out of the crowd, sprinted to the edge of the box, and with his eyes on the ball's landing point, his body was already poised for a rebound shot. However, the opposing center-back was quicker. The tall defender jumped early and headed the heavily falling ball outward. Clearance, but not far. The ball is still in the box. Ribery has already charged into the area. At this moment, he locked his eyes on the ball still spinning in the air. The ball bounced off the turf for the third time. He met it as it rose, not waiting for it to drop. Volley. Drive. This strike carried pure power. The ball was met by his instep with force. Bang. Like a bullet from a gun, it tore into the upper right corner of the net. 1-0. On the touchline, Phil's arm, just raised to direct the defense, froze in midair. Ribery ran to the corner flag, spread his arms, and with the traveling fans poured out his long-suppressed emotions. Mascherano was the first to run over and embrace Ribery. In the box, Wayland's smug smile froze. He slowly turned his head toward Lee Ran beside him, who had just set down his water glass. Is this your joke?" Lee Ran asked softly. Wayland's lips moved, but he couldn't say a word. With Wigan Athletic conceding, the players on the pitch instantly lost their discipline. The approach that had pressed Tranmere for half an hour suddenly gave way, as if Ribery had broken through a gap in the dam. They wanted to push higher but found the spaces behind them growing larger. They wanted to drop back, but were unwilling to abandon a tactic that had worked for a half. On the touchline, Jules' face was ashen as he shouted at the pitch, "Keep pushing. Press up. Don't retreat." That one was luck. 42nd minute. Wigan's offense came again, and Brad on the left flank once again became their focal point. He dribbled at high speed into space. This time Pepe's positioning was half a step higher than before. At the moment Brad was about to make his next move, a clean sliding tackle came in. No foul. The ball was perfectly dislodged and rolled toward the sideline. Like an indefatigable hound, Mascherano was first to the spot, taking the ball under control. Carrick immediately turned, actively asking for the ball from Mascherano. The ball arrived. Without waiting for Wigan's players to close in, Carrick played a diagonal pass to Van Persie, who had dropped into the center. Van Persie's drop instantly attracted the attention of two Wigan center-backs. The defensive line was forced to shrink toward the middle. Mascherano, who had just won the ball, surged along the flank with determination. Wigan's defense was stretched further. Van Persie knocked the ball onto the other side of the pitch. The right wing. Robin. Everyone expected him to cut inside, as he had done countless times, then shoot with his lethal left foot. All of Wigan's defenders immediately tightened toward the center of the box, blocking his inside route. Seeing the defensive shape, Robin chose not to cut inside. He even slowed down. He gently pulled the ball back, feigning a pass backward. At the very next moment, when everyone assumed the attack would slow down, Robin's right instep twitched deceptively. A pass with powerful outside spin. It threaded through the narrow gap between three Wigan defenders. It curved past everyone and flew precisely to the far post. Their figure had already arrived in time. It was Ribery again. He didn't trap the ball. He didn't adjust. The instant the ball arrived, he chose to sweep it home. Wigan's goalkeeper stood motionless in his spot. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, his brain simply couldn't process what had happened in those split seconds. The ball was in the net. 2-0. Wigan's home ground fell into absolute silence. From the away stand came loud roars and the chanting of Tranmere's anthem. The referee signaled halftime. In the box. Crack. Wayland crushed the cigar in his hand, tobacco and ash slipping through his fingers. He stared fixedly at the Frenchman on the pitch, who was spreading his arms with his head raised, shouting, "Monster!" He squeezed out the word through clenched teeth. Lee Ran rose and methodically fastened the first button of his suit jacket. "This is the performance expected from a League One side," he said calmly. "Wigan Athletic is still at League Two level." The second half began. Wigan made 3 substitutions at once, bringing on 3 forwards. They committed everyone forward. Jewel went all in. He would respond to Tranmere's 2 goals with a powerful offensive. But Lee Ran knew that from this moment the match truly entered the script he had wanted to see. The opponent would press to the limit without any thought of the consequences. The spaces behind them would be wide open. And Ribery, Robin, and Van Persie, these hungry sharks, needed exactly this moment. 70th minute. Another Wigan attack ended without success. Neuer collected the ball securely and without a moment's hesitation launched a long throw to Carrick. The Englishman, without looking up, played a first-time low long pass. The ball cut through Wigan's 3 advanced lines. It rolled toward the center circle. Robin used his speed to reach it. With his peripheral vision, he confirmed the open stretch of grass on the left. He knew that man had already followed. Robin gently nudged the ball with the outside of his left boot. The ball was slipped diagonally to the left flank. Ribery accelerated once more. The turf beneath his feet was torn up by the force of his strides. A Wigan centre-back chasing back and seeing he could no longer catch the ball charged into him from the side and behind. Ribery fell to the ground. Peep. The referee's whistle was sharp and decisive. His hand pointed to the penalty spot. Penalty. Van Persie stood over the ball. The whistle blew. Van Persie ran up, struck it. He calmly rolled it into the lower left corner. The goalkeeper guessed the direction and dove with all his strength. But the ball was too quick. It skimmed past his fingertips and nestled into the net. 3-0. There were still 10 minutes remaining. In the stands, Wigan fans began streaming out early in groups. Their faces were etched with disappointment. On the touchline, Jewel spread his hands, his face ashen, head tilted upward. In the box, Wayland said nothing. Lee Ran stood up. This time he did not sit again. He turned and walked toward the door. "I said it long ago." His voice was as light as the wind, yet it fell clearly on Wayland's ears. "Don't laugh too soon." The final whistle sounded. The score remained 3-0. The wind from the north of England carried the dampness of the sea slipping in from the street corner and through the gap of the car window, mingling with the smell of old leather and coffee. Steve Walsh sat in the car, both hands resting on the steering wheel, the windscreen wipers sweeping back and forth in a steady rhythm. The road ahead had become a blurred gray river. On the front passenger seat lay a stack of papers, the top sheet printed with the crest of Tranmere Rovers. The paper was damp with rain and mist, its corners curling slightly. He still had not fully grown used to the title of Academy Director. From part-time scout and secondary school PE teacher from a nameless nobody who made his living with an old camera and a pen to someone now entrusted with the future of an entire club, the change felt unreal to him. He recalled Lee Rant's voice that night to kids. Bale. Vardy. The tone was calm, yet as resolute as a command. Walsh started the engine. First stop Southampton. When Walsh's Mondeo pulled up outside Southampton's Academy Centre, he could not help narrowing his eyes. The air here seemed different from the north. Sunlight fell generously over every inch of ground. The vast training pitch maintained without the slightest blemish was as smooth as a great sweep of green velvet. Everything around him, from the architectural design to the staff uniforms, conveyed two words: top-class professional. Walsh presented his FA-registered scout credentials and the club's official letter of introduction. The receptionist wore a polished smile and handed him a visitor pass with matter-of-fact efficiency. Her gaze swept over the Tranmere Rovers' crest on his chest without lingering. U14 training ground. Dozens of teenagers in red and white striped shirts were playing a small-sided match. Walsh did not even need to search. From the first second he set foot on the touchline, his eyes were riveted. The number 11. The left footer. Like a magnet, the boy naturally attracted the ball and the gaze of every observer. He was far too thin, his shirt hanging loose on him, but his center of gravity was unbelievably steady. Every touch of the ball was clean and precise. There was no wasted movement. The distance between his body and the ball stayed always within the most comfortable, most efficient range. That organic rhythm was something no amount of training could ever instill. Walsh did not even count how many goals the boy scored or how many brilliant dribbles he completed. He looked only at the essence. Taking out the notebook he always carried, he wrote a short line of assessment on a blank page. Left foot A. Body D. The training session ended with a blast of the whistle. Just as Walsh was about to put his notebook away, a middle-aged man in a Southampton coaching kit walked over. He folded his arms across his chest, chin raised slightly with a hint of condescending scrutiny. Tranmere Rovers. He glanced at the visitor pass on Walsh's chest and gave a faint dismissive curl of the lips. A League One club is now taking an interest in the U14 age group. That really is a piece of news. The disdain in his words was undisguised. Just a routine check, Walsh said, his tone flat and free of emotion. Checking on Gareth Bale. The coach smiled a smile full of the superiority of a top academy. Mr. Walsh, was it? I think I should offer you a friendly reminder. He raised one finger. Last week Arsenal's chief scout sat in the very spot where you're standing now. He paused, savoring the calm in Walsh's eyes. Our plan for Bale is to make him the next Southampton first-team player to break into the national squad. Tranmere. I'm afraid it cannot give him the future he wants. The implication was that Tranmere was not worthy. Walsh did not argue. He simply nodded, the same unruffled expression on his face. Of course I understand. Then he turned, but he did not leave in the way the other man expected. He walked to the exit of the players' tunnel and waited quietly. A few minutes later Bale emerged carrying a large kit bag, sweat wetting the blonde fringe across his forehead. Before you sprint, you always turn your left ankle out of habit. A voice he did not recognize sounded beside him. Bale stopped mid-step and stared in astonishment at the unfamiliar man. That's a habit left over from an old injury. Walsh's voice was calm and assured, like an experienced surgeon delivering a diagnosis. You are unconsciously compensating with the surrounding muscles, but your body has not fully developed yet. If this continues, that faulty movement pattern will eventually ruin your knees. Bale's eyes widened instantly. He looked at Walsh, shock and disbelief written across his face. His coaches, his team doctors, no one had ever mentioned any of this to him. They only praised his talent, praised his speed, and made him repeat sprint after sprint. Walsh handed him a business card. My name is Steve Walsh, Academy Director of Tranmere Rovers. Bale instinctively took the cleanly designed card. Our owner believes you are a genius, Walsh went on, every word landing squarely in the boy's heart. And a genius should never be buried by flawed training. If they cannot give you the right guidance, come to me. The boy tightened his grip on the thin card, its edge almost pressing into his palm. He looked into Walsh's eyes and nodded. The next day, Sheffield. Walsh's destination was not one of those clean, bright academy centers. Instead, it was a rough, uneven mud pitch on the edge of town. On the pitch, an amateur youth match was underway. The stands were all but empty, though only a few parents bundled in thick coats stamped their feet in the cold wind. His gaze came to rest on a boy wearing the number 7 shirt. The boy moved across the pitch without pause, driven by an uncommonly fierce, unyielding energy. He was as thin as a dried bamboo pole, and his footwork was so raw that it was hard to watch. His first touch could roll 3 meters away, and his teammates had long since given up passing to him. On the touchline, his coach hurled abuse at him, a steady stream of crude words filling the air. But the boy simply kept running, chasing, tackling, using his body to challenge. Time after time, he tumbled to the ground, and each time he rose at once from the mud, his eyes burning, and dashed back toward the ball he both loved and hated. Walsh watched in silence. He had already scouted this boy twice before. Near the end of the match, the boy was shown a straight red card for a reckless challenge from behind. He walked off the pitch with his head down and kicked a stone hard by the roadside. Jamie Vardy. Walsh blocked his path. Leave me alone. Vardy lifted his head sharply, his expression guarded and hostile. Another one here to watch me make a fool of myself. I'm not here to laugh at you, Walsh said, his face expressionless as he blew out a ring of smoke. I'm here to tell you that your technique is awful. Vardy froze. His hands clenched until the veins on the backs of his hands stood out. You have no sense of teamwork, you don't understand tactics, and you can't even manage basic ball control. Walsh's voice was as cold as a Sheffield winter wind. But you have one quality that is stronger in you than all the so-called geniuses I have ever met. The hostility in Vardy's eyes gave way to bewilderment. What? He forced out between his teeth. You haven't yet learned how to give up. Walsh's gaze met his directly. Tranmere Rovers. A League One club. Our owner Lee Ran has asked for you by name. Why? The sharpness in Vardy's eyes faded, completely replaced by huge, baffled confusion. I was just thrown out of Sheffield Wednesday's academy. Because they were blind, Walsh said with a conviction that made it impossible not to believe him. Our owner says he doesn't like flowers carefully nurtured in a greenhouse. What he wants is a fighter who will battle relentlessly to the end in the mud. Here's your chance, come to Tranmere for a trial. The wind swept across the empty pitch, lifting dust from the ground. Vardy stood motionless. A few seconds later he spoke in a voice so hoarse it was barely audible. What do I need to sign? Half an hour later, on the bonnet of Walsh's Ford Mondeo, Vardy wrote his name stroke by stroke on a blank trial registration form, his hands still trembling slightly. Walsh tucked the thin sheet away. Welcome to Tranmere, Jamie. Just as he sat back in the driver's seat, and before he could start the engine, the phone in his pocket vibrated fiercely. Frowning, Walsh took out his phone. The screen showed an unfamiliar number. He pressed answer. Hello, is this Mr. Steve Walsh? The voice on the other end no longer belonged to the self-assured young coach from yesterday. It was a steadier yet plainly more urgent middle-aged man's voice. Speaking. Hello. I'm George McLean, Academy Director of Southampton. His tone was strangely polite. I'm sorry to trouble you. I wanted to ask whether it would be convenient for Mr. Lee Ran of your club to have a formal meeting regarding Gareth Bale. Walsh pushed open the office door. His coat was half damp, his breathing still unsteady, yet an unmistakable excitement glimmered across his face. Mr. Director, Southampton has called, he said, his voice tight with restrained eagerness. George Macklin, their youth development supervisor, wishes to discuss Gareth Bale with us formally. Lee Ran did not look up. His gaze remained fixed on the report before him as he calmly turned one page. It was a trial evaluation concerning Varley. After a few seconds he closed the file, lifted his eyes, and a knowing smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Go ahead. Walsh hesitated. You won't be joining us. Lee Ran smiled, leaning back in his chair. Steve, I didn't bring you here to act as my messenger. It's time they understand who holds the authority over Tranmere's youth development. The profound trust embedded in those words transformed Walsh's agitation into a surge of quiet resolve. At 10 o'clock sharp, Walsh's gray Ford Mondeo rolled over the damp pavement and came to a steady halt in the visitor parking area outside the St. Mary Youth Training Center. He stepped into the pristine white reception building once more. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay several training pitches manicured like emerald carpets. The calling voices of young players and the soft thud of footballs resonated in steady waves brimming with vitality. George Macklin stood by the window, hands tucked into his trouser pockets, his posture composed and unhurried, as though quietly admiring his own garden. Walsh's leather shoes crossed the threshold into the conference room. Macklin slowly turned, a practiced professional smile on his face, extending his hand with a subtle tone of deference. Mr. Steve, I'm glad you could come so promptly. Let me be straightforward. Walsh gripped the offered hand with measured firmness, paying no mind to the pleasantries. He spoke directly. Our club, Tranmere Rovers, intends to sign Gareth Bale. Macklin's expression stiffened momentarily, clearly unprepared for such directness. Mr. Steve, you may not fully realize that Bale is a once-in-a-decade talent within our youth system, the very center of our attention. I am aware. Walsh nodded, releasing the handshake. His calm composure registered as quiet pressure. Yet you're equally aware that his parents haven't signed any long-term binding youth contract with your club. Under FA regulations, players at this age have every right to choose a new and more suitable club for themselves. More suitable? Macklin's eyelid twitched. If I may be candid, Tranmere hardly qualifies as more suitable compared to Southampton, does it? The implication was clear. Macklin turned gracefully, pouring 2 cups of English breakfast tea and offering one across the table. The steaming teacup remained perfectly still in Walsh's hand. Here is our offer, Walsh said, setting the cup down before continuing. £8,000 in youth training compensation. Additionally, £5,000 as a family settlement fund paid directly to the players' parents. And upon the player's first future transfer, Southampton will receive 5% of the total proceeds. With each term delivered, he paused deliberately, watching Macklin's expression shift incrementally. We will also ensure comprehensive educational and residential arrangements for the player, including a reserved place at Birkenhead School and a single dormitory room prepared specifically for young players at the club. Macklin's eyebrows rose involuntarily, his eyes wide with surprise. He hadn't anticipated that a League One club would prepare so thoroughly for a 14-year-old boy. Tranmere is not here to act aggressively, Walsh said, his voice steady and measured. We respect Southampton's development of Bale. That's why we're prepared to pay compensation and take full responsibility for his future development. Macklin held his gaze for several seconds, his throat moving. He's only 14 years old now, George. We both work in this industry and understand that among geniuses at this age, fewer than 1 in 10 ever reach the professional stage. Macklin took a deep breath. Agree to your offer in principle. But the final decision rests with his parents. Walsh nodded. I'll speak with them. That afternoon on the outskirts of Southampton, Walsh rang the doorbell before a red brick cottage. A middle-aged man with a plain familiar face answered the door. Can I help you? Mr. Hugh Bell. Walsh introduced himself with the humble demeanor of a neighbor paying a friendly visit. I'm Steve Walsh, Youth Development Supervisor at Tranmere Rovers. I'd like to speak with you about your son Gareth. The living room was modest yet meticulously kept. Yellowed football certificates adorned the walls alongside photographs of the boy in an oversized jersey playing on muddy fields. After inviting Walsh to sit, Hugh Bell's eyes still carried deep wariness, his tone cautious. He's doing well at Southampton. The club people say he has a good chance of joining the England youth teams. Indeed, they're not wrong about that, Walsh responded with measured sincerity. That boy's left foot is a remarkable gift. He can shift the course of a match with ease, and we all recognize it. Having offered his highest praise, he observed Hugh Bell's tense shoulders ease slightly before gently shifting his tone. However, I must share something they may not have mentioned or deliberately overlooked. Southampton is a great club, but they operate like a precisely tuned machine. They won't alter their established training methods for a single component. Garrett's body hasn't fully developed yet. He's too slender. The standard contact training he's receiving now places considerable strain on his bones and muscles. Walsh's voice softened considerably, speaking with quiet precision to a father's deepest concerns. Have you noticed him limping home after evening training, concealing his discomfort from you? Have you seen him lying awake at midnight, troubled by growing pains? That's not something to overlook, Mr. Hugh. It's his body sending signals. Hugh Bell's eyes flickered, his lips parting as if to respond, but no words came. Walsh had registered the moment. We want his growth to be gradual and steady. We'll provide rehabilitation specialists, customized nutrition plans, allow him to continue his education, live a normal life, and football will follow as a natural extension. We've already connected with Birkenhead School, just 15 minutes from our training base, and they've agreed to accept him at any time. The club has prepared a single dormitory room for him, and we guarantee dedicated transportation home every weekend. You and your family are welcome to visit him at the club at any time. As he spoke, he drew several impeccably printed A4 sheets from his briefcase, detailing Birkenhead School interior photos of the club dormitories and a meticulously structured schedule outlining each hour of academics and training along with dietary recommendations signed by a nutritionist. He carefully arranged the documents on the worn coffee table before him. Hugh Bell picked up the schedule with trembling hands, his gaze shifting from the papers to meet Walsh's eyes directly. Can you ensure my child will be well cared for? Walsh nodded firmly, his expression earnest and sincere. He represents more than just a player to us, Mr. Hugh. He is our responsibility and our future. 3 days later, inside a small meeting room at Southampton, Gareth Bale sat between his parents' fingers, tightly gripping a black pen, a trace of tension visible in his eyes. Wind brushed past the window, stirring the blinds, while sunlight filtered through in fragmented patterns, casting dappled light across the thin youth registration document on the table. Walsh sat across from them in quiet observation, watching the 14-year-old boy methodically signing his name. Gareth Bale. Beside them sat Macklin, Southampton's youth development supervisor, his expression contemplative. Steve, you understand you're investing in a child's future, Macklin murmured softly, as though offering a gentle reminder. Walsh responded calmly. Football is built on faith. They shook hands. The signature was made. During the week, Bell signed the rain and Birkenhead barely ceased. In the brand new conference room of the Youth Academy, the damp scent of earth mingled with the sharp tang of fresh paint carried through the half-open window by the wind. Lee Rand sat at the head of the long table, his fingertips lightly tapping a freshly printed budget report. This year's investment has given us proper facilities and dormitories that allow us to retain our people. His voice was quiet, yet it fell like a stone upon still water. But this is merely the foundation. Walsh, standing opposite him, bore fresh flecks of grass upon his dark coat, evidence he had just returned from inspecting the training ground in the rain. Lee Rand raised his eyes, his gaze piercing through the fine droplets upon the glass wall, to rest upon the U15 players competing in the mud beyond the window. Steve, the priority ahead lies not in acquiring more expensive equipment. It is to decide the kind of players we intend to cultivate. These words were no question, but a judgment striking at the core. Walsh felt a ripple within him, immediately sensing the weight behind them. Facilities could be duplicated through capital, but philosophy could not. That was the true essence and soul of a club. He strode toward the whiteboard beside the wall, lifted a black marker, and the tip struck the surface with a crisp click. He wrote 3 words: technique, physicality, psychology. These 3 form the foundation. Every youth academy pursues them. What sets us apart is executing them with greater precision and scientific rigor. Walsh remarked, drawing upon years of scouting experience. Hold on. Lee Rand's voice remained measured, yet it brought Walsh's marker to an abrupt halt mid-stroke. Those 3 merely cultivate instruments. Walsh turned sharply, disbelief and confusion etched across his face. Instruments. Precisely, tools for the game. Lee Rand's gaze, sharp as a blade, cut straight through to his core. Steve, consider those prodigies who faded from sight. Did they lack technique? Did they lack physicality? Walsh fell silent as countless names of once brilliant talents Those whose brilliance was ultimately eclipsed by alcohol gambling and chaotic personal lives, swirled through his mind. What they lacked was something capable of mastering their gifts, character. Lee Rand spoke each word deliberately, each one striking directly at Walsh's heart. Walsh's breath caught. His hand trembled slightly as he added a fourth word to the board with grave deliberation. Character. I have no intention of replicating La Masia. That model uprooted from Barcelona's cultural context would struggle to take hold. Lee Rand continued, his tone radiating absolute clarity. Nor do I wish to imitate Clairefontaine. The French elite model does not suit a club requiring mass development like ours. What we must establish is something entirely unique, the Tranmere system. Within this framework, every selected player should possess and must possess a growth trajectory uniquely their own. When he spoke those words, growth trajectory, his tone carried an unyielding certainty and composure. Walsh leaned back against the table, picking up his notebook. An unprecedented surge of excitement coursed through him. I wholly embrace this philosophy, he said, pressing his pen firmly against the page, his voice lowered. Yet what we lack most critically is human resources. Enough scouts, enough quality coaches. Then we go find them. Lee Rand's reply was as straightforward and resolute as a drawn sword. He closed the documents before him, rose from his seat, and walked directly toward the wall on the opposite side of the conference room, where a large white curtain hung. The youth development market in England from top to bottom has already been entirely carved up by the established clubs. Here we can only collect what remains after their selections. His hand gripped the edge of the curtain as though grasping the handle to a new world. Therefore our vision must transcend the crowded confines of England. To those corners forgotten by the elite, to soils undervalued by capital. With a sudden decisive motion, he tore the curtain away. Walsh's breathing halted instantaneously, his pupils contracting to pinpoints. This was no mere map. It was a world operations blueprint densely marked with red annotations radiating ambition and strategic reach. First step. Lee Rand extended his index finger, precisely indicating the heart of the European continent, like a commander directing vast forces. We begin at the foundation. France, Paris, Lyon, Nantes, Spain, Basque Country, Catalonia, Italy, Naples, Palermo, Germany, Ruhr Industrial Region, and Leipzig. His finger moved slowly across the map, each location it touched seeming to activate a dormant coordinate. These regions produce top-tier talents annually, yet the vast majority flow into local elite academies, filtering systems being shaped prematurely. We must identify them before those 12 or 13-year-olds become bound by professional contracts. Walsh rapidly recorded all the place names in his notebook. For European nations, this forms our foundational network. Correct. Lee Rand nodded, his fingers sliding eastward along the map. Second phase, Eastern Europe. The children there possess resilience, though their scouting infrastructure remains underdeveloped. His finger then shifted northward. Further north, Denmark, Norway, Sweden. Scandinavian players carry discipline and tactical comprehension woven into their nature. He paused, his gaze traversing the Mediterranean to settle on the southern extremity of the map, his tone deepening. Third phase, Africa. Nigeria, Ghana, Cameroon. The natural talent emerging from those regions resembles wildfire across the savannah, unpredictable and immeasurable. We will collaborate with reputable local schools and non-profit organizations, providing equipment and manuals in exchange for one thing: unfiltered primary scouting reports from their hands. Walsh listened with growing enthusiasm, unable to suppress a smile. This sounds somewhat like a football colonization initiative. Not at all. Lee Rand responded with quiet firmness. This is an educational initiative. Where others go to Africa to extract talent, we go to cultivate. We introduce the seeds of modern football. Once they take root, we need only select the strongest branches. His finger continued downward, landing on South America. For South America, we will initially focus on 3 regions: Uruguay, Chile, and northern Argentina. The children there carry a fierce determination in their very bones. Walsh finally set down his pen and approached the expansive map. Gazing upon the dense network of markings, a wave of fervent energy surged through him, sending shivers across his frame. Such an extensive network. His voice trembled slightly with emotion as he voiced the most practical and pressing question. How many personnel would this require? Such an ambitious undertaking. Director, can our finances sustain this? Lee Rand turned to face Walsh, meeting his deeply anxious gaze with composed clarity. No. Walsh's heart dropped as though plummeting from the clouds. We cannot afford it. Lee Rand repeated, his expression unwavering. Which is precisely why we must begin immediately. Because time remains our only expendable capital. A 3-tier network. Lee Rand held up 3 fingers, allowing Walsh no moment for hesitation. The core layer comprises 10 elite scouts stationed permanently to establish a global database. The outer layer features 10 observation posts across the continents. The outermost layer develops no fewer than 100 cooperative information nodes similar to the African school partnerships. 3 years. Lee Rand gazed into Walsh's thoroughly stunned eyes. Within 3 years, I want this entire system to operate independently. Walsh's expression transformed completely, shock and apprehension gradually giving way to ignited enthusiasm. He leaned against the windowsill, contemplating the world map that filled nearly his entire field of vision. Why pursue such an endeavor, Director? He murmured. We are but a League One club. Lee Ran did not answer immediately. He simply gazed quietly at the map as though beholding a vast expanse of stars awaiting cultivation by his own hands. Because others look only to tomorrow, at most next season, we look 10 years ahead. Player development is an art shaped by time, Steve. Discovering a talent one day earlier means you can begin refining them one day before anyone else. This then represents Tranmere's future. The meeting room at the Tranmere Youth Development Center kept its lights burning through the night. On the wall hung the immense map of the world. Lee Ran sat at the head of the table. Before him lay a thick stack of documents, the recruitment reports submitted by the newly arrived coaches and scouts. This was the first challenge posed to the Tranmere system, the philosophy test. Everyone must write one, he announced at the meeting. Tell me what kind of player you believe deserves to be cultivated. The reports came in over the next 3 days. Walsh spent an entire night reading every page of them. The next morning when he pushed open the door to Lee Ran's office, heavy shadows lay beneath his eyes after a long, sleepless night. He carried the thick stack of reports, the sheer weight of the paper making his wrists ache. His face showed the tiredness of faded excitement mixed with a disappointment that was nearly spilling over. Have you read them all? Lee Ran looked up, his gaze moving away from the computer screen. I have. Walsh set the thick pile of paper on the table with a dull thump, as if releasing the frustration pinned up in his chest. 95% of them wrote more or less the same thing, he said. Tell me. Lee Ran leaned back, folded his hands across his stomach, and settled into a listening posture. Height, speed, strength, coordination, explosive power, tactical awareness. Walsh tugged at the corner of his mouth, producing a smile that looked more like a grimace. I don't even need to look at the names to guess what the next report says. Every single one is professional, rigorous, and correct. He paused, then added, his voice carrying the helplessness of someone who had just been knocked flat by reality, so correct that they could pass for the FA's youth development manual with different covers. Director, what we have recruited is not a revolutionary force. It is a garrison of old-school traditionalists. Lee Ran leaned back in his chair, his gaze as calm as a deep pool. So they look at the body and the present, he concluded. Not at growth, and certainly not at the future. Walsh's throat moved as he swallowed. In a lowered voice he asked with a last thread of hope, Director, I know you want something different. But what exactly is the standard you're looking for? Please give me a clear answer, otherwise I won't be able to convince them. A few seconds of silence fell over the office. Only the distant call of seagulls outside the window reminded them that time was still passing. Lee Ran rose and walked toward the huge whiteboard in the corner. He picked up a black marker. The crisp snap of the cap being removed was unusually distinct in the quiet room, like a starting pistol. At the center of the whiteboard, he wrote the words in careful, deliberate strokes. Growth curve. Steve, we are not looking for a prodigy who can overpower his peers at 14. Lee Ran turned, tapping the marker tip lightly against the whiteboard with a soft knock. We are looking for players who are still growing fiercely at 24, or even 28. His voice was low, yet it reached everyone in the room with piercing clarity. The delayed emergence model. Walsh turned the unfamiliar phrase over in his mind, his thoughts accelerating. Early ripening players look flawless at 14 or 15. They are the kings of their teams, the must-sign talents in scouting reports. As he spoke, Lee Ran drew the first steep curve on the whiteboard. It climbed quickly at first, but soon flattened into a stagnant plateau. Why? Because they reach their physical and technical limits too early. Their bodies stop growing, their movements become fixed, and their minds remain trapped in teenage years, sealed off by old praise and glory, unable to accept new challenges or change. When they reach 18 or 20, stepping into senior football against players at their physical and experiential peak, their advantage disappears in an instant. They lose their way, they struggle, and eventually most of them fade into the ordinary. He moved the marker down and drew a second curve. This line climbed with extreme slowness in its early stage, utterly unremarkable, as if at any moment it might collapse. But after crossing a certain note it began to rise, steadily, persistently, inexorably, as if it had no end. The second curve is who we want. Talent is not a flash of sudden power, Steve. Lee Ran's gaze came to rest on Walsh with quiet intensity. Talent is the endurance of growth. We want the ones who dare to race against time and eventually outrun it. Several young coaches and scouts instinctively exchanged glances. Some frowned, some lowered their heads and scribbled in their notebooks, trying to digest this paradigm-shifting theory. At last the veteran scout brought in from Italy, a man named Marco, rose to his feet. His face was a picture of professional seriousness and firm disagreement. This is far too idealistic, Director. With all due respect, this is a gamble that goes against the laws of competitive sport, he said passionately in heavily accented English. On what basis can we predict what a child will be like 10 years from now? Training, injuries, family mentality. There are too many variables beyond our control. Lee Ran's gaze swept slowly across the impassioned Italian. He did not raise his voice, yet its quality cut through all the noise. So we are not trying to predict. He paused, letting each word drop with tremendous weight. It is faith. Faith. Faith is not blind passion, nor a gambler's fever. Faith is the greatest patience with time, built upon scientific observation and data analysis. Take the Italian Perlo, Mr. Marco. He is the perfect proof of the growth curve. He was strong at 14, but at 24 he was more than 10 times stronger than he had been at 14. His curve never stopped rising. What we must abandon are the false geniuses who peak at 14. Walsh watched the faces around the room. He saw Marco open his mouth, unable to say a single word, and finally sink back into his chair, brow locked, his gaze turning from total rejection to an intense inner struggle. He saw a few of the younger coaches wearing expressions of fascinated, thoughtful enthusiasm. In the days that followed, a quiet but charged adjustment began to take shape. The testing regime for the youth players began to change. The old tests, 50-meter sprints, bench press repetitions, slalom dribbling, were set aside. In their place came a series of entirely new metrics: speed of learning, performance under pressure, willingness to train, recovery cycle. Every one of them was recorded with precision. All the data was fed into a newly built system back-end, and combined with the player personality reports produced by the sports psychology team, generating dynamic integrated growth curve assessments. The early results could only be described as a near disaster. On the training pitch, an experienced old-school English coach finally lost his composure. He raised his voice at a U15 player whose technique had broken down under the unfamiliar rules, then threw his tactics board to the ground in frustration. "What is this all about? We are training football players, not conducting some ridiculous scientific experiment," he called out to the assistant coach on the touchline. "Football is a sport of passion and inspiration. It is not a mathematical formula." Walsh happened to be passing behind him and overheard the frustrated cry. He did not stop, nor did he challenge the coach openly. As he walked by, he said in a low voice, calm, yet cool, loud enough for only the two men to hear, "Perhaps it is not a formula, but that is exactly why the director chose us, and not the others." The coach's body stiffened, the anger on his face instantly frozen. At the review meeting in the third week, Lee Rand stood before the large projection screen, studying with deep focus the first data curves generated after being entered into the system. On the screen, dozens of curves representing different players interlaced in a tangled mass, disordered, wildly fluctuating, without any discernible pattern. The algorithm in the system was still making clumsy corrections as it absorbed the continuing stream of new data. Like the ECG of a group of newborn babies. "Absolute chaos," Walsh commented quietly from the side. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Lee Rand's mouth. He reached out and tapped two barely noticeable curves, almost touching the baseline on the screen. "But at least they are beating. Look at these two, Steve. Faint as they are after every dip, their lowest point has quietly climbed a little higher. How interesting." The night deepened. The lights at the Youth Development Center remained as bright as day. On the pitch, Bale Vardy and several U16 academy players, kept behind deliberately, were doing the most basic off-ball running and passing drills under a coach's commands. The players behind those two curves were among them. The turf, wet after the rain, glowed with a gentle sheen. Every touch of the ball, every stride, was feeding a future heartbeat into those two delicate curves. The internal hematopoietic system has begun to function, though faint, a heartbeat now exists. Now it is time to equip this body with eyes and ears. The following day, in the financial director's office, Martin, the CFO, stared at the number on the check, his fingertips quivering slightly, a subtle tension mounting in his chest. £1 million. His voice was strained, each word seeming to come out slowly. "Just to establish a scouting network." Lee Rand sat behind the spacious desk, not even glancing at him. With a light movement, he raised a hand, as if brushing aside an invisible veil of air that obstructed his view. "For a system to grow veins, it must first let lifeblood flow." His voice was calm, yet resolute. He slid the signed check across the table, his gaze resting on Steve Walsh. "Use your connections to find eyes across the world for our youth academy." Walsh took the check without a word. The paper felt cold and stiff in his hand, yet the figures on it seemed to burn. Without another word, he nodded and turned to leave. Action was his best answer. 2 days later, a detailed plan lay spread across Walsh's desk. In the lamplight, his expression was focused and composed. 3 categories of scouts, 3 types of contracts, forming a vast net about to be cast across the entire European continent. Category A, full-time scout. Fixed monthly salary of $800. All necessary travel and accommodation expenses reimbursed. 2 complete observation reports meeting standards must be submitted each week. For each report approved after evaluation, a bonus of $50 is awarded. If 3 consecutive reports are deemed unqualified, the contract will be terminated automatically. Category B, regional part-time scout. Fixed monthly allowance of $300. A one-time bonus of $200 is given for each target confirmed qualified by headquarters. If a report is unqualified, no bonus is given. Category C, peripheral intelligence contacts. No base salary. Compensation is entirely based on the value of intelligence. A usable lead is worth between 20 and 100 depending on its importance. All image and data materials provided shall be the exclusive property of Tranmere Rovers Football Club. The design of this system was simple, uncompromising, and efficiency-driven. He knew this was the true way to sift gold from gravel. Use the most direct incentives to drive the most primal motivation, and employ the most unforgiving rules to weed out all those who merely pose as qualified. First stop, Yorkshire. Colin Thomas, a 60-year-old veteran scout, sat alone in a corner, 2 empty glasses of dark beer on the blemished table before him. Time had carved deep lines into his face, and his eyes were cloudy, carrying the loneliness of one forgotten by the football world. Walsh dispensed with pleasantries and simply slid a contract across the table. Thomas put on his reading glasses, leaned under the light, and studied it line by line. £800. When I worked for Manchester City back then, I only got $650 a month. I believe your eye for talent is exactly what we need. Walsh's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. Thomas's fingers holding the contract paused. He looked up, focus returning to his cloudy eyes. He stared at Walsh as if trying to discern whether this was a joke. After a few seconds, he suddenly let out a hoarse laugh. At my age, I never imagined anyone would still offer me such a generous salary. The next day, Walsh personally took him to watch a local youth league match. The pitch was bumpy with bare patches of earth, and the grass near the goal had nearly been worn away. A dozen parents stood anxiously on the touchline, their shouts mingling with the wind. Colin pulled out a worn notebook from his faded, well-worn coat and scribbled a few hasty lines with a ballpoint pen whose barrel had lost its color. After writing, he looked up at Walsh, who stood straight beside him. Will anyone actually read this stuff I write? I will. Walsh's gaze remained on the pitch, but his words were for Colin. And the owner of Tranmere will read it too. He turned his head, his eyes fixed on Colin's. If you write well, you won't have to worry about your retirement pay. 2 weeks later, Walsh appeared in Paris. His flight had been delayed 5 hours. By the time he walked out of Charles de Gaulle Airport carrying a simple duffel bag, night had already enveloped the city. On the northern bank of the Seine in the famous 93rd district. In the streets and alleys here, barefoot children played football everywhere. The air was filled with freedom, chaos, and unrefined talent. His target this trip was Abdul, a youth coach of Algerian descent who lived here. The moment the door opened, the man's reserved demeanor was immediately apparent. I don't like Englishmen, Abdul said bluntly, his gaze sharp. I don't like Frenchmen either, Walsh replied flatly, setting his luggage by the door. So let's only talk about business, nothing else. The contract was just 2 thin pages with clear and direct terms. A monthly salary of 500 plus an additional 100 bonus for each approved report. Requirements: submit at least 3 detailed scouting reports each week, complete with full video samples, as well as an independent assessment of the player's character. After reading, Abdul raised an eyebrow. Will you really read all this? Can kicking a ball around a few times really tell you anything about a kid's character? Walsh didn't argue. Instead, he took another document from his briefcase, the scouting report template from Tranmere's headquarters. Technical, tactical, psychological, social, and disciplinary. 5 main sections, further subdivided into dozens of sub-items, each with clear scoring criteria and behavioral description guidelines. This is not evaluation by intuition, Walsh said, pointing at the details on the template. This is creating a 3-dimensional portrait of the player. Abdul took the template and studied it for a long time. His fingers lingered repeatedly over the columns for performance under pressure and willingness to cooperate in a team. Finally, he nodded. Interesting. Your club doesn't seem English. Because we want to last longer, Walsh said. In the 3rd week, he flew to Warsaw, then took a bumpy train southward, eventually reaching Krakow. The lower league matches here were so impoverished that the goal nets were patched together with different colored ropes. A local football association official introduced him to a young man named Lucas. 27 years old, a university sports department dropout. I can write reports and film with my old DV camcorder, Lucas said, his palms sweating and his voice trembling slightly, but I don't know how to judge a player's quality. It's fine. Walsh pulled the last booklet from his badly worn backpack and handed it over. This is Tranmere's standard scouting manual. What you need to learn is to describe potential, not judge outcomes. Lucas took the manual, which was not thick, yet weighed heavily in his hands. His gaze rested on the simple English line on the cover, focus on details. 2 months later, Walsh finally returned to Tranmere. Unshaven, his dark coat stained with the dust of different countries, he exuded the weariness of a long journey. Liran was waiting for him in the office. Any progress? Liran asked. Walsh said nothing but spread a huge global map across the conference table. On the map, 20 newly established outposts were marked with red pushpins. Beside each red dot, small annotations listed a name, a currency symbol, and a letter representing the type of contract. 20 people, Walsh said, his voice a bit hoarse. 7 here in England, all on type A full-time contracts. 2 each in France, Poland, and Croatia on type B part-time contracts. In addition, we've developed type C intelligence contacts in East Africa, Ghana, Denmark, and Italy. Total expenses can be kept to around £7,000 per month. Liran nodded. They signed. All signed. 10 more candidates are waiting in line. Do they know what they're doing? They all know, Walsh said, pulling 2 reports from the stack and placing them before Liran. These are the most interesting of the first batch. One is from Colin in Yorkshire, Kyle Walker, age 13, extremely fast, Harry Maguire, age 10, tall and sturdy. The other is from Abdul in Paris. The target is a boy of African descent playing for US Torquay. He says the boy is as thin as a bamboo pole, but his touch and imagination are the best he has ever seen. His name is Pogba. 1 more set. Keep the rhythm. Caitlin's voice cut through the air. 11 against 11, half-pitch simulated attack and defense. The ball slid across the turf at high speed, its trajectory cunning. Every pass sent grass clippings flying. Breathing sounds. Rapid, ragged gasps. The screech of cleats against the grass. The roar of commands. All sounds merged into the unique clamor of the training ground. Phil stood on the touchline, veins bulging on his neck, shouting hoarsely. Don't stop. Possession isn't for show. It's to tear open the angles. Left side, step up half a step earlier. Where's your anticipation? Liran stood off the pitch, arms crossed over his chest. Caitlin's eyes remained fixed on her laptop. On the screen behind, each name flickered a string of real-time red numbers. the storm unfolding inside the players' bodies. Robin, heart rate 187. Ribery, 182. Diarra, 193. Clichy, 178. The red warning threshold at the edge of the screen flashed wildly, emitting a silent shriek. But she didn't call a stop. Her lips moved softly, counting only in her mind. 30 more seconds. The data would tell her where the limits lay, and crossing that limit was the true point of this session. Carrick received a back pass deep in his own half, and David Bentley's shadow immediately closed in with an almost animalistic pressure. Carrick, almost purely on muscle memory, turned with seamless fluidity, delivered an angled pass, and quickly made himself available again, all in one flowing motion. The ball reached Van Persie's feet. Without breaking stride, he flicked it delicately with his instep, his peripheral vision already catching the white lightning on the left flank. Artist Kumas set off, sprinting forward at speed. Phil waved his arms along the touchline, shouting, "Switch sides. Shift the play." The command had barely left his mouth before the ball lifted off the ground, carving a massive arc across the entire half, and dropping with precision onto the right flank. Robin was there. He controlled the ball with his chest, used a feint to shake off substitute center back Hill, and then delivered his trademark cut inside. He struck it. Bang. Like a small caliber cannonball, the ball slammed into the post with a dull resonating boom. Caitlin abruptly lifted her head, her icy stare sweeping across the field. Heart rate hasn't dropped. Continue. The second set began. No time to catch their breath. The players' steps started to falter. A subtle breakdown in their movement coherence became visible to the naked eye. Passes no longer hugged the ground as closely, first touches became less assured. Phil saw it clearly. A fire kindled inside him, fists clenched, yet he withheld the whistle. He wanted them to learn to keep thinking amidst the chaos in the moments when the body betrayed the mind. Suddenly Caitlin's voice cut in again, this time with a trace of urgency. "Dave, recovery delay too long. Heart rate won't recover." Her gaze passed over the players laboring on the field and pierced straight toward Phil, sharp and piercing. "If we push him another minute, he could get injured." Phil's brow furrowed. He hesitated. That half second of hesitation was an instinctive shield around the player's body. Then a cold voice sounded behind him. "Push." It was Lee Ran. Phil turned and caught only Lee Ran's com profile. The whistle sounded again, urging another wave of sprints. 18th minute. Robin's sprint speed had visibly slowed, his famed explosiveness being consumed by lactic acid. Diarra's covering range shrunk, and gaps appeared in his ever-tireless sweeping. Carrick's passing accuracy had dropped from near perfection to 83%. Caitlin gritted her teeth, her fingertips gliding rapidly across the screen to summon another set of data. Movement distortion rate is 10%. Their errors are slowly accumulating. Lee Ran walked to her side, eyes still fixed on the field, and said in a low voice, "But they're still holding." Caitlin looked up, her eyes carrying the stubbornness of a data scientist. Persisting doesn't mean it's right. But on the pitch there is never absolute right. Lee Ran's tone was firm. Only the side that endures to the very end. A third whistle declared the start of another attack and defense round. This time the formation completely disintegrated. Van Persie, like a leopard seizing a fleeting chance, made a fierce challenge, a decisive pass, and an unhesitating run forward. A low drive. The ball went in. The session was finally over. Some leaned on their knees, others sprawled on the grass, chests heaving, gasping in huge gulps of air, as if they had just been dragged ashore from drowning. Caitlin walked into the center of the pitch amid a chorus of rasping breaths, the air thick with the salty tang of sweat. She looked around at the players, faces flushed, sweat streaming down their necks in rivulets. In that last 20 minutes, the entire squad averaged a heart rate of 184. The highest was 196 from last Diarra. "You exceeded your maximum load by 15%. She paused, scanning the faces that were moments away from collapse. "But your technical error rate was only 12%. This means..." She paused, and her usually cold lips tightened ever so slightly in a rare, almost imperceptible smile. "You are starting to think and play under extreme conditions." Only Robin, sitting on the grass, lifted his head and flashed a grin at Sagna nearby, revealing a row of white teeth. This is what a war should feel like. Ribery, still gasping, his body trembling slightly from exhaustion, smiled as well. "Another round. We've had enough training for today." Caitlin then turned to Phil. "Tomorrow, push it up another level. Extend the high-intensity control period from 10 to 15 minutes. They might collapse." Phil frowned. That was his instinctive reaction. "Then let them collapse." Caitlin's response was calm and resolute. "After collapse, they'll go up another level." Lee Ran watched quietly from the sidelines. He saw that unyielding fusion of science and will. At night, the training base lights still burned. In her office, Caitlin exported the day's data reports, the computer screen flickering with dense line graphs and bar charts. She typed a summary on the keyboard. Average load index up 4, neural response time down 0.3 seconds, the average technical error under extreme conditions stabilized below 15. She recorded those cold figures, then at the end of the report silently wrote a note with her pen. Rhythm and endurance are beginning to merge. The team is entering the first phase of adaptation. She suddenly realized, under her data and Lee Ran's, this team was bit by bit approaching a new limit no one had ever touched. After 15 rounds, Tranmere stood 5th in the league. For a newly promoted side, this was a remarkable achievement. With 4 consecutive victories and the highest possession rate in League One, the team from Merseyside had become the most talked about side in the entire league. Yet the atmosphere in Lee Rand's office was anything but relaxed. The next opponent, Sunderland. Analyst William had just concluded his report, and a daunting set of stats still lingered on the projection screen. Averaging 183 meters in height, they possessed the strongest physical presence in the league. With long balls, aerial duels, second ball scrapping, and set-piece danger, they had perfected the most raw and ruthless side of English football. They are a classic long ball direct team, William's voice echoed in the meeting room. In their tactical reasoning, the body comes first, then the ball. From that week onward, Tranmere's training regime changed. The training ground was no longer a tactical rehearsal hall, but more like an arena. Contact. Again, Caitlin's shout pierced the thin mist over the training ground. 2 towering backup center backs, each weighing over 90 kilograms, took turns charging at Robin's flank. It was real contact. The dull thuds of bodies colliding were clearly audible. There was no gentle probing. No whistle to stop play. This is training, not a battle. Phil finally snapped, shouting toward Caitlin, his face flushed with agitation. If we can't adapt to this intensity in training, we'll be helpless in the match. Caitlin's voice was resolute. This is Sunderland's home ground, the Stadium of Light. Before the words faded, another heavy collision came. A large chunk of turf was torn up beneath Robin's feet, and damp mud splattered onto his face. He lost his balance entirely and hit the ground hard. He didn't get up right away, only propping himself up on his elbows, his pale face set with grim determination. He lifted his head, his gaze cutting through the noisy crowd and locking precisely onto Lee Rand in the distance. The look in his eyes was that of a lone wolf awaiting the leader's command. Lee Rand watched him in silence, then simply raised a hand. A gesture of stark simplicity. Continue. 1 more set. Caitlin's voice was taut as a steel wire. 3 impacts. Turn immediately and carry the ball. Any reaction delay over 1 second. Start over. Robin gritted his teeth and climbed up from the mud. First impact. He braced with his shoulder, his body lurching violently, but he kept the ball. Second impact. He staggered backward, yet at the moment he nearly lost his balance, he hooked the ball back with his toe. Third impact. He finally went down, but in the instant before hitting the ground, he managed to pass the ball with all his remaining strength. The sounds of breathing impact and heavy gasps wove into a chaotic symphony over the training ground. Every player understood that what lay ahead was English football at its most raw and physical. So they had to use the most scientific training, the kind that best simulated real combat conditions, to force themselves to evolve into a different kind of beast. On the other side of the training ground, Caitlin and 2 assistants were setting up a new apparatus. 5 specially made pressure-resistant airbags stood in a row with internal pressure increasing progressively from left to right. Impact simulator, she explained briefly to a frowning Phil. When a player holds the ball in the designated zone, every 15 seconds he will receive a collision from a random direction. Phil glanced at the machine's menacing shape and gave a wry twitch of his mouth. When a Sunderland player comes at you, he won't ask if you're ready. Caitlin said no more and signaled. The device's indicator lights flashed. Round 1 began. Van Persie stood at the center of the zone, trying to control the ball with his signature rhythm. Without warning, the airbag on the right shot out, striking with the force of a full-speed adult male. The immense impact drove him back 2 steps, and the ball nearly slipped from his control. Caitlin glanced at the laptop as the data streamed onto the screen. Her eyes narrowed. Reaction delay 0. 9 seconds. Too slow. Round 2. Ribery stepped in. His dribbling was agile, his body gliding like a fish in water. As the left airbag rocketed toward him, he instinctively dropped his center of gravity, executed a lightning-fast sliding step, shielded the ball with his body, and kept his balance utterly still. A smile curved at the corner of Caitlin's mouth. Reaction 0. 3 seconds. Perfect. Round 3. It was Last Diera's turn. The French defensive midfielder had no intention of dodging. The instant the airbag shot out, he let out a low growl, and instead of retreating, stepped forward to meet it head-on with his body. Boom. A thunderous noise. Amid the astonished stares of everyone, the airbag, reputedly able to withstand 200 kilograms of impact, was crushed by his charge and deflated with a whistling hiss. A dead silence fell over the field, followed by an eruption of laughter. Even Caitlin was stunned for a few seconds before looking up from her tablet and dryly remarking, "That works too." Lee Rand, who had been silent all along, gave a slight smile. In the evening, training entered its second phase. High-pressure decision-making drill. Each midfielder, while advancing with the ball, was chased by 3 fitness coaches at full sprint. Whenever they closed the gap by 5 meters, one of them would hurl a half-kilogram sandbag at the player from behind. Carrick, running at full speed, veered his body slightly to dodge a whistling sandbag, kept his footwork flowing, delivered a precise diagonal pass to a teammate on the wing, then surged forward again. Perfect reaction, Caitlin murmured from the sideline. Then it was Mascherano's turn. The Argentine was brimming with pent-up energy. When the sandbag struck his back, he only grunted. Instead of slowing, it sparked his combative instinct. He made a fierce sliding tackle to win the ball, and before even getting up, delivered a first-time through pass. Phil almost laughed out loud. If he carries that intensity into the match, Sunderland's midfield won't be able to string 2 passes together. Lee Rand stood on the touchline, hands in the pockets of his black windbreaker, quietly watching the players drenched in sweat under the dusk. "This is the possession football I want. to keep a cool head and deliver precise passes amid the most brutal physicality. Night fell completely. The players dragged their weary bodies away, leaving the vast training ground empty. Caitlin walked up to Lee Ran with the day's training report in hand. Physical response thresholds are up by an average of 17, and core strength in duels has improved. But the muscle fatigue curve is climbing too steeply. If we keep up this intensity, someone will pull a muscle within 3 days. Lee Ran didn't look at the dense report. He simply looked up at the flickering light of a lighthouse on the distant horizon. We can reduce the volume as appropriate. The priority is how their bodies feel. Caitlin paused and looked up at him. Lee Ran's voice was unusually low in the night breeze. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and a meal is eaten one bite at a time. But I want every single one of them to remember science is not a lucky charm, it is a weapon. What has been tested with blood and sweat is what truly counts as growth. The wind swept in from the sea, carrying a salty dampness that stirred the hem of his coat. The distant training lights flickered through the cold mist, an omen of something ominous or perhaps a harbinger of what was to come. In 2 days they would set off for Sunderland. There lay the coldest home ground in the north of England, the hardest turf and the fiercest challenges. The rain had been falling since they left Bootle. During the 2-hour journey, the rain intensified, drumming against the thick windshields of the team bus, swept aside by wipers only to reassert itself insistently. The northern English sky hung in a colorless and motionless gray. As the bus entered the outskirts of Sunderland, the cold air, a brine heavy with sea salt and cold dust, seeped through the window seams. The heating inside was on full blast, yet no warmth was felt. At last a towering structure of red and white appeared at the end of the road. The Stadium of Light. But its other name was the only truth that mattered now. Welcome to the cemetery, soft boys. The bus rolled to a stop. Beyond the windows stood not a pitch but a wall. A dense mass of red and white scarves, faces flushed by rising heat, and an almost physical sense of tension ready to erupt. The Sunderland crowd spoke with voices sharpened by years of chant. They did not sing or dance. They only roared. Come to hand us your heads, lads. Is your goalkeeper still in middle school? Ribery. I've seen him scrub bottles at the brewery. Countless palms slammed against the bus, their rhythm punctuated by the rawest, wildest, most aggressive vocabulary. An auditory wall forming the stadium's first line of defense. The engine cut. Bang! A sharp cracking sound. The first empty bottle struck the iron railing beside the glass, brown shards leaping upward and scattering along the nearest tire. The door opened. Van Persie stepped out first. No cap, no headphones. His golden brown hair immediately caught the cold, fine rain. He said nothing, pausing half a second longer on the steps. He breathed in deeply, reading the air of this ground. The atmosphere here is different. He murmured softly and descended. Robin followed his pace, noticeably slower. Wrapped in a thick down jacket with the hood pulled low, nearly shading his eyes. He did not look toward the supporters as he stepped down, only at his own feet. You afraid? Sagna squeezed past from behind, a faint smile on his lips. Not afraid. Robin's voice came muffled from within his collar. Disgusted. Li Weifeng was third off the bus. He wore only a thin training top, no outer layer. The corded muscle and pale lines on his arms caught the chill wind with a reddish tint. He stood at the bus doorway, not yet moving down. Slowly he let his gaze sweep the surroundings, over the swaying fists and fierce expressions of the crowd. Then he gave a slight nod toward them. Not friendliness, not provocation, recognition, as though the jeering faces before him were not enemies, but audience. The reason for the performance about to begin. They're loud, he said, his voice calm. Pepe followed close behind, replying in heavily accented English. Then shut them up on the pitch. Lee Ran was the last to step out. His coat collar stood high, covering half his face, hands buried deep in his pockets. Cold iron mesh lined the corridor, plastered with faded curled posters and club badges. The air carried rust and damp stone. Someone waited for them inside, a steward and a police officer. The locker room walls were gray brick, the floor smooth as ice. Everything appeared orderly and compliant, yet the unspoken chill seeped from every crack between the bricks, damp and penetrating. Players filed in and took their places, beginning to change. No one spoke. In the vast space, only the whisper of laces against the floor and the sharp click of shin guards sliding into socks filled the silence, and the faint sound of Pepe's jaw working. Last Diarra sat nearest the door, already in full kit. He stared motionlessly at the tactical diagram on the opposite wall. He studied it for a long time, focused, as if memorizing a lethal invocation, or silently striking each Sunderland name upon the board with his eyes alone. Phillips stood before the tactics board, magnets pinched between his fingers, but did not yet place them. His gaze passed over each player. Today's match, he began, breaking the silence, will be slow. Like an old man without teeth chewing steak. Lots of effort, little movement. But your job is to make him choke. No one smiled, but the taut thread in the room seemed to shift. Phillips raised his hand and slotted a red arrow magnet onto the board with a sharp click. We do not press high early. For the first 15 minutes we draw them in. Pull the line back, let them come. But after that, his voice dropped low. The first counter must split their spine. His eyes locked onto two players. Diarra, Mascherano. Today you are B2BS. Box to box. I want you both arriving at the attack and returning to the defense. Phillips held their gaze. You are the axes. Understood. Mascherano nodded, a lean smile crossing his face. I swing quick. Phillips shifted his attention toward the corner. Robert. The boy, still wrapped in ear guards and hunched in his chair, raised his head. If you're clipped, if you're tackled, you do not look toward the bench. Phillips spoke each word clearly. No one will take you off. Unless you raise your hand. Robin's eyes blinked once. Then slowly, deliberately, he nodded. Phillips turned to continue, only to find Lee Rand standing silently at the doorway watching him. Phillips paused. After a moment, he quietly pocketed the magnets, stepped back, and cleared the space for Lee Rand. Lee Rand did not approach the board. He walked to the center of the room and stopped. Looking up at the pale ceiling light, he addressed no one in particular. They will try to break your legs. His voice was quiet yet reached every ear in the room. And they will not apologize. The room fell so still that heartbeats seemed audible. After a pause, he turned his head toward Li Weifeng. You know what to do. Li Weifeng nodded slowly. A faint, unreadable smile touched his lips. From outside came a dull call, the referee's signal to enter the pitch. Neuer rose first. He pulled his goalkeeper gloves tight inch by inch, then clapped his palms together sharply. Snap. The crisp sound echoed through the silent room. He turned his gaze, sweeping across the group. Let's go. The 11 players rose in order. Metal studs striking the concrete floor rang out. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of steel leaving its scabbard. Raindrops hammered against the steel framework of the Stadium of Light roof, producing a dense patter that merged into a dull rhythmic drumbeat. The darkness of the final stretch in the players' tunnel was slashed by the blinding white light at the exit, and a deafening roar flooded in. The frenzied shouts of 45,000 Sunderland fans pressed in from every direction, making the air feel explosive. The Tranmere players stepped onto the pitch. Metal studs sank into the soft, wet ground with soft squelches instantly drowned out by the immense wall of sound. The referee's whistle sounded punctually at the center of the pitch. In that instant, the entire Stadium of Light seemed to explode. The sea of red and white rose to its feet as one, and the roars from the stands transformed into a physical wave of sound pressing downward and making the air in the center of the pitch seem to collapse inward. Sunderland kicked off. Kevin Phillips nudged the ball with the inside of his foot, passing it back to Sean Thornton behind him. There was no probing, no hesitation. Thornton swung his right foot, sending up a spray of water as a long pass of over 30 meters tore through the rain, heading straight for Tranmere's right flank. The ball tumbled through the air with unmistakable intent. They're not playing any fancy football today. In the top-level box, the soundproof glass reduced the surging roar to a muffled background hum. Caitlin stood beside Lee Rand, arms crossed, her gaze fixed on the players' starting runs. That pass from Thornton skips the midfield entirely. It's meant to bypass the middle and put pressure on our defense. Lee Rand responded. This is the essence of long ball football, simple and effective. His gaze pierced through the rain, sweeping over every corner of the pitch. The notebook in front of him lay open, but he didn't look down. Instead, he extended his right hand and gently drew a diagonal line across the paper with his fountain pen. The nib scraped across the page with a soft scratching sound. The 18th second. The ball was played back into the middle, and Carrick had just received it, still adjusting his balance. Behind him, Diarra had already moved into a supporting position, ready to turn. From his blind spot, a figure burst in horizontally. Jason McAteer. He wasn't going for the ball. His target was the man. No slowdown, no restraint. A heavy, unrefined challenge. His shoulder slammed hard into Diarra's lower back. Thump. The dull sound of muscular impact. Diarra was instantly knocked off balance, as if struck by a battering ram, his body lurching forward uncontrollably and colliding into Carrick. One of his feet didn't even have time to lift, half of his studs buried deep into the muddy ground, with a sharp pain shooting through his ankle. The referee's whistle was in his mouth, but he didn't blow it. The ball was still rolling. The stands erupted into deafening cheers, the most blatant reward for the aggression. In the box, Caitlin quickly scribbled high-intensity early pressing in her notebook, then instinctively glanced at Lee Rand. Lee Rand didn't look at her, his gaze remained on the pitch. Holding his pen, he tapped the end of its barrel very lightly on the desk once, twice. 3 minutes later, Carrick again found space in the center circle, trying to regain control of the tempo with skill. With a deft flick of his right instep, he sent a low diagonal pass. The ball threaded through the gap between Sunderland midfielder Breen and defender Babb. That line was drawn for Robin. The Dutch boy burst into action. His first step exploded with astonishing speed, body leaning forward, arms swinging. He had taken only 2 strides, the ball less than a meter from his toes. On the sidelines, George McCartney came sliding in along the turf. That wasn't a normal defensive block. It was a planned challenge calculated at least 3 seconds in advance. His target wasn't the ball, nor even a simple foul. His knee struck precisely at the outside of Robin's standing leg. Then, with his shoulder following through, he slammed into Robin's midsection. A double impact. Robin's lean frame was instantly flipped into the air by the sheer force. Like a flag torn in a gale, he lost all control, tumbled twice in the air, and finally crashed heavily into the muddy water. Boom! The stands erupted completely. The red and white roar turned into flames, sweeping across the entire stadium. Welcome to the northeast of England. The TV commentator's voice rose from a screen in the corner with a hint of amusement. McCartney, that tackle showed no mercy. And still the referee says nothing. Perhaps this is the Stadium of Light's unique way of greeting. Robin didn't move. He lay face down, rain and mud instantly covered his cheek. His breathing was heavy. Through the intense pain, a wheezing sound like a bellows escaped his chest. His fingertips dug deep into the turf, as if fighting back an emotion surging from his throat. Pepe approached, stopped beside him, but didn't reach out to help him up. Not far away, Li Weifeng also stood still, just watching him. They were waiting for him to make his own choice. To get up, or to seek the exit that represented surrender. 7 seconds. Robin pushed down with his arms lifting his upper body. The movement was stiff from pain, but there was not a hint of hesitation. He didn't glance at the bench. He didn't look at the referee who had given nothing. He simply stood up, slowly lowered his head, patted the sticky mud off his shorts, then turned and ran back to his wing. His running posture was tenser than before, but his speed hadn't dropped. In the box, Li ran, raised his head, his gaze following the figure, now running again. He then looked down and lightly drew a circle next to Robin's position on the tactical sheet. 8th minute. Sunderland attacked in the same manner. High balls forward, a long lofted pass into the front line. Striker Marcus Stewart, with his back to goal, leaned against Sagna, preparing to control the ball. Diarra closed in quickly from the side. This time, he didn't wait for the ball to drop. The moment Stewart trapped the ball on his chest, Diarra's body pressed and his knee precisely jabbing into the opponent's tailbone, then using his entire body weight to push forward. Ugh! Stewart let out a muffled grunt, staggered by the impact, losing all balance, and the ball rolled out for a throw-in. The referee's whistle blew. He ran over, but only awarded a throw-in to Tranmere. No yellow card. The threshold is set. The threshold is set, Caitlin said quietly. She was referring to the referee's tolerance level for physical contact. They're starting to play the game now, Li Ran replied softly. He was referring to his own players. The rhythm of the chanting in the stands quickened the fans' cries, rising wave after wave. It was no longer mere taunting or pressure, but a pure primal agitation. They were anticipating the next hard collision. In the next wave of defense, Pepe made a fierce flying block, deflecting a 45-degree cross-out for a corner. Sagna then rose for a forceful header, beating Bab to the ball and breaking up another Sunderland forward run. The Tranmere players' bodies were gradually adapting to this suffocating rhythm, but they were far from comfortable. 10th minute. Carrick again attempted a low diagonal pass. The ball had just left his boot. Sean Thornton charged in from the side and behind like a phantom, executing a well-timed yet hard-sliding tackle, hooking the ball away with his heel and knocking it into the center. Diarra immediately contested the ball. Shoulder to shoulder, the two collided hard, the turf beneath them seeming to loosen from the impact. The midfield battle has turned into pure physical combat, the TV commentator observed, still calm. Nobody intends to hold the ball for more than 3 seconds. Caitlin turned her head and glanced at Li Ran again. Is Phil not going to adjust? Li Ran didn't move. His eyes like an eagle's fixed on the pitch, as if waiting for a predetermined time coordinate. 11th minute. Carrick, constantly pinned back in midfield, suddenly found a fleeting space between the opposing defenders. He didn't hesitate any longer. A long pass was launched from the back. The ball skimmed the turf with heavy spin, slicing diagonally through the gap between McAteer and Breen. The pass was precise, lethal. At the other end, Robin burst forward again at full speed along the flank like a bolt of white lightning. The match was truly about to begin.